In the realm of Dragon Ball, upon a dim and misty planet, a young boy, approximately 13 or 14 years of age, adorned with a tail and bare from the waist up, dangled precariously from a branch at the edge of a sheer cliff. However, the branch began to fracture slowly, threatening to yield at any moment. Thus he was on the verge of plummeting to the ground. At that moment, the boy gradually opened his eyes and raised a hand to rub them. This simple gesture proved too much for the branch, which finally snapped, sending him spiraling downward at alarming speed. Startled, his eyes widened in shock, and he emitted a scream akin to that of slaughtered pig. With a resounding crash, he struck the ground, creating a sizable crater and sending dust billowing into the air. After a few moments, as the dust settled, a hand emerged, followed by the rest of his body as he crawled out of the pit. Ouch! That really hurt, he gasped, collapsing onto the ground. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he began to fumble around before springing upright, sitting straight. Swallowing hard, he pondered in confusion. Wait a minute, where am I? Wasn't I just dreaming? He distinctly recalled being immersed in a dream filled with embarrassing scenarios. Yet the pain he just experienced and the scene before him contradicted that notion. Before he could dwell on his bewilderment for long, a sharp pain shot through his head. But it subsided after a few seconds. Good grief, he exclaimed. So, I've somehow crossed over. If you're going to send me to another world, why must it be the one from Dragon Ball? Is this some sort of joke with my life? The body he had inhabited was named Walker, a Saiyan with a power level of 180. Through fragmented memories, he realized he had lived on this planet for an extended period. Previously, he had transformed into a great ape and annihilated all life forms on the planet, exhausting his strength and subsequently returning to human form while hanging from a branch. His earlier gesture of rubbing his eyes had precipitated the chaotic scene he had just experienced at a power level of 180. What does that even signify? On Earth, it might denote a minor expert, yet in the vast cosmos, it was negligible. Oh heavens, how am I, a mere weakling, supposed to survive in this world where planets are so easily obliterated? He lamented. Suddenly, as he continued to grumble, he paused, a sly grin appearing on his face. Ding! System binding complete, God-level pickup system at your service. Oh my goodness, he exclaimed. Heavens and earth, I adore you. If the heavens and earth could converse, it would surely be in this manner. Heaven, thank you, double standard man. Earth, your presence is my bane. Yet, such musings were trivial. Hee. Walker chuckled, rubbing his hands together mischievously. System, quickly divulge your capabilities. This system possesses only one function, pickup, and then there was silence. A bewildered expression crossed his face. Is it really that simple? Excuse me, system, do you truly have only one function? He inquired with a flicker of hope. Yet the system shattered his expectations. This system never lies. He nearly wept in despair. Observing the advanced systems of others, adorned with premium features such as monetization and selection mechanisms, he couldn't help but sigh at the simplicity of his OWN. At least I have something. He consoled himself, recognizing his own misfortune. System, what exactly can you retrieve? Everything this system acquires is random. His spirit sank further upon hearing this, completely oblivious to the implications of the system statement. Can I begin to retrieve now? Ding! Retrieval successful. Gained 10 million combat power. What is happening here? To start off with 10 million combat power seemed almost like a stroke of luck. Oh, system, you are indeed marvelous. Yet, the system remained unresponsive. His initial excitement waned as he realized that 10 million combat power would be negligible in the later stages. The road ahead is long and arduous. Keep pushing forward, Walker, you can do this. Let's go. Rising to his feet, he surveyed his surroundings and took to the skies, flying in the direction of a specific memory. After soaring at full speed for 3 to 4 minutes, he arrived at a desolate area, spotting a spacecraft nestled in a deep pit. I hope it's still functional. Gently descending, he leaped into the pit beside the spacecraft and opened the hatch to inspect its condition. His examination was cursory, merely checking if the instruments were operational. After a brief survey, he found that some of the primary instruments were indeed functional, which brought him relief. Retrieval successful, gained 30 million combat power. I thought I could only retrieve once a day. It turns out I could do it multiple times. Suddenly recalling something, he inquired of the system, "What is the current era?" Once more, the system offered no response. Fine then. Had his detector not been lost, he wouldn't have needed to ask such a question. Resigned, he shrugged his shoulders. Retrieval successful. Gained 20 million combat power. He activated the electronic screen, which flickered with a green dot and several red dots. It seems these red dots indicate my destinations, he mused, stroking his chin in contemplation. He decided to investigate these locations further. Just as he prepared to launch the spacecraft, a sudden humming sound caught his attention. Exiting the spacecraft, he observed two UFO-like vessels plummeting from the sky in the distance. What's going on? Who would venture to such a planet? How peculiar. He closed the hatch and flew towards the direction of the fallen crafts. In a forest, the falling objects had created two enormous craters. Moments later, two aliens clad in black armor, one stout and the other slender, emerged from the pits. The shorter, stockier alien inquired, "Brother, what are we doing here?" The taller, leaner alien grinned widely. "Didn't we discover Saiyan while on mission nearby a few days ago?" "What? Is that true?" The leaner alien nodded affirmatively. "Now, the Scions have been eradicated, yet in the black market, there are still individuals willing to pay exorbitant prices for Scion as servants or playthings. Moreover, I notice that the Scion possesses a handsome visage. Once we capture him and take him to the black market, those with peculiar tastes will undoubtedly find him quite appealing. Once we acquire sufficient funds, we can procure some quality equipment, sparing ourselves from the disdainful gazes of those who look down upon us." The short, stout alien's eyes sparkled with excitement as he praised, "Brother, your foresight is commendable. Enough flattery, let us hasten to find him, and I hope he has not perished." Before they could set off, an unfamiliar voice echoed. "By the way, are you two searching for me?" The brothers turned to see a young boy. The tall, slender man gleamed with delight. "Brother, let us seize him together." Oh. The short, stout man momentarily froze, quickly realizing that this boy was the Scion his brother had mentioned. Thus, the two simultaneously launched an attack on Walker, attempting to encircle him. Walker, unfazed, raised his hand and delivered a punch. "Dare to resist, you piece of trash." With a sickening crunch, the tall man's words were cut short as his skull was shattered, warm blood spraying forth, and his cold body collapsing to the ground with a thud. This spectacle left the stout man rooted in place, trembling uncontrollably, drenched in cold sweat. His gaze shifted to the stout man. Immediately, the stout man knelt, pleading for mercy. Walker curled his lip and flicked the blood from his hand, inexplicably devoid of any feeling of disgust. "How would you like to die?" "Nene, I do not wish to die. I beg you to spare me." He feigned contemplation. The stout man awaited in trepidation. "That it is not impossible for me to spare you. But first, you must answer two questions." The stout man nodded vigorously, like a chick pecking at grain. The first question, is planet Vegeta still intact? Planet Vegeta was destroyed by a meteorite long ago. Walker nodded, then posed his second inquiry. "What year is it now?" "It is the year 767. Walker began to ponder what period corresponded to the year 767 AS. He contemplated, his brow furrowed. If his memory served him correctly, 767 was around the time when Cell held the martial arts tournament. He clicked his tongue, snapped his fingers, and extinguished the man's life. "Apologies, but I have never been one to show mercy." Successfully acquired, gaining 35 million battle power. The total battle power amounts to only 95 million, still insufficient. He scratched his head, and after pondering for over 10 seconds, as if reaching a decision, he flew back to the spacecraft. He departed aboard the vessel. Chapter 2. The Great Battle in the Vastness of the Cosmos. Walker piloted his spacecraft towards Earth, eager to meet the protagonists and foster good relations. However, he pondered whether Cell had attained his perfect form. Shaking his head to dispel such thoughts, he closed his eyes, preparing to rest. For the journey to Earth would take 3 days. Just as he was about to succumb to slumber, the radar detection device emitted an alarm. What was happening? A glance at the radar panel revealed several tails following closely behind him. How intriguing. I shall see who possesses the audacity to trail my path. He adjusted the course temporarily, setting a new destination to a planet named Limamana. Acquisition successful. Complete Android technology. System. I had presumed your sole function was to collect battle power. I see now that you are capable of gathering other items as well. Nonetheless, this android technology holds little utility for him at present and would have to be stored within the system's space. Half an hour later, the spacecraft descended upon the verdant planet of Limamana. A few moments later, the ships that had been tailing him landed as well. He counted 5 vessels in total, whose insignia adorned these ships. As he pondered this, a throng of individuals approached with great fervor. Leading them was a figure with a prominent forehead, garbed in an attire reminiscent of Frisia's. System, do you possess a function to view information about others? Walker inquired within his mind. No sooner had he posed the question than a virtual panel materialized. Liwak, combat power, 1, 5 billion. His gaze sharpened. A combat power of 1, 5 billion was formidable indeed. You possess quite the nerve to murder my kin and then walk away unscathed. Liwak's expression darkened ominously. Walker raised an eyebrow, perplexed. When had he ever slain one of Liwak's men? Wait, could it be those 2 insignificant fish? He shrugged nonchalantly, feigning indifference, though he was internally puzzled as to how they knew of his involvement in their demise. Liwak's demeanor grew even more sinister. Frisia is dead, yet you remnants dare to be so arrogant. It seems you have no understanding of the concept of humility. He turned to his cohorts. Brothers, what shall we do with one who has slain our cosmic pirate comrades? Kill him, kill him, kill him, resounded the thunderous cries of his subordinates. Meanwhile, Walker contemplated the identity of this cosmic pirate group. They boasted combat power even greater than Frisia's. Why had he never encountered them in the previous anime? Unaware of Walker's musings, Liwak selected a subordinate to carry out his orders. Disassemble him into pieces. The chosen one was an alien with gray skin, resembling a frog. He bore an expression of elation, while others cast envious glances his way. This was an opportunity to shine before the boss. If he performed admirably, the second in command would surely take notice, leading to great satisfaction. With a weapon manifesting a blade of energy, he lunged towards Walker. Walker stood there impassively, appearing as though he were frozen in fear. Die? With a swift strike, a resounding crack echoed, igniting sparks into the air. In their moment of astonishment, Walker let out a disdainful snort, and the minion erupted into chaos. What have you done, boy? I merely exhaled, he replied nonchalantly. Blame your subordinates for their weakness. A faint smile graced his lips. Livik's expression darkened as he cursed. What a useless fool, incapable of handling such a trivial task. You, and you, all of you. Advance. The chosen subordinates charged towards Reels. Walker shook his head slightly, and suddenly, a surge of energy radiated from him, causing the oncoming minions to explode one after another. The remaining minions exchanged bewildered glances. What on earth is happening? Our scanners indicated his combat power was merely 60,000. How could it manifest in this manner? Hey, it's your turn to take action now, Livik said, his face grim. Ultimately, he would have to intervene himself. These imbeciles, when we return, informed the boss to execute them all. In a flash, he appeared before Walker, his fist, as large as a cooking pot, loomed larger in Walker's vision. Walker, however, was quick to respond, unleashing a punch that reverberated through the air, causing the ground to tremble. You can't be a Super Saiyan, can you? Livik's expression shifted slightly. Guess for yourself, Walker retorted. Regardless, I am not Frisia, who would cower before any Super Saiyan. Perish, Saiyan. He unleashed a barrage of heavy punches. Walker chose not to engage him directly, aware of the disparity in their powers. He summoned the strength of every muscle to narrowly evade the onslaught, feeling the fierce winds from the punches sting his cheeks. The sheer force of the wind hinted at the devastation that would ensue if he were to be struck. Acquisition successful, gained 20 million combat power. As his power surged, he began to discern the patterns of his opponent as punches, allowing him to evade with slightly greater ease. Is this fellow concealing his true strength? Doubt flickered in Livik's mind, but he did not relent, firing an energy blast. Walker swiftly retreated, the energy blast narrowly missing him, the searing heat leaving his face ablaze with pain. Damn it. If this continues, I might actually die. System, can't you lend a hand? A difference of over 30 million in combat power is no jest. With swift movements, Walker dodged continuously. A monkey is still a monkey. He certainly knows how to evade, Livik thought, materializing before Walker to strike with an open palm. Damn it. A collision resounded as their hands met. Walker felt a jolt in his arm, and with his other hand, he retaliated with an energy wave. Sizzle. Walker's energy wave was deflected, and in that instant, Livik seized Walker by the throat. Thud, thud, thud. Several punches landed on him, eliciting a piercing scream from Walker. "Perish, wild monkey." A punch aimed for his forehead howled through the air, the pressure stinging his face. In that critical moment, despite the agony etched on his face, Walker sprang into action. With a sharp crack, a dull sound reverberated, stirring up a turbulent wave of energy. What? A bear? The overwhelming aura forced his hand away. Walker inhaled and exhaled repeatedly. That moment had been perilously close. "System, you nearly brought about my demise just now." The system, however, remained silent. In that critical instant, he had acquired a combat power of 45 million, elevating his total to an astounding 1.6 billion. Yet, he had not transformed into a Super Saiyan form. How could this be? Leevak's expression darkened. He truly sensed that the strength of this wild monkey had significantly increased. Nothing is impossible. Wasn't it exhilarating to fight just now? Now it is my turn. Whoosh. Bang. A punch struck his abdomen, sending his body soaring like a kite with a severed string, crashing violently to the ground. In truth, a difference of 10 million in combat power is not insurmountable. This strike succeeded primarily due to the element of surprise. As his opponent landed, he instantly appeared beside him, delivering a powerful kick that caused the earth to sink several centimeters with a resounding thud. "Now it is your turn to perish." He concentrated searing energy within his palm. "You cannot kill me. Otherwise, my elder brother will not spare you." Leevak roared, his face contorted with the threat of death. "TSK, TSK, TSK, do you take me for a child? If I spare you, you would not let me off either. So your only fate is death." As he spoke, the energy descended with ferocity. Boom. The searing energy engulfed his form, emitting a sizzling sound reminiscent of frying, along with a distinct aroma. As his screams gradually faded, Walker exhaled in relief. The energy he had unleashed was his entirety. If that did not eliminate his foe, it would only suggest that this individual was truly a child of destiny. Turning to the others, who were still incapacitated, he smiled, and with a wave of his hand, the energy wave engulfed them. They barely had time to scream before evaporating. Phew. This battle provided a commendable experience. He felt a sense of satisfaction. Just as he intended to depart, a thought struck him, and he clapped his hands. "Damn, I completely forgot to inquire how they discovered me. No matter. Let fate take its course. The priority is to hasten to Earth." With that thought, he soared back to his spacecraft and departed. Chapter 3. Sun Wukong Battles Cell on Earth. It was the 26th of May, 767 in the Age of the Gods, precisely noon, with 20 minutes remaining until the commencement of the Cell Games. The first to arrive at the venue were the host and the camera crew, with the host passionately narrating the unfolding events when a vehicle approached. As the car came to a halt, the one hailed as the world's strongest, Satan, made his entrance. Upon sighting Satan, the host was instantly exhilarated. Could anyone blame him? The savior had arrived. Satan ascended the stage and began to mock Cell, who did not even spare him a glance, while Satan pranced about like a jester, oblivious to his own lack of self-awareness, mistakenly believing that Cell feared him. The uninspired Satan departed from the arena as the host and camera crew approached him. Just as the host intended to conduct a brief interview, a sudden gust of wind howled around them, prompting their bewildered gazes skyward. What did they behold? Without any flying apparatus, a group of individuals soared through the heavens. Was this even scientific? As Sun Wukong and his companions descended gracefully to the ground, the host immediately inquired of Satan, "Mr. Satan, what was that? How did they manage to fly here out of nowhere?" Satan feigned a cough, theatrically explaining, "It is merely an illusion, a very fashionable trick this year. In the face of absolute power, it is utterly inconsequential." The host's eyes sparkled with realization, his previously anxious heart now at ease. As the townsfolk and city dwellers watching the battle erupted in cheers for Satan. As time quietly slipped away and the event was set to commence, Sun Wukong's group and the formidable Cell on the stage gazed skyward. A strange figure descended from the sky. Phew, just in time. Walker, clad in casual attire, arrived. He had reached Earth 3 days prior aboard a spaceship, having acquired his outfit directly from a shop. Over the past few days, he had amassed considerable combat power, totaling 14.5 billion, and only upon surpassing 600 million did the system recognize his transformation into a Super Saiyan. He turned to the long-awaited protagonists and offered them a slight smile. Of course, his gaze also fell upon Satan, a character he held in low regard, lacking any real strength, yet incessantly boasting. Were it not for Gohan marrying his daughter and thus gaining proximity to the mighty Goku, Satan would have surely met his demise countless times. The moment arrived. Cell's calm voice resonated, instantly altering the atmosphere. Under the host's fervent commentary, Satan took the stage first, performing an extravagant display with his disciple that ignited the audience's fervor. Walker pondered the source of Satan's inexplicable confidence. Did he truly believe that as long as he remained unembarrassed, others would feel no embarrassment? Once the flamboyant performance concluded, the battle commenced. Satan charged at Cell, unleashing a flurry of feeble attacks. Cell, barely glancing in his direction, effortlessly swatted him away. His focus lay solely on Goku and his companions. Allowing such a minor adversary to live was already an act of mercy. As Satan was sent flying, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. To avoid the cameras capturing this moment, he quickly wiped away the stains and feigned nonchalance as he rose to his feet. The host rushed forward, closely followed by the camera crew. "Mr. Satan, what just happened?" "Oh, it was nothing, merely a fleeting thought that distracted me. I will return to the fray after a brief rest. Let those fellows continue for now," he replied. The host nodded in bewilderment, and the audience accepted his words as truth. Walker found himself at a loss for words, as did Goku and his companions. Yet, despite their incredulity, the battle must go on. "Now, it is my turn to take the stage." Sun Wukong stretched his limbs, wearing an expression of excitement. "I've been waiting for you for a long time, Sun Wukong." A faint smile appeared on Cell's face. With a swift motion, as the gentle breeze swept through, Sun Wukong initiated the attack. He delivered a kick, which Cell blocked with his right arm, simultaneously launching a punch with his left hand. Sun Wukong quickly ducked to evade this strike and executed a technique akin to autumn leaves falling, toppling Cell. He followed up with a kick that sent Cell soaring into the sky, then swiftly appeared behind him, delivering a powerful knee strike to his back. A resounding impact echoed. Cell remained unperturbed, and the two engaged in a fierce hand-to-hand combat. "Is this what you call a skilled fight? Truly remarkable," Walker mused in admiration. Success. Obtained ultimate beam cannon after several days. He had come to understand the system. He could collect items up to 10 times a day, with most pickups being combat power. Occasionally acquiring other abilities, like the android technology 3 days prior and this skill today. However, he needed to wait a day for the 10 opportunities to reset. Whoosh. At that moment on the arena, Sun Wukong used his afterimage technique to deceive one of Cell's attacks. Realizing he had been tricked, Cell hastily assumed a defensive stance, though Sun Wukong managed to kick him away. Fortunately, Cell suspended himself mid-air. The display of their combat prowess left Mr. Satan and the host utterly astonished, their mouths agape in disbelief. As a professional host, he swallowed hard and regained his composure. "Mr. Satan, what do you think of their level of skill?" Mr. Satan exuded an air of confidence and composure, responding nonchalantly, "Mediocre. These are mere tricks. People nowadays pay less attention to the essence of martial arts." He sighed wistfully. Walker was at a loss for words. He could not comprehend the source of this man's unfounded confidence. Even the typically assured Vegeta seemed to pale in comparison. Indeed, this level of enigmatic confidence was not something ordinary individuals could possess. On the arena, both fighters surged with energy, significantly enhancing their power in this state. Walker took a moment to assess their combat strengths. Cell, battle power 38 billion. Not using full strength. Sun Wukong, battle power 36 billion. Super Saiyan at full capacity. From this point forward, battle power will only account for the protagonists, as others are considerably weaker. He then calculated his own battle power in Super Saiyan form, discovering it reached an astonishing 75 billion. Even after Cell's self-destruction and revival, his power was merely 60 billion. The disparity of 15 billion in battle power was insurmountable. Even with the boost from their energy surge, Cell would not surpass him. This realization painted a clear picture of a decisive advantage. Of course, one must consider that battle power alone does not determine the outcome, as various factors come into play. The overwhelming energy emanating from them caused the ground to tremble, and the wind forced the spectators to take several steps back, their expressions filled with disbelief. Was this truly the extent of Sun Wukong and Cell's power? The gap seemed rather substantial. Vegeta, filled with resentment, could not comprehend why. Despite being the prince of the Saiyans, he was consistently outshone by Kakarot, this lowly warrior. The bewildered Satan, who had just been sent flying, was at a loss for words. What was happening? Could things not proceed normally? For a fleeting moment, he even questioned whether these beings were truly human. However, he quickly dismissed the notion, asserting that they were indeed human, merely employing some form of trickery. After all, he was Satan, the world champion. What grandeur had he not witnessed? He continuously engaged in self-hypnosis, convincing himself that if he believed, all of humanity would follow suit. Meanwhile, on the arena, the two combatants commenced a new round of confrontation. They flashed into the air, with Son Goku unleashing the Kamehameha wave, only for it to be swatted aside by Cell with a single hand. Yet, this was merely a ruse. In a burst of speed, Goku appeared behind him, delivering a powerful knee strike to Cell's lower back. Cell, unfazed, swiftly retaliated with a punch, followed by a kick that sent Goku hurtling back onto the stage. Upon landing, the stone floor of the arena cracked under the impact. Whoosh, whoosh. They moved rapidly through the air, colliding with one another. Each punch resonated with such force that it shattered the clouds overhead, producing a thunderous roar. Gulp. The host wiped away the sweat from his brow, preparing to inquire of Mr. Satan when Walker could no longer contain himself and approached. The host, assuming Walker sought Mr. Satan's autograph, was about to express that the timing was inappropriate. However, Walker's fierce gaze and commanding aura sent Satan and his entourage reeling. What is he doing? Yamcha pondered aloud. Unclear, but it certainly doesn't bode well. Should we intervene? Krillin suggested. Mind your own business. Vegeta scoffed. Krillin was momentarily taken aback. Vegeta? Previously the epitome of wisdom, now bore an unusual intensity in his eyes. The events unfolding outside the arena did not affect the battle within. Walker stood before Satan, grabbing him by the collar and lifting him with an indifferent gaze. Let me make this clear. We are at a critical juncture for the fate of Earth. If you continue to prattle on, I will not hesitate to end you. With a snap of his fingers, a laser of energy struck the ground, creating a small crater that emitted searing heat. Releasing his grip, he cast Satan aside and returned to his previous position to observe the ongoing match. Chapter 4. I am like him at this moment. Satan's face turned pale, feeling as though he had come perilously close to death. How could this be? He was the world's strongest champion, Satan. Surely, this was an illusion, a trick involving a concealed weapon that had fired the laser. Yes, it had to be that way. Despite his fear, he continued to console himself internally. Should he accept the reality of what had just transpired, he would forfeit all his honors, wealth, and the allure of beautiful women, everything within his grasp. This was not the outcome he desired. Human nature is driven by desire. Once desires are magnified, they become impossible to retract. Unlike mere warriors, these individuals are dedicated to safeguarding the peace of Earth. Though they harbor desires, they also possess their own principles. Satan endeavored to calm his tumultuous emotions, taking several deep breaths before gradually rising to his feet. The host swallowed hard, standing up hastily to approach Satan, inquiring, Mr. Satan, who was that just now? With an air of nonchalance, Satan waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing, I was merely toying with him. Once I deal with that fellow named Cell, he will realize how absurd his previous actions were. Oh, I see. The host nodded in understanding, secretly admiring Mr. Satan's composure. Indeed, a world champion is a world champion, unlike the crude behavior exhibited by someone just moments ago. In the arena, the two competitors were locked in a test of strength, their formidable auras clashing as the stage began to shatter. Goku, you are even more formidable than my records suggest, remarked Cell. Is that so? You're not too shabby yourself, Goku replied. Suddenly, the two rapidly separated, and Cell smirked, raising his hand to unleash an energy wave. Faced with the swiftly approaching force, Goku remained unfazed. The energy wave merely passed through him, revealing that it was but an afterimage. With a powerful punch to Cell's abdomen, the latter hunched over momentarily, only for Goku to follow up with a spinning kick that sent him soaring into the sky. In an instant, Goku appeared above him. His fists clenched like hammers, crashing down with immense force. With a thud, Cell felt a wave of dizziness wash over him as he plummeted towards the ground, desperately attempting to halt his descent. Hee, did you just glimpse the hope of victory? Cell grinned at Goku. Spare me such trivial banter. You have yet to reveal your true strength. Goku retorted. Cell toyed with his ear. Aren't you also withholding your genuine power? Thus, the two engaged in a light-hearted exchange, leaving the spectators below somewhat bewildered at their casual conversation amidst the fierce battle. Only Gohan appeared noticeably concerned, aware that his father was far from Cell's match. Yet he could not fathom the source of his father's calmness. On a planet designated as number 1190, within a lavish palace, a robust extraterrestrial with 4 eyes wore a grim expression. Have you located the perpetrator who killed our second-in-command? His voice was chilling. His subordinates swallowed nervously. An elder member spoke up. We have obtained some limited information. According to the signals from the source insect, the culprit has ventured to the fringes of the universe, but the precise location remains unknown. The four-eyed alien nodded, identifying himself as Kibo, the leader of the cosmic pirate crew. Accelerate the search. I want you to dig to the depths of the earth to find the killer. Anyone who dares to strike at our cosmic pirate crew must face the consequences. The elder subordinate nodded and immediately set his team into motion. After their departure, he vanished as well. With a powerful kick, Goku sent Cell soaring into the sky once more, preparing to gather energy between his palms. Sun Wukong, do you not comprehend? I could easily evade your attacks. You are merely exhausting your energy in vain, remarked Cell. Sun Wukong, however, remained silent as the deep blue energy surged to its zenith. In an instant, he vanished, only to reappear right before Cell. With a forceful thrust of his hands, a terrifying wave of energy engulfed Cell. The searing blue energy obliterated his form. Sun Wukong swiftly returned to the arena, releasing a soft sigh. Meanwhile, a portion of Cell's body plummeted from the sky. Wukong executed that splendidly. Surely, this means victory, exclaimed Krillin, his face alight with excitement. Yamcha echoed his sentiments. Indeed, that fiend has lost half of himself. Wukong must have triumphed. Yet, the other warriors disregarded their enthusiasm, instead remaining tense and focused on the arena. Observing this, Krillin and Yamcha turned their gazes toward the stage, their pupils constricting in disbelief as they witnessed Cell's upper body regenerating from the destruction. This creature possesses my genes, thus he shall not perish easily, Piccolo noted grimly, his complexion paling. The group surrounding Satan was utterly dumbfounded. What they were witnessing seemed utterly fantastical. Cell had transcended the limitations of humanity, able to regenerate half of his body, truly monstrous. A flicker of trepidation crept into Satan's heart. He found himself questioning whether he could truly defeat this adversary. Disregarding Satan's concerns, Vok was thoroughly engrossed in the battle, absorbing numerous techniques from the clash of the two combatants. Acquisition successful, 50 million battle power attained. He exclaimed, "Oh, does this mean my battle power has reached the level of Super Saiyan 2? He felt a surge of joy. Not bad at all, Sun Wukong. That last move was truly formidable, nearly bringing me to my end," Cell chuckled. Sun Wukong merely smiled in response, remaining silent. Cell stretched, a peculiar sense of dissatisfaction gnawing at him. I have decided there is no need for a stage. The arena and rules are merely hindrances that prevent us from unleashing our true strength. With that, he unleashed a powerful aura, sending shockwaves that reverberated throughout the planet, causing the arena beneath them to crumble. The warriors instinctively retreated. Sun Wukong regarded Cell with a grave expression. This adversary intended to fight seriously. Ha! Sun Wukong, let me witness your true prowess, Cell taunted, swiftly closing the distance and launching a kick. Bang! Fortunately, Sun Wukong's reflexes were quick enough. He shielded his chest with both arms, sending himself hurtling like a projectile, crashing through massive boulders. Boom! Emerging from the billowing smoke, Sun Wukong met Cell's form, and they engaged in a fierce melee, their figures intertwining in a rapid exchange of blows. The tremendous energy generated by their battle rendered cameras and microphones inoperative. Yet, as a professional host, one could not be deterred by such minor setbacks. After a brief search, he produced a voice recorder and inquired of Satan. As the world champion, what is your assessment of the battle between these two individuals, Mr. Satan? Although he was eager to respond to the host's inquiry, a voice within him cautioned against it, urging him not to answer. After clearing his throat a few times, he remarked, "They are rather impressive." Receiving Mr. Satan's endorsement, the unknown fighter felt a swell of pride. High above, the tremendous powers of the two combatants clashed violently, stirring turbulent winds and raising a colossal sandstorm in their wake. After a fierce exchange, the landscape lay in ruins. With a powerful punch, Sun Wukong sent Cell soaring over 100 meters, causing him to skid along the ground and carve a deep trench. Panting heavily, Sun Wukong began to feel the strain of the battle. In a flash, Cell darted before him, delivering a knee strike that caused him to sputter. Seizing Sun Wukong by his clothing, Cell unleashed a flurry of heavy blows, sending him crashing into the mountainside. In an explosive burst of energy, Sun Wukong obliterated the surrounding debris and knelt, releasing his power. I concede, I surrender. The warriors were taken aback. They could scarcely fathom Sun Wukong uttering such words. So, I have come to a clear understanding of your strength, and thus, I choose to yield, Sun Wukong said with a smile as he rose. Are you certain you wish to surrender? Sun Wukong, do you realize that once you concede, this match concludes, and I shall annihilate all Earthlings? Cell warned. Before Sun Wukong could respond, an unfamiliar voice interjected, What are you rambling on about? Since the opponent has already acknowledged you, it's my turn now. Unbeknownst to them, Walker had approached Sun Wukong's side. Cell frowned. He had no record of this individual. Who are you? Walker smiled slightly and replied, I am akin to him. With that, he transformed into a Super Saiyan, unleashing a powerful aura that stirred the air around him. Walker's transformation startled the warriors, particularly Vegeta, whose expression darkened significantly. Aside from himself, Kakarot, and his brother Tarbell, the existence of another surviving Saiyan who could achieve Super Saiyan form was utterly preposterous. Moreover, he sensed this individual's power surpassed both his and Kakarot's. Damn it! Damn it! Vegeta clenched his fists, his pride suffering a tremendous blow. Back on the battlefield, Walker patted Sun Wukong on the shoulder and offered him a gentle smile. Sun Wukong, taken aback, returned the smile. Walker then soared towards Cell, confronting him. Is this it? Hey, someone bring a Senzu bean to restore Cell's strength. Wait. Are you joking? Do you have any idea what the consequences of such an action are? It took Wukong a great effort to. Yamcha began. Walker shot him a glance, silencing Yamcha. His gaze then shifted to Krillin, who looked to Sun Wukong for guidance. After a moment of contemplation, Sun Wukong nodded, leaving Krillin with no choice but to sigh in resignation. In his contemplation, the demise of Earth seemed to be an inevitable conclusion. He tossed the celestial beans to Cell, who caught them and, bewildered, glanced at Walker, murmuring, Are you certain you want me to consume these beans? Stop with the nonsense. Just eat them already. I still wish to engage you in a proper battle, Walker retorted. Given the insistence of his opponent, Cell had no choice but to comply, intending to demonstrate to Walker the meaning of regret. As he consumed the beans, he experienced a complete restoration in an instant. Very well, let us commence the second round, Cell. As you wish, came the reply. With a resounding roar, both combatants erupted with fervent energy. In the next moment, they collided, creating a whirlwind of dust and energy that transformed the sky and shook the earth beneath them. The sheer force of their clash generated a tempest akin to a tornado, sweeping across the desolate landscape that lay in ruins. The onlookers below stared in astonishment. Even Goku was taken aback by the revelation that this Super Saiyan might surpass his own. Bang! The two warriors exchanged blows, quickly retreating from one another. I never anticipated there would be another formidable contender aside from Goku, Cell remarked. Huh, you flatter me. If you were not such a villain, perhaps we could have been friends, Walker replied. Friends? What folly! I am the ultimate android, Cell, the epitome of perfection. I shall annihilate you all. Then proceed to obliterate the earth and reign supreme over the universe, Cell boasted with a hearty laugh. Walker chose not to engage in further dialogue, recognizing that dreams are meant to be pursued, though their realization is another matter altogether. With a swift motion, Cell launched a kick, which Walker blocked with crossed arms while seizing Cell's ankle and hurling him aside, unleashing an energy wave. The resonance of the earth echoed as smoke billowed around them. Cell surged through the haze, rapidly maneuvering behind Walker, his tail ensnaring Walker's form, with the tip aimed menacingly at his chest. Clang! Thankfully, Walker enveloped his chest with energy. Thwarting the assault, he countered with a powerful punch, the force of which sliced through the air and left a crimson mark across Cell's cheek. Cell retreated swiftly, launching a pinpoint energy blast. Boom! Walker deflected the energy with a single hand. Seizing the opportunity, Cell darted in front of him, delivering a colossal punch that struck with a deafening thud. Walker was sent crashing into a mountainside, resulting in a catastrophic collapse of the terrain. Moments later, Walker emerged unscathed, having seemingly brushed off the previous blow. Stretching his limbs, he jested, Have you not dined today? Or are you simply a weakling? Cell's expression darkened. Do you truly believe I cannot overcome you? That last attack was merely a fraction of my strength. Once I unleash my full power, this contest will conclude. Walker smirked. And so what? Rather than prattling on, why not reveal your true potential? Very well, you are quite audacious. Since you seek your demise, I shall oblige. With clenched fists, he began to gather energy, an unparalleled ferocity enveloping the sky amidst his thunderous roar. Boom, boom. Accompanied by his breath, A terrifying and unparalleled wave of energy surged forth, sweeping across the surroundings. Some massive boulders could not withstand the pressure and shattered, while the entire planet trembled. The sky transformed, waves roared, and electronic devices and glass in various buildings throughout the city exploded. People fled in all directions, with some proclaiming that the apocalypse was upon them. Humanity worldwide was engulfed in panic. What a monster! Cold sweat streamed down Clint's face. Damn that Cell. He actually possesses such power. Everything before was merely a game. Vegeta wore a displeased expression. Indeed, with my current strength, I cannot possibly defeat Cell. Sun Wukong chuckled self-deprecatingly. Among the warriors, only Son Gohan appeared relatively calm. He sensed that this Super Saiyan was capable of much more. A blinding golden light enveloped much of the sky, and as the illumination faded, Cell revealed himself, exuding a formidable aura. The system assessed Cell's current combat power. Cell, combat power 70 billion, remarkably stronger than in the original tale. This is intriguing. A smirk graced Walker's lips as he beckoned Cell forward. A symbol resembling a tic-tac-toe appeared on Cell's forehead, signifying his intense anger. This fellow clearly regarded him with disdain. In a flash, he appeared before Walker, delivering a powerful punch that drove half his body into the ground, followed by a relentless barrage of energy blasts. The dazzling light pierced the heavens, the earth trembled incessantly, and a cloud of dust enveloped the battlefield. Amidst the billowing smoke, Cell stood with his hands behind his back, confident that his recent assault had inflicted significant damage. Unfortunately, thoughts do not equate to reality. Hey, Cell, you've got some skill. That last series of blows left my hand numb, Walker remarked with a mischievous grin. Acquisition successful. Gained 200 million combat power. How outrageous. This guy dares to belittle him. To mock him. Do not get too pleased with yourself. In a flash, Walker and Cell engaged in an intense clash. Meanwhile, on planet 1190, the captain received a report. Captain, we have located the signal of the murderer who killed the second-in-command. The older subordinate reported respectfully. Kibo glanced at him, and the subordinate quickly added, the signal source is traced to a planet called Earth. Oh, Earth? Does this planet host any extraordinary races? The subordinate shook his head. According to our investigations, there are no formidable races on this planet, only some ordinary life forms. It can be deemed a worthless planet. Kibo nodded solemnly. Proceed at full speed towards Earth. I intend to tear that brat to shreds and then annihilate the planet. The subordinate respectfully acknowledged and departed. Earth, you say? Is this mere coincidence? Previously, he had heard rumors that Frieza and his father, King Cold, perished on Earth. In his eyes, Frieza was insignificant, primarily because his father, King Cold, was even stronger than he. Regardless of the truth, I am eager to discover who possesses such formidable power. With narrowed eyes and a surging aura, the entire palace trembled incessantly. The scene shifts back to Earth, where Walker and Cell were engaged in a contest of strength, their powerful energies stirring up clouds of dust. Remarkable. Although Cell had enhanced his abilities, that fellow did not fall behind. Could it be that his strength surpassed Cell's? Tien Shinhan pondered. It is not outside the realm of possibility. Perhaps he could annihilate Cell, Yamcha expressed with a gleeful countenance. Vegeta cast a sidelong glance at him and remarked, do not celebrate prematurely. Cell's power should be greater than this. For some reason, he harbored an unsettling feeling. Bang, bang, bang. The two figures collided repeatedly, each impact reverberating like thunder. After dozens of clashes, Cell suddenly soared into the distance, his hands gathering energy as he shouted, Solar System Kamehameha. Witnessing the terrifying wave of energy, Walker narrowed his eyes. In that fleeting moment, he finally launched his counterattack. Ultimate Beam Cannon. Boom. A fierce shockwave erupted above Earth, the chaotic energy creating endless ripples, causing the planet to tremble violently. The entire globe was tossed into disarray by the energy fluctuations. Walker intensified his energy output, instantly reflecting the Kamehameha back. Nanny! Cell gasped in astonishment, attempting to evade, but it was too late. Boom! The energy wave exploded in outer space, producing an incomparable brilliance. As the light faded, Cell's figure vanished from sight. Walker, with keen perception, chuckled, is that all? The so-called ultimate android possesses such meager strength? What a waste of the title. Though his voice was not loud, everyone below could hear him. No, this cannot be. They could no longer sense Cell's presence. Why would he say such a thing? Could it be that Cell still lives? Krillin swallowed hard. Yamcha shook his head in disbelief. There cannot possibly exist such a monstrous being. He has turned to ash. Resurrection is impossible. Yet, Gohan interjected. It is possible, just as he said. Cell has not perished. What? The group exchanged bewildered glances, unable to fathom Gohan's reasoning. Piccolo, as a concerned father, struggled to understand his son's thoughts. Thump, thump, thump. A sound akin to rhythmic drumming resonated. The warriors gazed at the sky in disbelief. This is how it should be. Walker smiled slightly, realizing that to eradicate him completely, he must allow Cell a moment of revival before destroying his core. Acquisition successful, Super Saiyan 2 transformation attained. A glint of determination flashed in his eyes. He had finally obtained the transformation into Super Saiyan 2. Now, in his normal state, his combat power was 1.9 billion, and in Super Saiyan form, it reached 95 billion. Thus, in Super Saiyan 2, his combat prowess must exceed 100 billion. Cell, my apologies, but this time you will truly perish. A smirk graced Walker's lips. Cell, you are arrogant. You think you are exceptional. Chapter 6. The arrival of experience. The howling wind swept through, engulfing the surroundings in a storm of sand. Threads of electric light erupted continuously from the swirling dust. A blinding burst of intense golden laser illuminated the horizon. Suddenly, a golden laser shot forth with astonishing speed. Walker snorted coldly, flicking his hand to deflect the laser, and propelled himself into the swirling dust with remarkable agility. In an instant, a thunderous collision resonated, dispersing the smoke in a colossal gust. The immense pressure from the impact forced the warriors to retreat. Damn it! What kind of monster has Dr. Gero created? Trunks' expression darkened. The disparity between this situation and what had occurred in the future was staggering. Ah, I see. Piccolo interjected. Everyone turned their gaze towards him. He continued, Isn't Cell composed of our cells? He must have survived the explosion, then harnessed the Saiyan ability to grow stronger upon revival. In other words, it is Piccolo and us Saiyans who have birthed the current form of Cell? Trunks appeared enlightened by this revelation. Piccolo nodded, conveying the essence of his thoughts. How could this be? Will he lose? Krillin slumped despondently to the ground. A heavy silence enveloped the group. At that moment, Goku spoke up. Gohan, it seems you will need to step up. Prepare yourself mentally. Young Gohan glanced at his father and nodded. Are you serious, Goku? Piccolo asked, his eyes fixed on him. Goku offered a reassuring smile, prompting Piccolo to refrain from further comments. Meanwhile, Mr. Satan and his companions hid behind a relatively intact boulder. The professional commentator continued to provide analysis, while Satan's 3 disciples were in awe of the commentator's expertise. They trembled with fear, whereas Satan stood frozen in shock, repeatedly reassuring himself that this was merely a dream. In the skies, the two sides faced each other. Ha! Thanks to your assistance, I have evolved to such a perfect state, Cell laughed maniacally. Walker chuckled in response. You're too kind. It was my duty. Cell's laughter abruptly ceased as he regarded Walker with a perplexed expression. Could this individual be out of his mind? However, the next words from Walker ignited a flicker of anger within him. After all, even with your evolution, you could never match my strength. Very well. Prepare to witness my terror, Cell declared, unleashing a formidable aura as golden flames blazed around him. System, check the combat power. Full power Cell 105 billion combat power. Heh. It seems you've grown significantly stronger, Walker remarked nonchalantly, unfazed by the revelation. Cell wasted no time, rapidly appearing before Walker and unleashing a deadly beam from his fingertips. In such close proximity, he doubted that Walker could evade it. To his surprise, Walker neither dodged nor defended himself. Heh. This signifies the acknowledgement of the chasm between us. A concession, perhaps. Yet, the truth is far from it. Buzz. An overwhelming aura erupted instantaneously, a terrifying gust of wind that forced the relentless assaults of Cell to retreat. The resounding energy resonated through the heavens and the earth, causing mountains to crumble and waves to surge backward. What is this? What kind of dreadful energy is this? Unbelievable. The crowd gasped in astonishment, for this presence was even more fearsome than that of Cell. Son Goku, with a grave expression, proclaimed, This is the Super Saiyan who has transcended the limits of Super Saiyan. Nanny. Vegeta and the others gazed at Son Goku in disbelief. Impossible. Kakarot. You must be jesting. Vegeta immediately countered, unable to accept such a notion. As the prince of all Saiyans, it would be one thing to be surpassed by a lower-class warrior, but to be outdone by an unknown Saiyan. who had achieved the status of a Super Saiyan beyond Super Saiyan, was a bitter pill to swallow. Ziz. Walker, enveloped in crackling electricity, beckoned him with a finger and smiled slightly. Ah, you shall pay. Energy converged between his palms, erupting into a Kamehameha wave stronger than ever before. Walker let out a low growl, unleashing the energy wave with a single hand. Boom! The ferocious energy swept across the sky, colliding to create a dazzling spectacle of light. The terrifying energy detonated with intense heat, causing the ground to collapse under the onslaught of ferocious winds. Boom! The powerful Kamehameha wave pushed back his opponent's attack, engulfing him entirely. In a brilliantly radiant explosion, Cell vanished into the void, howling in despair. Gulp! The warriors rose from the dust. He's gone, utterly vanished, remarked number 16. In his energy perception, Cell's life force had completely dissipated. The warriors exchanged incredulous glances, their expressions mirroring disbelief. Walker reverted to his normal form and landed. Acquisition successful, 1 seed of the divine being. Ah, splendid. Now can I plant it? The system space is now open. Would you like to plant it? Plant. Planting successful. Maturation time, 300 hours. He felt elated at this moment. Just then, the warriors approached him in unison. My friend, what is your name? Son Goku politely inquired. Walker smiled faintly. I am Walker, a Saiyan as you can see. Impossible. No joking around. As far as I know, very few Saiyans have survived, Vegeta retorted. I have lived on that planet. He recounted his experiences of life on that distant world. Upon hearing this, Vegeta fell silent. In the cosmos, on planet 1190. Captain, we are nearing Earth, reported an elderly subordinate with respect. Kopo raised an eyebrow, observing the projected imagery. He slowly stood and departed. On Earth, the conversation among the few paused, their expressions shifting as they gazed upward. What is happening? A formidable presence is approaching, one that rivals even the might of Cell. Piccolo's expression turned a shade of green. What on earth is happening? Why does it seem to attract such powerful foes? Tien Shinhan swallowed hard, and the group exchanged glances. At that moment, the voice of King Kai resonated. This is not good, Son Goku. The Cosmic Pirate Crew has arrived. What is the Cosmic Pirate Crew? Goku questioned, puzzled. Walker raised an eyebrow. The name sounded eerily familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. The leader of the Cosmic Pirate Crew, Beverly's, is even stronger than Cell, whom you just defeated. You must be cautious, King Kai warned. What? How could this be? Walker exclaimed, suddenly recalling something. The aliens he had previously dispatched had claimed to be members of the Cosmic Pirate Crew. It seemed they had come seeking him. They noticed Walker's unusual demeanor. He smiled reassuringly. Oh, it's nothing, merely a group of individuals here to provide some experience points. Experience points? That statement seemed to hold a degree of validity, considering the individual before them was a Saiyan capable of transforming into a Super Saiyan 2. Buzzing filled the air as a massive ship, radiating an immense aura, descended slowly from the void above. Creaking, the cabin door opened, revealing a throng of armed figures who formed 2 lines, a red carpet leading forth as a 4-eyed alien. Exuding an air of authority, stepped out. Chapter 7, The Galactic Championship. So you are the warriors of this Earth. Not too shabby, Koba remarked, casting a glance at them. You are members of the Cosmic Pirate Crew? Goku's gaze sharpened. Since you are aware of my identity, hand over the one who took my younger brother's life. His voice was cold. The warriors looked puzzled. Who was his brother, and who had slain him? Suddenly, their eyes shifted towards Walker. Walker shrugged. My apologies, but that was indeed me. I didn't expect him to come here, but as I mentioned earlier, he was merely here to provide some experience points. Koba squinted. Do you think by killing that waste, you stand a chance against me? He may have been foolish, but he was not someone you could vanquish. 2 beams of energy shot from his dimly glowing eyes. Walker raised his hand and swatted the energy beam away, the impact causing an explosion on the distant ground. Do you dare to resist? In an instant, Koba appeared before Walker, lifting his foot to strike him on the head. The kick seemed casual, yet concealed a terrifying force, causing the air to hum faintly. Boom. Walker raised his arm to block the attack, yet the tremendous force penetrated his body, sending him sprawling and kicking up a massive cloud of dust. Grasping Koba's arm, Walker delivered a fierce knee strike, sending him hurtling hundreds of meters away. Acquisition successful. 100 methods of blacksmithing. Upon hearing this, Walker nearly lost his balance. What on earth is this? Is it trying to make me a blacksmith? Hey, be careful, Goku warned. With a rippling force, a fist imbued with the power of 1,000 pounds tore through the air, hurtling towards him. As Walker tilted his head, a punch grazed his cheek, leaving a white mark, and a few strands of hair floated down. Evading the attack, he skillfully maneuvered behind his opponent and unleashed an energy wave that struck him, erupting into a cloud of thick smoke. From within the smoke, the sounds of fierce combat echoed. "Mr. Satan, was that a spaceship that just descended from the sky?" The host inquired of the world champion. At that moment, Mr. Satan appeared dazed, tears welling in his heart. It was not easy for him. He merely sought to impress. Yet why was it so difficult? Now, even extraterrestrials had arrived. This was spiraling out of control, and it could end in tragedy. The host called out to Satan several times before he snapped back to reality, clearing his throat dramatically. "Clearly, he is an actor, nothing more than a publicity stunt," he remarked. "Really?" the host asked, puzzled. "Of course it's real. Are you doubting Mr. Satan, questioning my master?" Mr. Satan's female disciple stated earnestly. The host shook his head repeatedly, offering an awkward smile, pondering how it was inconceivable that extraterrestrials existed. The warriors shifted their gaze to the sky. Bang, bang, bang. The thunderous sounds reverberated continuously. Bursts of energy erupted, creating a stunningly vibrant spectacle. Roar. Walker transformed into his Super Saiyan form, radiating overwhelming energy that forced Kopo to retreat swiftly. Narrowing his eyes at the dazzling figure before him, he recalled a legend. "So that's it. No wonder my foolish brother perished at your hands. You are the so-called Super Saiyan," he mused. "Huh. Even if you are a Super Saiyan, so what? You don't think I would be foolish like Frisia, do you?" Walker merely smiled, choosing not to elaborate further. Had it not been for Frisia's father, he would have fallen to Walker long ago. However, now that his father had also perished, Walker felt no reservations. "After eliminating you, the Super Saiyan, along with your companions and obliterating the entire planet, I shall ascend to become the ruler of the universe." With that declaration, his aura surged dramatically, the winds rising tumultuously. A chilling, blade-like gale erupted from him, sweeping in all directions. Roar. A presence equal to that of a Super Saiyan emanated from him. The system assessed his battle power. Kopo, 110 billion battle power. How strange, a leader of such strength has a surprisingly weak subordinate. Is this a case of cunning deception? Walker mused silently. The warriors felt the intensity of his aura and their expressions shifted. As the North Kai had stated, he was vastly superior to Cell. In a flash, the two figures engaged in an intense clash, their residual images flickering. Wherever they collided, the ground was left marred with gaping holes akin to craters. Aurora destruction wave. A bolt of electricity shot from his hand, hurtling towards Walker. With a low shout, Walker spread his arms, crimson energy erupting from his palms. Boom, boom, boom. The two colossal energy waves collided, sending ripples of energy cascading outward. In that moment, the atmosphere surged with power, shaking the very heavens and earth. The collision zone at the epicenter of the energy waves erupted with a force reminiscent of a nascent sun, radiating intense heat that scorched the earth, causing the ground to melt. In unison, the two combatants bellowed, amplifying their energy output. As their power escalated, the molten earth fissured, giving rise to vast chasms, with magma bursting forth to create an ocean of fiery substance. The minions of Satan were utterly paralyzed by fear. It was only with the assistance of the enigmatic 16th that they managed to preserve their lives. A thunderous roar resonated throughout the heavens and the earth. On the distant planet North, the king was astounded by the presence of such formidable mortals. They were indeed a rarity, a realization that left him utterly astonished. The king had previously investigated during the time of Frisia, seeking others as powerful as Son Goku, but his inquiries yielded no results. Yet now, an extraordinary individual had emerged, prompting him to ponder whether this being hailed from another galaxy, though he quickly dismissed the notion, for there seemed to be no science in those realms. Perhaps this was an opportunity. He had initially intended for Son Goku to be the champion, but now a superior candidate had appeared. Why not seize the moment? Back on Earth, the two adversaries had unleashed their energies to a critical point, laying waste to the land in a state of utter destruction. "It is time to conclude this," Walker murmured, pushing his energy to its zenith. In an instant, the once evenly matched confrontation began to tilt dramatically in his favor. "No, this cannot be. You cannot surpass me. I am the pirate king destined to dominate the entire universe." "Kobo," he shouted, his muscles swelling slightly, his aura surging just a fraction. Yet, such efforts were futile. With your meager strength, you aspire to conquer the universe? I can only offer you 2 words. Huh? Walker retorted disdainfully. The searing energy penetrated his opponent's energy wave, consuming him entirely. Walker deftly manipulated the energy wave, propelling both it and the adversary's spacecraft into the cosmos. A terrifying explosion resonated through the void of space, obliterating Planet 1190, the stronghold of the cosmic pirate faction, reducing it to mere dust, while Earth also experienced significant tremors. Moments later, tranquility returned. Walker exhaled a sigh of relief. He had nearly feared a disastrous outcome, but he had successfully redirected the energy wave. He approached Son Goku and his companions. Krillin produced a magic bean, which, once consumed, rejuvenated him entirely. Thank you, Walker. It's hard to imagine what Earth would have faced without you, Son Goku expressed gratefully. Walker waved dismissively. That fellow was seeking me. It was only fitting that I handle the situation. As for Cell, he was merely a convenient afterthought. The others exchanged glances. Feeling as though Cell had become a mere accessory, Son Goku scrutinized Walker, a gleam of intensity igniting in his gaze, which sent a shiver down Walker's spine. With a grin, he inquired, "What are your plans now, Walker?" After a moment's contemplation, Walker stroked his chin and shook his head. "For now, I shall remain on Earth." The brilliance in Son Goku's eyes intensified. "Certainly, it's great to stay, haha. I will trouble you to engage in battle with me. I aim to ascend to Super Saiyan 2. Walker nodded in agreement. "Humph. Kakarot, you shall not partake in this alone without me." Vegeta glanced at Walker, clearing his throat, and said somewhat insincerely, "I shall join as well, to help you enhance your combat experience." Walker chuckled, noting that Vegeta was, in some ways, changing. At that moment, Krillin's voice echoed, Shouldn't we first gather the Dragon Balls to restore Earth and resurrect those humans who were annihilated by the androids in Cell?" Everyone contemplated this and was indeed preparing to leave when the North Kai's voice resonated. "Please wait a moment." "What is it, Lord Kai?" Goku inquired. "It is this. An event has occurred that requires your attention." Walker pondered what might transpire. He recalled that in the original story, after Goku's demise, he merely participated in the Otherworld martial arts tournament, and nothing else significant happened. "It concerns the Galactic Championship, which is about to commence, and I wish to extend an invitation for you to participate." Walker felt puzzled, contemplating the nature of this interstellar competition. Could his presence have caused some butterfly effect? The others were equally perplexed. However, with the North Kai's explanation, they soon understood that the Galactic Championship was a contest among the 4 Kais vying for resources, with the top-ranking Kai gaining access to greater assets. "Very well, I accept and shall attend," Walker declared. Goku soon followed suit, and seeing this, Vegeta also acquiesced. As for Piccolo and the others, they deliberated for a moment before agreeing as well. Nonetheless, they decided to first gather the Dragon Balls and make their wishes. Thus, the group split into 2, one led by Goku to the Kai's planet, while Krillin and the others set off to collect the Dragon Balls. Observing Krillin's hasty departure, Walker shook his head slightly, thinking that women only slowed down the pace of action. Chapter 8. The gathering of experts begins on North Kai's planet. The 3 Saiyans made their appearance. "Thank you for your assistance," the North Kai expressed. "It's nothing, Lord Kai. You have aided me countless times," Goku replied, just as his stomach audibly protested, prompting an embarrassed scratch of his head. The North Kai sighed, having grown accustomed to Goku's frequent visits for meals. Soon, he proceeded to prepare a feast for everyone. After a short while, a bountiful array of delectable dishes was laid out. The 3 Saiyans wasted no time in indulging. Once they were satisfied, the North Kai remarked, "For this Galactic Championship, I will transform you into a spiritual state, making it easier for you to compete. I will preserve your physical forms, and once the competition concludes, you may return to your bodies." Walker was taken aback, surprised that the North Kai possessed such an ability. "Lord North Kai, will the separation of the soul from the body cause any harm to the physical form?" In response to Walker's inquiry, the North Kai exhibited no surprise, for it is only natural for a living being to harbor such concerns. "Rest assured, there will be no harm inflicted upon your corporeal forms. Rather, should fortune favor you in this tournament and you grow stronger, your souls will likewise gain strength upon their return. Moreover, the duration of existence outside the physical body varies, so there is no need to fret over the passage of time." Walker nodded in understanding, while Sun Wukong remained perplexed, and Vegeta pondered deeply. The North Kai's antennae twitched as he addressed Sun Wukong, stating that their wish had been fulfilled and he could now bring them forth. Wukong acknowledged this with a nod and vanished in an instant. Mere seconds later, he reappeared with his companions. The North Kai then recounted to them the same matters he had shared with Walker and the others, to which the group responded with eager acceptance. Since you all agree, please lie down, he instructed. One by one, they reclined, and the North Kai circled around them, completing approximately 5 rotations while muttering incantations and gesticulating with his hands. Apoka, Pakayi Aburitii. A wave of peculiar energy emanated from the North Kai's hands, enveloping Walker and his companions in an eerie aura. Suddenly, they felt a darkness descend upon them, followed by a sensation as though something were guiding them out of the shadows. After an indeterminate time within the gloom, they were abruptly greeted by light and stepped into its embrace, finding themselves on King Kai's planet. The North Kai exhaled, marveling. So this is the state of the soul? How wondrous. Walker touched the halo above his head, noting its remarkable elasticity. Very well, now we shall fly to King Yama's abode, he declared, preparing to depart. However, he was halted by Sun Wukong, who suggested, it's quite a distance to Uncle Yama's. I can use instant transmission. The group linked arms and vanished in an instant. Similar occurrences transpired across other King Kai planets, though they summoned souls from the underworld rather than the living realm. At the gates of Yama's palace, the North Kai led the group aboard a vessel toward the Grand Kai's planet. As the aircraft door opened upon arrival at the Grand Kai's landing pad, the group disembarked, immediately sensing an overwhelming array of formidable auras. Wow, are these auras from martial masters of the underworld? I never anticipated such strength from them, Sun Wukong exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. Some followed the North Kai into the Grand Kai's palace, while Walker, gazing at the Grand Kai's hall, felt an unsettling sensation of being observed. Peculiar. Though puzzled, he dismissed the notion, reassured by his own capabilities. After all, he had a system by his side. The North Kai briefed everyone on the matters to be mindful of, and soon thereafter, the West, South, and East Kais appeared alongside their respective contestants. The scene suddenly erupted with excitement as several kings of the realms engaged in a lively exchange of banter. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, a luminous sphere descended from the heavens, creating a billowing cloud of smoke upon impact. As the smoke dissipated, a stylish, elderly gentleman with white hair emerged. We pay our respects to the great king of the realms, a chorus of voices echoed in unison. A moment of surprise passed among Piccolo and the others, prompting them to kneel on one knee, while Son Goku stood there, dazed, until the North King gently tugged at his arm, compelling him to sit cross-legged. The great king wore a warm and amiable smile. All right, rise now. I can't believe 3,000 years have flown by, and we are about to commence a new galactic championship, he mused, turning to stroll into the building, followed by a throng of eager participants. The great king bounded ahead like a playful child, while Walker and the North King engaged in a discreet conversation, the latter nodding approvingly. Walker smiled, finding the North King to be quite amiable. Successfully acquired, gaining 200 million in battle strength, with 3 chances for further acquisitions remaining. He pondered what treasures the last 3 might yield. Although gaining battle strength was commendable, he yearned for something truly extraordinary. He opened his attribute panel, revealing a rather simplistic interface. Host, Walker, base battle strength, 1 billion, and that was all there was to it. Each glance at this attribute panel filled him with a tinge of sorrow, as others displayed far more elaborate details while his remained starkly bare. While he perused the system, the group had already reached the end of the corridor. The great king swung open a door, revealing a vast expanse of cosmic space. Following the great king, they traversed an indeterminate distance before finally arriving at the competition venue. All right, you all go and prepare, the great king remarked before vanishing. The 4 kings, accompanied by their respective contestants, settled into a waiting area, quietly anticipating the commencement of the match. After an unknown interval, the great king reappeared, now clad in a different outfit, and took his designated seat. The spectator stands were a sea of faces, teeming with spirits from the 4 celestial realms. Clearing his throat softly, the great king emitted a few coughs, instantly silencing the raucous environment to the point where one could hear a pin drop. I trust everyone understands the significance of this competition, yet I must remind you, friendship comes first, competition second. With that, he fell silent. At that moment, a mushroom-headed referee ascended the platform, microphone in hand, and proclaimed, "In this resource championship, based on the North King's suggestion, we have made some modifications to the rules. The written examination phase has been eliminated. Contestants are prohibited from attacking the audience and from utilizing any items other than their own martial arts techniques. Each galaxy shall dispatch 4 contestants, and in each round, we will randomly form teams for elimination. Falling off the platform or uttering the words I concede will result in disqualification. Now, let us invite the contestants to give their utmost in this competition. I hereby declare the first round of the competition, featuring Afton from the Eastern Galaxy against Burton from the Southern Galaxy. As the mushroom-headed host and referee's voice faded, the 2 competitors ascended the stage. The match commenced. With the referee's authoritative command, the 2 contestants engaged in a fierce confrontation. Chapter 9. The Clash of Titans. The fighters from the 2 galaxies exchanged blows with great intensity. However, it was the representative from the Eastern Galaxy who emerged victorious. The second round featured Holder from the Southern Galaxy facing off against Kyuk from the Northern Galaxy. As the mushroom-headed referee's voice echoed, the contenders took to the arena, ready to battle. The audience erupted with fervor, cheering loudly. Such formidable warriors from the underworld. I sense several formidable presences that rival our own, one fighter remarked. Indeed, it appears that one peak surpasses another agreed, as the warriors engaged in spirited discussion. The Grand Kai surveyed the arena, noting the abundance of promising talents among the 4 great galaxies, indicating a healthy momentum for their development. Who among the Kais would emerge victorious this time? He cast a glance at the 4 Kais and smiled, then shifted his gaze to the starry sky, sighing inwardly. Years had passed without a word. What had transpired? Blinking away his thoughts, he resolved to await the day when answers would reveal themselves. Boom. The arena was engulfed in dust as the Northern Galaxy contestant fell from the stage, granting victory to the Southern Galaxy. The battles continued, one after another, for over an hour. Next up was Bick from the Northern Galaxy taking on Cassiu from the Eastern Galaxy. It's my turn. Let me see just how powerful the Underworld's warriors truly are, Bick declared as he limbered up and stepped onto the stage. Cassiu, a middle-aged man of average build with only a few strands of hair atop his head, faced him. With the referee's signal, both combatants swiftly engaged. Bang, bang, bang. They exchanged numerous blows in rapid succession. Suddenly, Bick unleashed several magical clones to confuse his opponent. Yet Cassiu was no novice. After nearly a millennium in the underworld, he deftly performed a series of backflips, retreating to a safe distance before unleashing a wave of energy blasts. A cacophony of explosions engulfed the arena. Whoosh! Bick materialized high above, surveying the scene below. Suddenly, his expression shifted, and he swiftly turned, crossing his arms defensively. With a resounding crash, he descended onto the stage, creating a crater upon impact. As Cassiu landed, 2 energy beams erupted from the crater. Such trivial techniques. He scoffed as he concentrated his energy into his palm, deflecting the beams. In that instant, Bick's hand shot out from the crater, ensnaring Cassiu's body. Bick's arm gradually constricted. Damn it, Cassiu thought, taken aback by the Northern Galaxy contestant's unexpected prowess. Struggling several times only tightened Bick's grip, altering his expression. Emerging from the crater, Bick concentrated energy in his other hand and unleashed a powerful strike. Boom! The energy wave engulfed Cassiu and Bick's arm, as smoke and debris filled the arena. Plop! Kashi soared from the arena in a perfect parabolic arc, landing in a rather undignified position reminiscent of a dog feasting on refuse. Piccolo exhaled deeply, retrieving his fallen cloak from afar and donning it once more. He descended from the platform, rejoining his comrades. How does Piccolo feel? Inquired Son Goku. Indeed, he is formidable. Had it been my former self, I would have undoubtedly faced utter defeat. I see. It appears that true masters surpass even them. That is certainly the case. The 2 exchanged words in a lively manner. The referee announced, in this round, the victor is Piccolo from the North Galaxy. Next, we shall witness a battle between the South Galaxy and the West Galaxy contenders. The 2 fighters ascended the arena and commenced their duel. Time flowed like a gentle stream. Successfully acquired, an infinite culinary haven. What on earth am I to do with this? He pondered, just as the referee's voice resonated once more. In this round, Walker from the North Galaxy faces off against Dabius from the West Galaxy. Walker momentarily set aside his thoughts and stepped onto the platform, while Dabius, a bug-like humanoid standing approximately 1.7 meters tall, greeted him with hands clasped and a slight bow. "I look forward to your guidance," Dabius declared. Walker responded with a warm smile. As the referee's voice echoed, Dabius flitted forward like a specter, executing a side kick aimed at Walker's face. Walker raised his hand to block the strike and seized Dabius's ankle, propelling him into the sky where he collided with several stars. Regaining his composure, Dabius charged back with fervor. Walker transformed into his Super Saiyan state, unleashing a golden energy wave, to which Dabius responded with a similar attack. The two waves clashed with a resounding explosion, enveloping the arena in smoke once more, followed by a flurry of combat sounds. At this moment, King West approached King North with great enthusiasm, a mischievous grin upon his face. "King North, which galaxy do you believe will emerge victorious this time?" King North regarded him warily. Despite King West's diminutive stature, he possessed a cunning mind. "I have no idea," King North replied, shaking his head. King West chuckled. "Is it that you truly do not know, or are you simply too afraid to contemplate it?" "Who knows? I certainly do not," King North said, his expression one of impatience. "Do not be vexed. How about we place a wager? I knew you had something up your sleeve. Speak plainly, what shall we wager?" A gleam of mischief flickered in King West's eyes. "Let us wager on which galaxy will triumph. If my fighter prevails, you shall relinquish your North Star. Conversely, should you win, I shall yield my West Star. What say you?" King North feigned contemplation, wearing a troubled expression, though internally he was elated. After all, with fighters like Walker and Son Goku on their side, what was there to fear? "Very well, I shall agree to your terms, but I hope you do not back out." King North reluctantly acquiesced. "Rest assured, I shall not retract my words," King West replied, delight gleaming in his eyes. The last time the North Kai faced defeat was at the hands of Walker, and this time was no exception. On the arena, Walker executed a series of agile maneuvers, evading all of his opponent's attacks, and stood at the edge of the stage, yawning. "You insolent fool." Dabius seethed with barely contained fury, realizing that Walker was toying with him. Initially, he felt confident during their battle, but as it progressed, he sensed something amiss. Each of his subsequent strikes was deftly sidestepped by his opponent. What he initially thought was mere coincidence now seemed to be a deliberate mockery. "Do not underestimate me," he declared, channeling energy into his palms. Super energy wave. The energy surged forth like a cascading waterfall. Walker, seemingly unfazed, unleashed a golden energy wave with a single hand. In an instant, the energy wave expanded rapidly, colliding with Dabius' attack. A thunderous roar echoed as the arena shook, a brilliant light enveloping the entire venue, causing the spectators to shield their eyes from the blinding radiance. After a moment, as their vision cleared, they heard the sound of something crashing down. When normalcy returned, they looked towards the arena, only to find that it was none other than Dabius from the West Galaxy who had fallen. The crowd fell silent for a few seconds before erupting into a thunderous ovation. Walker exited the arena and rejoined his team. The mushroom-headed referee, having regained his composure, announced, "In this round, the victor is Walker from the North Galaxy." As time passed, the competition grew increasingly thrilling, with formidable fighters like Son Goku and Vegeta taking to the stage. Fortunately, they were among the elite in the mortal realm, so their battles were relatively effortless. However, they understood that they had yet to encounter true masters. A fierce struggle would be inevitable. After more than half an hour, the sound of drums and gongs filled the air. The referee declared, "The first round of the elimination tournament has concluded. Next, we will proceed to the quarterfinals, followed by the semifinals, and then the finals. Additionally, there will be a 30-minute break before the start of the 12 finalists round." The elite competitors from various galaxies, having survived the elimination rounds, eagerly prepared for the upcoming matches. Chapter 10. The Finals, Part 1. Son Goku approached the North Kai and inquired, "Mr. North Kai, could you procure some food? I'm famished." He patted his growling stomach. The North Kai looked at Goku, somewhat exasperated, wondering how he could think of food at such a moment. He glanced at the Grand Kai, who chuckled heartily. "I have already arranged for it." With that, he clapped his hands, and soon several chefs wheeled in food carts. Goku's eyes lit up at the sight, and he dashed over eagerly, observing Goku's enthusiasm. The Grand Kai laughed even more, not in mockery, but in amusement at Goku's charm. Goku sat at the table, devouring the feast voraciously, and shortly thereafter, Walker and Vegeta joined him in the culinary delight. Naturally, having transformed into a Saiyan, Walker possessed an appetite as formidable as that of any Saiyan. Half an hour quietly slipped away, and the referee announced the commencement of the top 12 tournament. In the opening match, Toya from the Southern Galaxy faced off against Chabucha from the Eastern Galaxy. The two competitors ascended the stage and commenced their fierce battle, with the sounds of their clashes resonating intensely. A few minutes later, Toya emerged victorious. However, this did not guarantee him a place in the top 12, as numerous seed-level contenders remained. Only those who distinguished themselves among the seed-level competitors could truly claim the title of the top 12. Time continued to pass unnoticed, and the next round featured Vegeta from the Northern Galaxy contending against Haibuten from the Western Galaxy. As they took to the stage, it was evident that Haibuten was a one-eyed fighter. The two opponents assumed their stances, and at the referee's command, Haibuten's singular eye flashed with a brilliant light as he stepped forward and vanished in an instant. Remarkably swift, Vegeta, refusing to underestimate his opponent, transformed into a Super Saiyan. After all, he had spent a millennium training in the underworld. To lose without showcasing his strength would be utterly humiliating. Vegeta sensed the energy around him and sprang into action. Suddenly, their massive fists collided, creating a sound that reverberated through the air. Haibuten crouched low and executed a sweeping kick. With a powerful contraction of his leg muscles, Vegeta successfully blocked the attack. Seizing the opportunity, he raised both hands and unleashed a devastating final flash, a torrent of immense energy surging forth, causing the air to crackle with tension. Yet, Haibuten was not to be underestimated. His eye emitted a fierce laser beam. The collision at such close range sent shockwaves through the atmosphere, causing violent gusts to radiate outward like tumultuous ocean waves. The ground fractured beneath them. Both fighters simultaneously roared, their energies surging as the clash of lasers and energy waves produced a cataclysmic explosion. The energy waves spiraled upward, forming several miniature whirlwinds that swept in all directions, though the enlarged arena prevented them from spilling out. With a swift motion, both warriors emerged from the smoke of the explosion, their forms blurring as they darted and collided upon the stage. Haibuten's fighting prowess was equivalent to that of a Super Saiyan at the second stage. Yet he remained no match for Vegeta. Unlike in the anime, it appeared that formidable opponents abounded, Walker mused. As if echoing Walker's thoughts, Vegeta unleashed his true Super Saiyan power, sending his opponent crashing off the stage with a resounding final flash. After winning this round, he exited the arena, and the next match began without delay. 2 hours passed, and at last, the top 12 were determined. The representatives from the 4 great galaxies included Butenos, Getnir, and Guppy from the Southern Galaxy, Creel and Akoya from the Eastern Galaxy, Rib Rice, Maliko, and Orihari from the Western Galaxy, and Walker, Son Goku, Vegeta, and Son Gohan from the Northern Galaxy. The Northern Galaxy boasted the highest representation, with 4 contenders among the top 12. We are about to commence the semifinals, where only 4 contenders shall advance to the finals. Among the 12 elite competitors, which 4 will emerge victorious? Let us await the outcome with bated breath. In the first round of the semifinals, the valiant Akoya from the Western Galaxy faces off against the formidable Sun Wukong from the Northern Galaxy. On the sidelines, a voice exclaimed, "Heh, I never expected to be the first to compete." Sun Wukong stretched his limbs and stepped onto the arena. The Eastern Galaxy's Akoya, albeit trembling, ascended the stage. "Akoya, you must secure victory in this battle. Should you fail, you shall face my wrath," commanded the East King. The mere thought of the king's punishment sent a shiver down Akoya's spine, transforming his initial trepidation into a steely resolve. Thus, the two combatants commenced their duel. After a mere 10 minutes, Sun Wukong claimed victory without even transforming into his Super Saiyan form. This was unexpected. He had changed forms. Yet his opponent had been dispatched from the arena. How had the other managed to reach the top 12? Shaking his head, he exited the stage as the competition continued. A few rounds later, Walker entered the arena, facing the Southern Galaxy's Butenos, a dog-headed warrior. Walker mused, checking the system for his opponent's combat power. Butenos. Combat power, 140 billion. Remarkable. Indeed, stronger than Lightning Cell. Walker thought to himself. Butenos raised an eyebrow, sensing something unique about Walker. He offered a smile, to which Walker returned a nod. The two sprang into action, their afterimages flickering. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, they collided numerous times. With a deft movement, Butenos narrowly evaded Walker's punch by a hair's breadth, retreating while swiftly circling behind to deliver a kick. Walker pivoted, raising his hand to block the attack, and promptly seized Butunus's ankle. He then unleashed a powerful punch aimed at Butunus's face. The latter slightly tilted his head, feeling the rush of wind as the punch grazed his cheek, leaving a faint mark. Walker, unwilling to squander time, transformed into Super Saiyan 2. A formidable aura enveloped the arena, causing the ground to tremble. What? The West King below the arena was astonished. Such strength resided within the North King's domain. He swallowed hard, glancing at his own galaxy's competitors. When his gaze fell upon Rib Rice and Orihari, a sense of calm washed over him, particularly as he lingered on Orihari for a moment longer. In that instant, his confidence was rekindled. What an impressive aura! Butunus observed Walker with a grave expression. Though he appeared serious, he showed no signs of fear. Rather, his eyes blazed with the fire of battle. Roar! He too erupted with a fierce energy. Yet upon comparison, the disparity was stark. Despite Butunus's combat power reaching the Super Saiyan 2 level, the essence of their energies revealed a significant gap. It was akin to comparing two individuals, one with slightly more strength than the other. The difference was insurmountable. Swish! Suddenly, he vanished, his speed surpassing even his previous swiftness. However, Walker managed to catch a glimpse of his trajectory. With a mere flick of his wrist and a forward lunge, he executed two simple yet profound movements, successfully seizing him from his high-velocity state. Brutus was taken aback. Goodness, he was pulled from such a rapid motion. What immense strength must that require? And did his hand not ache? Was there no risk of fracture? Observing Brutus's astonishment, Walker sighed, bemused by his overreaction. For he could not fathom the true strength that came with achieving Super Saiyan 2. Just as Walker prepared to resume his assault, Brutus conceded defeat. He possessed a keen self-awareness. While undeniably powerful, he recognized that the preceding maneuver was beyond his capabilities. Walker descended from the stage, and the referee declared the victor, ushering in the next round. After several more matches, the top 12 had concluded. Advancing to the semifinals were Walker from the North Galaxy, Son Goku, and Vegeta. Notably, Son Gohan fell to Orihari from the West Galaxy. Following them were Gedanir from the South Galaxy, and Orihari alongside Raboku Fan from the West Galaxy. The referee, holding the list, announced the names of those advancing to the semifinals, then added that the 6 competitors would draw lots, with one contestant receiving a bye into the finals. After this, a ghostly staff member wheeled in a cart adorned with a cup containing several bamboo-like sticks. Each of the 6 participants approached to draw one. The referee examined each slip and subsequently declared that the contestant drawing the bye was Walker from the North Galaxy, granting him direct passage to the finals. Walker was momentarily bewildered by his fortuitous luck. After the drawing, the competitors departed the stage, awaiting the commencement of the semifinals. Chapter 11. Finals, Part 2. After a brief intermission of half an hour, the semifinals finally commenced. The first bout featured Raboku Fan against Vegeta. Upon the referee's signal to begin, they exchanged no superfluous words. Raboku Fan delivered a straightforward fist strike. Yet, this seemingly unadorned attack unleashed a tremendous force, causing the air to explode with intensity. Vegeta's pupils constricted as he swiftly transformed into a Super Saiyan to block the blow. The powerful impact forced him back several steps. Regaining his stance, he retaliated with a powerful palm strike. Boom! As their hands collided, the atmosphere erupted like a tranquil lake disturbed by a stone, sending massive waves into the air. In the instant of collision, Vegeta's body jolted, and a section of the arena collapsed beneath his feet. In a flash, Raboku Fan multiplied into several afterimages, encircling his opponent. A mere trick. Vegeta's eyes sparkled with determination as he scanned his surroundings, suddenly igniting with fierce intent. Whoosh! Whoosh! He unleashed 2 energy blasts. Boom! Boom! The energy waves detonated upon impact with the arena, creating small craters. Raboku Fan revealed his form, and Vegeta surged forward, delivering a powerful punch. Bang! Blocking the attack, he leaped backward a considerable distance. It is quite impressive to possess such strength. Ribs Rice removed his weighted clothing, stretching his muscles with a faint smile. In an instant, he darted away with a speed so swift that no afterimage remained. Such astonishing speed. Vegeta felt a jolt of surprise, yet revealed no sign of fear. With a step forward, he too vanished. A series of intense combat sounds reverberated throughout the arena. That individual known as Ribs Rice is formidable. His speed surpasses even Vegeta's. Krillin could hardly believe it. He had witnessed the opponent's combat prowess before, but never imagined that without the weighted clothing, he could achieve such velocity. I have a feeling Vegeta may lose this match, Piccolo remarked quietly. As the battle on the stage approached its climax, Ribs Rice crouched low, raising his hands and shouting, "Thunderbolt Cannon!" A fiery shockwave erupted forth. Vegeta unleashed his ultimate move. The final flash. Two beams of intense energy collided mid-air, resulting in a spectacular explosion that illuminated the sky. The searing flames and golden energy intertwined and detonated. A blinding light pierced the eyes of the spectators, followed by the sharp sound of an explosive blast. After a considerable time, as the dust settled, the audience regained their sight, only to be astounded by the scene before them. The arena was riddled with craters, and the central area where the two energies clashed had collapsed into a pit, wisps of heat rising continuously. Cough, cough. At that moment, a coughing sound broke the silence, and everyone turned to see Vegeta slowly rising to his feet. The contestant Vegeta has fallen outside the arena. This round is won by contestant Ribs Rice. The referee, regaining his composure, promptly announced the result of the match. Vegeta grimaced, returning to his team with evident reluctance. Ribs Rice exhaled, feeling that it was quite a close call. Fortunately, his opponent was slightly weaker. Otherwise, the outcome could have been quite different as he exited the arena. The Grand Kai, seated above, waved his hand, using his powers to restore the arena. The second round would see the competitors from the West Galaxy and the South Galaxy face off. Item successfully acquired. Pillar of Heaven. Wait, system, are you sure you didn't pick up the wrong item? He couldn't help but mutter to himself, wondering if this was meant for that particular purpose. However, the system paid him no mind. This time, he opened his system backpack. Inside lay 3 items, 2 books, and a house. He recognized the house as the Infinite Culinary House. As for the 3 books, one was titled 100 Methods of Blacksmithing, the second was Pillar of Heaven, and the last was a complete set of android technology. First, he glanced at 100 Methods of Blacksmithing. Goodness, I thought it was something else. It turns out to be about body forging. Initially, he had assumed it was a guide for blacksmithing. The name was quite misleading. He clicked to use it, and in an instant, an immense surge of energy flooded into his current state, enveloping him in a warm sensation. Aside from that comforting warmth, he felt nothing else. What on earth, system? Are you trying to trick me? However, the system remained indifferent, leaving him feeling quite helpless. He then turned his attention to the introduction of the book A Tall Pillar Supporting the Sky. After finishing his reading, he found himself speechless. What a deceptive title, he mused. In truth, this book was intended to enhance one's vitality and spirit. Yet, a tinge of disappointment lingered. He quickly dismissed the thought. What would he, a person of such purity, need with such abilities? He was resolute and certain. After all, the Saiyan physique was already remarkably robust. Acquiring such powers would be akin to turning him into an indomitable beast. He dared not even entertain the notion. Shaking off these thoughts, he proceeded to utilize the book. A flash of white light enveloped him, and he felt a certain elevation in his soul's state. Yet, that was the extent of it. Everything else remained unchanged. Forget it. He sighed internally. You may collect as you wish. He then recalled that his collection attempts had reached 10, meaning he would need to wait a day. However, the flow of time in the underworld differed from that of the living realm. Just then, the system, which had always neglected him, spoke up. This system can disregard the temporal rules of both realms. All right, you are impressive indeed. The second and third rounds on the arena concluded, leading into the fourth round, where Sun Wukong faced off against Orihari. Notably, the combatants in the third round had both lost. Those two were Gitnil from the Southern Galaxy and Vegeta. After 2 consecutive defeats, Vegeta was in a foul mood. Had it not been for Walker restraining him, he might have erupted in anger. Returning to the arena, the 2 opponents faced each other. I know you're strong, but I will not concede so easily, Sun Wukong declared, bracing himself. Orihari chuckled softly. With the referee's call and the sound of the gong ringing out simultaneously, both combatants sprang into action. What ensued was an intense and dazzling exchange of attacks and defenses. After several rounds, the arena lay in ruins. Kamehameha. At that moment, Sun Wukong, having just reappeared, unleashed the Kamehameha wave. You think I can't evade at this distance? In the next instant, Sun Wukong flashed before him, reminiscent of his encounter with Cell. Orihari was taken aback. His opponent still had such a trick up his sleeve. Nevertheless, he was not to be underestimated. Withstanding the blow, sustaining only superficial injuries. What? He actually absorbed Wukong's Kamehameha? Yamcha and Tien were incredulous as they gazed at Orihari. Vegeta scoffed. It's nothing to write home about. Impressive, Wukong. I must regard you with newfound respect. I, too, shall take this seriously, Orihari grinned, revealing his gleaming white teeth. Clenching his fists tightly, he began to gather energy, a purple-gray aura spreading across the arena. As a powerful tempest surged forth, sweeping over the stage. Orihari, combat power 145 billion, yet to unleash full strength, with a staggering combat power of 145 billion, and still holding back. Could he truly rival my prowess? Indeed, the underworld is teeming with exceptional talents. Walker's eyes sparkled with intensity. Upon his explosive display of energy, Sun Wukong felt an immense pressure. Remarkable. I am utterly exhilarated, aha. Sun Wukong, undeterred, unleashed his full power, erupting with the total energy of Super Saiyan. Under Walker's watchful gaze, he forcefully elevated his combat power to 110 billion. Whoosh. Once more, the two engaged in a fierce clash. The arena shimmered with brilliant light as they ascended to the skies, the sound of their collisions echoing like thunder, shattering several decorative planets nearby with the force of their impact. Minutes later, they descended to the ground, Sun Wukong panting heavily while his opponent remained calm and composed. I never anticipated the gap to be this vast, I concede. With a wry smile, Sun Wukong leapt off the arena. As a result of his voluntary concession, Orihari was declared the victor of this round, advancing to the finals. The West Kai smirked, casting a triumphant glance at the North Kai, as if to say, prepare to lose to me. The North Kai retorted with a defiant glare, implying that the outcome was still uncertain. After a brief half-hour intermission, the finals commenced. Chapter 12, Victory, Realm Core Fruit. I can sense that you have yet to reveal your true strength up to this point, correct? Orihari smiled. What are you implying? Let us engage in this final battle with our full might. For the sake of exhilaration, Orihari proposed. Agreed. Let me witness your true capabilities. The two took their stances, their energies surging and wildly escalating. Their auras collided, igniting arcs of electricity. Orihari, 182 billion combat power. This is his full combat potential. Indeed, formidable. The two moved like phantoms, clashing relentlessly. Bang, bang, bang. The arena was awash with flickering light, and the spectators struggled to keep pace, their senses barely catching fleeting glimpses of the action. Is this what a battle of titans looks like? Truly astonishing. Yamcha gulped nervously. These two are nothing short of monsters. Even beyond that, Krillin asserted confidently. Go for it, Orihari. The West Kai exuberantly cheered, his animated gestures appearing to others as if he wished to join the fray himself. On the arena, what a rarity, truly a rarity. Orihari chuckled, suddenly retreating a distance. Then, like an arrow, he surged towards Walker, his speed creating a sonic boom and leaving a vacuum in his wake. Walker narrowed his eyes and launched a punch. Bang! The seemingly mundane collision of fists caused the air to lag for moments before emitting a deafening rending roar. Whoosh! Orihari unleashed a wave of energy. Walker did not evade. Instead, he seized the energy wave and crushed it with his bare hands. Thick smoke enveloped the arena as both combatants engaged in yet another fierce battle, exchanging blows with remarkable skill and agility. Below, Sun Wukong clenched his fists, feeling an exhilarating rush of blood coursing through his veins, yearning to join the fray. However, he recognized the futility of such a desire and resolved to intensify his training to surpass Walker. Meanwhile, Vegeta was equally stirred. Piccolo, sensing something amiss, glanced at Sun Wukong and Vegeta, a faint smile unconsciously gracing his lips. Ha! It has been 1,500 years since I have felt such exhilaration. Bring it on. I want to fight to my heart's content. The two warriors retreated momentarily before charging at each other once more. Their arms collided with a force that unleashed a tremendous power, causing the reinforced arena to crack like a spider's web. After a brief contact, they separated again. And in that fleeting moment, brilliant rays of energy erupted. The audience was bombarded by a series of violent explosions, nearly deafening them. The pair soared into the sky, commencing a fierce exchange of energy techniques. Various luminous orbs flickered and splattered in the air. Fortunately, the spectators were formidable in their own right, combining their energies to form a protective barrier. Had they been struck, the consequences would have been dire. Neither combatant gained a substantial advantage from their initial onslaught. As they landed, Orihari let out a muffled groan, forcefully suppressing the boiling blood within him. "This is my final move," he bellowed, his palms converging with immense energy. Ultimate energy wave. Final light cannon. Boom. A thunderous light storm assaulted the eyes of the onlookers. After what felt like an eternity, tranquility returned. "What happened? Who emerged victorious?" murmured the crowd, perplexed by the thick haze obscuring their view. "I can't sense either of their auras. Could they both have perished?" Krillin's expression shifted. Concern etched across his face. At that moment, Sun Wukong interjected, "They should be fine. After all, the Kais have remained silent." The Grand Kai, seated above, smiled knowingly at the unfolding spectacle. In the cosmos, two figures hurtled backward at great speed. "Curse it!" Orihari roared, struggling to stabilize himself. But he could not halt his momentum. Meanwhile, Walker expended his energy, shattering several stars before finally coming to a stop. After taking a few deep breaths, he vanished in an instant. Rather than returning to the arena, he charged directly toward Orihari. Orihari, having landed upon the celestial wall, finally came to rest. Mere seconds after stopping, Walker was upon him, delivering a powerful punch to his face. Ugh! Orihari was propelled back at an even greater speed, crashing into the ground with a tremendous impact that created a vast crater. Walker descended shortly thereafter. As the dust settled, the audience beheld the scene before them. The referee promptly declared the outcome of the match. Walker from the North Galaxy emerged victorious in this galactic championship. For a brief moment, silence enveloped the arena before erupting into fervent cheers. "We won. Ha! We won." The North Kai laughed heartily, hands on his hips. The West Kai's expression resembled that of someone who had just tasted something unpleasant, his face clouded with discontent. The North Kai swiftly approached, a smile on his face, reminding him, "Do not forget to fulfill your promise." Taking a few deep breaths, the West Kai nodded, though inwardly, he wept silently. Walker descended from the arena, while Ori emerged from the pit. They stood facing each other and shook hands. "I was still one move short," Walker admitted. "But this is merely temporary. Next time, I shall triumph over you." Ori's gaze was intense as he regarded Walker, who nodded in response. At that moment, the Grand Kai rose and declared, "It is time for me to allocate resources." Upon hearing this, the four Kais stood before him, their postures straightened. Just as the Grand Kai was about to speak, the North Kai interjected, Grand Kai, what is it?" He continued, "After careful consideration, I think I shall forego the resources. Managing the galaxy is quite arduous, and it is sufficient for now to develop gradually." The other three Kais looked at the North Kai in astonishment. The Grand Kai cast a sidelong glance at him, narrowing his eyes slightly. "Very well, we shall proceed as you wish." The North Kai bowed respectfully. After the formalities, he exchanged a few words with the West Kai, who then smiled. The Grand Kai glanced at Walker and beckoned him over. Walker, puzzled, thought, "Why is the Grand Kai calling for me?" He approached with a hint of confusion. "Come with me." "Oh, wait, Grand Kai, what did you just say? You want me to follow you?" The Grand Kai wore a warm smile, confirming that Walker had indeed heard correctly. But what could the Grand Kai want with him? It seemed the Grand Kai could see through his thoughts as he reassured, "Do not worry, they will wait for you." After a brief moment of silence, Walker followed the Grand Kai. Their departure was instantaneous, as they teleported together. They appeared on a colossal planet radiating a soft golden glow, where a magnificent tree with lush foliage stood. This tree bore numerous fruits, a blend of green and red. Suddenly, a flash of white light enveloped them. Walker and the Grand Kai materialized. Walker blinked, bewildered by his surroundings. "Welcome to the Kai Core Star." Walker was taken aback. He recalled having read about this place in records from his previous life. It was indeed the birthplace of the Kai. His gaze turned towards the fruits on the tree, and he pondered, could these fruits represent the juvenile forms of the Kai? The Grand Kai remarked, "It seems you are familiar with our Kais." A pang of anxiety gripped Walker's heart, but he maintained a smile, replying, "I learned about it while wandering the cosmos, through the notebook of a deceased witch." The Grand Kai chose not to elaborate further, quietly observing the tree as a silence enveloped the atmosphere. After a few moments, the Grand Kai waved his hand, and a rather unripe fruit floated before Walker. "Grand Kai, what is this?" Walker was mystified by this unexpected turn of events. "Consume it," the Grand Kai instructed. Walker hesitated, unsure of the Grand Kai's intentions and the purpose behind this peculiar request. "Rest assured, there is no danger to you. Rather, It will prove beneficial for your future. This is merely my bargaining chip. Observing Walker's hesitation, the Grand Kai candidly revealed his reasoning. As Walker contemplated the Grand Kai's sincere demeanor, his mind raced with thoughts. Yet he could not fathom what this so-called bargaining chip entailed. Blast it! I am a man with a system. I fear nothing. Resolute, he decided to consume the fruit. In an instant, a peculiar yet warm energy enveloped him. A look of enjoyment graced his face, but before he could fully savor the experience, the warmth dissipated. You have tasted the pleasure, yet not completely enjoyed it. The Grand Kai subtly nodded in acknowledgement. Very well, I shall take you back now. As soon as the words left his lips, they vanished in an instant. Chapter 13. Galactic Patrol outside the Grand Kai's palace. The North Kai and others awaited Walker's return. In a flash, the Grand Kai and Walker materialized. The North Kai bowed respectfully to the Grand Kai, who nodded in acknowledgement before turning to depart. The North Kai and Sun Wukong returned to King Kai's planet. Prepare yourselves, I shall send you back shortly. They stood before their own bodies as the North Kai began to wield his powers once more. Moving counterclockwise, he recited the incantation. Suddenly, darkness enveloped them, and they fell backwards. Time passed quietly. Gradually, they opened their eyes, stretching their limbs and producing sounds reminiscent of sizzling beans. What a refreshing sensation. Yamucha displayed a look of pure enjoyment. The Kai remarked, "This is natural. Your souls have undergone training, which has now resonated with your bodies. The alignment is excellent. So relish this experience. Wukong, you may return now. I thank you once more." Sun Wukong scratched his head and chuckled. North Kai, why the formality? The North Kai smiled slightly. Wukong led everyone away. Once they departed, the North Kai's expression shifted, revealing a weighty concern. Grand Kai, have you made your decision? He murmured as he retreated to his chamber. At Baozi Mountain, Chi-Chi was washing the dishes when she suddenly paused. I wonder how Gohan is faring. Wukong always leads him astray. When he returns, I must ensure Gohan focuses on his studies. Just the thought of Gohan's hair resembling that of a delinquent ignited her frustration. Resolute in her intention to make Gohan study diligently, she hastened to finish washing the dishes. In a desolate desert, Sun Wukong and his companions appeared. After exchanging pleasantries, Tianjin Han and Yamucha took their leave. By the way, Walker, where do you plan to go next? Sun Wukong inquired. Walker pondered for a moment. I intend to stay for a few days before departing. At present, he was uncertain of his next destination. Sun Wukong flashed a smile. Walker, how about this? Let us visit the hyperbolic time chamber, and you can train with me. Sounds good. Walker did not dwell too long on the decision, opting instead to take a step forward and assess the situation as it unfolded. Sun Wukong glanced at Gohan, Vegeta, Piccolo, and Trunks and inquired, what do you all think? Are you coming? Gohan shook his head, saying, last time, my mother was quite upset. I need to check in on her. Vegeta snorted derisively and took off into the air. As for you, Mr. Wukong, I must take my leave as well. I have to return to the future to deal with those two androids. Trunks also ascended into the sky. Finally, only Piccolo remained, shaking his head. I prefer to train in my own way. I cannot keep up with your methods. Sun Wukong, somewhat speechless, conceded, well, it seems it will just be me and Walker. The group then parted ways. In the temple, Bobo led the two into the hyperbolic time chamber before departing. Walker, please enlighten me, Sun Wukong exclaimed, transforming into a Super Saiyan at peak level as he charged toward Walker. Walker transformed into Super Saiyan 2, and their battle commenced. Time flowed like water. And in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Walker sat aboard a spaceship, departing Earth. Inside the ship, he activated the autopilot, uncertain of his destination. I'll just take it one step at a time, he thought, closing his eyes to rest. Hours later, the ship suddenly jolted, and Walker opened his eyes. Through the window, he beheld numerous pairs of crimson eyes. What is happening? He wondered, opening the hatch and stepping outside. He was greeted by dozens of wolf-like creatures that scuttled backward in fear. What are these beings? He pondered, just as 3 hunters approached from the distance. Wow. These creatures reproduce quite rapidly. It has only been a month since our last encounter, remarked a buck-toothed man with a sinister grin. Could you please refrain from that grotesque laughter? A woman shot him a disapproving glance. The third man turned to Walker and asked, who are you? And how did you end up here? Walker, disinterested in their inquiries, was preoccupied with how his spaceship had arrived at this location. Suddenly, a notification appeared. Acquisition successful. Infinite energy source obtained. What is this? He wondered, examining the description, which revealed that this device could provide limitless energy, suitable only for androids and himself. What a remarkable find, he thought, his smile arousing suspicion among the three hunters. Let us not concern ourselves with him for now. We must extract the blood from these creatures, the woman insisted. The man who had questioned Walker nodded, and the three advanced toward the group of wolf-like beings, who displayed visible fear and retreated further. The buck-toothed man swiftly captured a robust creature. "Ha ha, you're all mere lambs to the slaughter," he taunted, producing a syringe to extract blood. Just then, Walker intervened. "What do you think you are doing?" The man's expression darkened. "What is it to you?" "Let go of my hand." Walker scoffed, applying a slight pressure. The man's countenance changed dramatically as he heard the sound of his bones cracking, causing him to instinctively release his grip. "You seek death." The one referred to as Big Brother immediately retaliated, with a decisive strike. He exuded an air of confidence that his opponent would succumb to his blow. Whoosh! A beam of laser shot forth, instantly leaving a charred crater on the ground. A figure leaped down from a distant mountain peak, landing with the grace of a superhero. "You three are suspected of illegal trade, possession of rare animals, and poaching. I hereby officially arrest you," the individual declared earnestly, brandishing a laser gun. Upon seeing this person, Walker's pupils constricted slightly. If he was not mistaken, this was the infamous individual he had heard about. The three hunters' expressions shifted dramatically. "Damn it, when did the Galactic Patrol arrive? Why didn't the detector issue a warning?" "Forget about the detector, I recognize this guy. He*s the Galactic Patrolman overseeing 104 sectors, known as the Bane of Criminals, and is among the elite of the elite." One of them exclaimed. "What a brilliant advertisement." Another chimed in. "One should not diminish the aspirations of others while boosting their own stature. So what if he is a Galactic Patrolman? Let us not forget the strength of our leader," the woman scoffed. Yet, the leader's face grew grim, for he too recognized who this Galactic Patrolman was. He solemnly uttered a name, Mel's. Indeed, the arriving Galactic Patrolman was none other than Mel's. Beyond his public persona, he bore another identity, one known to very few. Had it not been for Walker's prior knowledge from the original story, he would have remained oblivious. "It seems my arrival here was perhaps not a mere coincidence. Fate has a way of intertwining paths," Walker pondered silently. Mel's, sensing Walker's gaze, glanced at him before turning back to the three criminals. "Surrender now," he commanded, the dark muzzle of his weapon trained on the leader. This leader, recognizing the gravity of the situation, raised his hands and knelt, as did his buck-toothed subordinate. Only the woman appeared bewildered, her face a canvas of confusion. Yet, she too, understanding the present circumstances, raised her hands in surrender. Mel slowly approached the trio, affixing handcuffs upon them before dialing into his communicator. After approximately 30 seconds, he hung up. "You should leave this place immediately," he instructed, then escorted the three offenders away. Walker found himself with numerous questions but was at a loss for words. Acutely aware of his inferiority in strength. With a wry smile, he thought, well, there will surely be opportunities to meet again in the future. He cast one last glance at the group before departing in his ship. Chapter 14. Battle Transmission. "This individual is quite intriguing," Mel's mused with a slight smile. He secured the three criminals within the ship's prison and activated the vessel to depart. Shortly after his departure, other Galactic Patrol members arrived, taking the creatures away for protection. As Walker pondered his next destination in the ship, a series of alarms blared. What was the cause of this alarm? He glanced at the electronic screen, where a red dot pulsated erratically. Suddenly, realization struck him. He had forgotten that his ship was rather outdated, not the latest model. It appears to be a distress signal. However, the location displayed remains a mystery. Glancing left and right, he remains perplexed by the coordinates. Despite his confusion, he adjusts the course of the spacecraft towards the source of the signal. On a desolate planet, a weary middle-aged man named Perilous gazes at a robust young man sitting quietly upon a distant hill. "Damn it, why has no one come?" he laments. "Have they all perished?" Clenching his fists in frustration, Perilous cannot accept that he and his son are destined to remain on this forsaken planet until death claims them. Indeed, he is Perilous, and his son is none other than Broly, the legendary Super Saiyan said to appear once every 1,000 years. "I refuse to die here with my son. I seek vengeance." He cannot forget the pain and humiliation inflicted by King Vegeta. No matter the cost, he will exact his revenge. Rising, he strides towards the location of the damaged spacecraft. At that moment, another ship descends rapidly, landing smoothly mere seconds later. The hatch opens, and Walker emerges, his brow furrowed at the bleakness of the planet. As he releases his energy to sense his surroundings, he is suddenly startled by a powerful presence that evokes a feeling of oppression. Who could be on this planet? Concealing the spacecraft, he vanishes in an instant. Broly, meditating, suddenly opens his eyes, directing his gaze towards a particular direction. Concurrently, within the battered spacecraft, Paragus' scanner emits a series of alarming beeps. What is happening? He exclaims, instantly frozen as the device indicates an approaching formidable power. Could it be Broly? No, it's someone else. Huh. Wonderful. Finally, another presence has arrived. It doesn't matter who they are, as long as they have a spacecraft. Yet, he notices that the trajectory leads towards Broly. With no time to ponder, he too races towards his son. Moments later, Walker descends slowly. Observing the figure ahead, he feels an uncanny familiarity. At that instant, the individual turns to face him. It is him. Recognition dawns, for such a familiar visage is impossible to forget. Who are you? Broly's voice resonates deeply. As he speaks, his energy surges dramatically. I am also a Saiyan, just like you, Walker replies with a sly smile. Broly descends, looking down upon him from his elevated position, an overwhelming pressure emanating from him. Walker, not one to be intimidated, suddenly unleashes his own energy. A crackling tempest of sparks erupts as their energies collide, causing the ground to tremble. Broly grins widely, launching an attack against him. Indeed, he is as ferocious as the legends suggest, a fist as large as a cooking pot hurtling towards him. Walker crossed his arms to block the attack, yet the sheer force of it sent him staggering backward, leaving 2 long marks on the ground. Goodness, this power is overwhelmingly strong. Even my enhanced body is struggling to withstand it. Shaking off his slightly numb arms, his expression grew grave. Ha ha ha. Broly swung his hand, sending a green energy wave hurtling toward Walker. In a flash, Walker swiftly dodged, and with a thunderous roar, the ground erupted into a massive crater. As dust swirled around, Broly charged at him in the blink of an eye, delivering a powerful knee strike aimed at his face. Damn! Walker evaded with remarkable speed. But the howling wind beneath the force of the strike inflicted a stinging pain on his skin. Whoosh! Walker raised his hand, unleashing a ki blast as thick as a barrel. With a mere flick of his wrist, Broly swatted it away effortlessly. Buzzing. The atmosphere began to tremble as an overwhelming aura erupted from Broly, altering the very color of the surrounding space. Amidst his maniacal laughter, he transformed into his Super Saiyan form, his deep green hair radiating an imposing presence. Such an intense aura. Yet, despite this, a look of sheer excitement adorned his face as he roared and ascended to Super Saiyan 2. Walker's transformation further ignited Broly's ferocity. He advanced with ease. Throwing a punch, Walker responded in kind, and with a resounding crash, their immense power cracked the earth, causing the ground to collapse around them. Paragus, observing from a distance, dared not approach. Who is this person battling Broly? He longed to discern who was matching his son's strength, yet the overwhelming energy field obscured his vision. Bang! 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 The two engaged in a fierce struggle. Who is this individual? How can he contend so evenly with my son? Paragus could scarcely believe his eyes. He had witnessed his son's power firsthand. Broly seized Walker's hand, flinging him aside, then unleashed a green energy wave. Boom! The entire sky erupted in green light. The terrifying explosion released shockwaves that tore the ground apart. Ha ha! Die! 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 Broly laughed maniacally, his voice echoing across much of the planet. This is bad. He has completely lost control. I need to find cover. Recalling certain past images, his expression shifted dramatically. He did not wish to be annihilated by his own son. He soared into the distance. Broly sensed a familiar energy rushing toward Paragus. Just then, a brilliant golden energy wave shot forth from the swirling smoke. In an instant, it struck him with a thunderous impact, causing the entire planet to tremble. The earth was utterly shattered, revealing an endless abyss that reached deep into the ground. High above, Walker took several deep breaths. Acquisition successful, gaining 100 million battle power. Another 100 million. Now my base battle power stands at a staggering 2 billion, and in Super Saiyan 2, it reaches 22 billion. A glimmer of determination shone in his eyes. His gaze suddenly shifted, and he abruptly turned around, crossing his arms. A tremendous crash echoed as he was propelled through the air, shattering several massive mountains before crashing to the ground. The legendary Super Saiyan was indeed extraordinary. He assessed his opponent's combat power, which was rapidly escalating, now nearing a staggering 200 billion, an incomparable difference from the film version. In a flash, he appeared before Walker like a bolt of lightning, launching another powerful punch. The ground shook violently with a deafening roar, causing the earth to collapse in layers, producing countless fissures, while immense boulders were reduced to dust by the ferocious shockwave. The sounds of impact reverberated, thud, 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 as their fists collided repeatedly, unleashing a tremendous force that caused the entire planet to tremble, gathering dark clouds and manifesting strange occurrences across its surface. The earth cracked, mountains crumbled, rivers flowed backward, and fierce winds ravaged the land, a true apocalypse. Perilous flew through the chaos, trembling with fear. Ultimate beam cannon. A colossal burst of energy surged towards him. Broly was propelled upwards by the sheer force of his own energy. The ground shook with an unparalleled explosion that rattled the heavens and earth. With a whoosh, he emerged, shielded by a protective barrier. He deactivated the shield and raised his hands, conjuring an enormous energy sphere to hurl downwards. He maximized his energy, striking a fierce pose to unleash the ultimate beam cannon. A shockwave as thick as a barrel collided with the energy sphere, and in an instant, they exploded, emitting blinding light. In that moment, a tempest engulfed the world, plunging it into monochrome. From the cosmos, it was evident that half of the planet had vanished. Chapter 15, Mutual Destruction. It's up to you. The battle did not cease despite the planet being reduced to half. Rather, it intensified. As for Perilous, he had been blown away, completely unaware of his whereabouts. Broly laughed maniacally, launching his attacks without regard for his own wounds. Walker deftly dodged the strikes with a series of quick movements. Truly, he was tough and resilient, a veritable berserker. Acquisition successful. Obtained hundredfold Solar Fist. Wasn't this skill developed by Krillin during the Super Saga? This system is quite impressive. In that case, let's see how effective it is. After retreating a short distance, he assumed a stance, gathering his energy and shouting, "Hundredfold Solar Fist." A blinding white light erupted from him. Caught off guard, Broly shielded his eyes, crying out in agony as he staggered back. Walker seized the moment, closing in with pure strength to strike his chest. Pwah! Broly spat out a mouthful of blood, hurtling away as the mountain was pierced by his force. Roar! Wiping the blood from his lips, he unleashed an intense aura. Even after enduring such an assault, Broly charged at Walker with frenzied determination. Truly, he was a resilient opponent. Walker raised his energy once more and surged forward to engage him in combat. Meanwhile, at the Galactic Patrol headquarters, Myers had just locked 3 prisoners in their cells and was about to leave when a team member came running from a distance. The team member, panting heavily, gazed at Mers with a sense of urgency. "This is serious, Mers. First, gather your breath." After several deep inhalations and exhalations, the team member finally regained his composure. "Speak. What has transpired?" he inquired. The team member replied, "The energy detector has detected severe energy fluctuations on a particular planet, with levels exceeding the detector's threshold. Consequently, the Galactic King has commanded you to investigate." Mers's expression sharpened. He recalled that the detector's threshold was an astonishing 100 billion. While this figure was extraordinarily high for mortals, to him, it was merely trivial. Nevertheless, aside from himself, there were only a handful of individuals within the Galactic Patrol headquarters who could rival such power. "Understood. I shall depart immediately." Mers left, but not before casting a glance toward a certain prison cell. Suddenly, a fierce battle erupted, propelling the 2 combatants into the cosmos. With a thunderous crash, the force of their collision sent them careening apart. Acquisition successful. Mastery of Spirito's forced separation technique. This newfound ability sparked a flurry of thoughts in his mind. If his memory served him correctly, this was a technique previously employed by Vegeta, capable of severing another's energy signature. Such a skill would prove invaluable. With a grin, he regarded Broly, considering him now as his experimental subject. Walker concentrated his energy into a powerful punch aimed at Broly, exuding an overwhelming aura. Bang! Broly retaliated with a strike of his own, the impact unleashing a ferocious shockwave. A torrent of electric energy erupted from the point of their collision. Grant me more of this exhilaration. Broly bellowed with delight. Despite his battered state, each drop of blood only fueled his strength, presenting him as an invincible warrior. In a flash, he maneuvered behind Walker, delivering a swift kick that sent him crashing back to the planet. before he too surged back to the surface. Upon landing, he beheld a colossal crater. Yet Broly was nowhere in sight. He released his energy to sense his surroundings, and just then, he spun around, launching a powerful punch. A resounding boom echoed as both were propelled apart by their immense forces. Following this, a wave of high-density energy surged from the ground, resulting in a series of explosive tremors that shattered the void. During their clash, he employed the Spirito's forced separation technique. After several rounds of combat, he noticed a slight decline in Broly's speed and ferocity. It's working, now for the long game. Meanwhile, Mirza's spacecraft soared through the cosmos, just 5 minutes away from its destination. Suddenly, a fierce energy wave sliced through Broly, leaving a painful wound. He howled in agony. "What is happening, Broly? You seem to be weakening." Walker's voice echoed mockingly in his ear. "Ah, I will kill you. I will kill you." Broly screamed, his fury intensifying. He compressed all the energy within his body into an enormous sphere of high-density energy. Ah ha ha. He hurled it towards Walker. Cornered like a dog, he resolved to unleash all his remaining power, adopting a fierce stance to erupt with the little energy left. Whoosh! The colossal energy wave collided with the sphere, akin to two meteors colliding, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion of immense proportions. Both parties were engulfed by the terrifying force of energy. The half-destroyed planet exhibited continuous anomalies, fracturing in multiple places. A devastating aura erupted from the core of the planet. Crack! Crack! The fissures on the core of the half-planet widened, ultimately shattering it into countless pieces. Blazing white light spread forth. The two individuals, consumed by the explosion, slowly materialized, their minds now somewhat muddled. It was a situation of mutual destruction. No, to be more precise, without the aid of the system, it was uncertain whether he could truly surpass Broly. Item acquired. Healing talisman. Item acquired. Breathing technique. In his dazed state, Walker heard the system's notification. Seizing the moment, he forced himself to awaken, retrieving the healing talisman from the system space. A green luminescence enveloped him momentarily, restoring him completely. However, this talisman only healed his wounds and did not restore his energy levels, its efficacy significantly inferior to that of the sacred beans. Nevertheless, having something was better than nothing. He moved to the severely injured and dying Broly. Thunder rumbled, and a violent tremor surged forth, accompanied by howling winds. This planet could no longer withstand the turmoil. The pressing question now was whether to take this formidable being away. Such a powerful entity, if perished, would indeed be a great loss. The thought of training and controlling such bloodthirsty, chaotic power ignited a fervent passion within him. Yet, he hesitated. After all, such energy was not easily controlled. Different from the new version of Broly, while he stood in indecision, a figure descended through the myriad disturbances. To his surprise, "You too possess such formidable strength. It is truly impressive. However, this also constitutes a grave crime. Come with me. I must take you back for judgment." Mirza's expression was exceptionally grave. Yet, Walker's eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed, he could hand Broly over to the Galactic Patrol and retrieve him once Moro escaped from prison. By that time, he believed his strength would have reached an unprecedented pinnacle, and he could train him then. Pleased with his cleverness, he thought to himself, "I'll pass, Mr. Mirza. I shall leave him in your care." Walker waved his hand dismissively. Mirza's eyes flashed with intensity as he drew his gun, aiming it at Walker. "So you intend to resist arrest? Do you comprehend the consequences?" Unfazed, Walker calmly uttered a single phrase. "Angel Mirza." The theatrical expression he wore faltered slightly. Just as he was about to inquire further, Walker vanished in a burst of super speed. Melz did not pursue, for he could not wield the power of angels. "There would always be a chance to encounter you," he murmured to himself. His gaze swept the area and noticed another severely injured and unconscious individual. He then brought both of them back to his spaceship, activating it and setting a course toward the headquarters. In the vastness of space, Walker glided slowly. His ability to traverse the cosmos was thanks to a breathing technique he had acquired, which allowed him to absorb the subtle energies of the universe, thereby facilitating a cycle of respiration. Yet, where should he go next? Lacking a spaceship posed a significant dilemma, as he was uncertain of his destination. Knowing only Earth as a coordinate, a fact he had noted during his time aboard the spacecraft. Reluctantly, he continued to fly while observing his surroundings. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He could seek the Dragon Balls. In his previous life, he had owned Dragon Ball toys, and had fantasized about summoning Shenron. The thought filled him with excitement. He could wish for the ability to create Dragon Balls, thereby possessing his very own, something he had longed for in his former existence. However, his exhilaration soon waned as he faced a challenge. He lacked the Super Dragon Ball radar. At this time, Bulma had yet to invent such a device. Would he have to return to Earth and ask Bulma to create one? That seemed utterly impossible. In his moment of despair, the system, as if attuned to his thoughts, chimed in with a notification. Acquisition successful. Super Universal Dragon Ball Radar. Walker's eyes lit up. This was truly serendipitous. He silently expressed gratitude to the system. However, he pondered, what did the term universal imply? A prompt window appeared. This Dragon Ball radar can be used to locate any type of Dragon Ball, including Demon Realm Dragon Balls, Dark Dragon Balls, and so forth. Impressive, indeed, he thought, and he could only commend the system. He located a planet and descended, subsequently retrieving the Super Universal Dragon Ball radar. It was no larger than a mobile phone, and upon pressing a button, it emitted a series of beeps. 3 light points then appeared, and drawing from the knowledge acquired through the system, he departed from the planet, heading toward the location indicated on the radar. On Earth, within the room of spirit and time, Goku was engaged in a spar with his son. You must unleash your true power. This will not suffice, Goku encouraged. Yes, I understand, Gohan shouted, unleashing a torrent of golden energy. Watching his son's energy surge, Goku felt a profound sense of pride. Initially, Chi-Chi had been reluctant to allow him to train Gohan, but eventually acquiesced to Goku's persistent pleas. The entire space trembled as Gohan transformed into Super Saiyan 2. With Goku following suit, 2 golden figures commenced a fierce battle, and after several exchanges, the atmosphere was charged with powerful energy waves. The father and son ceased their fierce combat. Son Wukong pondered for a moment and remarked, "Father, I heard from Uncle Akairobe that in 3 days, the World Martial Arts Tournament will commence. Are you considering participating?" Son Wukong reflected deeply, feeling that the tournament did not pose much of a challenge. No. Given his current strength, participating would merely amount to bullying others. Just as he was about to decline, Wu Fan interjected, "Father, you know how hard it has been for Mother over the years. She often says you should earn some money. I've heard that the prize for this tournament is 10 million. If you win, you could secure that amount. Furthermore," he added, "aside from Uncle Vegeta or Uncle Walker, there's no need to transform into a Super Saiyan." Upon hearing his son's words, Son Wukong fell into contemplation once more. After a struggle with his thoughts, he ultimately decided to enter the tournament that would take place in half a month. Wu Fan beamed with joy, thinking that this way, Mother would no longer have anything to criticize about Father. After a brief respite, the father and son resumed their intense battle. Meanwhile, in the cosmos, Walker arrived in the southern galaxy region. Goodness, this thing is truly massive, he marveled, gazing at the enormous orange sphere before him. Although he had seen it in the anime, witnessing it in person was an entirely different experience. As he observed, a sense of perplexity washed over him. Strange. Such a colossal orb. Logically, the 4 kings of the directions should be aware of it. Why haven't they collected it? Little did Walker know. Even if the 4 kings and the Grand Kai were aware, what purpose would collecting it serve? Leaving it there to gather dust, or merely gazing at it like a pet, was clearly not an option. If one could not gather all 7, then it was no different from ordinary orbs. After a moment of reflection, he comprehended the reasoning and inwardly chastised himself for his foolishness. Indeed, collecting 3 or 4 was no different from not collecting at all. He decided to temporarily abandon the idea of gathering the Super Dragon Balls, planning to collect them all at once when he had the opportunity to traverse to the 6th universe. With that thought, he turned back towards Earth. Acquisition successful. Star destruction wave. Traveling at full speed for approximately 2 hours, he finally returned to the skies above Earth in the northern galaxy, diving in. Emerging from the room of spirit and time, Son Wukong and his son appeared battered and bruised. "Mr. Wukong, we are taken aback by your appearance," Tian remarked, astonished. "Do you two harbor a grudge against each other? How can one battle to such an extent?" He found it incomprehensible. Son Wukong and his son collapsed onto the ground, grinning at Tian, who began to heal their wounds. Son Wukong turned to Bobo and asked, "Bobo, could you prepare some food? Wu Fan and I are quite famished." Bobo nodded and promptly went to prepare a meal. Within minutes, their injuries had vanished. Son Wukong rose, stretching luxuriously, and just as he finished, his stomach began to rumble. With a chuckle, He looked up, sensing something in the air. Gohan and Tian also felt it and gazed upward, where a figure gradually grew larger. As it descended upon the temple, Sun Wukong's face brightened with joy. "Walker, you have returned," he exclaimed, enveloping him in a warm embrace. A week had passed since Walker's departure, hence the delight at his return. Time holds no sway in the cosmos. The duration it took Whis to traverse from the realm of destruction to North Kai's planet was merely Whis's travel time, not a reflection of universal time. All right. Enough of the sentimentality. Observing the disheveled appearances of Sun Wukong and Gohan, Walker discerned that the father and son had endured fierce battles. He noted their impressive power increases. Sun Wukong's combat power had reached a staggering 240 billion, while Gohan stood at 220 billion. "Walker, shall we engage in a match? I assure you, I am no weaker than you now." Walker chuckled upon returning from the cosmos. He had amassed an additional 800 million in combat power from his last 3 opportunities, bringing his base power to 3 billion. Transforming into Super Saiyan 2, his power soared to 30 billion, sufficient to overwhelm his opponents. Gohan felt a sense of helplessness toward his father's nature. Of course, Sun Wukong only jested. As he was quite famished, one cannot fight on an empty stomach. "By the way, Walker, are you planning to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament in 3 days?" Sun Wukong suddenly inquired. Walker paused, puzzled. The World Martial Arts Tournament? That shouldn't be happening. Wait, could it be? He recalled an event that had preceded his arrival, the emergence of Majin Buu. Was his presence the catalyst for some unforeseen butterfly effect, hastening these events? If that were the case, he simply had to participate. "I will join," he declared. Sun Wukong rejoiced. With the addition of another formidable opponent, aside from Vegeta, the competition would be all the more thrilling. Moments later, a food cart pushed by Bobo arrived, laden with an abundance of dishes. The father and son wasted no time, eagerly devouring the meal, having grown weary of the tasteless provisions from the hyperbolic time chamber. Sun Wukong extended an invitation to Walker to join their feast, but Walker declined, opting instead to ponder the individuals who might appear at the tournament in 3 days. On Grand Kai's planet, dressed stylishly and reveling in music, Grand Kai abruptly halted, a gleam of joy flashing in his eyes. "I sense it. I finally sense it." Tears of overwhelming happiness streamed down his face. He initiated a special wave, commencing a search. Moments later, his vision brightened. Earth, the domain overseen by North Kai. He set aside his current tasks, snapped his fingers, changed into a different outfit, and made his way to Earth. He needed to uncover why he had been unable to make contact for thousands of years. Chapter 17. A different time flowed like water, and 3 days slipped by quietly. On an island, throngs of people gathered, firecrackers bursting in celebration. This was indeed the venue for the World Martial Arts Tournament. Walker sat in a CAF, savoring his coffee while observing the bustling scene around him, and inevitably reminiscing about his past life. Just yesterday, the system had bestowed upon him an astounding 10 billion in combat power along with 3 potions, a mental enhancement potion, a physical enhancement potion, and a perception enhancement potion. Each of these concoctions proved to be immensely beneficial, and after utilizing them, he felt a profound transformation within himself. Thus, he arrived early today, quietly awaiting an event that he sensed might unfold differently, this time regarding the Majin Buu incident. "Wow, Walker, why are you here so early?" From a distance, Krillin and Goku approached. As they neared, they noticed Walker lost in thought and gently tapped him on the shoulder. "Hey, what are you thinking about?" Krillin inquired. Snapping back to reality, Walker smiled. "Have you all registered yet?" "Not yet. We saw you here daydreaming and wanted to check on you," Krillin replied. "I'm fine, just contemplating a few things." "Now, go ahead and register." Seeing that Walker was indeed untroubled, they proceeded with their registration. As time ticked away, the World Martial Arts Tournament finally commenced. In the waiting area, everyone gathered, engaging in light-hearted conversation. "I have a suggestion," Goten proposed. "For this tournament, let us skip transforming into Super Saiyans." "Why is that?" Goku asked, puzzled by his son's assertion. "Dad, when we defeated Cell, we were on television. If we transform again, people will recognize us, and it could create chaos." Upon hearing his son's reasoning, Goku nonchalantly nodded in agreement. Vegeta, with a dismissive scoff, remarked that whether or not they transformed was irrelevant. The opportunity to battle alongside Goku and Walker was what truly mattered. Unlike in the original tale, after his battles in the other world, he had now gained the ability to transform into Super Saiyan 2 at will. It is also noteworthy that Mr. Satan had fortuitously become a world champion, while Tien, Yamcha, and Kaiatsu had opted not to participate in this world martial arts tournament. Are you Goku? A stranger's voice called out, drawing everyone's attention to two men approaching them. Walker recognized them, though the others did not. How do you know my name? Goku asked, feeling somewhat bewildered. I've heard much about you. I also qualified in the preliminaries and hope to encounter you in the competition. Of course, I am well aware that I am no match for you, but I am eager to witness your prowess firsthand. If possible, I would even like to collaborate with you. Goku, perplexed by the statement, raised his hand. Understanding the gesture as a request for a handshake, he complied. In that fleeting moment of contact, Goku experienced an inexplicable sensation that he struggled to articulate. After the handshake, he glanced at Walker and offered him a subtle smile before the two turned to leave. Goku, do you know them? Piccolo inquired. Goku shook his head. I don't know who they are, but I have a feeling they are not to be underestimated. Really? I didn't sense anything unusual, Piccolo replied. Krillin gazed at Goku with a hint of skepticism. Isn't that right, Android 18? Presently, Krillin is still romantically involved with Android 18, who affectionately called him a fool, leaving him somewhat bewildered. As Goku observed the departing duo, he mused that circumstances might be shifting. Approximately half an hour later, the audience was packed to capacity, with no empty seats in sight. In the front row, a gray-haired elder fixed his keen gaze upon the arena, murmuring to himself. He sensed their presence unmistakably. His excitement was palpable. He longed to seek them out immediately. Yet he understood that the moment was not opportune. This elder was none other than the great King Kai in disguise. The referee on the stage smoothly delivered the opening introduction. Now, without further ado, the World Martial Arts Tournament officially commences. The crowd erupted in cheers. Contestants A, B, C, and D took turns battling, but these skirmishes lacked spectacle. After several rounds, it was time for Piccolo to face the Kaioshin. Upon their entrance, the two exchanged glances. And just as the audience began to grow impatient, Piccolo conceded defeat, which left Goku and his companions perplexed. Back in the waiting area, Goku inquired why Piccolo had surrendered. Piccolo merely shook his head, even when his son Gohan pressed him for an explanation. This only deepened their confusion, but they refrained from pressing further, trusting that Piccolo would speak when he was ready. After a few more rounds, it was Gohan's turn to battle the Kaioshin's attendant. Here we go. Now we can discern the true nature of these two, Krillin remarked with a smile. At that moment, the Kaioshin approached. Goku, may I borrow your son for a moment? Goku furrowed his brow, pondering the implications. In the arena, Jebit turned to Gohan. Your name is Gohan, correct? I kindly request that you transform into a Super Saiyan. This may prove beneficial for us. What? Gohan was taken aback. He wondered about the chaos that might ensue and who would take responsibility for it. As he hesitated, Piccolo's voice echoed in his mind. With even Piccolo's father in agreement, how could he refuse? Thus, he transformed into a Super Saiyan 2. An explosive surge of power coursed through him, crackling with lightning, as the very stones of the arena began to levitate under Gohan's formidable energy. After a series of elaborate maneuvers, two unknown fighters utilized a device to absorb his energy, and they were not the same characters from the original story. They departed alongside the Kaioshin, revealing the reason for his arrival on Earth. A formidable foe was sealed away beneath the surface. Krillin felt a chill of dread. Had this monster awakened in the past, they would have perished countless times over. They soared through the sky until they arrived at a desolate expanse, where the two mysterious individuals awaited with their energy-absorbing devices. After several tense seconds, a hole appeared in the ground, and three figures emerged, riding on levitating platforms. The three individuals included two whom Walker recognized, the sorcerer Bafidi and the demon King Dapla. As for the last one, the figure clad in a black robe remained a mystery to him. How different it was, entirely transformed. Could the butterfly effect be this profound? Walker mused. Bafidi observed the energy device in the hands of the two and smiled. Well done. He took the energy device, uttered a few incantations, and the energy surrounding the two began to swell. This is your reward. The two unknown figures beamed with delight. You two stay here and ensure no one enters. Bafidi instructed. Yes, they replied in unison. Bafidi and the others then descended, riding the levitating device, disappearing from view. Chapter 18. The true power of Dapla. The two Karami vigilantly guarded the entrance to the subterranean space conjured by Bafidi's magic. He held the energy absorption device. gazing at a pink gelatinous orb, chuckling incessantly. You wouldn't be thinking of utilizing this energy right now, would you? The man in black queried. How could I be so foolish? Buffy retorted. I know that. Our immediate priority is to find a way to gather more energy. We cannot rely solely on what is contained within. No need for you to remind me, Buffy scoffed. At that moment, Dappler raised an eyebrow and smiled. Master, those who bring us energy have arrived. Buffy looked at him, puzzled by the meaning of his words. However, he soon realized, using magic to sense the presence, confirming it to be true. Several strong energies were indeed approaching, including that of the Supreme Kai. I leave them to you, but do not kill the Supreme Kai. I wish to savor his torment, Buffy instructed. Understood. Dappler departed. On the ground, the Supreme Kai was contemplating how to prevent the resurrection of the demon. Goku and the others' expressions hardened. It seems we have been discovered, the Supreme Kai noted, his expression shifting as he gazed skyward, where Dappler was slowly hovering above them. Haha, you sneaky little ones, Dappler taunted, raising his hand to unleash a ki blast. With a whoosh, the searing ki blast struck the ground, creating a massive crater and sending dust swirling. In an instant, Dappler teleported before Jebbit and delivered a swift knife hand strike. Jebbit felt the impending doom and his face paled. He attempted to flee but found himself ensnared. As he drew closer to death, a sudden clap echoed. Walker had seized his hand. Oh, it seems there are some capable individuals among you. Dappler opened his mouth, preparing to spit. Walker understood the significance of that saliva and retaliated with a punch aimed at Dappler's face. As he swung, Dappler also expelled saliva. Walker's fist immediately released a ki blast. But Dappler was no novice. He slightly evaded the attack by sidestepping, then spun to deliver a kick aimed at Walker's face. Walker raised his hand to block the assault, grasping Dappler's ankle while kicking towards his abdomen. The strike landed solidly, though it failed to inflict any significant damage. Trash, is that all you are capable of? Suddenly, a surge of energy sent Walker flying backward, followed by a hearty laugh. You lot should hurry back. No one can defy Lord Babidi. With that, he departed, casually eliminating the two controlled Karami. This task was assigned to him by Babidi, and he preferred not to dirty his own hands, thus leaving it to Dubra. Thank you for earlier, Xian said to Walker, who merely smiled in response. Krillin craned his neck to glance at the underground entrance. What shall we do now? Should we venture inside? The Supreme Kai's gaze flickered as he contemplated the situation. It was evident that this was Babidi's scheme, yet failing to act would leave the matter unresolved. He glanced at Walker and Goku, hoping that the dire circumstances he envisioned would not come to pass. Just as he was about to speak, Walker interjected, Since they have discovered us, we have no choice but to proceed. Moreover, if we do not eliminate this threat entirely, it will linger like a parasite. Krillin pondered this, recognizing the truth in Walker's words, and steadied himself, composing his demeanor. What is there to fear? I've faced death multiple times. Dying once more won't be a burden. Goku, do you feel confident in confronting that Demon Realm King, Dubra? Piccolo inquired. Vegeta huffed derisively. Are you suggesting that we lack the strength to match him? His power is likely only on par with Cell. Dealing with him will be a mere trifle. Piccolo found himself at a loss for words. The Saiyans' growth in strength had truly exceeded his expectations. Having reached a consensus, the group descended into the depths. Shortly after their entry, the Grand Kai appeared, observing the underground entrance with a troubled expression, reflecting on the troubling events he had just learned of. It was no wonder he had been unable to make contact. He had never anticipated such horrors unfolding in the once sacred Kai realm. With a sigh, he contemplated entering to assist, but ultimately recognized his own limitations. His involvement would only lead to his demise. In the underground chamber, Babidi remarked, Well done. Dubra displayed a modest smile. Babidi, gazing into the crystal ball, allowed a smirk to grace his lips. On the first level, a Karami named Pui stood arrogantly before Walker and his companions, brimming with confidence in his abilities to keep them trapped. You lot. Before he could finish his sentence, a blast of energy engulfed him, resulting in a thunderous explosion. Walker shrugged, uninterested in his prattle, choosing to act decisively instead. The Supreme Kai was taken aback. The formidable warrior, handpicked by Babidi from the cosmos, was so easily vanquished, it was utterly astonishing. He had sensed Pui's strength and believed that even engaging him would require considerable effort, yet this human named Walker effortlessly obliterated him. He had initially thought the Saiyans' power would be comparable to his expectations, but he never imagined they could be this formidable. What transpired thereafter closely mirrored the original narrative, ultimately leading them to the level where Dobra resided. The meditation of Depura concluded as he rose and departed from the chamber. The last layer of Bafidi conjured a spell to alter the fabric of space, transporting them to an obscure location within the demon realm. In merely 3 centuries, it was astonishing to witness the emergence of formidable beings such as yourselves in this world. Depura regarded them with a beaming smile. Walker soared into the air to confront him. "TCH, that sneaky fellow, Walker," Vegeta scoffed, finding him excessively cunning. "Kid, are you truly unafraid of death?" Depura remarked with a cold chuckle. Walker smacked his lips and stretched his limbs. "What's this? Are you afraid?" Depura's expression darkened. Fear was not an emotion befitting the esteemed king of the demon realm. "If you are not afraid, then spare me your words." He unleashed a wave of energy. Depura effortlessly swatted the energy wave aside and appeared before Walker, releasing another energy blast. Walker retaliated with a punch, obliterating the energy wave. Depura squinted. Although this energy wave was not unleashed at full capacity, easily extinguishing a life was within his means. The fact that this individual could shatter his energy wave indicated that his strength was far beyond mere appearances. Intriguing. Indeed, it was fascinating. He realized that the energy desired by Lord Bafidi would soon be fully harvested. "Hey, Depura, do you wish to continue testing me? If you are eager to meet your demise, I shall oblige." With a resounding hum, a ferocious aura erupted, causing the earth to tremble and mountains to crumble, accompanied by violent gusts of wind. Walker's eyes gleamed as his opponent's battle power surged. It escalated from 230 billion to 250 billion, then to 300 billion, ultimately stabilizing at an astonishing 345 billion, far superior to the former Cell. Impressive. Son Goku's gaze towards Depura grew considerably more serious. Even Vegeta's countenance shifted slightly. The Supreme Kai of the universe and his attendant swallowed hard, their eyes wide as saucers. Depura's might surpass theirs by an unfathomable margin. They could not help but worry about their chances of surviving this encounter. After completing his power-up, he exhaled deeply. "Kid, you are fortunate. I have seldom exerted my full strength since ascending to the throne of the demon realm. I shall grant you the experience of what it truly means to suffer." A bloodthirsty expression graced his features. From the lowest tier, Bafidi observed the scene through a crystal ball, chuckling to himself. It was Depura's strength that had initially captivated him. With Depura's power combined with that of Majin Buu, no entity in the universe would stand a chance against him. With this thought, he burst into hearty laughter. Nearby, a figure cloaked in black revealed a glimmer of light in his eyes. Chapter 19. As in the original narrative, Walker transformed into his Super Saiyan 2 form, albeit with his energy suppressed to around 330 billion. Depura waved his hand, and a formidable blade-like energy wave swept forth. Walker deftly evaded it. The energy wave rent the earth asunder. "Ha! Did you see that? This is the power of your king." In an instant, he flashed before Walker and unleashed another energy wave. The explosion sent forth a tempestuous wind, scattering debris in all directions. Walker emerged unscathed from the energy wave, delivering a powerful punch to his adversary's face, propelling him hundreds of meters away. In a swift motion, he flashed behind and delivered a kick to his back, continuously alternating like a child playing with a ball. Dobra, seething with rage, steadied himself, his expression a mask of fury. "You wretched fool, how dare you toy with me?" A tempestuous aura emanated from him, causing fragments of rock and boulders on the ground to defy gravity, suspending around him. He conjured these stones into a colossal fist, hurling it towards Walker. Such child's play. A wave of energy shattered the massive fist, just as Dobra appeared in a flash, bringing down his blade. Walker, quick to react, formed an energy blade to parry the strike. However, Dobra's assault did not cease. He raised his hand to unleash a barrage of energy blasts in rapid succession, each explosion resonating with tremendous power. Boom! The sound of explosions echoed incessantly. Bafidi observed this spectacle through a crystal ball, his expression brimming with excitement. "This is the energy I crave. If it intensifies further, the resurrection of Majin Buu will hasten." The cloaked figure watched the scene unfold on the crystal ball, his eyes glinting with intrigue, plotting something unknown. The Supreme Kai and his servant, Jebit, were left in a state of astonishment. Incredible! A mortal can contend with Dobra, the king of the demon realm? Is this truly the human race I once knew? What manner of people are the Saiyans? The Supreme Kai swallowed hard, contemplating. "TCH. What on earth is Walker doing? He should end this battle swiftly, Vegeta remarked, a hint of impatience in his tone. Do not be so hasty, Vegeta. This Dabra is somewhat stronger than the previous cell. Taking a bit of time is only to be expected. Vegeta merely snorted in response. Bang, bang, bang. The two combatants continued to flash and collide, the deafening sounds reverberating throughout the space. Swish. Dabra unleashed a powerful energy wave, splitting it into two, creating a dual assault that swept towards Walker. Unfazed, Walker unleashed a fierce aura, bracing against the two energy waves. In a fleeting moment of Dabra's distraction, Walker closed the distance and landed a punch to his chest. Instantly, a surge of energy erupted from within, creating a massive cyclone that propelled Dabra away. Ugh! The impact shattered numerous stone pillars, crashing to the ground, leaving a sizable crater in its wake. Kakarot, did you feel that? Vegeta's gaze sharpened. Ah, yes. That punch surpassed the Super Saiyan 2 level by far, Goku replied. Vegeta felt a pang of discomfort. How could Walker have surpassed Kakarot's growth so swiftly? Don't ask. Just know he has an advantage, came the reply. Ah, it hurts so much, an utter humiliation. I will make you pay. Only your death can erase this disgrace. Dabra roared, unleashing a primal fury that shook the very fabric of the space, his energy escalating rapidly, while Walker's battle power readings fluctuated wildly. The figure surged from 34.5 billion to 35.8 billion, a remarkable increase of 13 billion. However, to Walker, who boasts a battle power of 400 billion, this increment is trivial. While it is an admirable feat, I have grown weary of this game. Allow me to showcase my true strength. With a broad grin, he unleashed his full power. And in an instant, his aura radiated outward, slicing through the air like a barrage of steel blades. The immense pressure of his energy caused Sun Wukong and the others to change their expressions dramatically. How formidable! Krillin swallowed hard, feeling a tremor coursing through his body. It was not fear that caused his shivering, but rather the overwhelming influence of Walker's aura. Only those with lesser strength would experience such a reaction. This scoundrel has transcended the realm of Super Saiyan 2 entirely. Vegeta clenched his fists, simmering with indignation. It was a bitter pill to swallow that. As the Prince of the Saiyans, he had been surpassed by two lower-ranked warriors. Indeed, it was astonishing to witness such growth. It seemed we must strive even harder. Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled with excitement, fueled by the presence of such a formidable opponent, which served as their motivation to advance. Babidi watched as the energy absorption device beneath the gelatinous mass in the crystal ball registered soaring numbers, and he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Meanwhile, the man in black grinned at the image of the man displayed in the crystal, muttering incantations under his breath. It's impossible. In merely 300 years, how could there exist someone stronger than me, the Demon King Dabura, especially a human? This cannot be. Gathering a tremendous amount of energy in his hands, he hurled it forth in a fit of rage. The energy shot forth like a javelin, racing towards Walker with devastating speed, creating a sonic boom in its wake. Walker countered with his ultimate technique, the Star Destruction Wave. Whoosh! Boom! The energies collided, intertwining to form a colossal fireball, which erupted with a resounding blast, sending visible shockwaves rippling outward and obliterating everything in their path. Dabura was sent hurtling like a meteor, crashing into the ground and creating a massive crater spanning 1,000 meters. His aura diminished in an instant. Walker moved with blinding speed, hovering above the incapacitated Dabura, and unleashed a Kamehameha wave. With a resounding explosion, he had vanquished Dabura. What? He actually killed Dabura? What kind of power does this human possess? The expressions on the faces of King Kai and his attendant morphed into sheer astonishment. They had lost count of how many times they had been shocked. These humans were truly terrifying. How could this happen? Dabura is dead. Babidi instinctively took a few steps back, unable to believe his eyes. After all, Dabura was the Demon King, and considerable effort had been expended to control him. Now he was simply gone. Panic set in, especially since there were no signs of Majin Buu's revival. Do not worry, it is not over yet, the man in black interjected during Babidi's turmoil. What do you mean? The figure clad in black merely chuckled a few times. It seemed that in the days to come, I would find myself targeted by that madwoman. Walker murmured to himself. The madwoman he referred to was none other than Dabra's sister. As he prepared to descend, a sudden surge of formidable energy erupted. Boom! Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan 2, his overwhelming aura forcing everyone back a considerable distance. "Hey, Vegeta, what are you doing?" Piccolo questioned. Vegeta turned, revealing a fierce expression, and unleashed an energy wave towards him. Piccolo, caught off guard and unable to react in time, saw the attack approach, but in an instant, Goku teleported and deflected the energy wave. "Vegeta, are you trying to kill Piccolo?" Goku shouted. "Kakarot, come and face me in battle," Vegeta declared, closing the distance in a flash. With both hands pressed against Goku's chest, he unleashed a devastating energy wave that resulted in a massive explosion. Boom. The group was propelled away by the force of the blast. Was he truly becoming as demonic as described in the original narrative? Walker thought, lamenting the lengths he would go to surpass Goku. Yet, he soon noticed something unusual. Oddly, his head bore no signs of the characteristic markings from a transformation. Before he could ponder further, Majin Vegeta burst forth from the swirling smoke, swiftly approaching Walker. "Walker, if I defeat you, I shall become the strongest." He raised his hand, initiating a devastating explosion attack. Walker countered with his own energy wave. Chapter 20, Resurrection, Mutation. With a thunderous explosion, the two engaged in close combat amidst the billowing smoke. Meanwhile, on the other side, Babiti's face lit up with excitement. "Almost there, my Majin Buu is about to be resurrected." Though he was unclear about the reasons for their internal strife, he deemed it a monumental blessing. The figure in black regarded him with disdain, knowing the fool would only serve as a tool for his own ends. In the arena, Vegeta's rapid strikes were deftly evaded by Walker. Whoosh! A golden energy wave surged forward. Walker caught the wave with both hands and pushed upwards, creating a hurricane upon the atmospheric explosion. "Do you look down on me, Walker?" Vegeta roared, his fury propelling his energy to its maximum potential. Big Bang Attack. A colossal energy sphere descended upon Walker. He retaliated by punching through the energy sphere. And amidst the smoke, he sidestepped a right hook, delivering a powerful elbow strike to Vegeta's chest, forcing him to stagger back. Refusing to be outdone, Vegeta rushed forward with a punch, only to be dodged, prompting him to unleash his Prince-esque combat technique. Amidst the chaotic barrage, his energy continued to soar. Vegeta's battle power had reached an astounding 38 trillion. It was clear that his latent strength was indeed formidable. While contemplating this, he understood that sheer power did not guarantee victory. "Dad, we must stop them," Gohan urged. "Indeed, continuing like this will only hasten the resurrection of Majin Buu." The Supreme Kai nodded in agreement. However, Goku shook his head. "It's futile. This battle will not cease unless one side is utterly exhausted." Goku was well aware of Vegeta's circumstances. "Let us leave this to them. We must go and prevent Majin Buu's revival." Nevertheless, for reasons unknown, he still felt a surge of excitement. Several individuals leapt into the inky abyss of a cavern. Bang! 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 The fierce battle had reached a fever pitch, and Buffety was utterly elated. The energy of the meatball was continuously escalating, the device exuding plumes of white vapor. Walker delivered a swift kick to Vegeta's abdomen, then, with both hands clasped behind his head, relentlessly assaulted him with knee strikes. Fortunately, all of these blows were deftly parried by Vegeta. With a hum, Vegeta pressed both palms against his chest and unleashed a powerful energy wave, propelling Walker into the distance. However, midway through his trajectory, he was sent flying by Walker's fist. Rat-a-tat-tat. He began to employ the prince's combat style. Explosions erupted, shrouding the area in a cloud of dust. The earth lay ravaged and scarred. From the swirling debris, Walker emerged, his attire merely tattered. He raised his hand and unleashed a high-density energy wave, with Vegeta equally unfazed. The two energy waves clashed violently, generating intense heat that scorched the ground beneath them. When their energies reached a critical threshold, a cataclysmic explosion ensued, reverberating through the atmosphere and propelling both fighters away, inflicting considerable injuries. Spitting in disdain, Walker rose from the rubble, while Vegeta shattered a massive boulder as he flew forth. Truly formidable, he was nearly catching up. Walker squinted at him, realizing Vegeta's combat power had now soared to 370 billion. "Hey, is that all the strength you possess, Walker? Don't let me underestimate you. After I deal with you, I still have Kakarot to contend with," Vegeta proclaimed. Walker smiled faintly, suddenly shifting his aura, elevating it to its utmost limit, surrounded by crackling lightning, resembling a razor-sharp blade. "As you wish, this is the extent of my power." Now, Walker's combat strength had surged to an astonishing 440 billion. Vegeta's expression hardened as he felt the mounting pressure. I am the prince of the Saiyans, he bellowed, raising his own aura to its maximum. In an instant, the two colossal auras collided, shaking the very foundations of the earth. Meanwhile, Goku and his son, alongside King Kai and his attendant, had reached the vicinity of Buffety. As for Piccolo and Krillin, they had returned to the sacred realm. Impressive that you managed to find this place, but it is too late. My Majin Buu has been resurrected. A low rumble emanated from the device behind him, steam billowing and enveloping the area. With a resounding sound, the meatball detached from the apparatus. Crack! The pink meatball emitted a dark glow, and soon after, it split in two. Such overwhelming malevolence. Goku's expression turned grave, fully prepared for battle. The faces of King Kai and his attendant were etched with dread. Their worst fears had come to fruition. As special effects swirled, a slender figure emerged from the mist. When Buffety beheld the entity before him, he was taken aback. This was not the being recorded in his father's notes. King Kai and his attendant gasped sharply. So wicked, so chilling. Had Walker been present, he would have recognized this figure as the pure evil incarnation of Fat Buu, known as Thin Buu. However, this is simply not feasible. In the original narrative, it is the stout Buu who first appears, while the slender Buu emerges only after a small dog is shot. The slender Buu surveyed his surroundings, revealing an eerie smile. Fresh air. His voice was intermittent, reminiscent of a child learning to speak. Buu, are you truly Buu? The slender Buu glanced at Babidi and smiled. A grin so unsettling that it nearly caused Babidi to recoil in terror. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. Since there was a response, this must indeed be Buu. Buu, I command you to eliminate them at once, but spare the Supreme Kai. I wish to torment him thoroughly, Babidi declared. However, Buu showed no reaction. Instead, he opened his mouth and patted his stomach, as if to indicate his hunger. Babidi's expression darkened. Once you deal with them, I shall prepare a delightful feast for you. The slender Buu licked his lips and gazed at Goku and his companions. Before any action could be taken, Babidi recited an incantation, altering the environment. Suddenly, the slender Buu sprang into action with astonishing speed, delivering a powerful kick that sent Goku flying, then swiftly turning to punch Gohan, propelling both father and son thousands of meters away, crashing into the ground and creating a massive crater. Cough, cough. Gohan, are you alright? I'm fine, Dad. Goku nodded, rubbing his stomach, which still ached. At that moment, the slender Buu unleashed an energy wave towards the two, striking them with tremendous force and resulting in a violent explosion. The Supreme Kai and his attendant were left in shock. They stood no chance. This was the end. What's the matter, Supreme Kai? Have you been frightened into submission? Babidi mocked. The figure clad in black behind him was filled with delight. The medium had finally manifested, and now it was his turn. Biting his lip, he began to chant an extremely obscure incantation, his hands forming seals beneath the dark robe. After several breaths, he halted his gestures. Heh. The real show is about to begin. Without warning, he struck Babidi's unguarded head with a single palm, shattering it completely. What? The Supreme Kai's attendant gasped in astonishment. What was happening? Was this an internal conflict? The figure in black shed his cloak, revealing a diminutive frame and a face lined with deep wrinkles. Babidi, I must thank you for providing such excellent material. An energy wave obliterated Babidi's remains. The slender Buu, engaged in battle with Goku and Gohan, ceased his assault as a magical circle appeared behind him, from which a dark substance began to flow. This dark matter entered the slender Buu's body, causing it to contort. Dark, inky patterns emerged on his forehead, arms, and abdomen. With a ferocious roar, he expressed an overwhelming surge of excitement. Vegeta and Walker both sensed a formidable aura of malevolence. What on earth was happening? Walker felt an ominous foreboding in his heart. Chapter 21. The Great Battle Against the Demonized Fat Buu, Part 1. Who are you, and what have you done? The Supreme Kai inquired. I almost forgot to introduce myself. My name is Karat, hailing from the Dark Sorcerer clan. The old man began his self-introduction. The Supreme Kai felt a sense of familiarity with the name of the Dark Sorcerer clan, and as he pondered, his expression suddenly shifted. Isn't your clan supposed to have been annihilated 300 years ago? Indeed, we were annihilated. However, a few of us managed to survive, including my ancestors. To be honest, our clan had long abandoned thoughts of revenge, but after encountering Babidi, the desire for vengeance was reignited within me. Thus, I accompanied him to Earth. Though little did I expect that this Babidi, seemingly lacking in intellect, would truly believe I would collaborate with him. In the end, it only served to benefit me. As Kurat spoke, his demeanor was remarkably relaxed. "Aren't you afraid that I might kill you?" the Supreme Kai threatened. To his surprise, Kurat merely scoffed. "Kill me? With just the two of you? You are hardly worthy. I am no fool like Babidi. My strength far surpasses that of you two, save for those skilled in battle." With that, he unleashed his aura, which was chilling and malevolent, rivaling that of Sun Wukong and his companions. The Supreme Kai and his attendant realized that he spoke the truth. In the distance, the battlefield erupted with violent roars. Sun Wukong and his son transformed into their Super Saiyan 2 forms, shattering the restraints imposed by the demonized Fat Bu. Chirp, chirp, chirp. It emitted strange sounds. "Gohan, be cautious. This foe is unlike any we have faced before," Sun Wukong warned. "Yes, father." Buzz. Abruptly, Fat Bu unleashed a massive energy wave, so extensive that it engulfed an entire area. The resulting explosion was deafening. On the ground, bang. Walker and Vegeta continued their fierce melee. He kicked Vegeta away. "Do you wish to continue fighting? What do you think?" "Very well. It appears I must leave a lasting impression on you." He secretly utilized the Spirito separation technique. His form flickered as he executed a whip-like kick. Although Vegeta managed to block the attack, he was still propelled backward by the sheer force of the blow. Subsequently, with blinding speed, he launched another kick at the spot where Vegeta was about to land, but Vegeta intercepted this strike. Grasping his ankle, he delivered a powerful elbow strike. Walker's leg muscles trembled for a moment before he broke free and countered with a punch aimed at Vegeta's face, resulting in a shockwave as their limbs collided. "Huh!" Vegeta roared, his energy surging. In a flash, he appeared behind Walker, unleashing a high-density energy wave. Walker, without hesitation, kicked the wave away, causing a tremendous explosion in the sky, illuminating the ground with a dazzling light. Taking advantage of the momentary distraction, Walker seized Vegeta's hair and slammed his knee into him. Fortunately, Vegeta reacted quickly, crossing his palms to block the attack. He successfully defended against the first strike, but could not evade the second. Walker executed a sneaky maneuver, causing Vegeta's expression to change as he tightly clamped his legs and swiftly retreated. "You lack martial ethics." Vegeta grimaced. The sensation was exceptionally intense. Walker flicked his wrist, indicating that his previous action was merely a light tap rather than a proper grab. Infuriated by Walker's cheeky demeanor, Vegeta unleashed a series of powerful penetrating beams. Zing, zing, zing. Walker retaliated with energy blasts, which collided and erupted in a thick cloud of smoke. Meanwhile, Goku and his son found themselves at a disadvantage in their battle against the corrupted Fat Bu. "See, with him by my side, I shall dominate the universe. No one can stop me." "Ha ha," laughed Kalat. The Supreme Kai's attendant felt a deep sense of despair. If this trend continued, they would surely face annihilation. They dared not act recklessly, but instead awaited a suitable moment for Jebbit to teleport Goku and the others back to the Supreme Kai's realm. This plan had been painstakingly negotiated with Jebbit moments earlier. Spirit Bomb. Goku and his son's energy waves merged into a massive beam aimed at the corrupted Fat Bu. In response, Fat Bu unleashed a dark gray energy ball measuring 5 to 6 meters in diameter. Boom. The explosion sent thick smoke billowing. Goku swiftly appeared behind Bu, delivering a powerful punch to his head, but it felt as though he had struck a pillow, yielding no substantial impact. As his father attacked, Gohan moved to the forefront, launching a magical flash. The energy beam detonated against Bu's head, yet in the next instant, his head regenerated, and he retaliated with a punch to Gohan's abdomen, causing his back to arch painfully and his face to contort. The tremendous force pierced through the clouds. Grabbing Gohan by the hair, Bu unleashed an energy wave that sent him flying hundreds of meters away. "Gohan!" Goku shouted, attempting to teleport to his son's aid, only to discover that his feet were ensnared by Bu. Fat Bu executed a rapid succession of 5 lightning-fast whips, although Goku managed to block the attack. The overwhelming force sent him tumbling, skidding across the ground for hundreds of meters, shattering several mountain peaks before coming to a halt. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he adopted a grave expression. This foe was on an entirely different level from those he had faced before. With a swift motion, Bu's arm lashed out like a noodle, ensnaring Goku before he could evade, wrapping him up tightly. Then, with a fierce throw, Goku crashed into the ground, creating a massive crater. Bu continued to swing him, each motion compounding the force, causing Goku to spit out blood. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Buu seemed to mock Goku, laughing at his plight and his audacity. With a surge of rage, Goku broke free from his restraints and teleported in close, unleashing a nearly full-powered Kamehameha that pierced through Buu's chest. Goku gasped for breath, reverting to his Super Saiyan form. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Buu's voice echoed, seemingly taunting. Your attacks are futile. With a pop, the hole in his chest mended, and a sweeping kick followed. Just then, Gohan arrived, executing a magical flash that shattered Buu's thigh into fragments. Buu's expression twisted in anger as he unleashed a tremendous energy wave. Wah! Gohan was sent flying by the blast. With a swift motion, he seized Sun Wukong by the neck and hurled him to the ground, the immense force causing the earth to fracture violently. Sun Wukong let out a series of anguished cries as he was met with relentless blows. Ha ha ha! Feel despair, Kaishin. You are powerless to resist. Kurat's laughter had morphed into a harsh, croaky sound, utterly unpleasant to the ears. Sin and Jebet stood in silence, having resigned themselves to their fate, knowing escape was futile. Feel despair? Huh, what do you know of despair? A voice dripped with disdain interjected. In the next moment, Walker, accompanied by Vegeta, burst through the ceiling, landing with the flair of a superhero. Walker, Vegeta, your arrival is fortuitous. I shall explain later, he declared as he placed the unconscious Vegeta aside and scrutinized Karat. I expected a formidable opponent, but it seems you are nothing of the sort. Walker's eyes radiated contempt, his words laced with derision, culminating in a cutting HMPF. Karat's forehead throbbed with fury. This insufferable wretch, though his rage was palpable, refrained from reckless action, fully aware of the disparity in their strengths. His lips moved, murmuring something unintelligible. Meanwhile, the emaciated Buu, who had been mercilessly pummeling Sun Wukong, sensed a shift and abruptly ceased his assault, vanishing in an instant. Sun Wukong gasped for breath, repeatedly coughing up blood. Walker raised an eyebrow and suddenly pivoted, delivering a powerful kick that sent dust flying. He stumbled backward several paces before regaining his footing. As the smoke cleared, the lean Buu reappeared beside Karat. Ah, my minion has returned. Come, strike me. What's wrong? Are you afraid? My subordinate is invincible. Karat boasted with an air of arrogance. Naturally, he felt triumphant. After all, his ally had returned. Kaishin, take Sun Wukong and Vegeta to the Kaishin realm. I will handle things here for now, Walker instructed. Sin nodded, hoisting Vegeta onto his back. Just as Jebet prepared to utilize instant transmission, the lean Buu made his move, prompting Walker to react as well. In a moment of desperation, he intercepted the attack, allowing Jebet to escape via instant transmission. The lean Buu, baring his teeth in fury, unleashed a whip-like strike at him. With a swift motion, Walker seized the leg, executing a circular motion that sent Buu flying while releasing several energy blasts. However, Walker did not pursue. Instead, he directed a powerful palm strike at Karat, only for his hand to pass through as Karat vanished into thin air. Do you think I would be foolish enough to remain unguarded? How laughable, Karat's voice echoed, fluctuating in distance. Walker's senses detected no trace of him. Quite clever, concealing your energy, he murmured. At that moment, a shadow flickered past like the wind. A forceful elbow struck the lean Buu in the abdomen, causing him to arch backward. Following this, Walker spun and delivered a sweeping kick to Buu's face, propelling him backward at remarkable speed. Regaining his balance, the lean Buu retaliated with a powerful energy blast. Walker, in a fit of rage, blocked the energy blast, resulting in a tremendous explosion that shook the underground space, followed by a collapse. In a desolate land, two figures flashed into view, engaging in a fierce battle. In the King Kai's realm, Jebet exerted all his efforts to heal Goku, his son, and Vegeta. After an hour of exhausting labor, Jebet, panting heavily, finally managed to mend their wounds. Saiyans are truly unfathomable, he murmured. Thank you for your hard work, Jebet, Shin said, patting him on the shoulder. After a brief pause, the three slowly regained consciousness. Where are we? Goku inquired. Lord Kaishin, Shin replied with a smile. We are in the Kaishin realm. The Kaishin realm? No, wait, Lord Kaishin. How did we get here? What about Walker? And Earth? Goku asked in rapid succession. Shin then began recounting the events that had transpired. It's impossible for Walker to face that creature alone. Lord Kaishin, please send me back. I must fight alongside Walker, Goku insisted. If Dad is going back, then I want to go too, Gohan exclaimed. Humph. Shin shook his head, his tone resolute. I'm afraid I cannot send you back until we find a solution to Majin Buu. A heavy silence fell over them. At that moment, Jebet seemed to have an epiphany. Lord Kaioshin, I believe we could let them try that sword. Shin's eyes lit up with realization. Indeed. How could I have overlooked that? The legendary sword is said to contain immense power. Perhaps it can resolve our predicament. The group then soared to the mountaintop where the sword was embedded. Lord Kaioshin, are you referring to this sword? Goku asked, looking around but noticing nothing unusual. Do not underestimate the Kaioshin sword, Shin replied solemnly. If one can draw it forth, it bestows great power. I see. But, Lord Kaioshin, why don't you just pull it out? Goku's question left both Shin and Jebet momentarily speechless, for if they could have drawn it, they would have done so long ago. With a slight cough, Shin spoke in a cryptic tone. Though this sword resides within our realm, it seeks a worthy bearer. Among you, only a chosen one can draw it. Goku nodded, clearly convinced, though it remained uncertain whether Vegeta and Gohan shared his belief. One by one, step forward and see who can pull it out. Who will go first? Shin proposed. Gohan stepped forward. I'll give it a try. He descended slowly and began his attempt to draw the sword. Meanwhile, on Earth, the Grand Kai had returned to the Grand Kai's planet, also seeking ways to assist. The battle between Walker and the Slender Buu continued, causing the very Earth to tremble, with strange phenomena occurring everywhere, as if the world were descending into apocalyptic chaos. Boom. The sound of an explosion echoed, with thick smoke enveloping the area. Bang. Walker's knee struck his chin with a resounding crack, the sound of bones fracturing evident. Yet, for Slender Buu's regenerative abilities, this was hardly a concern. A dark aura enveloped Walker as he found himself shrouded in a veil of black energy. In the darkness, he launched a rapid and fierce assault. However, he underestimated Walker. Each strike of his swift onslaught was flawlessly countered. The holes atop Fat Buu's head emitted white steam. With a swift motion, Walker unleashed a high-density energy wave that instantly shattered the veil of darkness. In the blink of an eye, a powerful punch struck at the center of his chest, causing terrifying energy to surge within him, and in an instant, his body disintegrated into countless fragments. With a whoosh, in mere moments, Fat Buu had already regenerated. How astonishing his regenerative power was. I wonder if the spirit separation technique could sever his energy. Walker was not one to linger in thought. He acted upon his reflections. This technique proved quite effective, capable of separating another's energy without them realizing. After a day and a night, the battle raged on, leaving a third of the Earth in ruins. Walker discerned that while the separation technique could indeed sever Fat Buu's energy, his resilience seemed to be in a state akin to infinity. Even if severed, it would quickly replenish. Moreover, the dark energy surrounding him somewhat mitigated the effects of the separation technique. Having battled for a day and a night, he pondered what spoils he might gather today. Kamehameha. A golden beam surged forth. Fat Buu mirrored Walker's stance, unleashing a black Kamehameha. The explosion resonated with a thunderous roar, illuminating the area with its brilliance. Item acquired. Great-tailed Rasengan system. Are you certain I didn't tear in my pick? The power levels are not even comparable. Ding. All skills acquired from other worlds, upon modification, will be suitable for this realm. Very well. You are the authority. Your word is final. Seizing the moment of Walker's distraction, Fat Buu delivered a powerful punch to his abdomen, causing him to arc backward and soar away like a kite severed from its string. He skidded across the ground, leaving a long trail, ultimately crashing into the sea and creating colossal waves. Fat Buu moved with astonishing speed above the ocean, executing the Prince's battle technique. A deafening explosion echoed through the skies. Meanwhile, concealed in the shadows, Kalat bit his fingernails, pondering. Who is this individual that can contend with Fat Buu in his demon-infused state to such an extent? Is the demonic energy insufficient? With this thought, his expression shifted, as if he had resolved something significant. He shed his clothing, bit his finger, and inscribed a magical circle over his heart. Then, he drew a short blade, gritting his teeth and resolutely plunged it into the magical circle. Blood gushed forth, and he displayed a countenance of agony. Sweat poured from his forehead, veins bulging. Yet, he gritted his teeth and persevered, murmuring incantations. In a brief span of seconds, his complexion turned as pale as parchment, and the magical circle emanated a sinister glow, releasing a black-red substance that soared into the distance. Having completed this ritual, he collapsed to the ground, utterly spent, yet a strange laughter escaped his lips. Chapter 23. The Great Battle Against the Transformed Slim Bu. Part 2. Walker delivered a punch that pierced through Slim Bu's abdomen, yet it seemed to have no effect whatsoever. With a mere flex of his stomach, it returned to its original state, and then he seized a piece of flesh from his own body and hurled it at Walker. Whoosh! The energy projectile struck, obliterating the incoming flesh. Swiftly, Walker moved behind Slim Bu and elbowed the back of his head, sending him soaring thousands of meters away, concurrently unleashing a series of homing energy blasts. One after another, they struck their target, exploding in a dazzling display reminiscent of fireworks. Chirp! Chirp! Slim Bu emitted thick smoke and instantaneously appeared before Walker's neck, his right hand darting forward to ensnare Walker's arm. With a swift 360-degree twist, he forcefully yanked it downward. With a sharp sound, Walker's entire arm was torn off, and then a droplet-like energy formed at Slim Bu's fingertips, which he injected into the wound. Half of Slim Bu's body exploded into fragments. Chirp! 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 A peculiar wail escaped him, as if he was experiencing pain. Oh, so that was it. The energy he had just unleashed was concentrated to an extreme point. Thus, he had discovered the means to vanquish Slim Bu. He moved at blinding speed to confront Slim Bu once more, unleashing a 100-fold solar fist. The intense white light compelled Slim Bu to shield his eyes tightly. Seizing this opportunity, Walker amplified and compressed his energy, releasing the stellar destruction wave. In an instant, a brilliant beam engulfed Slim Bu's lower half. As he fell to the ground, Slim Bu rolled incessantly, emitting horrendous cries. Indeed, his lower half had not regenerated. It seemed there was no need for Goku and the others. Farewell. Walker repeated his previous maneuver. A streak of black-red light streaked across the sky, merging into Slim Bu's form. What on earth? Never mind, I shall deal with you first. Once more, he unleashed an energy wave. This time even more potent than the last. Buzz! In the blink of an eye, the descending energy wave rebounded skyward, resulting in a colossal explosion that painted the heavens with vibrant colors. Walker furrowed his brow, observing that, unbeknownst to him, a black-red protective shield had materialized around Slim Bu's exterior. At that moment, Slim Bu slowly rose, stretching his limbs. Damn, those two attacks truly stung. He raised his gaze, his crimson eyes fixed upon Walker. What is going on? Why is he speaking? Wait, could it be that red light? What trickery has that sorcerer employed? He glanced at Slim Bu's battle power, which had escalated to an astounding 500 billion, a staggering difference of 50 billion compared to his own power, which now stood at 450 billion. You are formidable. In a flash, Slim Bu appeared before Walker, delivering a fearsome punch that bore down like an avalanche. Boom. Walker crossed his arms to block the attack, yet a faint crack of broken bones resonated. He plummeted rapidly, crashing into the ground and creating a crater, sending dust billowing into the air. Buzz! A colossal black-red energy orb descended, brimming with immense power. A resounding rumble reverberated through the earth, and in an instant, a vast elliptical pit emerged. Moments later, the tremors ceased, leaving only the drifting smoke that continued to swirl around. Oh my! Quite impressive to evade my strike in such a perilous situation. The slender Bu licked his lips, already contemplating the absorption of his opponent. It was certain that absorbing Walker would significantly augment his power. Walker grimaced, brushing his arm, having narrowly avoided the energy orb during his evasion. Successful acquisition, 5 magical beans. Fortune favored the bold. With a whoosh, a fierce wind swept through as the slender Bu, like a bolt of lightning, appeared before Walker. His fist enveloped in a dark aura, crashing down with great force. Walker deftly sidestepped the punch, simultaneously retrieving a magical bean from his system space and swallowing it to restore his injuries and stamina. He began to exude an intense aura, his muscles slightly swelling, as a domineering and vast energy surged, coalescing around his fist. Meanwhile, black and red flames erupted from the slender Bu, enveloping his fist as he lunged toward Walker. Bang! Crackle! The clash of their fists unleashed a tempestuous energy conflict, the terrifying aura radiating from both combatants conjuring a fearsome whirlwind, causing the very planet to tremble as if adrift in an ocean. What a titanic battle they were engaged in. Saiyan was astonished. The energy had permeated even the sanctum unreachable by mortals, an utterly inconceivable phenomenon. Goku and his companions had been attempting to draw their swords for quite some time, yet they remained stubbornly sheathed. Lord Kaioshin, Are you truly certain you can draw it? It feels rather implausible, Goku remarked. Saiyan, with a serious demeanor, replied, I am certain. Unequivocally so. The reason it cannot be drawn now must be that you have yet to exert your full strength. If you do so, drawing it should be entirely feasible. Thus, the three resumed their efforts to unsheath their swords. Star Destruction Wave. Death Black Energy Bomb. A series of powerful attacks erupted, intertwining black and golden lights to form a magnificent canvas of swirling hues. However, the Slender Boo's onslaught gradually overpowered Walker's counterattacks. Successful acquisition, 500 million base combat power. His combat strength began to ascend rapidly, while his prowess notably increased, allowing his attacks to slowly match Boo's. How intriguing you are. My desire to absorb you grows ever stronger. The Slender Boo licked his lips. Walker dismissed him with scorn. Absorbing him? He doubted the opponent had the capability. The Slender Boo was engulfed in a surging aura, steam billowing from the pores atop his head. He was genuinely incensed that Walker dared to display such an expression toward him, a creature that had existed since the dawn of time. An astonishing energy erupted from him as he charged toward Walker with remarkable speed. Boom! Their fists collided, unleashing a violent shockwave that radiated outward in all directions. In the blink of an eye, both figures vanished. The void echoed with the sounds of their fierce clashes, and as their battle intensified, the skies darkened with clouds. Thunder roared, the earth fractured, and lava erupted from the depths below. At the Temple of the Gods, these two individuals, should their battle persist, will undoubtedly lead to the Earth's demise. Indeed, moreover, it remains a mystery where Goku and his companions have been taken by the Supreme Kai. The inhabitants of the temple displayed no overt fear, for they held firm belief that Son Goku and his allies would return. Ultimately, this malevolent entity would be vanquished. Slim Boo commenced a relentless barrage, unleashing a multitude of energy blasts that filled the air. Yet, Walker demonstrated remarkable agility, skillfully evading each strike with serpentine grace, gradually inching closer to Slim Boo. At that moment, Walker raised his hand and unleashed a searing high-temperature cannon blast. A formidable attack generated by the compression of energy into extreme heat. Slim Boo, undeterred, retaliated with the Kamehameha wave he had previously mastered. Boom! A conflagration erupted, and a scorching wind of 1,000 degrees spread across the battlefield. The two emerged from the inferno, Walker remarking, Human, you are indeed an unexpected adversary, surpassing even that hefty fellow from before, managing to contend with me to such an extent. To instill true fear within you, I shall reveal my true form. As his words lingered, Walker's right eye twitched, an ominous premonition of the horrors to come. However, Walker dismissed such superstition. After all, having a system made him resolute. Chapter 24, Rescue? Who will be rescued? Slim Boo's malevolent energy surged forth, crackling with electric fury. His form began to swell, his gray skin gradually morphing into a deep pink. An overwhelming aura pierced the heavens. Walker staggered back, even his own rage struggling to maintain stability, as he observed the opponent's power escalating to grotesque proportions. Amidst the shifting tides of battle, calmness settled, yet the ground bore the scars of a massive pit. This was the manifestation of Fat Boo. Despite the swirling dust, Walker's instincts guided him, and he felt a chilling dread. Upon assessing the power levels, he was taken aback. 980 billion, nearing 1 trillion. No wonder such a sensation arose. This was a true display of overwhelming strength. Fat Boo's visage contorted into a menacing grimace. It has been a long time since I unleashed this form. With a casual flick of his wrist, a luminous orb erupted forth. Its speed so swift it seemed to vanish in an instant, sending Walker hurtling thousands of meters away. Boom! The ground was carved into a long trench as he careened through the earth. Blood spewed from his mouth. Most of his internal organs had been displaced. Climbing from the rubble, he intended to retrieve a sense of being from his system. In that fleeting moment, Fat Boo appeared before him, delivering a powerful punch. Walker's pupils constricted as he instinctively raised his arms in defense. With that feeble block, a sickening crack echoed. His arm shattered. In an instant, beads of sweat poured down his face, pain twisting his features. With a swift motion, Fat Boo followed up with a kick to his abdomen, causing blood to spray along with fragments of internal organs. Walker stifled a groan. A true man never cries out in vain. Amidst the debris, he exerted his will to summon a sense of being from the system, realizing that failure to do so could spell disaster. All his wounds healed instantaneously. With a thunderous roar, the fierce energy obliterated all rubble. The left hand raised high. A tempest surged toward his palm, gradually coalescing into a spherical shape. The great spiral sphere. At the moment of his attack, Majin Buu shattered it effortlessly with a single punch. In an instant, Waktan felt the world spin violently, sent hurtling backwards at high speed. Successful retrieval, gained 700 million battle power. Successful retrieval, obtained a limit breaker. A mere 700 million battle power, still lacking 410 billion. Couldn't I gather a bit more? However, what exactly is this limit breaker? There was no time to ponder, as Majin Buu closed the distance, energy gathering as he struck, detonating the air and creating an immediate vacuum, showcasing the sheer might of that punch. Waktan understood that he could not withstand it. Retreat was his only option. The disparity in battle power was insurmountable, and before he could escape, he was sent flying once more, suffering multiple fractures anew. "Damn it!" he exclaimed, bursting forth with exclamations of his native tongue. He fled, he pursued, he found himself ensnared. Meanwhile, in the realm of the Kaioshin's sword had finally been unearthed, and the three were diligently training against the clock. Boom! A blinding light erupted, shaking the very earth. Cursed be this strength, every part of my body felt foreign, the pain rendering me numb. Successful retrieval, obtained a mysterious form. Waktan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Splendid work. In that moment, his aura surged dramatically, his injuries wholly restored. Notably, his hairstyle remained unchanged, distinguishing him from Gohan's mysterious form. For reasons unknown, Majin Buu felt a rare tremor of fear, an unfamiliar sensation. Whoosh! Regardless of the circumstances, he resolved to strike first, aiming to interrupt his opponent's spellcasting. With a swift motion, he closed the distance, his palms gathering energy into a luminous orb. In the brilliance, Waktan made no defensive gesture. A fierce explosion resonated, shaking the heavens and earth. The air filled with tumultuous dust. An insufferable show-off. Majin Buu scoffed, his disdain palpable. Suddenly, the pale-faced dark sorcerer Kalat appeared beside Majin Buu, using teleportation magic. "Well done, my warrior. Now, obliterate the entire earth and then accompany me to seek out the Kaioshin." Kalat commanded with a grin. Majin Buu swiftly turned, grasping Kalat by the throat. Kalat's expression shifted dramatically, and before he could resist, Buu tightened his grip, causing his head to loll as he breathed his last. Majin Buu, displeased, remarked, "Someone like you dares to control me?" Humph. With a casual flick, he discarded Kalat's body, obliterating it with an energy blast. Taking a deep breath, he threw his head back and laughed heartily. Clap, clap, clap. As his laughter echoed, applause erupted, prompting an immediate cessation of his mirth. "You truly have 9 lives. That last blow didn't end you," Majin Buu exclaimed. Waktan emerged, applauding. "Oh, to witness such a splendid spectacle before dealing with you is quite delightful." At that moment, Waktan's hairstyle resembled that of a Super Saiyan, yet devoid of the electric aura. His demeanor remarkably composed and restrained. Observing the now restrained brilliance of Walker, an inexplicable sense of pressure enveloped him. However, he promptly dismissed this feeling, scoffing at the absurdity of it. After all, he was Majin Buu. The dark crimson flames began to surge ominously. Walker regarded the situation with newfound confidence, convinced that no matter how his adversary might elevate their prowess, he would certainly prevail, for his battle power had escalated to an astonishing 16 trillion. From the fractured earth, magma erupted with a tumultuous roar. The very fabric of dimensional space began to tear as shards of glass plummeted. Countless serpentine bolts of electricity coursed through the clouds, interspersed with the terrifying destructive force of lightning that occasionally struck down. The earth itself let out a mournful wail. Under Walker's scrutiny, his combat strength surged to just over 11 trillion, a few hundred billion more. Suddenly, a black flash erupted, followed by a resounding explosion at close range, as torrents of air surged like a waterfall. Yet, to Walker, this posed no threat whatsoever. A humming resonance of refined and sharp energy spread, effortlessly calming the turbulent air. He darted forth like a cheetah, arriving before Majin Buu in mere fractions of a second, delivering a blow akin to the Iron Mountain, creating a significant dent in Buu's chest. The force propelled him through the magma and into the ocean below. As the colossal waves surged, Majin Buu emerged from the depths, immediately unleashing a formidable Kamehameha wave. Once again, Walker chose not to evade, as the distance between them was merely a fraction of a millimeter. With a thunderous shout, he shattered the energy wave with sheer force. Majin Buu, his mouth agape wide enough to accommodate a basin, was utterly bewildered by the turn of events, grappling with the inexplicable changes he had witnessed in such a short span of time. At that moment, a group appeared, comprising Goku, along with two others, and the Supreme Kai. Goku, brandishing a colossal sword, exclaimed, "Walker, we have come to assist you." Assist? What aid could he possibly require? He hardly resembled someone in need of rescue. With no time to engage in conversation, he raised his hand and unleashed an energy shockwave. Before Majin Buu could react, his lower body disintegrated. A true expert reveals their prowess with a single strike, and Goku and his companions sensed the extraordinary nature of Walker's recent display of energy. Majin Buu, suddenly alarmed, realized that the cells in his lower body had vanished entirely. He was left with no choice but to consolidate the energy of his upper body to regenerate his lower half, albeit at the cost of some of his own energy. Walker's previous maneuver bore resemblance to a technique employed by Vegito in the anime. Vegito was capable of annihilating his cells primarily due to his battle power and energy density exceeding the limits of Buu's cellular structure. And Walker's recent action was no different. To be frank, you are indeed formidable, but alas, you are simply a victim of circumstance. I hope you can be a better person in your next life. Positioning himself, he unleashed the stellar destruction wave. Majin Buu, smoke billowing from his head in a fit of rage, unleashed his full power in a Kamehameha wave. The energies collided, emitting a sizzling sound as they began to compress. When the energy reached a critical threshold, it erupted in a blinding blaze, a cataclysmic explosion unfurling in an elliptical manner, sweeping across the landscape and leveling all in its path. Wow! The energy wave unleashed by Walker obliterated the Kamehameha, consuming it entirely. Amidst the dazzling radiance, Majin Buu's form rapidly disintegrated, the dark aura surrounding him waning as if retreating into the void. Walker, who had been attentively observing, opened his mouth and unleashed a barrage. Two beams of light shot forth at incredible speed, resulting in a colossal explosion that thoroughly annihilated both Majin Buu and the surrounding darkness. With a sigh of relief, Walker returned to normalcy, while the five companions stood in stunned silence. Especially the Supreme Kai, who could scarcely believe the spectacle before him. Was Majin Buu truly vanquished? He even pinched Jebbet to confirm he wasn't dreaming. Jebbet grimaced in pain, silently cursing. The Supreme Kai's face beamed with joy as the heavy weight upon his heart finally lifted. He immediately flew over to express his gratitude to Walker. "Thank you, Mr. Walker. Without you, we would have found it exceedingly difficult to eradicate him." He bowed deeply, disregarding his divine status. He had often contemplated that, provided it meant saving the universe, he would not hesitate to endure humiliation. Such is the essence of true vision. Fortunately, no such indignities had befallen him upon arriving on Earth. Moreover, he felt grateful that Babidi had sealed Majin Buu on Earth. Had it not been for this, he would never have encountered Walker and the Saiyans. Nor would Buu have been defeated. Perhaps everything was preordained. Goku and the others approached, intending to say something, but Walker gestured for them to head to the temple first. Utilizing instant transmission, they swiftly arrived at the temple, where the Eternal Dragon had already been summoned. Din had witnessed the events unfolding below, and it was fortunate that the Dragon Balls had been gathered beforehand. Otherwise, amidst the impending cataclysm, collecting them would have posed significant challenges. Subsequently, Din summoned the Eternal Dragon to wish for the restoration of Earth, the resurrection of those who perished in the calamity, and the erasure of their memories of the disaster. After the wish was granted, the Eternal Dragon soared away, and Earth returned to its usual flourishing state. Acquisition successful. White magic. Acquisition successful. One opportunity for limb regeneration. Acquisition successful. 600 million battle power. White magic and the chance for limb regeneration were indeed splendid gifts. However, with my base battle power already at 3 billion, how much would my mysterious form amplify this? Walker pondered. Suddenly, Goku clapped him on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Bulma mentioned throwing a grand feast. Come on, we must celebrate our victory. You, as the main character, cannot miss this." Walker smiled, and, with Goku's instant transmission, they descended upon Capsule Corporation. Thus began the grand banquet at Capsule Corporation. As the festivities unfolded, it stretched into the late hours of the night. Throughout the evening, None utilized their energy to mitigate the effects of alcohol, resulting in a collective inebriation. Eventually, with the assistance of several attendants, the guests succumbed to slumber within the confines of Capsule Corporation. The night passed without incident. The first rays of morning sunlight illuminated the earth and city, heralding the dawn of a new day. Walker stretched lazily. Last night, I indeed indulged excessively in drink. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Please come in. Bulma and Trunks entered. Walker, someone is looking for you and is currently waiting in the hall. After saying this, they left with Trunks. Walker, filled with curiosity, wondered who could possibly be seeking him. He exited his room and made his way to the hall, where two men awaited him. No, I mean, you woke me up early just to find someone? You could have told me directly. I would have come anyway. Gak cast a somewhat disgruntled glance at the man beside him. He had been enjoying a good sleep when he was abruptly awakened and brought to earth. Isn't it just because I saw you looking bored? If I didn't pull you along, who else would I have? Besides, you are familiar with these people on Earth, aren't you? Faced with this reasoning, Gak found himself at a loss for words, realizing that indeed, he was quite acquainted with them. Before long, Walker arrived in the hall and spotted Gak along with the man. To his surprise, this man had come seeking him. Long time no see. Walker nodded. Hey, Males, is this the person you were looking for? By the way, when did you meet him? I had no idea. Indeed, standing next to Gak was Males. I'm not sure, Mr. Males, what brings you to seek me? Walker inquired. Males scrutinized Walker from head to toe, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in his eyes. Remarkable. His growth has been astonishingly rapid. Among mortals, he is indeed unparalleled. Should he ascend to a divine status, he would be eligible for the position of a candidate for a destroyer. Males smiled and said, This isn't a suitable place for a discussion. Very well, then lead the way. With that, the two departed, and Gak intended to follow, but Bulma called out to him, Not so fast, I want to ask about your sister. After all, Gak was the only one who could contact her. Walker and Males entered a room, where he brought in a stool for Males to sit. The matter is thus. I wish to enlist your help in halting a transaction at an auction, Males stated. Walker was taken aback. Rubbing his ears to ensure he had heard correctly, Males was requesting his assistance? Then it dawned on him. Angels have their own stances and cannot act directly. However, what transaction could be of such significance to warrant Males' attention? I understand your thoughts. I can only inform you that this transaction pertains to the demon realm, though it is not the demon realm you are familiar with. Furthermore, the self-proclaimed demon king, Depura, resides in a mere enclosed space of the true demon realm, which is hardly noteworthy. The entity known as Majin Buu, however, hails from the genuine demon realm. Upon hearing this, Walker began to grasp the potential peril of this transaction. What truly astonished him was the revelation that Majin Buu originated from the authentic demon realm. Reflecting on the ancient texts he had perused in his past life, which stated that it had existed since antiquity and was not artificially created, it all began to make sense. All right, leave this matter to me. Please provide me with the location of the auction, Walker requested, but Males shook his head. I only possess this information. As for where it will be held and when the transaction will occur, that is for you to discover on your own. Walker felt utterly exasperated. If he were to search, it would take an eternity. However, since he had already accepted the task, there was little choice. After all, he was presently outmatched. He could only endure for now. Very well, I shall set off shortly. I appreciate your assistance. Males cheerfully patted him on the shoulder. After their conversation concluded, he exited the room, and shortly thereafter, he and Jack departed in their spacecraft. Vegeta, rarely seen in such a groggy state, ambled over. Hey, is there anything to eat? I'm famished. Bulma shot him a disapproving glare and replied curtly, I prepared everything long ago. Go freshen up and hurry to breakfast. With that, she turned and left. A little while later, in the dining area, the three Saiyans were heartily enjoying their breakfast. Walker, are you leaving? Goku inquired mid-bite. Walker nodded in affirmation. Goku's eyes sparkled with excitement. Can I come with you? Before Walker could respond, Chi-Chi seized his ear, unleashing a fierce rebuke. Walker, you better not perish in the cosmos. I will surpass both you and Goku. Rest assured, he replied. After satisfying their hunger, they soared into the sky, departing from Earth. Chapter 26. Truly considering oneself significant, chip in the vast expanse of the universe, a conspicuous white line could be seen. The universe is so immense. Where should I search? Indeed, if it weren't for the fact that I cannot defeat you. Walker was quite vocal about his grievances. He had lost track of time. having traversed several star rivers. On the planet of the Grand Kai gazed at the crystal ball before him, which displayed an image of Walker. He had previously contacted the Kai from the Kai realm, acquiring some resources that extended his lifespan. Curious, he pondered, where is he headed? After observing for a while, he noted that Walker was aimlessly wandering through the cosmos. He decided not to intervene, as long as no significant issues arose. After all, in a sense, this individual could be considered a Kai himself. He would have to express his gratitude at some point. Initially, he had merely perceived Walker as a potential source of assistance, never imagining he would indeed prove beneficial. The scene shifted back to the universe. At this moment, Walker had arrived within the dominion of the South Kai. He randomly selected a planet to descend upon. Sensing the atmosphere, he detected life on this planet and followed the sensation. Minutes later, he stumbled upon a village. A cursory glance revealed that these beings possessed gray skin and whiskers reminiscent of catfish. Unbeknownst to him, they were preoccupied with various unknown jars scurrying about. He watched as they stacked the jars high, arranging them neatly in a circular formation. An elderly figure then approached the center, raising his hands high and mumbling incomprehensibly. The subsequent events caused Walker's pupils to constrict. The individuals drew blades from their waists and committed suicide. A dark green liquid cascaded down, yet they remained upright, standing with unwavering poise. The liquid seemed to be drawn by an unseen force, pooling at the feet of an elderly man and forming a peculiar pattern. The old man trembled as if stricken by Parkinson's, his lifeless eyes rolling back. In the next instant, the green light at his feet surged upward, engulfing him in a radiant glow, while the ground began to quake, and a formidable energy began to surge forth. What malevolent power was at work? As he contemplated intervening, the old man suddenly turned to face him, unleashing a burst of energy. Whoosh! Walker narrowly evaded the attack, a massive crater forming in his wake, the heat waves surging around him. In the fleeting moment of Walker's disappearance, the old man vanished too, only to be followed by the sound of a violent clash. Dark green energy orbs whizzed past his face, obliterating a mountain peak. As he turned, one struck his chin, yet it proved futile. The old man's expression turned ferocious as he unleashed a wave of energy. Boom! Walker, fueled by rage, retaliated, obliterating the energy wave with a punch. Amidst the smoke, energy orbs bombarded around them, resulting in a series of intense explosions. Walker endured the onslaught. Who are you? What did I just witness? The old man's voice was gravelly. Assessing the old man's combat power, which stood at an astounding 930 billion, nearing a trillion, Walker smirked. I have seen everything. So which aspect do you inquire about? Regardless of what you have seen, you must die. This secret cannot be revealed to others. The old man bit his tongue, and the dark green energy surrounding him surged violently, an aura of malevolence expanding. The sky darkened with ominous clouds, thunder echoing. In the depths of the galactic prison, Morrow slowly opened his profound eyes. Interesting, I never expected anyone would recall this method. Huh. He closed his eyes again, confident that his escape would come soon, and when it did, chaos would ensue. Walker was taken aback as his combat power surged to a staggering trillion. In a flash, he closed the distance, unleashing a wave of energy. Walker crossed his arms, bracing himself against the attack, faint scorch marks appearing on his arms. With a swift motion, he dispelled the thick smoke. Letting out a low growl, he transformed into a mysterious form, examining his combat power, which had now reached 18 trillion. A fierce wind howled, his power erupting skyward, scattering the dark clouds. The planet trembled under the weight of his might. Impossible. This world revolves around me. I am its master, and no being as powerful as you can exist here. The old man's visage twisted in madness. Oh, how amusing. Do you truly think of yourself as significant? You're merely a condiment to be dipped in sauce. In a manner reminiscent of teleportation, Walker appeared behind him, delivering a kick that sent the old man plummeting underground. With a thunderous crash, he broke through the surface, confronting him once more. He unleashed a hoarse roar, with thick, dark green energy swirling around his body, as he began to transform into an alien form. I am the sovereign of this world. You are all my slaves, destined to perish. No sooner had he uttered these words than the remaining villagers took their own lives, their liquid essence flowing forth, which he absorbed entirely. His combat power surged once more, bringing him closer to the alien visage. He raised his hand and conjured two massive waves, hurling them forth. Walker cleaved through the waves with a swift strike of his hand, resulting in a tremendous explosion. Instantly, he pivoted and, with a thunderous crash, raised his leg to block the incoming attack. In the next moment, their figures flickered, and the skies, earth, oceans, and mountains trembled under the impact of their battle. Boom! A colossal peak shattered, debris soaring into the air. Walker delivered a punch that ruptured the very atmosphere, leaving the old man astounded. This blow was utterly insurmountable. He evaded at an astonishing speed, but was a fraction too slow, resulting in his right arm being obliterated. "Aya!" he cried out in agony, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Seizing the fleeting moment, Walker swiftly seized him by the throat. What is the meaning of all this? However, the old man revealed a cruel smile, energy surging within him, coalescing into a singular point as his body began to swell. Sensing the impending calamity, Walker swiftly loosened his grip, and then a cataclysmic explosion ensued. The blinding white light dissipated, thick smoke billowing, leaving behind an unparalleled crater. Coughing, Walker emerged from the haze, looking quite disheveled, his attire tattered and stained with blood. Fortunately, his injuries were merely superficial and not severely debilitating. How decisive, Walker mused, shaking his head. I never anticipated encountering such misfortune. To stumble upon this chaos on a random planet is truly remarkable. He retrieved a fresh set of clothes from the system space and, as he prepared to depart, suddenly halted, gazing into the distance. In that fleeting moment, he sensed a faint life force. In an instant, he vanished and reappeared at the location of his perception. He searched the vicinity and, upon discovery, bent down to pick up a thin shard. This must have been the source of the sensation. Somewhat uncertain, he examined the shard repeatedly. Ah, this is indeed intriguing. It emanates a distinct energy. Perhaps it is a chip. He chuckled, then tossed it into the system space for further study at a later time. Then, with a whoosh, he shot off like a rocket into outer space. Gazing at the unknown planet, he conjured an energy orb in his hand, carelessly dropping it, which shortly erupted in a thunderous roar. The planet's explosion was a spectacle of brilliance and beauty. Only after witnessing the complete obliteration of the planet did he turn to leave. Shortly thereafter, a spaceship arrived and hovered nearby. Inside the vessel, a portly man surveyed the surroundings, his eyes filled with confusion. Maggie, could we have made a mistake? There is not a soul in sight. That old man couldn't he possibly be deceiving us, could he? The woman known as Maki glanced at the coordinate pointer she held. Indeed, it was nearby. Could it be that the pointer was faulty? Just look around. There is nothing here. It's a possibility. With this thought, Maki began to feel uncertain. A tall man with dreadlocks stood by the window, speaking slowly. Let us not dwell on this for now. Let us head to the auction house. If we delay, those coveted items might be snatched away. Beside him stood a shorter man, roughly the same height as the woman. The stout man nodded at Maki, and they activated their spaceship, departing from the location. Chapter 27. Overwhelming force in mid-flight, Walker suddenly halted. He sensed several spacecraft approaching. Glancing around, he moved toward a massive meteorite. Several ships passed overhead, and in a swift motion, Walker appeared on a sizable ship, clinging to it like a gecko while suppressing his presence. He had encountered similar vessels heading in the same direction before, leading him to suspect that they were bound for the very location he sought. The ship continued its journey, eventually landing on a planet in the eastern galaxy. As the hatch opened, a group of extraterrestrial beings disembarked. What a dreadful choice of location. It's quite far, one remarked. There is no helping it. The Galactic Patrol has been stringent lately. Just being able to hold this event is an achievement in itself. Let us move, don't dawdle. If we're late, we might miss our chance entirely. The group flew off in a specific direction. They arrived at a mountain range, surveyed their surroundings, and landed. One of them produced a small glass sphere and crushed it. The ground trembled, and soon a door began to materialize, through which they entered. Just as the door was about to close, Walker dashed inside. Inside was utter darkness, but that mattered little. Following their winding path, he finally exited the shadowy area. Concealed in the shadows, he extended his senses and realized that this space had been crafted by several sorcerers. Understanding this, he ventured deeper into the area, finding a spot to sit and closing his eyes in anticipation of the auction's commencement. Approximately 15 minutes later, the lights dimmed and the murmurs gradually subsided. As tranquility enveloped the room, the spotlight focused on the central podium. A strikingly beautiful woman with an alluring presence appeared. She was the auctioneer, Felina. Welcome, esteemed guests. To this auction. I am Felina, your host and auctioneer. Her voice radiated charm, captivating the audience to the point where some appeared entranced. Enough of the pleasantries, Felina. We're old friends. Let us cut to the chase and begin. Yes, indeed. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can disperse. The atmosphere quickly became lively again, prompting a sultry smile from Felina. Very well, let the auction commence. With a strike of her gavel, the first item was brought forth. Walker, feeling quite bored, observed the auction. The items varied widely, ranging from goods to human trafficking, a veritable hodgepodge. Who were those two? Under the influence of his keen perception, he observed the entrance of a delicate extraterrestrial gentleman and a robust alien figure into a chamber. His attention was primarily drawn to the former, who emanated a faint aura of magical energy. Had he not been so meticulous in his sensing, it would have likely gone unnoticed. Walker stroked his chin, deducing that this must be the individual involved in the transaction. Stretching lazily, he ambled aimlessly toward that direction. Although he could have barged in forcefully, he opted for a more cautious approach to avoid unnecessary complications. Inside the room, the delicate figure regarded the muscular man. Where's the item? No need to rush. The delicate one replied, waving his hand, which summoned a beautifully crafted box onto the table. A glimmer of excitement flashed in the robust man's eyes. This was precisely what he had been anticipating. He retrieved a small box from his drawer, which, in comparison to the one on the table, appeared quite crude. The two men slid their respective boxes toward one another. The muscular figure was the proprietor of the auction. He opened his box to reveal a shimmering orb. Ha ha ha. Excellent. You are a man of your word, he exclaimed, his mind drifting back to events from 6 months prior. This young man had approached him seeking a rare item, promising a generous reward. That reward was this orb, known as the Star Core, a relic born from the cataclysm of a planet, functioning similarly to a bomb. The delicate gentleman hailed from a branch of a family originating in the demon realm, having separated from it long ago due to past misfortunes. Now, his family faced troubles and sought a path back to their ancestral realm. As he opened the box, an ancient key lay within. He examined the key repeatedly, channeling energy into it, but to no avail. However, he remained unperturbed, placing it back inside the box. He understood that the key was authentic. It simply lacked sufficient energy. It's genuine. I shall take my leave, he declared. The muscular man nodded in acknowledgement. Yet, as the delicate figure opened the door, he was taken aback. You. Walker's aura surged forth, sending him crashing backward. Who dares to act so brazenly in my domain? The auctioneer bellowed in anger. However, in the next instant, he too was hurled back, embedding himself in the wall and spewing forth blood. Walker approached the delicate figure and seized him by the throat. Hand over the key. Do you know who I am to treat me so? The delicate figure's voice trembled as he stammered. Walker, uninterested in idle chatter, intensified his aura, causing himself to explode with energy. A key fell into his grasp, leaving the auctioneer terrified. Why you? Don't come any closer. His voice quivered, fear causing him to nearly lose his composure. All that transpired was sealed away, unbeknownst to outsiders. With a swift motion, he unleashed energy that pierced the auctioneer's forehead. Clearing the area with a wave of his hand, he settled down to examine the key's information through his system. Key to the demon realm, crafted by dark sorcerers of the demon realm, capable of opening a portal to said realm, currently with 30 energy, temporarily unable to activate. This must be the item Melis spoke of. He cast the key into the system's void and departed. Shortly after his exit, a dark liquid began to coalesce, taking on a humanoid form within mere breaths. Cough, cough, cough. Damn it, another wasted opportunity. Regardless of your identity, I shall avenge this grievance in due time. With a flicker, he vanished. Chapter 28. The terrifying malevolent wave Walker silently slipped away from the auction. Just as he left, members of the Zeta organization arrived. However, what transpired thereafter was of no concern to Walker, who soared swiftly through the cosmos. Acquisition successful. Gained 1 trillion combat power. Note, this combat power is conferred upon transformation. Such a mechanism is indeed intriguing. After traversing a starry river, he suddenly halted. Great King of the Universe, what summons you? The voice of the Great King resonated in his mind. Walker, do come here at once. Something significant has occurred, and Goku and the others are present. Walker accelerated his flight. Meanwhile, chaos reigned in hell. Kamehameha. A blue beam struck the barrier, but failed to produce any tremor. How could this be? Goku's expression tightened. Goku, This is futile. We must eliminate that individual above for the barrier to dissipate, bellowed King Yama from within the barrier. Goku and Vegeta exchanged glances and ascended towards the barrier's pinnacle. Before long, they encountered the clapping figure of a rotund creature, exuding an aura of innocence. This creature is formidable. I can sense a powerful presence emanating from it. The plump, malevolent wave clapped its hands while continuously uttering its name. Goku flew forward, making a face, prompting a laugh from the creature, which in turn made Goku chuckle. Whoosh bang. However, caught off guard, he was sent flying by a single punch. Vegeta, Ribrian, and several underworld warriors were taken aback. This is bad. Bang, bang, bang. One by one, they were struck and sent hurtling away, crashing into several unknown peaks. Emerging from the debris, a barrage of energy orbs rained down upon them. The group retaliated in defense. The thunderous explosions echoed through the skies. How is this creature so powerful? Goku wiped the blood from his lip and began to unleash his rage. Vegeta followed suit, and both erupted with golden energy. Their eyebrows vanished, and their hair lengthened, radiant golden light enveloping them as they transformed into Super Saiyan 3. Their Super Saiyan 3 forms were cultivated in the Room of Spirit and Time and on King Kai's planet. Though they had some physical limitations, they were not insurmountable. Malevolent wave? Malevolent wave? The creature was perplexed, unable to comprehend why these two were glowing. As it pondered, Goku and Vegeta took their positions and commenced their assault. A series of tennis ball-sized energy blasts struck the creature, culminating in a spectacular explosion. Kamehameha. Ultimate Flash. The two ultimate techniques detonated simultaneously, turning hell upside down. Goku and Vegeta had grown remarkably stronger, surpassing us by a wide margin. I just wonder if that monster has been defeated. Galactic Patrol Headquarters. Upon returning from his mission, Mels paused momentarily. What's the matter, Mels? His teammate inquired with a hint of confusion. Mels smiled and shook his head. Why overthink it? Come on. I've discovered a delightful restaurant. Let's go enjoy a few drinks. As they walked, his mind wandered. The balance of yin and yang was disrupted. A potent malevolence lingered. What has transpired in hell? Those two auras are not to be trifled with. They must belong to Sun Wukong and Vegeta. The Saiyans truly are a remarkable race. Never mind. Let them handle it. I trust that fellow has a plan. Of course, he was referring to Walker. Meanwhile, guided by the great Kai, Walker had arrived in the southern galaxy. Shortly after his arrival, the southern Kai appeared, uttering only, "Come with me," before whisking him away. In the blink of an eye, they reached hell. The atmosphere was thick with smoke and despair. I'll leave it to you now. Good luck. He gestured and vanished swiftly, eager to avoid any fallout. Walker was left speechless. Boom. Explosions echoed relentlessly. Walker moved at an incredible speed towards the source of the chaos. Vegeta, it seems we underestimated him. This adversary is indeed formidable. Sun Wukong breathed heavily. Vegeta scoffed, visibly displeased. He had thought that transforming into Super Saiyan 3 would put him on equal footing with Walker. Little did he know that fate had other plans, presenting an even greater threat. Suddenly, a pair of hands emerged from the thick smoke, rapidly elongating and seizing both their throats with lightning speed. As the smoke cleared, a different entity revealed itself. What? The two were taken aback, their Saiyan instincts urging them to recognize the imminent danger. The second form of the malevolent aura yanked them closer. Chirping sounds seemed to mock them. Vegeta, seething with rage, unleashed a powerful attack. However, the malevolent wave redirected his assault back towards him. The energy warped space itself. It was utterly bizarre. The spectating warriors from the underworld watched in disbelief, unable to intervene in such a battle. Chapter 29. Unimaginable. The malevolent aura grinned, then unleashed a devastating energy wave. A terrifying beam engulfed the two, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that created a massive crater. No, a simple attack had left both Vegeta and Sun Wukong severely injured. Struggling, they rose to their feet, tearing away their tattered garments. Vegeta, can you still fight? Of course, I can still fight. Vegeta retorted defiantly. Sun Wukong chuckled. The two began to radiate energy. But just as quickly, their power waned, returning to a normal state. Damn it. Our stamina is exhausted. Sun Wukong's face grew pale. TCH. Vegeta clenched his fists, filled with frustration. The malevolent wave seemed to be acutely aware of their predicament, cackling mockingly. Its dual arms ensnared the two tightly, thrashing them about with a resounding thud. As they were dragged before it, a gaping maw unleashed a burst of energy, resulting in a tremendous explosion. Amidst the billowing smoke, the malevolent wave displayed a perplexed expression, retracting its severed arms. What transpired? The energy fluctuations were overwhelmingly immense. Did you sense anything? The others also shook their heads in response, feeling nothing amiss. As the smoke began to clear, clarity emerged. It was Walker. He had finally arrived. Could it be that he was the one responsible for the earlier commotion? Though words were left unspoken, everyone grasped the situation. Ahem. Thank you, Walker. It turned out that at the moment of the explosion, Walker had timely intervened, deploying a protective shield to mitigate the blast's damage. The adversary was formidable as well. Minuscule cracks had formed on his shield, invisible to others but all too clear to Walker himself. Upon assessing the opponent's combat power, he found it to be a staggering 790 trillion, nearing 800 trillion, and still on the rise. In the context of the cinematic adaptation, Walker was certain the malevolent wave's prowess exceeded this. The malevolent wave tilted its head, instinctively recognizing the newfound presence as a potential threat. Acquisition successful. Obtained evil crystal. What is this contraption, system? Please investigate its specific function yourself, host. Whoosh. A shadow darted past, propelling Walker backward with a force that left behind several craters, stirring up thick clouds of smoke. Regaining his footing, he faced the malevolent wave, which approached with a hum, crimson energy erupting and forming a colossal black mushroom cloud. This sight left onlookers in a state of trepidation, as the malevolent wave emitted a sinister and discordant laugh. Hey, your laughter is quite unbearable. Do you truly believe you've won? Surely not. As the smoke dissipated, Walker emerged, radiating an intense aura. His combat power had surged to 42 trillion. This transformation had granted him an impressive increase of 26 trillion in strength, undeniably formidable, yet still insufficient against the malevolent wave's might. At that moment, the malevolent wave unleashed two energy blasts, each more powerful than the last, merging into a single massive energy wave. Walker, fueled by determination, retaliated with the star destruction wave. A resounding boom reverberated as the very fabric of space trembled, dust swirling as the two combatants charged at one another, engaging in a fierce battle. Within the Grand Kai's palace, the Grand Kai pondered. Do you think Walker can prevail? The North Kai, visibly anxious, inquired. The Grand Kai scrutinized the crystal ball for a moment. It depends on their timing and abilities during this clash, he replied, implying uncertainty. He felt helpless, recognizing that such matters were beyond his intervention. On a desolate planet at the edge of the universe, a figure cloaked in dark green materialized. Raising a hand, the ground trembled as a door materialized, through which he stepped, the entrance vanishing behind him. In another realm, as he appeared, an elderly man materialized. Young master, what troubles you? The irate young man exclaimed, waving his hand to reveal a scene. Investigate the origins of this individual. He has taken that object. Indeed. The elder nodded and vanished. The youthful figure soared towards the distant castle. Within the castle, an ancient man, his hair white and his body resembling withered wood, opened his eyes. The balance of yin and yang has been disrupted. Perhaps this presents an opportunity. After contemplating for a moment, he dismissed the notion. Having remained dormant for so long, the time is not yet ripe. The scene shifted back to the depths of hell. Acquisition successful. Gained 2 trillion combat power. Acquisition successful. Obtained a destructive cannon. In an instant, an overwhelming aura surged forth. Bang! A heavy fist shattered its chest, forcing it back several kilometers, followed closely by a wave of energy. It screeched loudly, unleashing a torrent of malevolence. Walker assessed its combat power, which had astonishingly soared to 9 trillion. It too released an energy wave. Boom! A colossal explosion swept through hell. The two engaged in a high-speed collision midair, a blinding light illuminating the surroundings, causing pain to the eyes of all who beheld it. The very fabric of the space where they clashed appeared to fracture, emitting a cacophony of cracking sounds. Walker coughed up blood, staggering backward. Spitting out blood mixed with phlegm, a faint smile graced his lips. He was exhilarated. Ha! Here we go again. Walker laughed heartily, unleashing his full strength, temporarily reaching 7 trillion. They darted about, their speed so swift that it was nearly impossible to perceive. Bang! 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 The visceral collisions of fists produced terrifying shockwaves that rippled outward. The space trembled wherever the waves passed. Quick, step back, it's terrifying. Walker was even more monstrous than you all. Indeed, but now with Walker, We should be able to vanquish it. A few individuals chattered amongst themselves. Sun Wukong chuckled bitterly within. It seemed that in this lifetime, he could never catch up to Walker. Vegeta gritted his teeth, filled with unwillingness and frustration. Yet there was truly no way around it. It screeched again, as surging energy coalesced within its mouth. A pale red energy wave erupted forth. Walker raised both hands, unleashing the destructive cannon. Boom! The moment of impact twisted the space, erupting into visible shockwaves. At that instant, Walker's form faded, suddenly appearing above the malevolent wave, launching a massive spiral sphere. The energy pierced through its body, leaving a gaping wound, driving it underground, and unleashing a series of densely packed energy waves. Accompanied by a resplendent glow, a thunderous roar resonated throughout the heavens and the earth. Acquisition successful. Gained the skill of void assimilation. The reason for his earlier disappearance was due to acquiring this skill. What this battle will ultimately evolve into is beyond imagination. Chapter 30. Crisis returns to Earth. Chirp, chirp. The malevolent wave picked up a broken wolf fang club from the ground, transforming it into a sword under its influence. With swift motions, it slashed several times, releasing waves of purple energy, sword chi. The sword chi surged forth with the force to obliterate all in its path. Walker let out a low growl, channeling his enigmatic energy to its utmost potential before transforming into Super Saiyan 2, instantly amplifying his combat power to a staggering 10 trillion. However, he was acutely aware of a sharp pain coursing through his body. He unleashed several energy blasts that collided and exploded. In a flash, he moved at supersonic speed behind the malevolent energy wave, secretly employing the Spirito forced separation technique. With a resounding impact, he delivered a powerful punch to its abdomen, the overwhelming energy penetrating deep within. The malevolent wave emitted a series of anguished cries, and in that fleeting moment, retaliated by kicking Walker in the neck, sending both combatants flying. Before they could touch the ground, they disintegrated and vanished. Walker scanned his surroundings and suddenly unleashed an energy wave towards his right. The malevolent wave tumbled from the void, howling in fury, releasing an extraordinarily terrifying dark aura. System diagnostics indicated its combat power had surged to 10 trillion. With no signs of abating, a sudden explosion from an energy blast interrupted its rampage, momentarily halting its power at 126 trillion. Enraged, it opened its mouth to unleash an energy wave, to which Walker resolutely responded in kind. Ding! Collection successful. Obtained Kekai Emperor. In that moment, he had no time to consider the significance of his acquisition. The battle took precedence. Walker seized its thigh and flung it away, while simultaneously launching a barrage of energy blasts. Sparks flew and thunder clapped as they struck the ground, creating a vast chasm. The malevolent wave howled in agony, its cries painfully discordant. With a surge of energy, Walker unleashed the great-tailed spiral sphere, a modified technique of devastating potency. The energy of the wind sliced through its form, rendering it temporarily unable to regenerate. The expression of torment lasted mere moments before it vanished. The malevolent wave flickered, its legs whipping towards Walker's forehead. In a split second, he caught its leg and, with bulging veins, forcefully hurled it away, shattering several hills in the process. Walker moved at an incredible speed to its descent point, launching a rapid series of relentless assaults, each strike imbued with immense weight. A thunderous impact struck the ground, creating a massive fissure, yet the malevolent wave had disappeared. A furious roar erupted from the malevolent wave, more terrifying than before, as an even darker aura surged forth, its eyes gradually turning crimson and barbs sprouting from its back. In the palace of the barrier, the king of hell sensed the disturbance and urgently shouted. All dark energy converged upon it. It was on the verge of a third transformation. Immediate action was required to prevent a catastrophic imbalance between the realms of yin and yang. Walker's expression turned grave as he grasped the severity of the situation. In an instant, he vanished, reappearing behind the malevolent wave, enveloping it while maximizing the Spirito forced separation technique. A peculiar scene unfolded. On one side, the malevolent wave absorbed dark energy, while on the other, the energy dissipated at an alarming rate. Walker felt the toll on his own body. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as he realized that unleashing this technique to its fullest extent inflicted harm upon himself. At this moment, the malevolent wave finally sensed a difference. its elbows continuously colliding with Walker in an attempt to break free. After more than a dozen attempts, it indeed managed to escape. Ding! Successfully acquired, gaining 2 billion basic combat power. Steadying himself, Walker wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, though his basic combat power had increased. It now surged to 115 trillion, rapidly closing the gap. The malevolent wave traced a finger through the void, unleashing a torrent of fragmented energy that surged forth like a tidal wave. Walker immediately melded into the void to evade the assault, maneuvering within it to appear before his adversary, unleashing the star destruction wave at the moment of his emergence. The formidable energy wave instantaneously engulfed the foe, resulting in a terrifying explosion. He understood that this alone would not obliterate the enemy, so he relentlessly amplified his energy output. The malevolent wave emitted a pained howl, its body momentarily unable to recover. No, I must exert more force. Channeling energy to enter Super Saiyan 3, his combat power surged once more, reaching 15 trillion. However, the side effects were immense, as his body could hardly endure such overwhelming power, blood seeping from his skin. Let me eradicate you completely. Energy erupted in full force. The tremendous explosion caused the very ground of hell to tremble, with waves of tremors continuing unabated. The barrier of the Yama Palace began to fracture. When the splendid radiance of the explosion subsided, the barrier of the Yama Palace had entirely vanished, and Walker collapsed to the ground in exhaustion. Yet he bore a smile, having finally dealt with the malevolent wave. In his current state, he felt utterly drained, every muscle in his body twitching in discomfort. The resurrected dead on Earth all returned to hell. However, this was not the end. Astronomers observed that a meteorite was hurtling toward Earth, and if it struck, the planet would face immediate annihilation. Inside the Turtle Hermit's house, upon hearing the broadcast from the radio, Krillin, Gohan, Tien, Trunks, and the other warriors exchanged glances and departed hastily. They had to prevent this meteorite, preferably destroying it to minimize the damage to Earth. Little did they know, this meteorite was no ordinary rock. Chapter 31, System Upgrade. Gohan's first kill. The group soared above the city, bracing themselves. It's coming. Watching the meteorite break through the atmosphere, the warriors gathered their energy and prepared their ultimate techniques. Turtle School Kamehameha. Energy Sphere Slash. Demon Flash. Demon Penetrating Light Cannon. New Energy Cannon. Various formidable techniques merged and surged toward the meteorite. Thunderous sounds echoed as their attacks failed to leave any impact on the meteorite. How could this be possible? The meteorite descended, creating a powerful shockwave that swept everyone away. Upon landing, the meteorite did not create the massive crater they had anticipated. Instead, it stood there ominously. Moments later, thick white smoke billowed from the meteorite, and with a creak, the hatch opened, revealing a group of individuals clad in uniform white armor, forming two rows like an army. What is that? Are they filming a movie? It's possible. Look at their bizarre attire, something we've never seen before. As ordinary individuals began to chatter, their initial fear dissipated upon realizing there was no immediate danger, prompting them to draw closer. For it is indeed a noble human trait to witness a spectacle. However, something felt amiss. These individuals were not mere mortals. A furrow formed on Piccolo's brow as he and the other warriors acknowledged the unsettling truth. Suddenly, the soldiers, arranged in two rows, pivoted and raised their weapons, unleashing a torrent of bullets that sent the crowd scattering in terror. A few unfortunate souls fell victim to the onslaught, succumbing to their injuries. Such wanton slaughter of the innocent could not be tolerated. Gohan charged towards the enemy, swiftly dispatching a significant portion of them with remarkable efficiency. Krillin and the others soon joined the fray, and within moments, most of the lesser foes were vanquished. From within the spacecraft, several alien officials emerged. Leave that little fellow to me, exclaimed the diminutive green-skinned alien named Metamega as he rushed towards Gohan, while the others engaged their respective opponents. Inside the ship, Slag observed Gohan's prowess through the screen, a flicker of interest igniting within him, compelling him to intervene personally. In an instant, he vanished. On the Grand Kai's planet, the Saiyans, including Walker, watched the unfolding events on Earth via a television screen. Goku had initially intended to return to assist, but Walker's words halted him. Earth cannot rely on us for protection indefinitely. Though anxious, he had faith in Gohan. Slag exited the ship with a clear target in mind, charging directly at Gohan. After dispatching Metamega, Gohan sensed an impending threat and swiftly assumed a defensive stance. With a resounding thud, a flying kick sent Gohan hurtling back hundreds of meters, leaving deep impressions in the ground before he finally came to a halt. Shaking off his slightly tingling arm, he wore a serious expression. He surmised that this adversary was their leader. Not too shabby. You managed to block my kick, Slag remarked with a faint smile. Gohan refrained from unnecessary banter, unleashing a Kamehameha wave. Whoosh! Slag raised his hand to intercept it. In a flash, Gohan surged towards him, engaging in fierce combat. The sound of fists and feet colliding filled the air as they exchanged blows. Gohan, with a powerful strike, sent Slag crashing into the earth, then unleashed a barrage of Kamehameha waves. Boom! The ground trembled as a series of explosions erupted, leaving the terrain pockmarked and uneven. Huh! Slag opened his mouth to release an energy wave, propelling Gohan away and demolishing several buildings, ultimately landing him amidst the ruins. What an impressive opponent! Sparks crackled around Slag as energy coursed through him, causing his hair to stand on end as he transformed into a Super Saiyan. Slag's gaze sharpened. With golden hair and such formidable energy, could it be? A possibility flickered in his mind, but before he could contemplate further, he was struck in the face, sliding along the ground and crashing into the spacecraft. Damn it! Slag roared, his powers surging violently as he began to grow, soon towering over 10 meters tall. With a powerful swing, he sent Gohan flying, extending his arm to grasp the airborne warrior tightly in his grip. Creak! Creak! The entire skeletal structure emitted a cacophony of sounds as Son Gohan cried out in agony. On the North Kai's planet, the Namekian, having undergone a transformation, exhibited strength that surpassed that of a Super Saiyan. What could his origins possibly be? In response to Sun Wukong's inquiry, North Kai elucidated that he was a mutant among the Namekians, born with a malevolent heart. As he matured, his power would intensify, earning him the title of Super Namekian. Walker, stroking his chin, recalled a comic from his previous life featuring a Namekian who absorbed the essence of all his kin. By his estimation, that Namekian was likely stronger than a Super Saiyan god. While he pondered this, the system's voice interrupted, but this time, it did not announce the acquisition of any items. Beep. The system is set to upgrade to version 20, with an upgrade period of 3 years during which no system functions will be accessible. Very well. 3 years is quite a stretch. The system displayed an upgrade panel indicating the duration of the upgrade. Go to hell, he exclaimed, unleashing a Kamehameha wave with a density several times greater than before, to the extent that his own hand was obliterated in the process. Yet, a brilliant golden light flickered, enveloped by crackling electricity, as Son Gohan emerged unscathed from the explosion, his aura exceptionally fierce. What? Slag was taken aback. You will be the one to perish for turning Earth into this. Son Gohan, placing his hands to his forehead, unleashed a super magical flash. The overwhelming yellow light engulfed Slag and propelled him towards the spacecraft, culminating in a tremendous explosion. Amidst the wails, Slag was utterly vanquished. Thus, Son Gohan successfully eliminated Slag, achieving his first kill. Chapter 32. Accomplished. Attention from all quarters on Earth. Over a month had elapsed since Slag's defeat, and cities were gradually returning to order. Within the palace on the Grand Kai's planet, in the chamber where the underworld martial arts tournament had once been held, Walker, deep in meditation, slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a long sigh, disappointment flickering across his gaze. Sigh. Why is it so arduous to break through to Super Saiyan 4? He felt a sense of helplessness. Given his current prowess, he was capable of transforming into Super Saiyan 3. Yet he had no intention of pursuing the path of the gods. He aspired to transcend his boundaries and attain the Super Saiyan 4 form. But his attempts had consistently ended in failure. Are you preparing to leave? The Grand Kai suddenly inquired. Indeed. Thank you for your care during this time, Grand Kai. Walker responded. The Grand Kai merely smiled, and after exchanging a few more words, Walker took his leave. 2 years later, with merely a week remaining until the 3-year mark, on a certain planet, Walker concentrated an irregular orb of light in his hand. Here we go. Whether or not I succeed hinges on this final attempt. In the span of over 2 years, he has encountered numerous challenges and has finally brushed against the threshold of Super Saiyan 4. Yet he remains unable to cross into that realm. In this predicament, he has attempted to transform into a great ape several times, striving to ascend to Super Saiyan while in that state, but each endeavor has ended in failure, resulting in considerable physical backlash. Hence, he declared this would be his final attempt. He cast the glowing sphere into the sky, his gaze fixated upon it. Walker felt his blood begin to boil, his tail swaying rhythmically, exuding an aura of elation. As his blood surged, his physique began to swell, his heart racing as a deep roar escaped his lips. Under the stimulus of the bird's light wave, he transformed into a towering great ape. Having learned to master the fury and bloodlust that accompanied such a transformation from previous experiences, Walker summoned the energy within him, concentrating it at the base of his energy reservoir. When his cellular energy reached its zenith, a long howl erupted from him. A wild and terrifying energy began to radiate outward as fierce winds tore through the earth. A tremendous and tempestuous aura surged skyward, shaking the very planet beneath him at a visible pace, his fur transforming into a golden hue. The atmosphere quivered as a wave of force capable of flattening all in its path surged outward. Buzzing filled the air, and soon he was enveloped in a golden radiance, his stature increasing further by 1,000 meters. Success! At last, he had succeeded. Elated, Walker took a moment to compose himself and began compressing the energy within him, charging towards the barrier of Super Saiyan 4. The sound of repeated impacts echoed, thumping persistently. After several minutes, his simian visage let forth a long, reverberating howl, the sound waves shaking the heavens as blinding golden light erupted from his form. The brilliance persisted for several minutes before finally fading. Amidst the billowing smoke that obscured the sky, a robust figure began to materialize. As the haze cleared, a striking man emerged, his body adorned with crimson fur, thick black hair cascading over his shoulders, and blue pupils piercing through the haze. His powerful physique, accentuated by sinewy muscles, perfectly embodied the essence of primal beauty. This newfound strength surpassed that of Super Saiyan 3 by an unfathomable margin, rendering him capable of being overwhelmed by the evil Wave 100. After reveling in his triumph, he subdued his aura, quietly absorbing the formidable essence of Super Saiyan 4. On North Kai's planet, the North Kai himself stood in stunned silence, astounded by the intensity of this presence, far exceeding that of the evil wave experienced during the underworld incident. How had Walker discovered such a transformation? It was utterly terrifying. Wiping the sweat from his brow, the North Kai pondered. Simultaneously, within the realm of the Kais, the old Kai, Shin, and Jebet felt the palpable energy exuding from Walker. Astonished by its magnitude, could it truly be Walker's energy? How had he ascended to such heights? Shin was engulfed in questions, for this essence was beyond anything he had encountered. None among the cosmic beings he knew had achieved such a level. The old Supreme Kai set aside the photo album in his hands, a grave expression emerging in his eyes. For reasons unknown, he felt an impending momentous event was on the horizon. He instructed Shin to retrieve the crystal ball and began to chant incantations. The crystal ball illuminated with images of Walker, and upon seeing Walker's figure, the old Supreme Kai involuntarily narrowed his pupils. As the Supreme Kai of the 15th generation, his extensive experiences allowed him to discern the significance of Walker's presence. Deep within the chaos, in a magnificent palace that belonged to the Supreme Deity, resided the mightiest of gods, the Destroyer God, Beerus, and the angel Whis, who had transcended the realms of existence. In the kitchen, Whis busied himself with culinary endeavors. Since Beerus had succumbed to slumber, he was the sole overseer of the entire temple, and during moments of tedium, he would hone his culinary skills, a routine he had maintained for the past century. Suddenly, his cooking halted as he extended his left hand, summoning his staff, which lightly touched the ground. The crystal ball projected an image. Ah, this mortal is intriguing. It seems to belong to the Saiyan race. With his boundless life experience, he had encountered many Saiyans, an ancient and formidable race. At their peak, their numbers had approached 1,000,000, yet prosperity often heralded calamity. This was an immutable law. Such was the nature of the Saiyans during that era. He glanced up at Beerus's chambers, a faint smile gracing his lips. One day in the future, he would provide Beerus with a splendid diversion. With that thought, the staff vanished, and he resumed his culinary tasks. The scene shifted back to Walker, who was currently attuning his energy. He glanced around, sensing something peculiar. Strange, it felt as though something was watching me. Could it be the old Supreme Kai? Aware that the old Supreme Kai possessed a crystal ball that could observe others, he dismissed the thought, choosing instead to relish his current state of contentment. It was time to return to Earth for a brief respite, and check on Goku and the others. With that, he executed a swift instant transmission. Shortly after his departure, a spaceship descended gently, from which emerged a galactic patrol officer, none other than the concealed angel, Melis. Has he vanished? The location I sensed him was right here. Who could it be? Such power, in a universe where the destroyer gods remained dormant, had reached the pinnacle of strength. This reminded him of the mortal he had previously encountered, whose prowess was likewise formidable. Finding no one, he settled into his spaceship and departed. Chapter 33. The arrival of the vengeful warrior in a villa in West City on Earth. Walker was soundly asleep when he was jolted awake by the system notification. Ding. System level 20 upgrade complete. What? The upgrade is complete? How does this one differ from the previous ones? This upgrade has introduced a new shop mode, and the cooldown period for item acquisition has been extended to 3 days. Goodness. While other systems reduce time, yours increases it. How utterly frustrating. The notification continued with a barrage of elegant, traditional phrases. After the outburst, the system remained as silent as ever. After shutting down the system and freshening up, I stepped outside to check on Sun Wukong and Vegeta, curious to see if their powers had progressed during my absence. I had originally intended to visit them upon my return yesterday, but exhaustion had claimed me, and I fell asleep instead. Thus, today would have to suffice. In the cosmos, a dark purple sphere hurtled through space and entered Earth's atmosphere, emanating noxious black-purple gas. As this gas dispersed, the populace inhaled its toxic fumes, collapsing into unconsciousness. Flora and fauna withered, and even the creatures of the mountains and forests were not spared, with many succumbing to death. Meanwhile, Walker and Sun Wukong arrived at Bulma's residence. What had transpired? Sun Wukong, standing by the window, gazed at the encroaching gas with a grave expression. Bulma retrieved the remote control and turned on the television, where reporters were broadcasting the unfolding crisis. The situation around the globe appeared dire. Turning to her keyboard, she remarked, "I have identified the nature of this gas. It is commonly referred to as the deathly essence, a horrific toxin capable of extinguishing all life on Earth. The harm it inflicts on the human body is substantial. Even warriors like you may find it challenging to withstand." Bulma's expression was one of acute seriousness. Moreover, my calculations indicate that if this gas fully envelopes the Earth, our planet will face annihilation within 70 days. What? The revelation stunned everyone into silence. 70 days. If this gas were not eradicated, humanity would face extinction. Son Gohan clenched his fists in fury, struggling to comprehend who could commit such a monstrous act. Sun Wukong and Piccolo shared his confusion. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed through the room. The only beings capable of wielding such a weapon are the Zephyrians. The group turned to see Vegeta standing at the doorway. What are Zephyrians? Sun Wukong inquired. It's normal for you not to know. I learned about them from my brother. They are a race that my father, King Vegeta, annihilated long ago, as planet Vegeta was originally their home. It seems they have returned to exact vengeance upon us Saiyans. At this, the atmosphere grew tense, with only the sound of Bulma furiously typing on her keyboard breaking the silence. Removing her hands, she declared, "I will swiftly analyze the deathly essence and create the necessary antidote capsules. You must hold on until my capsules are ready." The warriors exchanged glances, nodding in agreement before departing, heading towards the heart of the city where a towering structure loomed. Within minutes, they arrived near the tower. "Look, that's it," Piccolo pointed, his expression serious, at a red device exuding the black-purple gas. "That is the culprit," Vegeta scoffed, determination glinting in his eyes as he transformed into Super Saiyan 2 and unleashed a powerful Big Bang attack. Boom! Smoke billowed, but a green force field emerged around the red device, absorbing the attack. What? Vegeta's face was etched with disbelief. It was known that the recent attack, though not executed with full force, possessed the capacity to obliterate several small asteroids. The fact that such a diminutive device could withstand it was utterly incredible. Ha! Save your efforts, Vegeta. You cannot destroy this device. A repugnant laughter resonated as a blackish-purple gas coalesced, forming the figure of Frieza. Weren't you already dead? How can you possibly resurrect? Piccolo furrowed his brow. Before Frieza could utter a word, several others appeared, former villains, including members of the Bojack team, Door, Cooler, Slug, and the evil containment wave. You filthy monkeys, today marks your demise. Frieza launched the first attack, while the others engaged their respective adversaries in fierce combat. The evil containment wave surged toward Walker, their power significantly enhanced by their malevolent intentions. At this moment, the combat prowess of the evil containment wave reached an astonishing 22 million, with the others' power levels hovering around this figure, save for a few from the Bojack team. Walker transformed into a Super Saiyan 3, delivering a high kick that struck the neck of the evil containment wave, sending them reeling backward. Seizing the opportunity, Walker pursued relentlessly, unleashing a barrage of high-density energy blasts that shattered the evil containment wave into fragments. However, bolstered by their resentful energy, the evil containment wave swiftly reconstituted itself, akin to possessing an immortal essence. Realizing this, Walker refrained from further engagement, turning his attention to the device that was exuding malevolence. "Not good, stop him," Cooler shouted, dashing toward Walker, only to be intercepted mid-path by Vegeta. "Cooler, you shall not escape. Get out of my way, you wild monkey," Cooler retorted, unleashing several energy beams from his fingertips. Vegeta countered with swift movements, deflecting each attack before landing a powerful punch to Cooler's abdomen, sending him hurtling away. Following this, he unleashed the final flash, and just like the evil containment wave before, Cooler too reverted to his original state. Meanwhile, Walker had reached the machine, augmenting his Super Saiyan 3 form with a mysterious transformation, the mysterious Super Saiyan 3. His battle power soared to 64 million. As Walker's energy erupted, the earth trembled under the weight of his immense power. Walker assumed a stance, gathering energy to unleash the celestial destruction wave. Whoosh boom. The energy wave collided with the device, shattering the protective barrier and causing the entire apparatus to explode into fragments. Yet, the malevolent energy did not dissipate. Indeed, it seems a neutralizing antidote is necessary, he pondered, just as he found himself surrounded by the evil containment wave and Bojack's team. Despite being encircled, he displayed no fear. He struck with remarkable speed, first delivering a punch that sent the evil containment wave flying. He then sidestepped an attack from a member of Bojack's team, executing a kick that struck one of them. At that moment, the remaining foes lunged at him, but Walker swiftly evaded their strikes, channeling his energy to send two others soaring into the air. With agile movements, he executed a Kamehameha wave, dispatching several more adversaries. Enveloped by malevolent thoughts and resentful energies, the sinister entity known as Evil Wave revealed a sly grin, his fingers slicing through the void to unleash a formidable energy wave directed at Walker. In response, Walker summoned a protective shield, successfully withstanding the onslaught. Meanwhile, on a black planet not far from Earth, Dr. Likey observed the battle unfolding on his screen, erupting into chilling laughter. "Let the fight commence. The more intense, the better. This will hasten my son's completion." Chapter 34. The malevolent Hachiyak within the serene confines of Capsule Corporation's laboratory, Bulma sat before her workstation, her fingers deftly dancing across the keyboard. After a moment, she rose and meticulously began to manipulate the various experimental apparatus. A half-hour passed, and at last, a look of satisfaction graced Bulma's previously tense features. At long last, it's done. With this, the deathly energies can be eradicated. Carefully, she placed the antidote into a space capsule and, with resolute steps, departed. Meanwhile, the battle before the tower raged on. Goku nimbly evaded Frieza's lunging punch, swiftly retaliating with a fierce kick to his abdomen. The sound of a thunderous impact echoed as Frieza was propelled like a cannonball, soaring thousands of miles away. In the blink of an eye, Goku teleported, closing the distance with lightning speed to unleash a Super Kamehameha. The blue radiance erupted like fireworks, the explosive force resonating through the heavens, as if it sought to rend the very fabric of the universe. Yet ultimately, everything reverted to its former state. "You wild monkeys stand no chance against us. You might as well accept your fate," Frieza proclaimed, raising his hand to conjure an energy sphere pulsating with the aura of death, akin to hellfire in its intensity. Undeterred by the impending doom of the energy ball, Goku transformed into Super Saiyan 3, preparing to unleash his ultimate technique. With a resounding explosion, smoke billowed into the sky, and a fierce wind swept through the area. In terms of combat prowess, Super Saiyan 3 Goku had indeed surpassed Frieza. However, the accumulated resentments bestowed upon them an ability for infinite resurrection. As time progressed, the deathly energies began to manifest their effects on the warriors. Trunks, Piccolo, and Gohan all exhibited varying degrees of disorientation and diminished speed. "Hey, Friends, I'm here. In the distance, Bulma piloted her hovercar at breakneck speed towards the battlefield. Arriving in an instant, with a graceful motion, she lifted her hand, retrieving the capsule from her pocket, and with a gentle press, tossed it into the air. A resounding pop echoed as a cloud of gas dispersed, colliding violently with the deathly energies, merging and subsequently neutralizing them, restoring the air to its refreshing clarity. Bulma maneuvered her hovercar like a bird in flight, swiftly traversing in different directions, and soon the air surrounding the tower was revitalized. She then located another device exuding the deathly energies, and with precision, the capsule was launched into the machine's entrance like a bullet. The machine trembled a few times, emitting a crackling sound of electric sparks, before erupting in a resounding explosion, restoring the surroundings within several kilometers to their former state. Bulma replicated the process, and soon, the city of West Capital was entirely reverted to its previous condition, with the remnants of despair completely obliterated. The warriors felt an alleviation of the oppressive atmosphere, simultaneously sensing the fading presence of the vengeful spirits, recognizing that this was their opportune moment for retaliation. They unleashed their ultimate techniques, decisively vanquishing their foes. Having eradicated these vengeful spirits, it was now imperative to confront the source. Exchanging glances, they were instantaneously transported by Sun Wukong to the dark planet, akin to shooting stars. Upon arrival, they encountered the mastermind behind the incident, Dr. Leakey. "You possess quite a skill," he remarked coldly, "but thanks to you, my revenge is nearing perfection." With a grim expression, Dr. Leakey launched an assault against them. However, his attacks barely affected the group. Aware of his inferiority, he revealed a sinister grin and bellowed, "Arise, my son Hachiyak." As the words left his lips, he exploded, transforming into a surge of malevolence that entered the glass orbs surrounding them. In an instant, an unusual energy pulsed around, and the colors of the space began to shift erratically, now gray, now black, now vibrant. This was a phenomenon brought about by energy reaching a certain threshold, altering the very fabric of space. Walker squinted, realizing that this level of power far surpassed what even Super Saiyan Goku and his companions could contend with. It was magnitudes stronger than their original state. This was likely a consequence of his butterfly effect, for Goku and the warriors had grown immensely stronger compared to normal development, making it reasonable for the antagonist to gain power as well. With a burst of dazzling black and green light, Hachiyak, the ultimate weapon of the Zypher People's vengeance, made his entrance. As he appeared, an overwhelming aura of malevolence swept through the surroundings, and the expressions of Goku and his allies turned grave. Simultaneously, within the towering ancient castle of the demon realm, an elder resembling a withered tree reopened his eyes. He was the ancestral chief of the demon clan and a former follower of the demon god Demigra, known as Grugia. The intensity of such malevolence had reached him, and he mused, "Excellent. Let us complicate matters further and create some trouble for them, relieving the pressure on this side." Unbeknownst to him, a sinister smile crept onto his face, one that sent shivers down the spine of anyone who beheld it. He raised a finger slightly, unleashing a surge of energy that vanished into the void. Acquisition complete. Gained 3 trillion combat power. Acquisition complete. Gained 3 trillion combat power. As Walker registered the system's notifications echoing in his mind, his thoughts momentarily drifted. This brief distraction caught Hachiak's attention, prompting him to launch an immediate attack. Walker immediately sensed the situation, yet he remained unperturbed, transforming into the enigmatic Super Saiyan 3, elevating his combat prowess to a staggering 70 trillion. In contrast, his adversary, Hachiyak, boasted a combat power of 73 trillion, which was still on the rise. "Leave this to me, don't interfere," he commanded, akin to a leader issuing orders to subordinates, before charging towards Hachiyak. Instantly, the two clashed, unleashing waves of intense energy. Vegeta's expression betrayed his discontent as he clenched his fists tightly. "Face the reality, Vegeta, we are indeed outmatched. Even if we were to give our all and manage to vanquish him, it would be a Pyrrhic victory." Hachiyak must be entrusted to Walker. He recognized that Piccolo and Kakarot were correct. However, he could not suppress his dissatisfaction. Though his mindset had evolved, this discontent served as his pride. Walker delivered a powerful hook that sent Hachiyak sprawling, then swiftly maneuvered behind him, delivering a forceful kick to his back that sent him hurtling away. As Hachiyak flew backward, Walker instantaneously teleported above him, channeling his energy into the Rasengan, striking Hachiyak with tremendous force. With a resounding crash, Hachiyak plummeted to the ground, creating a massive crater. Amidst the swirling dust and smoke, Hachiyak emerged, surprisingly unscathed. Suddenly, his body stiffened, an imperceptible energy infiltrating him. In an instant, a more sinister aura than before surged forth. Walker furrowed his brow, contemplating the phenomenon. What is happening? Why does this always occur? Such mutations are a constant. Nevertheless, the potency of this malevolent energy was undeniable. According to Walker's observations, Hachiak's combat power had skyrocketed to an astounding level of 100 trillion. This level of power, as per Walker's prior research, was possessed solely by Golden Frieza. However, this was merely an estimation of Golden Frieza's might, and such formidable strength had only manifested in the arcs of Dragon Ball Super, which had yet to be reached. Yet here was a being of such extraordinary power, far exceeding his expectations. Chapter 35, Full Power, Awakening ahead. Very well. I shall demonstrate the might of Super Saiyan 4, Walker thought, fully aware of how terrifying a combat power at this level could be. Only Super Saiyan 4 could contend with such an opponent. What is happening? This aura feels like a mountain pressing down, making it difficult to breathe. I feel as though my bones might shatter. This transcends mere strength. It is undeniably a monstrous entity. A cursed creature. What foul abomination have the Zephyrians unleashed? Stay calm. I have faith in Walker. He mentioned reaching a new realm. So I believe he can resolve this predicament. Goku's voice resonated with steadiness and strength, striking them like a hammer and awakening them from their daze. Indeed, there is also Walker. Given his audacity to volunteer himself for a confrontation, it is certain that he possesses some hidden abilities. As they contemplated this, an intense rise in temperature enveloped the surroundings. They turned their gazes towards Walker and were instantly taken aback. Even Hachiyak sensed something amiss and launched an attack against him. However, his assault proved futile against Walker, who was in the midst of transformation, as the layer of extreme heat around him dissipated the energy. Following a dazzling burst of golden light, Walker completed his metamorphosis. The appearance of Super Saiyan 4 was nothing short of astonishing. What manner of transformation was this? The sheer ferocity it exuded was overwhelming, and the power was indeed grotesquely formidable. This was no mere issue of being strong or weak. Walker had transcended into an entirely different dimension. The onlookers animatedly debated amongst themselves, regardless of their discourse. The debut of Super Saiyan 4 had imparted an immense visual and psychological impact upon them. Although he had previously mentioned surpassing Super Saiyan 3, they never anticipated he would reach such heights. How woefully my estimation of him had been inadequate. No, it was my perspective that was too limited. Son Goku wore a bitter smile. This disparity could not simply be bridged through training. Without extraordinary fortune, it seemed nearly impossible to match Walker. Vegeta struck the ground with a fist, creating a small crater, his expression dark and his teeth clenched, harboring an unquenchable rage. It was utterly infuriating that this individual had so effortlessly surpassed him, the prince of all Saiyans, as well as Kakarot. He glanced towards Kakarot, who fortuitously met his gaze. Their eyes locked in a moment of unspoken understanding. After merely a fraction of a second, they both diverted their eyes. They had reached a silent consensus. Once this foe was dealt with, they would undoubtedly face Walker in a decisive battle. Observing all this, Piccolo shook his head internally, recognizing the inherently combative nature of their race. Hachiyak stared at the transformed Walker with a fierce expression, raising his hands as several energy waves shot forth. With calm composure, Walker gently waved his hand, causing the incoming energy waves to explode. In that very moment of explosion, Hachiyak lunged forward, throwing a punch aimed directly at Walker's chest. However, just as Hachiyak's fist was mere millimeters from its target, he was sent flying backward as if struck by a heavy blow. It turned out that in the fleeting instant, Walker had executed a swift kick. His leg was swifter than Hachiyak's fist. Damn it! Hachiyak roared, his aura surging to a slightly higher intensity. Collection complete. Congratulations on acquiring a premium magic crystal. Collection complete. Congratulations on obtaining the regeneration technique. Walker's expression remained impassive, yet his consciousness was engaged in communication with the system. Previously, he had acquired an evil crystal, and now he had obtained a premium magic crystal. What purpose did these items serve? However, the system merely responded, urging the host to explore on their own. Frustrated and speechless, he thought, If he could explore it, why would he need to ask? It was truly exasperating. The exchange of consciousness was but a fleeting moment. During that very instant, Hachiyak seemed to perceive something at an extraordinary speed, launching a kick towards his forehead, while simultaneously unleashing a high-density energy wave from his hand. At such close proximity, he was confident that his opponent could not withstand the assault. However, contrary to his expectations, Walker merely let out a soft grunt. In the blink of an eye, a tremendous explosion erupted, creating a massive crater. Hachiyak was propelled like a cannonball, crashing violently into several colossal pillars. In an instant, Walker arrived, raising his leg to deliver a powerful kick to Hachiyak's forehead with a resounding thud. Hachiyak plummeted rapidly. The assault was far from over. Walker unleashed energy waves from both hands, merging them into a singular force that engulfed the enemy, culminating in a cataclysmic explosion. Hachiyak emitted a pained wail. In that fleeting moment, Walker flashed into the smoke, followed by the sound of intense collisions. As the smoke cleared, Walker was seen tightly locking Hachiyak's head with both arms in a maneuver known as the guillotine. Hachiyak struggled fiercely, attempting to break free from Walker's grasp. But all efforts were in vain. With each increment of pressure from Walker, a sharp crack echoed as Hachiyak's throat shattered. In an instant, Hachiyak's eyes turned a vivid crimson, a torrent of malevolence and resentment surging forth. Buzz! The overwhelming dark energy erupted like a volcano. Walker swiftly withdrew his hands and leaped back, having sensed danger in that split second. Crackling black lightning flickered, Hachiyak's skin darkened, and his aura surged dramatically as the malevolent energy fused perfectly with his despair. His combat power soared to an astonishing 200 quintillion. Such strength could not be underestimated. Walker's face remained stoic, devoid of fear. Collection complete. Gained 50 trillion combat power. Collection complete. Gained one opportunity to manipulate life and death. The 50 trillion combat power was insignificant to him. However, the ability to control life and death was truly formidable, a skill derived from the Dark Thoughts wave. Although extraordinary, it disrupted the rules and was currently of no use to him. Realizing this, he clenched his fist, and a swirling aura enveloped him. A visible red light emerged, followed by a wave of heat that melted the ground in his vicinity. Full power surged to completion. In the distance, Piccolo, Gohan, and Trunks retreated further, unable to withstand the pressure, leaving only Goku and Vegeta to endure the scorching heat radiating from Walker. Walker beckoned with a finger, a provocation that incited Hachiyak to roar and charge at him. Bang! Their fists collided, creating a vacuum that unleashed a devastating wave of destruction, ravaging everything in its path. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Both he and Hachiyak vanished at supersonic speed, engaging in an ultra-fast battle. In the depths of the cosmos, in another dimensional layer, within the palace of the god of destruction, Whis, who was cooking in the kitchen, glanced curiously in a certain direction before vanishing in a flash, leaving behind the dishes still steaming on the stove. Outside Beerus's sleeping quarters, Whis appeared, entering to find Beerus awake, licking his hands and grooming his fur. Why am I awake when it's not yet time? Whis pondered, while Beerus, stretching lazily, responded, I dreamt of the emergence of a formidable adversary. Formidable adversary? Whis questioned, skeptical if he had misheard. Enough of that. Is there anything to eat? I am quite famished. Indeed, came the reply, and the two proceeded to the dining hall. Chapter 36. The god of destruction arrives. As they dined and conversed, Beerus was taken aback upon hearing that the Saiyans had defeated Frieza. Given the utter rudeness of those wild monkeys. By the way, are there any Saiyans still alive? Beerus inquired. Whis nodded. The remaining Saiyans reside on a planet known as Earth. The one who vanquished Frieza, along with Prince Vegeta, is engaged in battle elsewhere. The crystal ball screen transitioned to reveal the location of Son Goku and his companions. Beerus squinted, noting, this place emits a dark energy. Indeed, Whis affirmed, as the image shifted to the battle between Walker and Hachiyak. Upon seeing Walker, Beerus remarked, how intriguing. He then rose to take a bath, and after finishing, made his way to the observation deck. Let us go to their battleground. I must see if my dream holds any truth. Whis sighed, accustomed to Beerus's whims, yet bemused by his spontaneity. After changing attire, Beerus and Whis set off with some provisions. Meanwhile, in the Kaishin realm, the old Kaishin, engaged in tea and chess with Kibito Kai, suddenly changed countenance, hastily rising. His abrupt movement caused his chair to topple with a loud thud. "What is the matter, ancestor? Is today's tea not to your liking?" Kibito Kai asked, bewildered by the old Kaioshin's unusual panic. The old Kaioshin shot him a frustrated glare. "Haven't you sensed anything?" Kibito Kai scratched his head, utterly oblivious to any sensation. The old Kaioshin sighed deeply, casting a grave gaze into the depths of the cosmos. Worry etched upon his face, as if something troubled him greatly. "It has barely been a moment. I did not anticipate such a fleeting peace," he lamented. Kibito Kai, still perplexed, prepared to inquire further, but the old Kaioshin interrupted. "Look towards the depths of the universe and sense carefully. You shall understand." Following the old Kaioshin's directive, Kibito Kai peered into the cosmic abyss and focused intently. Suddenly, he beheld a radiant beam of 7 colors, causing him to stumble and fall to the ground in shock. What was that just now? Within the beam, he discerned 2 figures, one of whom, possessing purple skin, cast a glance at him, akin to a bolt of lightning striking his vision, instilling fear within him. "Ancestor, who are they? Why do they evoke such an elevated yet perilously ominous sensation?" Kibito Kai stammered, swallowing hard. The old Kaioshin sighed once more, beginning to recount a tale from the past, revealing the origins of the figures he had seen. Meanwhile, the battle between Walker and Hachiyak gradually approached its conclusion. The planet appeared battered and scarred from an external perspective. Hachiyak felt an increasing sense of dread, unsure of when he had found himself at a disadvantage. Walker's left hook landed with force upon Hachiyak's chin, sending him reeling. As Hachiyak was propelled backward, Walker instantaneously shifted to his rear, channeling energy in both hands, his left forming a massive Rasengan and his right a devastating cannon. In swift succession, Walker merged these 2 techniques, unleashing a spiraling destructive cannon blast. Hachiyak roared, crossing his arms to unleash a dark green shockwave. The collision of energies produced a piercing sound as Walker intensified his energy output, the spiral-patterned shockwave obliterating and engulfing Hachiyak's own. Despite his defiant roar, Hachiyak ultimately disintegrated into nothingness, leaving no trace of resentment behind. "Son Goku, take everyone away from here," Walker shouted in the direction of Son Goku. Fortunately, Goku's keen hearing allowed him to detect Walker's voice amidst the cacophony. He nodded slightly, while Vegeta, with evident reluctance, placed a hand on Goku's shoulder. In an instant, they vanished, reappearing beside Gohan and the others. Boom. Barely a fraction of a second after Goku's group disappeared, the entire planet erupted in a brilliant explosion of light. This cataclysm added a splash of color to the otherwise monotonous universe. On an inconspicuous planet, Walker materialized quietly. "Phew, I'm fortunate to have teleported swiftly, otherwise I would have felt some repercussions," he mused, gazing upward and still sensing the residual waves of the explosion. He then began to ponder the sudden emergence of malevolent energy from Hachiyak, a sensation that felt oddly familiar. After several minutes of contemplation, unable to derive any conclusions, he decided to abandon the thought. As he prepared to teleport back to Earth, a radiant multicolored beam descended from the cosmos, creating a large crater 10 meters from him. Walker's eyes flickered. If he recalled correctly, that multicolored beam was. As his thoughts drifted, the smoke cleared to reveal 2 figures. Upon recognizing them, Walker's pupils constricted. They were indeed who he suspected, though it shouldn't be possible, as they should still be in slumber according to the timeline. Beerus scrutinized Walker before yawning and remarked, "You seem to know us." He had caught Walker's fleeting expression. Walker offered a slight bow in respect and replied, "I was fortunate enough to hear tales of you during my travels through the universe." Beerus said nothing further but approached Walker, inspecting him closely, even sniffing the air. Walker felt a flush of embarrassment. It was undeniable that Beerus, resembling a cat, behaved as though he were discerning the edibility of food. "Strange, very strange. You feel somewhat familiar, yet also different. Come, transform. Let me see if it truly is you." Walker understood Beerus's words, but was taken aback that he would mistake him for the figure from his dreams. "Lord Beerus, I previously mentioned that your prophetic dream was incorrect. Just as it was last time," was teased, gazing at him. Beerus coughed a few times. "I am certain my prophetic dream is accurate. If you doubt it, let us return and consult the oracle fish. Bring this young man along." Whis glanced at Walker, disregarding whether he agreed or not, and with a tap of his staff, a spectrum of light enveloped the 3, causing them to vanish. Their departure sparked much speculation among onlookers. Upon arriving in the realm of destruction, Walker sensed the high-level rules governing this domain. Beerus summoned the Oracle Fish. "Hey, Oracle Fish, you mentioned that my formidable rival would appear. Is it him?" Beerus inquired, gesturing towards Walker. The Oracle Fish looked back and forth between Beerus and Walker, responding with uncertainty. "It seems so." Beerus squinted his eyes and nonchalantly remarked, "Whis. Should we reduce the Oracle Fish's meals from 3 times a day to 2, while also decreasing the portion sizes?" Whis chuckled in agreement. "That is feasible." The Oracle Fish turned pale with fright, circling Walker before earnestly declaring, "Indeed, it is him." Beerus clapped his hands, casting a glance at Whis as if to assert that his prophetic dream was not mistaken. "Young man, let me see what you're truly capable of." With that, he soared into the air, and Walker, with no choice, followed suit. Chapter 37. Breaking Boundaries. Super Saiyan 4 Walker and Beerus confronted each other in midair, their auras imposing. Suddenly, Beerus unleashed a formidable divine pressure, attempting to subdue Walker, who stood undaunted, unwavering in his stance. "Impressive, you can withstand my pressure. Now, reveal your true strength," Beerus remarked with a hint of curiosity. Walker remained silent, channeling all his energy and letting out a low growl of fury. In an instant, a dazzling golden aura erupted from him, intensifying in color as his energy surged. Ultimately, the aura dissipated, and Walker successfully transformed into Super Saiyan 4. Without hesitation, he launched an attack, instantly teleporting behind Beerus. Crouching low, he unleashed a fierce kick towards Beerus. Without turning his head, Beerus casually lifted his leg to counter. A thunderous explosion resonated, shaking the air violently and sending shockwaves outward. Walker's body staggered slightly, retreating a few steps before charging at Beerus once more. Clenching his fist tightly, a crimson aura ignited around it, this punch embodying most of his power. Faced with such a formidable foe, he dared not hold back. He was pitted against the god of destruction, Beerus. Beerus narrowed his gaze, sensing the immense strength contained within Walker's punch, compelling him to take this engagement more seriously. He raised his arm to meet Walker's fist in a collision. Boom! A cataclysmic sound erupted, akin to thunder splitting the earth, as the surrounding air was instantaneously detonated, unleashing a tempestuous gale. Immediately, a violent wave of energy radiated outward like a blooming flower. Beerus was propelled backward at astonishing speed, akin to a cannonball, surpassing the speed of sound. In his Super Saiyan 4 form, Walker displayed an extraordinary physical prowess that even the divine Beerus found astonishing. "Now that is worthy," Beerus remarked, a slight, barely perceptible smile gracing his lips, his eyes shimmering with an uncommon excitement. In the distance, Whis observed Beerus and Walker with a profound gaze, his expression inscrutable, yet his mind seemed to be contemplating something profound. Seizing this rare opportunity, Walker unhesitatingly employed his instant transmission, appearing directly above the retreating Beerus. He brought his fists together and struck down upon Beerus with great force. Bam! With a swift motion, Beerus plummeted toward the ground at an incredible speed, resembling a meteor streaking across the sky. However, just as he neared the earth, he abruptly halted his descent. Hovering gracefully in midair, slowly rotating his body, Beerus descended elegantly to the ground, gently brushing off non-existent dust, exuding an air of unruffled composure. "Those few moves were commendable, but do not underestimate me, you insignificant mortal," Beerus proclaimed, his expression grave and icy, his tone laced with a hint of anger and authority. With that, his figure vanished, moving as swiftly as lightning. Walker immediately heightened his vigilance, focusing intently on his surroundings. He understood that Beerus's strength was unfathomable, and any lapse in attention could have fatal repercussions. In that moment, Beerus materialized behind Walker like a specter, launching a powerful uppercut. Yet, Walker reacted with remarkable agility, narrowly evading the strike. However, Beerus's assault did not relent. His fists rained down upon Walker's abdomen like a torrential downpour, each blow imbued with tremendous force. Taken aback by the relentless onslaught, Walker found himself propelled backward, his speed eclipsing even that of Beerus's earlier descent, shooting forth like a projectile. Yet, after only a few thousand kilometers, Walker encountered Beerus's interception. Beerus seized Walker's ankle and forcefully hurled him downward. Nevertheless, Walker was not one to yield easily. He erupted with golden energy, utilizing his other foot to deliver a fierce kick to Beerus's face. Beerus raised his hand to block the strike, but at that moment, A powerful surge erupted, dazzling light exploding forth. Within mere breaths, the brilliance vanished without a trace, and concurrently, Walker disappeared as well. Beerus looked down at his palm, sensing a slight numbness. In that fleeting moment of radiance, Walker had executed a powerful hand strike in a sit-up position, compelling Beerus to release his grip. Walker exhaled a long, heavy breath, reflecting inwardly. I always knew deities were formidable adversaries, but I never anticipated they would be this tenacious. Despite their brief exchange, Walker profoundly realized the chasm that lay between them, akin to an insurmountable gulf. He suppressed his thoughts, acknowledging that now was not the time for contemplation. Completion achieved, gaining 3 units of combat power. This had proven somewhat beneficial against Hachiyak, yet now it bore little significance. In an instant, Beerus vanished, only to reappear before Walker. A mocking smile graced his lips as he coldly remarked, "Dare you to let your guard down? Truly foolish." Before his words could fully dissipate, his finger bent and lightly flicked Walker's forehead. This seemingly gentle gesture concealed a force heavier than a mountain. Walker felt an overwhelming impact surge through him, rendering his head dizzy as he careened backward like a kite severed from its string. He crashed through several mountains, ultimately becoming ensconced beneath a heap of rubble. "Goodness, why does that hurt so much?" moaned Walker from beneath the debris, gritting his teeth in silent curses against Beerus. Recalling a scene he had once witnessed, where Goku first transformed into a Super Saiyan god and endured a similar assault from Beerus, he now comprehended the sheer potency of that move. Buzzing with rage, Walker expelled the debris and surged forth. His golden aura began to swell dramatically. As his energy surged, his muscles writhed with intensity, and he could not help but roar. Ugh! Aya! Walker had reached his critical threshold, yet he pressed on, striving to surpass this limit. Only by doing so could he genuinely qualify to battle Beerus. A dazzling golden radiance filled the void, causing it to tremble, and with a resounding explosion, Walker's golden aura dissipated. In that moment, he appeared as an ordinary man. While his visage remained largely unchanged, he could distinctly sense the transformative power coursing within him, a monumental shift from before. With a mere thought, a crimson luminescence enveloped his body. He had achieved the threshold of ultra instinct. Though unlike in the animation, he had transcended through pure primal strength, appearing nearly the same. Chapter 38. Destruction. God breaks through ultra instinct. Beerus exhibited an expression of exhilaration, as if he had uncovered something extraordinary. I felt something was missing. Splendid. Now you are worthy to be my rival. In the distance, Whis observed this spectacle with a smile, murmuring, "It seems Lord Beerus may face a slight challenge." Huh. Walker roared, his body surrounded by crimson lightning, charging forth like a ferocious tiger escaping its cage, lunging at Beerus. He reached Beerus with lightning speed, his fist shimmering with a faint glow, akin to a brilliant star hurtling towards Beerus's face, the force contained within capable of obliterating a planet. Beerus's pupils constricted slightly. There was no time to defend as he tilted his head just enough to evade the blow. The fierce gust of wind from the punch grazed his cheek, leaving a faint trace of blood on Beerus's face. As the exalted god of destruction, he had been injured, and by a mere mortal no less. In that moment, a shadow fell over Beerus's countenance, the purple aura surrounding him igniting like a raging flame, signaling his fury. With a stoic expression, Beerus uttered no words. In the next instant, he surged toward Walker like a cannonball, moving with lightning speed to close the distance, and unleashed a powerful punch. This seemingly simple strike concealed immense force and authority, as if it aimed to rend the very fabric of space itself. Walker's heart raced. He sensed the terrifying power behind the blow, and if struck, he would surely suffer significant harm. Reacting swiftly, he leaned slightly to the side, narrowly evading Beerus's onslaught. In that fleeting moment of escape, Walker seized the opportunity to counterattack, quickly gathering strength to strike back at Beerus. With a composed demeanor, Beerus revealed a sinister smile. As Walker approached within a certain range, Beerus's tail ensnared Walker's arm like a noose. What? Panic surged through Walker's mind as he realized it was too late to break free. Bang, 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 bang. The sound resonated like thunder as Beerus unleashed a flurry of powerful blows upon Walker. Within mere breaths, Walker endured over 100 strikes. Even his Super Saiyan form felt the effects of the relentless assault. Bang! A heavy punch landed squarely in Walker's abdomen, causing him to retch violently. This cannot continue. I must escape quickly. Just as Beerus's fists descended once more, Walker's form flickered and vanished. Had he entered the void? With a single glance, he discerned the void integration technique. Once in the void, Walker muttered a phrase of national pride, acknowledging the ease with which he saw through the technique. Truly, he was worthy of being a god. Acquisition complete. Obtained a pair of Patera earrings. Walker scoffed. What use was this now? He had no desire to merge with anyone. Suddenly, a fissure in the void distorted, and a hand reached out toward him. Oh no! In the next moment, he was yanked back into reality. Upon emerging, he looked up to see Beerus hurling an energy sphere imbued with terrifying power, resembling a radiant star, emanating a suffocating light. As divine energy surged into it, the sphere expanded rapidly, becoming a colossal black hole that threatened to consume everything around it. Walker quickly regained his footing, mobilizing his internal energy with utmost urgency. His hand moved like lightning, and with a single hand, he unleashed a spiral destruction cannon, streaking across the sky like a brilliant meteor. Boom! Thunderous roars erupted as the two cataclysmic energy attacks collided, producing a deafening explosion that reverberated throughout the realm of destruction, causing several planets to erupt into nothingness. Buzzing as the divine power clashed with the primal force, the energies surprisingly reached a state of equilibrium and began to negate one another. Let's see how many times you can withstand this. Beerus abruptly unleashed a terrifying aura, the vast power of divinity once again coalescing, albeit this time in a somber hue. A dark purple energy sphere, the size of a basketball, materialized in his palm. Do not be deceived by its modest size. This orb represents one of the Destroyer's divine techniques, destruction. Die. With a sweeping motion of his hand, the destruction sphere hurtled towards Walker with astonishing speed. Walker, unable to counter or evade, could only amplify his own energy to withstand the onslaught. Zzz, the crimson energy clashed incessantly with the might of the destroyer, as if two ferocious beasts were engaged in a brutal struggle. Yet, how could the power of destruction be so easily resisted? Like a flood breaching its dam, the destructive force surged into Walker's body with the leakage of his energy. Ah! Walker's anguished wails echoed, reminiscent of a tormented soul from the depths of hell, sending shivers down the spine. It hurts. It feels as though thousands of ants are gnawing at my flesh. Even with the extraordinary resilience of his Super Saiyan form, he began to bleed profusely, showing signs of imminent collapse. His consciousness blurred. He bit down on his tongue to remain lucid. No, I cannot perish here. I am a being of the system. Yet to fully experience the marvels of this world, I absolutely cannot die. Beerus observed Walker's struggles within the destruction sphere with a cold indifference, his gaze filled with disdain. It seems this is all you amount to. Whis, let us depart. As Whis approached Beerus to leave, a formidable energy erupted, akin to a volcanic eruption. Do not underestimate me, Destroyer. Beerus and Whis turned to witness Walker, engulfed by the destruction sphere, as the destructive energy began to diminish. Beerus narrowed his eyes, a flicker of astonishment crossing his face, as if witnessing an improbable event. He had not anticipated that this mortal would absorb his destructive power. Despite his surprise, Beerus remained unconvinced that a mere mortal could truly harness such power. To him, this was merely Walker's final struggle, akin to an ant crushed beneath a wheel, struggling relentlessly, yet destined to be mercilessly obliterated. However, the unfolding events defied all expectations. The expanding destruction began to contract, ultimately vanishing entirely. The cause of this phenomenon was none other than the absorption of all destruction energy into Walker's being. More precisely, it was Walker who had devoured it. In that moment, as Walker relaxed to embrace the destruction, the divine essence lying dormant within him awakened, greedily absorbing the divine power embedded within the destructive force. As time progressed, the rate of absorption accelerated, consuming all remnants of destruction energy. At that instant, with his eyes tightly shut, Walker suddenly opened them, a tremendous aura erupting from his being. Following this, a brilliant radiance burst forth from him, nearly enveloping the entirety of the Destroyer realm. When the light dissipated, a transformed Walker emerged. His black hair transformed into a rich burgundy hue, while the hair covering his entire body shifted to a deep crimson. Additionally, he radiated a vibrant, purplish-red aura composed of particle-like spiritual energy. He had ascended to the divine realm. Chapter 39. The true power the moment Walker became a god. The deities of the seventh universe felt a profound shift. It was nothing short of astonishing. Walker had attained divinity. The North Kai stared in disbelief, while the Grand Kai expressed his astonishment. Although he had wagered on Walker, he had not anticipated that Walker would reach such heights. Simultaneously, the old Kai of the Kaioshin realm exhibited a look of concern, troubled by the fate of the universe. From this moment forth, he pondered the uncertain destiny that awaited this universe. Would it face total annihilation, half-destruction, or perhaps escape destruction altogether? The future remained unpredictable. You possess divine essence and have harnessed my destruction to ascend to godhood. How intriguing, truly fascinating. I retract my previous statement, Beerus grinned, recognizing that his formidable rival from his prophetic dreams had finally emerged, the god of Super Saiyans. My lord Beerus, the true battle has only just begun. Walker unleashed an aura akin to a tsunami, sweeping across the realm in an instant. He surged forth with lightning speed toward Beerus, delivering a powerful punch. Beerus responded by unleashing his divine power, meeting Walker's blow with equal force. Boom! As their fists collided, a brilliant white light erupted, accompanied by a deafening sound that reverberated through the air. The very fabric of space trembled, and the ensuing waves of energy cascaded through the divine realm, obliterating everything in their wake. In mere moments, the realm of destruction was thrown into chaos. On Earth, one could imagine mountains crumbling, tsunamis raging, and perhaps even catastrophic explosions. Fortunately, the spatial integrity of the realm was robust. Otherwise, it might have ceased to exist. This is the battle I desire. Show me all your might. Beerus's lips curled into a satisfied smirk. Walker grunted, quickening his pace, as did Beerus. As their speeds increased, they transformed into blurs of light, colliding endlessly in the void. Each impact unleashed an invisible yet ferocious energy that spread outward. At that moment, the entire realm of destruction began to vibrate, ripples coursing through space. All right, I take back my earlier claim about spatial stability. Walker roared, fueled by an indomitable fighting spirit. His spiritual energy blazed brightly, as if intent on incinerating everything around him. He assumed a distinctive stance, hands clenched tightly, as a formidable force coalesced within his palms, creating a dazzling light. This radiance was as searing as the sun, rendering it nearly impossible to gaze upon directly. With a decisive motion, this energy surged forth toward Beerus, laden with overwhelming pressure and power. Facing this formidable onslaught, Beerus showed no sign of fear. He erupted with a profound purple aura, reminiscent of a mysterious and potent flame. Lifting his right hand ever so slightly, he summoned a dangerous gleam in his palm, inhaled deeply, and concentrated the destructive power to its pinnacle. Then, with a fierce motion, he unleashed a devastating energy attack. The violet destruction sphere streaked across the sky like a meteor, charged with an overwhelming force of annihilation as it hurtled toward Walker's energy wave. The two clashed in midair, resulting in a cataclysmic roar. The entire realm trembled under the might of this potent energy fluctuation, and a handful of nearby planets succumbed to the onslaught, erupting in explosive bursts. The energies of both entities surged to their zenith. With a crack, fissures appeared in the realm of destruction. The ensuing explosion reverberated throughout the space like a tsunami, blinding light illuminating the world, rendering it impossible to gaze upon, as if threatening to consume the entire universe. The ceaseless ripples of residual energy spread like ocean waves, leaving nothing but void in their wake. Both Beerus and Walker recoiled simultaneously, their figures darting like lightning, covering hundreds of meters in an instant. At that moment, the environment of the destruction realm had been utterly transformed. The once serene and beautiful landscape lay in ruins, replaced by chaos and devastation. The ground was riddled with vast cracks, resembling gaping wounds, while the surrounding mountains lay shattered and broken. Stones and dust swirling through the air as smoke and haze enveloped the sky, casting a pall over the entire expanse. The sheer destructive power of this battle was unfathomable. Even the realm of destruction struggled to withstand such a tremendous force. What a thrill! It has been ages since I experienced such a rousing battle, Beerus exclaimed with unabashed mirth. Yet, in the next heartbeat, his laughter was abruptly silenced as Walker's fist surged before him. The strike was formidable, imbued with boundless strength and authority, yet Beerus merely smiled lightly, extending a hand to effortlessly block Walker's assault. Walker felt as though his fist had become ensnared in a mass of cotton, unable to advance even a fraction. His eyes widened in astonishment. Yet Beerus offered him no time to react, sending him hurtling away with a forceful blow. "Mortal, battling you is indeed exhilarating, but this is where it ends," Beerus declared coldly. As he spoke, an aura of immense and enigmatic power emanated from him, a profound purple divine energy that surged like a tumultuous sea, profound and vast, evoking a sense of awe. "Oh dear, Lord Beerus no longer wishes to play," Whis remarked softly with a smile. As Beerus's mentor, he was acutely aware of Beerus's prowess, which positioned him among the elite of the 12 destroyers. It was evident that Beerus was prepared to unleash his true strength as a destroyer. In an instant, Beerus stepped forward and vanished from sight, prompting Walker to heighten his vigilance. A straightforward punch materialized, striking his chest. Walker's pupils dilated in shock as he was sent flying, tumbling through the air, a wave of internal and external pain coursing through his entire being. Acquisition complete. Obtained one-time ring. He soared for thousands of miles before finally halting, with Beerus reappearing simultaneously, raising a fingertip that emitted a beam of light. Walker did not evade and countered with a punch, his fist enveloped in a surge of energy. Boom! Thunderous echoes resonated throughout the space. As the explosive effects manifested, a cacophony of sound erupted, and smoke enveloped the air. Shortly thereafter, a fierce gale swept through, dispersing the haze. With a swift motion, Walker leaped backward for hundreds of meters before landing. In that fleeting moment, he seized the opportunity to unleash a barrage of energy blasts. Observing the onslaught resembling a rain of petals, Beerus remained unfazed, gracefully evading each projectile with the lightness of drifting willow fluff. This was the essence of Beerus's semi-transcendent mastery. In an instant, he appeared before Walker, striking downward with a palm. Caught off guard, Walker hastily raised his arms in defense. The impact resonated with a force he had underestimated, sending a jolt through his palms and a tingling sensation up his arms, causing him to plummet rapidly. The ground quaked as he crashed down, creating a colossal crater with a diameter exceeding 1,000 meters. The power unleashed had escalated to a new echelon. This was indeed the might of the semi-transcendent mastery. Shaking off the numbness, Walker unleashed his full strength, his power surging to its zenith as he executed a sudden disappearance, with Beerus following suit. The two moved at velocities surpassing light itself, each collision fracturing the void as if it were glass. The waves of their clashes transcended the confines of the god of destruction's realm, rippling through the cosmos. Nearby planets disintegrated into dust under the shock waves, while the two Kaiashins of the Supreme Kai realm were sent tumbling to the ground by the force. Chapter 40. The Strongest. The destruction of the universe. What shall we do, ancestor? Jebbet, with a visage of terror, gazed at the entwined figures within the realm of destruction, his voice laden with urgency and trepidation. He understood that this conflict had spiraled beyond their control, and if it continued, the repercussions would be catastrophic. Meanwhile, the old Supreme Kai remained silent, equally at a loss for how to address the unfolding situation. All he could do was wait for the inevitable outcome of this fierce battle, his anxiety palpable, yet aware that any action at this critical juncture could yield even graver consequences. In the sky, countless indistinct afterimages intertwined, colliding before vanishing in an instant. Each impact triggered colossal explosions, sending tremors throughout the world. The air hummed with an unsettling vibration as Walker's crimson energy clashed violently with Beerus's violet aura. The two immense powers compressing the surrounding space, producing a cacophony of sharp friction. Their combined presence was as oppressive as a mountain, suffocating in its weight. They were akin to two straight beams of light, entangled in the air, their collisions birthing terrifying storms that ravaged the very fabric of existence. Where these tempests roamed, all was annihilated, save for one sanctuary, Beerus's palace, shielded by Whis' presence. Our Lord Beerus and that individual intent on annihilating the god of destruction's realm, gasped the prophecy fish, hiding behind Whis, its round body quivering in astonishment. Whis exhibited little change in expression, his calm and profound gaze fixed on the void. In the next moment, Walker's figure emerged first. He crossed his arms, resolutely bracing himself against Beerus's iron fist, yet was propelled away by the immense force, akin to a cannonball hurtling towards the distant peaks. Beerus, with an expression devoid of emotion, offered no respite. In a flash, he appeared before Walker, unleashing another punch imbued with the power to annihilate all. Though Walker was sent flying, His reflexes were remarkably swift. He stabilized himself mid-air and deftly evaded Beerus's assault, simultaneously retaliating with a kick aimed at Beerus's abdomen. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, their movements as swift as lightning, each strike infused with terrifying power. The very fabric of the god of destruction's realm began to unravel, save for the vicinity of Whis, due to the cataclysmic nature of their battle. The oracle fish quivered behind Whis, incessantly muttering, "It's over, it's over." Yet, Whis bore a smile, seemingly anticipating the ultimate outcome of this clash. With a mighty roar, Walker unleashed an eruption of energy akin to a volcanic explosion, surging with ferocity. His palms rapidly accumulated energy, compressing it with relentless vigor. As the energy coalesced, his hands radiated a blinding brilliance, as if he held the very cosmos within his grasp. Subsequently, with every ounce of strength, Walker thrust towards Beerus, bellowing, 50-fold super spiral destruction cannon. The force of this strike was monumental, a colossal wave of energy racing toward Beerus at an astonishing velocity, threatening to rend the very fabric of reality, shattering all in its path. However, in the face of such a terrifying assault, Beerus remained remarkably composed. With a surge of divine power, he lifted his right hand, casually releasing an unremarkable energy orb. Yet, as it propelled forth, it expanded at a bewildering speed, quickly attaining a size comparable to that of a planet within mere milliseconds. Boom! The energy collided, erupting in a cataclysmic explosion. With a deafening roar, the universe seemed to tear asunder. The tremendous wave of energy battered everything around it, conjuring a terrifying tempest. The forces of both combatants compressed at an alarming rate. Resembling a dazzling star on the verge of explosion, its searing light illuminating the god of destruction's realm and piercing into the cosmos. Somewhere in the universe, the patrolling Merus gazed into the depths of space, softly pondering, who is battling the god of destruction? Why does Brother Whis not intervene? Two questions echoed in his mind, as he realized that if this continued, the universe would soon face annihilation. Regrettably, he could not wield his angelic power, or the situation would not have escalated thus. The brilliance persisted. Walker's forehead throbbed with veins, his arms bulged with muscle, and even his eyes turned crimson, clearly exerting every ounce of his strength. "Do not underestimate me. I cannot lose," he roared, his entire being erupting with power in an instant. Suddenly, the energy wave emanating from him expanded several meters, forming an immense shockwave that surprisingly repelled the Destroyer God's energy sphere. However, this energy wave only managed to push the energy sphere back a few centimeters. Resistance in vain. With a cold glint in his eyes, Beerus flicked his fingers, causing his energy sphere to rapidly swell, and, in an instant, it subdued Walker's energy wave. A crackling sound erupted at the center of the collision, where a vortex began to form, swiftly expanding amidst the sound of rupturing. "This is bad. Let go." Whis' expression shifted as he pointed his staff toward Walker and Beerus, but it was too late. Both Beerus and Walker felt the overwhelming pull, rendering their attempts to retreat futile. A buzzing noise filled the air, followed by a momentary silence that dissipated almost immediately. The fabric of space began to collapse at an unimaginable speed, as if time itself had accelerated, and in the blink of an eye, the entire universe was affected. Fragments of space scattered like snowflakes in every direction, the rapidity of it all leaving no room for reaction. "I never anticipated it would escalate to this point. I must forcibly sever it," Whis murmured, a hint of helplessness and regret etched upon his face. Faced with the unfolding catastrophe, he realized hesitation was no longer an option. Decisive action was imperative to halt the further spread of this disaster. In an instant, Whis appeared beside the vortex, emanating a formidable angelic power, his staff radiating a brilliant light. With a gentle command, he swept the staff downward, unleashing a dazzling blade of light that sliced toward the ever-expanding rift in space. With a crisp sound of fracture, the rift was severed, and the rapid expansion of the spatial collapse came to an abrupt halt. However, despite the rift being cut, the surrounding space remained unstable, and fragments continued to whirl chaotically. Yet, this fragile stability lasted only a few seconds before the collapse intensified once more. Quick to act, Whis seized Beerus, but it was too late to rescue Walker. The radiant colors faded, leaving Walker to fend for himself. Damn it! Walker summoned his energy in a futile attempt to resist, but it was in vain. In an instant, blinding white light engulfed all of creation. The brilliance arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. Beneath that white light, the universe fell into chaos, and as the brilliance faded, Walker vanished from sight. Chapter 41. Parallel Dimensions and the Battle with Reg. Is that mortal dead? Beerus searched with his gaze, unable to locate him. Whis shook his head, indicating uncertainty. He too had searched moments earlier without success. If he could not be found, then so be it. However, gazing at the chaotic universe, Whis rarely displayed distress. For mending the entirety of the cosmos was no simple task. Even with his angelic might, achieving this goal was still rather challenging. Assistance from the Grand Priest would be necessary. With this thought, he vanished alongside Beerus. Previously, Whis had taken Beerus into another dimension, which was why they had remained largely unaffected. In a vast expanse of swirling yellow sands, Walker gradually awakened. Where am I? Bewilderment clouded his mind as he surveyed his surroundings. Just as he was about to make a move, a sudden convulsion seized his body, an electric current coursing through him. He felt as though his bones had shattered and then reassembled. An agonizing cycle repeated itself. Within a mere few breaths, despite gritting his teeth to endure, beads of sweat cascaded down his brow. Eventually, he opened his system backpack, rummaged through it, and retrieved a magical bean, swallowing it swiftly, which revitalized him instantly. He settled into a cross-legged position, pondering the events that transpired before his unconsciousness. As his thoughts deepened, his gaze fell upon the ring on his index finger. It was the time ring, which had absorbed energy during the catastrophic collapse of space, transporting him to another world. Beerus, our battle is far from over. Await my return. Walker clenched his fist, a flash of determination igniting in his eyes. Suddenly, he lifted his gaze to the sky, murmuring softly. Two formidable energies were approaching Earth. Meanwhile, within the gravity chamber of Capsule Corporation, Vegeta was voicing his frustrations to Bulma about her decision to shut down his training room. However, his expression abruptly shifted to one of grave concern. What's wrong, Vegeta? Bulma asked. Worry etched upon her face as she sensed the gravity of the situation. Vegeta did not respond immediately. Instead, he swiftly donned his battle attire, turning to embrace Bulma tightly. I love you, Bulma, he whispered, his eyes reflecting unwavering resolve. Having uttered those words, Vegeta resolutely turned away, his stride firm and purposeful, embodying a spirit of unwavering determination. Bulma stood silently, tears blurring her vision. Fully aware of the implications of Vegeta's decision, this could very well be a battle for their lives. Yet, she refrained from stopping him. Understanding Vegeta's nature, he would never retreat easily. As Vegeta's silhouette faded from her sight, she held faith in his commitment to protect their home, regardless of the cost. At that moment, Vegeta's heart brimmed with love for his family, alongside the weight of his duty to safeguard the Earth. He had even steeled himself for the possibility of sacrifice. Two spacecraft hurtled towards a mountain at incredible speeds, piercing through it and crashing heavily onto the ground. The immense impact created a deep crater, sending plumes of dust and debris into the air. From the billowing smoke emerged a man and a woman, resembling humans, but with long tails trailing behind them. The man was tall and imposing, his countenance stern. After surveying the area, he revealed a look of disdain. His voice, deep and tinged with arrogance, resonated. So this is Earth? Nothing remarkable, truly disappointing. The woman beside him pressed a device to her ear, which emitted a series of beeps, indicating a strong combat power to the southwest. As the pair prepared to head in that direction, a figure suddenly soared from the distance, blocking their path. The man immediately recognized the newly arrived individual and exclaimed, Vegeta, my dear Udu. He gazed at Vegeta with a smile. Vegeta raised an eyebrow, questioning whether this brotherly figure was indeed referring to him. Noticing Vegeta's confusion, the man began to elucidate, taking several minutes to explain. Even after his explanation, Vegeta found it hard to believe that he had a brother, yet the reality stood before him. Even if you are my brother, what brings you here? Vegeta inquired, looking intently at Reg. In response, Reg erupted into laughter, his gaze turning icy as he coldly declared, I intend to kill you and reclaim all that is rightfully mine. There is nothing more to discuss. Let us fight. Reg's lips curled into a wicked smile, while his wife, Sapali, prudently retreated to a safe distance to avoid interfering with the impending battle. Vegeta took a deep breath, unleashing his power as he transformed into Super Saiyan 4, emanating a formidable aura. Upon witnessing this transformation, Reg's eyes sparkled with excitement, a smile creeping onto his face. I never imagined you could achieve Super Saiyan 4. It seems you have not merely indulged in pleasure over the years. This is intriguing. Without further ado, Vegeta charged at Reg, but halfway through his advance, he abruptly halted. As did Reg, both men turning their gazes to the right. Approaching them was another man, also a Saiyan, radiating an aura that matched their own strength. This individual was none other than Walker, who had been observing from the shadows for quite some time. His intention to reveal himself stemmed from a desire to engage Reg in battle, particularly as he could transform into Super Saiyan 5. And he was eager to assess the strength of this realm's Super Saiyan 5. Previously, he had utilized his system to gauge the combat power, discovering it to be quite formidable, capable of reaching 60 quintillion at full throttle. Though such figures were merely numerical, actual combat would reveal the true disparity. After all, the energies of Super Saiyan 4 and Super Saiyan 5 were not on the same tier. It was akin to the divide between deities, such as the god of destruction. According to system analysis, Beerus's full power, when calculated into combat strength, reached a staggering 100 septillion, while Whis surpassed that at 1,000 septillion. Oh, a willing participant in demise has arrived. How fortuitous. You two shall have each other for company, Reg sneered, gazing disdainfully at Walker. Walker, uninterested in banter with Reg, turned his attention to Vegeta. Hey, Vegeta, leave him to me. I wish to test his strength. Vegeta, puzzled, wondered who this man was and how he knew him. Could he possibly be another brother? Was today destined for familial reunions? Fear not, I am not your brother. My name is Walker, and I not only know you, but I also know Goku. Upon hearing this, Vegeta inexplicably felt a sense of relief. He scrutinized Walker, his expression growing serious. Are you certain you wish to fight him? I am uncertain of my own ability to defeat him. I came here prepared for death. Walker chuckled lightly, transforming into Super Saiyan 4. His explosive aura vastly superior to Vegeta's. Vegeta's expression shifted dramatically. This aura had transcended the full power mode. Clapping his hands, Reg exclaimed, "Excellent. Let me witness the waves you can stir." A fierce energy erupted from him, rivaling that of Walker. Chapter 42, Super Saiyan 5 Reg, the Dark Lord emerges. Of course, Walker was concealing some of his strength. The battle was on the verge of erupting. Collection complete, gained 300 million battle power. The 10 collections had been exhausted. And to his surprise, the final one yielded such a meager amount of power. A gentle breeze caressed their hair, as if it too was absorbing the tense atmosphere. Suddenly, the figures of the two vanished like phantoms from their original positions. Bang! With a thunderous sound, the surrounding air seemed to be torn apart. Immediately, a fierce wind howled, sweeping in with boundless force. Amidst this tempest, the two moved with astonishing speed, disappearing without a trace. Accompanying their swift movements were a series of deafening sonic booms that resonated through the skies. The very earth trembled under the weight of their rapid combat. In the Kaioshin realm, the elder remarked, "Is that the Reg you mentioned last time?" Jebbet, observing the fierce clash, wore an expression of astonishment. He could hardly fathom such formidable power. The elder Kaioshin furrowed his brow, seemingly recalling something, and sighed. Indeed, when I last saw Reg, his strength was comparable to Goten's. I never anticipated that in just a few months, he would grow to such an extent. Upon hearing this, Jebbet gasped in awe, silently marveling at Reg's extraordinary talent to ascend to such terrifying heights in such a brief period. Elder, what about the Saiyan fighting Reg? Do you think they can prevail against him? Jebbet inquired anxiously. The elder shook his head gravely, responding, "You mean Goku and Vegeta, right? Although they are both Saiyans, given the current circumstances, it seems unlikely they could defeat Reg. It's not them, it's an unfamiliar Saiyan. He is currently battling Reg." Hearing this, the elder Kaioshin turned his gaze toward the crystal ball. The scene within the crystal displayed a fierce confrontation. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Reg unleashed his magnificent prince's combat style, raining energy blasts upon Walker like a torrential downpour. Each energy sphere carried astonishing power and velocity, as if intending to rend the very fabric of space. In the face of this relentless assault, Walker remained remarkably calm. With a grand gesture, a powerful and domineering aura erupted from him, sweeping the surroundings like a tempest. The incoming energy blasts detonated upon contact with this aura, producing a cacophony of deafening explosions. The shockwaves from the blasts distorted the surrounding air. With incredible speed, Reg surged into the smoke, his form darting like lightning. In the blink of an eye, he stood before Walker, raising his foot to deliver a fierce kick to Walker's abdomen. However, Walker did not succumb to inaction. He deftly evaded, simultaneously reaching out to seize Reg's ankle with precision. Without hesitation, he propelled Reg skyward and unleashed a formidable wave of energy. The earth shook with a resounding roar as the energy wave collided violently with Reg's body. It was anticipated that Reg would yield to the force, yet astonishingly, he chose to endure the blow head-on. Despite the immense impact upon his physique, he sustained merely superficial injuries, avoiding any serious harm. Very well, you possess some measure of skill, but to me, you are nothing but a mere wretch, Reg scoffed, his eyes glinting with disdain. With a low growl, he suddenly erupted with an aura exponentially more powerful than before. This energy surged forth like a volcanic eruption, flames soaring into the heavens, shaking the very fabric of reality with its overwhelming force. Is it truly possible for someone to confront Reg at this level? Queried Tian Tian, his expression grave as he regarded Goku, whose countenance reflected worry and uncertainty. His hands clenched tightly, as if seeking solace or answers from Goku. Goku did not respond immediately, instead falling into a contemplative silence for several moments. Finally, he furrowed his brow and remarked, "It is difficult to ascertain. While Reg currently appears to possess superior strength, the capabilities of his opponent should not be underestimated. The disparity between them is not as pronounced as one might think, rendering the outcome of this confrontation unpredictable." Goku's tone remained calm, yet his gaze remained fixed below, meticulously observing every attack and defense exchanged between the two combatants. In midair, Reg inhaled deeply, unleashing 60 of his power, radiating an overwhelming aura. He then surged forward like an arrow released from its bow, hurtling towards Walker with astonishing speed. Upon reaching Walker, he unhesitatingly unleashed a fist, revealing terrifying velocity and might. Walker, with a subtle smirk, amplified his own energy and retaliated with a punch of his own. The moment their fists met the air, a dull thud resonated, compressing the atmosphere and creating a transparent shockwave that radiated outward. The very void seemed to creak under the strain of such formidable power. "Is that all?" Walker scoffed, his gaze imbued with contempt and challenge. "Should you fail to unleash your true strength, you may find yourself vanquished." As the words left his lips, Walker abruptly channeled his energy, unleashing a torrent of force akin to a tempest, catching his opponent off guard. Reg was sent hurtling backward, crashing through several mountains, ultimately traversing half the globe before coming to a halt. Shaking his arms in disbelief, a flicker of astonishment crossed his face. "Very well. Let me show you the terror of the abyss," he bellowed. Clenching his fists, Reg's aura erupted fully, causing the earth to tremble as blinding golden light pierced the sky, unleashing a vast and tempestuous storm of energy that enveloped the world. Vegeta's fist struck the ground with tremendous force. Remarkable. He was now several times more powerful than the former Super One-Star Dragon. Yet, he felt an overwhelming sense of dissatisfaction. His only hope now rested with the enigmatic stranger named Walker. As the brilliance faded, Reg appeared. Although his hair had turned gray, he remained unchanged in every other respect. Yet one should not underestimate him. This was Reg's Ultra Super Saiyan form. At the very moment Reg completed his transformation, an event unfolded on the other side of the earth. In a certain city, a bald man covered in tattoos was wreaking havoc. And due to the tremors shaking the planet, this peculiar individual had yet to encounter any police intervention. Insufficient. This meager energy is entirely inadequate. It seems I must consume the energy that just erupted. Emerging from the ruins, the bald man displayed his long tongue, seductively licking his lips. With a swift motion, he soared into the clouds, vanishing from sight. Chapter 43. Possession. Shifting the battlefield. This is the first time I am unleashing my full power. Prepare to witness what true hellish terror entails. Ha ha. Reg laughed maniacally, his voice brimming with confidence. As his words echoed, he raised his hand, and a high-density energy sphere shot forth like lightning, its speed astonishing. Walker sensed the immense energy contained within the sphere and dared not be careless. Despite knowing that his true strength surpassed Reg's, an inexplicable feeling told him that the situation was far from simple, so he remained cautious and quickly gathered his energy. Launching a sphere of his own. Boom. Bang. The simultaneous explosions reverberated with deafening intensity, the collision of the spheres unleashing a staggering force, sending waves of heat spiraling outward. However, In that instant of detonation, Walker's figure flickered, and he darted toward Reg at incredible speed, delivering a kick to his abdomen, intending to send him flying. To his surprise, Reg blocked the kick, but the force penetrated his body, leaving him at a disadvantage. Unfortunately, such an attack could not inflict any significant harm on him. Not bad for speed, but lacking in power. A smirk crept onto Reg's lips, his eyes glinting with malice as he suddenly unleashed a knife-hand strike toward Walker's neck. Fortunately, Walker was sufficiently alert. The moment Reg struck, he countered with a punch, the wind from his fist roaring forth, imbued with tremendous power and momentum. Reg's reflexes were sharp. He swiftly transformed his knife hand into a fist to meet Walker's blow. The two fists collided with a dull thud, distorting the air around them. Walker felt an overwhelming force emanating from Reg's fist, compelling him to retreat involuntarily. While Reg remained firmly planted, a smug grin adorning his face. "You possess some skill, but it is still insufficient," Reg sneered, launching another punch at Walker. Taking a deep breath, Walker steadied himself and charged toward Reg to meet his assault. Bang, bang, bang. The two clashed repeatedly in the air, their ferocious battle stirring up violent gusts of wind. Suddenly, Reg spread his arms wide, unleashing a torrent of energy that surged forth in a straight wave toward Walker. Standing his ground, Walker gazed at Reg with an expression of calm, making no move to evade. However, just as that formidable wave of energy was mere centimeters away from him, he suddenly vanished. It turned out that he had employed a teleportation skill, instantly reappearing to the right of Reg. Following this, he unleashed a punch with astonishing speed, his fist imbued with immense power, striking directly at Reg's midsection. Caught completely off guard by Walker's abrupt movement, Reg was unable to defend himself and was sent flying by the force of the blow. Yet, Walker did not halt his advance. Instead, he swiftly pursued Reg. This time, with both hands clenched into fists, he delivered a devastating blow towards Reg. Reg attempted to defend himself by crossing his arms, but such a hasty defense proved utterly inadequate against Walker's onslaught. Boom! The impact resonated thunderously, sending Reg plummeting to the ground, which was gouged out, leaving a massive crater, and a thick cloud of dust billowed into the air. Reg slowly ascended, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes ablaze with unending fury, and he silently vowed to strip away the layers of his opponent's skin, ensuring that they would experience a torment far worse than death. However, just as he was ready to act, a warm and powerful hand gently rested upon his shoulder, and Walker's deep, resolute voice followed. "I had my reservations previously, but it seems that nothing further has transpired. In light of this, I shall no longer hold back." Though he spoke these words, Walker understood that he must retain some strength in reserve. Thus he unleashed his full power in a state of boundary-breaking transformation. Instantly, a torrent of overwhelming energy surged forth from Walker's body, spreading around him like a mighty flood. In this close proximity, Reg suddenly felt as though he were ensnared in a vast quagmire, unable to escape. How could this be? Before he could utter a complete sentence, his body jolted as a fist struck his abdomen, the force penetrating through him and wreaking havoc upon his internal organs. His eyes widened in shock as he clutched his stomach and staggered backward, blood seeping from his lips once more. Before Reg could regain his composure, Walker swiftly advanced, striking both of his temples with his palms. Reg experienced a cacophony in his mind, his world spinning, and in a state of alarm, he attempted to stabilize himself. But it was far too late. A torrential barrage of punches descended upon him. Bang, bang, bang. Each of Walker's strikes was imbued with tremendous weight, and Reg, unprepared to defend himself adequately, could not withstand such ferocious attacks despite his enhanced physical resilience, involuntarily spewing forth blood. "Ah, you wretched scoundrel. I shall repay this humiliation 1,000-fold." Just as Reg prepared to unleash his full strength, a bald man appeared like a specter, revealing a sinister grin at him. Then, a shadow emanating from the man shot forth like an arrow, entering Reg's body. Witnessing this scene from a few meters away, Walker gritted his teeth. Feeling a wave of frustration, he had believed that no unforeseen circumstances would arise, yet unexpectedly, an incident had occurred. As the shadow penetrated Reg's body, the bald man plummeted like a kite severed from its string, having already lost his life force. Reg began to convulse incessantly, as if in a desperate struggle, but after a few breaths, the spasms ceased. Gradually raising his head, he revealed a visage brimming with malevolence, adorned with inscrutable patterns resembling a spider's web. Even his pupils were etched with such designs. Hee. This body is splendid. I shall feast to my heart's content. His gaze turned towards Walker, eyes glinting with avarice, akin to a ravenous wolf spotting delectable prey. Suddenly, a figure darted forth. It was Reg. His speed was akin to lightning, and in the blink of an eye, he stood before Walker, his palms shimmering with an ominous black light. Meteor shower, he bellowed, as he forcefully flung his hands, unleashing countless energy spheres that cascaded towards Walker like a meteor shower. Each of these orbs radiated a formidable energy wave, seemingly intent on obliterating everything in their path. Yet, faced with such overwhelming numbers, Walker chose not to evade, for he was acutely aware that if these energy spheres were to touch the ground, they would unleash catastrophic devastation upon the earth, potentially annihilating it entirely. With swift movements of his hands, he chanted, "Multi-heavy spiral sphere." Instantly, he released a multitude of spiraling energy orbs that clashed with Reg's meteor shower. In that moment, the heavens and earth were illuminated by an endless brilliance and explosions, creating a breathtaking visual spectacle. The thunderous roars of the detonations reverberated through the air, shaking the very foundations of the world. Amidst the chaos of explosions, Walker seized Reg and vanished from Earth in a flash of teleportation. When he reappeared, it was in an alternate realm, the domain of the Supreme Kai, where Old Kai and Kibito stood. Indeed, they had arrived in the Kaishin realm. Realizing that the impending battle could spell doom for Earth, Walker had strategically relocated the battleground. Both Old Kai and Kibito were taken aback. However, Old Kai, having weathered many storms, understood the significance of their presence here. Kibito, not to be outdone, grasped Old Kai's hand with one and, with the other, held onto a crystal ball, teleporting them to a distant planet in the lower realms. Walker, with a swift kick, sent Reg staggering back, a smile gracing his lips. It was time for him to unveil his true power. Chapter 44. Penetrating the Kaishin realm, Annihilation O. Reg's patterned eyes scanned the surroundings, absorbing the essence of the rules, and he licked his lips, beginning to comprehend the nature of this place. Suddenly, a surge of divine energy erupted, his fur transforming into a deep crimson hue, the crimson aura blazing fiercely. Reg's pupils narrowed. This energy was familiar to him. Meanwhile, the two Kaishins in the lower realm were astounded by the divine aura Walker had manifested. Clap! A crisp sound reverberated through the air as the deity Jebet struck himself sharply across the face, the stinging pain serving as a stark reminder that this was no mere illusion. It was hardly surprising that he lost his composure, after all. For a mortal to ascend to divinity is akin to chasing a fool's dream. Yet, this human before him shattered that long-held belief, emerging as a miraculous reality. Ancestor, Jebet stammered, utterly at a loss for words to convey the tumult of shock and confusion within him. Meanwhile, the old Kai watched silently, his weathered eyes glimmering with a knowing light. It seemed he had already discerned the secret behind this mortal's ascension to godhood. He spoke slowly. This mortal who has become a deity is not of our world. Jebet's mouth fell open in disbelief, and he instinctively rubbed his ears, questioning whether he had misheard. Not from this world. Could he be from the demon realm? Yet even beings from the demon realm cannot attain godhood. After all, they are demons. The old Kai sighed, finding his junior's ignorance rather disheartening. Jebet scratched his head, perplexed by the ancestor's demeanor, convinced he had not misspoken. At that moment, as Reg was momentarily dazed, Walker suddenly appeared before him in a flash, delivering a straightforward right hook that landed heavily on his face. The impact echoed with a dull thud, the force of the punch inflicting significant damage and causing a brief concussion. Caught off guard by the unexpected assault, Reg was sent hurtling backward. After tumbling several times in the air, he finally steadied himself, only to find his hair standing on end. Without a moment to spare, he swiftly turned and unleashed a fierce kick. However, his strike missed as Walker appeared behind him, delivering another blow, this time a thrust punch. With a series of powerful strikes connecting with his back, Reg exclaimed, "Such attacks are futile against me." He erupted in a torrent of yellow-black energy, swiftly retaliating with a punch of his own. The two fists collided with a resounding boom, generating a visible shockwave that rippled through the air. The atmosphere was momentarily sucked away, causing the planet to tremble violently. Their fists remained locked, muscles taut and veins bulging, as their powers reached an apex in that moment. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted, and both combatants were propelled backward. Their bodies traced an arc through the air before crashing down to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The battle was rapidly escalating into a fervent climax. Walker and Reg faced each other from a distance of 1,000 meters, their bodies radiating a clash of crimson and yellow-black auras, reminiscent of two suns vying for supremacy. The sky darkened, transformed by the sheer magnitude of their energies, while thunderclouds rolled ominously above, rumbling in protest against the ferocity of their conflict. A sudden crack of thunder echoed as a bolt of lightning struck the ground, charring the earth and leaving it fractured. The entire scene resembled an apocalyptic vision, instilling a profound sense of dread. In that moment, another flash illuminated the figures of Walker and Reg. Both sprang into action simultaneously, their speed akin to twin streaks of lightning traversing the sky. With a resounding crash, their collision unleashed a blinding light, followed by an overwhelming wave of energy that radiated outward in all directions. Wherever this force reached, trees were uprooted, boulders were hurled into the air, and even mountain peaks were sheared away. Everything in the vicinity appeared diminutive and fragile in the face of such immense power. Both combatants were momentarily thrown back by their own strength. In a swift motion, Walker and Reg reappeared, engaging in a fierce exchange of blows. Meanwhile, on Earth, an unexpected remark escaped Vegeta's lips. Kakarot, do you think we can defeat Reg together? Goku, taken aback by Vegeta's assertion, fell into silence for several moments before exhaling deeply. Unbeatable, perhaps only our fusion into Vegito might stand a chance against him. Vegeta pondered this, gazing up at the sky, and after 2.5 minutes, he finally spoke. If Reg possesses such formidable strength, then so must we. A fierce light flickered in his eyes. Goku grinned, his thoughts mirroring Vegeta's. Meanwhile, Reg's wife, Sapari, hastily departed Earth aboard a spaceship after Walker and Reg vanished. Let us return to the Supreme Kai's realm. At this moment, on King Kai's planet, colossal energy waves ravaged the surface, inciting an unprecedented storm. The tempest's energy surged like a powerful torrent, relentlessly battering King Kai's planet as if intent on consuming it whole. With each energy impact, cracks began to form on the surface, mountains crumbled, rivers ran dry, and the ground trembled incessantly. Furthermore, this colossal storm devastated the geography and inflicted severe harm on the planet's ecological balance. King Kai's planet itself endured tremendous strain during this fierce battle. Its core became unstable, emitting a deep, rumbling growl. The power of both combatants had surpassed the limits of the planet's endurance, with each strike resembling a miniature catastrophe. Damn it, after such a prolonged battle, I still cannot absorb this creature's energy. It must be the divine aura at play. Cursed be it. The shadowy figure possessing him cursed inwardly. Most critically, he realized that this body was showing signs of deterioration. If he failed to absorb energy soon to sustain this form, he would face obliteration yet again. Though he was not truly mortal, nevertheless, the thought frustrated him. Walker, with keen perception, seized upon the moment of distraction, appearing before him and channeling energy into a tenfold spiral destruction cannon. However, Reg's reflexes swiftly countered. Evil shattering wave. A swift and thunderous clash ensued. The collision of the energy waves resonated through the space, producing a crystalline shattering sound, and the very center of the impact fractured. Subsequently, the area of destruction expanded until the entirety of the space collapsed, piercing through the realm of the Supreme Kai and entering an alternate dimension. Even upon arriving in this otherworldly space, the exchange between the two did not cease. Rather, they intensified their energy output. The friction of energy emitted a dissonant screech. Suddenly, Rhaegar spat out a mouthful of blood, his strength diminished. Walker let out a low growl, maximizing his energy output, which momentarily overpowered Rhaegar's wave. What? The shadow within Rhaegar was taken aback. He realized he had been betrayed by his own body. It was too late for a counterattack. The energy wave rapidly engulfed Rhaegar, leading to a cataclysmic explosion, sending forth a terrifying shockwave. Walker, with a low growl, conjured a protective shield in mere moments to withstand the impact. Yet the force was overwhelming. Cracks instantly appeared in his shield, and just as it seemed on the verge of shattering, the time ring on his hand emitted a radiant glow, swallowing him into a black hole. Chapter 45. The Future World. Saving lives after the rupture in the alternate dimension. The entire world seemed to have been torn into countless fragments, engulfed in an endless abyss of darkness and chaos. leaving a sense of despair and helplessness. How could this happen? The realm of the Supreme Kai was gone, vanished. Jebet stared in horror, his eyes wide with disbelief at the unfolding events. Trembling, he clutched the crystal ball depicting the restoration, tears streaming down his cheeks, falling to the floor with a resounding clarity. Jebet wept uncontrollably, his voice laden with anguish and despair. What on earth is happening? What are we to do? His body shook violently with sorrow, as if all strength had been sapped from him. The old Supreme Kai furrowed his brow, observing the collapsed Jebet with a heavy heart. He mused to himself whether this fool had forgotten his own identity. The realm of the Supreme Kai may be lost, yet it could be recreated. It merely required time and the expenditure of considerable divine energy, but for beings of their caliber, as long as sufficient time and vigor were available, nothing would pose a problem. The old Supreme Kai shook his head, deciding to disregard the frantic outbursts of his reckless junior. Let him wallow in his madness for a while. He gazed skyward, his eyes appearing to penetrate the layered celestial bodies of the universe, his brow slightly furrowing. How is this possible? There are no traces at all, he murmured, his tone laced with confusion and bewilderment. The absence of any sign of Walker was utterly incredulous. He yearned to find him, to inquire if he truly hailed from another time and space. Though he had his suspicions, such matters required direct inquiry for confirmation. Suddenly, a spark ignited in his eyes as a thought flashed through his mind. Could it be that the explosion in the alternate dimension had propelled him into other timelines? If so, he whispered thoughtfully, contemplating the implications. The old Kaioshin slowly lifted his head, extending his right hand. Suddenly, he jerked it back, revealing a translucent shard of glass in his palm. However, this fragment dissipated into ashes within mere seconds, vanishing into thin air. Meanwhile, fine beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. I have indeed grown old, he muttered with a bitter smile, shaking his head. Yet, he soon found solace in a revelation. This world was not forgotten, but rather sealed away. Upon the ruins of a collapsed skyscraper, Walker suddenly materialized. What on earth am I doing here? He exclaimed, surveying the surrounding desolation, his brow furrowing at the bleak atmosphere. Could it be that I have traversed into a future world? A deafening roar abruptly shattered his thoughts. He swiftly turned towards the source of the sound, witnessing an explosion erupting from a nearby building. Walker soared towards the chaos. Upon arriving at the scene, he was met with a startling sight. Amidst the rubble, a figure clad in black, resembling Son Goku, stood atop the debris, gazing down upon Trunks and Bulma. I never imagined you would hide here. Allow me to send you both to meet Vegeta, the Dark Goku sneered, raising his hand to unleash an energy blast. Not good, Trunks shouted in terror, clutching his mother Bulma tightly, desperately attempting to evade. Yet, it was too late. The explosion's shockwaves surged like a fierce storm, hurling the mother and son apart. While Trunks emerged relatively unscathed, Bulma succumbed to unconsciousness from sheer fright. The Dark Goku approached Bulma with a cold, merciless gaze, seizing her collar effortlessly. Release my mother, you fiend! Trunks shouted in fury, drawing his sword, fire igniting in his eyes as he prepared to confront the Dark Goku and rescue his mother. However, Bulma suddenly opened her eyes, her voice weak yet resolute. Run, Trunks. Don't worry about me. You have more important matters to attend to. Trunks gripped his sword tightly, his eyes filled with turmoil and anguish. He understood the weight of his mother's words, yet he found it unbearable to accept such a reality. Torn between familial love and duty, he was engulfed in an endless struggle. Trembling, he voiced his concerns for her safety. But Bulma, summoning her last reserves of strength, cried out, "Go now?" Wiping away his tears, Trunks sheathed his sword and dashed towards Capsule Corporation with utmost urgency. He knew that only by returning to the past could he alter the future, and the time machine awaited him within the confines of the corporation. Meanwhile, the Dark Goku observed Trunks flee, a hint of disdain curling his lips. The mother of a sinful child deserves to perish, he murmured, his tone laced with cold cruelty. As he spoke, he began to gather energy in his left hand, preparing to extinguish Bulma's life. However, in that fleeting moment, a profound sense of imminent peril surged within Black Goku, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. Who dares? He exclaimed in terror. Without hesitation, he swiftly pivoted, his right fist propelled forward with tremendous force. Bang! A resounding clash echoed as his fist was firmly caught by a single hand. The overwhelming impact creating a fierce gust of wind that stirred up clouds of dust. I am Nend. gripping Black Goku's fist tightly with his left hand. His right hand unleashed a powerful blow akin to a cannonball, striking Black Goku's abdomen with relentless force. This strike caused Black Goku's eyes to bulge as if his internal organs had been displaced, and the hand that once clutched Bulma involuntarily loosened. Seizing this opportunity, Walker swiftly intervened, successfully rescuing Bulma. Realizing that the Bulma in his grasp had vanished, Black Goku's eyes widened in rage, his gaze fixated menacingly on Walker. "You bastard!" he roared. Yet, Walker had no time to heed him. Utilizing instant transmission, he whisked Bulma away to a place of safety before reappearing at his original position. At that moment, Walker stood quietly, observing Black Goku before him, a hint of disdain gracing his features. To be candid, he had harbored a distaste for the character Zamasu since his initial encounter with the anime. While humanity may possess faults, should a deity not embody tolerance and benevolence? However, Zamasu, consumed by his arrogance and pride, opted for vengeance and destruction. To reason with someone whose psyche has been irrevocably twisted is a futile endeavor. Zamasu, inhabiting the body of Son Goku, truly repulses me. Although Walker spoke with a calm demeanor, the murderous intent in his eyes was palpable and undeniable. Upon hearing this, Black Goku's expression darkened instantaneously. This man knew his true identity and intended to kill him. Suddenly, a bizarre black aura erupted from Black Goku. With astonishing speed, he materialized behind Walker, hands clasped in a fist, and struck down with ferocity. Walker raised his hand to counter with a fist of his own, and with a resounding impact, the earth trembled, debris soared, and dust enveloped the air. A figure emerged from the swirling haze, revealing Black Goku, blood streaming from the corner of his mouth. Chapter 46. Annihilation of Black Goku. After tumbling through the air, Black Goku collided with countless structures, ultimately entombed beneath the rubble. "Damn it, I shall tear you to shreds." The veins on Black Goku's forehead bulged as rage consumed him. He unleashed his energy and transformed into Super Saiyan 2, surging forth from the debris. Harnessing instant transmission, he appeared before Walker in the blink of an eye. Initially, he had not comprehended how to wield instant transmission. But during the recent one-sided assault, his body's memories resurfaced, enabling him to master this technique. In essence, despite his soul being intertwined with Son Goku's, allowing him to utilize Son Goku's Kamehameha and transform into a Super Saiyan, there remained numerous skills yet unattainable. However, when confronted with a formidable opponent and enduring severe injury, the latent memories within the body awaken. The dark version of Goku, appearing before Walker, did not throw a punch but instead delivered a powerful kick to the inner thigh of Walker. The impact was tremendous. For an ordinary super warrior, it might have resulted in a catastrophic fracture. Yet, this attack proved ineffective against Walker. What? Dark Goku was internally astonished, unable to fathom that his transformation into Super Saiyan 2 had significantly amplified his power to such an extent that he could not inflict harm upon this individual. He attempted to retreat, but it was too late. Walker covered his face with one hand and struck down fiercely, causing the ground to crack with a deafening roar. Dark Goku immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling a dizzying sensation in his brain, while his bones creaked in agony. Simultaneously, his internal organs were displaced by the force of the blow, some even rupturing. "Oh!" Dark Goku roared, unleashing a fierce aura that, as per usual, radiated a golden hue, but within a fleeting moment, transformed into a crimson red. An exceedingly malevolent divine power emerged, dyeing his hair a vibrant rose, and in an instant, it repelled Walker. Dark Goku slowly floated upward, exhaling a breath of murky air, revealing a wicked grin. "Ha! Thank you for this evolution. In return, I shall demonstrate the might of the Crimson Super Saiyan." This was a power that had eluded the Saiyans. Walker silently scoffed, as a Saiyan himself. He found it perplexing that he lacked this ability, and even the system had failed to acquire it. It was as if this power had vanished into thin air. For even before the awakening of his teacher, neither Goku nor Vegeta possessed it. Nevertheless, even if he had obtained it, it mattered little. For he was stronger than Dark Goku. A slight smirk graced Walker's lips as he spoke dismissively. Such a transformation is merely a fade of strength. Dark Goku's expression darkened ominously, his fury boiling over. He could not bear the humiliation of being insulted, especially after recently acquiring such immense power. In that moment, he brimmed with confidence, convinced that he could effortlessly dismantle his foe before him. However, just as he charged at Walker with blinding speed, arm raised to strike. An overwhelming force descended upon him like an invisible mountain. Dark Goku was taken aback to see Walker standing before him, radiating a dazzling golden light. The brilliance was blinding, almost scorching his very soul, and soon, a roaring golden aura ignited around Walker, transforming his appearance dramatically. The pressure emanating from him was akin to a celestial decree, invoking awe and reverence, and the sheer magnitude of this authority pressed down upon Dark Goku. He widened his eyes, incredulously watching as Walker evolved into an entirely new entity. Frozen in fear, as if paralyzed, Walker had transcended into a state beyond full power, without resorting to boundary-breaking techniques or divine power. That alone was sufficient. As soon as the transformation was complete, he seized Black Goku by the neck and delivered a powerful punch to his abdomen. The impact was tremendous, and even with his formidable physique, Black Goku could not withstand it. After spewing a mouthful of blood, his body began to convulse violently, his internal organs already ruptured. Yet, Walker showed no signs of mercy. He followed with a heavy uppercut that struck Black Goku's jaw, instantly fracturing the bone. Black Goku's body was hurled into the air, and Walker swiftly followed up with a powerful leg sweep, landing a precise kick to his waist, the sound of shattered ribs echoing through the air. This blow inflicted immense agony upon Black Goku, who let out a piercing scream. However, before he could utter more, Walker tightly covered his mouth. Each of Walker's attacks was infused with staggering force, showcasing the full extent of his current strength without reservation. Thus, it was no surprise that Black Goku sustained such grave injuries. Walker grasped Black Goku's face and lifted him up, observing the pitiful state of Black Goku. A sense of villainy surged within Walker, yet he was acutely aware that villains face their own trials. If that were the case, he would embrace the role of the villain. This gap is unimaginable. Who on earth are you? Black Goku stammered, his eyes filled with shock and fear, utterly unable to process the events unfolding before him. Despite having transformed into his rose-hued state, he found himself utterly powerless against this adversary. Help me! Black Goku's mind screamed in desperation. Walker raised his left hand. Energy began to coalesce, preparing to obliterate Black Goku with a high-density energy wave. Just then, a powerful attack descended from the sky, separating the two in an instant. I can't believe you have sustained such damage. A deep, chilling voice resonated as Zama's from the future world appeared on the battlefield, a hint of surprise evident in his gaze. He crouched down and used his abilities to heal Black Goku, instantly mending all his injuries. Consequently, Black Goku once again ascended to a stronger state, his aura surging wildly as he reached the second tier of his rose form. However, before Black Goku could fully comprehend this newfound power, Walker was already before him. Yet, instead of immediately attacking, he first kicked Zama's away before unleashing the high-density energy wave. Black Goku felt the energy gathering in Walker's hand, a profound sense of peril rising within him. He knew clearly that if he did not evade in time, death awaited him. Just as he prepared to employ instant transmission, Walker's other hand clamped down on him like a vice. Without hesitation, Black Goku raised his hand and struck fiercely at Walker, but the blow proved utterly ineffective. He stared in disbelief at the scene before him. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Black Goku roared in furious frustration. He swung his hand like a blade in a frenzy, relentlessly striking at Walker, yet his opponent stood firm as an indomitable mountain, unyielding. Despite each attack inflicting some damage upon Walker, none were lethal. Black Goku, consumed by desperation, realized he was ensnared in a dire predicament. He harbored unfulfilled grand dreams and could not allow his life to end here. However, no matter how fiercely he struggled, Walker's strength consistently overpowered him. Suddenly, Walker unleashed a concentrated wave of energy from his left hand, instantly engulfing Black Goku. As Black Goku dissipated amidst agonizing cries, he ultimately faded into nothingness. With a thunderous explosion that reverberated throughout the world, a blinding light erupted, akin to a dazzling asteroid, pulsating with brilliance. A fierce gust of wind swept across the surroundings with devastating force. Thus, Black Goku utterly perished. Chapter 47. A ruthless assault on Zamasu. Sunbei arrives what? Zamasu, who had been sent flying thousands of miles away, could no longer sense Black Goku's life force. Realization dawned upon him that Black Goku was dead, flooding him with shock and fury. How could this be? How did he manage to kill Black Goku? It matters not. I shall avenge him. Zamasu's eyes brimmed with dark intent as he fixated on Walker. Humph. Do not presume yourself to be exceptional. Let me inform you, I am immortal, and you can never truly defeat me. A cold smile crept across Zamasu's face, brimming with absolute confidence in his immortality. At the moment of that cataclysmic explosion, Walker, utilizing divine power, astutely detected Zamasu's aura and instantaneously teleported to this location. His gaze was sharp as a lightning bolt, locking onto Zamasu's position. A glint of brilliance flashed in his eyes, and a slight smirk graced his lips. Zamasu, you cannot escape. Zamasu, startled, sensed Walker's formidable presence, yet instead of retreating, he revealed a grotesque smile. Walker, do you truly believe this will be your victory? Such naivety. Walker retorted with a scoff. Humph, if you cannot die, then surely you can still feel pain. With that, he vanished from sight, reappearing before Zamasu, delivering a powerful punch to his chest. Zamasu's expression shifted as he attempted to evade, but it was too late. Bang! A heavy thud echoed as Zamasu was struck by Walker's fist, propelled backward. Walker, seizing the advantage, swiftly followed up with a fierce kick to Zamasu's abdomen, driving him deep into the earth. Zamasu lay on the ground, spitting blood, his eyes filled with rage and resentment. Walker's hands surged with energy as he unleashed the Prince's combat technique. A resplendent energy sphere erupted from his palms, waves of explosions illuminating the battlefield. As smoke enveloped the area, Walker ceased his assault. Zamasu emerged from the haze, his battered form now emanating black smoke. His body and clothing restored to a pristine state. What the? Is his attire fused with his body? It can regenerate too? Walker inwardly scoffed. Zamasu seethed with fury, his heart brimming with rage. Despite his immortality, the pain he endured was acutely real, inflicting upon him immense suffering. Suddenly, a figure darted past him, appearing before Zamasu like a bolt of lightning. It was Walker, his fist clenched tightly, radiating an overwhelming force as he unleashed a powerful strike. Zamasu's eyes widened in terror as he sensed the looming threat of death from this blow. Instinctively, he raised his arms, crossing them defensively over his chest in a desperate attempt to shield himself. However, a sharp crack echoed as his arms were shattered, and the fist collided with his face, instantly crushing his cheek and sending blood splattering in all directions. A tremendous force surged through his body, propelling him violently away. And after spinning 2.5 times in the air, he crashed heavily into the ruins below. Dust billowed around him, forming a hazy cloud as Walker stood motionless, his gaze cold and indifferent towards the spot where Zamasu had fallen. With a flash, Walker moved at blinding speed to Zamasu's location, grasping his hair and lifting him effortlessly. Almost immediately, a sword of energy materialized in his other hand, and without hesitation, he slashed diagonally at Zamasu's body. A crisp sound resounded as Zamasu was cleaved in two. A heart-wrenching scream escaped his lips, the most excruciating moment he had ever experienced. Yet, almost instantaneously, new flesh sprouted from his severed body, but Walker showed no mercy. Swinging his energy sword again, continuing to inflict upon Zamasu a torturous fate of relentless dismemberment. Each time a new body emerged, it was swiftly severed once more, creating an unending cycle of torment. After enduring this agony multiple times, Zamasu found himself utterly exhausted. Immortality, it seemed, bore its own burdens. Who claimed it to be flawless? How absurd. Observing Zamasu, Walker pondered how to deal with this foe. For the immortality bestowed upon him by the super dragon could not be obliterated even by a god of destruction, save for the supreme Omni King, with whom he had no means of contact. As Walker's thoughts wandered, Zamasu suddenly took action, raising a blade and severing his own head. This shocking move left Walker momentarily stunned, but what was even more astonishing was that as Zamasu's head rolled away, his body leaped backward, creating a significant distance between them and landing steadily on the ground. The severed head, meanwhile, rapidly regenerated, appearing as if it had never been harmed, while the head that Walker held crumbled to ash, dissipating into the air. I cannot contend with this being using my current power. It seems I must resort to that. Zamasu mused, contemplating the scene before him. He glanced down at the ring adorning his finger, a glint of resolve flashing in his eyes. Infusing divine energy into the ring, it erupted with a blinding radiance, shooting forth a beam that pierced the void, forming a massive rift. Without hesitation, Zamasu plunged into the rift and vanished. Walker tapped his forehead in surprise, realizing that Zama's possessed such a skill. After all, only the Supreme Kai was well-versed in the intricacies of the time ring. However, he resolved that the next time they crossed paths, he would ensure Zama's was utterly vanquished. Just as Walker prepared to depart in search of Bulma, an unusual disturbance rippled through the void, and a mysterious glow materialized silently. Amidst the flickering radiance, the time machine gracefully descended to the ground. As the hatch opened, Sun and Bei emerged alongside Trunks. Their landing was not far from Walker, and a mere glance was enough for them to spot him. "Trunks, is that the Dark Man? Didn't you say he resembled Kakarot?" Trunks felt perplexed in response to his father's inquiry. At that moment, Walker smiled at the trio, declaring, "I am an ally of the Dark Man, but he has already been eliminated by me." Upon hearing this, Trunks couldn't suppress his astonishment, pondering, could it be that this individual possesses strength surpassing that of the Dark Man? With this thought, his vigilance surged to its peak. "Ah, how intriguing. Allow me to have a word with you," Vegeta said, a confident smile gracing his lips as he made a classic gesture with his thumb pointed at himself. He then turned to Kakarot, his eyes conveying assurance, silently instructing him not to interfere as he faced this enigmatic opponent alone. Goku, witnessing this, merely smiled, choosing not to say much. After all, he knew Vegeta's strength was formidable, and allowing him to gauge the opponent's power was indeed a prudent choice. Chapter 48, Defeat, Part 1. With a fierce roar, Vegeta's energy surged dramatically, his hair transforming to a golden hue, crackling with electricity as he successfully ascended to the pinnacle of Super Saiyan 2. He resolved to test Walker's strength in this state. With a sudden burst of muscle power, Vegeta propelled himself towards Walker like a released arrow, closing the distance in an instant, and unleashed a fierce kick aimed at Walker's head. However, Walker reacted with remarkable speed, instantly crouching to evade the strike. It seemed Vegeta had anticipated this move, swiftly following up with a powerful punch directed at Walker's chin. A resounding thud echoed as Walker took the blow head-on, the immense force causing the ground to fracture beneath them. At that moment, Walker abruptly rose, using his hardened skull to deliver a powerful headbutt, sending Vegeta flying backward, and in an instant, he vanished from sight. How astonishing! This fellow possesses such speed, truly extraordinary. Vegeta mused inwardly, yet a slight smirk crept upon his lips. He turned, executing a swift knife-hand strike imbued with fierce momentum. Nevertheless, Walker, undaunted, extended a hand and effortlessly caught the blow. Subsequently, Walker swiftly unleashed a punch, the force of which howled through the air towards Vegeta. With a focused gaze, Vegeta immediately reacted, countering with a punch of his own. The two fists collided, producing a thunderous sound that seemed to reverberate throughout the entire world. The impact was akin to two colossal mountains crashing together, sending shockwaves radiating outward. A fierce wind erupted, sweeping away everything in its path, causing the earth within a several-kilometer radius to tremble, fissures breaking open in the ground. Amidst the swirling dust, both warriors vanished simultaneously. The deafening echoes of their collision resonated in the void. In an instant, both reappeared, the trial phase concluded, and it was time to engage earnestly. Vegeta's muscles bulged, the electric currents that had enveloped him dissipating as he reverted from his Super Saiyan 2 state, though his aura remained formidable. Clenching his fists tightly, he unleashed a furious roar. Shortly thereafter, a powerful blue energy manifested around him, so potent that it transformed his hair to a radiant blue. Crackling with electricity, the cerulean glow illuminated half the world, evoking an overwhelming sense of awe. Walker narrowed his eyes, secretly admiring the divine power emanating from Vegeta. It was indeed formidable, yet he sensed it was still slightly inferior to his own divine strength. Vegeta stretched his limbs and joints, producing a series of crackling sounds, then flashed a confident smile, stating, "You shall soon meet your demise at my hands, so relish your final moments, you wretched creature." Without further hesitation, he dashed toward Walker, raising his right hand to unleash one of his signature moves, the Big Bang attack. At such close range, evasion seemed impossible. Vegeta harbored absolute confidence in his speed and power, yet the unfolding events defied his expectations. Just as his energy attack was about to strike, his opponent suddenly vanished, leaving his attack to miss its mark. The energy wave crashed into the ground, resulting in a colossal explosion, creating a vast crater and sending a massive mushroom cloud into the sky, debris scattering as surrounding structures were obliterated. What? Vegeta exclaimed, astonished by the scene before him, unable to believe his eyes. This individual could utilize Goku's instant transmission. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Vegeta recognized this as Goku's unique skill. However, he had no time for contemplation, as he needed to quickly ascertain his opponent's whereabouts. Focusing intently, he endeavored to detect Walker's energy signature, and soon, he pinpointed his location. Found it. A smirk crept across Vegeta's lips as he raised his hand and swiftly launched a barrage of energy blasts. These projectiles whizzed through the air, brimming with formidable power. Boom! The energy blasts detonated in the distance, igniting a dense conflagration, and amidst the flames, Walker's figure re-emerged. Vegeta had long been prepared. In an instant, he appeared before Walker. At that moment, Vegeta's fists were enveloped in a blue aura, a manifestation of his formidable technique, the Aura Fist. Without hesitation, he swung his fist towards Walker's face, aiming to deliver a fatal blow. A sudden, overwhelming surge of energy erupted, akin to a volcano in full eruption or a thunderous tempest. The dazzling golden light radiated like the sun, blinding to the eye, forcing Vegeta to retreat repeatedly. As the brilliant golden light faded, a figure emerged. Walker had successfully transformed into Super Saiyan 4. What transformation is this? Vegeta's expression betrayed his astonishment, and he inwardly lamented. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Walker keenly seized the opportunity, teleporting beside him with a cunning smile and softly stating, "Don't lose focus. Otherwise, you might meet your end at my hands." With that, he delivered a powerful kick to Vegeta's abdomen. Reacting swiftly, Vegeta raised one hand to shield his waist, attempting to block the attack, yet the force propelled him a considerable distance away. After tumbling in the air several times, he finally regained his composure, a flicker of shock surging within him. To his astonishment, the mere contact with his arm had caused a brief numbness. Although fleeting, it was enough to demonstrate the overwhelming strength of his opponent. "Didn't I tell you not to lose your focus? Why do you never listen?" Walker remarked with a hint of mockery. In the next instant, a torrential barrage of fists descended upon Vegeta like a relentless storm. Each strike bore immense weight, reminiscent of a tidal wave crashing down. The fists came from all angles, making it nearly impossible for Vegeta to defend himself completely. Even as he endeavored to protect his vital areas, he could not avoid sustaining injuries. What is happening? Is it possible that the proud prince of the Saiyans possesses only this level of power? This is truly disappointing, Walker mused, a smirk gracing his lips as he entered full mockery mode. Indeed, Walker's ability to suppress Vegeta's Super Saiyan Blue form in his ordinary Super Saiyan 4 state stemmed from his significantly superior base combat power. "Humph, you think you can defeat me like this? How utterly laughable." Vegeta's eyes widened in fury, veins bulging on his forehead. He could not tolerate being belittled by another. With a mighty roar, a torrent of blue energy erupted from within him, instantly forming an impenetrable shield that withstood Walker's astonishingly powerful blows. In that critical moment, Vegeta seized the rare opportunity and launched a counterattack. He spread his arms wide, channeling all his strength into his hands, as an immense divine pressure radiated from him, spreading wildly in all directions. Simultaneously, the energy he gathered continued to compress and condense. "Prepare to perish, you wretch." Vegeta let out a furious roar, swiftly bringing his arms together to concentrate all his energy into a single point, and then without hesitation, unleashed his ultimate technique, Final Flash. Whoosh! A dazzling blue shockwave surged forth like a ferocious dragon, wielding the power to annihilate everything in its path. As it raced towards Walker, the very fabric of space seemed to tear apart, producing a cacophony of piercing sounds. Chapter 49, Defeat, Part 2. Walker's expression tightened slightly, a sense of awe flickering within him. This move is indeed formidable. Yet, he felt no tension or fear. Instead, he remained composed. For Walker had no intention of countering or evading the attack, believing it entirely unnecessary. At that moment, Vegeta's ultimate move finally struck Walker. In that instant, the surrounding space appeared to be rent asunder, resonating with a thunderous roar. The force of Vegeta's technique was immense, akin to the detonation of an atomic bomb, leaving an indelible impact on the heart. The shockwave from the explosion rapidly spread, stirring up a tempest, as the air became unbearably hot and thick smoke enveloped the sky, casting a shadow over the land. Vegeta exhaled a breath of relief, a smile gracing his lips, for this was the fate of those who underestimated him. It's over. Father actually unleashed such a powerful attack to defeat him, Trunks murmured. However, his thoughts turned to Bulma, and his eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. This world no longer possessed the Dragon Balls. Thus, the deceased could not be resurrected. Goku placed a comforting hand on Trunks' shoulder, wishing to offer words of solace but finding himself at a loss. He understood the depth of Trunks' sorrow over the loss of his mother. Suddenly, Goku's expression shifted, and he shouted to Vegeta, "Vegeta, be careful, that guy." Yet before he could finish, Vegeta soared past him, halfway through dispelling his Super Saiyan Blue form. Boom! Vegeta collided violently with several crumbling buildings, shattering them to pieces, only to be buried beneath the rubble. Indeed, I have been overconfident, Walker mused internally. Initially, he believed he could withstand Vegeta's attack unscathed in his current form, but reality proved he had underestimated his opponent and sustained minor injuries. Vegeta, on the other hand, was knocked unconscious by Walker's overwhelming power. "Father!" Trunks cried out anxiously, racing to Vegeta's side. Walker regarded Goku with a faint smile, saying, "Now it's your turn, son Goku." Goku stretched his limbs, excitement flickering in his eyes as he grinned widely. "Haha, you are truly strong. Strong enough to ignite my passion." With that, he assumed his transformation stance, a torrent of fierce energy beginning to surge forth as he called out. His body enveloped in crackling blue lightning, transitioning into his Super Saiyan Blue form. Walker contemplated. Indeed, he is slightly stronger than Vegeta. Huh. Sun Wukong radiated a brilliant blue light, his overwhelming aura sweeping through the surroundings like a tempest, causing fragments of rock to defy gravity and float in the air. This aura then pierced the dark heavens like a sharp sword, creating a gaping hole in the pitch-black sky, allowing light to once again grace the earth. Leaning slightly forward, he propelled himself forcefully from the ground, resembling a cannonball as he dove toward the earth. The ground fissured instantly beneath the might of his impact, sending countless stones and dust into the air. His speed was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared before Walker, launching a punch infused with the entirety of his strength, holding nothing back. Walker, observing Sun Wukong's approach, revealed a glimmer of brilliance in his eyes and retaliated with equal swiftness, striking out with a punch of his own. The sound of the two colossal impacts resonated simultaneously, sending ripples through the air as if struck by an invisible force. The very fabric of space seemed to warp in response to their clash, fracturing like a spider's web. In a flurry of motion, the two figures danced through the air, their rapid movements dizzying to behold. The echoes of their strikes reverberated continuously in the void, each collision sending tremors through the surrounding space. In mere seconds, they had exchanged blows well over 100 times. Sun Wukong noted that this adversary was remarkably familiar with his techniques and had yet to unleash the formidable strength that had previously sent Vegeta flying. As he engaged in the fierce battle, thoughts raced through his mind. He sensed Walker's unfathomable power but felt no fear. Rather, he was ignited with a fierce determination. Walker, with a subtle smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, surmised Sun Wukong's current mindset. With that in mind, he decided to demonstrate his true prowess while testing whether Sun Wukong could withstand his might. A surge of golden energy enveloped Walker, pulsating as if fueled by limitless power, causing the very space around him to tremble. Sun Wukong experienced an intense sensation of trepidation, instinctively retreating to widen the distance between himself and Walker. Am I trembling? Am I afraid? No, that cannot be. It must be the exhilaration of facing a truly formidable opponent. Sun Wukong internally rallied, fists clenched and his spirit ablaze with determination. He recognized that the foe before him would present an unprecedented challenge. Yet he firmly believed that only by confronting such formidable adversaries could he continuously transcend his limits and grow stronger. Meanwhile, on the other side, the recently rescued Vegeta finally regained consciousness from his stupor. He coughed a few times, pain etched across his face. Cough. I can't believe I was defeated by that wretched fool in a single blow. His eyes were filled with resentment and fury, overwhelmed by the bitterness of his own defeat. Trunks, hearing his father's words, was taken aback. After a moment of hesitation, he inquired, "Father, does Uncle Sun Wukong stand a chance against him?" Concern laced his voice, for he was acutely aware of his father's strength. If his father could not prevail, what hope did Sun Wukong have? Vegeta sighed deeply, shaking his head in resignation. It is not so simple. Though I am reluctant to admit it, that wretched individual indeed possesses strength that surpasses both me and Kakarot. He is merely toying with Kakarot at present. Should he choose to be earnest, Kakarot would likely struggle to withstand him. His words betrayed a profound concern, indicating his pessimism regarding the outcome of this battle. Trunks stared at Vegeta with wide eyes, incredulous. He could scarcely fathom that this dark figure's ally possessed such terrifying power. It is no wonder he dared to claim he had slain the Dark One. Meanwhile, Bulma, who had been resting safely, awoke to her surroundings. She rubbed her forehead, still feeling somewhat dizzy. Was I not killed by the Dark One? How did I end up here? After a brief pause, as the tremors she felt subsided, she steadied herself against the wall and resolved to find her savior to express her gratitude. Perhaps Trunks had brought back Goku and Vegeta from the past world. With that thought, Bulma departed. The scene returns to the battlefield. I must concede, you are indeed formidable. Truth be told, I had no intention of employing this technique, as I have yet to fully master it. However, to protect this world, I must triumph over you. Goku gazed steadfastly at Walker, inhaling deeply before closing his eyes to regulate his breathing. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, which sparkled with unwavering determination. In an instant, a surge of overwhelming energy erupted from him, escalating continuously. His form was enveloped in blue flames, which were wrapped in red, resembling a fiery blaze. In but a moment, the red and blue energies harmoniously merged, creating a vibrant new hue. This fusion unleashed a tremendous explosion of energy, causing the very earth to tremble. Yet, just as swiftly, that surging divine energy seemed to dissipate as if it had never existed. At that moment, Goku bellowed, "Tenfold Kaioken." With his thunderous shout, the vanished divine energy re-emerged, akin to a surging tsunami, rising with an overwhelming force that distorted the surrounding air. He had succeeded. He had feared failure. But this execution proved far smoother than the first. Now, he no longer feared Walker. Chapter 50, Defeat, Part 2. Quite impressive, though the energy expenditure is substantial. It likely won't last long, Walker scoffed. Umph, I shall defeat you before that happens. Goku's lips curled into a confident smile as a glimmer of assurance flickered in his eyes. With a whoosh, the two charged at each other, their speeds akin to lightning streaking across the sky. Boom! A blinding radiance erupted, and the destructive energy surged forth like a colossal torrent, sweeping across the globe. Beneath this terrifying force, everything appeared fragile and powerless. Under the white light, all that lay in its path was rendered to desolation. Vegeta and his son, caught in such a ferocious shockwave, were helplessly flung several kilometers away, crashing heavily to the ground. They could only struggle to rise from the rubble, lying on the ground as they braced against the remnants of the oncoming force. Bulma was violently thrown out, crashing against the wall, her body unable to withstand such impact, and she fell into unconsciousness once more. Amidst the blinding white light, a cataclysmic battle unfolded. Waves of surging momentum rose, seemingly intent on tearing the world asunder. The sky churned with dark clouds, silver serpents slithering within, intermittently crackling with sound, as if heralding the arrival of this fierce conflict. Boom, boom, boom. Several energy blasts collided violently in the air, generating gusts of wind that caused the surrounding trees to sway uncontrollably. With a resounding thud, the two combatants struck again, their fists meeting with a shower of sparks, the tremendous force creating a vacuum in the air, spanning roughly a mile. In the next instant, myriad chaotic vortices erupted, sprawling in all directions like an intricate tapestry, each vortex infused with formidable power, distorting space and sending ripples across the void. Walker and Sun Wukong retreated 1,000 meters before colliding once more, their figures intertwining in the air, crashing together like two meteors. The crimson and azure lights intertwined spectacularly, once again unleashing their relentless assaults, producing deep, resonant sounds. Before long, several collapse zones appeared in the void, akin to black holes devouring everything in their vicinity, rendering the entire space unstable. Trunks stared wide-eyed, astonished by the scene before him, marveling at the intensity of the battle he had never witnessed before, his heart brimming with awe. Vegeta took a deep breath, striving to suppress the unnamed fury swelling within him. His fists clenched tightly as he fixed his gaze on the duel between Walker and Sun Wukong, puzzled by the surge of emotion that coursed through him, and inexplicable anger. The sounds of combat reverberated through the heavens. Another dazzling flash of white light illuminated the scene, and the two figures gradually emerged, quickly distancing themselves from one another. Who? 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 Sun Wukong gasped for breath, his breathing noticeably labored, as if even the act of inhalation had become a struggle. I cannot continue like this. My body is nearing its limits. If I prolong this any further, I may not hold on. Sun Wukong pondered, then took a deep breath, striving to steady his respiration. He then forcefully exhaled, as if expelling all the fatigue and pressure from his being. Following this, he inhaled deeply once more, and with that breath, a surge of formidable power emanated from within him, his gaze sharpening with resolve. He let out a fierce roar, his muscles taut, wildly unleashing the king's fist and divine energy. In that moment, it seemed as though his body ignited with raging flames, an unparalleled energy coalescing between his hands, forming an unstoppable force. He assumed the stance for the Kamehameha, his mind focused, and in an instant, he vanished from sight, reappearing before Walker like a specter. The instant transmission Kamehameha, a combination technique long dormant, was unleashed. Walker's eyes widened in astonishment, yet his reflexes were swift, allowing him to counter almost instantaneously. Tenfold spiral destruction cannon. He bellowed, releasing a tremendous wave of energy with all his might. The two energy waves intertwined like twin dragons, colliding fiercely. The sharp, ear-piercing screech of energy friction echoed across the sky, and the resulting shockwaves surged like tumultuous tides. Walker elevated his energy to a half-complete state, revealing unparalleled strength that swiftly pushed back Goku's Kamehameha. What? Goku gasped internally, realizing he was ensnared in a perilous predicament. Continuing down this path would spell his defeat, and with it, the potential annihilation of Earth. Damn it. Even if my body shatters, I must push forward, he resolved, clenching his teeth. Kaioken times 30. His muscles tensed, and his energy surged manifold. The crimson and azure aura enveloping him blazed like an inferno, emanating boundless might. The Kamehameha expanded rapidly, its power intensifying enough to suppress Walker's energy wave momentarily. 30 times should suffice to contend with my half-complete energy form. Quite commendable, though regrettably. I am just a tad stronger, Walker remarked with a slight smile, his confidence evident. Upon activating his full energy, Walker's wave ballooned, resembling a colossal mountain as it advanced, pushing Goku's Kamehameha back once more. The space between them groaned under the strain of their energies. The distortion of reality intensified, forming swirling vortices that threatened to consume everything. Finally, as the distortion reached a critical threshold, a sound akin to shattering glass pierced the air, crisp and jarring, as if a needle had been dropped in an otherwise silent void. That needle seemed to rupture a delicate equilibrium, triggering a chain reaction. The distortion of space escalated abruptly, and countless fissures spread, culminating in the complete fragmentation of reality. A thunderous roar erupted, echoing as if the very world had been torn asunder. An immeasurable force unleashed at that moment, generating a cataclysmic shockwave that radiated in all directions. Amidst the chaos, the world quaked, mountains crumbled, rivers ran dry, and the earth fissured with immense cracks. The dark clouds above were swept away, allowing sunlight to pierce through the turmoil, casting a golden glow. Yet, amidst this relentless devastation, two figures remained steadfast, Walker and Goku. However, Goku had dispelled the ultra-blue Kaioken, and suddenly, his body trembled violently. He fell to his knees, unable to sustain himself, his eyes reflecting a blend of disbelief and shock. He lifted his head and gazed at Walker, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as he struggled to utter a few words. "You are truly formidable." Before he could finish, he coughed up another mouthful of blood, his body collapsing weakly to the ground as he fell into unconsciousness. Walker looked down at Sun Wukong, a faint smile gracing his lips as he softly remarked, "This power seems a tad excessive." He understood that this battle had placed an immense burden on Sun Wukong. Reflecting on the recent explosion, Walker felt a surge of relief that he had invoked divine power in time to withstand it. Otherwise, the consequences could have been dire, and he too might have sustained grave injuries. I must grow stronger. Divine power is not my ultimate destination. Clenching his fists tightly, flames of fervor flickered in his eyes, embodying a thirst for strength. In that moment, a fierce determination surged within Walker. He yearned to transcend his limits and pursue a higher realm, aspiring to one day become an indomitable force. Chapter 51. The Arrival of Vegeta, The Battle Resumes Kakarot. Uncle Wukong. Vegeta and his son soared through the air from a distance. Walker chose not to engage them. Instead, he opted for instantaneous movement, vanishing from sight. Just moments ago, a thought of Bulma had struck him. If anything were to happen to her, it would be disastrous. He arrived at the location where Bulma had been sheltered, only to find it buried beneath sand. After a thorough search, he finally located Bulma, who, fortunately, had only sustained minor injuries but remained unconscious. Walker gently supported her and then employed instantaneous movement to transport her to the underground refuge. Once he had safely settled Bulma, he disappeared once more. Shortly after Walker's departure, two soldiers stumbled upon Bulma and recognized her as Trunks' mother. They hurriedly took her to receive medical treatment. Walker returned to his previous position, where son Wukong had regained consciousness. The three of them regarded Walker warily, their eyes glinting with hostility and vigilance. "I can offer you another chance," Walker said, a subtle smile gracing his lips. The trio exchanged glances, confusion etched on their faces as they pondered the meaning behind his words. Slowly, Walker retrieved two peculiar beans from his pocket, artifacts he had drawn from the system's space, and casually tossed them towards son Wukong and Vegeta. "What do you mean by this?" Son Wukong exclaimed, his face flushed with anger. "Though Vegeta and I were defeated by you, we are warriors of honor and will not tolerate such humiliation." "Humiliation? Humph. Son Wukong, you truly dare to speak? Your weakness warrants such disgrace. For being weak is the original sin," Walker scoffed, his tone laced with derision. Upon hearing this, Vegeta opened his mouth to retort but abruptly fell silent, realizing he could not contest Walker's words, as he and Kakarot had indeed suffered a crushing defeat. "You." Son Wukong trembled with rage, his fists clenched tightly, flames of fury igniting in his eyes. Subsequently, Walker produced the Patera earrings from the system space and tossed them to the two. "Merge, you two. This is the opportunity one present to you. Should you fail to vanquish me even after your fusion, I shall not grant you another chance. I will annihilate everyone and subsequently bring ruin to this world," Walker proclaimed, his countenance deliberately exhibiting an air of madness. Son Wukong turned to Vegeta, who was gritting his teeth in contemplation, reluctant to merge with that scoundrel, Kakarot. "Kakarot, I am the prince of the Saiyans. You expect me to fuse with a lowly warrior like you? What an absurdity," Vegeta retorted with evident disdain. "Do not speak so, Vegeta. We require strength to confront our adversary. Moreover, our combined powers will amplify, enabling us to safeguard everyone more effectively." Son Wukong attempted to persuade him. "Humph. Even with fusion, I doubt we could defeat that fiend." Vegeta remained hesitant. "Let us give it a try, Vegeta. How can we ascertain the outcome without attempting?" Son Wukong continued to advocate. Trunks observed his uncle and father, pondering what their fusion might entail and how formidable it could be. "Father, Uncle Wukong is right. I believe you should fuse. It is perhaps our only glimmer of hope." Trunks joined in the persuasion. After a considerable internal struggle, Vegeta finally nodded. "Very well, let us attempt the fusion. But if we fail, the responsibility lies with you." Son Wukong grinned. "Do not worry, we shall not falter." Thus, after consuming the senzu beans, they adorned the Patera earrings and commenced the fusion ritual. As brilliance enveloped them, they successfully fused into a brand new super warrior, Vegeto. "Haha, I feel an overwhelming surge of power," Vegeto exclaimed, reveling in the energy coursing through him. Walker observed Vegeto with a slight smirk. "Come forth. Let me witness the prowess of your fusion." Walker squinted at Vegeto. His intention in providing them with senzu beans and Patera earrings was to ascertain whether he could transcend to a higher level by battling the unparalleled Vegeto. Although he possessed a limitation breaker in his system, he preferred to avoid its use if possible. Indeed, the power of the fusion was not to be underestimated. Even in his ordinary state, Vegeto's energy surpassed that of Super Saiyan 4. One must acknowledge the remarkable effect of their union. Others may not have achieved such heights. With a mighty roar, Vegeto's muscles began to swell, an inexhaustible power surging forth. His body emitted a resonant hum, causing the earth to tremble. The blue aura rapidly expanded, transforming instantaneously into Super Saiyan Blue, yet his transformation did not cease there. The fiery aura gradually contracted, ultimately morphing into a jet-like form. While Vegeto's hair stood erect like a porcupine's quills, his gaze becoming razor-sharp. "Unbelievable. The fusion of Uncle Wukong and father is astonishingly powerful, Trunks exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. Upon his return to the temporal realm of the past, Vegeta imparted to him invaluable techniques for harnessing divine energy. Consequently, he could distinctly perceive the formidable aura emanating from Vegeta at this moment. I believe this is the only way to defeat you, for you have yet to unleash your true power, have you not? Vegeta declared with an air of haughtiness, confidence gleaming in his eyes. Clap, clap, clap. Walker erupted into laughter, his face alight with satisfaction. Indeed, it was not in vain that I bestowed upon you the Patera earrings. Now, allow me to demonstrate my strength. As his words fell, an overwhelming force erupted from him. This golden aura resembled a miniature sun, blinding and searing. Buzz. Waves of surging energy rippled outward, growing in magnitude, transforming Walker's golden flames into a purplish-red spiritual fire. Divine energy. Yet, it felt distinct from ordinary divine energy. There was an unsettling familiarity to it. As Vegeta sensed the divine aura enveloping Walker, a flicker of astonishment washed over him. This divine energy was unlike any he had encountered before, imbued with a unique power. Simultaneously, a sense of familiarity stirred within him, though he could not immediately recall where he had previously felt such an aura. It was no wonder, considering it was a sensation experienced during battles with Son Goku. Yet after merging with Vegeta to become Vegeto, it represented an entirely new self, thus making it understandable that he could not place it at that moment. Let us commence the third round. Very well, show me just how formidable you truly are. With this exchange, the tension between the two escalated to its zenith, as if they were poised to strike at any moment. Crack! A fragment of stone fell, the subtle sound serving as a fuse that ignited the flames of battle within both warriors. In unison, they surged toward one another with astounding speed. Boom! A thunderous clash reverberated through the cosmos as their bodies collided with the force of two colossal meteors striking together. In that instant, the entire world trembled. This was merely a simple physical confrontation, yet it unleashed a terrifying sonic boom. However, this was merely the beginning. Chapter 52, The Final Surge. Bang, bang, bang. Their bodies collided repeatedly, each impact akin to two meteors colliding, releasing a cacophony of explosive sound waves. Their forms danced through the air, fists meeting flesh, with each strike infused with boundless energy. Yet, despite the ferocity of their clash, neither could gain the upper hand. Their strengths were remarkably equal, both in power and speed. Nevertheless, in certain aspects, Vegeto appeared to be at a slight disadvantage. They simultaneously landed punches upon each other's faces, then recoiled, creating a brief distance between them. Vegeto clenched his fists tightly, blue spiritual flames rapidly converging upon his knuckles, resembling a blazing star. He propelled himself toward his opponent with the swiftness of instantaneous movement, delivering a powerful blow aimed squarely at his handsome visage. The force of this punch was remarkably swift, precise, and fierce, as if it sought to rend the very fabric of the world asunder. Humph! A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Walker's eyes. He chose not to evade but instead raised his hand to block the strike. Boom! A deafening sound resonated as the surrounding space quaked, and a powerful shockwave rippled outward. Walker's right foot aimed for his abdomen, but Vegeta deflected it with his arm. The captured fist surged with immense energy, and then, in an explosion of radiant light, it detonated. Vegeta staggered back slightly, a grin spreading across his face. Initially believing it would be somewhat effective, he now recognized his folly. Walker also smiled faintly, remarking, "Indeed, it had no effect on me. Now, let us dispense with pleasantries. We must engage in earnest combat, especially since your time is limited." "What do you mean by that?" Vegeta inquired, a sense of foreboding creeping over him. It means your fusion can only last for 30 minutes. Think about it. A few minutes have already elapsed. So how much time remains? Moreover, considering your current energy expenditure, it is likely to diminish significantly, perhaps leaving you with less than 10 minutes. Upon hearing this, Vegeta was taken aback. He had assumed he could maintain the fusion indefinitely, only to discover it was limited to a mere 30 minutes. Memories of a long-ago battle with Majin Buu surfaced in his mind, when he had successfully undone the fusion within himself. Had it not been for the malfunction of the Patera earrings then, it was conceivable that what this individual said was true. The fusion indeed lasted only 30 minutes. In an instant, countless thoughts raced through Vegeta's mind as he grasped the gravity of the situation, Yet he did not betray a semblance of panic. Instead, it ignited an even fiercer fighting spirit within him. Even with such a limited time, it is sufficient to defeat you, Vegeta declared resolutely. A barely perceptible smile graced Walker's lips. Whoosh! Vegeta teleported behind Walker, wrapping his arms around his waist and lifting him into a shoulder throw. As they were in midair, the maneuver drove straight down to the ground, crashing with the force of a meteorite, creating a crater with a diameter of 100 meters. Amidst the swirling dust, Vegeta emerged first, landing on the ground and vigilantly surveying his surroundings. Gazing at the distinct imprints of fists upon his arms, he clenched his fist. Remarkably, in that fleeting moment upon landing, Walker had summoned tremendous strength to break free from his grasp and had even managed to strike him in the process. Indeed, he was formidable. A flicker of surprise and admiration crossed Vegeta's eyes. He had underestimated Walker's agility and combat prowess, yet it mattered little, for Vegeta was invincible. Suddenly, Walker appeared before Vegeta like a phantom, executing a devious low kick. This crude and vile maneuver caught Vegeta unawares. His reflexes were nothing short of astonishing. After all, should that kick land, it could jeopardize his future happiness. He could distinctly sense the immense power contained within that kick, if it truly landed. The consequences would be unimaginably dire, sending chills down his spine at merely the thought of it. Vegeta reacted swiftly, clamping his legs together in an attempt to ensnare Walker's. Yet he failed to grasp his opponent as anticipated, for it was merely a feint. Walker's true lethal strike was concealed in his fist, seizing the moment of Vegeta's distraction. He delivered a ferocious blow to Vegeta's abdomen. Bang! At that instant, a sound resonated like a grand bell, followed by an overwhelming force that surged forth, slicing through the air and carving a deep gash into the ground. Gag! Vegeta suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, clutching his stomach as he staggered backward. Witnessing Vegeta's momentary disarray, Walker wore a smug expression that was utterly infuriating. Alas, the invincible Vegeta has fallen prey to my rogue tactics. How disappointing. Vegeta wiped the blood from his lips and slowly rose to his feet. TCH, what are you so proud of? It's merely a slight injury. No sooner had he spoken than Vegeta vanished without warning. Without hesitation, Walker followed closely behind. In an instant, the air resonated with the sounds of combat. The sky ablaze with astonishing explosions. As the two clashed once more, Earth found itself once again on the brink of peril. Boom! The deafening cacophony of raw power colliding stirred the very fabric of the planet, causing the void to collapse inward, shattering in a heartbeat. The resultant explosion forcibly separating the two combatants. Stabilizing himself, Vegeta sensed the draining of his energy. He knew his time was limited. Thus, with a primal roar, Aya! Vegeta unleashed his fury, his fiery aura igniting fiercely, as if to consume all in its vicinity. Veins bulged on his neck and forehead, betraying the strain of harnessing his full strength. Suddenly, the raging flames contracted instantaneously, only to explode outward in the next moment, radiating like divine light and illuminating the entire space. Concurrently, Vegeta's hair began to lengthen, his brows gradually vanished, and his brow ridge lowered, emanating an aura that was both mysterious and formidable. With Vegeta's transformation, a torrent of energy erupted from him, penetrating through the earth and reaching the depths of the universe. The sheer magnitude of this energy's release was awe-inspiring. This is rather unexpected, Walker remarked in astonishment. He had not anticipated that Vegeta could ascend to the Super Saiyan Blue transformation, a feat that demanded an enormous expenditure of power. It was estimated he could only sustain this state for 2 to 3 minutes. But even so, it was already astonishing. Crackle! Feeling the overwhelming energy coursing within him and the arcs of electricity dancing around, Vegeta once again wore an expression of utmost confidence. He knew that he now possessed unparalleled strength capable of vanquishing any foe. Bang! A tremendous roar echoed as a fist, surpassing the speed of light, struck Walker with immense force, sending him hurtling backward. Walker's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression a portrait of incredulity, as though a powerful force had shattered his very being. The impact coursed through him, inflicting excruciating pain as if he were swept away by a torrent from a breached dam. Vegeta, with a mere step forward, pursued the flying Walker like a specter, and then, raising his leg, he delivered a fierce kick aimed at Walker's head. Danger! Realizing the imminent threat, Walker instinctively unleashed his aura, crossing his arms in a desperate attempt to shield his head. With a cataclysmic crash, the entire space trembled as Walker's body absorbed the overwhelming force, driving him deep into the earth. Meanwhile, the assailant remained steadfast, his gaze icy and devoid of mercy. Exuding an oppressive aura, gradually ascending to the heavens, he assumed a stance, channeling all his energy into his hands, and unleashed a final energy wave towards the abyss, the ultimate super flash Kamehameha. The blue and yellow energy wave distorted the void as it surged forth with an unstoppable might, conjuring a colossal thunderstorm that pierced through the planet. Chapter 53. Zamasu and the Return of the Dark-Clad Figure. After traversing the Earth, the energy wave continued its journey into the depths of the cosmos, culminating in a blinding explosion that shone as brilliantly as two colossal meteors colliding. At that moment, Vegeta stood above the endless chasm, gasping for breath. Suddenly, with a pop, he reverted from his fused state, signaling that their time of unity had reached its limit. Shortly thereafter, Goku and Vegeta descended gently to the ground. At that moment, Trunks flew in from a distance. Upon witnessing the horrifying abyss before him, he gasped in shock, silently lamenting the sheer magnitude of power required to inflict such devastation. If only he too could have fused with others, perhaps his mother would still be alive. The thought of Bulma's demise pierced Trunks' heart with agony. With a resounding crash, the ruins of the city crumbled, and the ground began to sink catastrophically. Following this, a torrent of searing magma erupted from the depths, reminiscent of a volcanic eruption, staining everything nearby a vivid crimson. This is disastrous. That last attack exceeded the Earth's capacity for endurance, and the planet has entered a phase of annihilation. Goku's expression turned grave. The preceding battle had rendered irreversible damage to the Earth. Damn it, Trunks. We must leave here immediately, otherwise, no one will escape, Vegeta urged anxiously. He understood the dire situation. They needed to flee, or they would be engulfed in the impending disaster. However, Trunks shook his head in refusal. With resolute determination, he declared, I cannot leave like this. There are still many innocent lives underground. If we abandon them, they will face certain death. Upon hearing Trunks' words, Goku and Vegeta fell into a profound silence. They recognized the truth in Trunks' statement, yet simultaneously understood that delaying their departure could lead them into perilous circumstances. They found themselves ensnared in a dilemma. What troubles you all? A voice pierced through their somber thoughts, causing the trio to shudder. Their hair standing on end as they looked up, there stood Walker, disheveled, with his upper body bare and much of his trousers missing. You're still alive, Vegeta exclaimed in astonishment. It was essential to note that the previous attack had unleashed all their combined energy, and in any other scenario, even he and Kakarot together could not have withstood it. You scoundrel! You must die! Trunks transformed into his Super Saiyan 2 peak form, drawing his sword and charging at Walker. However, at that moment, Walker uttered a phrase that halted Trunks in his tracks. Your mother, Bulma, is not dead. This declaration struck Trunks like a thunderbolt, reverberating in his ears. What? That's impossible. I clearly saw my mother before Trunks could finish. Walker interrupted him. Have you witnessed Bulma perish before your very eyes? I know you doubt me, but wait. With that, he vanished in a flash. In the underground shelter, Bulma was engaged in a lively conversation with Mai, their laughter echoing harmoniously when suddenly, Walker appeared behind Bulma, placing a hand on her shoulder. Just as he was about to take her away, he caught sight of Mai nearby and, feeling a sudden impulse, decided to take her as well. Without hesitation, he transported both women away. The onlookers were left in shock at this unforeseen turn of events, but Walker paid no heed, whisking the two women away from the underground refuge. When they reappeared, they found themselves back at their original location, and Bulma looked utterly bewildered, unsure of what had transpired. Just as confusion enveloped her, a powerful force surged toward her, nearly knocking her off balance. Instinctively, she looked down to see her son, Trunks, embracing her tightly. It is often said that men seldom shed tears, yet in this moment of reunion, Trunks could no longer contain his emotions, tears streaming down his face. After all, he had lost his father, Vegeta, and if he were to lose his mother, Bulma, he would be left a solitary orphan. Child, do not cry. See, I am here. Safe and sound, Bulma whispered, gently caressing Trunks. Raising her gaze, she then spotted her husband, Vegeta, alongside Goku, recognizing them as figures from a bygone world. Exchanging glances with Bulma, Vegeta instinctively shifted his gaze elsewhere. Though age had slightly altered Bulma's appearance, she retained her timeless elegance. After soothing Trunks, she turned to Walker and bowed her head in gratitude. Walker shifted slightly to evade her appreciation. Enough with the thanks. Let's leave Earth quickly. It will explode in a few minutes. His words were spoken with an air of nonchalance, as if discussing a trivial matter. However, to Xiaowu, it struck like a thunderbolt, leaving her utterly astonished. Her eyes widened in disbelief. What? The Earth is going to explode? How can that be? Faced with such sudden news, Xiaowu found herself at a loss. She couldn't help but think of the surviving humans, her heart filled with anxiety and confusion. If the Earth truly exploded, what would become of these innocent lives? Were they to be abandoned to fend for themselves? A multitude of questions surged through her mind, plunging her into deep contemplation. She furrowed her brow tightly, striving to find a resolution to the crisis. Just then, Walker spoke. You should return to the past. Kakarot, aren't you on good terms with the Omni King? Perhaps you could ask for his assistance to use the Super Dragon Balls to restore this world. This was undoubtedly the most feasible plan at present. However, Walker was acutely aware of the challenges it entailed. If the Omni King were unwilling to help, they would have to wait for the Tournament of Power. Yet, by then, the other participating universes would be unable to resurrect, which was indeed a heartbreaking outcome. Walker subtly shook his head, realizing that it was premature to dwell on these matters. After discussion, they resolved to return to the past. What about you? Son Goku inquired. Walker smiled gently. Do not worry, I have my own methods. I trust we shall meet again soon. Nodding, Goku and the others boarded the time machine. Although it was a bit cramped, it was manageable. Under Trunks' operation, they transformed into a beam of light and vanished. Walker stretched lazily. It was time to depart, and he felt a twinge of regret for those in the underground shelter, hoping to resurrect the Earth of the future with the Super Dragon Balls later. He burst forth from the atmosphere into the cosmos. Shortly after his departure, Earth erupted with a resounding boom, radiating brilliant light across the universe before dissipating into twinkling stardust. Thus, Earth vanished. Meanwhile, at the edge of the universe, Zamasu, clad in the attire of the Supreme Kai, alongside a mysterious figure in a peculiar mask and dark clothing, appeared. I have returned, and this time, I must eliminate you. Zamasu seethed, his fists clenched tightly. The silent figure beside him, shrouded in black, had eyes that flickered with a glimmer beneath the mask. Chapter 54. The Ferocious Assault on Masked Black Goku. The Absolute God of Fusion, Part 1. We must hurry to Earth. He should still be there, Zamasu urged, his gaze flickering with urgency. Just as he prepared to set off, the dark-clad figure suddenly spoke. Tell me the coordinates. I will take you there faster. The voice was deep and hoarse, as if emanating from the abyss. Without hesitation, Zamasu divulged the coordinates of Earth. Immediately, the figure clad in black extended his hand, seizing Zama's shoulder, and in an instant, they vanished. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves at the coordinates of the original Earth, yet before them lay an emptiness devoid of substance. What could be the reason for this? Zama surveyed his surroundings, his eyes brimming with confusion and bewilderment. The masked figure raised an eyebrow slightly and spoke in a grave tone. It appears that Earth has vanished. This statement reverberated in Zama's ears like a thunderclap, leaving him momentarily stunned. However, he soon regained his composure and erupted into laughter, his voice echoing through the void, tinged with a hint of madness and pride. Let us obliterate every celestial body in this universe, and subsequently annihilate the universe itself. Zama's proposed with a face full of fervor. The figure in black nodded silently in agreement, for their objective was to forge a perfect world that aligned with their ideals. Thus, he whisked Zama's away, and they reappeared on a planet teeming with nascent life. This world was still in its early developmental stages, not yet fully formed, yet it exhibited signs of life. Zama's and the figure stood suspended in the void, gazing down upon the planet. They raised their hands, gathering potent energy within their palms and with their movements. A tremendous wave of energy emanated from their beings. Subsequently, both released a formidable energy projectile simultaneously. These projectiles soared through the air at astonishing speeds, eventually merging into a colossal energy sphere with a diameter of several dozen meters. This sphere contained an unfathomable power, capable of effortlessly obliterating the entire planet. The energy sphere hurtled toward the planet at an alarming velocity, drawing ever closer to the surface. Under the immense pressure of the sphere, debris and dust on the ground began to defy gravity, floating into the air. When the energy sphere was merely a few meters from the surface, it suddenly trembled violently, as if obstructed by an unseen force, and then, astonishingly, it reversed course, racing back toward Zama's and the figure in black. With a mere wave of his hand, the figure deflected the energy sphere. A voice, familiar yet loathed by Zama's, rang out. I wondered why my left eyelid was twitching so violently. It turns out it was you, this defeated foe, returning with friends to meet your demise. Looking down, Zama's and the figure beheld Walker, whose face was adorned with a smile. After Earth's disappearance, Walker had casually chosen a planet to rest upon, and after 3 days of repose, today marked the 4th, signaling the time to commence his endeavors once more. I knew you wouldn't perish so easily. I shall ensure you experience the most excruciating torment, Zama's declared, his expression fierce and eyes glinting with menace. Walker, seemingly unfazed, casually cleared his ears before his gaze shifted slowly to the figure in black. With an acute sensitivity to energy, he discerned that this figure's strength surpassed even that of Sun Wukong. It is worth noting that in his ordinary state, Wukong's combat prowess reached an astounding level of 10 quintillion, and upon transforming into Super Saiyan Blue, it soared to an unprecedented 6 octillion. Furthermore, when employing the Kaioken tenfold, his might surged to an astonishing 16 octillion. However, despite the significant enhancement in combat power that the Kaioken technique provides, its amplification appears less formidable than anticipated for the Super Saiyan Blue form, imposing a considerable burden on the body. Walker utilized the system to assess the combat strength of the individual in black attire, revealing an astonishing power level of 14 quintillion, a full 2 quintillion above his own. Could this enigmatic figure be the one who vanquished the other parallel universe's Black Goku? Observing the mask adorning his face, Walker felt certain. It was no wonder that he possessed such formidable strength in his ordinary state. Walker pondered to himself. You can handle him, right? The masked figure spoke with an impassive expression, his gaze piercing as it fixed upon Walker. Beside him, Zamasu nodded slightly, expressing his complete agreement. After all, he possessed unwavering confidence in the masked warrior's prowess. With a thunderous roar, the masked figure, the masked Black Goku, transformed, enveloped in a crimson aura, his power surging to a staggering 8 quintillion. Suddenly, a silhouette flashed before Walker, striking him with a powerful blow. Walker staggered backward for several thousand meters before regaining his footing. Such overwhelming strength. He shook his slightly numbed arm. Had it not been for his robust physique, that blow could have easily fractured a bone. Acquisition successful. Gained 2 quintillion in combat power. This newly acquired power instantaneously coursed through his body. And with the infusion of this formidable energy, Walker's ordinary state surged dramatically. With a fierce shout, he radiated a golden aura, transforming into the Super Saiyan 4 form. What transformation is this? Observing Walker's wild red hair and fierce demeanor, a glint of astonishment flashed in his eyes. This transformation was entirely unfamiliar, and judging by the aura, it seemed to surpass even that of the Super Saiyan God. How intriguing. This presents an excellent opportunity for my evolution. A cruel smile emerged beneath the mask. In an instant, Black Goku lunged forward like a phantom, his fist slicing through the air with ferocious wind, resembling a fierce predator charging at Walker. The force of his strike shot towards Walker like a deadly arrow. Yet, Walker remained unperturbed, effortlessly countering with an open palm that dispersed Black Goku's offensive surge. Swiftly pivoting, he delivered a powerful kick to Black Goku's fist. The collision erupted with a thunderous sound, unleashing a powerful force that radiated outward in rippling waves, propelling both combatants back several meters. At that moment, as if in perfect synchrony, they charged at one another. Bang! A brilliant flash illuminated the scene as they engaged in a fierce battle, their figures intertwining at a speed akin to lightning, nearly impossible to track. Each attack brought forth tremendous shockwaves, the air swirling in endless layers. The sound of their strikes echoed like thunder, reverberating throughout the heavens. The golden radiance shimmered upon Walker's fist as he seized the moment to deliver a powerful strike to the abdomen of Black Goku. Yet, the impact felt akin to striking an exceptionally hard steel plate, inflicting no tangible harm. Taking advantage of the situation, Black Goku grasped Walker's arm, launching a swift left hook aimed at his face. In that fleeting moment, Walker regained his composure and retaliated with a punch of his own. Boom! The two fists collided, producing a deep, resonant sound. The force of their clash shattered the surrounding air, sending a powerful shockwave radiating outward from the two combatants. The earth trembled under the force, cracking and sending dust swirling into the atmosphere, while the turbulent air coalesced into several colossal tornadoes, each possessing the power to obliterate everything in their path, uprooting trees and casting debris aloft. Chapter 55, A Brutal Assault on the Masked Black Goku, Absolute Divine Fusion, Part 2. The heavens, the earth, and the forest were effortlessly torn asunder by the fervent clash between the two, as if the very fabric of the world were on the brink of collapse. With a thunderous roar, they launched themselves into a region indistinguishable between water and other fluids, creating a vacuum devoid of liquid in mere moments. Having believed myself invincible after vanquishing 99 Sun Wukongs, I was unprepared for an opponent of your caliber. Yet, it serves well. You shall become a catalyst for my evolution. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than the mask upon his face shattered with a crack, revealing only his left eye. Ah, I see. You aspire to defeat the 100th Sun Wukong, thus achieving the unity of body and soul, enabling you to seize complete control of this vessel. Humph, do not delude yourself. With your abilities, you are incapable of mastering this body, for you are nothing more than a shameless usurper of another's form. Walker exhibited a look of disdain. Surprisingly, Black Goku did not respond with anger. Instead, he erupted into laughter. I am indifferent to the contest of words. Now, open your eyes wide and behold the most perfected power I have attained after annihilating 99 Sun Wukongs. Ha 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 ha. He roared with all his might, his voice seemingly piercing the heavens. As he shouted, a magenta aura surged forth like a volcanic eruption. With the emergence of this formidable energy, the unknown planet began to tremble violently, as if on the verge of disintegration. Dark clouds rapidly gathered, casting a heavy shadow over the sky. The aura surrounding Black Goku intensified, and the energy radiating from him rendered the air increasingly viscous, as if an invisible pressure enveloped the space. Buzz. At that moment, Black Goku's magenta hair began to grow at an astonishing rate, cascading down to his waist in an instant. Simultaneously, his eyebrows vanished, and his brow lowered, creating a broader forehead. Furthermore, his pupils underwent a remarkable transformation. The once magenta irises had morphed into a deep crimson, resembling flames in fervent blaze. Surrounding his form, bolts of dense lightning flickered incessantly, resonating with a cacophony of crackles. This was the true might of Black Goku, the rosy third stage. This formidable energy evaporated all liquid in the vicinity. Walker glanced at his current combat power through the system, revealing an astonishing figure of 244 quintillion, surpassing even the Super Saiyan Blue Goku utilizing tenfold Kaioken. Indeed, he was powerful, yet he paled in comparison to the Super Saiyan Blue third stage Vegeta, whose combat prowess had reached an astounding 925 quintillion. Walker, not one to conceal his abilities, unleashed his limit-breaking form, still falling short by 5 quintillion. Since that battle, it seemed he had plateaued in his significant power enhancement. Although he possessed the capability to harness divine energy for a surge in strength, thus surpassing his opponent, he was unable to do so at present, as Zamasu and Black Goku had yet to merge. Quite impressive, yet you shall not triumph over me. Black Goku remarked with a sly smile curling at the corner of his lips, as the mask upon his face shattered once more. TCH, it's time for a swift resolution. With this thought, his body reacted instantaneously. In a blur, he vanished like a specter, only to reappear beside Walker in the next moment. He reached out, attempting to grasp Walker's shoulder with lightning speed, but his hand met only empty air, leaving behind a faint afterimage. At that moment, Black Goku pivoted sharply, delivering a powerful kick to the right. The resounding impact reverberated as Walker quickly raised his arms, successfully blocking the strike. However, the immense force compelled him to retreat, utilizing the momentum to gracefully touch the ground, and in a flash, he vanished without a trace. Employing the technique of void integration, leaving no sign of his presence, Black Goku furrowed his brow, a flicker of confusion crossing his gaze as he sought to sense his adversary's energy, only to discover that Walker had seemingly vanished from existence. While Black Goku scrutinized his surroundings, Walker silently materialized behind him, lifting his leg to deliver a formidable kick to his back. This strike was imbued with tremendous power, its ferocity astonishing. Caught off guard, Black Goku was sent flying, soaring for hundreds of thousands of meters before crashing heavily to the ground. careening across the terrain and carving a trench several hundred kilometers long, toppling trees in a scene reminiscent of an apocalyptic landscape. Ultimately, Black Goku collided with a massive mountain, finally coming to a halt. Rising slowly from the rubble, he emanated an aura that sent chills down the spine. Not bad for a sneak attack, yet to me, it is merely trivial, he remarked, a hint of disdain playing at the corners of his mouth. No sooner had he spoken than he moved before Walker with unimaginable speed, exceeding even that of instantaneous teleportation. His fist glowed with a rosy light, radiating an overwhelming pressure as it struck toward Walker. In the face of this sudden onslaught, Walker reacted with remarkable swiftness, sidestepping the blow. Nonetheless, the force of the punch grazed his cheek, leaving a faint white mark in its wake. Immediately, Walker swiftly crouched down and executed a sweeping kick, aiming to strike Black Wukong's lower body. However, Black Wukong's stance was as steadfast as a mountain, remaining completely unmoved. He raised his hand and unleashed a wave of energy, which Walker deftly evaded. Subsequently, he utilized instantaneous movement to create distance between them, while a slight smirk appeared at the corner of Black Wukong's mouth as he also employed instantaneous movement. Thus, the two engaged in a relentless chase through a different dimension, each attempting to seize the other first. Successful acquisition, gaining 3 quintillion battle power. With the integration of this 3 quintillion battle power, Walker was merely a little over 2 quintillion away from matching his opponent's strength. This duel utilizing instantaneous movement bore a striking resemblance to a battle from a certain cinematic production. Suddenly, an explosion erupted in the void, tearing open a massive rift through which 2 figures emerged, none other than the previously missing Li Feng and the mysterious individual. Upon their arrival, they immediately launched attacks at one another, simultaneously unleashing powerful energy waves in a fierce confrontation. Star Destruction Wave. Walker gathered a radiant sphere of golden energy in his hand and forcefully propelled it forward. This energy wave surged with astonishing might, akin to falling stars, heading straight for Black Wukong. Full power energy wave. Black Wukong shouted, similarly unleashing an energy wave as he charged toward Walker's attack. The two energy waves collided midair, resulting in an intense clash. They intertwined and consumed each other, forming a colossal vortex of energy that illuminated the entire sky, as if countless stars were flickering within. With a thunderous roar, the two energy waves finally erupted, their searing brilliance illuminating a vast expanse of the sky, igniting the surrounding air. The fabric of space was distorted and nearly torn apart. Dust swirled, smoke billowed, and the continental plates shattered. That detestable and filthy human possesses such strength, able to match me blow for blow. If this continues, my desires shall remain unfulfilled. No, I absolutely cannot allow this to happen. Zamasu's expression darkened in an instant as he touched his ear. Upon feeling the Patera earrings, a spark of inspiration ignited within him. Chapter 56. A ferocious blow to masked Black Wukong. The fusion of absolute deity. Part 2. Walker, with his knee generating a fierce gust, struck toward Black Wukong's chin with an unavoidable speed. Yet, Black Wukong merely leaned back slightly, effortlessly evading the blow. In an instant, he retaliated, crashing his forehead forcefully against Walker's knee. With a dull thud, both combatants landed on the ground. This fellow's strength is clearly inferior to mine. Why can he contend with me so evenly? Black Wukong pondered with silent confusion. At that moment, Walker keenly detected a fleeting opening in Black Wukong's defense. Without a moment's hesitation, he erupted with energy, dashing toward Black Wukong like a bolt of lightning. As his movements accelerated, the surrounding air seemed to tear apart, producing a piercing howl. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Black Wukong, his right fist clenched tightly, and without hesitation, he aimed a powerful strike directly at his opponent's face. The wind of fists howled, akin to blades slicing through the frigid air, grazing the cheek of Black Wukong before crashing fiercely into the earth, leaving behind a series of unfathomable scars. Reacting instantaneously, Black Wukong crossed his arms before his chest, striving to withstand this ferocious strike. Bang! The thunderous sound of impact echoed, as Black Wukong was sent hurtling backwards, his feet sinking deeply into the ground, tracing two lengthy grooves. Crack! Once he regained his balance, a sharp sound resonated, and the very ground beneath him collapsed, forming a massive pit with a diameter of several thousand meters. The shockwave emanating from Walker's punch did not cease there, continuing to radiate outward, obliterating everything in its path. From above, the land appeared as though it had suffered the catastrophic impact of a colossal meteor, a sight that was nothing short of alarming. Damn beast. A sinister grin crept across Black Wukong's face, the crimson glow in his eyes intensifying. His right arm trembled slightly, the bones producing faint cracking sounds, as if they were on the verge of snapping. This sensation ignited a furious blaze within him, his wrath surging like a volcano ready to erupt. Suddenly, the magenta aura surrounding him surged dramatically, causing the surrounding space to warp slightly. A powerful current, akin to a tidal wave, surged outward from his very being. In the blink of an eye, Black Wukong vanished from his original position. The next moment, he appeared before Walker like a specter, raising his leg and delivering a fierce kick toward Walker's head, imbued with a formidable momentum. The shockwave generated by this kick pierced through the air like a cannonball, its speed reaching an astonishing velocity, even surpassing the sound barrier. Yet, Walker had anticipated such a swift assault. He swiftly sidestepped, using his hardened elbow to block the incoming leg. In an instant, a tremendous sound reverberated, as if the entire world had been shaken. The force of their collision unleashed a tempest that wreaked havoc upon everything in its path. The shockwave spread rapidly like ripples, tearing the collapsed ground into chasms reminiscent of abyssal depths, while dust billowed skyward, obscuring the sun. Acquisition successful, gained 30,000 shopping points. Note: shopping points can be used to purchase items in the store. Acquisition successful, gained 35 quintillion battle power. Damn. How could I have forgotten about this? Walker cursed himself internally for his foolishness. The integration of this battle power had instantaneously surpassed his opponent's strength. Swish. Walker teleported to Black Wukong's side, extending his arms, palms shimmering with a spiral of light akin to a resplendent star. Super Giant Rasen Shuriken. Walker roared, amplifying his energy to the utmost within his current form and forcefully hurling the spiral sphere. The throw was astonishingly powerful and swift, leaving Black Wukong with no chance to evade. As the Rasen Shuriken approached him, it rapidly expanded into a colossal spiral with a diameter of several dozen meters, resembling a gigantic vortex that devoured everything in its vicinity. Boom! With a cataclysmic roar, the entire planet trembled. The once white radiance instantaneously transformed into a fiery orange hue, as torrential waves of scorching air surged forth, sweeping across the landscape. A colossal mushroom cloud erupted on the horizon, as if to rend the very sky asunder. In this moment, the world seemed to plunge into apocalyptic chaos, energy swirling in a maelstrom that rendered all senses null and void. After the passage of a brief incense stick's worth of time, the acrid smoke that enveloped the heavens and earth began to dissipate. The land, scorched for thousands of kilometers, revealed a vast, gaping pit at its center. Above this chasm hovered Black Goku, gasping for breath, his condition a portrait of disarray. His mask lay in tatters, his garments reduced to ashes, drifting through the air, while his arms hung limply, blood oozing from the crevices of his fingers. How could I have failed to completely defend myself? What is happening? He pondered, bewildered as to why this was the case. Despite his superior strength, how could he have been so grievously wounded by such insignificant beings? Hey, we're still in a fight here, don't lose focus. The voice of Walker echoed in his ears, and in that instant, the world before Black Goku began to blur, his body slipping from his control, careening through the air uncontrollably. At that moment, Walker resembled a child toying with a ball, effortlessly tossing his opponent about, leaving Black Goku utterly defenseless. Walker seized his opponent by the hair and, with astonishing speed, dove toward the ground, dragging Black Goku along. The friction producing a harsh, grating sound as he slid across the earth, leaving a long trail in his wake. Subsequently, Walker hurled him skyward, watching as Black Goku tumbled through the air. With his feet firmly planted on the ground, Walker assumed a stance, preparing to unleash a devastating energy attack. At that juncture, Walker radiated an aura that sent shivers down the spine. The surrounding air seemed to thicken beneath his formidable presence. Drawing a deep breath, he concentrated all his strength, poised to deliver a lethal blow to Black Goku. Just then, the immortal Zamas appeared, catching Black Goku and employing the healing abilities he had retained from his days as an apprentice Supreme Kai to restore him. This fellow is far too enigmatic. We must join forces, Black Goku remarked with a tone tinged with irritation. Zamas shook his head, Although it may diminish our intimidation factor, I believe, even combined, we would not be his match. Perhaps we should fuse instead. Upon hearing Zama's utter the word fuse, Black Goku immediately grasped the implication without hesitation. He nodded in agreement and retrieved another Patera earring, placing it upon his left ear, positioning themselves, one on the left and the other on the right. The earrings emitted a radiant glow, and the two were drawn together like magnets, a pale green luminescence beginning to flicker. At last, the fusion is underway. Let me witness the extent of your combined power with other parallel universe Black Gokus. Do not disappoint me. Walker squinted at the shimmering orb of pale green light. Chapter 57, The Absolute God of Torment, The Grand Priest Strikes, Part 1. A low hum resonated as a pale green radiance began to flicker intensely, swiftly transforming into a kaleidoscope of vibrant colors, reminiscent of dazzling fireworks that illuminated the vast expanse of the sky. Yet, in the blink of an eye, these brilliant lights vanished without a trace, as if they had never existed. As the luminescence dissipated, a figure materialized in midair, accompanied by a halo radiating divine light behind him. This was the merged Zamasu. He floated serenely, exuding an unparalleled aura of dominance. Is this the power of the merged form? Haha, it is truly formidable. Zamasu's deep, exhilarated laughter echoed, imbued with a profound sense of satisfaction. He reveled in the potent energy coursing through him, his visage reflecting intoxication and confidence. Meanwhile, in a distant, exalted dimension of the universe stood a magnificent palace, the residence of the Omni King. Within the palace, two attendants served the Omni King with utmost reverence when suddenly, their gazes converged upon a particular direction, sensing an anomaly. They exchanged a brief glance, quickly regaining their composure and returning their focus to their sovereign, the Omni King. Outside the Omni King's palace, the Grand Priest stood, his eyes flickering with intrigue. Quite interesting indeed. But let us see just how far you can go, he murmured to himself. In truth, ever since Vegeta successfully transformed into the Super Saiyan Blue form, the Grand Priest had been observing quietly, aware that Trunks had traversed into the realm of Super Time. However, he did not perceive any wrongdoing in this event. As the leader of the angelic race, the Grand Priest had no intention of intervening. To him, these occurrences were mere trifles, insignificant as long as they did not disrupt the order of the universe. Now, he wished to witness what this young mortal, who had ascended to divinity, could truly accomplish. The scene shifted back to the future timeline. The merged Zamasu regarded the ant-like walker with an expression of cold indifference, the corners of his mouth curling into a slight, contemptuous smirk. Slowly, he extended his right hand, causing the void ahead to warp as if being manipulated by an unseen force. Before Walker could react, he was propelled backward. In quick succession, Zamasu waved his hands, conjuring multiple distorted vortices that resembled black holes, emanating a terrifying aura. As Walker was thrust backward, several whirlpools materialized around him, delivering countless punches from various angles, striking him relentlessly. Bang, bang, bang. Each blow carried an inexhaustible power, forcing Walker to stagger back, his body trembling, bones creaking as if they might shatter at any moment. The sound of impact resonated through the air, solid and resounding, sending chills down one's spine. Walker understood all too well that it was the unmatched energy of the merged Zamasu that had distorted the very fabric of space. Since their fusion was completed moments ago, he had checked the battle power of his counterpart through the system, which astonishingly measured at 306 quintillion. Walker promptly grasped his shoulders with both hands, his feet firmly planted like a warrior in stance, as a purplish-red glow flickered wildly across his surface. Even with his current physical prowess, his skin began to blood splattering forth. After numerous intense flashes of light, Walker could no longer contain himself and let out a low roar, extending his arms dramatically. The purplish-red radiance erupted forth like a volcanic explosion, radiating from him in all directions. Acquisition successful. Congratulations on gaining the passive ability, Strength in the Face of Death. With a thunderous roar, a cataclysmic energy storm surged forth, obliterating everything in its path. The distorted space that had once surrounded him shattered and vanished under the onslaught of this formidable energy. With a flicker of inspiration, Walker seized the opportunity to cast white magic, commencing the healing of his wounds. Although he had acquired white magic some time ago, he had yet to utilize it. This moment presented a perfect chance to experiment with its healing spells. While the effects were far inferior to the mystical beans, they were still a welcome relief. To my astonishment, I possess such extraordinary abilities. Is it only when on the brink of death that one becomes stronger? Perhaps it is worth a try? As Walker contemplated the feasibility of this notion, he remained vigilant, observing Zama's high above in the sky. Zama's, witnessing the counter of his technique, felt no surprise. If the opponent were to perish so easily, what significance would their fusion hold? Thus, the more fiercely the other resisted, the more exhilarated he became. Very well. Let it be so. Now that I have acquired this passive skill, I shall refrain from utilizing divine power unless absolutely necessary. Although entering the divine realm would significantly enhance my strength, allowing me to overpower him, I believe excessive reliance on divine power is unwise. Walker clenched his fists, resolving to experiment with this passive skill. He carefully assessed his current battle power, realizing it had escalated to 259 quintillion. Next, he would observe how much it could increase upon revival from the brink of death. Just then, a massive purple bird, formed of energy, suddenly appeared behind Zama's, soaring high as if it were truly alive, emitting a piercing, shrill cry. However, all of this was merely an illusion, for the energy within the giant bird surged violently. Absolute thunder, Zama's exclaimed, swinging his arm fiercely. In an instant, several bolts of terrifying purple lightning shot forth from the giant bird's wings. These lightning strikes resembled ferocious dragons, hurtling towards Walker at astonishing speed. Walker made no defensive moves, nor did he summon any energy from within. He simply stood there in silence. Crash, crash, crash. The horrific lightning struck the earth, shattering it into fragments, igniting fierce flames that spread in all directions. Walker lay quietly on the shattered ground, his body charred and exuding an unusual fragrance, a testament to the consequences of not utilizing any means of defense. With a gasp, he expelled a copious amount of blood, feeling his entire being convulsing as if countless venomous ants were crawling over him, inducing immense discomfort and agony, as if his very soul were being torn apart. Damn, had I known, I would not have been so arrogant and should have prepared some defenses. He continuously cursed himself internally, summoning every ounce of strength that remained. He enacted a self-healing technique. As he felt a slight recovery, he immediately retrieved a mystical being from his system space and swallowed it. In that fleeting moment of restoration, he sensed an energy from an unknown source merging with his flesh and blood. Is this the effect of a passive skill? Truly remarkable. Let me assess the extent of my newfound power. Upon checking his combat prowess, he was astonished to find it had surged to 36 quintillion, an increase of a full 101 quintillion. Impressive, he thought, as he struggled to find more eloquent descriptors due to his limited education. Is this how you meet your end? How utterly dull. I expected you to possess greater abilities. It appears I overestimated you. From now on, I shall be the sole sovereign of this universe and this timeline, the one true deity, as humanity's extermination plan officially commences. After muttering to himself, he erupted into a maniacal laugh. Chapter 58, Torturing the Absolute Deity, The High Priest Strikes, Part 2. Zama sensed the situation below and prepared to unleash another attack. Suddenly, the purple giant bird behind him shattered without warning, dissipating in the next instant. What is happening? He turned to see Walker, enveloped in a purplish-red glow, gazing down at him. Your gaze is amiss. You should worship me. However, even if you do, I shall not grant you a swift demise. Such arrogance, Walker scoffed. Still defiant even in the face of death, Zama sneered, prepared to meet your end. Extending his arms, the divine halo behind him radiated a brilliant light, which then coalesced into 1,000 sharp swords. Go, Zama's commanded with a flick of his finger. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Faced with this barrage of swords, Walker remained unperturbed. With a swift motion of his hands, he conjured energy blades, charging toward the lethal onslaught. His hands danced, producing a cacophony of clinks, occasionally sparking with flashes of light. The swords that were struck down crashed to the ground, creating deafening explosions. Is this your strength? How disappointing, Walker taunted. Oh, since you are so eager to meet your demise, I shall oblige. Zama's expression darkened, revealing a cruel smile, as if he envisioned the imminent destruction of this audacious fool before him. Slowly, he raised his left hand, where a blazing red sphere coalesced, its intense heat distorting the surrounding air. With a vigorous throw, he aimed the fireball at Walker, the burning orb streaking across the sky like a meteor. Annihilate, all evil. Holy reverse scale. With Zama's furious roar, the red sphere rapidly expanded into a colossal fireball, measuring 100 meters in diameter, radiating suffocating heat and overwhelming pressure. Meanwhile, the fireball had locked onto Walker's presence. Should Walker attempt to evade, this fiery sphere would pursue him relentlessly, intent on engulfing him. Confronted with such a terrifying assault, Walker showed no signs of retreat. With his hands pressed together in prayer, he swiftly parted them to reveal a radiant orb of crimson energy. Tenfold spiral destruction cannon. He bellowed, thrusting his hands forward as the purplish-red wave of energy surged forth at a breathtaking velocity, colliding with the blazing fireball. The two formidable forces met in the air, instantaneously igniting a cataclysmic explosion. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening roar, the very fabric of the planet trembled violently. Fissures appearing as shockwaves cascaded outward like tumultuous ocean waves, obliterating all in their wake. Amidst the thick smoke, the sounds of flesh colliding resonated ominously. Bang! The muffled thud echoed as if a bomb had detonated in the atmosphere, the powerful gust dispersing the dense smoke. In that moment, Walker's fist drove into Zama's left cheek, creating a deep indentation, before he swiftly transitioned his stance, delivering a crushing knee strike to Zama's abdomen, causing his body to curl up like a shrimp. Following this, Walker executed a 360-degree spinning kick, his left foot striking Zama's right cheek with terrifying force, the impact momentarily incapacitating his mind. Zama's plummeted to the ground, the tremendous force carving a 1,000-meter-deep crater, while the divine halo behind him shattered in response. Walker had momentarily emulated Sun Wukong's legendary kick, its power proving astonishing. In mere seconds, Zama's regained his composure, rising with fury etched across his face, his eyes bloodshot with rage. Unforgivable! Unforgivable! He howled in a frenzy. He raised his left hand, poised to utter something, when suddenly Walker materialized before him, unleashing a ki blast that sent him hurtling away. Walker understood Zama's intentions and resolved not to allow him to succeed. After all, he was well versed in the ways of anime. Zama's was propelled thousands of meters before finally coming to a halt. This is impossible. I am the sole deity of this world, bestowed with such immense power. How can I be bested by a mere insect? He raged, spiraling into madness. False. Then let me show you the truth. Walker's contemptuous voice echoed in his ears like a demon from the depths of hell, instilling a growing fear within Zama's, though he remained oblivious to it. Thud, thud, thud. Zama's abdomen was struck with a powerful punch, followed by a kick to his chin, as his arms, shoulders, and back endured a relentless barrage of attacks. Finally, his thighs were targeted, as Walker unleashed a torrent of devastating blows upon Zama's. Before long, Zama's body was twisted and contorted under the onslaught. Surprisingly, the right side of his body swiftly returned to its original state, while the left side remained contorted, yet was gradually recovering, seemingly due to the influence of the right side's immortal essence. You cannot kill me. I am a deity with immortality. Zama's cackled maniacally. He indeed possessed an immortal body, impervious even to the destruction of gods. Walker, uninterested in engaging in verbal sparring, approached Zama's, seized his hair, and lifted him effortlessly. At that moment, Zama's swung a ki sword at Walker with his right side. With a slight smirk, Walker effortlessly blocked the attack with 2 fingers, subsequently crushing the ki sword in his grasp. He then yanked down sharply, severing Zama's entire arm in a single motion. The sensation of pain, though not fatal, pierced Zama's very soul, causing him unbearable anguish. However, just as Walker prepared to inflict further torment, a blinding light suddenly erupted, and a figure gradually emerged from within. Walker's eyes widened in astonishment, and upon recognizing the newcomer, he involuntarily exclaimed, "High Priest." Indeed, it was the High Priest. Initially, he had no intention of intervening, but sensing that the Omni King had begun to take notice of the situation, he resolved to act personally to prevent the king from intervening directly. Walker hastily cast Zama's aside and bowed deeply in respect. The High Priest offered a slight nod in acknowledgement. He then turned his gaze towards Zama's, extending a finger to gently beckon him forward, compelling Zama's to float obediently before him. With an impassive expression, the High Priest addressed Zama's in a calm yet authoritative tone. It appears that in this world, my counterpart is not present. Otherwise, given the crimes you have committed, you would not have survived this long. After all, Your actions have not only jeopardized this world, but have also impacted other dimensions. Such behavior is utterly intolerable. Zamasu, oblivious to the high priest's words, having never encountered him before, laughed maniacally, emboldened by his immortality. As long as he remained alive, he believed his plans would eventually come to fruition. The high priest regarded Zamasu with a tranquil gaze, his eyes devoid of any emotional fluctuation. He then gestured with his finger. A tearing sound reminiscent of fabric being ripped echoed, as an unknown energy surged forth from Zamasu's being. This energy manifested in the high priest's hand. With a swift pinch of his fingers, it burst like a balloon. This technique was one of the high priest's many abilities, extraction. Following the disappearance of the energy, Zamasu's life force began to swiftly dissipate. No, he managed to utter weakly before succumbing to oblivion. As the high priest turned to depart, he cast a glance at Walker, offering a brief smile before vanishing. Once the high priest had left, Walker exhaled deeply, observing the now lifeless Zamasu, and raised his hand to unleash a ki blast, erasing all traces of him. Although it was but a fleeting sensation, he truly felt the profound depth of the high priest. My journey still stretches ahead. As he pondered, the time ring on his finger radiated light, and in an instant, Walker vanished. Chapter 59. The Castle returned to the Dragon Ball time and space. No, ever since Beerus awakened, it has already transitioned into the era of Dragon Ball Super. A year has passed since Walker's disappearance, during which the powers of Goku, Vegeta, Gohan, Piccolo, and other warriors have significantly escalated. Simultaneously, their relationship with the god of destruction, Beerus, has evolved. Initially, Beerus posed a threat to Earth, yet as time flowed, he forged friendships with Goku and the others. In pursuit of greater strength, they ventured to the god of destruction's realm for training, a journey reminiscent of the anime's narrative, where they faced myriad challenges and training regimens, continually pushing their limits. Under Whis' guidance, they eventually attained the Super Saiyan Blue form. After their return to Earth, several weeks passed. During an event, Goku, feeling a tad bored, decided to inquire at the palace of Xeno regarding when the next tournament might be held. The Xeno from a different future, intrigued by the concept of the Tournament of Power, resolved to host a grand competition to satiate his curiosity. In the open courtyard of Capsule Corporation, the sun shone brightly, and a gentle breeze caressed the verdant, shaded lawn. Vegeta stood quietly in a pavilion, gazing up at the distant open terrace where Bulma, with her prominent belly, was relishing a leisurely moment. A slight smile graced his lips, revealing a hint of tenderness, but it swiftly vanished, replaced by his usual stoic demeanor. At that moment, a familiar voice called out, "Vegeta, is that you?" Turning, Vegeta beheld Goku approaching. "What brings you here, Kakarot?" he asked, his expression impassive. Goku scratched his nose, grinning sheepishly as he leaned closer to Vegeta, saying, "There's a tournament called the Grand Martial Arts Competition. Want to join? You could compete against warriors from other universes." Vegeta cast a sidelong glance at Goku and scoffed. "I have no time for such frivolities. I have my own matters to attend to." With that, he turned to leave. Goku, feeling awkward, scratched his head in disbelief at Vegeta's abrupt refusal. He hurried after him, grasping his hand, imploring, "Don't be in such a rush to leave. Let us participate in this competition together. Who knows, we might encounter stronger opponents." Vegeta halted, turning back with a cold smirk. "Kakarot, do you think I need such a tournament to validate my strength? My sole objective is to surpass you and become the strongest. As for the warriors from other universes, they are merely stepping stones in my path." Goku sighed in resignation, releasing his grip and offering a rueful smile. "Very well, if you choose not to participate, I shall consider it as if I never asked. However, should you change your mind, do not hesitate to inform me." Vegeta departed from the pavilion without uttering a word. Yet after taking a few steps, he turned to offer a reminder. "Do you not have a son?" Goku slapped his thigh in realization, exclaiming, "Of course. How could I forget Gohan?" After expressing his gratitude to Vegeta, he soared into the sky, while Vegeta let out a disdainful snort, his gaze flickering, lost in contemplation. Subsequently, Goku arrived at Gohan's home and explained the situation, which bore a resemblance to the events in the anime. Despite feeling exasperated with his father, Gohan ultimately agreed to assist him, and soon after, Goku sought out Bu. Since Bu only heeded Satan's words, Goku had no choice but to bring Satan along. They instantly transported to the Kaioshin realm, and with the assistance of the Kaioshin, they reached the palace of the Omni Kings. Before long, They encountered contestants from the Ninth Universe and were introduced to the two Omni Kings. Following this, the Grand Minister snapped his fingers, shifting the space to the competition venue. Thus, the royal tournament commenced. Within the time-space corridor, Walker followed the ring's guidance as he soared through the darkness, unable to discern the corridor's end. What is the meaning of this ring? I haven't activated it. Moreover, I feel no pressure of energy. Why has it suddenly transported me through time and space? Where could it possibly lead me? Just as Walker pondered these questions, he found himself in an unfamiliar place, surrounded by shattered buildings and debris. As if a fierce battle had transpired, Walker cautiously surveyed his surroundings, filled with trepidation. He was unaware of this location or the dangers it might harbor. However, as he attempted to recall the events preceding his entrance into the time-space corridor, he realized his memories were hazy. Could my memories be faulty? Or has someone deliberately erased them? Walker mused inwardly. At that moment, a faint voice reached his ears. Following the sound, he spotted a distant ancient castle, its grand entrance tightly shut, seemingly concealing some secret. After a moment's hesitation, Walker resolved to approach the castle. As he neared the entrance, the doors slowly creaked open, a mysterious force drawing him in, and he vanished before the threshold. Barely a few breaths later, a diminutive figure wearing a sun hat appeared at the entrance. Gazing at the doors, the figures seemed to be speaking to themselves. This is your choice. I hope he can reveal his true worth on the battlefield in the days to come. When Walker gradually reopened his eyes, he was astonished to find himself atop a mountain. Curiously, he surveyed his surroundings, striving to ascertain his location. Wait a moment, he suddenly furrowed his brow, murmuring to himself. Isn't this the Baozi Mountain, the very home where Goku lived with his grandfather, Gohan, during his childhood? Given the iconic nature of Baozi Mountain, it was undoubtedly a place he could not easily forget. Yet, what perplexed Walker was that he distinctly recalled standing before a massive castle entrance, which had also begun to open. But what transpired next? When he opened his eyes once more, he found himself in this unfamiliar place. What transpired during the entire process? He was utterly perplexed, much like the bewilderment he experienced when he inexplicably arrived before that castle. Now, he had similarly found himself atop Baozi Mountain. Rubbing his head and gazing at the time ring on his finger, he could not fathom the situation, so he decided to dismiss it. After all, as the ancient saying goes, the boat will naturally straighten as it reaches the bridge. What realm of time and space could this be? Allow me to observe closely. As he spoke, he released his energy to conduct a probe, and soon, his aura enveloped the earth. He glimpsed Vegeta and the heavily pregnant Bulma, and upon witnessing this scene, he instantly comprehended the nature of this timeline. Vegeta, furrowing his brow at Capsule Corporation, sensed Walker's energy. It felt somewhat familiar. Yet he could not immediately recall why. To be cautious, he resolved to investigate. Other warriors also detected Walker's presence and swiftly mobilized. Walker remained stationary atop Baozi Mountain, awaiting clarity on whether his suspicions were correct. Chapter 60, Walker's Awakening of Instincts, Part 1. A few minutes later, Vegeta, Piccolo, and others gently descended from the skies above Baozi Mountain. You are Walker? Piccolo exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment, staring incredulously at Walker. Since their last encounter with Beerus, Walker had vanished without a trace. They had ventured to Namek, seeking the assistance of Porunga. But due to the limited power of the Namekian dragon, it was unable to traverse time and space to retrieve Walker. Later, after winning the tournament against Universe 6, they gained the opportunity to utilize the Super Dragon Balls. However, out of consideration for Beerus' dignity, they ultimately relinquished the idea of wishing for Walker's return. Yet now, to their astonishment, Walker had unexpectedly returned to Earth. Walker smiled. Indeed, he had returned to the very timeline in which he initially traversed. Raising an eyebrow slightly, he noticed that Goku and his son were absent. Everyone, how have you been lately? He inquired. Although much has transpired since your disappearance, overall, things have been quite well. Piccolo responded. After exchanging a few words about recent events, they all made their way to Capsule Corporation. Upon arriving and seeing Bulma with her prominent belly, Walker realized they had indeed entered the era of the Super Universe. It seemed that Goku and his son had gone to participate in the tournament, perhaps. Should I join in the festivities as well? However, he quickly dismissed that thought. The group gathered, sharing laughter and stories, creating an atmosphere of warmth and camaraderie. To his surprise, he learned that Saiyans from other parallel timelines had managed to attain Super Saiyan 5. Krillin's face displayed astonishment. Though he was unaware of the exact prowess of Super Saiyan 5, it sounded remarkably impressive. Hey, Walker, who do you think is stronger, Super Saiyan 5 or Beerus? Vegeta suddenly posed this question. Instantly, the previously cheerful ambience fell into silence, and the others regarded Vegeta with peculiar expressions. Vegeta remained unfazed, his gaze fixed intently on Walker. Beerus is indeed stronger, Walker exclaimed without hesitation. Judging by his battle with that counterpart Reg in the parallel world, it was clear that Beerus surpassed him. Moreover, Reg had yet to master the transformation into Super Saiyan 5 with complete ease. Even assuming Reg fully mastered the Super Saiyan 5 transformation, Beerus would still hold the upper hand, as he possesses hidden trump cards. Vegeta nodded in agreement and fell silent, lost in his own thoughts. As they indulged in food and conversation, dusk approached swiftly. Suddenly, a figure materialized before them. It was Goku and his son. Hey everyone, I'm back, Goku exclaimed with a broad grin. Meanwhile, Gohan shyly greeted everyone. Hello, everyone. As for Majin Buu and Mr. Satan, they had long since returned to their own homes. Goku cheerfully greeted the group and then turned his attention to Walker, a glimmer of surprise flashing in his eyes as he enveloped him in a bear hug. Haha, long time no see. When did you return? Goku laughed heartily. Walker, taken aback by the embrace, managed to smile and replied, I just got back a little while ago. He then recounted everything he had experienced during his time away. Upon hearing this, Goku patted his shoulder and offered words of comfort. I see. You've had quite a journey, but try not to dwell on the past. The two found a seat, and Walker scrutinized Goku and Gohan before speaking. So, how's the situation with Topo from Universe 11? Quite formidable, I presume? Huh. Goku initially appeared taken aback, but soon regained his composure. It seems you're well informed. Indeed, he has quite a challenge. That fellow from Universe May 11th still have other hidden cards up his sleeve. Gohan nodded vigorously in agreement. Walker stroked his chin, deciding to reveal some plot details. That individual named Topo is actually a candidate for the God of Destruction, wielding the power of a destroyer. How did you know he is a candidate for the God of Destruction? Goku inquired. That's a secret, Walker replied with a slight smile. Successfully acquired 40,000 shopping points. Alright, since the competition has concluded, when does the Tournament of Power commence? In 3 days, Goku answered. Following this, Walker stood up and addressed Gohan. Gohan, would you be interested in sparring with me? Gohan, taken aback and unsure of Walker's intentions, contemplated for a moment before nodding in agreement. Curious to see what Walker had in mind. Alright, let us head to the room of spirit and time in the temple. Sounds good. As Walker prepared to teleport Gohan to the temple, he glanced at Goku and the other warriors, saying, You're welcome to join us as well. After some discussion, they decided to accompany Walker, eager to witness the unfolding events. Except for Android 18, who needed to take care of her daughter and the heavily pregnant Bulma. The group made their way to the temple. Tenshinhan was already aware of Walker's intention and instructed Mr. Popo to guide them to the room of spirit and time. Mr. Popo led the group into a circular corridor, enveloped in an aura of mystery. The spirit time room has undergone a remarkable transformation, no longer resembling its former self. With enhancements from the Elder Kai and Bulma, it has gained the capacity to withstand godly power. As Bobo walked, he introduced this new reality to Walker and the others. Upon hearing this, astonishment spread across their faces. It had been quite some time since they last visited the training room, and thus they were unaware of these significant changes. Furthermore, the time ratio has shifted from 1 to 1, 3, meaning that while a single day passes outside, 3 years elapse within the spirit time room. Bobo continued his explanation. Walker nodded, having felt the changes immediately upon entering, though he hadn't anticipated such a drastic transformation. After providing some essential information regarding the storage of food and bathing facilities, Mr. Bobo took his leave. Let us proceed, Gohan, Walker said with a subtle smile directed at son Gohan. Gohan nodded in agreement, following Walker as they ventured forward. They soon arrived at a central area characterized by its beautiful environment, lush greenery, and a gentle breeze that instilled a profound sense of comfort. Allow me to see if you have made any progress, Walker remarked, a mischievous smile playing on his lips as he provoked Gohan with a gesture. Rather than being incited by Walker's words, Gohan regarded him with earnest seriousness and replied softly, I hope you don't mind, Uncle Walker. No sooner had he spoken than he transformed into a mysterious state, his eyes sharp and his aura formidable. With a powerful push against the ground, Gohan launched himself forward like an arrow released from its bow, rapidly closing the distance to Walker. In an instant, he was upon Walker, throwing a punch with great force aimed directly at him. In response to Gohan's assault, Walker showed no intention of retreating. Instead, he met Gohan head-on, engaging in a fierce clash while remaining in his ordinary state. The battle escalated with neither side yielding, resulting in an extraordinarily intense confrontation. Chapter 61, Walker and Gohan. The Awakening of Instinct, Part 2. How extraordinary is this? Walker can hold his ground against the mysterious Gohan without even transforming, Krillin exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Previously, at Capsule Corporation, they had heard him boast about his strength, but none could have anticipated it would reach such heights. Goku could not help but rub his palms together, a surge of fierce battle desire swelling within him. Observing the intense skirmish before him, he thought, I wish I could join in the fray. Yet he exercised restraint, recognizing that this was not the opportune moment to intervene. Vegeta's gaze sparkled with excitement as he clenched his fists, seemingly eager to join the battle. However, he too understood that this was not the right time. Do you think Brother Gohan can win? Little Trunks gently poked Goten's shoulder, his face brimming with anticipation. Scratching his head, Goten replied somewhat helplessly, well, I'm not entirely sure. I really can't comprehend it. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In that fleeting moment, Gohan exhibited astonishing speed and strength. His hands moved with remarkable swiftness, unleashing a barrage of ki blasts that soared through the air like a meteor shower, numbering in the hundreds. Each blast, imbued with formidable energy, sliced through the atmosphere, emitting a piercing shriek that sent shivers down one's spine. In the face of Gohan's relentless onslaught, Walker merely smiled faintly. Gathering his power into his right fist and launching a powerful strike against the incoming ki blasts, the force of his punch surged forth like a colossal sword, seemingly capable of piercing the very heavens. In rapid succession, a cacophony of deafening explosions erupted as the ki blasts detonated, creating dazzling bursts of light that intertwined like a vibrant tapestry, a breathtaking spectacle. The shockwaves from each explosion disturbed the thin air within the hyperbolic time chamber, generating a palpable tension. Gohan's expression shifted slightly, yet he did not falter. The moment he touched the ground, he vanished with extraordinary speed. Too slow. With a resounding thud, Walker propelled a mighty kick toward the right, sending Gohan flying a considerable distance. Ouch! Gohan grimaced while clutching his abdomen. Walker, without transforming, possessed such strength. One could only imagine the magnitude of his power if he did. A chill ran down Gohan's spine at the thought. Hey, Gohan. Now is not the time to be distracted. Just as Gohan was lost in thought, Walker's voice pierced through his reverie. Gohan's pupils constricted. He had no time to mount any defense against the opponent's overwhelming speed. Yet, as if guided by instinct, his body reacted, raising his arm to block Walker's attack. A thunderous impact resounded as Gohan was sent hurtling backward by an immense force, skidding several thousand meters before regaining his footing. Oh my, not bad at all, Walker remarked nonchalantly. Almost immediately, he appeared before Gohan at an extraordinary velocity, delivering another punch. This time, Gohan was unable to react in time and took the blow directly. Clutching his stomach, Gohan staggered back several paces before ultimately collapsing to his knees. He grimaced in pain, his face as pale as a sheet, trembling slightly. Gohan coughed heavily, a trickle of blood escaping his lips. He realized he was no match for Walker. The chasm between them felt insurmountable. Are you afraid? If so, that would greatly disappoint me, son Gohan, Walker said coldly, his voice penetrating the very soul. Gohan's complexion turned ashen, his body trembling as he lowered his gaze, unable to meet Walker's piercing stare. Let me tell you, if you do not grow stronger, one day, when Goku and Vegeta are no longer on Earth, who will protect it? Walker's tone grew increasingly stern, each word a sharp blade, piercing Gohan's heart. Gohan bit his lip, torn between conflicting emotions. He understood Walker's words held truth, yet the fear within him rendered him unable to rise. Be it Piccolo or Tien Shinhan, they cannot offer protection. Only you possess the strength to do so. Therefore, you must unleash your true power. A resolute light flickered in Walker's eyes as he fixed his gaze upon Gohan, seemingly attempting to peer into the depths of his soul. Gohan's body trembled suddenly. He lifted his head, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. At that moment, a figure descended from the heavens. It was Son Goku. Goku, observing Gohan kneeling on the ground, crouched down and gently patted him on the shoulder. Gohan, you must believe in yourself. You are truly powerful. Do you recall what I told you when you were a child? As long as you are filled with rage, no one can stand against you. So, gather your strength, Gohan. Goku spoke earnestly, his eyes brimming with trust and encouragement. Tears glistened in Gohan's eyes as he clenched his fists, nodding vigorously. He looked up at Goku, who returned his gaze with an affirming nod. After a brief moment of eye contact with his father, Gohan rose to his feet, exhaling deeply, his expression transforming into one of determination. He turned to Goku and said earnestly, "Thank you, Dad." After expressing his gratitude to Goku, Gohan faced Walker once more, re-establishing his stance. At that moment, fear had dissipated from his heart, replaced by a fierce fighting spirit. "I apologize for interrupting your battle. I shall take my leave," Goku said, scratching his head with a smile as he flew back to his original position. Buzzing with energy, Gohan began to radiate a power even more formidable than before. Inspired and validated by his father, the effect was indeed extraordinary. Gohan launched an offensive, his speed multiplied several times over, and before Walker could react, a white mark appeared on his face. Very well, just like that. A smile crept across Walker's face as he swiftly approached Gohan, using instant transmission. Gohan's eyes darted around, and suddenly, he threw a punch to his left. Bang! This punch was effortlessly blocked by Walker. However, Gohan's assault did not cease. He charged his left fist once more, crouched slightly, and propelled himself upward to deliver a dragon rising fist directly to Walker's chin. Walker had no time to defend himself, and a sharp crack echoed as the bones of his jaw shattered, sending him soaring into the air. Seizing this opportunity, Gohan unleashed a barrage of attacks. Quickly assuming a stance to prepare for his special beam cannon, an orange glow gathered in his hands, and soon a formidable orange energy wave shot towards Walker. The energy wave struck Walker with tremendous force, triggering a cataclysmic explosion. The resulting hurricane from the blast spread like waves across the landscape. "Your son, Gohan, has finally surpassed his previous limits," Vegeta remarked with a glance at the smiling Kakarot. "This child possesses immense potential." Walker recognized this truth, which is why he sought a contest with him. "I believe that after this battle, he will experience significant growth," Goku said, his smile radiating warmth and pride. Chapter 62, Walker's Awakening of Instinct, Part 2. Walker inhaled deeply, then swiftly used white magic to heal the injury on his chin. Subsequently, he adjusted his stance, forcefully propelling himself off the ground, and a cyclone abruptly formed, launching him towards Gohan like a cannonball. In kind, upon seeing Walker charge, Gohan surged forward at maximum speed. Their figures interwove in midair, each collision generating powerful waves of energy and ripples, potent enough to obliterate a mountain. As their clashes intensified, bolts of pure energy, akin to silver serpents, arced through the air, rendering the battlefield a dazzling spectacle. Suddenly, Gohan executed a swift maneuver, creating distance between himself and Walker. He then rapidly gestured with his hands, unleashing the prince's technique, sending a barrage of golden energy spheres raining down upon Walker. "Humph." Walker responded with a low, disdainful grunt, releasing all his energy in its ordinary state. In an instant, the energy spheres hurtling towards him detonated midair, exploding like brilliant fireworks. It became evident that Walker's formidable aura had triggered their detonation. Seizing the moment, Walker swiftly closed the gap to Gohan, and upon appearing beside him, unleashed a punch imbued with immense power, sending Gohan hurtling thousands of meters away. Just as Gohan regained his balance, he was met with the rapid enlargement of Walker's fist before him. The speed of the punch was astonishing, and the force it carried was unimaginable, creating an illusion as though it could shatter the very world. Startled, Gohan instinctively sought to evade, yet found his body slow to respond to his thoughts, rendering him momentarily immobile. Just as Walker's fist was a mere breath away, Gohan's combat instincts ignited, and his body became remarkably agile, allowing him to deftly evade the strike. In an instant, he seized Walker's arm and executed a shoulder throw. With a thunderous crash, dust erupted from the ground, and brilliant flashes of electricity flickered, causing the earth to crumble. This demonstrated the formidable strength of Gohan's shoulder throw. After landing the blow, Gohan vanished from sight, while Walker sprang back to his feet, scanning the thick smoke with the keen gaze of a hawk, searching for Gohan's whereabouts. Simultaneously, As Walker remained focused on tracking Gohan, his mind raced with thoughts. It appeared that the earlier punch had slightly stirred Gohan's combat instincts. However, he mused that he was still a tad short of transforming directly to easily overpower him. With this thought, a wicked smile crept across Walker's lips. At that moment, Walker suddenly sensed a formidable aura emanating from behind him. He swiftly turned around to behold a yellow energy wave, as thick as a barrel, surging towards him with devastating force. Boom! The earth-shattering explosion engulfed the entire battlefield. As the smoke dissipated, Walker stood resolutely, albeit somewhat disheveled. TCH, it seems I was still somewhat overestimating. Walker smirked, for these minor injuries posed no significant challenge to him. Very well, let me raise the intensity a bit. Though he had intended to delay further, it now appeared unnecessary. The white aura enveloping Walker's body transcended into a brilliant yellow flame, and in a flash of golden light, he transformed into a Super Saiyan. A few dozen meters away, Gohan's expression sharpened. Although he had yet to engage with Super Saiyan Walker, the energy radiating from him was anything but ordinary. Yet, inexplicably, Gohan began to feel a surge of excitement, as if something within him stirred, yearning to break free. Taking a deep breath, Gohan summoned all his strength to elevate his own aura. In an instant, a piercing white flame erupted like a fountain, causing the very space around him to tremble. Once the surge subsided, Gohan's gaze became even more acute, his hair standing straighter, his entire being brimming with fighting spirit. He took a few steps forward before suddenly lunging at Walker, his speed reaching an unparalleled zenith, leaving a trail of white lightning in his wake. Along, sharp legs swept through the air like lightning, propelled by an intense momentum aimed squarely at Walker. Bang! With a resounding thud, Walker raised his robust arm, effectively blocking the sweeping kick. Instantly, a powerful shockwave rippled outward, stirring up tumultuous waves of energy. However, Walker did not pause. His figure flickered like a phantom, reappearing behind Gohan and delivering a fierce punch to his back. With a thunderous crash, Gohan was sent hurtling away, soaring through the sky like a meteor. After traveling several thousand meters, he rolled in the air before finally stabilizing himself upon landing. Whoosh! Gohan's form flickered and abruptly vanished without a trace, prompting Walker to narrow his eyes and similarly disappear from his position. In the blink of an eye, the atmosphere transformed dramatically. Thunder rumbled and countless bolts of lightning streaked across the sky, illuminating the daylight with their brilliance. At that moment, innumerable afterimages flashed in the air as an intense battle unfolded. With each clash between the two, the space reverberated violently, producing crisp sounds akin to a hammer striking a bronze bell. Outside the hyperbolic time chamber, Tian and Mr. Popo felt the powerful tremors, their gazes fixed anxiously on the unfolding scene within, their hearts heavy with concern. Gohan suddenly erupted with a deafening roar, his entire being surging with power akin to a volcanic eruption. His attack speed accelerated dramatically, each move becoming more fierce and relentless, akin to a torrential storm unleashed. Not yet, Gohan. The power within you is not confined to this level. Despite Gohan's attacks raging with the ferocity of a tempest, they fail to inflict any meaningful damage upon Walker. Thus, I shall unleash my true strength. Although uncertain, it is worth the endeavor. Gohan resolves to hold nothing back, taking a deep breath as he fully releases the latent power within him. With a resounding roar, Gohan's body erupts in a formidable aura. This time, his presence is even more potent than before, sending Walker hurtling away. Concurrently, vivid images flood Gohan's mind. What if his father, Son Goku, Uncle Walker, and Uncle Vegeta were absent from Earth when faced with a formidable foe? They might fall, plunging the Earth into peril. Such thoughts fill him with anxiety and fury. Veins bulge on his forehead as the energy within him begins to surge uncontrollably, a ghostly white flame erupting from him, coalescing into a colossal beam of energy. The air in the hyperbolic time chamber seems torn apart, the violent aura igniting waves of lightning. As the lightning crackles and dances, it feels as though some shackles within Gohan have shattered entirely. His eyes turn a fierce crimson, brimming with unrestrained violence and the scent of blood. His once ebony hair swiftly transforms into a radiant silver purple, growing at an astonishing rate. Simultaneously, his muscles undergo a monumental transformation, swelling several times their original size, while the pale aura shifts into an unsettling silver purple. In this moment, Gohan has undergone a complete metamorphosis. His scarlet eyes radiate a terrifying light. His silvery hair billows with intensity, and he exudes a formidable silver-purple aura, a manifestation of an extraordinary existence, an instinctual awakening from deep within. In this instant, Gohan transcends his limits, achieving his unique transformation, the Super Saiyan Beast form. Chapter 63, A New Lineup. Gohan's transformation astounds Goku and the others. His potential has reached unprecedented heights, exceeding even that of Super Saiyan Blue. Goku's voice is subdued. He never anticipated his son's power could ascend to such levels, far surpassing his expectations. If his son can achieve such feats, then, as his father, he too can strive for greatness, perhaps even grasping the mastery of Ultra Instinct that was spoke of. Is this still the Gohan we know? His transformation exudes an ominous aura. Tien, stunned, gazes at Gohan, filled with disbelief. Who could have imagined that the usually gentle and polite Gohan would unveil such a sinister form upon awakening his fury? Vegeta observes Gohan's new appearance, his brow furrowing in contemplation before he speaks. Kakarot, your son's transformation does not belong to any known Saiyan form. It appears to be a new transformation born of the hybridization of Saiyans and Earthlings. Vegeta's astuteness brings him perilously close to the truth. In truth, pure-blooded Saiyans achieve transformation by awakening the latent power within their bloodlines, thereby acquiring formidable strength. Nevertheless, despite their divergent paths, the significance of bloodline power remains undeniable. For instance, Walker's ability to transform into Super Saiyan 4 is a testament to his successful activation of the ancestral power within him, resulting in a new evolutionary form. This novel transformation represents a realm yet unexplored for Vegeta, prompting him to ponder deeply. He realizes that the hybridization of Saiyans and Earthlings may unveil an array of unknown possibilities and potential. Piccolo, wearing a look of satisfaction, silently cheers for Gohan, whose aura has caused cracks to form in the hyperbolic time chamber. Meanwhile, in the realm of the gods of destruction, Beerus, who had dozed off while reading, suddenly awakens, rising to gaze in a particular direction and calling out to Whis, who appears abruptly from the kitchen. What was that surge of energy? The power he sensed reached divine levels, yet it was not divine energy. It was an essence he could scarcely articulate. With his staff appearing in hand, Whis examines the crystal ball and states, the energy that erupted from Gohan, son of Goku, signifies a brand new transformation. As he speaks, a luminous screen materializes upon touching the ground, revealing scenes from the hyperbolic time chamber on Earth. The Saiyan race is indeed intriguing, continually innovating in remarkable ways. Beerus, stroking his chin, gazes at Gohan with curiosity, his eyes sparkling with eager interest. Suddenly, his gaze shifts slightly, as if he has uncovered something fascinating, his expression turning to one of astonishment. This fellow has returned, and has grown to such an extent. Following Beerus's line of sight, one can discern a figure standing silently, Walker. It appears he has triggered Gohan's transformation. If so, our seventh universe has a substantial chance of triumphing in the tournament of power, don't you think so, Lord Beerus? Whis remarks with a gentle chuckle, a hint of anticipation in his tone. Beerus raises an eyebrow, a faint smile gracing his lips, perhaps. In the hyperbolic time chamber on Earth, after Gohan has transformed into his beastly form, Walker unexpectedly reverts to his normal state, a subtle smile adorning his face. This sudden change leaves Gohan somewhat bewildered. He stares wide-eyed, filled with questions. Are we not continuing the battle? Let's pause the fight for now. We shall resume another time. You have successfully mastered your new form, but remember to control this immense power with finesse. Walker explains with a smile. Gohan, enlightened by these words, nods in understanding. Subsequently, he dispels his transformation, exhaling a long breath of relief. He moves aside, sitting cross-legged, closing his eyes to deeply feel the surging energy within him. Walker approaches Goku and the others, intending to guide and train them to enhance their strength, thereby increasing their chances of victory in the tournament of power. Time flies by like a fleeting shadow. In the blink of an eye, 3 days have passed. Throughout the 9 years spent in the hyperbolic time chamber, everyone's strength has undergone a remarkable transformation. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst, Walker's system has not registered any enhancements, as if the passage of time within the chamber does not align with its system's rules. Finally emerging from the chamber, Walker and the others exhaled in relief. eagerly making their way to the bathroom to thoroughly cleanse themselves of the grime and sweat accumulated over time. After a meticulous grooming session, each individual appeared revitalized, radiating a glow akin to rebirth. However, among this group, Krillin and Tien Shinhan were conspicuously absent. It turns out that they had chosen to leave the hyperbolic time chamber after less than a year. Moreover, both martial artists expressed their disinterest in participating in the upcoming tournament, fully aware of their own limitations and capabilities. Although Krillin will not compete, his wife, Android 18, intends to participate. Consequently, finding other suitable candidates for the tournament has become imperative. With merely 2 hours remaining until they depart for the void, it is essential that they assemble a total of 10 participants. In a state of urgency, Beerus shouted at the group, his anxious demeanor palpable. At that moment, Walker suddenly proposed, "What if we summon Frieza and Cell from hell? The fortune teller can allow the deceased to return to the living world for a day, which should suffice." Upon hearing this suggestion, Goku's eyes brightened. Yes, those two would make excellent choices. And even if they attempt any mischief, our current strength should be more than sufficient to handle it. Great idea. I understand. I will go find the fortune teller immediately, Goku excitedly declared, vanishing before the group using his instant transmission technique. Approximately an hour and a half later, Goku reappeared with Cell and Frieza in tow. Upon seeing these familiar faces, Frieza let out an eerie laugh, while Cell crossed his arms, adopting a haughty demeanor. Subsequently, Goku made a quick trip to Mr. Satan's home to bring Bu along. Under Whis' divine influence, Bu awakened. After discussing the tournament with Bu and Mr. Satan, Bu initially hesitated to participate, but upon learning that Satan had agreed, he decided to join as well. Thus, a fresh lineup emerged. Walker, Goku, Vegeta, Gohan, Android 17, Android 18, Bu, Frieza, Cell, and Piccolo. Chapter 64. Cell's new form. Once everyone was prepared, Whis guided the group to the void. This realm transcends the concepts of space and time, existing solely as an ethereal expanse. When all 8 participating universes arrived, the Grand Minister stood at the center, announcing the rules of the tournament to all contestants before officially declaring the competition open. In an instant, a fierce battle erupted, with countless dazzling lights illuminating the void, as various formidable powers collided, producing deafening explosions. Gohan, serving as the captain, initially intended to devise a strategic plan. However, several restless individuals, including Walker and Son Goku, acted independently. Faced with this situation, Gohan could only smile wryly, expressing his understanding. It seems these people refuse to heed commands. Having spent so long in the afterlife, I too shall relish this battle, Frieza exclaimed with a hearty laugh, swiftly darting towards a cluster of combatants. Meanwhile, Cell also joined the fray, and in the blink of an eye, only Gohan, Piccolo, and Androids 17 and 18 remained. Observing the unfolding scene, Gohan sighed. Well, as long as everyone ensures they are not eliminated, let us each fight for ourselves. I hope everyone can showcase their utmost strength. On the other hand, the area occupied by the fighters from Universe 9 appeared particularly quiet. Originally 10 contestants were present, but 5 had already departed, leaving the remaining 5. Among them were the 3 Wolf brothers, Bazel, Lavanda, and Bergamo. Brother, I believe we should seek trouble with Universe 7. We must reclaim our honor from the disgrace of the previous tournament, Bazel proposed, his eyes gleaming with determination. After a moment of silence, Bergamo contemplated this suggestion carefully, scanning his teammates before nodding in agreement. Very well, let us together eliminate Universe 7. With Bergamo's command, they surged towards the direction of Universe 7's fighters. Along the way, any opponent daring to obstruct their advance was ruthlessly repelled. Their singular aim was Universe 7. In their hearts, they believed that only by defeating Universe 7 could they truly validate their strength and expunge the previous humiliation. In the audience, the god of destruction from Universe 9 watched the battlefield, laughing triumphantly. Haha, yes, that's it, eliminate Universe 7 first. On the opposite side, Beerus, upon hearing this laughter, couldn't help but grimace and clean his ears. That guy is truly obnoxious. He makes me want to slap him, he muttered. The old Kaioshin nodded in acknowledgement, unable to disagree. On the battlefield, the 5 fighters from Universe 9 confronted Cell, swiftly surrounding him. One contestant, Bazel, menacingly declared, "You are from Universe 7, aren't you? If there's anyone to blame, it's you for belonging to Universe 7." With that, Bazel launched the first strike, showcasing his agility in front of Cell. Moving like a phantom, elusive and difficult to capture. After several exchanges, Bazel suddenly appeared behind Cell, lifting his leg and unleashing a red energy blast, infused with formidable power and momentum. The energy orb approached Cell, who remained motionless. A smirk played on Bazel's lips, believing this attack would succeed. However, reality proved otherwise. Cell merely tilted his head slightly, allowing the energy blast to zip past his cheek, landing on the ground and erupting in a violent explosion. At the very moment when Shalu tilted his head, one of the 5 contestants from the 9th universe, a fighter named Oregano, raised his hand and shot out web-like strands that ensnared Shalu. These seemingly ordinary threads were imbued with an extraordinary power, binding Shalu as if they possessed a life of their own. Simultaneously, a colossal warrior beside Oregano, named Sissup, exhaled an icy breath of absolute zero, freezing Shalu's lower half. The chilling aura rapidly spread, rendering the surrounding air heavy and oppressive. Ha ha ha, you were careless, weren't you? My threads conceal your energy, and Sissup's absolute zero attack will render you immobile. Oregano chuckled, feeling a swell of pride in the synergy between himself and his companion. Their meticulously planned assault had indeed succeeded in trapping the formidable Shalu. As Lavanda approached Shalu, her hands enveloped in toxic gas, preparing to deliver a fatal blow, she suddenly heard the urgent shout of her elder brother, Bergamo. Get back! His voice was laden with warning. Before Lavanda could react, a powerful aura erupted from Shalu, instantly shattering the binding threads and the ice, reducing them to mere fragments. The overwhelming shockwave forced all 5 fighters backward, their faces etched with astonishment. Really? Did you think I would be so easy to subdue? Or perhaps you deem me weak? If that's the case, allow me to demonstrate my true strength, Shalu proclaimed, his expression icy and laced with disdain. Clenching his fists, energy surged violently within him, veins bulging on his forehead as he let out a fierce roar. Bear! A radiant silver light emanated from him, transforming his once fiery golden aura into a silvery blaze, while his green-spotted skin morphed into a lustrous silver. A torrent of energy surged outward, making it difficult for the 5 contestants to breathe, as though an immense mountain were pressing down upon them. This marked Shalu's new form, aptly named Silver Shalu. As Walker clashed fiercely with a justice officer named Cardabeals, his gaze drifted towards the distant Shalu, and through the system, he observed Shalu's astonishing combat power, which reached an astounding 176.5 trillion. Truly, he was the ultimate artificial human, having assimilated the genes of numerous warriors, and such a formidable transformation was hardly surprising. Fortunately, after 9 years of rigorous training in the hyperbolic time chamber, the strengths of Goku and his comrades had significantly enhanced. Otherwise, they might not have been able to subdue Shalu. At that moment, Shalu subtly shifted his body and then took a resolute step forward. In an instant, Sissup shot forth like an arrow released from its bow, accurately catapulting out of the arena. This sudden turn of events left the 4 contestants utterly stunned. The previous attack had been as swift as lightning, leaving them no time to comprehend what had transpired. By the time they regained their composure, one of their own had already been launched out of the ring, a speed so terrifying it was truly jaw-dropping. In the audience, the destroyer of the first universe, Iwan, expressed his astonishment, saying, I never anticipated that such a being could exist in Beerus's universe. To possess such strength and be considered a candidate for a destroyer is indeed surprising. The Supreme Kai, Innate, concurred, remarking, indeed, the recent grand exhibition has truly broadened one's horizons. This contestant under Lord Beerus is remarkably powerful. He then turned his gaze towards the section occupied by the contestants of Universe 11, seemingly observing their reactions to Universe 7. Chapter 65. The Annihilation of Universe 9. After eliminating one opponent, Sheru swiftly delivered a kick. Oligan's pupils contracted as his body was rendered incapable of response. He was sent flying by the force of the blow, losing several teeth in the process. He was promptly ejected from the arena, leaving only the Wolf brothers remaining from Universe 9. In that moment, the Supreme Kai of Universe 9 began to panic, urgently calling for the other contestants to assist the 3 brothers. He refused to believe that, with so many of them attacking together, they could not eliminate a mere pretender. Indeed, to him, Sheru was merely putting on an act. The destroyer seated beside him wore a grave expression and sighed heavily, having already foreseen the outcome. Meanwhile, The Wolf brothers remained on high alert, acutely aware of the immense pressure emanating from Sheru. "Brother, this fellow is formidable. Perhaps we should employ that technique," suggested Lavanda. The elder and youngest brothers understood Lavanda's implication, and just as they nodded in agreement, two more fighters rushed in, Lozero and the rabbit-like Salalu from their universe. "Quickly, assist us in dealing with this guy," urged the second brother. The two newcomers nodded and charged at Sheru. However, as they attacked, Sheru merely smiled and effortlessly evaded their strikes. With a casual wave of his hand, a powerful force propelled the two fighters away. After a couple of finger snaps, they were engulfed in a tremendous explosion, rendering them unconscious and sending them out of the arena. Initially, Sheru had intended to eliminate them, but the thought of the Grand Priest, who had announced the rules, deterred him from delivering a fatal blow. Although he sensed no energy fluctuations from his opponents, his instincts warned him that facing Sheru would lead to his own demise. Having dispatched 5 contestants in swift succession, the remaining fighters from Universe 9 were on the verge of arriving. "Damn it, how can this guy be so strong?" The second brother gritted his teeth. The third brother furrowed his brow and inquired, "Brother, what shall we do?" The eldest brother took a deep breath, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. "We will fight with all we've got." With that, he lunged at Sheru with fervor. The second and third brothers followed suit, and together they launched a formidable assault. Yet, even against their combined efforts, Sheru remained composed, deftly evading their attacks and occasionally retaliating, leaving them in dire straits. At that moment, the last 2 contestants from their universe arrived, and together, the 5 of them initiated an attack on Sheru. The feline woman named Haupu swiftly approached Shalu, her fingernails elongating into claws, launching an attack reminiscent of a cat's strike. Whoosh! Each swipe was effortlessly evaded by Shalu, while the blows carved deep fissures into the ground. "Such a tiresome display," Shalu murmured, raising his hand to deliver a strike, anticipating it would easily send her sprawling from the arena. To his astonishment, it was thwarted by a figure clad in what appeared to be armor. "Your attack is merely—" He barely finished his sentence before his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. "What was that you just said?" Shalu inquired, stepping over him and leaning in as if to listen intently. "Ah, you scoundrel!" The Catwoman, incensed, charged at Shalu recklessly. With a single swipe, Shalu sent her flying, rendering her unconscious, while the gust from his palm shattered several massive stones. He then kicked the fallen contestant towards the Catwoman, sending both tumbling out of the arena. At that moment, only the Wolf brothers from Universe 9 remained. Shalu pivoted and launched an assault on the Wolf brothers, his form flickering as he appeared before the eldest. He unleashed a punch to the man's abdomen. However, Belgamo did not fly backwards. Instead, he took several steps back, absorbing the full force of Shalu's blow, his physique gradually expanding. Yet, Shalu remained oblivious to this anomaly. He swiftly moved in front of Lavanda, delivering a kick to his midsection, sending the second brother flying. As Lavanda soared through the air, he released several high-density energy orbs. Just as they were about to strike Lavanda, a figure appeared before him like a bolt of lightning. Belgamo, their leader. He spread his arms wide, directly blocking the onslaught of explosive energy. To everyone's astonishment, not only did Belgamo withstand the force, but he seemed to absorb the energy, his body becoming even larger and more formidable. At that moment, Shalu's powerful right hand, accompanied by a fierce gust, reached for Bazel's neck, aiming to capture this resilient adversary in one decisive move. Just as his hand was about to make contact, a robust arm suddenly shot out from the side, gripping Shalu's wrist tightly. Upon closer inspection, Shalu recognized the assailant, Belgamo. His eyes glowed crimson, emanating a chilling aura, akin to a provoked beast. "Scoundrel, do not bully my brother," Belgamo bellowed, his gaze fierce. He concentrated all the energy he had absorbed into his left palm and unleashed an immensely powerful energy wave. This formidable wave surged forth, engulfing Shalu entirely in an instant. In that moment, a deafening explosion erupted, the shockwave creating a vast crater with a diameter of 100 meters in the surrounding ground. Belgamo exhaled deeply, returning to his normal stature. As the second and third brothers approached him, they gazed into the swirling smoke. It was indeed a commendable assault. Had it been in the past, I would surely have sustained grave injuries, but the present is different. A faint smirk crept onto Sheru's lips as he emerged from the haze. His gaze, cold and piercing, emanated an indescribable aura of lethal intent that sent shivers down one's spine. A soft, ethereal white glow enveloped his body, his energy shield, capable of withstanding all forms of assault. "Brothers, we cannot be defeated here. Let us unleash our full power," Belgamo declared, determination flashing in his eyes as he looked at Sheru. They had no retreat. If they could not vanquish Sheru, death awaited them. "All right," the two brothers responded in unison. They understood that this could be their final opportunity, and thus, they unleashed all their energy, transforming into living flames. Simultaneously, they launched their ultimate techniques, 3 distinct beams of energy converging in the air to form a colossal energy shockwave, streaking towards Sheru like a brilliant meteor. Faced with such a formidable assault, Sheru exhibited no inclination to retreat. Rather, a cold smile graced his lips as he assumed a peculiar stance with his hands. "Desperate struggle," Sheru scoffed. Then, he gathered his strength, concentrating energy into his palms, unleashing a super Kamehameha wave. This energy wave erupted forth like a volcanic eruption, colliding with the incoming shockwave with tremendous might. Boom! The powerful shockwaves collided, producing a deafening roar and radiating dazzling light. The Wolf brothers gritted their teeth, pouring every ounce of their strength into the fray. In stark contrast, Sheru appeared utterly unfazed. As time progressed, the Wolf brothers began to tire, their energy waves waning in intensity. In that fleeting moment, Sheru summoned an even greater force, propelling the Wolf brothers off the arena, single-handedly eliminating all participants from the Ninth Universe. Upon the Grand Minister announcing the complete elimination of the Ninth Universe, the two kings seated above, particularly the modern king on the right, raised his hand and effortlessly erased the Ninth Universe from existence. Sheru returned to his normal state, casting a glance at the exalted kings, pondering his thoughts before turning away to seek out other contestants. Chapter 66, A Chance for Redemption, Part 1. The battle raged fiercely, enveloping the entire arena in an intense atmosphere. On the Sixth Universe's side, Gabe had just repelled an adversary when he encountered Hit. A flicker of surprise illuminated Hit's gaze. He had not anticipated that the Seventh Universe harbored such a formidable figure beyond Goku and Vegeta. His eyes drifted into the distance, seemingly lost in contemplation. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Gabe addressed Hit. "Mr. Hit, how many individuals do you think our universe will manage to retain in this competition?" Although he did not explicitly state it, Hit comprehended the underlying query. Yet, Hit refrained from providing a definitive answer, opting instead for silence. Gabe continued, "Is that so? However, it matters not. I have faith in our master. If they can triumph, they will surely revive us, for he has made a promise." With that, Gabe revealed a bright smile, brimming with hope. As time passed, the battle intensified, and the number of competitors dwindled. "You from Universe 7, where do you think you're running?" Cardabeals roared as he relentlessly pursued the fleeing Walker. With a quick glance, Walker's eyes landed on Frisia, who was nearby, toying with others, and a faint smile crept upon his lips. He swiftly altered his course, accelerating toward Frisia's position. "What astounding speed! Yet, my velocity is not inferior to yours," Cardabeals noted as he too increased his pace, hot on Walker's heels. Just as he brushed past Frisia, Walker unexpectedly flashed a smile at him before instantly teleporting away. "What does that foul monkey smile mean?" Frisia scratched his head in confusion, utterly bewildered. However, before he could comprehend what had just transpired, a powerful gust of wind struck from behind. Instinctively, he staggered back a few steps, and then, bang, a fist, as large as a cooking pot, crashed down upon the ground, creating a deep crater. "It is not you, but as a member of Universe 7, you too shall face the justice of retribution," Cardabeals declared without further ado. Launching another attack, Frisia realized that the insufferable monkey had diverted his attention. "Damn it, once this tournament is over, I will make you pay," he thought to himself as he engaged in combat. On a massive boulder, Walker sat cross-legged, watching with keen interest. "While your power is commendable, I cannot afford to squander my precious time on someone like you." After observing for a while, Walker rose and disappeared into the smoke with a few leaps. Vegeta, having repelled a contestant from Universe 10 named Napapa with an energy blast, unexpectedly encountered Hit. "Though I do not wish to engage with your Universe 6. Since we have crossed paths, I have no choice," Vegeta declared as he initiated the assault, closing in on Hit with remarkable speed. It appeared Hit had anticipated this, swiftly countering with a punch. However, the strike missed, for Vegeta had crouched low and executed a sweeping kick. This maneuver lifted Hit off his feet, disrupting his balance. Seizing the opportunity, Vegeta followed up with a series of kicks that propelled Hit even higher, then unleashed his Prince's technique, sending forth dozens of energy blasts. Midair, Hit activated his time skip to evade the barrage, reappearing before Vegeta and targeting his throat with a strike. Boom. Vegeta blocked the attack, leaving Hit somewhat astonished. "Oh, it seems you have grasped my movement pattern," Hit remarked. A smirk tugged at the corners of Vegeta's mouth. "Humph, I anticipated you would make such a move." Hit chuckled lightly. "Is that so? You are quite similar to Son Goku." With that, Hit took a few steps back, adopting a stance. Vegeta transformed directly into the Super Saiyan God Blue form. As the divine energy radiated from his body, the gods of other universes were momentarily taken aback. They had never anticipated that a mere mortal could attain such divine power. Vegeta, fully aware of the gravity of the situation, assumed a defensive stance. He understood that although he had successfully evaded his opponent's time manipulation, Hit was far from an ordinary adversary and deserved his utmost seriousness. With his eyes closed, Hit took a deep breath before suddenly opening them wide. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Vegeta, who remained utterly oblivious to his presence. A tremendous crash echoed as Hit struck Vegeta with a powerful punch, sending him crashing through several massive boulders and retreating over 100 meters before finally coming to a halt. Raising an eyebrow, Vegeta pondered the delayed sensation he had experienced, concluding that his opponent must have leaped forward in time by 7 or 8 seconds. As Vegeta's thoughts drifted, Hit reappeared before him, executing his time skip once more. This time, Hit's duration of time manipulation was even longer, lasting a full 10 seconds. Within this brief interval, he unleashed a flurry of attacks on Vegeta, each blow infused with formidable strength and speed. As time resumed, a series of explosive sounds erupted from Vegeta's body, akin to the crackle of firecrackers. His form was battered and propelled backward, ultimately retreating thousands of meters into another region. After a few deep breaths, Vegeta gradually straightened his back and loosened his muscles with a few satisfying cracks. It was fortunate that he had trained under Whis in the hyperbolic time chamber, otherwise, his former strength would have been insufficient to contend with Hit. Clenching his fists tightly, Vegeta unleashed his full power, the immense energy causing his body to tremble, and his aura intensified. Drawing on his inner strength, his eyes sparkled with determination and confidence as a fierce blue flame surged around him, reminiscent of tumultuous ocean waves, continuously boiling with energy. Over the course of several seconds, the blue aura deepened, resembling the mysterious glow of the deep sea. Aside from the change in hue, Vegeta's exterior remained largely unaltered. However, the overwhelming presence he exuded conveyed an ineffable sense of pressure. This was his Super Blue transformation, distinct from the ordinary Super Blue, as it represented the complete manifestation of divine energy. Yet, he still held back, reserving his true power for the ultimate confrontation with the 11th universe. At this moment, Hit, sensing Vegeta's transformation, reacted instantly. He inhaled deeply, and his own aura surged, entering a state of rapid growth. In just a few breaths, Hit's explosive energy had fully manifested. He raised his hand and seemingly casually threw a punch, yet this strike contained boundless power and velocity. What is going on? Vegeta mused, bewildered by Hit's actions. As Vegeta pondered his predicament, he suddenly sensed a faint stream of energy approaching from the side. His instincts alerted him that this might be Hit's attack, prompting him to swiftly evade. Almost simultaneously, a colossal boulder erupted behind him with a thunderous crash. The attack was imperceptible. How could this be? No, it wasn't that the attack was invisible. Rather, it was rendered so transparent that it became nearly undetectable. A jolt of realization struck Vegeta, as he comprehended that Hit's assault was not entirely concealed, but rather augmented by some unique technique that rendered it exceedingly translucent, complicating the opponent's defensive efforts by obscuring the direction and timing of the strikes. Vegeta understood all too well that if he could not discern a means to counter this, he would be relegated to a position of disadvantage. "Let me see just how swiftly you can evade," Hit said, a slight smirk gracing his lips. He clenched his fists tightly and began to unleash a barrage of punches toward the front, each strike accelerating until they became a blur of shadowy fists slicing through the air. With each of Hit's punches, an array of invisible attacks surged forth towards Vegeta with astonishing speed, their transparency rendering them utterly undetectable by the naked eye. "Do you truly believe I am unprepared?" Vegeta's lips curled into a confident smile. Drawing in a deep breath, he elevated his energy to its pinnacle, a powerful aura of divine energy erupting from within him. His form began to sway from side to side, elusive as a phantom. Moreover, he suddenly unleashed a series of punches into the void, striking several of the invisible attacks. A series of muffled explosions resounded as those strikes, which were meant to connect with Vegeta, either missed entirely or were shattered by his counter. It became evident that Vegeta's ability to evade and retaliate against these unseen assaults did not stem from his vision or any other sensory perception, but rather from amplifying his own energy to enhance his perceptual acuity. This method, while seemingly straightforward, required an exceptional understanding and mastery of energy, akin to Goku's use of the Kaioken technique, only achievable upon reaching a certain pinnacle of power. "You Saiyans are indeed formidable," Hit remarked, narrowing his eyes as he regarded Vegeta, his voice barely above a whisper. Having uttered these words, Hit lunged toward Vegeta. In the blink of an eye, he appeared directly before him. At that moment, time itself seemed to freeze. Without delay, Hit struck with remarkable speed. Yet, just then, Vegeta suddenly lifted his gaze, a smile gracing his face. Hit's heart sank. This is bad. Sure enough, his apprehensions proved accurate. Vegeta effortlessly blocked Hit's attack and swung a punch toward his right cheek. Just as this blow was about to land, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Hit vanished. What? Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief, shock coursing through him. His gaze darted about frantically as he unleashed a formidable energy, attempting to locate Hit's whereabouts. However, despite his best efforts, he could not uncover any trace of Hit. It is as if Hit has entirely vanished from the realm of existence. In the audience, the god of destruction of Universe 6, Kampa, is also searching for Hit, yet he finds nothing. "Hey, Vados, do you know where Hit has gone?" Kampa inquires with curiosity. Vados smiles and nods knowingly. "Indeed, I am well aware." Kampa, filled with excitement, presses on. "Then where is he? Please tell me." Vados patiently elucidates. He is hidden within a space of his own creation. Kampa, looking perplexed, scratches his head and asks, "What does that mean? Could you clarify?" Vados, slightly at a loss for words, straightforwardly explains, "It means he has utilized his ability, time skip, to create a realm that belongs solely to him, inaccessible to outsiders." Kampa's eyes widen in realization as he exclaims, "Wow, Hit is truly formidable. Does this mean he can effortlessly evade the attacks of other competitors?" Vados nods in agreement, though there remain unspoken thoughts in her mind. Kampa, eyes gleaming with enthusiasm, declares, "If he makes good use of this ability, he might very well survive until the very end." On the battlefield, Hit suddenly materializes behind Vegeta, launching a punch that Vegeta narrowly dodges. However, Hit skillfully utilizes the space he has created, delivering a powerful kick that sends Vegeta flying, followed by a series of heavy strikes. Vegeta, under relentless assault, finds himself in a precarious situation, but at that moment, he abruptly halts and delivers a kick to the left. A loud thud resonates as Hit is propelled away, and Vegeta swiftly pursues him, unleashing a barrage of attacks. Hit rolls through the air to evade the strikes before landing and engaging Vegeta in close combat. The sound of their fists colliding reverberates in the air. Vegeta's attacks are not only rapid but also immensely powerful, forcing Hit to constantly defend while seeking a breakthrough. "Quite impressive, but do not underestimate Hit," remarks Whis, observing from atop a boulder, a faint smile gracing his lips. At that moment, two figures appear behind him, Kefla and Kale, the sisters of Universe 6. Whis pays them no mind, continuing to focus intently on the battlefield. Hit's eyes widen as his aura surges dramatically, swiftly surpassing that of Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta. He activates time skip once more, this time extending the duration to an astonishing 12 seconds. Seizing this opportunity, he deftly avoids Vegeta's assault. Vegeta's fist crashes heavily into the ground, creating a massive fissure stretching several meters. Has he grown stronger again? This ability is quite troublesome, Vegeta mutters with irritation. Hit slowly raises his left hand, palm directed towards Vegeta, emanating a purple glow. "Though I know not what trickery you are employing, I shall not allow you to succeed," Vegeta retorts with a cold smirk. Yet, just as he prepares to charge forward, he suddenly finds his body enveloped in a purple light, immobilized as if frozen in place. Meanwhile, Hit remains motionless, equally devoid of action. What is that fellow Hit doing? Why is he not attacking the opponent? The god of destruction from Universe 6 exclaimed anxiously. he cannot act. For this ability is akin to a double-edged sword. It restrains his adversary while simultaneously constraining himself, Bados explained calmly. At this moment, Hit was secretly contemplating. It is nearly time. I should have enough energy to send him off the stage with a single strike. With that thought, the light in his left palm grew more solid, forming a purple energy sphere that swiftly surged towards Vegeta. It's time to unleash my power. If so, I shall not hold back. Vegeta muttered internally, feeling the energy within him boil anew, causing the purple aura surrounding him to crack. This fellow is indeed attempting to escape my time prison. I shall not allow it. Huh. Hit accelerated, instantly appearing above Vegeta. Just as the purple energy sphere was about to collide with him, a thunderous sound erupted, accompanied by a dazzling flash of light and a fierce gust of wind. Hit's attack was utterly shattered, as Vegeta broke free from the time prison with immense strength. At that moment, Vegeta exuded a formidable divine aura. Transforming to resemble Super Saiyan 3, his hair cascading down to his waist, brow lowered, and eyebrows vanished. Indeed, the third stage of Super Saiyan Blue. Hit was taken aback, a sense of foreboding washing over him. In a flash, Vegeta appeared before Hit, delivering a powerful kick that Hit could not defend against, sending him soaring into the sky. Vegeta then teleported high above, clasping his fists together and striking down with tremendous force, resulting in a deafening crash that shattered the arena. Thus, Hit of Universe 6 was eliminated, and this served as a redemption for past grievances. Once he reverted from his transformation, Vegeta staggered to the ground, not from exhaustion, but rather as an act. I must be cautious. I cannot reveal my final transformation too soon. After resting for a moment, he rose and departed. With Hit eliminated, what? Do you two sisters wish to be eliminated by me as well? After witnessing Hit's defeat, Walker turned to speak. Although Hit has fallen, victory will undoubtedly belong to our Universe 6, Kale confidently declared, her assurance stemming from the presence of her adorable junior, and they still had a trick up their sleeves. Chapter 68. Encircling Walker. Oh, are you so confident? Walker observed Caulifla and Kale with amusement, a smirk playing on his lips. Acquisition successful. Obtained Berserk form. Note: utilizing this form will result in a loss of rationality, though strength will elevate to a level akin to Ultra Instinct, followed by a 1-hour unconsciousness. Walker was astonished. Despite its side effects, this transformation was indeed impressive. Caulifla remained undeterred by Walker's words. Instead, a glimmer of determination flashed in her eyes. She gently patted Kale on the shoulder, signaling her to step aside. Taking a deep breath, she tensed her muscles, instantly transforming into Super Saiyan 2. According to the original narrative, it was inconceivable for Caulifla to transform into Super Saiyan 2 at this moment. Yet, she has accomplished it. Clearly, the emergence of Walker has generated a butterfly effect. With a fierce glint in her eyes, Caulifla advanced, her form darting forward like a bolt of lightning towards Walker. Her speed was remarkable, and in the blink of an eye, she was before him, her fist roaring as it struck down upon him. In response to Caulifla's assault, Walker merely tilted his head slightly, effortlessly evading the blow. Simultaneously, he raised his knee and swiftly collided with Caulifla. A resounding crash echoed as Caulifla, quick to react, met Walker's knee with her elbow. The impact between them unleashed a powerful shockwave that swept outward. The massive boulder that Kale had sought refuge behind shattered under the force of the blast, and she could only cross her arms to shield herself from the oncoming energy. Suddenly, several shadowy figures appeared atop various boulders, witnessing the clash below and the solitary observer. It seems our battle must be temporarily suspended, Walker remarked with a smile. Caulifla understood his intent and ceased her attack, recognizing that allowing others to take advantage would render her a fool. The figures on the boulders were contestants from the third universe, 5 in total, one of whom was the righteous police officer. In another area, the 3 lovely ladies of the second universe began their flamboyant transformation. However, their aesthetic choices left much to be desired. Initially, their appearances were quite appealing, but after their transformation, they became rather difficult to describe. It must be said, remaining in their original forms would have been preferable. Nonetheless, it was undeniable that their power had significantly increased post-transformation. The female destroyer of the second universe observed this spectacle with great satisfaction, believing it showcased the unique beauty of her universe. This is the most beautiful aspect of our second universe warriors. Though their strength may not be exceptional, in terms of compassion, they are undoubtedly the best in the cosmos, she proclaimed with pride. The other contestants from the second universe cheered for the trio. Goku scratched his head, perplexed by the atmosphere that seemed foreign to his straightforward nature. "Oh, I didn't expect such transformations. Let me see your strength," he declared, positioning himself for combat. Meanwhile, Vegeta had also arrived on the scene, and the seated android 17 stood up. Ribrian leaped into the air, conjuring a massive heart that incessantly struck, launching a multitude of heart-shaped energy blasts. Goku and his companions chose not to engage directly, but opted to evade as the energy blast struck the ground, erupting with a sweet fragrance that transformed the surroundings into a picturesque pink. The entire arena was enveloped by this enchanting ambience. "What an odd technique. I feel somewhat nauseated," Goku remarked, rubbing his arms as if to dispel his discomfort. Vegeta and Gohan furrowed their brows, evidently unsettled by this peculiar maneuver, as Librian reveled in her prowess. An unexpected wave of energy shattered the immense heart, the source of which was none other than Walker. Experiencing this firsthand, he felt a chilling ambience coupled with a sweet fragrance that sent shivers down his spine. Librian gazed at Walker, a flicker of surprise in her eyes, yet it swiftly transformed into a confident smile. I didn't anticipate you possessed such strength, but my love extends far beyond this." With that, she launched another assault, unleashing a torrential downpour of heart-shaped energy blasts. Walker let out a cold snort, his aura surging violently, his muscles swelling as formidable power coalesced in his fist, smashing toward the onslaught of heart blasts. The terrifying force instantaneously obliterated all the heart-shaped energy, reducing it to countless pink fragments that scattered through the air. Witnessing this, Librian's expression turned grave. She recognized that she had encountered a true adversary. However, Walker had no intention of relenting. In a flash, he surged toward Librian like a cannonball, his fist poised with unparalleled might to strike her down. Librian hurriedly raised her arms to defend herself, but Walker's strength was overwhelming. She could not withstand it and was sent flying. She crashed heavily onto the stage, a trickle of blood escaping from her lips. Struggling to rise, she looked at Walker, her eyes sparkling with indomitable spirit. She was indeed formidable, yet she would not concede, for love could transcend all obstacles. Her two companions approached her, channeling the power of love, enabling her to undergo a further transformation. However, this enhancement merely bestowed upon her a pair of wings upon her back, though her energy had undeniably increased. This time, Walker chose not to engage. Instead, Vegeta took the initiative, while Goku and Android 17 faced off against the other two female warriors. Walker stood still, observing the unfolding scenario, unhurried in his pursuit to eliminate the other contestants. Nonetheless, despite his lack of aggression, it did not deter others from seeking him out. Soon, several fighters from Universe 11 swiftly closed in on him, encircling him in a tight formation. Seeing them, Walker merely smiled, remarking, "Ah, have you come to offer your heads to me? How delightful." The fighters from Universe 11 bristled at his words. One among them, a contestant named Bu, retorted fiercely, "Stop the chatter. Although this conflict was not initiated by you, since you belong to Universe 7, you must pay the price. Once we eliminate you, we shall methodically dispatch the rest of your Universe 7 companions." Walker maintained his serene smile, unfazed by their threats. Meanwhile, in the vicinity of Jiren and his comrades, Tisbro expressed his confusion to Topo. "Are you certain about sending them to eliminate that guy? The individual from Universe 7 is no trifling opponent. They might find themselves at a disadvantage." Topo pondered for a few moments before responding. "They are unlikely to be a match for that individual. They may very well be eliminated by him. But why allow them to engage if they are destined for defeat?" The thought remained unvoiced, as he fell silent upon noticing Jillian meditating nearby. In his moment of anxiety, he momentarily forgot about Jillian, for with him present, their universe could never possibly lose. With such contemplation, he could only whisper an apology to his teammates in his heart. Chapter 69. The first encounter surrounded, Walker bore a faint smile, one that seemed to mock their foolishness. The members of the 11th Universe Proud Warriors team could not help but feel perplexed. How could he still smile? Did he possess a hidden strategy or a secret weapon? Infuriating. This fellow was exceedingly irritating. One member gritted his teeth, wishing to charge forth and teach Walker a lesson. At that moment, Boone made his move. He swiftly harnessed his energy to conjure a long rope, coiling around Walker like a venomous serpent, binding him tightly. This rope, imbued with a unique energy, constrained the enemy and sapped his strength. Now let us see how you handle this. Boone declared triumphantly, confident that his maneuver would subdue Walker. As he had anticipated, Walker's body trembled slightly under the binding, yet he soon regained his composure. It seems you are not as formidable as you thought. You can no longer wield your power. Boone taunted, believing he had successfully ensnared Walker. However, Walker merely smiled faintly, offering no response to Boone's provocation. Boone, do not underestimate him. He may not be as simple as he appears, Keter advised, sensing that Walker had yet to reveal his hidden capabilities. I am not being careless, someone like him. Before he could finish, a figure suddenly lunged at him, moving with lightning speed. Crash! With a resounding impact, Boone was sent flying by a single punch, hurtling through the air and demolishing several massive rocks before crashing heavily out of the ring. Boone. Witnessing this, Keter was alarmed, wishing to save Boone. But the speed was too great, he could scarcely react in time. As Boone fell from the arena, the rope binding Walker vanished instantly. Everyone, attack together. Upon hearing Casserole's command, the others sprang into action, coordinating their assault on Walker. Meanwhile, Taba stealthily circled to Walker's rear. Taking a deep breath, he lunged forward, tightly embracing Walker's waist. Walker could have easily evaded Taba's attack, yet he chose not to, curious to discover just how much weight this individual could add. Crack! Walker began to sink, now submerged to his ankles, as Zoe spun her body, generating a whirlwind that charged towards Walker at an astonishing speed. The air crackled with sparks as the rapid rotation of her attack made contact with Walker's form. Having gained a general understanding, it appears that both of you possess a modicum of skill. In a fit of rage, Walker unleashed his fury, sending Tabar and Zoe flying, before swiftly appearing before Zoe and landing a powerful blow to his abdomen. Ugh! His eyes widened in shock as an intense wave of pain rendered him paralyzed. Walker followed up with another punch, launching him from the arena with a forceful gust. He then teleported in front of Tabar, who had activated his petrification defense. Yet it proved futile. Walker's powerful kick shattered his defenses, and with a single punch, he sent Tabar soaring out of the ring. Though this sequence felt prolonged, it transpired in mere seconds. In the presence of the remaining combatants, there was a flurry of sounds as they suffered varying degrees of impact from Walker's onslaught, followed by his standard spiraling cannon attack. A tremendous wave of energy surged forth like a relentless tide, engulfing them instantly. This was soon followed by a deafening explosion, propelling the spectators off the stage. However, one individual remained unscathed, an enigmatic woman named Kokoti. She had summoned her unique ability to create a spherical alternate dimension, successfully shielding herself from the chaos. From this moment on, your attacks hold no power over me, Kokoti declared with a triumphant grin. The sphere before her, formidable in its ordinary form, seemed nearly impregnable, yet it was not the only means to confront it. Just as Walker prepared to kick the sphere, he sensed an impending assault from behind. Swiftly, he turned, crossing his arms in a defensive posture. A dull thud resounded as Walker was pushed back, sliding a distance before coming to a halt. The assailant was none other than Jiren, the mightiest being of Universe 11. Walker immediately accessed the system to assess Jiren's combat power, and he was astounded. Even in his regular state, devoid of any explosive transformation or enhanced attire, Jiren's battle strength reached an astonishing 260 quintillion. At that moment, Walker was more formidable than the Super Saiyan Blue Vegeto he had encountered in the future realm. Jiren chose to intervene primarily due to instructions from Vermoud. Vermoud had advised him to eliminate this individual first before turning his attention to Son Goku. Instantly, Walker transformed into Super Saiyan 3, confronting Jiren. During his time in the hyperbolic time chamber, Walker had engaged in countless battles against Goku and others, repeatedly facing death to trigger his transformation. Thus, upon becoming a Super Saiyan 3, his strength had surged to nearly 225 quintillion. Walker was the first to strike, his body vanishing in an instant, moving with the swiftness of lightning, leaving behind only a fleeting blur. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Jiren, raising his fist to deliver a crushing blow. Yet, in response to this fierce attack, Jiren merely extended a single finger, effortlessly blocking Walker's assault. The entire arena began to tremble violently, the ground collapsing in layers over 100 meters, as a colossal wave of energy rapidly spread, causing the surrounding boulders to crumble and kick up clouds of dust. Wow, I too wish to battle that being known as Jiren. In Sun Wukong's heart, A feeling akin to the relentless scratching of a cat's claws stirred within him. Although the competitors from the second universe showcased remarkable prowess, they failed to ignite his fighting spirit. He yearned for a fierce battle that would compel him to unleash his full strength and reveal his true capabilities. Ah, mere monsters. Frisia disdainfully cast a feeble contestant from the arena, standing aloft with an air of arrogance as he surveyed the intense clash between Walker and Jiren. His gaze sparkled with an indescribable light, as if he were contemplating something profound. At that moment, Frost from the sixth universe appeared behind Frisia, turning to face Frost. They exchanged a knowing smile, and soon began to converse in hushed tones, as though deliberating a secret scheme. After several seconds had elapsed, Frost slipped away quietly, leaving Frisia with a cunning smile. No one knew the nature of their conspiracy, save for the two of them who held the truth. Walker relentlessly swung his fists, each strike imbued with formidable power. Yet, Jiren, with an expressionless visage, effortlessly countered every attack. Pausing, Walker took a deep breath, unleashing a powerful aura as he instantaneously transformed into Super Saiyan 4. As this new form manifested before the audience, Jiren, who had remained impassive, finally reacted, his eyes widening as invisible multiple strikes descended upon Walker like lightning. However, after achieving his Super Saiyan 4 transformation, those unseen assaults posed no threat to him at all. With casual gestures, he easily dispersed the attacks. Following this, Walker stomped the ground with great force, causing it to collapse beneath him, propelling himself forward with astonishing speed that surpassed the sound barrier. The velocity was breathtaking, generating a cataclysmic whirlwind in his wake. This tempest roared forth like a ferocious beast, crashing towards the edge of the arena, sending ripples throughout the void. Jiren blinked slightly, a flash of brilliance igniting in his gaze. Without hesitation, he extended his hand, clenched into a fist, and struck forward with a powerful punch. The collision of their fists erupted in a radiant explosion of light, unleashing a torrent of energy that surged outward like tumultuous waves. The weaker sections of the arena crumbled, and those unable to withstand such overwhelming force were sent tumbling from the stage. At that moment, their figures suddenly vanished, only to reappear high above, akin to two meteors hurtling towards one another at astonishing speed. They refrained from utilizing techniques such as flight, instead relying on their impeccable control of ki and superior skills to maneuver through the air. Their fists collided once more, and in mere moments, they exchanged over 100 strikes in a flurry of movement. This is impossible. How can that guy stand toe-to-toe with Jiren? The god of destruction from Universe 11 gazed incredulously at the unfolding spectacle, his inner astonishment lingering long after the initial shock. He widened his eyes, as though attempting to re-examine the events transpiring before him in search of a rational explanation. Yet, despite his fervent efforts, the truth remained, an undeniable reality that was difficult to fathom. Do not fret. Jiren has yet to unleash his full potential. Have faith in him. After all, he harbors a resolve that compels him to achieve his goals, even at the cost of his own life. The smiling god of destruction exuded unwavering confidence in Jiren, recognizing that should Jiren truly unleash his might, he would become an adversary even he could not vanquish. Simultaneously, his gaze shifted towards Beerus. At that moment, the audience from Universe 7 remained intact, with not a single contestant present in the stands, starkly contrasting with the other universes. It appeared that Jiren had not been idle during his time in the hyperbolic time chamber. Rather, he emanated a unique aura that set him apart. Beerus narrowed his eyes slightly, revealing a hint of gravity in his expression as an unsettling energy radiated from the opposing warrior. He pondered silently, questioning the depths of power and secrets that the warrior named Jiren concealed. The Kaioshin nodded thoughtfully and remarked that fellow Jiren possesses an air of nobility, as if he were a god of destruction himself. Suddenly, Whis interjected, in truth, a legend has long circulated among the deities, claiming that in some universe, a mortal will emerge who eclipses even the gods of destruction. It seems this legend holds merit, and that individual is none other than Jiren from Universe 11. How was I unaware of such a matter? Beerus scratched his head in surprise, having never heard of this legend before. Lord Beerus, you were fast asleep at the time. How could you possibly know? Whis's tone carried a hint of mockery. Beerus offered an awkward smile before turning his attention back to the battle unfolding before him. Meanwhile, the confrontation between Goku, Vegeta, and number 17 against the second universe was nearing its conclusion. All contestants from the Universe 2 team had been eliminated, leaving only Zabuto, Labanra, and Zeroin. At this juncture, the trio had transformed into the three female warriors, and their attack techniques bore striking similarities. Beautiful cannon. Zeroin shaped her hands into a heart and unleashed a pink energy laser. Super Saiyan 2 Goku adeptly evaded the attack, then instantaneously teleported in front of his opponent, delivering a powerful punch that should have been unstoppable, yet was surprisingly caught with ease. I didn't expect that your change in appearance would significantly enhance your strength, Goku exclaimed in astonishment. Zeroin replied with a triumphant smile, surrounded by love, we are invincible. With that, she curled her body and began to roll rapidly. As her speed escalated, she transformed into a spherical form, hurtling towards Goku like a cannonball, a technique reminiscent of the earlier attack from Ribrian. The Super Saiyan son Wukong elevated his aura to its zenith, subsequently delivering a powerful kick that sent him soaring through the air. Fortunately, his two companions caught him, and the trio stood atop a towering, colossal rock. The seventh universe had to concede that your resilience matched our love in equal measure. To eliminate you, we must amplify this love bestowed upon us by all beings in the cosmos to its utmost intensity. Upon uttering this proclamation, a pink luminescence radiated from the three individuals, enveloping their forms and rendering them as though they were bathed in the brilliance of love. As the glow intensified, their aura surged, as if boundless energy surged within them. They then raised their hands, and the pink light gradually morphed into a profound black hue, resembling flames of darkness, igniting an inexhaustible force. Simultaneously, the trio shaped their hands into hearts, and three black hearts materialized, swiftly merging into a colossal heart that hovered above their heads, pulsating with formidable energy waves. Sun Wukong observed this spectacle with a flicker of wariness in his eyes. He recognized that they were invoking an extraordinarily potent technique. Drawing a deep breath, he concentrated all his energy and unleashed a powerful energy wave toward the black heart. To his astonishment, the energy wave was effortlessly absorbed by the heart, encountering no resistance whatsoever. On the contrary, the heart's size doubled instantaneously, becoming even more formidable and terrifying. The female destroyer from the second universe's eyes sparkled with intrigue, as if she had stumbled upon something novel. This was the ultimate technique that Ribrian and her companions had yet to master. An overwhelming love could bind the enemy, ensnaring them in anguish, and such a splendid technique could only manifest when love reached its pinnacle. As the heart above the trio condensed to its ultimate form, it hurtled towards Sun Wukong like a missile, astonishingly swift. Moreover, an inexplicable gravitational force pressed down upon Sun Wukong, rendering him immobile even in his Super Saiyan 2 state. The moment he was enveloped by the black heart, he felt as though he were being crushed beneath the weight of hundreds of planets, heavy enough to stifle his breath. He attempted to use instant transmission but found it utterly impossible, even feeling his bones creaking as if they might shatter at any moment. No futile struggles would avail him now. This was a prison of love from which even light could not escape. The three contestants from the second universe exerted their strength relentlessly. The ground beneath Sun Wukong began to tremble violently, sinking downward around him. This astonishing weight would compel Sun Wukong to descend continuously until he ultimately fell beyond the arena's edge. At this moment, no one intervened to assist him, for he did not require aid. Your love indeed astonishes me, but what I truly need now is a formidable opponent to unleash my genuine strength. Huh. As soon as the words left his lips, a tremendous aura erupted from Sun Wukong, his hair transforming instantaneously into a brilliant blue as he entered his super blue form. Without hesitation, he unleashed a 20-fold Kaioken to amplify his energy. With a thunderous roar, he launched a colossal Kamehameha wave, which twisted and contorted in the air like an immense rope. Despite the gravity-defying distortion, Sun Wukong adeptly controlled this formidable energy, directing it with precision towards the trio of Zeroin. Faced with such a potent assault, Zeroin and his companions dared not exhibit any signs of complacency. They exerted all their strength to release their energies in an attempt to withstand Sun Wukong's Kamehameha. Yet, despite their utmost efforts, they found themselves unable to repel the onslaught. Ultimately, Sun Wukong's Kamehameha wave shattered their defenses, striking the three directly. With an earth-shattering roar, they were sent hurtling from the arena. Following the announcement of the complete elimination of the second universe, The left-hand Omni King raised his hand to erase the second universe from existence. Thus, only 6 universes remained on the stage, and merely 10 minutes had elapsed in the competition. What would unfold next was beyond any divine foresight. Chapter 71. The Awakening of Furla and Gohan, Part 1. Walker and Jiren halted their battle, with Walker stating his intention to reserve his strength for the finals. Jiren remained silent, his gaze fixed on Walker, a flicker of confusion crossing his features, though his demeanor was primarily one of vigilance. With a slight smile, Walker's voice echoed in Jiren's ear. "Jiren, I hope we can meet in the grand finale." After uttering this, Walker instantaneously vanished from the scene. Jiren watched the direction of Walker's disappearance, his brow furrowing slightly before he turned to head towards Toppo. After a few leaps, he returned to Toppo's side, urging the two to remain alert while he entered a meditative state to recover. Meanwhile, on the other side, the fighters of the 6th universe were engaged in fierce combat. Their numbers had dwindled to 6, comprising 2 Namekians, 3 Saiyans, and Frost. Amidst the chaos, Gabe suddenly launched an attack, landing a punch squarely in the abdomen of the female warrior from the 4th universe. He had anticipated that such an assault would inflict significant damage, yet the outcome was utterly unexpected. The female warrior displayed no signs of distress. Instead, a mocking smile graced her lips. "With such strength, you dare to show off before a woman? Truly overestimating yourself," taunted Mona, the female warrior from the 4th universe, her tone dripping with disdain as she regarded Gabe with contempt. "Huh." Gabe, infuriated, transformed into Super Saiyan and relentlessly pressed his attack. But his strikes proved to be mere nuisances against the tough-skinned warrior. Suddenly, Mona thrust out her belly, unleashing a surge of tremendous power that sent Gabe flying away. He slid backward for a distance before managing to halt, only to realize that the situation had taken a dire turn. As Frieza from Universe 7 made his entrance, Mona immediately directed her ire towards him, charging forward without hesitation to launch an attack. However, Frieza merely cast a fleeting glance in her direction before sidestepping to deliver a swift kick to her abdomen. The impact caused Mona's complexion to shift dramatically, as an excruciating wave of pain surged within her, leading her to spit out a mouthful of blood, her body uncontrollably propelled backward. Yet, undeterred by her grievous injuries, Mona resolutely summoned her remaining energy to unleash a formidable wave of power towards Frieza. In response to this onslaught, Frieza's lips curled into a dismissive smirk as he flicked his finger, sending forth a small energy sphere the size of a marble. This minuscule projectile collided with Mona's energy wave, shattering it with astonishing speed and striking her directly. With a resounding explosion, Mona was hurled off the stage. He then turned his gaze towards Gabe. "I see you are quite familiar with Vegeta. Are you his disciple?" Frieza inquired in a calm tone. Gabe, uncertain of Frieza's intentions, remained silent, merely observing him. Noting Gabe's reticence, Frieza revealed a sinister smile. "Are you afraid? Too intimidated to answer my question? Or do you believe yourself worthy to contend with me?" A tightness gripped Gabe's heart, yet he maintained his composure, aware that Frieza would not relent easily. Thus, he resolved to strike first, launching a sudden attack while Frieza was off guard. However, Frieza's reflexes surpassed Gabe's expectations, effortlessly evading the assault and countering with a punch. Gabe felt an overwhelming force collide with him, and with no time to evade, he braced himself with both hands. Nevertheless, he was still forced back several steps, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Vegeta's disciple is hardly impressive. He was once my subordinate. It is only natural that his pupil would be so inept." Frieza scoffed. With that, he beckoned Gabe with a flick of his finger. Gabe's expression darkened as he surged forward, unleashing a flurry of rapid attacks. Now, let us shift our focus to another intense battle scene. The enigmatic Gohan was engaged in a fierce struggle against Caulifla and Super Saiyan 2 Kale. Bang! Bang! The sound of 2 resounding impacts echoed as Gohan effortlessly blocked the sisters' ferocious onslaught with his left arm and right leg. Following this, he executed a swift backflip, demonstrating remarkable agility as he inverted and began to spin rapidly, supporting himself with his hands. As the velocity of his rotation increased, so did the strength of his legs. Faced with this escalating force, the sisters were compelled to cross their arms, striving to withstand the overwhelming power, yet they found themselves continually pushed back. Ultimately, the sisters were forced against a massive boulder, unable to retreat further. At that moment, Gohan ceased his assault, elegantly rising to his feet with a graceful fish leap, raising his hand to unleash a spherical energy blast. Boom! Two resounding explosions echoed as colossal boulders shattered and collapsed, burying the two sisters beneath the rubble. A cloud of dust enveloped the surroundings, obscuring everyone's vision. Gradually, the sisters emerged from the debris. Caulifla turned to her younger sister Kale and remarked, "That transformation of Gohan's is truly extraordinary. The fact that he can withstand us for so long without becoming a Super Saiyan indicates that we must employ that technique. Otherwise, it will be challenging to eliminate him." Kale nodded emphatically, agreeing with her sister's assessment. With swift motion, Caulifla retrieved a pair of green earrings from her pocket. Indeed, they were the Patera earrings, exclusive to the Supreme Kai. She adorned her right ear with one earring and handed the other to Kale, who affixed it to her left ear. In an instant, a dazzling green light erupted, piercing through the surrounding haze. What transpired? Gohan immediately sensed an extraordinarily powerful energy expanding, his gaze fixed on the source of the radiance, filled with confusion and caution. As the light gradually faded, a mysterious figure emerged from the smoke. It was none other than the fused warrior Caulifla and Kefla. She radiated an overwhelming aura, her eyes sparkling with excitement and confidence. The surge of power coursing through her was exhilarating. Kefla let out a jubilant cheer, reveling in the relentless flow of strength within her, unable to contain her laughter. Kefla's energy exploded forth, her presence akin to a volcano erupting. Without hesitation, she charged at Gohan with lightning speed, catching him off guard. Although Gohan reacted swiftly, he was still a moment too late, managing only a feeble defense against Kefla's assault. Nevertheless, her leg strike contained tremendous force, sending Gohan hurtling hundreds of meters away. As he adjusted his posture in midair and stabilized himself, Kefla lunged at him once more. This time, Gohan was thoroughly prepared. He threw a punch, attempting to intercept her attack. However, Kefla deftly evaded his blow, leaping into the air and bringing her fists down upon him with great force. Realizing his strike had missed, Gohan hastily gathered his energy, crossing his arms in defense, channeling all his strength to meet Kefla's powerful blow. Bang! A fierce gust howled as the air was torn apart in that instant, the ground beneath Gohan crumbling and cracking. Observing that Gohan had blocked her attack, Kefla executed a somersault, striking him beneath the chin with her toes, launching him into the air and shattering several massive boulders in the process. Buried beneath the rubble, Gohan erupted with fury, pulverizing the debris into dust. Shaking off his slightly numb arms, he emerged, realizing that their fusion had significantly enhanced both their speed and strength. He had transformed into his Super Saiyan 2 form while in his mystic state, resembling the Super Saiyan 2 in appearance but surpassing it in energy level. Chapter 72. The Awakening of Kefla and Son Gohan, Part 2. Amidst the tumultuous fluctuations of battle surrounding him, the rotund Majin Buu nestled in a corner, stretching languidly and letting out a tremendous yawn. "How dull this is. Were it not for Satan, I wouldn't be here at all," he grumbled, patting his round belly, irritated by the cacophony that surrounded him. Rather than engaging in combat, Buu preferred the tranquility of solitude, even going so far as to lie on the ground and drift into slumber. Initially intending to continue his idle respite, Buu was suddenly encircled by contenders from Universe 4. However, he felt no trepidation or fear. Rather, he found the situation amusing. At that moment, one of the competitors seized the opportunity to launch a sneak attack on Buu. Caught utterly off guard, Buu's body was instantly pierced. His eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at his wound, and soon, fury ignited within him. He retaliated with fervor, launching countless pink energy blasts that rained down upon the competitors like a torrential downpour. The blasts were tremendously potent, scattering the Universe 4 fighters into disarray. Simultaneously, the skirmish between Kefla and Gohan raged on. Bang, bang, bang. Their figures flickered in the air, fists colliding with the ferocity of a tempest. Each blow was imbued with formidable power, leaving spectators in awe. Their speed was astonishing, creating numerous afterimages throughout the arena. Crackling green and golden flames clashed violently, producing an ear-piercing sound that resonated through the air. The entire space seemed to tremble, suffused with an atmosphere of palpable tension. "Wow! Incredible!" exclaimed the two kings, their eyes gleaming as they perceived something extraordinary. Exclaiming, "Fusion!" They danced about, repeating the word as though they had stumbled upon a newfound delight. The Grand Priest confirmed that such a fusion combat approach was not against the rules. Suddenly, a resounding thud echoed. Kefla was struck heavily in the chest by Gohan's palm, the force emanating from his hand propelling her away. In the instant she was sent flying, Gohan darted forth at blinding speed, matching her velocity, raising his fists, and bringing them down with tremendous force. Bang! Accompanied by this fierce onslaught, Kefla was engulfed by an overwhelming impact, akin to being struck by a colossal mountain. She plummeted rapidly, producing a fierce friction with the air, resembling a green meteor hurtling toward the earth. Boom! A gaping, bottomless impact crater formed on the ground, the powerful shockwave scattering debris outward. Surrounding boulders were obliterated by the force, creating a scene of utter chaos. If Kefla loses after using the Patera earrings, I shall not forgive you. Do you hear me, Kefla? Shouted an anxious spectator from the stands. With a swift leap, Kefla emerged from the deep pit. How noisy! She muttered in annoyance. Son Gohan, you are indeed formidable. Now, I shall get serious, she exclaimed with a roar. As Caulifla's voice echoed, her aura surged dramatically, distorting the very air around her. Her form began to transform. Her once ebony hair shifted to a vibrant green, and her muscles swelled slightly, seemingly brimming with boundless power. Accompanying this overwhelming presence was a green flame that erupted from her, blazing fiercely and ascending like a wildfire. This flame, as translucent as jade, emitted a heart-stopping radiance, as if it sought to engulf the entire world. In this moment, Caulifla had fully entered her Super Saiyan state, experiencing a qualitative enhancement in all her attributes. While her combat prowess soared to an unprecedented level, her eyes sparkled with excitement, as if declaring to Son Gohan that the true contest between them had only just begun. Wow, this power is indeed extraordinary, remarked Walker, observing the combat power displayed by the system from atop a massive boulder. Caulifla's Super Saiyan combat power was only 5 quintillions weaker than that of a typical Jiren, showcasing the terrifying extent of her enhancement. It was evident that the two sisters complemented each other to reach such heights, as Caulifla's talent had unlocked Kale's potential. Son Gohan's expression grew serious as he sensed an immense pressure, yet he too felt a thrill of excitement. With a surge of energy, he transformed into his beastly form, his slightly sinister appearance and primal aura astonishing all the competitors. What? Son Gohan has grown to this extent, exclaimed Cell, who was engaged in a battle with Dispo from Universe 11, utterly shocked. He had anticipated that upon reaching his new form, he would find an opportunity to exact revenge on Gohan, only to discover that his strength had reached such a terrifying magnitude. Son Gohan's momentum continued to rise, his formidable energy causing the entire arena, no, the entire void, to tremble. The gods, excluding the angels, widened their eyes in astonishment, incredulous at the unfolding spectacle. In that moment, Son Gohan resembled a wild beast, exuding a heart-pounding aura that intensified the atmosphere of the competition. Cell could only grit his teeth in frustration, but he refused to relent. After all, he was the epitome of artificial perfection. The two Xeno watched with heightened anticipation for the clash between Goku's son and the fusion fighter. The Grand Priest smiled faintly at Gohan, having grasped the essence of his transformation, before shifting his gaze back to Walker. Being a Saiyan is truly magnificent. I am thrilled to battle an opponent like you. Caulifla suddenly erupted into wild laughter, her voice reverberating across the battlefield. In that instant, the battle was poised to commence. Caulifla wasted no time, launching her attack with unhesitating resolve. She merely took a step forward, appearing before Gohan in a flash, unleashing a torrent of violent energy with her movement, creating a stunning gale that swept through the arena, as if intending to engulf the entire stage. In the next moment, Caulifla's iron fist, imbued with unparalleled might, struck towards Gohan. The might of this punch was immense, warping the very fabric of space as if it sought to rend everything apart. However, Gohan evaded the strike with remarkable dexterity, as Kefla's fist passed right through him. In that instant, Kefla swiftly pivoted, delivering a powerful kick that collided with Gohan's fist, producing a thunderous sound and unleashing a series of formidable shockwaves. In the blink of an eye, the two vanished once more, engaging in a breathtakingly swift hand-to-hand combat, with each clash generating enough force to obliterate a planet. After hundreds of exchanges, neither Kefla nor Gohan could claim victory, prompting a strategic shift towards contesting energy blasts. Brilliant energy orbs erupted like rain, with both combatants trading blows fiercely, neither yielding an inch. As time progressed, their firing speed intensified, and the explosive power surged exponentially. In mere moments, the entire arena was engulfed in dazzling light, followed by a cataclysmic explosion that stirred a massive energy storm. The arena was shattered into countless fragments, scattered across the void. Though fortunately, the range of devastation was not excessively vast. As Chapter 73 unfolded, Kefla approached with astonishing speed, executing a swift knife-hand strike that left spectators astounded. Yet, Gohan remained unperturbed, calmly intercepting the blow with his bare hands, as if he had anticipated this very moment. The fierce wind whipped around them, causing their hair to dance like banners in a tempest. At that juncture, Gohan suddenly lifted his leg to kick Kefla, who, displaying remarkable reflexes, withdrew her hand to defend. A dull thud echoed as Kefla was propelled backward, vanishing from sight in an instant. "Mr. Tien, I beg your indulgence to borrow your signature move, the Kikaho," Gohan exclaimed, rapidly gesturing with his hands to assume an unusual stance. In an instant, a potent force surged from his palms, coalescing into a brilliant white-yellow energy that shot forth in the shape of a triangular prism. Unprepared for this maneuver, Kefla found herself ensnared by the Kikaho, the overwhelming shockwave consuming her like a ferocious beast. While the Kikaho possessed certain inherent weaknesses, Tien's meticulous refinement had eradicated them, rendering it a relatively easy technique to master. With each successive impact of the Kikaho, Kefla's energy escalated dramatically, her powerful aura causing the arena to tremble, and the resulting air currents flattened the surroundings. The fiery energy transformed into a jet-like form, dense lightning crackling into existence, an unprecedented feat that also augmented her muscular physique beyond its previous limits. She had ascended to the Super Saiyan 2 stage, her released aura sweeping across the entire arena. In the wake of this explosive energy, numerous contenders of insufficient strength were sent tumbling, some even flung out of the ring, suffering the misfortune of elimination. Even the meditative Jiren was momentarily affected, his fingers twitching slightly. How formidable! Gab, who had been eliminated by Frieza, marveled from the audience, exclaiming, "To think that Caulifla's Super Saiyan 2 is this powerful." On the stage, Caulifla's momentum intensified. "Are you ready?" she bellowed. "I shall unveil to you the true essence of power." With her declaration, Caulifla's form abruptly vanished from sight. Gohan immediately heightened his vigilance, scanning for her presence. Just then, a flash of green light zipped past him, swiftly followed by an overwhelming wave of energy. "This is bad." Gohan swiftly pivoted to defend himself, yet the force of the energy wave was too immense, sending him careening away. "Ha ha ha!" Caulifla laughed heartily. "This is my power. You are utterly incapable of withstanding it." Regaining his composure, Gohan surged toward Caulifla, engaging in a fierce battle. Boom, boom. The arena reverberated with deafening explosions, the chaotic energy causing the platform to tremble incessantly, bursts of blinding light erupting in the air. Amidst the fervent clash of warriors, the Grand Minister suddenly spoke. "All participants from Universe 4 are eliminated." It turned out that the elimination of Universe 4's fighters was due to their inadvertent provocation of Bu, who, in a fit of rage, had dispatched them all, with some assistance from Piccolo. The king on the right raised his hand, clenching it, causing all of Universe 4 to vanish, save for the angel. The battle on the stage continued with fervor. Bang, bang. Two muffled thuds resonated simultaneously as Caulifla and Gohan each landed a blow on one another, both being propelled backward, visible waves of energy rippling outward, stirring up fierce winds. With a swift motion, Gohan delivered another punch to Caulifla, this strike akin to a speeding train, imbued with tremendous force, landing squarely on her face. Caulifla was uncontrollably sent flying backward. Seizing the moment, Gohan pursued closely, delivering a devastating blow. The impact was staggering, causing the very fabric of space to quiver. Caulifla transformed into a kite bereft of control, plummeting rapidly. With an ear-splitting roar, the already battered arena collapsed completely under the force of her descent. Just as she seemed destined to fall beyond the ring's confines, Caulifla suddenly unleashed a formidable aura, stabilizing herself atop a shard of stone no larger than a palm, and with astonishing speed charged toward Gohan. A powerful uppercut, shattering the layers of debris, struck Gohan squarely on the chin, propelling him into the sky. His body traced an arc through the air before crashing heavily back to the ground. At this moment, Caulifla stood atop a colossal stone, her right hand gathering immense energy that coalesced into 6 irregularly shaped crimson orbs. These orbs swiftly fused, forming a larger sphere, which she hurled towards Gohan with astonishing speed. Magic flash, Gohan shouted, placing his hands together before his forehead, unleashing a formidable wave of energy. Bang! Crackle! With 2 resounding explosions, their energies collided, producing a piercing sound. However, within mere heartbeats, a cataclysmic explosion erupted, one that could annihilate the universe. Fortunately, being in the Void Realm, this explosion wrought no havoc upon their world. The blinding radiance of the blast shone like a fierce sun, enveloping the entire arena and all spectators within it. As the light faded, the lingering smoke concealed the arena like an immense curtain. The relatively intact portions of the arena, under the impact of such a colossal explosion, shattered into fragments. 2 somewhat disheveled figures emerged. Gohan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, while Caulifla repositioned her arm. The explosion had inflicted varying degrees of damage upon them. It seemed that, in their current forms, determining a victor would be exceedingly challenging. Uncle Voker had cautioned against employing this technique lightly. Yet Gohan found himself compelled to utilize it now. He inhaled deeply, then unleashed a surge of energy, a silver-purple aura erupting forth like boiling water, roiling and rising as if to breach the Void Realm itself. With the explosive growth of his energy, a powerful whirlwind formed, dispersing the smoke that had enveloped the arena, rendering it clearly visible once more. Gohan's hair transformed, the silver-purple locks lengthening further, while his already crimson eyes deepened in hue, radiating a wild and perilous aura. The lightning surrounding him intensified, flashing more frequently, reminiscent of Caulifla's transformation into Super Saiyan 2. He fully unleashed his power, entering the second stage of the beast transformation, which, in essence, mirrored that of a Super Saiyan 2. Crackle! The lightning coursing through Gohan flickered, producing a cacophony of sounds as he gazed at Caulifla, his eyes reflecting authority and dominance. Caulifla, sensing Gohan's formidable energy, shivered involuntarily, a bead of cold sweat trickling down her forehead, not from fear, but from sheer exhilaration. She understood that the forthcoming moments would be pivotal in determining the outcome. Let us settle this with one decisive blow, Son Gohan. All right. Both combatants assumed their stances, preparing to unleash their ultimate techniques. The silver-purple energy sphere clashed with the green energy sphere, sparking with intensity. Behold my giant crasher. Caulifla concentrated her palms, merging red and green streams of energy into a colossal wave that surged towards Gohan with overwhelming force. Beast Magic Cannon, she shouted, extending her right hand forward, releasing an energy beam enveloped by spiraling energy rings. 2 terrifying energies collided violently, causing the entire realm of nothingness to tremble as the fabric of space twisted and fierce shockwaves formed tornadoes that wreaked havoc in all directions. Boom! The clash of energies finally reached a critical point, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion capable of annihilating everything. The blinding light of the explosion seemed to threaten total obliteration, with the energy rapidly expanding, causing cracks to appear in the protective barrier surrounding the audience. The angels swiftly intervened to stabilize the shield, while the high priest reinforced the realm of nothingness. When the blinding radiance faded, half of the arena had vanished entirely, leaving only the other half. Simultaneously, the high priest announced the disqualification of Kale and Caulifla, along with Frost, and declared the elimination of several competitors from the 10th universe. Frost and the 3 contestants from the 10th universe were particularly unfortunate, finding themselves nearby when the chaos ensued. In a moment of recovery, Gohan found himself clutching a rock at the edge of an unfathomable abyss, nearly falling off the arena. Summoning his remaining strength, he managed to roll back onto the platform, gasping for breath. At this point, he had no desire to move. It had been a narrow escape. Chapter 74. The Rampaging Ultimate Warrior Eliminates 3. After a brief respite of several seconds to regain some stamina, Gohan departed from that precarious spot. On the remaining half of the arena, the surviving competitors included participants from the 7th, 3rd, 11th, 6th, and 10th universes. Notably, none from the 7th universe had been eliminated thus far. In the area of the 10th universe contestants, Buu unleashed a ki blast with one hand directed at a muscular man named Mori Shirmu. The brash warrior charged directly at Buu's energy projectile. With predictable results, he was blasted away and eliminated, overconfident in his own strength. Following this elimination, only 4 members remained in the 10th universe. What are we to do now? It's just the 4 of us left, inquired the winged giant, bewildered as he looked to the more powerful Wobney for guidance. Wobney, equally at a loss, replied, I have no idea. That monster's power is overwhelming. Another contestant suggested, why don't we all attack together? We can't just sit back and wait for our fates. All right, let us give it our all. The 4 exchanged glances and charged towards Boo. As Boo observed the approaching quartet, he let out a great yawn, then clenched his fists as an overwhelming aura erupted from him. The 4 felt the oppressive energy radiating from Boo, their expressions shifting in alarm. But retreat was no longer an option. Thud, 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 thud. For dull thuds resonated as Boo's fist struck each of the 4, sending them flying. The force of these blows was tremendous, and as they were propelled through the air, each of them coughed up blood before crashing heavily to the ground. Swiftly, Boo made his move, darting at remarkable speed towards the winged giant. Without hesitation, he tore a piece of flesh from his own body and hurled it at Giam. In midair, the flesh morphed into a massive cloth that enveloped Giam entirely. Subsequently, the fabric rapidly contracted back into its original form, returning to Boo, successfully absorbing Giam in the process. Subsequently, Boo employed the same method to absorb the remaining 3 individuals, one by one. With each absorption, Boo's strength, speed, and various attributes surged dramatically. At that moment, a stream of pink gas erupted from the top of Boo's head, resembling a boiling kettle, emitting a soft whimpering sound. In just a few breaths, Boo underwent a remarkable transformation. He became a lean yet muscular figure, resembling the form of Majin Buu more closely than his previous rotund appearance. This new form is referred to as Super Buu. In terms of energy levels, Super Buu has completely surpassed the stages of Super Saiyan 3 and the mysterious form. However, there remains a gap before he can truly step into the realm of the divine. Buu, inherently a powerful entity, has not lacked training. Rather, he has failed to fully harness his innate talents due to his laziness. The elephant god of destruction from Universe 10 could no longer remain seated. Erupting in outrage, Lord Zeno, Lord Daishinkan, the contestant from Universe 7 has committed a foul. He has devoured the competitor. Is this not akin to murder? Universe 7 should be eradicated immediately. Upon hearing this, the remaining gods of destruction turned their gazes towards Zeno, eager to witness his judgment. For they too believed the elephant goddess' assertions held merit. However, the 2 Zeniths did not respond immediately. Instead, they exchanged glances before simultaneously looking towards Daishinkan, seemingly awaiting his verdict. After a brief silence, Daishinkan spoke slowly. The contestant Buu from Universe 7 has not committed a foul. He merely absorbed the competitor and retained them within his body. He further elaborated, you may regard this as a unique skill. At this pronouncement, the audience erupted in astonishment. Many found it inconceivable, deeming such an act excessively brutal. Yet, since Daishinkan had spoken, it implied that Buu had not violated any rules. Upon hearing Daishinkan's words, Beerus finally exhaled in relief, as he had been anxious about a possible ruling of foul play. A heavy burden had been lifted from his heart. Meanwhile, the elephant god of destruction appeared exceedingly dissatisfied, his eyes wide with fury yet helpless. Ultimately, he begrudgingly returned to his seat, muttering under his breath. The robotic god of destruction from Universe 3 emitted a peculiar electronic sound, which was translated by the angel behind him, warriors of Universe 3. It is time to showcase your achievements. As the god of destruction concluded his statement, Paparoni, having received the command, began directing the robots to merge. He commanded, prepare yourselves. It is about to commence. Upon receiving the order, the robots sprang into action, first combining into the formidable entity known as Kefla. This composite robot radiated a powerful purple light, and then Paparoni leaped into the luminous glow, intensifying its brilliance. Within this dazzling light, an enormous warrior emerged, none other than the mightiest fighter of Universe 3, Oniraza. A sinister aura emanated from Oniraza, manifesting as countless energy orbs that descended upon the arena like a torrential downpour, unleashing a widespread and indiscriminate assault. The half of the arena trembled with thunderous roars, gradually tilting under the sheer force of his power. Oniraza displayed a wicked grin, raising his fist to strike at the void. In the next moment, a red and white vortex emerged in the air, identical to one that appeared beside Shiru, from which a fist emerged, sending Sheru hurtling away. With swift motions, Oniraza waved his arms, conjuring portal after portal to launch attacks against Goku and his companions, struggling to discern the direction of his strikes. They were relegated to a state of passive defense. Admittedly, this tactic was rather unexpected, yet with familiarity, evasion would become feasible. Recognizing that his adversaries were gradually acclimating to his warped spatial assaults, Oniraza recalibrated his focus and surged towards Frisia. "How dare you attack me? Do you perceive me as weak?" Frisia bellowed in fury, leaping high and unleashing a barrage of energy waves. However, Oniraza merely waved his hand, effortlessly deflecting the incoming waves, before unleashing a crimson energy beam from his mouth. Frisia, taken aback, swiftly transformed into his golden form, retaliating with a super energy wave. The two formidable energies collided, resulting in a colossal explosion that enveloped them in a cloud of smoke. From the haze, a massive hand emerged, seizing Frisia and flinging him toward Sheru. Simultaneously, Oniraza expelled another energy beam, a move that could be colloquially termed a mouth cannon. Just as this terrifying beam was about to strike Frisia and Sheru, Gohan arrived just in time, utilizing the scant energy remaining within him. He activated his beast form and unleashed a powerful Kamehameha wave in an attempt to counter the incoming energy beam. Behind Gohan, Frisia and Sheru summoned their respective ultimate techniques, and together, the three energy waves clashed violently with Oniraza's beam. Oniraza growled lowly, the jewel upon his forehead shimmering brilliantly, as another red energy beam shot forth, merging with the previous one and amplifying its already formidable might. In this fierce confrontation, Gohan, Frisia, and Sheru's energy waves gradually succumbed to Oniraza's overpowering beam. With the passage of time, Oniraza's energy beam finally breached their defenses. A deafening explosion erupted, casting Gohan, Frisia, and Sheru into the air, while Oniraza seized the opportunity to swiftly maneuver behind them, delivering a resounding blow that sent all three tumbling out of the arena. Thus, Gohan, Frisia, and Cell were regrettably eliminated. Chapter 75, The Clash with Vegeta, Part 1. Roaring with immense satisfaction, Oniraza seemed to proclaim its strength and confidence to all. Without hesitation, it turned and charged towards Universe 11, eager to engage in a fierce battle. However, midway through its advance, it abruptly halted. Sensing a formidable aura closely locking onto it, the gaze of Jiren. Exchanging a glance with Jiren, Oniraza felt the weight of his power and authority. A flicker of fear surging within. It understood that continuing its charge towards Universe 11 could lead to an impending confrontation or even an attack from Jiren. Thus, after a moment of gritting its teeth, it resolutely changed course, heading towards the location of Super Buu. Through a brief assessment, Oniraza recognized its inability to defeat Jiren. Yet it was unwilling to concede defeat. It deemed Super Buu relatively weaker, redirecting its assault toward him. At that moment, a stone struck Oniraza, forcing it to halt. Enraged, it turned to identify the audacious individual who dared to attack. It was Walker. However, the true assailant was not Walker, but rather Piccolo, who had stealthily transformed into his orange form, ready to engage Oniraza in battle. Piccolo's orange form was not a result of a wish from the Dragon Balls, but rather an evolution developed by the old Kai. A system notification chimed. Acquisition successful, 50,000 shopping points obtained. During their training in the hyperbolic time chamber, Walker had taken a brief leave, bringing back the old Kai with him. "You think you can escape unscathed? I'll teach you a lesson," Piccolo declared, transforming into his giant form and charging at Oniraza. The battle commenced between the two colossal beings. Clapping his hands, Walker turned, scanning multiple directions, towards Goku and Jiren, Vegeta and Toppo, and Super Buu and Dispo. At this juncture, aside from Oniraza and the Universe 4 contestant trapped within Buu, only the fighters from Universes 7 and 11 remained, signaling the impending finale. Notably, should Super Buu be eliminated, all within his belly would be eliminated alongside him. "I have no desire to battle you, second-rate fighter. Stand aside, my target is Jiren," Vegeta proclaimed with commanding authority, exuding a potent aura, his gaze resolute and piercing. Toppo furrowed his brow slightly, but did not falter. "Vegeta, you are overly arrogant. If you wish to challenge Jiren, you must first contend with me." The two stood in opposition, the atmosphere thick with tension. "In that case, I shall utilize my strength to clear your path," Vegeta declared, transforming into Super Saiyan Blue and charging at Topo. Unyielding, Topo surged forward to meet him. Boom! Their fists collided, akin to a meteor striking the earth, erupting in dazzling sparks, followed by a tempestuous wave of energy roaring and crashing. After the collision, Vegeta unleashed a spinning kick with lightning speed. However, Topo was already prepared and effortlessly blocked the blow. Nevertheless, the immense inertia forced him backward, the impact penetrating his body and creating a deep crater upon hitting the ground. Topo raised his hand, releasing a barrage of concentrated energy spheres. Though diminutive in size, their power was formidable. Huh! Vegeta exclaimed in a low voice, deploying a protective shield in an attempt to withstand the onslaught of energy spheres. Unfortunately, his shield shattered in less than 5 seconds under the relentless intensity of the attack. At the very moment the shield broke, Topo appeared before him, delivering a brutal uppercut. In a split second, Vegeta agilely leaned back to evade the strike. But the force of the punch still grazed the tip of his nose, leaving a shallow scar. Is this truly your strength, Vegeta? No wonder you remain in second place. Topo smirked, his eyes brimming with disdain and provocation. He emphasized the term second as if to mock Vegeta deliberately. In the face of such taunts, Vegeta chose silence, opting instead to demonstrate his prowess through action. In a flash, he appeared at Topo's right side with astonishing speed and executed a powerful horizontal kick, reminiscent of a lightning bolt sweeping across the sky. The sheer velocity of the kick seemed to tear through the void, creating a fissure in the air. Topo had no time to evade and could only brace himself for the impact. Bang! With a resounding thud, Topo was propelled backward by the force of the blow. Simultaneously, a tingling sensation surged through his right leg. Such strength, Topo thought, astonished, yet he quickly regained his composure, channeling energy from within to alleviate the numbness in his leg. He then performed a 180-degree rotation in midair, landing gracefully in a superhero-like pose. However, just as he steadied himself, he sensed a shadow beside him. Turning swiftly, he discovered Vegeta had somehow closed the distance. Without a moment's hesitation, Vegeta clasped his fists and struck down towards Topo's head with tremendous force. The sound echoed like a temple bell being struck, deafening in its intensity. Fortunately, at the last possible moment, Topo managed to block the attack. Swish, swish. After both retreated a short distance, they charged at each other once more, transforming into beams of light that crisscrossed in a dazzling display. Boom, boom, boom. Vivid energy waves collided and exploded, sending shockwaves that created numerous craters on that side of the arena. Oh wow, the battle is indeed fierce. I imagine their fight is about to commence as well, Walker remarked, referring to Goku and Jiren. When he looked over, he found the two still standing there, motionless, as if preparing for something monumental. Intriguing. Is this a form of meditative combat? It is a common misconception that meditation necessitates closed eyes. One can achieve a meditative state simply through concentrated mental focus. However, this technique is only suitable for the most formidable experts. Suddenly, a figure appeared, none other than Vegeta. He positioned his hands and swiftly concentrated a formidable wave of energy. Gallic Gun, he bellowed, unleashing a torrent of violet energy towards Topo. Unyielding, Topo clenched his fists, a luminous aura enveloping them as he retaliated with a punch aimed at the energy wave. Their collision resulted in an explosion of light, as brilliant as two meteorites colliding in the cosmos. Vegeta surged through the brilliance, closing the distance to Topo without any extravagant techniques, delivering a straightforward punch directly to his abdomen. The impact was severe. Topo felt as though a tempest had erupted within his stomach, his eyes wide with shock as he staggered backwards until his back met the stone wall. He then expelled a substantial volume of foul matter, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Wiping the residue from his lips, his gaze sharpened. He had resolved to take this battle seriously, setting aside notions of righteousness to ensure victory. He discarded the proud warrior-esque uniform, knowing that if he were to unleash his true power, it would surely be torn asunder. Is that so? It seems you have come to a realization. The god of destruction from Universe 11 observed Topo with a smirk at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 76, Topo vs. Vegeta, Part 2. The destructive force within Topo began to awaken like a slumbering giant, causing the ground to tremble slightly, as if heralding an impending storm. In an instant, a fierce aura erupted from him like a volcanic explosion, radiating an overwhelming pressure and destructive power. Pure purple energy surged around him, dancing like flames and illuminating the entire battlefield. Simultaneously, peculiar markings emerged from his abdomen to his chest, resembling ancient runes that exuded a mysterious and powerful presence. As the destructive energy awakened, his physique underwent a remarkable transformation. He rapidly grew taller, his muscles bulging like those of a titan forged from steel, each sinew brimming with boundless strength, emanating a heart-stopping aura. "How is this possible?" exclaimed the Kaioshin of Universe 7, rising in astonishment, disbelief etched across his face. Other deities stood in shock, realizing that a god of destruction's heir was concealed within this tournament. It was unexpected that he harbored such power. This energy was the essence of a god of destruction. Beerus furrowed his brow, taken aback by how deeply Topo had concealed his true potential to ascend as a god of destruction. There are two pathways. One can either be a candidate selected through rigorous training and evaluation, ultimately earning the god of destruction's endorsement, or one can be designated by a current god of destruction to inherit the mantle. Topo belongs to the latter category, having been chosen as the successor by the god of destruction of Universe 11. With a swift motion, Topo dashed towards Vegeta like a bolt of lightning, his speed incomparable to his pre-transformation state, as if he had transcended the constraints of time and space. In the fleeting moment he appeared before Vegeta, Topo raised his hand and uttered two words, "Destruction." As his voice echoed, a deep purple energy blast surged forth, imbued with the essence of annihilation, hurtling directly towards Vegeta. Aware of the futility in withstanding such destructive power, Vegeta planted his feet firmly on the ground and retreated with the swiftness of an apparition, simultaneously launching a high-density energy blast. Yet, the moment his energy blast collided with the destructive one, it was effortlessly obliterated by the overwhelming destructive energy, while the latter continued its relentless pursuit of Vegeta. Witnessing this, Vegeta refused to retreat any longer. He raised both arms, gathering every ounce of energy to its zenith before unleashing a formidable explosion attack. A massive blue energy orb erupted from his hands, hurtling towards the destructive blast at an astonishing velocity. The two powerful energy blasts collided midair, radiating a dazzling brilliance. In the aftermath, a dual thunderous roar resounded as both the explosion attack and the destructive blast erupted in a colossal energy storm that engulfed the surroundings. At that moment, Vegeta flickered and instantly appeared behind Tuppo, his fist enveloped in blue flames, striking with immense force. Tuppo maintained a stoic expression, merely snorting dismissively, standing tall with unwavering confidence. His exterior was fortified with destructive energy, rendering any contact null and void. However, Vegeta's punch defied his expectations, landing squarely on Tuppo's face, and astonishingly, his fist was not obliterated as anticipated. How could this be? Tuppo's eyes widened in disbelief, grappling with the absurdity of the situation. Humph. After relinquishing your so-called justice to wield destructive energy, is this truly all you possess? Vegeta smirked, a hint of derision gracing his lips. If this is your limit, I find it profoundly disappointing. With that, he slowly retracted his fist, crossing his arms and regarding Tuppo with an air of superiority. Tuppo exhaled sharply, his gaze sharpening with ferocity. I underestimated you, Vegeta. Now, I shall unleash the true power of destruction. In an instant, his destructive aura surged dramatically, escalating to an extraordinary level. The potent energy radiated like a tempest, erasing all boulders within a 3-kilometer radius, reducing them to nothingness. At this juncture, Tuppo had reached the pinnacle of the god of destruction phase, truly embodying the essence of annihilation. Without hesitation, Vegeta charged towards Tuppo, his fist ablaze with azure flames, brimming with boundless strength. Tuppo, undeterred, met him head-on, his fist harboring the energy to obliterate all. Their fists collided with tremendous force, producing a deafening sound that reverberated through the air. A powerful shockwave erupted, radiating outward and stirring a tempestuous gale. However, the force of their clash was reciprocal, as both Vegeta and Toppo were repelled by their own might. Each retreated several paces before regaining their footing, in stark contrast to their previous destructive forms. They had undergone a remarkable transformation, rendering them almost unrecognizable. It became evident that without exhibiting a fraction of their true power, they risked facing dire consequences. He muttered a few words to himself, resolved to cease holding back, and directly activated his Super Saiyan Blue 3rd level. As this transformation took place, Vegeta's aura surged dramatically. The formidable divine energy caused the very fabric of the void to tremble, casting a radiant blue light in all directions. Once the transformation was complete, an intense battle ensued. The resounding sounds of combat echoing throughout the vast emptiness of the void. Their fighting prowess was extraordinary. Indeed, particularly notable were the fierce gusts of wind generated with each collision, reminiscent of a raging hurricane. At that moment, Android 18 and her brother were taking refuge behind a massive boulder. Though both possessed considerable strength, having cover was decidedly advantageous. Do you think we can win? Android 18 posed a profound question. Android 17 pondered for a few moments, coolly placing his hands in his pockets, and replied, "There's still hope. After all, that guy is here." He gestured with a slight smile. Android 18 turned her gaze in that direction and realized it was Walker, her understanding dawning. Indeed, they had Walker on their side. Since the beginning of the tournament, that enigmatic figure had yet to reveal his true capabilities, making her previous concerns seem unwarranted. Reinvigorated, the siblings decided to assist Piccolo in confronting Oniraza. Meanwhile, the confrontation between Vegeta and Topo was nearing its climax. Destruction. Destruction. Topo unleashed a barrage of destructive energy blasts, all of which were obliterated by a single punch from Vegeta. Impossible. This cannot be happening. Ah, Topo exclaimed. In that case, I shall end this with one blow. Huh. He clapped his hands together, conjuring an unprecedented level of destruction that he directed at Vegeta. The terrifying energy sphere, imbued with unimaginable power, hurtled towards Vegeta. If this destructive orb were to be unleashed in Universe 11, it could obliterate the entire universe. Vegeta's expression sharpened. He bellowed and rapidly gathered energy, channeling all the power of his Super Saiyan Blue 3rd level into his ultimate technique. Final flash. Boom. Thunderous roars echoed as a cataclysmic explosion engulfed the arena, the searing heat blossoming like a lotus, sweeping across the stage and causing it to tremble, rocks cascading down. In the wake of this monumental explosion, several participants, including Android 18 and her brother, Piccolo, and Oniraza, were inadvertently eliminated as they battled at the edge of the stage. Coincidentally, their positions made them vulnerable to the fallout. With Oniraza's elimination, Universe 3 faced erasure by the Omni King. Amidst the blinding radiance, a figure plummeted into the abyss. Materializing in the audience, it was Topo, having reverted from his god of destruction form, now unconscious. Ultimately, he could not withstand Vegeta's final flash. Vegeta himself was not faring well. He was currently struggling to ascend from the fissure. The time had finally come for the ultimate showdown. Chapter 77, Son Goku and Jiren. I am deeply sorry, Lord Vermouth. I have been defeated. With a sense of shame, Topo lowered his head, his heart heavy with defeat. After all, he had invoked the god of destruction form, yet still succumbed to the might of Universe 7, leaving him acutely aware of his inadequacies. However, the presence of Jiren instilled him with confidence. They could not possibly lose. The clownish god of destruction regarded Jiren with piercing eyes, shimmering with unwavering resolve. For he held an unshakable trust in Jiren. Topo silently nodded, gazing at Jiren, lost in his thoughts. Meanwhile, on the arena, the fact that even Topo had been eliminated raised questions regarding the formidable strength of Universe 7. Discontent flickered across Dispo's features, a mix of astonishment and concern. Yet his spirits lifted upon remembering Jiren's presence. At that moment, Goku and Jiren finally made their move. Through their meditative battles, Goku gained a clearer understanding of his own strength and the chasm that lay between him and his opponent. Without hesitation, Goku unleashed the 20-fold Kaioken in its super blue form, launching an attack. Kamehameha. A deep blue beam erupted from Goku's hands, imbued with unparalleled power, hurtling toward Jiren. In response, Jiren swiftly heightened his energy, his eyes narrowing as he conjured a formidable barrier to withstand Goku's Kamehameha. Realizing the Kamehameha had proven ineffective, Goku swiftly closed the distance, executing a sweeping kick. Bam! The kick collided with Jiren's neck, generating a tremendous wave of energy, yet it failed to inflict any significant damage. Jiren stood unfazed, his posture unwavering, with not even a trace of a footprint left on his neck. What? Goku gasped in disbelief. He had not anticipated that his full-powered kick would fail to harm Jiren in the slightest. Goku pivoted and began to unleash a flurry of punches, each strike aimed at Jiren. With ease, Jiren raised his hand, effortlessly blocking each of Goku's blows. His palms were as unyielding as steel. No matter how ferociously Goku attacked, he could not penetrate Jiren's defenses. Each collision between fist and palm unleashed powerful shockwaves that radiated outward, intensifying with every exchange, causing the ground to fracture beneath them. How dull. Your strength cannot merely be this, Jiren remarked, his voice devoid of emotion, as if dismissing Goku's efforts entirely. Goku paused, ceasing his assault, and exhaled deeply. Indeed, you regard my strength with such disdain. He chuckled, realizing that he must summon his true power to stand a chance against Jiren. Instantly, Goku began to elevate his energy, his body radiating a vibrant blue light as his muscles expanded and his hair lengthened. After unleashing his energy, Goku transformed once more into the super blue form. This time not merely the ordinary variant, but ascending to the third tier of super blue, his aura becoming overwhelmingly powerful. Acknowledging the strength of his opponent, Jiren matched him, elevating his own energy to a peak that, though outwardly subtle, was formidable enough to rival Goku's super blue third tier. The two opponents engaged in a fierce clash, shadows flitting across half of the arena, while the very fabric of the void trembled incessantly. Suddenly, a muffled thud resonated as Jiren's fist, as hard as steel, struck forcefully against Sun Wukong's abdomen. Fortunately, Sun Wukong reacted with remarkable swiftness, raising his hands just in time to shield himself from the blow. Yet, despite this defense, the immense force sent him hurtling through the air. He soared along the ground, crashing through several massive boulders in his path. At that moment, Jiren appeared behind him like a wraith, delivering a kick that launched Sun Wukong high into the sky. Once Jiren steadied himself upon landing, he swiftly conjured a searing red energy sphere with one hand and launched it unhesitatingly at Sun Wukong. The sequence of actions unfolded with an elegance akin to flowing water. The instant the energy sphere made contact with Sun Wukong, it erupted in a violent explosion. The searing shockwave radiated outward, compelling even the divine spectators to brace against the overwhelming heat. Yet, from the heart of the explosion, Sun Wukong burst forth, charging at Jiren with astonishing speed. Jiren let out a slight grunt and raised his hand to unleash several energy spheres that streaked across the sky like shooting stars, carrying devastating power towards Sun Wukong. With his agile reflexes and keen awareness, Sun Wukong easily evaded these projectiles, darting through the air with the grace of a bird, mesmerizing onlookers with his fluid movements. Employing his instantaneous movement technique, he appeared before Jiren in an instant, his palms shimmering with radiant light as he concentrated formidable energy. He then unleashed the instantaneous Kamehameha, a technique capable of shattering the cosmos. The Kamehameha surged forth like a torrential flood, engulfing Jiren within its might. However, to everyone's astonishment, a hand emerged from the energy wave, gripping Sun Wukong's arm tightly, followed by another hand that seized his other arm in a similar manner. Jiren forcefully pulled to either side, causing the Kamehameha to dissipate instantaneously, revealing a completely unscathed Jiren. Clearly, this attack had inflicted no harm upon him. Suddenly, Jiren's eyes widened as he unleashed an invisible assault, the sound of impact reverberating as Sun Wukong braced himself against this onslaught. Enduring the barrage, Sun Wukong raised his knee and struck Jiren, the force penetrating deeply. Yet, this meager strength was trivial in Jiren's eyes. Abruptly, Sun Wukong summoned his strength, yanking Jiren towards him and then collided his iron-hard head against Jiren's, the force generating a visible shockwave in the air. Feeling a twinge of pain, Jiren momentarily loosened his grip, allowing Sun Wukong to swiftly create distance between them. Drawing a deep breath, Sun Wukong maximized his Ultra Instinct aura, unleashing a tempest of energy that spread like a storm from his very core. After a brief warm-up, Sun Wukong swiftly appeared before Jiren, channeling power into his legs as he raised his foot to deliver a fierce kick. However, Jiren was already prepared, effortlessly blocking the strike with one hand while launching a rapid punch towards Sun Wukong's face with the other. In a flash, Sun Wukong crossed his arms, barely managing to deflect the blow. Despite absorbing much of the impact, he was still pushed back, sliding across the ground and leaving a long trail behind him. Indeed, he was as formidable as Walker had described. It seemed that I would need to exert even greater effort. Muttering to himself, Sun Wukong activated the 20-fold Kaioken. Humph. In my view, your struggle is futile. You cannot hope to defeat me. It would be wise for you to concede, Sun Wukong. No, it is not just you. No one from Universe 7 can triumph over me, so they should all willingly exit the arena. For reasons unknown, the typically taciturn Jiren unexpectedly boasted this time. Hee. How can you know without trying? And who says no one can defeat you? I must concede, though, that I am not that person. With that, Sun Wukong assumed his stance and charged at Jiren. Chapter 78. Sun Wukong's New Form. Full power Jiren. The force of this punch surged like a tempest, creating a piercing sound as it sliced through the air. Boom, boom, boom. Sun Wukong and Jiren's fists collided repeatedly, sending ripples of distortion radiating outward. Should their clash occur in the cosmos, it would surely spell destruction for the universe itself. Kamehameha. Powerful impact. The intense energies collided, erupting into a brilliant display of light. The explosion unleashed shockwaves that surged like tidal waves, even affecting the void, causing it to quiver and tremble. Sun Wukong and Jiren were engulfed in radiance, their powers intertwining to form a colossal energy vortex. This vortex spun relentlessly, emanating tremendous energy fluctuations as if it sought to tear the void asunder. As the energy continued to be released, the emptiness was momentarily punctured, creating a gaping hole that vanished almost as quickly as it appeared, revealing Sun Wukong and Jiren once more. Again, Sun Wukong shouted, his body igniting with powerful energy as he charged at Jiren once more. Bang! The two collided with a forceful impact, causing the arena beneath them to rapidly collapse, with a web of cracks spreading outwards from the point of their terrifying clash. The collision of their powers generated dense flashes of lightning, and with a resounding pop, the shockwaves rolled as they separated. Suddenly, Jiren vanished, only to reappear before Sun Wukong like an immovable wall, one hand pressed against Sun Wukong's chest, an orange glow radiating from his palm, forming an energy barrier that ensnared Sun Wukong. This technique was known as counter-impact. Zila. Boom. The energy within the barrier was ignited, resulting in a massive explosion. Wah! Sun Wukong was enveloped in flames, and amidst the inferno, a figure was sent flying, none other than Sun Wukong himself. Impressed by the formidable strength of his opponent, Sun Wukong felt a trickle of blood escape from the corner of his mouth. Wiping away the crimson stain, his gaze sharpened, resolutely declaring, "But I shall not be defeated." Huh! With a surge of immense energy, he unleashed his attack. Receive my Kamehameha wave. With both hands extended, a brilliant blue energy wave surged toward Jiren. Unfazed, Jiren raised his right hand, lightly gesturing, and a crimson energy wave shot forth, colliding with the Kamehameha. Boom! The clash of these two powerful forces generated a tremendous shockwave, dispersing the surrounding air. Too weak, utterly weak, Jiren remarked coolly, a flicker of disdain evident in his eyes. Enraged, Sun Wukong gritted his teeth and launched another assault, his speed intensifying as he instantly appeared behind Jiren, delivering a fierce kick aimed at his back. Reacting with lightning speed, Jiren sidestepped the attack, while simultaneously launching a punch that struck Sun Wukong squarely in the face. The impact sent Sun Wukong flying, crashing into the ground and creating a sizable crater. At that moment, Jiren approached with measured steps, slowly advancing towards Sun Wukong. However, before he could reach him, a figure suddenly materialized beside Sun Wukong. "Kakarot, what on earth are you doing?" Vegeta exclaimed, his expression one of irritation. "Jiren can only be defeated by me," he declared with pride. Immediately, he radiated a deep blue aura, his energy escalating as he transformed into the third level of his deep blue form. Like a bolt of lightning, he charged toward Jiren. At this point, Vegeta's energy was comparable to Sun Wukong's 20-fold Kaioken. In the blink of an eye, he positioned himself in front of Jiren and unleashed a powerful punch, imbued with such force that the air around them warped. Jiren effortlessly sidestepped Vegeta's strike, then firmly grasped Vegeta's arm, forcefully hurling him backward. With a resounding crash, Vegeta's body slammed into the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Yet, Vegeta refused to succumb. He swiftly performed a fish leap to regain his footing, moving like a specter as he launched a flurry of punches at Jiren. Each strike was imbued with fierce energy, sending chills down the spine. Boom, boom, boom. Accompanied by a series of dull thuds, Vegeta's fists fell upon Jiren like a torrential storm, each punch carrying a fierce momentum. His form flickered as he executed multi-directional attacks against Jiren. Do you really think such feeble punches can harm me?" Jiren scoffed, raising his hand to deliver a counterstrike. Bang! The punch landed squarely in Vegeta's abdomen, the immense force propelling him backward, forcing him to kneel. A trickle of blood escaping from his lips. Jiren's blow inflicted not only physical pain, but also significant damage to Vegeta's internal organs. Enduring the agonizing pain in his abdomen, Vegeta struck the ground with his fist, swiftly rising to his feet, and softly uttered, "Ha!" Subsequently, he raised his hand to unleash a formidable explosive attack, his palm radiating a dazzling brilliance, emitting a powerful energy orb that surged directly towards Jiren. Observing this, Jiren's hand shimmered with light as he unleashed an overwhelmingly intense crimson energy wave. The two formidable energies collided instantaneously, igniting a cataclysmic explosive tempest that tore through the surrounding space, creating violent currents of air. At that moment, Vegeta seized the opportunity amidst the radiant glow to engage Jiren in fierce combat, with Goku joining the fray to launch an assault alongside Vegeta. Their brief alliance proved unexpectedly effective, successfully propelling Jiren away. "Vegeta, do you not feel this as an opportune moment?" Goku inquired, his gaze toward Vegeta brimming with anticipation. Vegeta's eyes sparkled with intensity as he let out a slight huff, replying, "Certainly." After exchanging a glance, the two erupted with energy, commencing to amplify their divine aura. In an instant, their presence intensified, their divine energy soaring to the limits of their physical endurance. The next moment, two resplendent spheres of blue light erupted forth, resembling radiant stars. Within this brilliance, their bodies underwent a transformation, achieving a new metamorphosis that showcased astonishing power. As the light gradually faded, their new forms were revealed to the onlookers. Their bodies were adorned with blue fur, their once waist-length hair now cascading over their shoulders, and their eyes transformed into a striking grayish blue, surrounded by flickering gray-blue lightning that signaled a potent energy surge. Their appearance bore resemblance to Super Saiyan 4, albeit in a variant of altered hues. This was their new form, Ultra Blue 4. Witnessing the immense energy radiated by Goku and Vegeta, the gods were left in awe, unable to fathom that such formidable beings could emerge from the relatively underdeveloped 7th universe. At that moment, their regard for Beerus shifted, no longer viewing him with disdain. "Wow, this form is absolutely magnificent. Indeed, I can hardly wait to witness their battle." The two Omni Kings expressed their excitement, their faces alight with eager anticipation, yearning to discover the outcome of this fierce confrontation. In contrast, Jiren's expression turned serious, his body beginning to emanate a fiery red aura that appeared as if engulfed in flames from a distance. With a thunderous roar, Jiren erupted with power, a fierce gale sweeping through like a tempest, violently shaking the arena and causing the audience, as well as the entire void, to feel the impact of this force. Jiren had unleashed his full power. The gods watched in astonishment, realizing that the energy Jiren was emitting rivaled that of the two human warriors from the 7th universe. A new round of battle was about to commence. Chapter 79, The Mighty Jiren, Walker Takes Action. At this moment, a 2-against-1 battle commenced. The torrential onslaught surged forth like a tempest, yet Jiren faced it with an unflinching demeanor, employing his unseen attacks. Each strike was as swift as lightning, elusive and rhythmic, reverberating throughout the void, akin to the deafening howl of a 12-level tempest. Cursed be it, Tisbroke valiantly resisted the gale's assault, but alas, like Bu, he too was ultimately swept off the arena by the ferocious winds. Thus, both were mercilessly eliminated. The ejected Super Bu unleashed the contenders from Universe 10. However, this act led to the annihilation of Universe 10, ruthlessly erased by the Omni King. Sun and Bu simultaneously delivered a kick, yet Jiren, crossing his arms to defend, was sent hurtling backward for hundreds of meters before coming to a halt. "Quite impressive, there's a chance they might win," exclaimed King Kai with enthusiasm. However, Beerus furrowed his brow slightly, sensing that matters were not so straightforward. "These two have disrupted my rhythm of attack," Jiren remarked with a slight hum, gradually approaching the duo. Goku and Vegeta exchanged glances before resolutely advancing toward Jiren. The three stood face to face, their blue and red auras colliding and sparking with intensity. Despite Goku and Vegeta fighting in tandem, their collaboration only yielded a fleeting element of surprise. After all, a top-tier warrior like Jiren would swiftly adapt and counter their combined assault. At that moment, Jiren instantaneously moved before Vegeta with astonishing speed, unleashing a decisive punch without hesitation. Vegeta, quick to react, raised his hand just in time to block the blow. However, he underestimated the sheer force behind Jiren's punch. The terrifying energy contained within it penetrated Vegeta's defenses, striking Goku behind him. It became evident that Jiren had employed a technique reminiscent of striking through obstacles. Goku, caught off guard, was driven to one knee, a look of disbelief etched upon his face. Jiren, with a stoic expression, leaped backward, landing solidly atop a boulder. He raised his arms high, palms facing each other, as a formidable aura surged forth from him. Before long, a dazzling red energy sphere coalesced in his hands, expanding rapidly and emanating a disquieting tremor. Sensing the terrifying energy encapsulated within the sphere, Goku and Vegeta wore expressions of grave concern. They dared not hesitate, channeling their full strength simultaneously. Then, they cried out in unison, unleashing their ultimate technique, merging into the final Kamehameha. A beam of yellow and blue light clashed with the red energy sphere hurled by Jiren in midair. With a resounding boom, the two immense energies collided, generating a violent shockwave that trembled through the void, fissures forming in the space surrounding them, giving an impression of imminent rupture. Alas, I did not foresee their power reaching such heights. It would be troublesome if the void were to be destroyed. Yet, I cannot simply eliminate them for that reason. Can I? If this were truly the course of action taken, it would undoubtedly displease Lord Zeno, which brings a sense of profound dilemma. The high priest, with a resigned shake of his head, gently snapped his fingers. In an instant, the void realm was fortified. Once precariously teetering, it regained its stability. After a brief stalemate of energy between the two sides lasting several seconds, an eruption finally ensued. This explosion was more violent than any prior occurrence, as countless beams of light erupted from the epicenter, akin to the birth of a star, illuminating the entire void realm in a brilliance akin to daylight. Accompanied by this cataclysmic explosion, a radiant beam of annihilation burst forth like a sinister lotus in full bloom. The terrifying energy it unleashed caused the entire void realm to tremble. However, even with the high priest's slight reinforcement, the void realm could not withstand such a formidable force. With a resounding crash, the void realm ultimately shattered into fragments, dissipating into the boundless void. At the very moment of its fragmentation, 12 angels from various universes swiftly reacted. They collectively wielded their angelic powers to reassemble the shattered pieces of the void realm, completing its restoration in an instant. Moreover, they further enhanced the defenses of the void realm to prevent a recurrence of such an event. Once the void realm was repaired, the dissipating smoke gradually cleared, revealing that the once half-destroyed arena had now shrunk to less than 2 kilometers in diameter. This demonstrated that the recent cataclysmic explosion had nearly obliterated the majority of the arena. In the two craters, both Sun Wukong and Vegeta lay prostrate on the ground, their bodies severely injured and thus rendered unconscious. In contrast, Jiren remained upright, though his attire was tattered, bearing various injuries that testified to his own struggles. Looking back at Sun Wukong and Vegeta, it was evident that they had expended an excessive amount of stamina and energy during the previous clash, rendering them unable to maintain their Super Saiyan Blue 4 form, and they had reverted to their normal states. Although Super Saiyan Blue 4 is an immensely powerful combat form, it is not without its drawbacks. The rate of energy and stamina consumption in this state is exceedingly rapid, and due to their relatively brief training duration in the hyperbolic time chamber, Sun Wukong and Vegeta had yet to fully acclimate to this condition. Furthermore, throughout this intense battle, they had exhausted considerable reserves of stamina and energy, ultimately leading to their bodies succumbing to the strain and losing consciousness. Jiren coldly regarded Sun Wukong and Vegeta, preparing to eliminate them from the arena. However, at that critical juncture, Walker suddenly appeared, interposing himself between Jiren and the two fighters. In fact, since the onset of Sun Wukong and Vegeta's joint struggle against Jiren, Walker had been closely monitoring the battle. He remained in the void, silently observing until the moment both fighters collapsed, at which point he chose to intervene. Through this observation, Walker gained a deeper understanding of the prowess of Super Saiyan Blue 4 and was compelled to concede that Jiren was indeed extraordinarily powerful, effortlessly suppressing the combined might of Sun Wukong and Vegeta with just his full power form, as he displayed his formidable power that transcended limits. One could only wonder how terrifying he would become. This thought ignited Walker's excitement, his eyes shimmering with anticipation. Ah, Sun Wukong has fallen. The one named Vegeta has succumbed as well. Yet, the explosion moments ago was truly spectacular, wasn't it? Indeed, the two Omni Kings remained blissfully naive, their eyes gleaming as they gazed upon the arena. At last, you have chosen to reveal yourself. I had thought you would remain a timid turtle. Jiren's voice was flat and indifferent. Walker grinned widely, transforming into Super Saiyan 3, his combat power soaring from an initial 225 quintillion to an astounding 505 quintillion. Thanks to the final two power-ups he had obtained, which granted him 100 quintillion and 180 quintillion, respectively. Following this, he unleashed a surge of energy, transforming into the godly limit breakthrough Super Saiyan 4, elevating his combat power to 530 quintillion, just surpassing his opponent slightly. Currently, Jiren, in his full power state, stood at 450 quintillion, a level of strength akin to that of an average angel. For context, consider the Angel of Universe 9, whose combat power, according to the system's conversion, is 400 quintillion. Sun Wukong and Vegeta's Super Saiyan Blue 4 combat power rests at 400 quintillion. If they were to fuse or utilize the Patera earrings, they could undoubtedly triumph over Jiren, yet that was not the case. However, comparing Jiren to an average angel reveals just how formidable he truly is. Chapter 80. The Ultimate Form. Walker's resolve. Walker's fist struck like a tempest, each blow slicing through the air with a fierce wind, creating a powerful current that surged towards Jiren. Yet, Jiren did not flinch. He widened his eyes, the intensity of his gaze now radiating even greater power than before. Bang, bang, bang. The resounding echoes reverberated throughout the space, causing a tremor to ripple through the atmosphere. In quick succession, waves of formidable energy surged outward, forcing Walker to stagger backward. However, he quickly regained his footing, retracting his fists and charging towards Jiren. In the blink of an eye, Walker stood before Jiren, the distance between them as thin as a sheet of paper. With swift precision, he unleashed an uppercut. Jiren sensed the impending wind pressure, yet did not evade. Instead, he met the blow head-on with his forehead. The sound that followed was a deep, thunderous boom. Seizing the moment, Jiren reached out to grasp Walker's arm, attempting to capture him. But Walker reacted swiftly, retracting his hand to dodge the maneuver. He then crouched low, lowering his center of gravity, and lunged forward to confront Jiren. Utilizing the strength of his legs and torso, Walker lifted Jiren, then forcefully slammed him backward. Boom! A deafening roar erupted, sending a thick cloud of dust billowing into the air, obscuring the view. Yet, for Jiren, such an assault felt akin to a mere child's playful tickle, inflicting no substantial harm whatsoever. However, Walker's onslaught showed no signs of abating. In a swift motion, he retracted his fist and launched a powerful strike aimed directly at Jillian's face. In response to this blow, Jillian emitted a low grunt, his entire being radiating an intense heat, akin to a roaring flame. He countered Walker's punch with his own energy, wrapping his legs around Walker's, and unleashed a formidable force, delivering a crushing blow back towards Walker. Observing this, Walker immediately executed a teleportation to evade Jillian's attack. Jillian, with a nimble flip, propelled himself forward, his eyes glinting with determination, hurtling like a meteor in a specific direction. Just as Walker materialized, Jillian had already closed the distance, unleashing a punch imbued with explosive power, glowing with a searing light, as if it sought to melt everything in its path. The sheer might of this punch was terrifying, reminiscent of a ravenous beast finally confronting its prey, causing every hair on Walker's body to stand on end. Unable to evade, then he would confront it head-on. Universal Stardust Fist. With a resounding cry in his heart, a punch laden with immense energy and penetrating force struck Jillian like a shooting star. In Jillian's eyes, he perceived a cascade of stardust descending upon him like rain. With a muffled grunt, Jillian staggered backward, leaving deep impressions of 1 to 2 centimeters with each step. It was only when he neared the edge of the ring that he finally halted. Lowering his gaze, he observed the clear imprint of the fist on his abdomen, the tremors resonating through his internal organs, and a trickle of blood involuntarily escaped the corner of his mouth. Walker's breath quickened slightly. That punch had consumed about 30% of his energy. This technique could induce hallucinations, yet its true essence lay in damaging the internal organs. After all, regardless of an individual's physical prowess, the internal organs remain relatively vulnerable. Such a maneuver is more suited for surprise attacks, and its name was chosen purely for its impressive sound. A commendable punch, but it seems you've expended quite a bit of energy, Jillian remarked, his figure flickering as he closed in on Walker. Walker, taken aback by Jillian's keen senses, also shifted his form to engage in close combat. Thud, thud, thud. Each punch landed with brutal force, producing a sound akin to slicing blades, causing surrounding stones to be reduced to dust. Borrowing your ultimate technique, tenfold magic penetrating light cannon. Revealing himself, Walker positioned 2 fingers on his forehead, unleashing a spiraling energy laser. Jillian concentrated red energy in his palm, releasing a wave of crimson energy. Boom. A thunderous explosion erupted, reverberating through every corner of the void realm, followed by an immense mushroom cloud rising from the blast site, resembling a blooming flower of death. Sun Wukong and Vegeta were instantly swept away by the powerful shockwave, tumbling through the air before finally falling off the stage. Upon returning to the audience, the two were fed mystical beans and gradually regained consciousness, slowly opening their eyes. I never imagined we would be eliminated in such a manner. Sun Wukong clenched his fists tightly, his heart filled with resentment and regret. Vegeta felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. He had believed he could contend with Jiren, yet he was defeated with such ease that he found it utterly unacceptable. Walker, if even you have succumbed, I shall not let you escape my wrath. Vegeta shouted furiously at the arena. Meanwhile, within the mushroom cloud, Walker's lips curled into a faint smile. Suddenly, he turned, raising his arm effortlessly to block Jiren's ferocious punch. Although he succeeded in deflecting the attack, the tremendous force surged through his arms, causing him to involuntarily fly backward, bursting forth from the confines of the mushroom cloud like a cannonball, spiraling in the air before landing with grace. Inside the mushroom cloud, Jiren stood with his arms crossed, his gaze icy as he surveyed his surroundings. Slowly, he extended his right hand and swung it forcefully, summoning a gale that roared like a ferocious beast, dissipating the mushroom cloud. In that instant, Walker executed an instantaneous teleportation, appearing behind Jiren like a phantom. His right fist clenched, imbued with unparalleled power. He struck Jiren's back with a mighty blow. The sound of impact reverberated like a thunderous bell, shaking the very fabric of space. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Jiren absorbed the strike with unwavering stability, simultaneously unleashing a tempest of formidable energy. Within this storm, the figures of Walker and Jiren vanished, darting through the air at astonishing speed, each attack accompanied by powerful energy fluctuations. Their fists collided repeatedly, each engaging in defense as they became entangled in a fierce struggle, creating a tightly knit combat sphere. The air thickened with their combined auras, forming vibrant crimson and violet energy clusters that collided, compressed, and erupted in dazzling brilliance. With a pop, the sound of bursting energy bubbles echoed as they reappeared on the arena. To have battled with me this far, you indeed possess skill. But I harbor a desire I shall fulfill even unto death, and it is here that I shall eliminate you. A searing wave of red energy surged, causing the temperature in the void to skyrocket. A pulsating light, akin to the sun, illuminated the realm of nothingness. As the brilliance faded, flames spread across the arena. Jiren's muscles swelled to twice their size, his already towering form becoming even more imposing, enveloped in a crimson aura. At this moment, he unleashed his true power, the Ultra Instinct form. The entirety of the void was suffused with the intense heat radiating from him. Checking the combat power of his opponent through the system, Walker gasped in disbelief. In this ultimate form, Jiren's battle power soared to an astonishing 13 quintillion. See, with Jiren in our Universe 11, defeat is not an option, chuckled the god of destruction, who was reveling in the spectacle. In stark contrast, Universe 7 was shrouded in silence. The magnitude of Jiren's strength surpassed their wildest imaginations, bordering on the incomprehensibly powerful. Beerus clenched his fist in secret. This competitor from Universe 11 possessed energy levels comparable to his own true might, perhaps even slightly exceeding it. The oppressive atmosphere and the sweltering heat rendered my breath labored. This indeed reflects your determination, Jiren. Thus, I shall unveil my own resolve. He entered the system space and retrieved the limiter breaker. Indeed, this was his declaration of intent. Chapter 81, The Final Battle, Part 1. Will you use the limiter breaker? Without a trace of hesitation, Walker decisively selected yes upon witnessing the system's prompt. In that fleeting moment of his decision, the limiter transformed into a radiant beam of light, visible solely to him, swiftly plunging into his being like a shooting star. The next instant, Walker's body convulsed violently. His eyes turned a fierce crimson, unleashing a thunderous roar that echoed like a primal beast, brimming with raw ferocity and strength. Subsequently, his form began to levitate, as if liberated from the constraints of gravity. Simultaneously, his aura surged tumultuously, akin to tumultuous ocean waves in relentless motion. A powerful gust of energy emanated from him, spiraling outward and conjuring a formidable tempest that engulfed the entire space, extinguishing even the blazing flames conjured by Jiren. Buzz! Suddenly, a deep rumble reverberated, and a silvery brilliance erupted from within Walker. This radiance resembled the very first light of the cosmos, dazzling and beyond direct gaze. It swiftly spread, submerging the entire realm of nothingness in this argent glow. Amidst this luminescence, his appearance began to metamorphose. His already wild physique became even more robust and imposing, his body hair and mane transforming into a lustrous silver, while his eyes bore deep violet sockets with pupils shimmering in vivid crimson. As the silvery glow dissipated, Walker descended firmly to the ground. His Super Saiyan 5 form fully unveiled before the deities. How could this mortal have achieved such an astonishing feat? The gods expressed disbelief. They had believed Jiren to represent the pinnacle of mortal potential, yet here stood another mortal, equally formidable, reaching such heights. Moreover, these destroyer gods keenly discerned that this human, named Walker, had not utilized any divine power but had instead attained this level solely through the purest primal force, surpassing their own existence. Oh my! He has advanced to this stage. May he continue to strive, hoping he can rekindle the glory of his kind. A glimmer of anticipation flickered in the Grand Priest's eyes. As the Grand Priest, he was well aware of the Saiyan race, having once encountered a particularly gifted individual from their lineage. That mortal had ascended to divinity through the infusion of energy from others, albeit too briefly. Wow, this fellow's appearance is stunning, even surpassing that of Goku and his companions. Indeed, and he seems exceptionally formidable as well. The two Omni Kings exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with excitement. This final battle was truly exhilarating. Walker, that scoundrel, astonishingly harbors such a transformation. This is utterly outrageous. Vegeta seethed with indignation, clenching his fists. Since Walker's transformation into Super Saiyan 5, he had been contemplating that if he were to engage in battle with Walker, given his current Super Saiyan Blue 4 prowess, unleashing his full power would still render him no match. Ultimately, he would be the one to face defeat. Walker has truly unveiled the boundless potential of the Saiyans. I must continue to grow stronger until I surpass Walker. Excitement flickered in Goku's eyes. Damn it, Kakarot, I am the one destined to surpass him. No, it will be me who transcends both of you. Vegeta was naturally unwilling to lag behind. On the arena, Walker bellowed, Jiren, let us determine the victor. Arrogant fool. Do not presume that merely increasing your energy will allow you to contend with me, Jiren replied, his expression devoid of emotion. Boom. With a resounding crash, the clash of auras between the two formidable warriors erupted into a tremendous explosion, obliterating the once modest arena beneath their feet, leaving them standing on the precipice of the void. The final battle no longer required an arena to ascertain the victor, should either of the two falter. Their universe would face total annihilation. Whoosh. Whoosh. Both combatants surged towards each other once more, igniting an intense skirmish. This time, they abandoned all notions of defense, eschewing any semblance of technique. Each punch was a raw collision of sheer power. Their encounters reverberated like the collision of two celestial bodies, unleashing cataclysmic force. Were such power unleashed upon the cosmos, it would suffice to obliterate the universe countless times over. However, the Void Realm's condition was equally grim. Despite the reinforcement by the myriad angels, certain fragile areas had begun to fissure. These cracks were ever widening, and once they reached a critical point, the Void Realm would shatter once more. Bang! The ultimate clash of powers sent tremors through the Void Realm. After hundreds of exchanges, the two warriors vanished again, this time darting through the void with terrifying speed, colliding repeatedly. The vast expanse of the Void Realm rippled with concentric waves. Boom! A sudden explosion echoed. Jiren was propelled backward at supersonic velocity, with Walker hot on his heels. In the blink of an eye, Walker positioned himself behind Jiren, poised to deliver a kick that would send him soaring into the sky. However, Jiren deftly pivoted midair, unleashing a punch towards Walker. Walker swiftly adopted a defensive stance, his fists tightly clenched, arms crossed protectively over his chest. Bang! The forceful punch met his crossed arms, sending a numbing sensation through them, while the space around them began to warp, with cracks multiplying. Jiren's assault was far from over. His fist, radiating an eerie crimson glow, relentlessly battered Walker, forcing him to retreat. Yet, Walker was not a mere victim. He internally proclaimed, "Universal Stardust Fist." As his words echoed, countless stars reappeared in the sky, cascading like meteors. Jiren beheld the familiar scene once more, yet this time he merely scoffed, for he had already suffered once and would not fall victim to the same trick again. With remarkable swiftness, he unleashed a powerful punch, executing one of his mightiest techniques, the flash flame electromagnetic. A searing beam of light erupted from his fist, colliding fiercely with Walker's punch. The earth-shattering explosion that followed sent shockwaves reverberating outward, propelling both Jiren and Walker back several dozen meters. "Surely you can do better than this, Walker," Jiren called out, his gaze piercing with provocation. He was acutely aware that his opponent had yet to reveal the full extent of his formidable power. "Unleash the divine strength you have concealed, lest you miss your chance." His voice resonated through the air like thunder, brimming with authority. Walker, stretching his limbs, acknowledged the gap that still existed despite his transformation into Super Saiyan Blue. He began to radiate power, a silvery aura erupting from his body as he summoned his divine energy. In an instant, the silvery flames morphed, revealing crimson particles within. The aura surrounding him shimmered as if newly dyed, embodying the form of divine Super Saiyan Blue. "Jiren, you will regret forcing me to unveil my divine power," Walker declared. Let words give way to action. The two fighters assumed their battle stances, a palpable tension enveloping the arena. The true showdown was finally upon them. Chapter 82. The Final Confrontation, Part 2. Walker leaned forward, his feet generating an immense force that rippled through the air, and in the blink of an eye, he was before Jiren, swinging his fist down with unrestrained ferocity aimed at Jiren's head. However, Jiren reacted with incredible speed, tilting his head back just enough to evade the strike. In an instant, his eyes widened, and he unleashed his infinite impact. Seeing this, Walker swiftly waved his hand, effortlessly deflecting the infinite impact. A series of explosions followed, bursting forth in a dazzling display reminiscent of fireworks. At the moment of the explosions, Jiren swiftly struck out with his palm, producing a piercing sound that shattered the already thin air of the arena like fabric torn asunder. Refusing to be outdone, Walker quickly shifted his stance and countered with a palm strike of his own. When their tremendous forces collided, a thunderous sound erupted, and the resulting shockwave surged forth like a tidal wave. Both combatants were momentarily taken aback, stepping back in response to the overwhelming power. "Tenfold destruction spiral cannon," Walker shouted, thrusting his hand forward with determination. "Super explosive electromagnetic," Jiren countered, releasing a torrent of potent energy. In the void, white and red energies clashed violently, igniting an unimaginable explosion. The resulting gusts of energy scattered like wild stallions across the plains, and from a distance, it appeared as if countless meteors danced through the sky. A breathtaking spectacle to behold. As the explosive energy subsided, Walker instantaneously transported himself to the right side of Jiren, delivering a powerful kick aimed at his lower back. Thud! Jiren withstood the impact, swiftly pivoting his body to retaliate with a punch directed at Walker's jaw. With a low growl, Walker summoned his energy, enveloping himself in a transparent silver shield that absorbed the blow. "A mere parlor trick," Jiren scoffed, pressing his palm against the shield, unleashing a surge of crimson energy that engulfed Walker, propelling him 1,000 meters away in a tremendous explosion. Amidst the swirling smoke, Walker's shield shattered. At that moment, Jiren suddenly materialized before Walker, his expression cold and unyielding as he clenched his fist, preparing to strike down with immense force. The instant he unleashed the punch, ripples spread through the air, as if the very fabric of space struggled to bear the weight of his formidable power. Faced with Jiren's onslaught, Walker did not flinch. His reflexes were equally swift as he countered with a punch of his own. A deafening roar erupted as their fists collided, the clash of their immense powers generating a cataclysmic shockwave. This shockwave spiraled into a razor-sharp whirlwind, ensnaring both combatants, rendering the surrounding chaos utterly indistinct to the naked eye. Within the tempest, Walker executed an Iron Mountain technique, delivering a fierce blow to Jiren's chest. With a grunt, Jiren managed to defend against the strike, yet was unprepared for the sheer force behind it. He was propelled backward like a cannonball, soaring through the void and tracing a long arc of crimson light, reminiscent of a shooting star. Simultaneously, Walker advanced, bursting forth to match the pace of the red beam. With both hands raised high, he summoned an immense power before crashing down with a punch that unleashed a cataclysmic force. Bang! The one straight beam bent at a right angle as Jiren plummeted at supersonic speed. Yet, before descending even 100 meters, he halted the explosive energy. Stabilizing himself, Jiren extended his arms, unleashing a torrent of red energy akin to a volcanic eruption, rapidly coalescing into an energy sphere several meters in diameter, hurled with unparalleled might towards Walker. This was one of his signature moves, the high-energy slash. Walker narrowed his gaze, assuming a stance of concentration, channeling all his strength into a 50-fold destruction spiral cannon imbued with a hint of destructive force. Boom! The earth-shattering sound resonated as the void could not withstand the titanic clash of their energies, shattering instantaneously. A ferocious force of absorption surged from the rupture, drawing both Walker and Jiren into an alternate dimension. In the very moment the void shattered, the Grand Priest manifested unimaginable power, wielding an angelic force surpassing that of 12 angels. As the light flickered, he repaired the void. However, despite the Grand Priest's swiftness, he was still a moment too late to counter the ferocious pull. In the audience, the remaining deities exchanged bewildered glances, their faces etched with astonishment. They could scarcely believe the spectacle they had just witnessed. The barrier of the void had been shattered. It is essential to note that this was a realm fortified by the combined might of 12 angels. Yet, another pressing concern loomed over the crowd. The deities could not perceive the presence of Walker and Jillian. Could it be that both combatants had perished? Where, indeed? Had the one known as Jillian and Walker vanished too? Yes, indeed, they have completely disappeared. Great High Priest, do you have any inkling of their whereabouts? The two Omni-Kings turned their curious gazes towards the Great High Priest. The Great High Priest stroked his chin, his eyes fixed intently on the void, when suddenly, a mysterious light burst forth, appearing as swiftly as it vanished, almost as if it had never existed. Walker and Jillian had not met their demise. Rather, they had breached the barriers of the void and entered a realm of alternate dimensions, the Great High Priest elucidated. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and a shimmering screen reappeared, revealing a chaotic expanse. As the image sharpened, the onlookers finally beheld Walker and Jillian. In this abstract, enigmatic dimension, Jillian let out a triumphant roar, his voice reverberating through the chaos. He raised his right hand, a searing energy coalescing into a blazing flame within his palm, illuminating the surrounding darkness. Supreme limit heat electromagnetic. Jillian bellowed, unleashing the energy, which surged toward Walker at an astonishing velocity, its temperature rivaling that of the sun. This wave of energy bore the force of annihilation, as though it aimed to consume the very fabric of existence. In the face of such formidable onslaught, Walker refused to yield, erupting with a peerless wave of energy that collided with Jillian's assault. Hundredfold destructive spiral cannon. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted as the two energy waves clashed violently within the alternate dimension, radiating a brilliance akin to daylight, rendering it nearly impossible to gaze upon, until the entire realm was engulfed in light. Crack! The alternate dimension fractured under the tremendous shockwave of the explosion, shattering like glass into a myriad of shards. Amidst the intersecting fissures, Walker and Jillian broke through the dimensional barrier, returning to the void. Their silhouettes flickered in the radiant glow, reminiscent of ancient war gods, exuding an unparalleled aura. From a distance, they indeed appeared magnificent, yet the reality was far less glamorous. The two had expended a considerable amount of energy in their previous assault, their breaths becoming labored and erratic. It was now time for the final gambit. Jillian. Walker called out with fervor. Just as I hoped, Walker. Jillian responded. In unison, they unleashed a deafening battle cry. Jillian's fiery aura ignited fiercely as he concentrated all his energy into his arm, mirroring Walker's actions. As their energies reached a pinnacle, in the next moment, they surged toward each other like two meteors. In the climactic finale, They unleashed fists capable of obliterating all, striking with unrelenting force against one another. Bang! This punch bore no embellishments or technique. It was merely the raw collision of pure strength. In that moment, time appeared to stand still, leaving only the two of them in a world devoid of all else. A palpable force coursed through their bodies, wreaking immense havoc. The collision of their extraordinary powers birthed a destructive energy capable of obliterating everything. This energy erupted instantaneously, akin to a cosmic explosion, its brilliance surpassing that of the sun, annihilating all organic matter at an astonishing velocity. However, unlike previous encounters, the Grand Priest did not invoke his usual restorative powers. Instead, he leisurely snapped his fingers, and a protective barrier enveloped the gods like an indomitable fortress. The deities turned their gaze towards the scattered debris, their focus honing in on Walker and Jillian. The two remained poised to strike, yet their appearances were utterly disheveled. Their cheeks were grotesquely distorted from the overwhelming shockwave, and several teeth had been lost. In the end, "I have triumphed," Walker grinned, his facial expression contorted, yet the pride in his eyes was unmistakable. Jillian's body suddenly convulsed, and he violently coughed up blood, losing his balance and plummeting downward. His consciousness gradually faded, his vision blurred until he found himself amidst the audience. Ultimately, the victor was Walker. Chapter 83. Return to the parallel dimension here. I declare Jillian eliminated, and thus, the 11th universe shall be erased. Upon the Grand Priest's announcement, Zeno made a decisive gesture, eradicating the 11th universe. Following its disappearance, the Grand Priest, alongside the 12 angels, repaired the Void Realm before turning to Walker and saying, "I am about to summon the Eternal Dragon. Contemplate your wish carefully." The Grand Priest's lips moved, and 7 orbs, each the size of planets, shimmered with radiant light. Then, an unimaginably colossal golden dragon materialized, its vast form seemingly filling the entirety of the Void Realm. The Eternal Dragon let out a roar, a sound comprehensible only to the divine, which translated to, "State your wish. Whatever it may be, I shall fulfill it." Walker gazed at the Eternal Dragon, carefully choosing his words before stating, "Please restore the Earth of the future timeline, as well as the universes that were erased during this tournament." The Grand Priest conveyed Walker's wish to the Eternal Dragon in the divine tongue. For some reason, Walker's heartbeat quickened, a wave of anxiety washing over him. Uncertain whether this wish could indeed be granted, as it felt akin to making 2 wishes. Suddenly, whether a trick of perception or not, he sensed that the Eternal Dragon had glanced at him. The dragon's eyes glowed red, and with another roar, it transformed into a beam of light that shot skyward, scattering and vanishing into the ether. "Your wish has been granted," the Grand Priest remarked, a faint smile gracing his features. In the realm of destruction, within a space reminiscent of a time chamber crafted by Whis, 2 energy waves collided, igniting a thick cloud of smoke. "That should suffice," Walker interjected, observing that Gohan and Vegeta were still intent on continuing their battle. Upon hearing Walker's words, the two exchanged a glance and simultaneously reverted from their transformed states, ceasing their actions. "Gohan, you have fully mastered the power of the beast. What remains is to comprehend the power of the gods. At that time, you may seek guidance from Goku or Vegeta." Gohan nodded in understanding. Walker turned and called out into the distance, "Son Goku." After a few breaths, Goku appeared instantaneously. Yet he looked quite disheveled, his clothing tattered and reduced to mere scraps. "Let us depart. It is time to leave." Goku nodded, and within the next moment, they vanished, reappearing in the realm of destruction. It had been over half a month since the Tournament of Power, during which they had frequently visited the realm of destruction to train, the very space they had just occupied. Throughout this period, through diligent training and self-reflection, their combat power had reached an astounding level of 300 trillion in their ordinary state. Merely transforming into Super Saiyan granted them a combat power of 15 quintillion, highlighting the formidable strength they now possessed. Goku, his son, and Vegeta found themselves within a range of 1.5 to 2.3 quintillion, a result of the grueling training administered by Walker. After their departure from that space, Whis made his appearance. Oh, to have reached such a level, he squinted at Goku and Vegeta, a contemplative notion forming in his mind. "I apologize for the intrusion, Whis," Walker said, bowing respectfully. "No harm done. I am quite free at the moment," Whis replied with a smile. He then shifted the conversation with a grin. "Walker, would you care to become the next god of destruction?" Taken aback by this proposition, Walker had yet to respond when suddenly, the Palace of Destruction erupted with a loud explosion, and Beerus, clad in his pajamas, stormed out in a fury. "Hey, Whis, what do you mean by that? Are you suggesting I abdicate and serve a new master?" Beerus shouted. "Goodness gracious! How could Lord Beerus think such a thing?" Whis feigned surprise, then continued. "However, if he were to truly become the god of destruction, perhaps he could bring about some new changes to Universe 7. Observing the playful banter between the two, Walker smiled gently. Such light-hearted exchanges were quite enjoyable. He then informed them, "We shall take our leave now," and instantly teleported back to Earth. After Walker and his companions departed, Beerus ceased his bickering. His gaze turned serious as it fell upon Whis. "Do you genuinely wish for that fellow to inherit my title as God of Destruction?" His voice was deep and resonant. Whis shook his head gently, smiling as he replied, "Lord Beerus, you know I would not make such a decision lightly. While he is indeed powerful, he is not suited for the position of God of Destruction." Beerus furrowed his brow, perplexed. Then who would be a suitable candidate? A sly smile crept upon Whis's lips as he responded. "In fact, Vegeta would be quite fitting." Beerus's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Whis. "What? Are you joking? How could that kind of person be suitable for my position?" His tone was laced with disdain and dissatisfaction. Whis chuckled softly, aware that Beerus held a rather unfavorable opinion of Vegeta, yet he maintained his own perspective. "Lord Beerus, you cannot deny that Vegeta possesses formidable strength and an unwavering will. Furthermore, his relentless pursuit of power is unparalleled." Beerus fell silent for a moment, seemingly contemplating Whis's words. Ultimately, he shook his head and replied, "No, that Saiyan prince is far too proud and arrogant to be suitable for this position." Whis smiled, choosing not to argue further. In many ways, Vegeta and Beerus were quite similar. Suddenly, with a serious and earnest expression, Whis looked at Beerus and said, "Those individuals have already begun to act, and perhaps an unimaginable battle will soon unfold." At this, Beerus's expression shifted. He had some awareness of those individuals. "What does the Grand Priest think about this?" Whis shook his head, admitting that he was uncertain of his father's thoughts. Garuru Beerus's stomach let out a rumble, and he awkwardly patted his belly before glancing at Whis. With a resigned smile, Whis returned to the kitchen to prepare a meal for Beerus. The four who had returned to Earth then parted ways. After strolling through a food street and satisfying his hunger, Walker left and settled on a steep mountain peak to meditate. Just a few minutes into his meditation, the time ring emitted a faint glow, transporting him away from this space-time. Upon opening his eyes near a small creek on Earth, Walker surveyed his surroundings, scratching his head as he glanced at the time ring. "I truly wonder how this time ring operates and to which time-space it has brought me." Although he was meditating, he sensed that the time ring had indeed transported him to another realm. Rising to his feet and brushing off the dust from his attire, he released his aura, now so refined that it would go unnoticed by anyone. A slight frown crossed his brow as he realized he could not sense Goku's presence. While Vegeta, Gohan, and others remained, Goku was conspicuously absent. This time-space felt oddly familiar. Could it be that parallel world I first visited, the one with the Dark Lord? No. Their current strength has completely surpassed that of Reg. Could it be that particular time-space? Shaking his head, he concluded that indulging in such thoughts alone was meaningless. It would be better to confirm matters directly. He then vanished in an instant. Chapter 84. A single strike to the death in the vast expanse of the universe. An enormous spaceship was hurtling toward Earth at great speed. Walker, who had been teleporting, suddenly halted mid-air, gazing upward with a hint of surprise on his face. That malevolent aura is quite powerful." After muttering to himself, Walker's figure vanished once more. Meanwhile, in the desolate northern wilderness of Earth, Vegeta, Gohan, Xiaofang, and others had all arrived. "What brings you here, Xiaofang?" Trunks asked, astonished. "I sensed an extraordinarily powerful energy, so I came to investigate," Xiaofang explained. Trunks cast a helpless glance at Xiaofang. To him, she resembled a younger sister, and this place was fraught with peril. He wished for her to leave. "You should return home quickly. The master of this energy is exceptionally dangerous," Trunks advised. However, Xiaofang shook her head, her gaze resolute, indicating her desire to stay. "Look over there." The spaceship. Oob pointed toward the distant land where the vessel was descending. Following his gesture, everyone beheld a spaceship landing in the distance. As they gazed at the craft, Gohan suddenly spoke up. "Uncle Vegeta, doesn't that spaceship resemble Frisia's?" Upon hearing this, Vegeta nodded, his voice low and grave. Indeed, it bears a striking resemblance, but this energy is far more potent than Frisia's. Vegeta's eyes flickered. Ever since that event 4 years ago, he believed Earth would no longer face such threats. Yet today, an adversary had arrived. With this thought, Vegeta's expression hardened. He resolved to safeguard this planet and prevent anyone from disturbing its tranquility. Thus, he and the others flew toward the direction of the spaceship. Meanwhile, at the site of the landing, the hatch of the vessel slowly opened. A group of armed soldiers descended first, and finally emerged their king, named Ace. He was not particularly tall, yet his countenance was strikingly stern, emanating a formidable aura. After stepping out of the cabin, Ace surveyed his surroundings, somewhat astonished by Earth's environment, which was better than he had anticipated. Ah, so this is Earth. It appears it could fetch a handsome price. Ace smirked, a glint of greed illuminating his features. His eyes sparkled with cunning and ambition, as if envisioning endless wealth and power. At that moment, Ace turned his gaze to his subordinates. His voice was deep and authoritative. Immediately locate Son Goku. Upon receiving the command, his subordinates sprang into action, deploying combat power detectors to search for formidable opponents. Just as these foot soldiers were scanning the area, Vegeta and his companions suddenly appeared before them. Ace furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the group with curiosity. "Who are you?" he inquired. Vegeta crossed his arms, emitting a disdainful snort as his piercing gaze met theirs. "That is precisely what I was about to ask." Among the foot soldiers, one recognized Vegeta's identity and quickly interjected, "He is Vegeta, formerly a subordinate of King Frieza, though he has since defected." Vegeta's eyes swept over their attire, a smirk of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. His tone dripped with sarcasm. "It seems you are remnants of Frieza." The soldier, affronted by this remark, began to introduce A's identity. "Mind your words. This is King A's, the son of Frieza, destined to rule the universe." The respect in the soldier's voice for A's was unmistakable. Vegeta and his companions were taken aback. They had not anticipated that Frieza had a son. Among the six, the most astonished were Vegeta and Gohan, for Trunks and his friends had not participated in the previous events on planet Namek. "What brings you here, then? Are you seeking vengeance for Frieza?" Vegeta's tone was notably somber, his eyes revealing a hint of disdain and provocation. "No, I am here in search of a certain individual named Son Goku, as it was he who killed my father," Ace replied, a slight smirk gracing his lips, his eyes glinting with hatred. "So, you seek revenge?" Vegeta scoffed, internally assessing the strength of his opponent. "Oh, no, I do not wish to avenge my father. I merely seek a formidable adversary, for I have heard that Son Goku is quite powerful, and that is why I have come to Earth," Ace stated, shaking his head with a look of determination. "Nonsense. You are simply seeking an excuse for revenge," Vegeta retorted with a snort, dismissing Ace's explanation. "Since we are destined to fight, allow me to teach you a lesson." A confident smile spread across Vegeta's face as he exuded a powerful aura. Ace scrutinized Vegeta, feeling the energy radiating from him, and a thrill surged within him. "You certainly possess courage. Very well, let me witness your strength." Ace smiled faintly, a glimmer of anticipation flickering in his eyes. As he spoke, a mischievous grin appeared on his face. Vegeta clenched his fists and transformed into Super Saiyan 3, showcasing his formidable power. Ace's interest was piqued by the sight of the transformed Vegeta and the aura that enveloped him. In an instant, Vegeta launched the first attack, aiming a punch at Ace's face, which was effortlessly blocked. He then delivered a kick toward Ace's abdomen, but Ace merely leaned back slightly to evade the blow. Ace retaliated, launching a powerful right punch that Vegeta managed to block, yet the force was formidable enough to push him back several meters. "This guy is indeed impressive," thought Vegeta, as he swiftly closed the distance. Instead of striking directly, he moved with incredible speed to Ace's rear and attempted a knife hand strike. Ace seemed to anticipate this, swiftly crouching and spinning to deliver a kick to Vegeta's stomach. A resounding thud echoed as Vegeta failed to evade the kick, clutching his abdomen and retreating. Just as Ace prepared to press his advantage, a familiar voice rang out, causing a sense of recognition among Vegeta and his companions. Vegeta, I do not recall your prowess diminishing to such an extent." As he spoke, Walker appeared beside Ace, resting a hand on his shoulder. Ace felt a tremor run through him. He sensed the power of the hand's owner, feeling an oppressive force that rendered him immobile, filling him with an ominous premonition. Observing the newcomer beside A's, Vegeta's pupils dilated slightly as he exclaimed, "You are Walker." "Indeed, but let us converse later. I must first deal with this fellow." Walker replied. Walker smiled broadly, intensifying the force in his hand, and one could hear the creaking of Azer's bones. Pain coursed through him, causing beads of cold sweat to trickle down his face. Just as Azer was about to unleash his power for transformation, Walker delivered a resounding slap to his head. With a loud bang, his skull shattered like a watermelon. Thus fell a once great tyrant, Azer. It was hardly surprising, considering that with Walker's current strength, even without transforming, defeating him was akin to crushing a mere insect. Vegeta and the others stood in stunned silence, while Azer's expendable soldiers were engulfed in despair, realizing their doom was imminent. Predictably, Walker waved his hand, summoning a powerful energy blade that tore them to shreds. Once restored to his normal state, Vegeta approached Walker, his gaze a complex tapestry of emotions, lost in thought. Nevertheless, he managed to utter, "After 4 years, your growth in power is monstrous, leaving me in the dust." He patted Vegeta's shoulder, offering a semblance of comfort. "You're not lacking either." Vegeta, speechless, could hardly believe the absurdity of the conversation. After clearing away the bodies, they engaged in dialogue, during which they uncovered the reason for Goku's absence. Following Walker's disappearance a year ago, Goku too had vanished, and now it had been 4 years. Vegeta and the others had searched for him, even attempting to summon the dragon for assistance, but were met with daily refusals. Suddenly, the voice of the old Kai resonated. Chapter 85. The Dark Lord reemerges. Goku has not truly vanished. "Old Kai, what do you mean by that?" Gohan asked, his face etched with confusion, struggling to comprehend the old Kai's words. Beside him, Walker wore a mask of curiosity, his mind racing with thoughts as he recalled a plotline from the original narrative. The old Kai, residing in the Kai realm, sighed heavily before speaking slowly. "I had not intended to reveal this, but the situation has escalated." Upon hearing this, Gohan and the others adopted grave expressions, their hearts laden with concern. The old Kai continued, "For years ago, I entrusted Goku with the task of combating the evil dragons. Now, he is on the brink of collapse." Gohan and the others widened their eyes in shock, unable to fathom the nature of the evil dragons that could ensnare such a formidable warrior as Goku in such dire straits. Before they could voice their inquiries, the old Kai elaborated. "After Walker's battle with Reg, the Dragon Balls developed fractures, releasing a profoundly malevolent aura. Sensing this, I feared the spread of this malevolence could escalate into a dire situation. Thus I implored Goku to purify the evil within the Dragon Balls." At this juncture, the group finally grasped the intricacies of the unfolding events. "Hey, old Kai, why didn't you inform us of this sooner? We could have assisted," Vegeta exclaimed, his displeasure evident. Little did they know, the old Kai sighed deeply. "You are unable. The righteous energy within you is far too scant to contend with the malevolent dragons from the Dragon Balls. Only Son Goku possesses the strength to face them. Yet those wicked dragons are more formidable than I had anticipated." Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback, a swell of helplessness rising within them. After 4 arduous years of warfare, Son Goku's righteous energy was nearly depleted. Should the evil dragons break free from the orbs, they would bring about ruin to the entire universe. The old Kai continued, his tone heavy with gravity. Silence enveloped the group, their spirits weighed down to an unbearable degree. "However, there is no need for excessive concern. When I implored Son Goku for assistance, he shared an ingenious idea with me, though its feasibility remains uncertain. Yet, in these 3 days, I shall exert my utmost effort to help you transcend your limits and advance to the next phase." The old Kai's voice resonated with determination. Upon hearing this, a flicker of hope ignited within their hearts. "I shall summon Jebet to bring you to the Kaioshin realm." With that, the old Kai terminated the mental communication. Trunks and the others exchanged glances, and within moments, Jebet appeared. "Everyone, hold hands. I will guide you to the Kaioshin realm." Vegeta scoffed, reluctantly placing a hand on his son's shoulder, and in the next instant, they vanished. In the Kaioshin realm, Walker was deep in thought, pondering the emergence of these evil dragons in this world, curious as to why they had only now manifested in this timeline. How intriguing. He mused to himself with a sly smile. Vegeta, Gohan, Trunks, and Goten gathered around the old Kai, while Walker sat cross-legged upon a massive stone, observing. Meanwhile, Xiao Fang remained on Earth, I will now employ a secret technique to assist you. Whether or not you can surpass your limits and reach the next stage will depend on your own fate, the old Kai explained. What do you mean by that? Vegeta felt instinctively that the situation was not so straightforward. Well, when Son Goku first mentioned it to me, I too found it hard to believe. However, as Goku described, it is referred to as Super Saiyan 5. Vegeta's eyes widened in shock. This was the first he had ever heard of such a transformation. Kakarot, you truly are remarkable to conceive of such a possibility. Does this imply that you have brushed against the threshold of Super Saiyan 4? Vegeta clenched his fists, determined to break through to Super Saiyan 5 within these 3 days, to show Kakarot his true prowess. Well then, I shan't say much more. One by one, you shall come forth. First, he cast the secret technique upon Vegeta. In truth, it was no simple task, taking over half an hour to complete. Following that, it was time for Gohan and the others. 3 days later, in the Earth's divine temple, Bobo emerged, pushing a cart into view. The group gazed at the 7 cracked Dragon Balls atop the cart, sensing an overwhelming aura of malevolence. Only by summoning the Eternal Dragon could Son Goku make his appearance. Tian looked at the 7 Dragon Balls with a complex expression, resolute in his determination to bring Son Goku back. Gohan nodded, arranging the 7 Dragon Balls before speaking loudly. Come forth, Eternal Dragon, and grant my wish. On the ground, the 7 Dragon Balls began to tremble, and a plume of black smoke erupted skyward, transforming into an extraordinarily peculiar winged dragon. This dragon bore little resemblance to the dragons of old. It was shrouded in an inky darkness, exuding an aura of malevolence. With the emergence of this sinister dragon, Sun Wukong also appeared. Gohan and Goten hurriedly rushed to assess their father's condition, only to discover it was rather grim. The bizarre dragon exhaled a cloud of black smoke and, with an evil grin, proclaimed, I am free, before soaring into the sky and vanishing beyond the horizon. Before the 7 streams of black smoke could drift too far, a cacophony of varying intensities echoed, reminiscent of heavy objects crashing to the ground. The onlookers turned to see the 7 wisps of smoke swiftly returning, coalescing into a colossal figure. This entity bore similarities to the Super Shenron of their world, yet it was distinctively more grotesque and terrifying, its body cloaked in dark scales, wings shimmering with violet luminescence, and eyes radiating boundless malice and fury. Who dares to strike me? The malevolent dragon seethed, casting a furious glare around. Walker stepped forward unhurriedly, calmly stating, it was I, his voice soft yet imbued with power. Since you have the audacity to confess, I shall leave you with a complete corpse. The evil dragon lunged, unleashing a dragon-shaped energy wave imbued with dark energy toward Walker. With a mere flick of his finger, Walker dispelled the energy wave effortlessly. Ah, so you possess some skill. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant. Since that is the case, I shall not allow you a complete corpse. I will ensure you perish without a trace. Just as the wicked dragon finished articulating his intent, Walker had already closed the distance, delivering a resounding slap that caused the dragon's head to explode, akin to a piñata. Even in his untransformed state, he could easily dominate the malevolent dragon. The evil dragon's combat prowess was a mere 22 quintillion, while the battle strength of Vegeta and Gohan, having mastered their Super Saiyan 5 transformations, hovered around that range. This temporal realm was vastly inferior compared to the hyperdimensional one. The wicked dragon's dark energy surged wildly as it reformed a head, albeit a different one. After recuperating for so long, it finally regained its strength. Hiding within those shattered orbs had not been in vain. Though it had not returned to its peak power, regaining half was sufficient to consume this entire realm. As the dragon contemplated this, it licked its lips, only to be interrupted by a familiar voice. Oh, you're still alive? How amusing. It seems we meet again. Upon hearing the familiar voice, the dragon's pupils contracted as it gazed at the figure before it. You. I never anticipated you still resided in this realm. How fortuitous. I need not seek you out to exact my vengeance. The Dark King's aura surged violently, manifesting 2 enormous hands that reached for Walker. Chapter 86. The Demon Realm duo observing the motionless Walker, the Dark King smirked, a glint of wicked satisfaction in his heart. This fellow must be paralyzed with fear at my might. As he attacked Walker in a furious onslaught, a sudden figure appeared in front of him. I shall deal with you, declared Vegeta, his eyes resolute and emanating an overwhelming aura. Without further ado, he transformed into Super Saiyan 5. A resounding crash echoed as the Dark Lord, caught off guard, was sent flying by a powerful kick from Vegeta, tracing an arc through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. How infuriating! The Dark Lord rose from the earth, glaring menacingly at Vegeta. It seems you wish to be my appetizer, and I shall oblige. With that, a formidable dark energy coalesced into a massive fist, aimed directly at Vegeta. Instead of confronting the blow head-on, Vegeta deftly evaded and, like a cheetah, crouched low before launching himself toward the Dark Lord with blinding speed, wrapping his arms around him and hurtling into the distance. Continuing their battle atop the temple would surely jeopardize its structural integrity. Vegeta, breaking the sound barrier, transported the Dark Lord to a desolate area before crashing down heavily upon the ground. Upon landing, Vegeta unleashed a flurry of strikes, each punch infused with boundless strength, momentarily suppressing the Dark Lord. In retaliation, the Dark Lord exuded a potent malevolence, which swiftly amalgamated into a razor-sharp black sword. He swung this weapon ferociously at Vegeta. Vegeta's reflexes were lightning quick. He sidestepped just in time, the sword's tip barely grazing his cheek, leaving a pale mark. Undeterred, the Dark Lord regained his stance in an eerie fashion and conjured another black sword, continuing his assault on Vegeta. With a scoff, Vegeta retaliated by summoning two Azure Energy swords, charging toward the Dark Lord. A cacophony of clashing metal ensued, reminiscent of a blacksmith's forge, as their weapons collided, sparks flying in every direction. Amidst their fierce exchange, the Dark Lord suddenly opened his mouth, unleashing a formidable energy wave. Vegeta's pupils constricted at the sight. He crossed his swords defensively over his chest, bracing against the onslaught. Yet, the power of the energy wave was overwhelming, propelling Vegeta backward for several hundred meters before he finally halted. The wave detonated with a thunderous explosion, shrouding the area in a cloud of dust. Seizing the opportunity, the Dark Lord's malevolent energy converged into sharp claws as he plunged into the swirling smoke, seeking to ensnare Vegeta. With a pair of explosive sounds, the Dark Lord's claws vanished without a trace, while Vegeta emerged unscathed from the haze. After stretching out his limbs, he looked at the Dark Lord with a mocking expression. Surely, this cannot be all you are capable of. If you cannot defeat me, how could you ever hope to conquer Walker? In my eyes, if that fellow were to get serious, you would undoubtedly be no match for him. The visage of the Dark Lord, already shrouded in shadow, deepened further, acknowledging the provocation. Yet for reasons unknown, he found himself unable to endure such affront. You seek death, he bellowed in a low growl, his form darting forward like lightning. With a resounding clash, Vegeta countered with a punch, his remarkable reflexes allowing him to collide with his opponent, shattering the air and channeling their respective powers into one another, resulting in a simultaneous recoil for both combatants. Gallic Gun, Evil Wave. Vegeta and the Dark Lord unleashed their energy waves in unison. A momentary stillness enveloped the point of collision, yet in an instant, the center imploded, culminating in a tremendous explosion, with radiant shards of light scattering in all directions. It resembled a meteor shower streaking across the night sky, evoking a profoundly dreamlike sensation. Meanwhile, atop the temple, Walker observed with admiration, indeed, Vegeta is remarkable, adapting to Super Saiyan 5 energy so swiftly. However, if his speed falters, his body may not withstand the strain. He murmured softly before turning to gaze at the unconscious Goku, who lay on the ground. Stepping forward, Goten retrieved a cloth bag from his pocket, carefully extracting a senzu bean and placing it gently into Goku's mouth. These provisions had been prepared in advance for such circumstances. Before long, Goku slowly opened his eyes, regaining consciousness. "Grandpa," Xiao Fong exclaimed, rushing into Goku's embrace and weeping openly. Goku managed a wry smile as he patted her back, reflecting on how, despite her age, she still cried like a child. Kiki, witnessing Goku's awakening, could not suppress her tears, covering her face in relief. Goku tenderly stroked Xiao Fong's head, offering comfort before gradually rising to his feet and nodding at Walker. In truth, during his battles against the malevolent forces in Dragon Ball, Goku had already sensed Walker's presence. Thus his arrival came as no surprise. Approaching the edge of the temple, he gazed down at the fierce confrontation between Vegeta and the Dark Lord. To his astonishment, Vegeta had transcended to the realm of Super Saiyan 5, surpassing him. A faint smile graced Goku's lips, filled with pride. Turning to Tian Tian, he said, "I need to head to the hyperbolic time chamber." Tian Tian nodded with a smile, indicating her understanding. Just as she prepared to lead Goku to the chamber, the Elder Kai and Jebbet appeared before them. "I shall accompany you," the Elder Kai declared. Goku gratefully nodded in response, expressing his appreciation. Without further ado, all present comprehended the purpose behind Goku's actions. As Goku stepped into the hyperbolic time chamber, Walker shifted his gaze back to the tumultuous battlefield below. Yet, an inexplicable sensation washed over him, as if something momentous was on the verge of unfolding. Pondering too much serves little purpose. If any unforeseen events arise, I shall intervene once more. After all, such occurrences are not unfamiliar to me, Walker mused inwardly. On the distant ground below, thousands of kilometers away from the battleground between Vegeta and the Demon King, a rift suddenly materialized in the vastness of space, and two figures emerged from within. They appeared youthful, yet exuded a formidable aura. Is this the Earth that Dubra once visited? The air is remarkably fresh. The tall man inhaled deeply, savoring the crisp atmosphere, a satisfied smile gracing his face as he reveled in the beauty of this place. Indeed, the air here is delightful, a stark contrast to the foul stench of the demon realm, akin to a paradise. The shorter man stretched his arms wide, fully embracing the fresh air. His face mirrored the ecstasy of the moment, as if he were relishing the tranquility and splendor surrounding him. However, just as they were lost in the Earth's ambience, they suddenly sensed the distant tremors of combat. They exchanged a glance, excitement flickering in their eyes. "It appears a battle is underway. Let us investigate. Perhaps we shall uncover something intriguing." The tall man's lips curled into a slight smile. Their intention was to conquer Earth, and the presence of a battle presented an opportune moment to gain an advantage. Not only could they learn about the powerful beings on this planet, but they could also observe their fighting techniques. Thus, the two swiftly soared towards the source of the conflict, their speed so great that they vanished into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Chapter 87. The Malevolent Demon King Perfect Super Saiyan, Part 1. Vegeta darted like lightning to the back of the Demon King, his palms glowing faintly as they pressed firmly against the broad expanse of the Demon King's back. His lips quivered slightly as he uttered a low growl, and then an unparalleled surge of energy erupted from his palms, engulfing the Demon King and triggering a cataclysmic explosion. The deafening roar of the blast created a massive crater, several kilometers in diameter, as thick smoke billowed skyward, obscuring the sun. Vegeta's eyes, sharp as a hawk's, scanned the surroundings meticulously. Suddenly, he vanished, and with a thunderous impact, a shadow was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground and leaving a long trail as it skidded to a halt. The Demon King shook his arms, still smoking from the force of the previous blow. "I warned you, if I cannot be defeated, then dreaming of overcoming Walker is mere folly." Vegeta scoffed derisively. The Demon King let out a cold snort, a flicker of rage igniting in his eyes as his muscles began to swell dramatically. He slowly extended a stout finger, gathering a dark, inky energy at its tip, forming a luminous orb radiating a terrifying aura. Just as he prepared to unleash his attack, two muffled thuds resonated from the sky, followed by two figures plummeting to the ground, raising a cloud of dust that engulfed the area. Such potent malevolence, such formidable energy fluctuations. It was evident that these were the words of two distinct individuals. "Who are you two?" Vegeta narrowed his eyes slightly, revealing a hint of wariness. "Mr. Kikuku, these two individuals possess formidable strength. If we engage them individually, we will undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. Perhaps we should merge our powers," proposed the tall maple. "Indeed, that seems prudent," agreed the shorter Kikuku. They were acutely aware of the chasm in strength between themselves and these two adversaries. Without uniting their powers, they had no hope of contending with them. Moreover, Mapple, upon seeing the figure radiating malevolence, found himself consumed by peculiar thoughts. A glint of greed flickered in Mapple's eyes. He yearned to absorb the dark energy emanating from this sinister being to transcend his current limitations and ascend to a higher realm. Ever since he ascended as the new Demon Realm King, he had sensed a plateau in his power, and he desperately sought a means to shatter this constraint. Thus, he had dared to venture to Earth in search of an opportunity for breakthrough, only to unexpectedly encounter this dark overlord. The essence of malevolence shared a kinship with demonic energy. Should he manage to absorb the dark energy from his opponent, he could indeed surpass his limitations. Just as they were on the verge of merging their powers, two dense orbs of malevolence surged forth like phantoms, enveloping Mapple and Kikuku completely. Truly a divine gift. "Come, willingly become a part of me." The Dark Overlord smirked, a sinister smile gracing his lips. Damn it. Mapple, think of something. Kikuku shouted anxiously. Mapple unleashed the full force of his demonic energy, striving to break free from the binding. Yet his power paled in comparison to the overwhelming malevolence of the Dark Overlord. In mere moments, they were mercilessly consumed. Having successfully devoured these two unexpected intruders, the Dark Overlord belched in satisfaction, his malevolence intensifying, now thrice as potent as before. Oh, I've grown stronger, splendid. Now it gets interesting, Vegeta remarked, a hint of excitement gracing his lips. His muscles tensed, radiating a piercing white aura, akin to a sword soaring into the heavens. In a dazzling flash of white light, lightning began to crackle around him. He had unleashed his full energy. At that moment, the sky darkened ominously, thick clouds gathered, and a fierce wind arose. The once tranquil heavens appeared to be distorted by an unseen force, as if they were about to collapse inward, a phenomenon triggered by Vegeta's overwhelming power. Huh! The Dark Overlord roared, forcefully pushing off the ground, causing it to shatter beneath him. With sheer physical prowess, he lunged towards Vegeta like a bolt of lightning. In the blink of an eye, he stood before Vegeta, executing a previously unfinished technique, but this time unleashed at close range, its potency exceeding that of before. The Dark Lord's fingertips shimmered with a brilliant light, coalescing into a tremendous energy surge that surged forth like a colossal serpent with a gaping maw, intent on obliterating everything in its path as it lunged toward Vegeta. With a swift motion of his hands, Vegeta gathered energy, unleashing a formidable Gallic gun. A thunderous roar erupted as the two fierce waves of energy collided, resonating like the cataclysmic explosion of an atomic bomb, illuminating the surroundings with blinding flashes and sending shockwaves of molten earth surging through the landscape, transforming it into a seething ocean of magma within mere moments. As they skated across the molten surface for several hundred meters, both combatants charged toward each other once more, resuming their fierce battle with even greater intensity than before. Each clash reverberated through the void, producing visible ripples in the air that danced around them. In that moment, a shadow materialized, none other than the Dark Lord himself, his fist brimming with dark energy. With a slight pivot, he unleashed a rapid strike toward the right. A dull thud echoed as he made contact, yet in the next instant, the Vegeta who had been struck transformed into a mere afterimage and vanished. The true Vegeta had circled behind the Dark Lord, a sinister smirk gracing his lips as he spread his arms wide, preparing to unleash a cataclysmic explosion. However, the corners of the Dark Lord's mouth curled upward, his head spinning a full 180 degrees, his eyes shimmering with an otherworldly glow as they locked onto Vegeta. He began to chant incantations, and in the blink of an eye, Vegeta's energy rapidly dissipated, regressing to a state of normalcy in an instant. Ha! This energy is truly delectable, the Dark Lord exclaimed, licking his lips with a look of utter satisfaction. At that moment, no matter how Vegeta attempted to gather energy, he found himself incapable of transforming, even into a mere Super Saiyan. The Dark Lord's crimson gaze pierced through Vegeta, a flicker of disdain evident. So, what do you think? Do you still dare to underestimate me? Furious and resentful, Vegeta clenched his teeth, realizing he had let his guard down. I recall you once said I was no match for Walker, but now, having absorbed your power, the tables have turned. He shall not be my equal. A smug smile crept across the Dark Lord's face. Meanwhile, atop the temple, Walker observed the unfolding drama with a tranquil demeanor, shaking his head slightly. He understood that even if Vegeta had not been absorbed, based on the intensity of the energy he had previously emitted, he would still struggle to endure. It seems I may or may not need to intervene, Walker murmured to himself. Turning, he spotted Goku and old Kaishin. So, grandfather, did you succeed? Little Fong inquired with eager anticipation. However, Goku merely smiled faintly, withholding a response, though his brow furrowed slightly. How strange. Why has Vegeta's energy diminished so significantly? Goku pondered aloud. Subsequently, Walker concisely recounted the situation of Vegeta's battle. In that case, allow me to handle this matter, Goku declared, and with that, he leaped forth, soaring toward the battlefield. Chapter 88. The Malevolent Demon King, Perfect Super Saiyan 5, Part 2. I shall make excellent use of your energy. Now that you are of no further use, perish. The Demon King declared coldly, extending his finger and flicking it lightly, sending a small energy orb hurtling forth. In that critical moment, Sun Wukong suddenly appeared before the Demon King, effortlessly swatting the energy orb aside. It turned out that after flying away for a few breaths, Sun Wukong remembered his ability to teleport and immediately executed it to arrive at this very spot. It's you, interfering with me from within those shattered Dragon Balls. Now you dare to obstruct me here. The Demon King glared furiously at Sun Wukong. You must be dealt with by my hand, after all. Do you not wish to eliminate me as well? Sun Wukong's eyes were filled with murderous intent, his resolve to slay his adversary more steadfast than ever before. Frankly speaking, throughout his life, Sun Wukong had engaged in countless battles, yet never had he exhibited such profound killing intent as he did at this moment. Having faced the Demon King multiple times amidst the fragmented Dragon Balls, he had gleaned insight into the villain's past. He recognized the Demon King as a true embodiment of wickedness, one who would stop at nothing to achieve his goals. It could be said that the number of lives extinguished by his hand was easily in the hundreds, if not more. Such malevolence was intolerable to Sun Wukong, who resolved to eradicate this fiend completely. Haha, indeed, I wish to slay you. After all, that is the essence of battle. Either you contend for victory, or you face death. The Demon King sneered, his aura surging to its zenith in an instant. At that moment, without any forewarning, the Demon King launched an assault, a beam of black light shooting forth from his hand, aimed directly at Sun Wukong. However, Sun Wukong seemed to have anticipated this, shouting, "Solar Fist." In an instant, a blinding radiance erupted from Sun Wukong, the dazzling light rendering the Demon King's vision utterly compromised. Seizing this opportunity, Sun Wukong teleported Vegeta back to the temple, then returned to the battlefield once more. Though the Solar Fist took the Demon King by surprise, it bore little substantial effect against such a formidable foe. Nevertheless, Sun Wukong needed merely a fleeting moment. Taking a deep breath, his body began to transform. First into Super Saiyan 4, followed by an even more potent aura surging from within him as he ascended to Super Saiyan 5. Astonishingly, Sun Wukong in his Super Saiyan 5 form emanated a power that felt even mightier than Vegeta's full energy. At this juncture, Sun Wukong exuded the presence of a war deity, radiating unparalleled majesty. Pretentious. The energy within the Demon King surged like erupting lava, forming a dense aura around him. Reminiscent of an invisible shield, the air crackled with a hissing sound, akin to water splashing into hot oil, the atmosphere reaching an unbearable tension. Suddenly, the Demon King's figure vanished like a phantom, seemingly merging with the void itself. Sun Wukong's eyes darted rapidly, keenly tracking the movements of the Dark Overlord. In the next moment, he unhesitatingly thrust his fist leftward, unleashing a ferocious strike. Bang! At the instant their fists collided, a powerful shockwave erupted, radiating outward. The Overlord's eyes widened in shock as twin beams of laser light shot forth from them. However, Sun Wukong chose not to evade but instead harnessed his own formidable aura, effortlessly neutralizing the onslaught of the eye beams. Whoosh! The two figures flickered through the void at breakneck speed, continuously clashing, each impact sending tremors through the space around them. Their battle resembled a breathtaking dance, an intricate interplay of speed and strength that left onlookers in awe. Boom! The Overlord's massive fist cleaved through the air, propelled by tremendous force and momentum, aimed squarely at Sun Wukong's face. Yet, Sun Wukong deftly employed his instantaneous movement technique, easily sidestepping the blow, while the Overlord's fist sailed past, obliterating a mountain in its wake. With his attack failing, the Overlord swiftly pivoted, charging to the right and matching Sun Wukong's velocity. What ensued was an intense chase, their forms intertwining like bolts of lightning, dazzling to behold. In this high-speed skirmish, both combatants exerted their utmost. Each strike delivered with full force, landing with resounding impact. From afar, one could only perceive a black streak and a white streak entwined in the air, creating a scene of breathtaking intensity. Suddenly, Sun Wukong appeared above the Overlord, his fist shimmering with a radiant white light, before he plunged downward with a tremendous blow. Thud! The dull sound reverberated through the air as the Overlord was struck, plummeting rapidly. Accompanied by a thunderous crash, he crashed heavily into the ground, creating a massive pit nearly a kilometer deep. In midair, Sun Wukong flickered and reappeared beside the Overlord at the bottom of the pit, launching a kick towards his abdomen. Thud! The Overlord's palms came together to block the kick, yet he was still propelled backwards by the immense force, soaring out of the pit. Floating in the air, the Overlord wiped the dark blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes flashing with a mix of anger and confusion. What is happening? Why is the energy within me beginning to diminish? The Overlord was filled with perplexity and astonishment, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. Just then, a powerful aura emanated from the distance, prompting him to raise his gaze. There, in the sky, flickered a dazzling azure light. Sun Wukong's Super Kamehameha? The death wave of dark energy. Sensing the imminent threat, the Overlord promptly concentrated all his strength, unleashing his most potent technique. He thrust his hands forward, releasing a colossal wave of energy that surged towards Sun Wukong. The two formidable energy waves collided in the air, producing a piercing sound of friction as black and blue energies clashed, warping the very fabric of space. With their furious roars, they intensified their output, the energy waves rapidly swelling in size, becoming ever more colossal. In an instant, a tremendous roar erupted, causing the ground within a 1,000-mile radius to collapse, forming a colossal pit. Simultaneously, an oval-shaped crimson light ascended, dazzling and radiant, reminiscent of the rising sun. In the blink of an eye, a massive mushroom cloud surged upwards, the shockwave from the explosion spreading with a force capable of shattering all in its path. Instantly, both sky and earth became shrouded in obscurity. Accompanied by a piercing scream, the formidable demon emerged from the thick smoke, missing half of its body. Clearly, it had succumbed in the recent clash of energies, as it was well known that engaging with the Sun family, especially the one on the right, often ended in defeat. Sun Wukong, filled with rage, pursued the incomplete demon and murmured, "Let us conclude this." Dragon Fist. All energy converged into his right hand, forming a magnificent golden dragon that pierced directly through the demon's form. No, impossible. The three voices intertwined, revealing that the demon had not fully absorbed the two beings that had emerged from the demon realm. A deafening explosion ensued. As the smoke dissipated, the demon was utterly vanquished, and the previously cracked Dragon Balls returned to their original state. Chapter 89. Refusal. Descent. Sun Wukong gasped for breath, as if every ounce of strength had been drained from him, sprawled upon the ground. After a while, he reverted from his Super Saiyan transformation, his body gradually shrinking back to that of a child. Struggling to rise, he gathered the 7 scattered Dragon Balls and stowed them in his pocket before instantaneously teleporting back to the temple. Upon returning to the temple, Sun Wukong produced the 7 Dragon Balls from his pocket and handed them to the Elder Supreme Kai, who examined each orb closely, a satisfied expression gracing his features. Excellent. The malevolent energy has been entirely eradicated. It shall not resurface for centuries, the Elder Supreme Kai affirmed. Hearing this, Sun Wukong sighed in relief. His concern alleviated regarding the thoroughness of the purification. He placed the 7 Dragon Balls on the ground and called out, "Arise, Shenron, and grant my wish." As his words echoed, the sky darkened, and a brilliant golden light shot upwards, revealing the magnificent form of Shenron before all. Once again, Sun Wukong, you have performed admirably this time. Shenron's enormous eyes fixed upon Sun Wukong, his tone laced with admiration. "Oh, Shenron, I am truly grateful for your guidance throughout this time. I hope to receive your assistance once more. Please restore the earth to its former state." Sun Wukong earnestly gazed at Shenron, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Shenron nodded, his red eyes suddenly shimmering with brilliance. Mere moments later, the earth was completely restored to its original condition. "Your wish has been granted. However, Sun Wukong, do not forget the promise you made to me. I shall await your return." With this parting statement, Shenron transformed into a beam of light and vanished. Unlike before, this time the 7 Dragon Balls did not scatter. Instead, they lost their luster, becoming dull. Tian, please seal them away," the Elder Supreme Kai instructed Tian. Tian was momentarily taken aback, but quickly comprehended the situation, hastily securing the 7 Dragon Balls and transporting them to a chamber deep within the temple. As a few individuals engaged in casual conversation, the enigmatic words spoken by the dragon to Sun Wukong before its disappearance lingered in their minds, particularly troubling Vegeta. Unable to restrain his curiosity, Vegeta was poised to inquire further, yet Walker interjected, shaking his head in silent objection. Although Walker did not fully grasp the precise meaning of that statement, he had begun to form some conjectures. After enjoying a hearty discussion with friends and family, Sun Wukong approached Walker. "Walker, I have an important request to make," Sun Wukong stated earnestly. Witnessing the solemnity etched upon Sun Wukong's face, Walker found it difficult to decline. He replied, "Speak your mind. If it lies within my power, I shall do my utmost to assist you." After a brief silence, Sun Wukong's gaze shifted towards Vegeta, and he slowly articulated, "I wish to challenge you, or more precisely, to challenge you after merging with Vegeta." Vegeta was taken aback, realizing this matter pertained to him as well. "Vegeta, you too desire to challenge Walker, do you not? This presents a splendid opportunity," Sun Wukong encouraged. Vegeta pondered for several moments, then nodded in agreement, eager to discover whether he and Sun Wukong, upon merging, could indeed surpass Walker and to what extent they differed. In contrast, Walker remained silent, having previously assessed their battle capabilities through his system. He knew that even in his Super Saiyan form, he could easily dispatch them, rendering the contest unequal. Recognizing the imbalance, he felt no obligation to acquiesce and thus shook his head in refusal. However, Sun Wukong was determined not to relent, convinced that this opportunity might be fleeting. He pressed on, "Walker, you are aware that our fusion with the Patera earrings will render us significantly stronger." Vegeta chimed in, "Indeed. Walker, we assure you that our combined form will not disappoint." Walker continued to shake his head, fully cognizant of his superior strength, which even fusion could not alter. Yet, not wishing to extinguish their enthusiasm, he diplomatically responded, "Your courage is commendable, but in this timeline, your abilities are severely restrained. Should you find yourselves in a different era, we shall engage in a proper battle." This assertion was purely speculative on Walker's part. Exchanging glances, Sun Wukong and Vegeta both nodded in understanding. Nonetheless, Sun Wukong sighed inwardly, uncertain if they would ever have another chance to meet again. Subsequently, the group made their way to Capsule Corporation, where Bulma had decided to host a celebration. For joy was in the air. Meanwhile, in another realm of the primary timeline, an ancient and majestic castle stood resolutely. Within its spacious interior, an elderly man with a head full of white hair sat before a massive desk, rhythmically tapping his fingers upon its surface. To his right stood a youthful gentleman, and had Walker been present, he would surely recognize this individual. "After an extensive period of pursuit, I have finally traced his whereabouts. Yet he remains absent from our realm of existence." The elder spoke slowly, his voice deep and commanding. Grando clenched his fists tightly, determination gleaming in his eyes. No matter the cost, he would find that individual and ensure he faced the consequences. "Grandfather, I must go, regardless of what awaits me ahead," Grando replied without hesitation. The elder nodded slightly, a glimmer of admiration in his gaze, aware of his grandson's unwavering resolve. "Very well, if that is the case, I shall accompany you. I too wish to meet the one who took the key." The elder rose, his frail form exuding an unparalleled aura. Subsequently, the duo departed the chamber, traversing the corridor towards the basement. Along the way, the household servants greeted them with respectful bows, expressing their salutations. After several minutes of walking, they arrived at the location of the basement. Before them stood a massive black iron door, adorned with enigmatic runes and patterns. The elder waved his hand gently, a faint magical energy emanating from his fingertips, drifting towards the iron door. With a creak, the door slowly ascended, revealing a dark passage within. It was Grando's first visit to this place, and curiosity swelled within him. However, he refrained from asking questions, closely following his grandfather into the shadowy realm beyond the door. They traversed a narrow corridor, ultimately arriving at a spacious chamber, where a square, unfamiliar apparatus stood at its center, pulsating with strange luminescence. "The residual essence of that individual has been input into this machine. It will guide us to his temporal location," the elder elucidated. After speaking, he approached the machine and activated it. A low hum resonated as the device commenced its operations. The machine began to shake violently, accompanied by eerie sounds that caused Grando's eardrums to throb painfully. Moments later, the machine ceased its tumult, revealing a pitch-black, profound passage before the grandfather and grandson. "Let us proceed," the elder declared, stepping confidently into the corridor, with Grando promptly following. In the parallel dimension where Walker resided, a portal suddenly materialized amidst the void atop a lofty peak on Earth, from which the elder and the youth emerged. The elder furrowed his brow slightly, murmuring to himself, "An independent temporal realm, intriguing." Grando gazed at his grandfather in bewilderment, puzzled by his previous remarks. The elder waved his arm gently, a strand of mysterious essence escaping from his hand, drifting into the distance. Come, follow that essence, and you shall locate the individual, he instructed before striding forward. Thus, the grandfather and grandson closely trailed the ethereal essence. Chapter 90. The Complete Key to the Demon Realm. Entering the dark demon realm in the banquet hall of the Capsule Corporation, the warriors, who had been indulging in drink, suddenly altered their expressions, setting down their bowls, utensils, and goblets. What is it? Bulma inquired, casting a puzzled glance at Vegeta and the others, wondering, could they have finished eating? That seems unlikely. If others can believe they are satiated, she might accept it. However, it is illogical for these three pure-blooded Saiyans, Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Walker, to have consumed so little. Yet, upon witnessing the grave expressions on their faces, Bulma recognized that the situation was far more complex than she had initially perceived, prompting her to share in the rising tension. Two formidable presences were approaching, one exuding an extraordinary power that felt even greater than that of the malevolent dragon vanquished by Kakarot. Vegeta's countenance darkened as he spoke. What is happening? Why are enemies appearing one after another, each more powerful than the last? Piccolo furrowed his brow, his mind rife with confusion and concern. Instead of speculating, Walker declared, "Let us go outside and ascertain the truth." With that, he strode purposefully out of the banquet hall. Upon exiting, they were greeted by the vast expanse of the backyard, where Walker stood quietly. As he lifted his gaze, two figures descended slowly from the sky, landing with grace. Glondo, witnessing the fire of fury in Walker's eyes, pointed at him and exclaimed, "Grandfather, it's him." The elder followed his grandson's gaze, his brow furrowing, sensing a distasteful divine energy emanating from Walker. He pondered, how peculiar. Despite possessing that key, why does he not radiate any demonic aura? This curiosity about Walker grew within him. Walker, bewildered, regarded the two newcomers, mentally questioning, who are they? I don't believe I recognize them, particularly the young man, whose striking features could easily have made him a superstar in a past life. However, as he contemplated, Glondo noticed the lack of recognition from Walker, igniting a fierce anger within him. How dare you ignore me, you scoundrel? Enraged and momentarily blinded by his fury, Glondo launched an attack, conjuring a crimson energy sphere in his palm and hurling it towards Walker. Without hesitation, Walker extended his right hand and unleashed a powerful energy wave to counter the assault. Simultaneously, he split his focus, directing part of his consciousness into the system space, as an abrupt fluctuation emerged there. He swiftly traced the source of the disturbance to a key, and as he gazed upon it, he fell into deep contemplation. Within mere seconds, he recalled the key's origin. Ah, so that's who he is. I thought I had dealt with him long ago, yet it seems he possesses quite the skill. He realized, enlightenment dawning upon him. It was only now that he recalled the man and the key's connection to a task entrusted to him by Mels, unexpectedly resurfacing after such a long time. With a resounding boom, the ground erupted, creating a crater as the shockwave swept away nearby ornamental plants. Just as Sun Wukong and Vegeta prepared to intervene, Walker halted them, saying, "You two, do not interfere. I now know who you are. You have come seeking this object. Haven to you?" As he spoke, he produced the key. Upon seeing it, his anger diminished slightly, and just as he prepared to seize it, his grandfather reached out to stop him. The elder gazed at Walker with a calm demeanor, exuding an intimidating authority without uttering a word. "Young man, that object holds no value for you. Hand it over, and my grandson and I shall take our leave." The underlying message in the elder's words hinted that refusal would lead to a more forceful approach. Walker, fully aware of the old man's intent, smirked coldly. "Do you think I would fear you? Moreover, how can you be so certain that this key is of no use to me?" With that, Walker waved his right hand gently, revealing a piece of exquisite magic crystal that shimmered with an enigmatic glow. This crystal was a rare treasure he had fortuitously acquired during past adventures. Initially, when the system had not yet upgraded, it had not provided a clear indication of the crystal's specific purpose, but the situation had changed. Upon further investigation, the system explicitly informed him that this crystal was essential for energizing the key, much like recharging a device. An exquisite magic crystal? You possess such a rare treasure? A flicker of surprise crossed the elder's weathered face. Such crystals were exceedingly rare even in the demon realm, and finding one in the current state of the realm was nearly impossible. Without hesitation, Walker placed the key atop the magic crystal. Instantly, the key began to tremble violently, followed by the crystal emitting a dense gray light. After a brief moment, the brilliance gradually dimmed, and the crystal disintegrated into powder, dissipating into the air. As the light faded, the key underwent a remarkable transformation. What was once the thickness of 2 fingers now expanded to the size of a mobile phone, feeling heavy in his hand, as if it bore boundless power. Key to the Demon Realm, meticulously crafted by dark sorcerers of the Demon Realm, fully energized. Capable of opening a passage to the Demon Realm, it has finally returned to its original form. The elder murmured, his eyes glinting with recognition, clearly aware of the key's true appearance. At that moment, a shadow darted swiftly before Walker, reaching out with a skeletal hand in an attempt to snatch the key. Walker snorted coldly, swiftly securing the key to his chest, and ruthlessly struck out with his palm, aiming directly at the shadow. The shadow, seeing this, immediately altered its attack, colliding with Walker's palm. A dull thud resounded, causing the surrounding air to tremble, and as the shockwave surged, both individuals staggered back several steps before regaining their footing. The elder squinted slightly, a hint of astonishment flickering in his expression. Although that strike had been executed in haste, and not with full strength, it would have left an ordinary person either with a fractured arm or spewing blood. Yet, this young man stood unscathed, earning the elder's newfound respect. As the elder prepared to continue his assault, the key hidden within Walker's embrace suddenly vibrated, breaking free from his grasp and levitating in the air, emitting a blinding light. Subsequently, a door materialized in the void. The great door creaked open slowly, releasing a breath of chilling air. It was finally opened. After 13 million years, I could return to the demon realm. The elder displayed a joyous expression, grasping his grandson's hand as they rushed towards the door. However, Walker remained still, his gaze fixed upon the faint, vanishing shadow in his embrace. Could this key possess a spirit of its own? Reflecting on the sensations he had just experienced, he felt certain that the key had flown out of his grasp. Yet, before he could ponder further, Sun Wukong clapped him on the shoulder. Watching the pair of vanishing figures, Walker declared, "This matter must be resolved by me alone. You shall wait here." As Walker soared towards the door, Vegeta and Sun Wukong followed closely behind. "We will not interfere in your affairs. Vegeta and I merely wish to witness what transpires," Sun Wukong stated. Vegeta nodded in agreement. Walker smiled gently, saying nothing, and the 3 Saiyans ventured into the inky darkness of the door. As their figures faded into the shadows, the door gradually closed, as if restoring tranquility to the surroundings. Upon closing their eyes and reopening them, they found themselves in a dark crimson world. Chapter 91. The Time Patrol team appears. What is this place? It feels utterly unsettling, Sun Wukong frowned, running his hand through his spiky hair, sensing an ominous chill. Walker, after surveying the area, remarked, "It appears this is the Dark Demon Realm. Those of us entering for the first time often exhibit such reactions. But fret not, you will acclimate in due time." With that, Walker took flight. Sun Wukong and Vegeta, realizing his intent, quickly called out, "Wait for us." They ignited their energy and followed suit. Before a vast and grand fortress, the grandfather and grandson stood silently. Glondo gazed at the imposing door adorned with unknown patterns, a sense of reverence swelling within him. Merely gazing upon this portal, he could feel a palpable pressure, as if the fortress itself embodied immense power. Just as Glondo was about to push the door, it suddenly creaked open, producing a deep sound. Simultaneously, a resonant voice echoed from within. "I wondered why I sensed such a repugnant aura. It turns out you, old relic, have returned." As the voice faded, a towering figure, nearly 2 meters tall, appeared at the threshold. This muscular man, with well-defined muscles radiating strength, bore a scar that traversed his face and lips, instilling an unsettling feeling merely by sight. The elder, Grugia, regarded this brawny figure with a glimmer of surprise and caution. Furrowing his brow, he inquired, "Barney, what are you doing here?" The man named Barney flashed a grin, revealing a set of pristine white teeth, and replied, "A great deal has transpired over these 15 million years. Water flows downhill, and people ascend. That is how it is." With that, Barney turned and strode into the fortress. Georgia, without hesitation, followed her grandson inside. Barney led the elderly man and the child through a corridor adorned with an array of exquisite decorations and artworks. These artifacts emanated a palpable aura of magic, indicating that the master of this fortress wielded immense power and wealth. At last, they arrived at a spacious hall, where individuals stood or sat, some familiar elder faces among them, while others were entirely unknown. "Find a place to sit. The esteemed guest will arrive shortly," Barney remarked. Seemingly well acquainted with the surroundings, he casually selected a spot, propping his leg up in a relaxed manner. The grandfather and grandson nestled into a quieter corner. But before they could settle in, a captivating feminine voice resonated through the air. "Old man, it seems you've lived quite well in these past 1,000,000 years." Hearing this voice stirred a peculiar sensation in Grolando's heart, akin to an invisible hand gently teasing him. Instinctively, he turned his head and beheld a woman seated in the rear, clad in revealing attire, yet possessing a figure that was both graceful and alluring. Her eyes sparkled with mischief and seduction, leaving onlookers enraptured. For reasons unknown, upon seeing this woman, Grolando's heart raced, and a flush crept across his cheeks. "Humph, Bai Yen, you wretched old hag, do you pretend I'm not here?" George's expression darkened, and a formidable aura of magic erupted from him, enveloping the entire hall with his presence. All right, I won't tease your grandson anymore. How dull." The woman chuckled lightly, waving her hand dismissively. At her gesture, Grolando quickly regained his composure, recalling the recent events, and involuntarily shivered, a wave of apprehension washing over him. The elder also retracted his aura, as if nothing had transpired. Everyone sat in silence, awaiting what was to come next. Moments later, an elderly man, well into his years, slowly emerged into view. His presence commanded the attention of all in attendance, prompting them to rise and bow respectfully. This venerable figure was none other than Mechikapura, the creator of the Dark Demon Realm. Mechikapura scanned the assembly and proclaimed, "Now that everyone is present, let us commence our meeting." With that, he proceeded to his designated seat, his gaze calm and focused ahead. The others followed suit, returning to their own seats. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared in the conference room, exuding an air of competence, with hawk-like eyes. He bowed to the assembly before announcing, "I will preside over this report session." A booklet materialized in his hands, and he began to read aloud. "According to our investigation, Demigura has escaped, and the Time God has initiated actions. Furthermore, the Dark Dragon Balls have traversed various temporal points, necessitating the dispatch of individuals to retrieve them. Additionally, dear head of the Georgia clan, in your respective temporal realm, the angelic race has commenced their actions. You must act swiftly." Georgia remained silent, while Grondo, unable to comprehend the discourse, sat anxiously, his heart pounding. Within the temporal corridor, a group of figures clad in uniform was soaring through the air with remarkable speed, as if racing against time itself. This assembly constituted the temporal patrol team organized by the Kaishin of Time, Kane. They bore the crucial responsibility of safeguarding peace across various timelines and preventing any occurrences that might jeopardize the balance of the world. After several minutes of rapid flight, the team finally came to a halt. Temporal Patrol Trunks turned to face the distorted space ahead, his tone grave as he addressed the group. "All right, everyone. We are about to enter different temporal points in pursuit of the Dark Dragon Balls. This is our mission, and we must not allow the denizens of the Dark Demon Realm to succeed." The others nodded in understanding, each activating a device on their wrists resembling a watch. As beams of light flickered, they vanished one by one, leaving only Temporal Patrol Goku behind. Goku's eyes sparkled with excitement as he murmured to himself, "This is truly exhilarating. I wonder what challenges await." Without hesitation, he plunged into the distorted time-space, embarking on his quest. The scene shifted to the Dark Demon Realm, where Walker, Goku, and Vegeta had arrived near a fortress concealed behind a massive rock, vigilantly observing the situation ahead. There are numerous powerful presences within that fortress, far exceeding my comprehension, Goku remarked, his expression serious, yet his eyes glimmering with excitement. Vegeta furrowed his brow, questioning, "What shall we do now? Even together, we cannot contend with so many." After a moment of contemplation, Walker replied, "Let us wait here and observe the unfolding events." He recognized the potential dangers of rash actions and opted to bide his time. With that, he casually settled into a spot. Goku and Vegeta, seeing this, had no choice but to await further developments. Chapter 92, Super Saiyan 5 Vegito vs. Majin Buu, Part 1. Inside the fortress, a tense and solemn briefing had just concluded. Among all the participants, Only Georgia remained silent. As the others gradually departed, Georgia and his grandson Grando stayed behind. Grando was filled with trepidation and reverence, anxiously speculating about the potential events to come while feeling a deep respect for the adult who quietly observed them. After several seconds of silence, Mechikabura finally broke the stillness. Speaking slowly, "You have performed admirably, surpassing your son." Upon hearing the word son, a barely perceptible change flickered across Georgia's face, yet he chose not to respond further, merely nodding gently to acknowledge the compliment. The atmosphere grew exceptionally heavy, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Grandu felt an invisible pressure constricting around him, rendering him nearly breathless. He hesitated to disrupt the profound silence, fearing it might incite unnecessary trouble. Seconds trickled by until the voice of Mechikabura shattered the stillness. "Return now. You cannot linger too long, for you must not be discovered by those self-righteous angels." His tone bore an air of authority that brooked no dissent. Upon hearing this, Gurgia scoffed him. "I shall leave without your prompting." He tightly clasped his grandson's hand and turned to exit the hall. As the figures of the grandfather and grandson faded entirely from view, the atmosphere surrounding Mechikabura shifted dramatically. The previously stifling aura intensified, as if an invisible weight permeated the air. "Were it not for the item your son and daughter-in-law devised to mitigate the side effects of the Dark Dragon Balls, you would have long since perished," Mechikabura murmured, his eyes glinting with a frigid light. "To dare show me disdain is utterly foolish. Once I regain my full power, each of you shall meet your end." His words dripped with fury and murderous intent. With a sudden motion, he crushed the armrest of his chair and transformed into a shadow, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Outside the fortress, "Grandfather, are we to return?" Grandu inquired cautiously. An inexplicable tension seemed to hang between his grandfather and that formidable figure. Gurgia paused for a moment, a slight smile gracing his lips. "There is no rush. We may return later. I wish to show you the thrill of being the observer rather than the observed." Grandu's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at his grandfather. "My goodness, grandfather is smiling." It was the first time he had ever witnessed such a display of emotion. Throughout his childhood, his grandfather had always maintained a stern and serious demeanor, as though nothing in the world could sway him. Yet at this moment, the sight of his grandfather smiling utterly transformed Grandu's perception of him. Gurgia gently patted Grandu's shoulder, and together they soared into the distance. "Walker, they have departed. Shall we follow?" Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled with excitement. Of course, the three concealed their presence and took flight. In the plains, 1,000 kilometers from the fortress, silence reigned, disturbed only by the gentle whisper of the breeze through the grass. Suddenly, a dark vortex materialized in the void, as if intent on consuming the very fabric of space. Moments later, two figures emerged from the whirlpool, landing upon the open expanse. Chirp, chirp, chirp. A piercing scream erupted, sending chills down the spine. "I didn't anticipate such strength," Super Saiyan 4-time Patrol Goku muttered while wiping the blood from his lips. His eyes reflected exhaustion and resignation, clearly the aftermath of a fierce battle. Originally, Time Patrol Goku had ventured into the Dark Demon realm to retrieve the Dark Dragon Balls, but en route, the Supreme Kai of Time, Kane, had informed him of the nearest Dark Dragon Ball's emergence. Thus, he hurried over, hoping to successfully retrieve the Dragon Ball. However, upon his arrival, he discovered that the Dark Dragon Ball had already possessed Kid Buu, which presented a formidable challenge. To make matters worse, Kid Buu had absorbed the power of the Demon Dabura, gaining immense strength. Faced with such a formidable adversary, Time Patroller Goku could only persist, barely holding on until now. Cackling with derision, the demon Kid Buu pointed at Time Patroller Goku, his laughter rife with mockery, as if to belittle Goku's weakness. His eyes glimmered with a ferocious light, seemingly proclaiming his own might. With a fierce determination, Time Patroller Goku elevated his energy to its pinnacle, dashing towards Demon Buu at an astonishing speed, delivering a powerful uppercut. Unfortunately, Demon Buu's reflexes were exceedingly swift. He merely leaned back slightly to evade the attack effortlessly. In response, Demon Buu executed a swift kick, landing a harsh blow on Goku. He was sent flying thousands of meters, yet he valiantly steadied himself. However, he could no longer maintain his Super Saiyan 4 form and reverted to his normal state, having exhausted all his energy in fending off Demon Buu's kick. Coughing violently, Time Patroller Goku gasped for breath. Anguish etched across his face. He felt that he might not endure much longer. Meanwhile, Walker, Goku, and Vegeta arrived near the battlefield. The three managed to suppress their own energy signatures, while Time Patroller Goku, having nearly depleted all his energy, remained oblivious to their presence. Walker searched the area but found no sign of the grandfather and grandson duo. Could they be playing a game of waiting to ambush? Just as Walker pondered this, Goku tapped him on the shoulder. What I and Vegeta want to. Before Goku could finish, Walker interrupted. I know what you both intend to do. But I suggest you fuse instead. The one wielding demon power cannot simply be matched by Super Saiyan 5. Goku had no objections, looking to Vegeta, who clenched his fist in agreement. The two then began their fusion dance, which, to be fair, appeared rather amusing. A flash of white light enveloped them as they fused into Vegeto, subsequently powering up to Super Saiyan 5. The moment their formidable energy surged forth, Demon Bu immediately sensed it, swiftly turning to face them. Even the severely injured Time Patroller Goku, lying on the ground and on the verge of unconsciousness, felt the overwhelming aura and slowly raised his head. He beheld a towering figure, entirely shrouded in white fur, emanating an unparalleled presence and strength, as if he were the sovereign of the entire universe. In the heart of Shishuan Wukong, an overwhelming sense of astonishment took hold. Judging from the aura, he had never encountered such a formidable entity. Even the previously faced Super One-Star Dragon paled in comparison to the figure before him. What is this? Shishuan Wukong murmured. At that moment, Majin Bu also felt the immense power emanating from Gogeta, and for the first time, his expression turned gravely serious. However, he soon broke into a bizarre grin, chattering away. Gogeta gazed at Majin Bu, a confident smile gracing his lips. Come on. Let me see just how powerful you truly are, Gogeta proclaimed loudly. Majin Bu took a deep breath, thumping his chest like a gorilla. Who is it? Why does this aura feel somewhat familiar? Due to his severe injuries, his consciousness was hazy, causing his speech to be fragmented. Although he could not clearly see his opponent's visage, he indeed sensed a semblance of familiarity from the earlier aura. Regrettably, his injuries were too grave, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. With a roar, Majin Bu concluded his chest-thumping antics, casting a haughty gaze upon Super Saiyan Gogeta. Meanwhile, Walker utilized the system to assess Gogeta's combat prowess, discovering that here, Super Saiyan Gogeta's power escalated to an astounding 800 quintillion, and it continued to rise, revealing the immense pressure they faced in this timeline. In contrast, Majin Bu, having absorbed the power of the Majin, augmented by the dark dragon balls embedded in his chest, boasted a combat strength of 1 sextillion. It would not be long before Gogeta caught up with him. Chapter 93, Super Saiyan Gogeta vs. Majin Bu, Part 2. Majin Bu emitted a sharp, piercing laugh, his form darting towards Gogeta like lightning, delivering a sweeping kick. With a resounding thud, Gogeta swiftly raised his arm to block the strike, yet the sheer force propelled him backwards several dozen steps. Majin Bu offered no respite or opportunity for counterattack. With hands raised, he unleashed a powerful wave of red-black energy. Unfazed, Gogeta crossed his arms, summoning a formidable aura to confront the energy wave head-on. Boom! A colossal explosion resonated, shaking the very earth. Gogeta emerged from the smoke, his hand crystallizing a sharp energy sword, striking at Majin Bu with incredible speed. However, Majin Bu adeptly sidestepped the lethal blow. Reacting swiftly, Gogeta turned and delivered a kick that struck Majin Bu squarely on the forehead. The impact sent Majin Bu hurtling backward for over 1,000 meters before he managed to regain his footing. In a flash, Gogeta teleported in front of Majin Bu, delivering a powerful right hook to his face, while simultaneously pulling him closer with his left hand to deliver a fierce knee strike. Majin Bu, not one to back down, retaliated with his own knee, unleashing a powerful gust of energy as the two spun in the air before crashing to the ground. Just as they landed, Gogeta activated his teleportation skill, reappearing behind Majin Bu in the blink of an eye, fists poised to strike. The reaction of Majin Bu was somewhat sluggish, rendering him unable to evade the assault in time, resulting in him being struck down into the depths of the earth. In an instant, the ground erupted in a cloud of thick smoke and dust, resembling a miniature volcanic eruption. From the depths of the pit, Majin Bu rose, his face contorted with fury. He surveyed his surroundings and discovered a stone that piqued his interest. Seizing it, he summoned the dark power within him. As he infused it with energy, the stone transformed into a razor-sharp blade. Subsequently, Majin Bu brandished the weapon and soared out of the pit. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed a surge of dark energy. The dark dragon ball embedded in his chest, emitting a dim red glow, akin to a watchful eye. In a flash, he appeared beside Gogeta, slashing with the blade. Gogeta executed an extreme leap just as the blade was about to make contact, narrowly avoiding the strike, although the energy wave from the blade swept across the landscape, cleaving a distant mountain in two. Inside the fortress, in a secluded chamber, an air of mystery and intrigue enveloped the space. A woman clad in alluring attire, her beauty striking, lounged in a chair with a sly smile gracing her lips, her gaze fixed intently on the man standing beside her. "What is the matter? Don't you wish to join in?" she murmured, her tone laced with teasing anticipation. The man wore a baseball cap, and aside from this headwear, he bore no distinctive features. Curiously, the cap was pulled down so low that it obscured his face entirely. From any angle, his visage remained shrouded in obscurity, as though veiled by a dense fog. He raised his head, gazing into the distance, and due to the cap's shadow, no one could discern any expressions upon his face. "That old fellow seems intent on playing a game of mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind," he mused, his voice deep and resonant, akin to a bass drum, starkly contrasting his somewhat frail physique. "But as far as I know, many harbor such thoughts." "And what do you intend to do?" Bai Yin inquired, leaning against him, her fingers tracing circles upon his chest, yet he remained unresponsive. "Let it unfold. After all, that esteemed individual hasn't he uttered a word thus far," he replied nonchalantly. "Oh dear, you truly are dull," Bai Yin remarked with a hint of dissatisfaction, casting him a glance imbued with charm. She then turned away from his chest to gaze into the distance, her thoughts mirroring his own. In truth, those observing the distant conflict shared similar sentiments. Meanwhile, in a chamber at the highest level of the fortress, the aged Mechikabura leaned on his cane, standing before a glass window, observing the fluctuations of battle unfolding afar. His lips moved slightly, and shortly after, a shadow vanished quietly. "I suppose it's about time for you to make your move. Let me see what kind of minions you have gathered after my departure." A glint of malice flickered in his eyes. The scene returns to the battlefield, where the confrontation between Vegeta and Majin Buu has escalated to a feverish intensity. Vegeta firmly grasps Majin Buu's ankle, spinning him around in a complete circle several times, before releasing him, sending Majin Buu soaring through the air. Utilizing instant transmission, Vegeta appears behind Majin Buu in the blink of an eye, unleashing a tremendous explosion attack. The resulting sound reverberates as thick black smoke billows skyward. "Come on, stop pretending. This attack hardly inflicted any significant damage on you. Show yourself," Vegeta declares, crossing his arms as he addresses Majin Buu concealed within the smoke. Suddenly, a powerful gust of wind sweeps through, dispersing the dense black smoke. At this moment, Majin Buu emanates a more potent and suffocating aura than before. A cacophony of shrill cries erupts from Majin Buu. The essence of that statement seems to convey, "I am Majin Buu," or so it may seem. Simultaneously, the dark dragon ball embedded in Majin Buu's chest appears to deepen in its ominous hue, suggesting a complete fusion with him is imminent. "Let me see who is truly superior, you or I," Vegeta states, a confident smile gracing his lips. With a roar, Vegeta channels his energy, swiftly entering his ultimate form. "This state cannot be sustained for more than 5 minutes, so I will defeat you within that time frame." Although he could manipulate his emotions to extend the duration of his transformation, such a method proves less effective in his current fused state. In a flash, Vegeta darts towards Majin Buu like a bolt of lightning, his speed astonishing. His colossal fist, imbued with boundless power, strikes Majin Buu's face, pushing him back several steps. Without hesitation, Vegeta executes a high kick, landing a blow to Majin Buu's chin, sending him soaring into the sky. Gathering momentum, Vegeta ascends even higher than Majin Buu, aiming for his forehead to deliver another punch. However, this time, Majin Buu intercepts Vegeta's attack, and the two remain locked in a stalemate. A formidable wave of energy radiating outward, threatening to rend the very fabric of reality. Vegeta's tail lashes against Majin Buu's face, and seizing the opportunity, he swiftly retreats to create distance. Assuming a stance, he brings his palms together, rapidly accumulating high-density energy, which suddenly vanishes in the next instant. Majin Buu, swaying his head, realizes too late the imminent energy threat. The concentrated blue energy wave engulfs him, and amidst agonizing screams, Majin Buu disintegrates into dust, scattering into the ether. A pitch-black Dragon Ball falls to the ground. After unleashing this ultimate attack, Vegeta reaches the limit of his time, reverting from the fusion. The sensation is exhilarating. He never anticipated such unrestrained power from the fusion. Compared to before, it is beyond comprehension. Though Son Goku feels a wave of fatigue, an inexplicable exhilaration courses through him. Vegeta, slightly better off than Goku, shares in the triumph. After a few breaths, Walker appeared, pocketing the Dark Dragon Ball, which he actually stored in his system space. During the battle between Gogeta and Majin Buu, he had vanished for a while, and in that time, he meticulously searched the surroundings but found no trace of the old man and his grandson, which puzzled him greatly. In Chapter 94, the second faction, Gohan and Trunks. Walker extracted 3 Senzu beans from his bosom, handing 2 to Goku and Vegeta, while carefully placing the remaining 1 into the mouth of the unconscious Time Patrol Goku. Collection complete. Earned 1 million shopping points. The system prompt resonated. With shopping points nearing 5 million, he mused that he should be able to procure some splendid items. He resolved to find a moment of leisure to thoroughly explore the shop and see what treasures he could acquire with these points. Upon swallowing the Senzu bean, Time Patrol Goku gradually regained consciousness, awakening with a dazed expression. "Who are you?" he inquired, gazing at the 3 with confusion. Walker briefly explained the origins of the trio. Time Patrol Goku nodded thoughtfully, yet internally he began to fret. The situation was becoming increasingly convoluted. Should the Supreme Kai of Time discover the involvement of individuals from other timelines, she would undoubtedly erupt in fury. By the way, have you seen the Dark Dragon Ball? Time Patrol Goku suddenly recalled an important matter and asked urgently. "I have it." Walker promptly produced the Dark Dragon Ball. "Thank you." Time Patrol Goku gratefully accepted the Dragon Ball and stored it in his waist pocket. "We shall take our leave. I must venture to other timelines to collect more Dark Dragon Balls," Time Patrol Goku stated earnestly, expressing his gratitude before pressing a button on his wristwatch and vanishing in an instant. "We should depart as well," Walker declared abruptly. "Where to?" Goku inquired, his head adorned with 3 large question marks, revealing his confusion. Vegeta, somewhat exasperated, thought it was quite evident. Kakarot certainly had a knack for feigning ignorance. Walker smiled faintly, the time ring on his hand emanating a brilliant light, and in the next moment, the 3 vanished from sight. Not long after, a surge of black mist enveloped the ground, but upon realizing the absence of others nearby, it gradually dissipated. In the deeper void, the grandfather and grandson silently observed the unfolding events. "Grandfather, what shall we do next?" "We wait for their return," replied the elder. Thus, the duo began their patient vigil. In another timeline, Gohan was fiercely battling alongside Trunks and the gigantic Shrag. "Gohan, I have good news. Mr. Goku has collected a Dark Dragon Ball," Trunks exclaimed excitedly, leaping to Gohan's side. "Is that so? Father is indeed remarkable. I cannot fall behind," Gohan resolutely responded. Just as they conversed, Shrag's massive hand suddenly crushed an entire building. Reaching out towards them, Trunks and Gohan swiftly took to the sky to evade the onslaught. However, Shrag appeared to have anticipated this moment, opening his mouth to unleash a formidable wave of energy. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening roar, the energy wave erupted mid-air, shrouding the surroundings in a cloud of smoke. In a flash, Shrag's arm elongated at an astonishing speed, plunging into the haze in an attempt to seize Trunks and Gohan, but ultimately, he failed to grasp them. In his fury, Shrag let out a thunderous bellow, a sound that reverberated through the heavens, betraying his profound rage. "What are you shouting for, you brute? I'm right here." At the sound of this taunt, Shrag turned to see Gohan and Trunks, who had completed their transformation into Super Saiyan 3, radiating an overwhelming aura of power. Just as his energy wave was about to strike them, Gohan swiftly conjured a transparent shield, successfully deflecting the impending attack. Seizing the chaos created by the explosion, the duo rapidly maneuvered to another direction. At that moment, Gohan placed his palms together at his forehead, channeling a formidable force, and unleashed the Super Masenko. Simultaneously, Trunks initiated his assault, firing the Gallic gun. The 2 energy waves collided in the air, merging into a more potent shockwave. Boom! With a resounding crash, the shockwave struck Shrag fiercely. The immense force forced Shrag to stagger back several paces, one of his arms obliterated by the overwhelming energy, vanishing without a trace. Roar! The excruciating pain from his severed limb provoked Shrag to unleash a series of furious howls, his eyes blazing with rage as they fixated on the two warriors. Trunks, let us press on and vanquish him. Right, Gohan. As they strained to amplify their energy, an unexpected energy blast soared from a distance, interrupting their concentration. Could you kindly relinquish that Dark Dragon Ball to me? Trunks and Gohan turned their gaze to the source, spotting a man and a woman. The man, clad in a mask and possessing a robust physique, bore a Dark Dragon Ball on his chest, while the woman wielded an object resembling a magical staff. Exchanging glances, Gohan and Trunks immediately sensed that this pair was far from ordinary. Particularly, the man beside the woman evoked a strange sense of familiarity in Gohan, though he could not recall where he had encountered him before. In response to the woman's inquiry, Gohan and Trunks remained silent, their gazes sharpening, and their energy began to surge, clearly prepared for battle. Such a display served as the most eloquent response. Then there is no choice but to engage. Go. Retrieve that Dragon Ball for me, the woman commanded with a cold huff. Before her words had fully dissipated, the masked man darted forth like lightning, appearing instantaneously before Gohan and Trunks. With two resounding thuds, Gohan and Trunks barely had time to react before they were sent flying by a punch and a kick from the masked assailant. The masked man swiftly pivoted, his left hand coalescing a black-red energy orb, which he hurled towards Shrag. Shrag's eyes widened, a look of terror etched upon his face. Instinctively sensing the dreadful energy encapsulated within the orb, he mobilized all his strength, opening his mouth to unleash a powerful energy wave in an attempt to neutralize the impending threat. Yet, all efforts proved futile as the energy orb effortlessly pierced through Shrag's wave, striking his body with precise accuracy. A resounding explosion erupted, engulfing Shrag in a blaze of crimson light, obliterating him without a trace. As the masked man stooped to retrieve the dark six-star Dragon Ball from the ground, preparing to return to the woman, a blinding radiance suddenly illuminated the area, followed by a figure emerging from the light. This figure moved with astonishing speed, appearing before the masked man in the blink of an eye, delivering a powerful kick that sent him flying. Taken by surprise, the Dragon Ball slipped from the masked man's grasp, only to be deftly caught by the newcomer. This unexpected arrival spoke with a peculiar dual-toned resonance. Let us call him Gohanks. Indeed, he was the fusion of Goku's son, Gohan, and Trunks, achieved through the Patera earrings bestowed by the Supreme Kai of Time. Moments earlier, after being sent sprawling by the masked man's punch, they had swiftly realized that their individual strengths were insufficient to contend with him. Thus, Trunks conceived the notion of fusion, conveniently equipped with the Patera earrings. Consequently, they successfully merged into the formidable Gohanks. Chapter 95. The Power of Magic Reinforcement. The rescue arrives. The masked man's gaze turned icy, and with a sudden leap, he sprang to his feet, directing his attention skyward at Gohanks, emitting a low, rumbling growl of fury. Without awaiting any command from the enigmatic woman, he charged directly at Gohanks, his eyes aglow with a sinister crimson hue, fixated solely on seizing the Dark Dragon Ball. In a flash, the masked man's figure darted before Gohanks, his hands grasping tightly around Gohanks's head, and then he violently thrust his hardened skull forward in a brutal collision. The sound of several muffled impacts echoed as the masked man's assault struck with tremendous force, leaving Gohanks momentarily dazed. Fortunately, Gohanks reacted swiftly, delivering a kick that sent the masked man sprawling, narrowly avoiding the risk of a concussion from the preceding blows. Shaken yet undeterred, the masked man shook his head to dispel the disorientation and let out another growl before charging at Gohanks once more. What was this fellow's obsession? Did he truly believe he must obtain the Dark Dragon Ball at all costs? Gohanks pondered in confusion and disbelief, struggling to comprehend why this individual was so fixated on the Dragon Ball, questioning if it could solely be due to the woman's words. This seemed implausible. Just as he was lost in contemplation, the masked man, like a bolt of lightning, approached him, extending his hand in a desperate attempt to snatch the Dark Dragon Ball from his possession. Gohan was taken aback, yet his reaction was remarkably swift. In a sudden burst of movement, he unleashed a powerful punch that struck the masked man squarely in the chest, forcing him back several paces. However, the masked man was undeterred. He adjusted his stance slightly and charged at Gohan once more, intent on reclaiming the Dark Dragon Balls. At that moment, a mysterious woman appeared, wielding a shimmering wand. With a gentle flick of her wrist, a dazzling beam of light shot forth from the wand, soaring directly towards the masked man. As the radiant light merged with his body, he began to tremble violently, and a fragment of the mask on his face shattered, unleashing a formidable aura that reverberated through the surrounding air. Die! With a furious roar, the masked man's speed intensified, and within mere fractions of a second, he materialized before Gohan, delivering a fierce punch. Gohan's pupils contracted slightly as he narrowly evaded the blow, the razor-sharp wind generated by the punch grazing his nose and leaving a faint trail of blood. What a formidable opponent! Wait a moment. That aura he unleashed was distinctly Saiyan. Gohan exclaimed in astonishment. Could it be that you are? However, his words were cut short as the masked man launched another close-range assault. This time, Gohan deftly sidestepped, causing the masked man's fist to crash into the ground, fracturing it beneath the force. The masked man, looking up at Gohan, pursued him once again. Do you think I am easy to bully? Gohan shouted in fury, his anger igniting a transformation into Super Saiyan 3. With a swift motion, the two engaged in a fierce battle, their figures darting rapidly as each clash generated ripples of energy that radiated outward. At this juncture in time, Goku and the other warriors had succumbed to unconsciousness. Revealing the existence of such a powerful adversary too soon would drastically alter the course of history. The combatants darted through the air like lightning, and within just a few breaths, they reached the ice-locked surface of the sea. The masked man, exuding a menacing aura, swept his leg in a horizontal strike. Gohan reacted quickly, blocking the attack, then swiftly drew a sword from behind him, slicing towards his opponent. The masked man, relying on instinct, narrowly evaded the blade, though a lock of hair from his forehead was slightly severed. Gohan tossed the sword high into the air, allowing it to spin gracefully before landing perfectly back in its sheath. This series of actions flowed seamlessly, showcasing his impressive prowess. Subsequently, Gohan raised both hands, executing a rapid succession of dazzling movements with remarkable skill. Finally, he intoned softly, "Super explosive wave." As his words echoed, a powerful energy wave, a blend of yellow and blue, erupted forth at astonishing speed towards the masked man. Unfazed, the masked man summoned his dark energy, rapidly conjuring a small crimson energy sphere with one hand. Bolstered by his overwhelming aura, the tiny sphere expanded instantaneously into a colossal orb of energy. This technique evokes a profound sense of familiarity. It is an advanced version of the colossal meteor, known as the Dark Colossal Meteor. As the two energies collide, the entire space trembles, and the surging energy unleashes a tempest of winds. The formidable energy rises like tumultuous waves. Kill. They relentlessly amplify their output, akin to a volcanic eruption, releasing an immense force. Under the extreme pressure of the two energies, the space finally reaches its critical threshold. Crack. Boom. A deafening roar erupts, reminiscent of the heavens collapsing and the earth shattering, as a tremendous cacophony and blazing light explode simultaneously. The previously frozen sea, within a vast area of 1,000 miles, is instantaneously evaporated by the terrifying surge of heat energy. Thick black smoke envelopes the air, as if doomsday has arrived. Gohan's silhouette flickers in and out of visibility amidst the smoke, ultimately reverting from his fused state. This is dire. Our energy is depleting far too quickly, causing the fusion to end prematurely. Trunks' expression darkens considerably. Gohan's visage mirrors his severity, filled with apprehension and unease. A furious roar reverberates. The mask on the masked man begins to crack further from the center. Indeed, it is you, Broly. Gohan clenches his fists, shocked that these demons have managed to control Broly. At this moment, a mysterious woman appears, quietly observing the shattered mask, softly uttering, "They say you can surpass the demons. Let me witness the heights you can truly attain." As her words resonate, a formidable demonic power surges from her hands, instantly empowering Broly. The masked Broly lets out a pained howl, his body trembling violently, yet he swiftly absorbs this demonic energy. His aura intensifies, his strength multiplying exponentially, transforming him into an invincible entity. "I shall use you two as a test. Go forth and crush them," the mysterious woman commands with a chilling smile. Broly, enhanced by the demonic power, charges towards Gohan and Trunks like a ferocious beast. His speed is so overwhelming that the two barely have time to react. In the blink of an eye, he stands before them, grasping their throats. Confronted by such a terrifying foe, Gohan and Trunks exert every ounce of strength to break free from his grasp, but their efforts prove futile. Their current power pales in comparison to the Broly infused with demonic energy, who holds them firmly in check. Just as their consciousness begins to blur and they feel on the verge of losing consciousness, suddenly, a colossal energy sphere hurtles towards them from afar. It streaks across the sky with unparalleled might, striking Broly with pinpoint accuracy. Bang! Accompanied by a resounding crash, the energy sphere triggers an explosion. However, this does not inflict significant damage on Broly. Instead, it momentarily disrupts his movements, causing his grip to loosen slightly. At that moment, a figure suddenly materializes on the battlefield. He donned a distinctive attire, exuding an extraordinary aura, reminiscent of a war deity descending upon the earth. As he unleashed a powerful punch, Broly instantly sensed a perilous presence and promptly released his grip, shifting to a defensive stance. A resounding crash echoed, sending Broly hurtling back several hundred meters, his eyes glinting with ferocity. At that moment, the recently revived Gohan and Trunks simultaneously uttered a single word: Father. Indeed, the one who had come to their rescue was none other than their father, yet he had not arrived in his ordinary forms of Goku or Vegeta, but rather as the fused being, Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta. Are you all right? Gogeta inquired with genuine concern. The two shook their heads, indicating that they were relatively unscathed. Leave this to me. You two should hasten to assist elsewhere. With that, Gogeta retrieved 2 senzu beans from his pocket and tossed them to Gohan and Trunks. They exchanged glances, swallowed the beans, and departed. Come forth, Broly, Gogeta taunted, gesturing provocatively. Upon gazing at Gogeta, Broly felt an intoxicating surge of energy, letting out a low roar as he charged towards him. Chapter 96. Unable to endure the transaction. As Broly advanced towards Gogeta, dark red energy orbs materialized in his hands. Explosive meteor. As he drew near, the orbs rapidly expanded in size. Rather than evade, Gogeta crossed his arms to brace against the impending explosion. Amidst the dense smoke, Broly maneuvered behind Gogeta and executed a sweeping kick. Sensing the fierce wind at his side, Gogeta swiftly grasped to the right. With a crack, the gust surged forth. Dispersing the smoke, he seized Broly's ankle, hurling him away while unleashing a flurry of energy blasts. Explosions erupted, adhering to the law of smoke without injury. Broly emerged from the haze, charging once more at Gogeta. A smirk graced Gogeta's lips as he vanished, reappearing behind Broly. He struck Broly's back with a forceful punch, propelling him forward. Broly regained his balance and turned to face Gogeta. Their eyes locked, and they charged toward one another, engaging in an intense aerial battle. Neither yielding an inch. Broly's attacks were ferociously powerful, each move imbued with tremendous strength. Gogeta, utilizing his agility and formidable prowess, deftly countered Broly's onslaught time and again. In an instant, the sky was ablaze with flickering lights, energy radiating in every direction. Roar! Broly let out a furious cry, shattering the mask upon his face, clutching his head in agony as he howled in torment. The tumultuous energy within him surged uncontrollably, cascading into a meteor shower above. This mask still requires refinement. The mysterious woman murmured softly. The chaotic barrage of energy orbs fell like a torrential downpour, ravaging the continental plate beyond recognition, as if one were ensnared in a hellish inferno of molten lava. To reach such a magnitude, this individual is truly a lunatic, Gogeta mused, his gaze flickering with apprehension. In truth, Broly is an individual of remarkable potential. If guided and trained appropriately, he is destined to become a formidable warrior. Regrettably, he has long been ensnared by an insatiable desire for combat, unable to extricate himself from its clutches. As his energy surged forth, Broly's emotions gradually began to stabilize, and he became somewhat more composed. His crimson eyes fixated intently on Gogeta as he uttered a fragmented declaration. I will kill you, Kakarot. No sooner had he spoken than he charged like a bolt of lightning, swiftly closing the distance to Gogeta. Bang! The two collided violently in midair, unleashing a dazzling radiance that resembled the collision of 2 stars in the cosmos, releasing boundless energy and brilliance. The overwhelming force of their clash generated an immense shockwave, causing the very earth to tremble. The fabric of space warped under the pressure of their powers, manifesting intricate crystalline fissures that spread like a spider's web, a sight both astonishing and terrifying. Yet, rather than shattering, The space momentarily stagnated in an extraordinary manner before reverting to its original state, as if it possessed the ability for self-repair. Crackling. Sparks of electricity flickered as both warriors retreated, their bodies producing a potent static reaction after their fierce encounter. Filling the air with the sound of surging electricity, Gogeta glanced at his arms, a hint of concern creasing his brow. He realized signs of instability were beginning to manifest in his body, indicating that his fusion time was drawing to a close. Time was of the essence. A swift resolution was imperative. Gogeta murmured, 30 times Kaioken. With a fierce roar, a dual aura ignited around him, creating a striking spectacle. In that moment, his energy surged exponentially, far surpassing that of his opponent. Sensing the overwhelming, suffocating energy emanating from Gogeta, Broly instinctively unleashed a deep, guttural growl from within, akin to an enraged beast. His eyes widened as he fervently amplified his own energy, fully awakening the power of the demon god. Reaching an all-encompassing state in the blink of an eye, as a black-red aura enveloped him, his form flickering like lightning, appearing beside Gogeta in an instant. Boom. The two engaged in an intense exchange of blows, each punch striking with such force that it ignited the air into a violent tempest. Visible shockwaves radiating outward in concentric circles. With a swift motion, Gogeta adeptly employed his instant transmission technique, materializing above Broly. His hands were shrouded in terrifying energy as he clasped them into a fist, launching a fierce downward strike. Boom. The sudden attack caught Broly completely off guard. The powerful blow connected with his body, and he immediately experienced an unprecedented agony, as if thousands of ants were gnawing frantically within him. Oh! Broly could not suppress his anguished howl, the sound resonating across the earth. Gogeta's technique was no mere triviality. It had the capacity to penetrate his opponent's body with his own energy, disrupting their breath and flow of power. This was a maneuver he had meticulously devised and wished to test, and to his surprise, it succeeded on the very first attempt. Even with Broly's formidable physical prowess, he could not withstand such an assault, thus underscoring the effectiveness of this technique. As the adage goes, seize the moment of weakness to deliver a fatal blow. Just as Gogeta prepared to press the attack, his body suddenly stiffened. Lowering his gaze, he discovered a key sword had pierced through his abdomen. Gradually turning his head, he realized the ambusher was none other than the enigmatic woman. With a faint smile directed at Gogeta, she then delivered a forceful kick that sent him flying, crashing heavily to the ground and creating a massive crater. This attack forced him to revert from his fused state. Within the crater, Goku and Vegeta clutched their abdomens, struggling to rise. The injuries they sustained during their fusion were now shared between them upon its dissolution. Do not move, or you shall perish, the woman warned. At that moment, they found themselves encircled by numerous energy wands. Any sign of disturbance would prompt her to detonate them without hesitation. I know you are watching. Step forth. Kaioken of Time. Shortly thereafter, a rift appeared in the void, and Kaioken of Time, Cain, emerged. Shamiel, what is your intention? Cain inquired, his expression darkening. The mysterious woman was indeed named Shamiel. Hand over the dark dragon balls you have collected, and I shall release these too, Shamiel stated, toying with her wand. Very well, I comply. Without hesitation, Cain produced the sole dark dragon ball from his possession and tossed it to Shamiel. Just one? Shamiel raised an eyebrow, incredulity flickering in her gaze. Only one, Cain replied calmly. Shamiel scrutinized Cain, a hint of disdain flashing in her eyes before she scoffed. The time patrol is rather unimpressive. With that, she waved her wand, and a pitch-black portal materialized in the void. She entered it alongside Broly, and the portal swiftly closed, causing the energy wands surrounding Goku and Vegeta to vanish in an instant. My apologies, Kaioken of Time, for our involvement, Goku said, a look of guilt etched upon his face. It is inconsequential. Your lives are of greater importance, Cain reassured him, shaking his head to dismiss Goku's self-reproach. Moreover, he has acted as well. Cain's gaze drifted into the distance, seemingly lost in thought. Goku and Vegeta exchanged glances, their minds brimming with questions. Who was this individual that commanded such significance from Cain? Cain suppressed the wounds on Goku and Vegeta with his divine power before guiding them back to the time nest to recuperate. Chapter 97. Resolved Grudges. 1. In the demon realm, within the fortress, Mechikabura sat upon his throne, his gaze fixed upon the 4 dark dragon balls laid out before him. Specifically, the first, second, fourth, and sixth. As he stared, he fell into deep contemplation, his fingers gently tapping the armrest of his chair, producing a crisp sound. In this profoundly somber atmosphere, a shadow coalesced beside him, whispering a few words before vanishing into silence. As I anticipated, you have indeed made your move. Do you think acquiring just one will suffice? A cold smirk appeared on the weathered visage of Mechacapra. With a gentle snap of his fingers, a mysterious message was instantaneously dispatched. In a clandestine laboratory within the castle, scientist Tova was engrossed in an experiment when she received a directive from Lord Mechacapra, compelling her to halt her actions. Mira, release that creature and bring it along. We have work to do, Tova instructed her assistant. Mira nodded and swiftly approached a massive container, lifting its lid. A plume of purple mist erupted from the vessel, gradually coalescing into a humanoid form, radiating an eerie luminescence. Its gaze cold and devoid of compassion. Transforming into her demonic form, Tova summoned a staff, chanting incantations as she waved it, conjuring a portal before them. Mira led the purple being through the gateway, followed closely by Tova, after which the portal closed, vanishing from the laboratory. Outside the fortress, in the distant void, Georgia, deep in meditation, opened her eyes. It appears circumstances have deviated from my expectations. Grandfather, must we continue to wait? No more waiting. After all, Mechacapra has just issued orders. I trust that the others in the castle have also mobilized. Let us proceed. It is time to settle accounts with that little imp. With that, she invoked her demonic powers and stepped forward, vanishing from sight. In a realm of hell within a certain dimension, the atmosphere was tense and oppressive. The demon Rulam stood, confronting Sun Godin and Trunks. Brandishing a black scythe, heralded as the god of death, he gazed at the two young boys with a grin. To claim this Dragon Ball, you must first overcome me. Yet, it seems you lack the requisite strength. They were well aware of their inability to defeat him. But what did it matter? They could fuse together, transforming into Gotenks. Upon witnessing this, Rulam's eyes gleamed with excitement. Oh, intriguing. It appears you possess some skill. He eagerly anticipated the battle with Gotenks, having spent eons in the monotony of hell, now finally presented with an opportunity to relieve his tedium. Before Rulam could make his move, an unexpected occurrence transpired. The malevolent dark 5-star Dragon Ball, possessed by a sinister will, launched an attack on Gotenks. The dark energy had been provoked by Gotenks' overwhelming aura. Gotenks, unperturbed, radiated brilliance as his hair lengthened and his power surged, transforming into Super Saiyan 3. With a monstrous cry, the dark energy morphed its arm into a colossal fist and hurled it toward Gotenks. Unfazed, Gotenks retaliated, throwing a punch that collided with the dark energy's fist. A resounding explosion ensued. A tremendous roar echoed through the air, accompanied by a powerful shockwave that lifted the ground around it. The arm of Evil Thought Wave was shattered. Despite being augmented by the Dark Dragon Ball, he could not match the prowess of Super Saiyan 3 Gotenks. Seizing the opportunity, Shio Rum approached Evil Thought Wave, and with a swift swing of his scythe, a glimmer of cold light flashed as he severed the dark 5-star Dragon Ball from Evil Thought Wave's chest. The latter let out a horrific scream as he lost the power of the Dragon Ball, his energy plummeting and rendering him extraordinarily weak. Finding him excessively noisy, Shio Rum impatiently waved his scythe, and in an instant, the body of Evil Thought Wave was sliced into countless pieces, culminating in a resounding explosion that reduced him to ashes. Thus, Shio Rum effortlessly vanquished Evil Thought Wave. With the nuisance gone, it was now our turn. Speaking, he placed the Dark Dragon Ball into his pocket. The battle was about to commence, but at that moment, a voice resonated in Shio Rum's mind. He slashed the scythe through the void, creating a rift, and upon sheathing his scythe, he smirked. Let us postpone our duel for another time. Shio Rum entered the rift, and as Gotenks attempted to follow, the rift closed behind him. Now, let us shift our focus to another timeline, one that exists outside of any historical context. Here, Shamal and Dark Broly appeared. Shamal produced the Dark 3-star Dragon Ball, a slight smile playing on her lips as she reveled inwardly. Once I present this Dragon Ball to Lord Demigra, he shall undoubtedly commend me. Together with the 7-star Dragon Ball on your chest, we now possess 2. Shamal glanced at Dark Broly, dismissing the notion that Mechacabura's minions could ever gather all 7 Dragon Balls as a mere delusion. Just as Shamal basked in her self-satisfaction, an ill-timed voice suddenly rang out. Who are you calling delusional? At the sound of this voice, Shamal instantly became alert, swiftly scanning her surroundings in search of its source. Before the two, a vortex materialized in the void, from which Tawa, Mira, and a humanoid being emerged. Upon seeing Tawa and company, surprise washed over Shamel's face as she involuntarily exclaimed, "Tawa, how did you find this place?" Confusion and astonishment filled her mind. After all, this timeline had been specially created by Lord Demigra, and theoretically, no one besides them should be able to locate it. Humph. Tawa scoffed derisively, her tone laced with disdain. Only you would regard that fellow as significant. Creating such a space is merely a trivial task for Lord Mechikabura, yet you treat it like a treasure. Hearing Tawa's words, Shamel's expression darkened instantly. She clenched her teeth, glaring at Tawa. "Say that again if you dare. Little girl, you are indeed correct. Such a simple space can indeed be conjured with ease." An elder and a youth emerged from the void. Tawa, upon seeing the elder and the youth, respectfully bowed. "Lord Glugia, what brings you to this place?" Georgia nodded slightly at Tova, surveyed the surroundings, took a step forward, and then vanished, this time without his grandson. Watching his grandfather disappear, Grondo realized that his grandfather had indeed found that individual. Tova, along with the three others, turned their gazes towards Grondo. With a gentle cough, Grondo remarked, "You all carry on with your business. I am merely here to observe." Following this, he displayed a grin he deemed quite earnest before swiftly darting in the direction of his grandfather. He understood that his grandfather's decision to leave him behind was for a reason, yet as his grandson, Grondo yearned to witness what would unfold and to comprehend the extent of his grandfather's prowess. Once Grondo had departed, Shamel and Tova began to confront one another, the atmosphere growing palpably tense. "I give you a warning. Hand over the Dragon Balls and Broly to me, and I shall allow you to leave. Otherwise, do not blame me for being ungracious." In truth, Tova could have opted for a more direct approach, but her inclination to issue a warning revealed her inherent kindness. Chapter 98. Resolution of Grievances. 2. "Then let us see you try." Shamel commanded Broly to prepare for battle. On Tova's side stood a purple humanoid entity named Finn, a synthetic being who stepped forward to confront Broly. The area, situated at the comparative fringe of this timeline, was desolate, characterized only by bizarre stones and weeds, evoking a sense of desolation. Suddenly, three figures materialized in this barren land: Walker, Son Goku, and Vegeta. "Hey, Walker, where have we ended up?" Vegeta inquired, furrowing his brow in confusion. He attuned his senses to the surroundings but detected no signs of life. Walker scanned the environment and then smiled faintly. "I am unsure of this place, but someone here will know where we are." With that, he raised his hand and unleashed an energy blast towards the horizon. To their astonishment, the energy orb veered mid-flight to the left and detonated with a resounding crash. Following this, a figure emerged slowly from the void. It was Georgia. "Oh, it's you, old man. Why did you not bring your grandson along?" Walker smirked, his gaze playfully fixed on Georgia. He was aware that the elder's presence here was likely linked to prior events. Georgia's expression darkened as he glared at Walker. "Do not concern yourself with my grandson for now. Your theft of that key is an unforgivable crime, and you must pay the price for it," Georgia declared through gritted teeth, his voice brimming with malice. Walker scoffed, recognizing the lofty justification, understanding that the core of the matter was merely a quest for vengeance for his grandson. As the confrontation escalated, Walker vanished in a blur, while Son Goku and Vegeta's pupils constricted in alarm, only to be sent flying, collapsing unconscious to the ground. Conversely, Walker, though he managed to intercept the attack, was still propelled backward several thousand meters. In a flash of fury, Walker transformed into his god Super Saiyan 4 form. He emanated an aura as resplendent as a rainbow, surging towards the old man with the force of a tsunami. Yet, this formidable presence had no effect on the elder. Georgia merely lifted a few fingers, unleashing dazzling and potent beams of fingertip laser. Walker attempted to teleport close, but the elder's fingertip lasers seemed to have tracking devices, curving around to pursue Walker's figure. Each time Walker materialized in a new location, those relentless lasers appeared anew. How vexing! Walker halted, standing still, just as the lasers were about to strike his visage. He swiftly waved his palm. In an instant, smoke enveloped the area, and Walker darted from the haze, charging towards Georgia. The elder was not idle either. He moved with astonishing speed. Their forms intersected in midair, accompanied by a thunderous explosion that sent rippling shockwaves through the surroundings. Bang! Boom! Their fists collided in the air, producing a deafening roar, warping the space around them as if it were on the verge of being torn asunder. Each clash was accompanied by immense energy fluctuations, causing the entire battlefield to tremble. At that moment, Grondo, who was on his way, abruptly paused, seemingly sensing the powerful energy waves emanating from afar. He furrowed his brow slightly before quickening his pace once more. Destructive spiral cannon, Walker shouted, thrusting a hand forward, unleashing a surge of potent energy that streaked towards Georgia like a meteor. In the face of Walker's assault, Georgia remained remarkably composed. He extended 2 fingers, concentrating formidable energy at their tips, and then released a thick energy beam that sliced through the air like lightning, clashing head-on with Walker's energy wave. Upon impact, an exceedingly brilliant light erupted, accompanied by a deafening explosion. The immense energy shockwave sent everything around soaring, creating an elliptical wave that radiated outward. A circular crater, 1,000 meters wide, formed on the ground, with countless fragments scattering and dust swirling. Whoosh! Taking advantage of the residual explosion, Walker emerged like a specter, swiftly closing the distance to Georgia. His fist shimmered with a faint purple radiance, infused with a fierce momentum as it struck towards Georgia. Is this the so-called power of destruction? Let me personally experience its might. Despite George's inner disdain for this so-called power of destruction, he would not underestimate it. He elevated his own strength from 3 layers to 5. Bang! Their fists did not directly meet, but collided in the air. A tremendous energy shockwave erupted, akin to a splendid firework blooming, as fierce energy currents surged chaotically, akin to countless venomous serpents writhing in a dance. The sky swiftly darkened, and within but a few breaths, the vast expanse was shrouded in dense, ominous clouds. Lightning danced within the cloud layers, accompanied by the booming roars of thunder. Crack! Crack! Multiple bolts of lightning cleaved through the heavens, striking down with tremendous force, each flash imbued with boundless power, rendering the earth a charred wasteland. Simultaneously, fissures began to emerge in the very fabric of space, spreading and expanding with a crisp, crackling sound. Walker bellowed in fury, unleashing a breakthrough of boundaries. In an instant, his aura surged, momentarily suppressing Georgia's energy. Georgia raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of astonishment flickering in his eyes. Indeed, the one favored by the angels possessed remarkable prowess. Ultimately, the spatial barrier of this realm could not endure the forces of the two, and the space within 100 miles collapsed with a thunderous roar, propelling them into a dimension beyond. George's gaze turned steely. He had been deliberately restraining his power to guard against the vile treachery of those within the fortress. Now, it was time to reveal his true capabilities. Acquisition successful, Thunderlance. In the blink of an eye, Walker absorbed the entirety of knowledge pertaining to this skill. It was revealed that this technique, known as the Thunderlance, could concentrate the purest essence of thunderous power and hurl it forth, inflicting immense damage upon foes. Moreover, there existed a 10 chance of inflicting critical damage, catching adversaries off guard. Georgia elevated his energy to its peak quintessence, surging towards Walker like a bolt from a crossbow. His velocity astonishing as he appeared before Walker in the blink of an eye. Faced with George's sudden assault, Walker remained unfazed. With a swift movement, he darted away, engaging in a fierce confrontation with Georgia. In an instant, 2 resounding impacts reverberated simultaneously. George's fist collided forcefully with Walker's palm, producing a crisp and resonant sound. As their clash intensified, a formidable energy field gradually formed, counterbalancing one another. The entirety of the space was enveloped by this terrifying aura, inducing a profound sense of oppression. Outside this alternate space, the unconscious Sun Wukong and Vegeta began to slowly awaken. Ugh, that hurts. Sun Wukong groaned, clutching his abdomen. His face contorted in agony as he grimaced. Vegeta, though silent, displayed the tension in his facial muscles, clearly suffering as well. Kakarot, Walker, and that old man have vanished, Vegeta suddenly stated after a moment of silence. Sun Wukong sensed around him and confirmed the absence. Not even a trace of energy remained. Vegeta, what shall we do now? He inquired. As Vegeta pondered his response, both turned their gaze upwards in unison. A young figure emerged. It was Grondo. It is you, Grondo exclaimed, recognizing the 2 familiar faces before him, a surge of fury igniting within him, primarily directed at Walker. It is you. Sun Wukong and Vegeta echoed simultaneously, their expressions shifting to one of vigilance. Grando extended his senses to the surroundings, yet found no trace of his grandfather. Instead, he detected a faint residue of magical energy lingering in the air. A frown creased his brow, his mind inundated with confusion. Where could my grandfather and that individual be? Grando glared at Sun Wukong and Vegeta, demanding answers. The two exchanged glances, shaking their heads in unison, indicating their ignorance of the situation. However, Grando remained unconvinced, firmly believing that they harbored knowledge of the truth. If that were the case, capturing you would surely draw him out. With a disdainful snort, Grando unleashed a powerful wave of magical energy. As this energy surged forth, his physique began to transform. His once fair skin darkened, and his pupils shifted to a shade of gray. This metamorphosis was a gift from his grandfather, significantly enhancing his strength. After years of arduous training, he had nearly perfected this ability, enabling him to alter his form at will. Such formidable dark energy rivaled that of the adversaries he had previously encountered. Yet, compared to the likes of Majin Buu, there remained a vast chasm, for Grando had yet to reach that level. Nonetheless, he was already exponentially more powerful than the great demon of their original world. Sun Wukong, sensing the aura emanating from Grando's transformation, widened his eyes in astonishment and excitement. He turned to Vegeta beside him, grinning broadly. Vegeta, shall I go first, or will you? Vegeta crossed his arms, rolling his eyes. You go ahead. All right, much appreciated then. Sun Wukong stretched his limbs, instantly transforming into Super Saiyan 5. Without further ado, the two engaged in a fierce battle, their intense energy fluctuations radiating outward. In the dimensional space, clang. Their energy blades clashed violently, producing a sharp and resounding impact. Each collision sparked a flurry of brilliance. The ferocity of their exchanges caused numerous tiny fissures to emerge in the mysterious otherworldly realm. After several rounds of relentless combat, they both retreated several hundred meters. Grando clenched his left hand gently, as torrents of dark energy coalesced around his fist like an impending bomb ready to detonate. Without delay, he surged toward Walker at an astonishing speed, unleashing a powerful blow with all his might. It was evident that this punch warped the fabric of space ahead, generating intense distortion. Walker narrowed his eyes, sensing the formidable force encapsulated within Grando's strike. Instantly, he gathered his strength and retaliated with a punch of his own, colliding fiercely against Grando's. Bang! A thunderous and piercing explosion erupted, as if the very world was on the verge of collapse. Where their fists met, space caved inward, forming a spine-chilling black hole. Then, a powerful energy storm erupted, sweeping through like a Category 12 tornado, wreaking havoc in its wake. Successful pickup. Gained 220 quintillion combat power. Successful pickup. Gained 8 million shopping points. With this newfound power, his combat strength now totals 8720 quintillion, while the old man, even without unleashing his full potential, possesses an astonishing 8800. According to the system's readings, this elder could reach the zenith of power when fully unleashed. Though the precise figure remains undisclosed, compared to ordinary angels, he is indeed somewhat stronger. However, one cannot entirely dismiss the possibility that the angels may be concealing their true capabilities. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion erupted, causing the already collapsing space to detonate and ensnare both individuals within its chaos. Mere moments later, the explosion subsided. Yet, the two appeared quite disheveled, with their skin marred by minor wounds. You dare to hold back your strength in battle with me? Do you take me for a fool? Grujia bellowed in fury, his aura of dark energy intensifying as he ascended to the 6th level of power. Sensing this surge, Walker once again consulted the system, discovering that Grugia's combat strength had soared to 3 quintillion, surpassing even Julian's extreme state during the power tournament. However, Walker was no longer the same individual he once was. With a low utterance, he instantaneously transformed into Super Saiyan Stage 5, his combat prowess skyrocketing to a staggering 28 quintillion. A formidable silvery aura surged like a torrential wave, colliding fiercely with the dark energy emanating from Grugia. This clash of power caused some of the already fragile spatial nodes in the alternate dimension to warp and collapse. It is important to note that the alternate dimension is an extraordinarily peculiar realm, featuring both robust and vulnerable spaces. At that moment, the two warriors charged their energies simultaneously, unleashing a tremendous wave of power. Boom! In an instant, a deafening roar reverberated throughout the alternate dimension. An indescribably dazzling white light erupted, enveloping the entire realm. Crack! Boom! With a resounding explosion, this alternate space shattered, not returning them to the real world, but transporting them to another alternate dimension. This new space was evidently larger and far more resilient than the previous one. Grugia observed his slightly deformed thumb, his intent to kill intensifying. Regardless of the incident involving his grandson, he could not allow the opponent to escape now. With a swift motion, the two figures darted towards each other like lightning, igniting a breathtaking melee. The dazzling flurry of punches and afterimages flickered with radiant brilliance, each collision resonating with a thunderous crash. A powerful surge of energy erupted like a tidal wave, scattering in all directions and shattering everything in its wake. Within an obscure and hidden realm, the demon god Demigula intently observed the colossal screen before him, murmuring to himself, "Indeed, the one favored by the angels is a variable. Even if you have regained your peak state through the power of the dark dragon, this variable will lead to your defeat in battle." The mere thought of Mechikapura's failure caused the corners of Demigula's mouth to curl upwards, ultimately erupting into hearty laughter. Once Mechikapura perishes, he would seize the opportunity to absorb the opponent's dark essence, thereby ascending as the new Dark King. This was Demigula's cunning scheme. Chapter 100, The Conclusion of Grudges, Finale, Boom. A swift strike forced him back, and Walker's form flickered. George's pupils constricted as he prepared to respond, only to be struck in the abdomen, sending him flying like a cannonball, skidding across the ground of the alternate dimension for thousands of meters. Soon, Georgia regained his composure. Realizing that his earlier carelessness had cost him, he elevated his energy to the 8th level, while Walker had transformed into his Super Saiyan form. "You concealed such power. I truly underestimated you." Georgia clenched his fists, dark energy swirling around them as he charged toward Walker. Each punch he threw distorted the very fabric of space, and in the blink of an eye, he was upon Walker. Unperturbed, Walker swung his fists in response. A deafening explosion erupted, and the energy shockwave radiated outward from the two of them, causing cracks to appear in the barriers of the alternate dimension. The chaotic energy currents surged like frenzied beasts, further complicating the already tumultuous space. Taking advantage of this moment, Georgia suddenly appeared above Walker, resembling a falling black meteor. With both hands raised, he brought down a devastating strike that could obliterate a planet. Yet, Walker met this attack head-on. Boom! In an instant, a ferocious shockwave detonated within the alternate space, the terrifying sound of the explosion reverberating like rolling thunder throughout the realm. At that moment, the ground beneath Walker's feet trembled violently under the immense strain, and with a series of heart-stopping cracking sounds, the ground ultimately succumbed to the overwhelming force, crumbling to pieces. Georgia, standing not far away, was astonished that his opponent could withstand such a formidable blow. With a swift motion, he leaped back, tracing an elegant arc through the air before landing steadily on an untouched patch of ground. He quickly raised his hands, fingers splayed, and waves of dense, ink-like black energy surged forth from his palms, resembling a swarm of ravenous serpents lunging toward Walker. Undeterred by the onslaught, Walker took a deep breath, instantly igniting the energy within him. He unleashed a furious roar, and a radiant aura enveloped him as a shimmering shield of silver and white materialized, encasing him completely. This protective barrier resembled a resplendent full moon, emanating a cool yet formidable presence. In an instant, a dark wave of energy collided violently with the silver shield, resulting in a dazzling explosion of light accompanied by a thunderous roar that reverberated throughout the entire alternate dimension. The sound was akin to a cataclysm, echoing across the realm, causing the already fragile spatial fragments nearby to crumble and fall like shattered plaster. Yet, the battle was far from over. Walker bellowed, "Taste my 20-fold spiral destruction cannon." As soon as the words left his lips, energy surged and compressed rapidly within his left palm. With a decisive thrust of his hand, a wave of energy, imbued with world-shattering might, surged forward towards Georgia with a piercing howl, moving with astonishing speed. Georgia, acutely aware of the immense threat posed by the oncoming energy wave, felt a surge of power coursing through him. He released a deep, resonant growl, "Dark Sphere." As he spoke, a pitch-black energy sphere gradually coalesced in his hand, radiating a chilling aura that seemed capable of devouring all light and hope. Without hesitation, he hurled it forth with great force. The dark sphere shot away like an arrow, and as it soared, its size began to swell uncontrollably. Wherever it passed, the surrounding space buckled under the strain, collapsing like fragile parchment and forming deep, terrifying fissures. A resounding explosion echoed as the dark sphere collided head-on with Walker's energy wave. In that instant, two immense forces intertwined and clashed fiercely, creating a stalemate that rendered it impossible to determine a victor. Simultaneously, Georgia and Walker felt an instinctive connection, both deciding to amplify their energy output. Consequently, the previously balanced confrontation became increasingly tense and exhilarating. Ultimately, the alternate dimension could no longer withstand the overwhelming surge of energy, and with a sharp crack, the entire space shattered like a mirror. The energies unleashed by Georgia and Walker vanished in that moment of rupture, leaving no trace behind. Then, a ferocious maelstrom of spatial turbulence swept through, ensnaring both combatants unawares. Within the chaotic currents, time seemed to lose its meaning, and everything became obscured. Fortunately, within mere moments, they managed to break free from the tumultuous flow, reappearing on familiar ground in the demon realm. Once Georgia regained his footing, his gaze fixed intently on Walker, and he coldly declared, "Walker, this is where you will meet your demise." In the demonic realm, Georgia ascended to the 9th tier of energy. Initially, there was hope that more energy could be liberated within the interdimensional space. Yet it became evident that the remaining energy could only be released upon returning to the demon world. Upon reaching this 9th tier, Georgia underwent another transformation. An eye emerged on each cheek, and a black flower bloomed on the forehead. A spectacle indeed. In a flash, Walker appeared before Georgia, delivering a kick infused with the entirety of his power in the current Super Saiyan form. It struck like a silver-white meteor against Georgia's abdomen, sending him hurtling backward, crashing through several massive boulders before regaining his balance. The pain radiating through his body was unexpected, as he had not fully mitigated the impact. Acquisition successful. Gained 500 quintillion combat power. This newfound strength slightly enhanced Walker's capabilities. In a surge of fury, Walker elevated his energy to its ultimate form, reaching a combat power of 35 quintillion, while George's power stood at 38 quintillion. There existed a gap, albeit a minor one. Roar! Georgia unleashed his rage, a jet-black aura erupting like a fountain, shaking the ground and sending stones flying. Within the fortress, numerous gazes turned toward this spectacle. "Hey, that old fellow is serious now." Even after millennia, his strength remains undiminished, Barney remarked with a grin, albeit a chilling one. "Ah, this old man truly is aging like fine wine. How delightful it would be to spend a night with him." A provocatively dressed woman, Bai Yin, chimed in with a charming smile. Enough of this banter. Should he unleash his full potential, the angels will certainly take notice. We must act to obscure his presence, a short man with pale skin and flowing black hair asserted. The onlookers comprehended his intent and, after a brief hesitation, released their energies to form an elusive barrier in the air. Georgia clenched his fists and charged once more at Walker, his speed rivaling that of instantaneous movement, each punch wielding the power to obliterate the cosmos. Walker, recognizing the gravity of the situation, braced himself as the two engaged in a breathtaking aerial battle within the demon realm. Boom, boom, boom. George's fists fell like raindrops. Yet Walker, fortified by the defense of his ultimate energy form, withstood the onslaught. Simultaneously, he retaliated, his fists radiating a silvery light that left a series of imprints upon George's body. As time progressed, the battle drew near its climax, with both Georgia and Walker unleashing their utmost strength, one at full capacity of the 10th tier, the other in the divine power of Super Saiyan. After several rounds of cataclysmic combat, Walker discerned a minute flaw in George's defense, a subtle disruption in his breathing. Seizing the moment, he concentrated all his power and unleashed the Thunder Spear. This strike, imbued with overwhelming penetrating force, hurtled toward George's chest. Realizing the imminent danger, Georgia attempted to evade. But it was too late. He could only brace for impact. With a sound akin to something being torn asunder, a blinding light enveloped the surrounding realm. As the brilliance faded, the distant ground transformed into a chasm of molten rock, intermittently illuminated by flickers of lightning. Georgia, incredulous, gazed down at the gaping wound in his chest, then lifted his eyes to the fatigued Walker and inexplicably smiled, uttering, "You have won." In the next instant, George's body shattered into dust, dissipating into the realms of darkness. Thus, The enmity between Walker and Grando concluded with George's demise. Chapter 101. The outset of full-scale warfare. 1. Unbeknownst to Walker, the old man proved to be quite formidable. Had it not been for a minor flaw, the outcome might have been uncertain. He exhaled deeply, contemplating the fate of his grandson, determined to ensure his journey continued alongside him. But where was his grandson? That indeed posed a dilemma. Never mind. He would eliminate him when the opportunity arose. After a brief respite, Walker suddenly remembered that Sun Wukong and Vegeta were still in another dimension. System, I have never asked you for anything, but just this once. Could you transport me to that realm I previously visited? I must retrieve them. He implored the system, an unusual request for him. No sooner had he spoken than the time ring in his hand radiated light, and he vanished. In the realm created by Demigra, Grando, engaged in combat with Sun Wukong and Vegeta, felt a slight tremor in his body as the faint connection to his grandfather faded. He understood all too well the implications of this loss. Sadness and fury welled within him, yet he refrained from acting impulsively, burying his emotions deep within. With a swift leap backward, Grando distanced himself from Sun Wukong and Vegeta. He quickly formed hand seals, striking his chest with one palm and spitting blood into the void. His complexion paling instantly. A rift in the fabric of reality appeared. Casting a deep glance at Sun Wukong and Vegeta, he dove into it, and before they could pursue, the rift sealed shut behind him. He got away. Do we now wait for Walker to return? Sun Wukong queried. What other choice do we have? Can you leave this place? Vegeta replied with a scoff, arms crossed. Rest assured, I will not forget you. Let us return to the demon realm. The true battle is about to commence. With that, they were enveloped in light from the time ring, traversing time and space back to the demon realm. Shortly after their return, they encountered a group from the Time Patrol. The two versions of Sun Wukong and Vegeta exchanged greetings. Thank you for your assistance in the previous matters. Time Patrol Goku once again expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Please, do not be so formal. The other version of me from a different dimension would feel quite uncomfortable with such politeness, he remarked with a light chuckle, scratching his head. Subsequently, the two parties engaged in a conversation about the events that transpired in their respective timelines. Upon further discussion, they discovered that their early experiences were remarkably similar, with only the latter stages diverging. Super Saiyan 5? We can only transform into Limit Breakthrough Super Saiyan 4, while you have achieved 5. Truly impressive, Time Patrol Goku said, his eyes sparkling with envy. He had long sought a way to surpass his limits, a pursuit shared by Vegeta as well. Hey, once the matters concerning the demon realm are settled, shall we find a place to spar? I wish to witness the true might of Super Saiyan 5. Time Patrol Vegeta said with a smirk directed at his counterpart. Certainly, came the reply. Meanwhile, in a clearing within the fortress, Mechikabura gazed upon the 7 dark Dragon Balls with anticipation and longing. The controlled Namekian stepped forward to summon the dragon, mirroring the scenes seen on Earth. The sky darkened ominously as the bizarre black and red dragon materialized, roaring as if to declare, "State your wish, summoner." Lord Mechikabura, please articulate your wish. The Namekian said with utmost reverence. Looking at the dark dragon, Mechikabura slowly spoke, "Restore me to my youthful prime." The dark dragon's eyes glimmered with crimson light. In an instant, Mechikabura felt a profound transformation within himself, his heart swelling with joy. However, due to the sheer magnitude of Mechikabura's energy, the dark dragon required time to fully restore him to his peak. Just as Walker's group and the Time Patrol team commenced their respective actions, they sped towards the mysterious and formidable fortress like arrows released from a bow. However, unexpectedly, despite their divergent paths, neither group was able to reach their destination unhindered. After flying a short distance, both teams encountered formidable resistance. Suddenly, a colossal figure loomed ahead, blocking the path like an insurmountable mountain. Upon closer inspection, it was Barney, transformed into his demonic form. This imposing figure, wielding a massive war axe, stood defiantly in the way of Time Patrol Goku and his allies. "Humph! I will not allow you meddling fools to disrupt our Lord's plans," Barney bellowed, his voice resonating like thunder, as if to tear the very fabric of space apart. Faced with such a formidable adversary, Time Patrol Goku showed no signs of retreat. Gohan stepped forward, boldly exclaiming, "Dad, Uncle Vegeta, and everyone else, you go ahead. I'll handle this guy." No sooner had he spoken than Gohan erupted with power, instantly transforming into Super Saiyan 4. He then shot forward like a bolt of lightning, charging towards Barney with tremendous force. Meanwhile, on the other side, Walker and his companions faced equally formidable obstacles. Before them stood two individuals of starkly contrasting styles. One was the provocatively dressed Bai Yin, and the other, a diminutive man. Among you, you are the most formidable. However, today, I shall not allow you to pass, lest it jeopardize Lord Meiji Capula's endeavors. Bai Yin pouted playfully, her tongue delicately caressing her luscious crimson lips, her eyes shimmering with an intense fervor, as if eagerly anticipating a fierce confrontation. Hey, Bai Yin, refrain from your flirtations. If he could vanquish that old man from Georgia, we cannot afford to be complacent, remarked the short man. Bai Yin rolled her eyes at his lack of charm. We shall be your adversaries, declared Vegeta and Son Goku as they stepped forward. You two are hardly worthy, Bai Yin retorted disdainfully. However, in the next moment, Goku and Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan 5, causing Bai Yin's expression to shift, her previous arrogance waning. Leave it to you. I shall take my leave. Walker gestured encouragingly to the duo before surging forth towards the distant fortress. Can you truly escape? The short man, Qianlai, sprang into action as Walker unleashed his energy, only to be intercepted by Vegeta. Why not use instant transmission? It was uncertain why they could not teleport into the fortress, being forced to fly instead. Walker had sought assistance from the system, but it remained unresponsive. After overcoming several hindrances, besides Walker, the Time Patrol team also reached the fortress. Time Patrol Goku, Vegeta, Trunks, and the Kai of Time, Kane. Chapter 102. The battle commences. 2. Gazing at the imposing door, Walker raised his hand and struck it with a powerful punch. The resounding thud echoed like a distant bell. Yet, the door remained unmoved. It was not that the door was impervious. Rather, it absorbed his strength. Let us see how much you can absorb. Just as Walker was gathering his inner energy for a full-force strike in his ordinary state, the door slowly creaked open. With a smile, Walker retracted his fist and stepped inside, followed closely by the others. Soon, they arrived at an open area, fortuitously encountering Meiji Capula, who was blissfully lost in his own world with closed eyes. Although they had entered, they were still some distance from Meiji Capula, and upon entering, they sensed an unusual atmosphere. Flight was prohibited within. You Time Patrol members shall not escape today. All of you must remain here, declared the fish-like demon, Gillabai, as he launched the first attack. What a fool. Demon Pudding shook his head in dismay at the big man's reckless approach. Gillabai swung a hammer towards Time Patrol Vegeta, simply because he was closest. With a dismissive snort, Time Patrol Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan 3 and retaliated with a powerful punch. The blast of energy surged forth, illuminating the surroundings. While Walker's side may not have had the numerical advantage, victory in battle is not solely determined by numbers. Pudding rushed to support Gillabai. Kakarot, roared the bear-like creature. At this moment, the controlled Broly suddenly erupted in fury and charged towards Son Goku. In response, Son Goku transformed into Super Saiyan 3 to confront Broly. Now, it is just the three of you left. What do you intend to fight us with? Depura taunted. Walker narrowed his eyes slightly, surveying the scene before taking a deep breath and uttering a rather arrogant proclamation. Come forth, you worthless ones. Though this statement incited the ire of the present demon gods, none dared to retaliate, as no one wished to be the first to strike. Oh, since you choose not to act, I shall take matters into my own hands. In an instant, he appeared before one of the demon gods. An elderly figure with a pointed head and a single eye, adorned with a white beard. Ignorant child, how audacious! Dokana bellowed, launching a punch at Walker. The collision of Walker's fist with Dokana's unleashed ripples through the surrounding space, the tremendous force radiating outward, shattering nearby small stones into dust. Walker felt a surge of immense power from the impact, yet displayed no fear in his eyes. Instead, a fierce determination welled up within him. This is intriguing, Walker shouted, his form a blur as he unleashed a flurry of swift punches, resembling a torrential downpour directed at Dokana. Unwilling to yield, Dokana's singular eye glimmered with a strange light as he conjured an energy shield before him, simultaneously reciting incantations. Black energy threads shot forth from his fingertips, ensnaring Walker. Sensing the imminent danger, Walker leaped back, narrowly evading the entangling threads. Upon landing, he stomped the ground with force, causing massive rock spikes to erupt like arrows aimed at Dokana. Dokana ascended into the air, evading the rock spikes, then gathered a colossal sphere of black energy with both hands, hurling it towards Walker's position. The impact of the energy sphere created chaos, enveloping the area in dust and debris. However, Walker had already anticipated the attack, utilizing instant transmission to appear behind Dokana, delivering a powerful knee strike to his back. Dokana, reeling from the blow, propelled forward but quickly spun around, flinging the remaining energy in his hands towards Walker. Walker sidestepped, the energy narrowly grazing his clothing before detonating on a nearby hill, reducing it to rubble. At this juncture, other demon gods, witnessing the fierce clash between Walker and Dokana, could no longer contain themselves. The demon god Bazaar let out a cold snort, brandishing his flaming sword as he charged at Walker. Flames blazed along the path of his sword, as if seeking to ignite the very fabric of space. Walker sensed the attack from behind but did not turn. Instead, he concentrated all his energy to his back, bracing himself to absorb Bazaar's strike. The sword struck Walker's back, sparking a shower of flames. Yet he only swayed slightly before regaining his balance. In a swift motion, he grasped the blade of the sword, yanking Bazaar towards him, and then delivered a headbutt aimed squarely at Bazaar's face. The force of the blow left Bazaar dazed, causing him to relinquish his grip on the sword. Walker seized the long blade and slashed horizontally towards Bazaar, unleashing a crescent-shaped energy blade that soared forth, aimed directly at Bazaar. Observing this, Dokana hastily fired an energy beam to intercept, resulting in a dazzling explosion of light as the two forces clashed and nullified each other. Within this brilliance, Walker's form flickered in and out of sight, moving like a wraith, continuously shifting positions, making it arduous for the demons to pin him down. Realizing the challenge posed by Walker, the demons began to coordinate their efforts. Depura expelled a petrifying saliva towards the potential locations of Walker's appearance. Mira and Finn positioned themselves to deliver a heavy blow where Walker might emerge. Surrounded, Walker remained remarkably composed. Taking a deep breath, he transformed into his ordinary Super Saiyan form. With keen precision, Walker blinked before Depura, delivering a powerful kick to his abdomen that sent him soaring into the air. Walker ascended, raining down a flurry of punches upon Depura, rendering him defenseless. Just as Walker prepared to deliver the final, most fatal blow, the sky was suddenly shrouded by an immense, heavy black curtain, plunging the realm into darkness. Simultaneously, a suffocating aura of overwhelming malevolence surged forth, enveloping the battlefield like a relentless tide. Accompanying this terrifying presence was the demon Sharon himself. He appeared as a towering black mountain, radiating an aura of boundless pressure and authority before all. This demon was one of Mechikapura's most loyal subordinates, the very figure who had earlier graced the meeting room with his formidable presence. Karen's eyes, sharp like an eagle's, resembled two blazing abysses of darkness, fixated intently on Walker, as if attempting to pierce through his form to glimpse the depths of his soul. As he slightly parted his lips, a deep, menacing laughter resonated from his throat. A mere insect dares to rampage here? His voice thundered like the claps of celestial storms, deafening all present, filling their ears with a reverberating hum. In the face of such a formidable foe, Walker boldly met Sharon's gaze. Despite an unprecedented weight of pressure surging within him, this sensation only fueled Walker's resolve. It was clear he had devised a strategy. He intended to leverage the hands of these demons to trigger his passive abilities, aiming for rapid growth and the transcendence of his limits. After all, Walker remained oblivious to the true depths of Mechikapura's power. Chapter 103. The All-Out War. 3. Super Saiyan Walker stood in confrontation with Sharon, their formidable auras clashing and generating visible ripples of energy between them. Sharon made the first move, his hands weaving as dark magical energy converged in his palms, instantaneously transforming into a colossal beam of black energy, resembling a roaring beast, surging towards Walker. As this surge of energy coursed through the space, it appeared as though the very fabric of reality was being rent asunder, accompanied by a chilling wail. Walker, aware of the gravity of the situation, inhaled deeply, instantly elevating his entire being to its utmost potential. He thrust his palms forward with fervor, unleashing a formidable wave of energy that collided head-on with Karen's assault. The battlefield erupted with a deafening roar, the clash of energy generating a blinding brilliance akin to a miniature sun igniting, causing the surrounding demon gods to squint against the searing light. The powerful shockwave radiated outward, upheaving the ground in colossal waves of earth, while some of the nearby demon gods were staggered by the residual force. Yet, the true battle was only just commencing. The demon gods Tova, Mira, and Finn exchanged glances upon witnessing the confrontation between Sharon and Walker, and without hesitation, they plunged into the fray. Tova waved her wand delicately, unleashing countless purple runes that cascaded like raindrops toward Walker. These runes swiftly converged in midair, forming magical chains in an attempt to ensnare him. Mira, with a flicker of motion, appeared at Walker's flank, her energy sword gleaming with a chilling light as it sliced toward him with lethal intent. Finn, not to be outdone, opened his mouth wide, releasing a cloud of green toxic mist that rapidly enveloped Walker. Caught in the formidable onslaught of three foes, Walker found himself in an unprecedented predicament. However, he showed no signs of retreat. Just as the magical chains were about to ensnare him, his form transformed into a flicker of light, deftly evading the attack. He then pivoted, meeting Myra's energy sword with his own overwhelming force, resulting in a shower of sparks. Yet, at that moment, Finn's toxic mist had stealthily crept closer. Sensing the peril, Walker stomped his foot, unleashing a powerful energy surge that temporarily dissipated the noxious cloud. "Do you truly believe this can bind me?" Walker bellowed in defiance. He then ascended to his divine Super Saiyan 5 form, enveloped in a radiant silver light that grew more intense, as if threatening to engulf him entirely. Amidst this brilliance, Walker's form began to morph, emanating an even more formidable presence. In this exalted state, his power experienced a qualitative leap. His eyes crackled with energy as he surveyed his adversaries. He charged towards the demon god Tova with such swiftness that she scarcely had time to react. As Walker unleashed a punch, Tova's eyes widened in terror as she sensed the sheer force of the blow, hastily raising her wand to conjure a defensive shield. Yet, the might of Walker's strike was overwhelming. The shield shattered upon impact like fragile glass, sending Tova hurtling backward to crash heavily onto the ground. Turning to face Mira and Finn, Walker raised his hands, channeling energy into a colossal energy sphere. With a resounding shout, he hurled the orb toward them. As it soared through the air, it continuously absorbed the surrounding energies, swelling larger with each passing moment, warping the very space around it. Realizing the magnitude of this power, Mira and Finn resolved to join forces to withstand the impending onslaught. Finn transformed into his complete form, while Mira merged with Tova to achieve a super state. Together, they concentrated their powers, creating a dual-colored energy barrier. A resounding boom echoed as the energy sphere collided with the barrier, resulting in a tremendous explosion. This blast was even more powerful than the previous one, shaking the entire fortress violently. Though Mira and Finn managed to withstand Walker's assault, they were left spitting blood and suffering significant injuries. Just as Walker prepared to press his advantage, Sharon struck once more. Seizing the moment while Walker was engaged with Mira and the others, Sharon quietly amassed his strength, raising both hands high above his head to conjure a massive black vortex. This vortex exuded an aura of despair, as if it sought to engulf the entire world. "Walker, taste the dark devouring power bestowed upon me by Lord Mechacapra," Sharon roared, hurling the vortex toward Walker. Sensing the imminent danger, Walker looked up to see the dark vortex descending upon him like a looming mountain, its formidable pull rendering his body nearly uncontrollable. He quickly rooted his feet to the ground and thrust his left hand upward, releasing a surge of energy to counter the vortex. However, Karen's strike was a culmination of his entire might, and coupled with the fatigue Walker had endured from battling Mira and the others, he found himself gradually overwhelmed. The dark vortex pressed down inexorably, and Walker felt the dark energy invading his body, an excruciating pain radiating throughout him. Yes, just like that, Walker felt a surge of exhilaration within. Simultaneously, he discreetly cast a white magic spell to heal himself. Upon checking his combat power through the system, it had risen to 42 trillion, gradually increasing due to passive enhancements, while the demon Sharon boasted a power of 54 trillion. Meanwhile, at other battlefronts, the conflict escalated to a fever pitch. The sky was thick with ominous clouds, intermittently illuminated by eerie purple-black lightning, as if bearing witness to the fierce struggle. In a breakthrough to Ultra Instinct, Goku's hair blazed like flames, his red aura surging powerfully as he monitored Broly's every move. Dark Ultra Instinct Broly emerged like a demon from the abyss, surrounded by a swirling black aura, his eyes radiating a violent and malevolent light that seemed almost tangible, every breath accompanied by intense waves of dark energy. Broly launched another ferocious assault, stomping the ground with such force that it shattered, massive stones propelled by dark power hurtling towards Goku. Simultaneously, he surged forward like an arrow released from a bow, his right fist coalescing with overwhelming dark energy. As he swung, space itself seemed to warp under the weight of his power, producing a sharp, whistling sound. Time Patroller Goku swiftly sidestepped to avoid the incoming debris, then crossed his arms in front of his chest to brace for Broly's malicious punch. The impact erupted with a tremendous crash, energy rippling outward from their point of contact, causing the surrounding mountains to crumble like fragile toys before the overwhelming force. Yet, Broly's onslaught was relentless, each wave of attack crashing down like a tumultuous tide, one after another. He swiftly turned, his left leg sweeping out like a black battle axe, carving a deep chasm into the ground beneath him. Observing this, Sun Wukong leapt into the air, deftly evading the fierce strike, while Broly followed suit. Launching himself upwards to engage in a fierce close-quarters combat with Wukong. His fists rained down upon Wukong like a torrential downpour, each blow imbued with a dark aura, striking with astonishing speed. Under the relentless assault from Broly, Wukong found himself in a position of passive defense, continuously blocking the onslaught with his arms and legs. Each deflection accompanied by clashes of energy and sparks flying. Despite being on the defensive, Wukong's gaze remained composed, as he sought openings in Broly's barrage, aiming to seize an opportunity for counterattack. At one moment, Wukong discerned a slight dip in Broly's right shoulder following a flurry of punches, a minor flaw during his power transition. Seizing the moment when Broly's shoulder sank, Wukong swiftly sidestepped, avoiding a crushing blow, and then closed in on Broly, his right fist clenched, a golden light flickering upon it. "Huh!" Wukong shouted, unleashing a punch aimed at Broly's abdomen. This strike contained 40% of his power, landing squarely on Broly. The sudden impact forced Broly's body to arch, a trickle of dark purple blood escaping the corner of his mouth, as he plummeted to the ground like a shooting star. Boom! Upon his descent, Broly kicked up a massive cloud of dust, creating a substantial crater in the earth. However, the dark Broly would not be so easily vanquished. Rising slowly from the pit, he wiped the blood from his mouth with the back of his hand, then lifted his gaze toward Wukong in the air, his eyes burning with fury. Clenching his fists, dark energy surged violently around him, culminating in a deafening roar that resonated like tangible sound waves, crashing towards Wukong. Feeling the overwhelming force of the sound wave, Wukong was thrust backwards by the sheer power. Seizing this moment, Broly ascended once more, gathering a colossal sphere of dark energy above his head. The sphere spun menacingly, absorbing the surrounding dark energy, growing larger and emitting an aura so malevolent that it altered the very color of the sky in the demon realm. "Kakarot, perish!" Broly bellowed, hurling the immense dark energy sphere towards Wukong. Regaining his footing, Wukong recognized the formidable nature of the approaching energy sphere. Taking a deep breath, he channeled his inner energy to its peak, slowly gathering it between his hands at his waist. A vibrant red glow began to coalesce, intensifying with each passing moment. 20-fold Kamehameha, Wukong cried out, thrusting his hands forward to unleash a massive wave of red energy to meet the dark energy sphere. The two powerful forces collided in midair, triggering an earth-shattering explosion. The brilliance of the energy illuminated the vast expanse of the demon realm, akin to the birth of a new sun. The shockwave generated by the explosion radiated outward, mercilessly ravaging the earth. Mountains crumbled, the ground was torn asunder, and delicate fissures appeared in the fabric of space. Amidst the aftermath of the energy collision, the figures of Wukong and Broly flickered in and out of visibility. Both warriors had sustained considerable injuries from the tremendous impact, yet their gazes remained locked onto one another, their fighting spirit undiminished. Chapter 104. The Full-Scale Battle 4. On a desolate plain, fierce winds howled, stirring up endless clouds of dust, while an oppressive atmosphere hung heavily in the sky. The Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta stood proudly, his iconic battle armor tattered, yet it did not diminish the fierce determination blazing in his eyes. His Super Saiyan 4 hair danced wildly in the wind, and the aura enveloping him radiated a profound and fiery crimson glow, a testament to his power after transcending his limits. At that moment, the dark gods Gyuribi and Poutine hovered nearby, emanating a potent aura of malevolence. Gyuribi, in his demonic form, exhibited skin of a deep purple hue, adorned with sharp horns. His eyes glinting with an eerie red light. Poutine appeared somewhat gaunt, yet the swirling black mist surrounding her moved like a cunning serpent, exuding an insidious aura. You fools! Do you think Lord Mechikabura is so easily defeated? Once he fully recovers, today shall mark your demise. Gyuribi bellowed, his voice booming like thunder, reverberating across the wasteland and causing the ground to tremble. Humph! Until the very end, no one can predict the outcome. So, refrain from making hasty conclusions. Vegeta retorted before vanishing from sight in an instant. Poutine's expression shifted in alarm as she shouted, "Be careful, Gyuribi." However, her warning came too late. Vegeta appeared before Gyuribi like a cannonball, his right fist enveloped in violet flames, crashing towards Gyuribi's chest with overwhelming force. This punch, imbued with the formidable power of Vegeta's limit-breaking transformation, moved with incredible speed, compressing the air and producing a sharp whistle. Gyuribi reacted swiftly, hastily crossing his arms before him to brace against Vegeta's onslaught. Boom! A deafening sound erupted as Vegeta's fist collided forcefully with Gyuribi's arms, unleashing an explosive surge of energy. From their epicenter, concentric ripples of energy radiated outward, causing the ground around them to undulate like waves, while dust was flung into the air, forming a colossal curtain of sand. Seizing the moment while Vegeta attacked Gyuribi, Poutine swiftly formed hand seals, and the dark mist around her coalesced into countless black spikes, shooting towards Vegeta like deadly arrows. These sinister spikes shimmered with malevolent light, harboring venom and corrosive power. Vegeta sensed the impending attack from behind, but remained unfazed. He pivoted sharply, his tail enveloped in a fierce energy, sweeping out like a steel whip and generating a powerful gust. Upon contact with Vegeta's tail, the black spikes shattered into fragments, dissipating into a cloud of black smoke in the air. Such a trivial trick, and you dare to present it? Vegeta mocked, casting a scornful glance at the demon god Poutine. Seizing the moment when Vegeta was distracted, the demon god Gyuribi unleashed a mighty roar, and a surge of magical energy engulfed his being. In an instant, his physique expanded several-fold, muscles bulging, while dark markings emerged upon his skin, resembling demonic sigils infused with malevolent power. He then clenched his fists, raised them high, and brought them crashing down to the ground. Earth-shattering strike. With Gyuribi's furious shout, the ground began to tremble violently, and massive fissures spread like a web towards Vegeta, spewing forth black flames of an exceedingly high temperature that instantly melted the surrounding rocks. Observing the impending chaos, Vegeta promptly propelled himself off the ground, soaring into the air. He adjusted his stance mid-flight, gathering energy in his hands. Big Bang Attack, he roared, launching a sphere of energy towards Gyuribi below. The energy sphere expanded as it traversed through the air, its power escalating to the point of brilliance akin to a miniature sun. Recognizing the dire situation, Poutine quickly flew to Gyuribi's side. Together, they conjured a dark shield, enveloping themselves within its protection. The Big Bang Attack collided violently with the dark shield, producing a thunderous explosion. The clash of energies created a powerful shockwave, engulfing everything in its vicinity. The ground within several miles was utterly obliterated, transforming into a vast chasm, the molten rock at its base flowing like lava. After unleashing the Big Bang Attack, Vegeta did not waver. He took advantage of the smoke from the explosion to execute a rapid maneuver, positioning himself behind the demon gods Gyuribi and Poutine. Taste this, Ultimate Flash. Vegeta thrust his hands forward, unleashing a beam of energy even more radiant than the Big Bang Attack. This ultimate flash encompassed the majority of Vegeta's power in his ultimate state, possessing the potential to obliterate the cosmos. Gyuribi and Poutine sensed the terrifying energy approaching from behind. Their hearts gripped with alarm. They hastily channeled all their magical power into the dark shield, striving to withstand the onslaught. However, the might of the ultimate flash proved overwhelmingly formidable. Upon contact, the dark shield began to fracture, the cracks swiftly proliferating. "Hold on, Poutine," Gyuribi shouted, veins bulging on his forehead, sweat cascading down his face. Clenching his teeth, Poutine nodded resolutely. "I understand. We must not let him prevail." Just as the dark shield was on the verge of being shattered by the ultimate flash, Gyuribi suddenly expelled a black magic crystal from his mouth. This crystal radiated potent dark magic, merging with the dark shield and instantly augmenting its defensive strength. The ultimate flash and the reinforced dark shield found themselves at an impasse. their energies colliding and compressing, forming a colossal vortex of power upon the desolate plains. Vegeta intensified his output, his complexion growing increasingly pale. He was acutely aware that if he could not breach this shield and allowed the demon gods to recover, he would be ensnared in a grueling battle. "Break for me." Vegeta let out a furious roar, his aura surging once more. With Vegeta's full power unleashed, the might of the ultimate flash intensified even further. At last, with a crack, the dark shield shattered under the assault of the ultimate flash. The residual energy beams shot forth like sharp blades towards the demon gods, Gyuribi and Pudding. In a desperate bid, Gyuribi shoved Pudding aside and braced himself to absorb the remaining impact of the ultimate flash. A piercing scream escaped Gyuribi's lips as he was struck. A massive wound opening on his chest, blood gushing forth like a torrential fountain. Witnessing this, Pudding roared in fury, "Vegeta, how dare you harm Gyuribi? I will make you pay with your life." With fervor, Pudding gestured dramatically, reciting an ancient incantation. As the words flowed from his lips, dark clouds gathered ominously, and tendrils of black lightning danced within the storm. These dark bolts coalesced, forming a colossal sphere of dark thunder. This sphere, brimming with enough destructive energy to annihilate everything, cast a heavy pall over the wasteland, as if shrouded in the very essence of death. "Dark divine thunder sphere," Pudding bellowed, hurling the ominous orb towards Vegeta. As it soared through the air, it unleashed branching arcs of black lightning, which struck the ground and ignited a series of explosive detonations, leaving the earth scarred and battered. Vegeta, confronted by the approaching sphere, felt the terrifying power it contained and dared not underestimate it. Taking a deep breath, he evenly distributed his energy throughout his body, extending his arms forward, palms facing the oncoming threat, bracing himself for the formidable assault. "Come at me." As the dark thunder sphere neared him, Vegeta shouted, thrusting his hands forward with great force. A powerful wave of energy erupted from his palms, colliding with the dark sphere. Boom! Another deafening explosion echoed, the clash generating a potent electromagnetic pulse that would obliterate any nearby electronic devices in an instant. Vegeta was thrown backward by the shockwave, tumbling through the air several times before regaining his balance. Despite his grievous injuries, Gyuribi forced himself to rise, his gaze now more menacing than ever. He anticipated that the time patrol would grow so formidable, he could not allow Vegeta to advance. Thus, he made a stunning decision. Gyuribi raised his hand skyward, beginning to absorb the dark magical energy from the realm of shadows. As he drew in this power, his form became enveloped in malevolent energy, the arcane patterns on his skin becoming more pronounced, as though woven from the very essence of darkness itself. "Vegeta, you shall witness my true power." Gyuribi's voice deepened and became gravelly, reminiscent of a demon's roar echoing from the depths of hell. Watching Gyuribi's transformation, a wave of intense unease washed over Vegeta. He understood that the battle ahead would be far more arduous, yet his pride as a Saiyan forbade him from retreating. "Gyuribi, you reckless fool." Purdon sought to intervene, but found himself too late, for absorbing the dark magic of the demon realm was akin to courting one's own demise. The dark powers within this realm were intermingled with numerous unstable forces, threatening to shatter one's own dark essence. Should his own essence fracture, even the esteemed Mechikapura would be unable to resurrect him. "My resolve is firm. I cannot allow him to jeopardize the Master's plan, and I believe others share this sentiment." Gyuribi grinned widely. Purdon, secretly shaking his head, acknowledged Gyuribi's unwavering loyalty to the Master. Whether others felt the same remained known only to themselves. Chapter 105. All-Out War 5. Having absorbed the dark magic of the demon realm, Gyuribi slowly lowered his hands. His eyes shimmered with a blood-red glow, brimming with boundless malice. He opened his mouth, unleashing a beam of dark energy directed at Vegeta. The beam traveled at an astonishing speed, contorting and reshaping mid-flight, resembling a serpentine shadow weaving through the air. Vegeta swiftly sidestepped, yet the beam, as if endowed with sentience, veered sharply and continued its pursuit. Vegeta, fueled by rage, braced himself with both hands. Gripping the magical beam, the potent dark energy surged into his body, inflicting excruciating pain. Gritting his teeth, Vegeta exerted force to push the beam back. Observing that Gyuribi's attack had been thwarted by Vegeta, the demon Purdon enacted another spell. He produced a handful of black powder from his robe and cast it towards Vegeta. Upon contact with the air, The powder ignited rapidly, conjuring a sea of black flames. This inferno ensnared Vegeta, emanating a noxious odor capable of eroding one's will and plunging them into delusions. Trapped within the black flames, Vegeta sensed his consciousness beginning to wane. However, bolstered by his formidable willpower, he fought to remain alert. He concentrated, pushing his limits to unleash the full might of his Super Saiyan transformation in an attempt to disperse the surrounding inferno. Yet, the flames grew fiercer, threatening to consume him entirely. Just as Vegeta found himself in dire straits, memories of past battles with his comrades flooded his mind, the smiles of his family, the responsibilities he bore as a member of the Time Patrol. These recollections surged forth as a potent source of strength, igniting his resolve. I cannot afford to lose. Vegeta roared, a surge of powerful energy erupting around him, dispersing the black flames in an instant. Emerging from the inferno, his gaze grew more resolute. He decided to unleash his full power, preparing for a final confrontation with the demons Gyuribi and Pertin. Taking a deep breath, he compressed his energy to its utmost, then slowly traced a circular shape with his hands before his chest. As he performed this motion, the energy around him began to converge frantically towards his palms. Sensing the tremendous energy accumulating in Vegeta's hands, both Gyuribi and Pertin steeled themselves, aware that they could not afford any complacency. Two figures stood side by side, intertwining their respective magical energies to form an immense barrier of darkness, poised to confront Vegeta's most potent strike. As Vegeta gathered his energy, he thrust both hands forward, manifesting a colossal blue sphere of energy before him. This sphere encapsulated the entirety of Vegeta's power, embodying his convictions, his pride, and his insatiable thirst for victory. Ultimate explosion, Vegeta proclaimed, hurling the energy sphere toward the formidable Majin Bai and Majin Button. The ultimate explosion surged forth like a brilliant blue star, hurtling towards the dark barrier. Upon contact, an unprecedented clash of energies erupted, illuminating the barren wasteland as if it were day. The shockwave radiated outward, obliterating everything in its path. Majin Bai and Majin Button strained to uphold the dark barrier, yet the sheer force of Vegeta's unleashed energy proved overwhelming. The barrier began to fracture under the relentless onslaught of the energy sphere, the cracks widening perilously. "Hold on, Bai," Majin Button cried, his voice trembling with fear. Bai gritted his teeth, sweat streaming down his brow, acutely aware that they had reached their limits. Ultimately, under the tremendous impact of the ultimate explosion, the dark barrier was utterly shattered. The residual energy shot forth like a razor, striking Majin Bai and Majin Button, tearing their bodies apart as they collapsed to the ground in a mangled heap. In contrast, Vegeta, having expended all his strength in unleashing the ultimate explosion, knelt on one knee, gasping for breath, yet a victorious smile graced his face. Although victorious, the toll had been immense. Suddenly, as Vegeta lay sprawled on the ground, a realization struck him. He hastily rummaged through his belongings and miraculously produced a Senzu bean. Had he anticipated this? He recalled how, prior to their departure, Wak had provided them with several Senzu beans for emergencies, and now they had proven invaluable. After consuming the Senzu bean, he instantly regained his vitality and immediately soared towards Kakarot. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, the confrontation between Gohan and Bonnie was also reaching its climax. In a rugged arena of jagged rocks, Gohan, having unleashed his latent potential in Super Saiyan 4, faced off against the demon Lord Bonnie. Their clash teetering on the brink of cataclysm. The aura enveloping Gohan manifested as a tangible, wrathful dragon, roaring and exuding an overwhelming pressure. His gaze was resolute and unwavering, each breath accompanied by a surge of energy, the indomitable warrior spirit of his Saiyan lineage ablaze. The demonized Bonnie loomed like a titan risen from the abyss, his form towering and his dark magical energy saturating the surrounding space like ink. His eyes, resembling a blood moon, harbored an evil and savagery capable of consuming all light from the world. In the tumultuous realm of the Time-Space Patrol, one would underestimate the formidable might of my master. A misconception that shall soon be dispelled. The demon god, Barney, unleashed a thunderous roar that reverberated like a cataclysmic tsunami, shattering the surrounding boulders into nothingness that spiraled into the air like fine dust. Son Gohan stood resolute, swiftly bringing his hands together in a prayer-like gesture before forcefully spreading them apart, bellowing, "Demon Flash!" A radiant beam of energy, as brilliant as the golden sun, erupted from his palms. The air along its path was instantaneously heated to an extreme, generating a torrent of searing waves that radiated outward. Observing this, a sinister smile crept across Barney's face as he danced his hands, summoning dark powers that surged before him, coalescing into a gargantuan black barrier adorned with ominous arcane symbols. When the demon flash collided with the barrier, it erupted in a deafening cacophony, reminiscent of the primordial chaos at the universe's inception. The clash of energies conjured a ferocious tempest, the overwhelming force engulfing everything in its vicinity. The once unyielding boulders were rendered as fragile as mere toys, tossed aside and obliterated with ease. Your attack is nothing but the futile struggle of an ant against a tree, Barney taunted, his laughter laced with disdain and arrogance. With a sudden thrust of his hands, the dark energy from the barrier surged forth like a volcanic eruption, morphing into countless black spikes that rained down upon Son Gohan. Each spike bore the destructive power capable of annihilating planets, slicing through the air with a piercing shriek, akin to the scythe of death reaping lives. Son Gohan's gaze sharpened, and with a powerful push against the ground, he ascended like a golden meteor. In midair, he spun rapidly, resembling a top, while extending his arms to unleash a circular energy shield. The black spikes collided with the shield, erupting in vibrant bursts of energy sparks. Yet, Barney's relentless assault continued, the spikes crashing in waves, causing Son Gohan's shield to tremble and dim under the relentless barrage. What a formidable attack! I cannot be vanquished so easily. Son Gohan roared within, summoning all his concentration to extract every ounce of energy within him. In an instant, his aura surged explosively, reviving the once dim shield into a brilliant luminescence, rendering it even more resilient. With a mighty shout, he swung his arms forcefully, shattering all the spikes into fragments. It is now my turn to counterattack. Son Gohan thundered, rapidly gathering energy at his waist. The golden energy glimmered, akin to a nascent star, growing ever brighter and more potent. 20-fold Super Kamehameha. With a resounding roar, a colossal wave of energy, resembling a blue dragon, surged forth from his hands, sweeping towards the demon god, Barney. The sheer magnitude of the Super Kamehameha caused the very fabric of space around them to quiver and warp. Barney, sensing the overwhelming energy barreling towards him, felt the gravity of the situation weigh heavily upon his expression. He raised his hands high, dark magic swirling around him like a tempest. He summoned a barrier, which was even sturdier than before. The Super Kamehameha clashed with the barrier, plunging both into a breathtaking stalemate. The collision of energies produced a colossal vortex, its immense pull drawing everything nearby into its grasp. Bizarre stones and swirling dust spun chaotically within the vortex as Son Gohan and the demon Barney exerted their energies, striving to overpower one another. Veins bulged on Gohan's forehead. Sweat cascaded from his cheeks like raindrops, yet his gaze grew ever more resolute. Barney, with a fierce grimace, trembled slightly from the excessive consumption of dark magic. Yet he refused to yield. Gohan took a deep breath, his aura surging anew, tapping into his latent potential. The energy wave of the Super Kamehameha intensified several-fold, akin to an enraged beast breaking free from the shackles of dark energy. Barney's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld the Super Kamehameha barreling toward him. He attempted to evade, but it was too late. The Super Kamehameha struck Barney's body with tremendous force, igniting a cataclysmic explosion that obliterated everything in its vicinity. A gaping hole appeared in Barney's chest, fortuitously coinciding with the core of his dark essence, which had been shattered by that very blow. Never did I expect to meet such a fate. With a thunderous crash, he fell to the ground, his form transforming into a black radiance, dissipating into the realms of the demon world. After unleashing the Super Kamehameha, Gohan also collapsed from the exertion, gasping for breath, drenched in sweat. Exhausted, he felt utterly drained. Yet, like Vegeta, he soon discovered the senzu beans provided by Wok, and after recovering, he flew toward his father. In a valley of the demon realm, an exhilarating battle was drawing to a close. Super Saiyan Goku and Vegeta radiated a silvery aura, resembling divine warriors descended from the heavens, confronting the demonified Bai Yin and Chen Lai. Bai Yin, transformed into a demon, twisted and coiled like a serpent, her grotesque visage exuding a chilling aura. A stark contrast to her former self. Her elongated tongue flicked in and out, seemingly probing for her opponent's weaknesses. The diminutive Qianlai, after his transformation, grew to a normal height, muscles bulging, his eyes gleaming with an eerie red light. With a crack, a fragment of stone fell to the ground. Goku was the first to strike, darting forward like a silver lightning bolt. He arced gracefully through the air, his right fist clenched tightly. Delivering a blow imbued with immense power toward Bai Yin, the force of his punch whistling through the air, creating a visible white shockwave that sliced toward his foe. Yet Bai Yin was not to be outdone. Her serpentine form deftly twisted, evading Goku's fierce attack. Immediately, she opened her gaping maw and unleashed a torrent of black, viscous magical liquid. Wherever the liquid touched, the ground was swiftly eroded, leaving behind gaping pits that emitted wisps of black smoke. Sensing the imminent danger, Vegeta quickly conjured an energy barrier to fend off the encroaching substance. He then rapidly gathered energy before his chest, forming a shimmering silver energy sphere. "Taste this, you hideous creature," Vegeta bellowed as he hurled the energy sphere towards Bai Yin. As it soared, the sphere expanded, and by the time it neared Bai Yin, it resembled a miniature silver sun, radiating blinding light and searing heat. Bai Yin felt the overwhelming pressure of the energy and opted not to absorb it head-on. Instead, she coiled her tail around a massive boulder, infusing it with magical energy, causing the stone's surface to shimmer with a layer of black luminescence, effectively countering Vegeta's energy sphere. Upon impact with the boulder, the sphere exploded, sending a cloud of dust and debris into the air, momentarily obscuring Bai Yin's form. Meanwhile, Qianlai launched a surprise attack on Goku from the side. His speed was astonishing. Enhanced by his demonic transformation, he transformed into a mere shadow. He leapt high into the air, legs together like a colossal battle axe, and descended fiercely towards Goku's head. Anticipating the strike, Goku remained composed and delivered a punch upwards, precisely connecting with Qianlai's foot. The resulting impact echoed like thunder through the valley, propelling Qianlai back, where he crashed heavily against the stone wall, causing a massive fissure to appear. However, Qianlai emerged from the rubble unscathed, shaking his head as the crimson glow in his eyes intensified. With a low growl, his magical energy surged wildly, forming a swirling vortex of darkness around him. The vortex spun faster and faster, enveloping his form. Suddenly, Qianlai burst forth from the cyclone, his body now adorned with a layer of black scales, and his hands transformed into razor-sharp claws as he lunged at Goku once more. This time, his attacks were frenzied, each strike imbued with the power to rend planets asunder. Goku and Vegeta exchanged knowing glances, acutely aware that they were embroiled in an exceedingly arduous battle. Under the influence of the dark energy, Goku found himself unable to unleash his formidable spirit bomb and resorted to relying solely on his exceptional prowess. The duo resolved to alter their tactics, beginning to coordinate closely for a melee confrontation. Vegeta charged at Qianlai, engaging him in a fierce exchange of blows. Vegeta's punches were fierce and powerful, each one encapsulating the essence of his years of training. Qianlai's claws clashed against Vegeta's fists in midair, sparking bursts of flame. Seizing the opportunity, Goku executed an instant transmission, appearing directly above Bai Yin before she could react. With his hands clasped together, he thrust downward, sending forth a powerful wave of energy towards her. Bai Yin sensed the disturbance above and hastily released her grip on the boulder to evade. Yet, Goku's attack had an extensive range, and her body was still grazed by the edge of the energy wave, emitting a cry as she was propelled away. After several rounds of combat, Vegeta gradually discerned his opponent's vulnerabilities. He seized the moment, deftly sidestepping Qianlai's fierce lunge, then swiftly pivoted, delivering a powerful elbow strike to Qianlai's back. Wincing in pain, Qianlai stumbled forward. Seizing the advantage, Vegeta leapt high into the air, executing a rapid series of kicks aimed at Qianlai's head. Although Qianlai attempted to defend with his arms, he gradually found himself on the defensive against Vegeta's relentless barrage. At this juncture, the previously struck Bai Yin rose once more. Her body began to undergo a peculiar transformation. Her once hideous features contorted into an even more grotesque visage, and a pair of massive black wings sprouted from her back. With a powerful flap, she ascended into the sky, circling above. Bai Yin waved her arms rhythmically, chanting an ancient incantation. As the incantation resonated, an unusual magical circle materialized in the sky, pulsating with energy. Suddenly, a colossal bolt of black lightning surged towards Goku. Sensing the formidable power of the lightning, Goku immediately elevated his energy to full capacity, raising his hands above his head in an attempt to withstand the oncoming strike. The lightning struck his hands with a blinding flash and a deafening explosion. Goku's body quivered under the immense surge of electricity, his feet sinking deeply into the ground. Qian Lai's assault intensified like a tempest, growing ever more ferocious and wild. In that moment, he appeared to have lost all rationality, disregarding his own safety as he unleashed wave after wave of brutal attacks. His demeanor suggested a willingness to engage Vegeta in a desperate fight to the bitter end, leaving nothing but ruin in their wake. Faced with Qian Lai's unhinged fury, Vegeta dared not let his guard down, continuously dodging left and right, skillfully evading the relentless onslaught, while remaining vigilant for an opportune moment to counterattack. As the seconds ticked away in this high-stakes battle, Vegeta suddenly detected a fleeting vulnerability in Qian Lai, who had just completed a series of savage strikes and revealed a barely perceptible opening. Seizing the opportunity, Vegeta acted without hesitation, unleashing his ultimate technique, the Final Flash. In an instant, he spread his arms wide, gathering energy in his palms. Then, forcefully bringing his hands together and thrusting them forward. A cataclysmic surge of terrifying energy erupted from his hands, transforming into a dazzling, thick beam of light that raced towards Qian Lai with astonishing speed. Alarmed, Qian Lai attempted to evade, but his earlier reckless aggression had dulled his reflexes, causing him to react a beat too slowly. In the blink of an eye, the formidable energy beam collided decisively with Qian Lai's body. A resounding explosion echoed as Qian Lai was instantly engulfed by the overwhelming force of energy, completely enveloped in blinding light. Under the extreme pressure of the energy impact, he violently spewed forth a torrent of dark blood, a sight that was utterly horrifying. Then, accompanied by a deafening explosion, Qian Lai's body soared through the air like a cannonball detonated, hurtling away. During this tumultuous flight, it was evident that one of his arms had been obliterated in the terrifying blast, vanishing without a trace. Chapter 107, All-Out War, 7 Boom. The blasted Bai Yin landed near Qian Lai. Damn it, how could they possess such power? Bai Yin coughed up blood heavily. Qian Lai moved his lips, and Bai Yin turned to look at him in disbelief. His gaze seemed to inquire, "Are you certain?" Qian Lai nodded. "Very well, old Qian, though uncertain of success. This is our final opportunity." Qian Lai and Bai Yin were enveloped in a swirling aura of demonic energy, surging violently like an uncontrollable storm. With a chilling scream, their figures slowly drew closer, their distorted forms gradually merging into one. In an instant, a wave of malevolent energy surged forth like a tsunami, heralding the emergence of the combined demon god Bai Lai. Towering in stature, his muscles bulged with boundless strength, and his eyes glowed with a blood-red light. Each breath he took condensed the surrounding air into a frigid mist. Bai Lai unleashed a roar that manifested as solid black sonic blades, causing the air to tremble and boulders to disintegrate into dust. Wukong, undaunted, summoned a gust of wind beneath his feet and charged towards Bai Lai like an arrow released from a bow, his form a blur of silver afterimages. Clenching his right fist tightly, his muscles tensed like steel, containing the power to shatter stars, he propelled himself towards Bai Lai's heart with a roar of wind. Yet Bai Lai stood firm as a mountain, his palm resembling a black iron shield, effortlessly blocking Wukong's thunderous strike. Where their energies collided, force erupted like a volcanic explosion, sending Wukong reeling backward through the air. Seeing Wukong's attack thwarted, Vegeta bellowed and hurled an energy sphere towards Bai Lai with all his might. The energy sphere sliced through the air, emitting a sharp whistle, akin to a meteor trailing a fiery tail as it descended upon Bai Lai. Unperturbed, Bai Lai slightly raised his other hand, dark magic swirling in his palm like a vortex. The incoming energy sphere was gradually consumed by this whirlpool of malevolence, vanishing without a trace as if it had never existed. Seizing the advantage, Bai Lai unleashed a torrent of flames from his gaping maw, akin to a surge of black molten lava. Wherever the flames passed, the ground melted instantly under the extreme heat, rocks flowing like scorching liquid, resembling a raging river of fire surging towards Wukong and Vegeta. Quick to react, Wukong and Vegeta leapt sideways like phantoms. Wukong performed acrobatic flips in midair, as agile as a silver-white swallow, skillfully evading the pursuit of the flames. Bai Lai's relentless assault raged on like a tempest, his tail, resembling a black steel whip, traced a deathly arc in the air, whistling ominously as it swept towards Vegeta. Vegeta's gaze sharpened as he crouched low, channeling all his strength into his legs. Just as the tail was about to sweep towards him, he sprang upwards like a coiled spring, seizing the tail with his hands as if they were a vice, attempting to throw Broly off balance with sheer force. However, Broly's might was overwhelming. With a mere flick, he sent Vegeta flying like a leaf stripped from its branch, crashing heavily against the stone wall of the valley. In an instant, the wall collapsed with a thunderous roar, countless fragments raining down like a torrential downpour, burying Vegeta beneath the debris. "Vegeta!" Goku exclaimed, his heart ablaze with fury upon witnessing Vegeta's injury. His eyes widened in shock, a silvery aura erupting around him like an enraged beast, causing the surrounding air to crackle with sharp, electric sounds. He executed his instantaneous movement technique, appearing like a specter above Broly's head, and then his legs, akin to colossal scissors glowing with a fierce silver light, clamped down towards Broly's neck with tremendous force. Sensing the imminent threat above, Broly swiftly raised his hands to block. The collision of Goku's legs and Broly's hands resonated with a deafening sound, akin to the earth splitting apart, as powerful energy waves radiated from their point of contact, spreading like a tumultuous tide. The massive boulders within the valley were effortlessly lifted by this force, colliding violently in midair before disintegrating into dust. Yet, Broly, though gravely injured, remained an unfathomable force. Seizing the moment of their stalemate, its head lunged forward, the iron-hard horns gleaming like deadly blades, aiming straight for Goku's abdomen. Goku was caught off guard and was stabbed deeply by the horns, though fortunately, it was merely a superficial wound. He was lifted high into the air, tracing a tragic arc before crashing down like a falling star, creating a deep crater upon impact. "Kakarot, are you alright?" At that moment, Vegeta struggled to rise from the rubble, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth as he surveyed the injured Goku and the still formidable Broly. He understood that, in their current state, defeating this terrifying fused demon was nearly impossible. He shouted to Goku, "Kakarot, we must fuse. It is the only way to overcome him." Goku nodded slightly, and they immediately began to synchronize their energies in preparation for fusion. Broly seemed to sense their intent, unleashing a deafening roar and charging towards them like a rampaging beast, each step causing the ground to tremble violently, fissures in the valley spreading like a web. Just as Broly was about to reach them, Goku and Vegeta's bodies began to emit a brilliant, dazzling light. Within this radiance, their figures drew closer, initiating the extraordinary process of fusion. The light intensified, resembling a newborn, resplendent sun rising within the valley, as Super Saiyan Gogeta emerged. Gogeta's silver hair danced freely in the wind, his eyes radiating unparalleled confidence and fierce battle intent. His silvery aura shone like a vast galaxy ablaze, illuminating the entire valley as brightly as day. The fused demon god, Bailey, was momentarily taken aback by the appearance of Gogeta, yet quickly regained its fearsome and menacing demeanor. It unleashed a deafening roar, resembling a surging black storm, hurtling towards Gogeta. Unfazed, Gogeta moved with poise, his hands gracefully dancing before his chest, akin to two butterflies in flight. Silvery energy rapidly coalesced within his palms, forming two spheres of concentrated power, each comparable to the size of a basketball. He gently tossed the energy spheres towards Bailey, which expanded dramatically mid-flight, carrying an aura of annihilation as they descended upon the demon god. Bailey swung its massive arms, attempting to deflect the energy spheres with its colossal fists. The moment of impact erupted in a blinding flash, reminiscent of a nuclear explosion, as a powerful force propelled Bailey backward, carving deep trenches into the ground beneath its feet. Once it regained its footing, Bailey emanated an overwhelming dark power, which rapidly coalesced around it into terrifying, clawed black skulls. These skulls, imbued with a chilling aura of death, hurtled toward Gogeta. In response, Gogeta unleashed a radiant silver energy shield, which met the skulls with a series of crisp detonations, akin to a string of firecrackers igniting. Yet, no matter the ferocity of the assault, the shield stood unyielding against their relentless onslaught. In a blur, Gogeta teleported behind Bailey, leaping high into the air, his right foot gleaming like a silver axe, poised to deliver a devastating blow to Bailey's back with the force to cleave the heavens. Sensing the imminent threat, Bailey attempted to pivot and evade, But Gogeta's speed was blindingly swift. The kick struck like a silver lightning bolt, crashing into Bailey's rear. A pained roar escaped Bailey as its body was sent hurtling forward, akin to a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily to the ground, sending a cloud of dust billowing into the air. However, Bailey was not an adversary to be easily vanquished. Rising from the ground, it began to gather an immense dark energy in its palms, powerful enough to obliterate worlds. This energy swirled like a black nebula, rapidly condensing as it spun within its grasp. With a low growl, Bailey propelled this dark energy like a cannonball towards Gogeta. Faced with such a formidable assault, Gogeta revealed no inclination to retreat. Instead, he maximized his energy output, thrusting his hands forward. A colossal beam of silver energy erupted, resembling a divine sword capable of piercing the heavens, meeting the dark energy in a fierce confrontation midair. The two forces clashed and compressed, creating a vast area of energy stalemate. The surrounding space began to warp and collapse under the influence of this power, forming miniature black holes that voraciously consumed everything in their vicinity, as if intent on dragging the entire world into an endless abyss of darkness. Gogeta understood that prolonging this stalemate was detrimental to him. Given his time constraints, he had to shatter this deadlock. With unwavering focus, he concentrated his spirit, infusing an even greater surge of energy into the beam. The silver-white energy beam expanded exponentially in an instant, its radiance growing ever more brilliant and resplendent, akin to the dazzling explosion of a supernova. Under the formidable onslaught of Gogeta's power, Bailey's dark energy was finally shattered, and the remaining energy beam shot forth like a silver ray of judgment towards Bailey. Bailey, wide-eyed with terror, sought to evade it, but it was already too late. The energy beam struck him with the precision of a silver bullet, piercing through his body and leaving an enormous gaping wound. Black blood erupted from the wound like a fountain, staining the ground around him a deep ebony hue. Seizing the advantage, Gogeta approached Bailey once more, his hands clasping Bailey's body with the grip of iron. With a powerful twist of his waist, he hurled Bailey to the ground as if he were a mere toy. Then, soaring into the sky, he raised his hands above his head, palms pressed together, and began to gather all of his energy. A radiant aura enveloped him, as silver energy surged forth like a tumultuous river, coalescing into a vast ocean of power. Sensing imminent danger, Bailey attempted to rise, but his injuries rendered him nearly paralyzed. As Gogeta completed his energy accumulation, he bellowed, "Ultimate Flash Kamehameha." A colossal silver energy beam, akin to a divine blade capable of cleaving through chaos and creating worlds, shot directly towards Bailey. Mechikapura. Bailey, in despair, closed his eyes, awaiting the arrival of death. Upon impact, the energy beam unleashed a thunderous explosion, resonating as though it could obliterate the universe, engulfing the entire valley in a blinding light. Within that brilliance, Bailey's form was utterly annihilated, dissolving into countless dark fragments that scattered like a candle flickering in the wind. Having successfully vanquished the fused demon god Bailey, Gogeta hovered in the air, panting slightly as the silver flames surrounding him gradually extinguished. With a soft pop, the energy was depleted and the fusion was undone. The two collapsed, sharing a brief smile. "There's no time to waste. We must hasten to support Walker." Both retrieved and consumed the Senza beans, rejuvenating themselves before soaring towards Walker's location. Thus, all the obstructing demon gods were defeated or perished. Chapter 108. All-Out War. 8. The scene shifted back to Walker. Under the relentless assault of Kurong, Walker's combat power surged to 8G, a testament to the formidable enhancement bestowed by his passive skills. "Huh." A low growl shattered Kurong's dark vortex. "Nanny." Kurong gasped in surprise, eager to unleash his next attack to further suppress Walker, but Walker would not grant him that opportunity. He closed in with astounding speed, delivering a fist enveloped in blazing flames. Feeling the might of the blow, Kurong concentrated, channeling demonic energy into his arms. Boom. Kurong was forced back several steps, astonished by Walker's astonishing ferocity. At that moment, a powerful dark aura surged from the skies. It was Mechikapura, restored to youth by the dark divine dragon. Descending onto the battlefield, he emanated a chilling aura of dark magic, his eyes glinting with a bloodthirsty gleam. Walker lifted his gaze towards Mechikapura, unperturbed, with an intensified fighting spirit. Mechikapura erupted into a fit of maniacal laughter, declaring, "You insignificant wretch dare to be insolent before me." With a flourish of his hands, A torrent of black energy arrows rained down upon Walker. Swiftly, Walker navigated through the deluge, each evasion accompanied by a surge of his own energy, generating a powerful gust. Seizing the moment, Walker charged at Mechakapura, the air around him tearing apart with the force of his momentum, producing a crackling sound. He leapt high, knees bent, harnessing the force of his descent to deliver a formidable knee strike. Unfazed, Mechakapura crossed his arms over his chest, absorbing the blow, which erupted in a dazzling flash of light, sending shockwaves that fissured the ground and stirred up clouds of dust. A slight smirk graced Mechakapura's lips as he unleashed a surge of dark energy, attempting to engulf Walker within its grasp. With a mighty shout, Walker ignited his aura to its utmost intensity, resembling a blazing meteor. He pressed his hands against the edge of the energy mass, his feet sinking into the ground, muscles taut as he valiantly resisted the pull of the swirling vortex. Gradually, Walker's strength began to prevail, inching forward and forcing the black energy back. This incited a flicker of anger in Mechakapura's eyes as he transformed into a shadow, vanishing from sight. Walker, on high alert, surveyed his surroundings, only to feel a chilling presence approaching from behind. With no time to turn, he concentrated his power on his back, bracing for the impending strike. Mechakapura's black claws raked into Walker's back, igniting sparks as they tore through his clothing, leaving behind gashes of blood. Yet, Walker endured the excruciating pain, retaliating with an elbow strike that struck Mechakapura in the abdomen. Though Mechakapura grunted, he stood firm, advancing with a swift motion, his palms glowing with dark energy, slicing towards Walker like blades. Walker evaded, pivoting to unleash a powerful elbow strike aimed at Mechakapura's back as the ground beneath him splintered. However, Mechakapura seemed to possess eyes in the back of his head. He spun around, blocking the strike with his arm, while his other hand transformed into a claw, lunging for Walker's throat. Quick to react, Walker leaned back and executed a backward flip to create distance. "You foolish attempt to obstruct me shall result in your annihilation," Mechakapura bellowed, as he gathered dark magic between his palms, morphing it into a unique sphere of black lightning that streaked towards Walker in an instant. Feeling the immense power contained within the sphere, Walker's aura blazed even brighter. This time, he chose not to evade but to confront it head-on, hoping to activate his defensive skill. Upon assessing Mechakapura's combat prowess through the system, he discovered it to be an astonishing 14 quintillion, and that was not even the extent of his true power. The black lightning sphere collided with Walker's palms, emitting a hissing sound before erupting in a deafening roar, engulfing him in a blinding light. Karen stood by, sneering, convinced that Walker would surely be obliterated by this strike. However, as the brilliance faded, Walker remained steadfast, albeit gravely injured, yet his gaze grew ever more resolute. "Is this all you are capable of?" Walker provocatively taunted. Mechakapura narrowed his eyes and charged at Walker once more, employing a peculiar style of martial arts, each punch accompanied by elusive black phantoms, rendering them difficult to anticipate. Walker, sharpening his focus, relied on his keen intuition and lightning-fast reflexes to counter Mechakapura's assaults one by one. Amidst the fierce skirmish, Walker seized a fleeting opening and delivered a powerful kick to Mechakapura's abdomen, causing him to bend slightly. Seizing the moment, Walker unleashed a flurry of punches upon him, each blow imbued with immense force, compelling Mechakapura to retreat repeatedly. Successfully acquired 200 million combat power. Successfully acquired a fragment of the Cosmic Tree. Cosmic Tree Fragment. Collecting 100 pieces allows for the synthesis of the Cosmic Tree, which can be used to create universes and harness cosmic power. Walker was mildly astonished to have obtained even a fragment of the Cosmic Tree. However, he pondered the utility of this cosmic power. Observing Walker's brief distraction, Karen seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack. He stealthily circled behind Walker, condensing dark energy into a black spear aimed directly at Walker's back. Just as the spear was about to pierce him, Walker sensed the impending strike, swiftly pivoting to the right and grasping the spear's shaft with his left hand. Having just acquired 200 million combat power, Walker's strength surged to 82 G. Emboldened by this enhancement, he felt utterly untroubled by Karen's assault. Karen yanked forcefully, only to find the spear unmoving. With a mocking smirk, Walker clenched his right fist, igniting it with searing flames as he struck at Karen, who, left with no choice, relinquished the spear and leaped backward. As Karen retreated, Walker tightened his grip on the spear and hurled it with great force. It sliced through the air, emitting a sharp whistle as it surged towards Karen. At the critical moment, Mechacapra intervened, using a finger to deflect the spear's assault. "Step aside. Go check on those fellows and see if there are any survivors," Mechacapra commanded. Karen bowed respectfully before turning to depart. Mechacapra regarded Walker with a faint smile. "Young man, I must admit you are a combat genius. Here is your chance. Join me, and I shall elevate you to a status beyond the gods." His voice carried a peculiar charm, attempting to entice Walker, yet such tactics bore no effect on him. "Transcending the gods, huh? Spare me your delusions. You are merely a demon realm king, dreaming of surpassing the angels. What a pity. Then I shall demonstrate my true power. Prepare to witness the strength of my youth." As he spoke, he unleashed his dark power, a thick aura of malevolence enveloping him, distorting the very fabric of the surrounding space. Walker's expression turned grave as he sensed the terrifying aura emanating from Mechacapra, no longer concealing his strength. He concentrated all his power, pushing it to the utmost limits. His combat prowess soared to 102, yet even such an elevation paled in comparison to Mechacapra, who had unleashed his dark power, reaching a formidable 184. With both hands, Mechacapra unleashed a massive wave of black energy, infused with a malevolent force that consumed life itself. Undeterred, Walker charged headlong into the energy wave, executing the myriad Starfist technique in rapid succession, endeavoring to shatter the ominous wave. The collision between the energy wave and his fists generated a fierce shockwave that radiated outward. Walker gritted his teeth, amplifying his strength further. His hands battered and bloodied by the wave's force, yet he refused to yield. "We're here, Walker." At that moment, the time-traveling Sun Wukong and Vegeta arrived, transforming into Super Saiyan 5 to join the battle against the energy wave. Unfortunately, even with their combined might, they could barely withstand the overwhelming power of Mechacapra for a few breaths. With a resounding explosion, a dazzling light enveloped the entire fortress. When the brilliance faded and the echoes of the blast subsided, a colossal pit marred the ground, flames flickering within and hot air surging forth. Walker and his companions sustained varying degrees of severe injuries, a testament to Mechacapra's might. Coughing violently, Walker managed to rise, expelling a few mouthfuls of blood. Yet, unbeknownst to his companions, he secretly employed white magic to heal both himself and Sun Wukong, his movements so discreet that neither of them noticed. Though the healing process was slow, the unfathomable strength of Mechacapra made Walker ponder how the Super Saiyan god Trunks from the anime had managed to defeat such a formidable foe. Was it truly a case of plot-driven intervention? In that fleeting moment of respite, Walker's thoughts drifted back to the animated scenes he had once watched, the epic battles between the Super Saiyan god Trunks and the overwhelmingly powerful Mechacapra flickered in his mind. Suddenly, an idea sparked within him. Could it be that peculiar sword played a crucial role? Yet, he could not recall its name. As the white magic subtly worked its wonders, Walker's injuries began to mend, and his strength gradually returned. He glanced at Sun Wukong and Vegeta beside him. Despite their serious wounds, both wore determined expressions, showing no signs of retreat. "Walker, don't worry. We will find his weakness." Sun Wukong seemed to sense Walker's gaze, flashing a smile that, despite its pain, radiated resolve. Walker nodded, refocusing his attention on Mechacapra, who now hovered in the air, exuding an overwhelming dark aura. "Do you still wish to struggle?" Mechacapra's laughter echoed, laced with derision. Taking a deep breath, Walker clenched his fists, the magical light around him flickering. "Sun Wukong, Vegeta, let us go," he shouted, leading the charge toward Mechacapra. As Sun Wukong and Vegeta followed closely behind, a silvery aura erupted instantaneously, their speed akin to lightning as they launched an assault on Mechacabura from either side. Observing their approach, Mechacabura merely waved his arm, conjuring a black energy barrier that effortlessly deflected the trio's attacks. "Is this all you are capable of?" he taunted. In a flash, the three warriors maneuvered behind Mechacabura, launching a renewed attack. The dark energy enveloping Mechacabura manifested into a pair of massive hands that struck out, creating a thunderous impact. Despite their defensive measures, the trio was still propelled backward by the overwhelming force. Walker steadied himself midair, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. "This approach is futile. Vegeta, let us fuse once more," Sun Wukong proposed. After a brief moment of hesitation, Vegeta nodded, and the two began their fusion dance. Super Saiyan God Vegeta emerged once again, albeit slightly weaker, as this union was forged while both were on the brink of exhaustion. No sooner had they completed their fusion than an object hurtled toward them. Reaching out, they discovered it to be a senzu bean. Grateful, Woker swallowed the bean. And with a fierce shout, Gogeta charged at Mechikabura, concentrating his power into a mighty right fist aimed directly at Mechikabura's head. This time, Mechikabura sensed a hint of danger, but deemed it manageable, countering with an open palm. Their fists collided with a deafening roar, unleashing a powerful energy wave that sent shockwaves through the surroundings, hurling everything aside. Super Saiyan God Gogeta and Mechikabura found themselves locked in a stalemate, each striving to augment their strength further. At that moment, the Time Patrol arrived, including Trunks and the Supreme Kai of Time. Sun Wukong, Vegeta, this is for you, the Supreme Kai of Time, Kane said, removing the Patera earrings from his ears and handing them to the two warriors. They exchanged a glance, and without hesitation, donned the earrings. With a burst of radiant light, they fused into Limit Breaker Super Saiyan 4 Vegeto. I shall assist you. So shall I. Super Saiyan 4 Vegeto joined forces with Super Saiyan God Trunks in the fray. As Mechikabura withdrew his hand, he unleashed a kick and a hand formed from dark energy toward Vegeto and Trunks. Bang, bang, bang. The three impacts resonated simultaneously, sending all three combatants flying. Trunks regained his composure, his eyes ablaze with unyielding determination. Crossing his arms before him, he concentrated a more powerful divine aura. Huh! With a fierce roar, a brilliant red light erupted from his body, elevating his Super Saiyan God power. Trunks charged at Mechikabura like a red comet, his speed leaving a long afterimage in the air. Vegeto, not to be outdone, maximized the Limit Breaker Super Saiyan 4 power. His muscles tensed as a magenta aura surged like an inferno. He rapidly appeared above Mechikabura, fists clenched, and with immense force, he descended upon his foe. Taste this punch. Mechikabura. Facing the combined onslaught of two formidable opponents, Mechikabura displayed a rare expression of seriousness, as dark energy surged wildly around him. Do you truly believe this will defeat me? Such naivety. The dark energy transformed into black spikes, raining down upon Trunks and Vegeto. Trunks, agile and nimble, twisted and turned in midair, seeking an opportunity to counterattack, while Vegeto, confronted by the torrential barrage of spikes, opted to break through with sheer force. Each punch delivered with a devastating momentum that shattered swathes of the incoming projectiles. In that moment, Super Saiyan 5 Gogeta seized the opportunity, instantaneously relocating to Mechikabura's left side. With a sudden surge of muscular power, he executed a powerful side kick imbued with the force of a thunderbolt, aimed squarely at Mechikabura's waist. The speed of this kick was blinding, akin to a flash of lightning streaking across the night sky, leaving no room for reaction. However, Mechikabura was far from an ordinary adversary. He was an exceedingly formidable entity. As Gogeta launched his surprise attack, a smirk of disdain crept upon his lips. Humph, mere child's play, he scoffed. Following this, he opened his mouth and unleashed a thunderous roar that resonated through the air. A sound so deafening it seemed capable of penetrating the very souls of those who heard it, sending shivers down their spines. With this roar, the dark energy surrounding Mechikabura erupted forth like a volcanic explosion. He swiftly gathered this dark energy into a massive sphere of power, then thrust his palms forward, sending the colossal orb hurtling towards Gogeta and his companions with a deafening rush. In that instant, Gogeta, Trunks, and Vegeto found themselves unable to defend, locked in place and forced to brace for the impact. Just as the situation appeared dire, time itself came to a halt. A commanding figure descended from the heavens. Indeed, it was the liberator of time, Airport Kane. With a commanding voice, Kane wielded the power of time to obliterate the dark energy sphere. Ah, Kane, you have finally chosen to utilize your time powers. I thought you would forever remain a timid turtle, Mechikabura taunted. Cease your empty boasts. I sealed you once, and I can do so again, Kane replied with unwavering conviction. Mechikabura's laughter echoed in response. Since you are so confident, let me present you with something extraordinary. Kakarado, come forth. A bird-like cry resonated as a Kakarado, a creature mimicking the time bird, materialized beside him. Subsequently, Mechikabura absorbed its power. Time power unleashed, he declared. Though his appearance remained unchanged, his strength had undeniably increased. Walker's expression darkened slightly, realizing that his battle power had surged to an astonishing 267. How can we possibly contend with such might? Chapter 110, The All-Out War, End. Walker steeled himself, refusing to concede. There must be a flaw, no matter how strong. He is not omnipotent. Gogeta comforted him with a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Taking a deep breath, Walker acknowledged Gogeta's words. Even if he is powerful, I am a transcendent being with a system at my disposal. System, I implore you, assist me in my endeavors. With such thoughts in mind, he could only wonder if the system would indeed unfold as he envisioned. Suddenly, Gogeta surged forth towards Mechikabura, his fists wreathed in a shimmering silver aura that radiated with immense power. As he struck, the air around him compressed into a tangible form, manifesting as a crescent-shaped energy blade aimed directly at his opponent. Mechikabura let out a dismissive grunt and casually waved his hand, causing a torrent of energy to collide with the blade, resulting in a resounding explosion. At the epicenter of the blast, ripples of energy radiated outward, creating a massive crack in the ground. In an instant, Mechikabura conjured a pair of colossal hands imbued with dark energy, reaching for Gogeta. Without hesitation, Gogeta pivoted, summoning a silver energy sword with his left hand and slashing at the dark hands. A thunderous boom erupted as the two forces clashed. At that moment, Vegeta and Super Saiyan God Trunks joined the fray, creating a dazzling spectacle of afterimages, with energy bursts exploding in a riot of colors like fireworks. A swirling vortex of darkness appeared before Mechikabura, exuding a powerful gravitational pull coupled with razor-sharp edges, with ominous black spikes visible within its depths. With a swift gesture, the immense vortex surged forward like a ferocious beast, roaring towards Gogeta, Vegeta, and Super Saiyan God Trunks. Wherever the vortex traveled, it seemed to mercilessly consume the surrounding space, leaving behind an abyss of darkness. Fortunately, the realm of demons was saturated with a potent magical aura that continuously converged, swiftly mending the voids created by the vortex, thereby maintaining a fragile stability in the fabric of space. Faced with such a terrifying attack, the three warriors were taken aback, yet they exhibited no inclination to retreat. On the contrary, each one pushed their energy to its utmost limit, radiating an overwhelming pressure that sent shivers down the spine. Then, three thunderous battle cries echoed, and three brilliant beams of light erupted simultaneously. Among them, Gogeta unleashed an astonishing 20-fold Super Spirit Bomb. With palms pressed together, he concentrated the surging energy within him, and then thrust it forward, sending forth a colossal blue energy beam, akin to a ferocious dragon, hurtling towards Mechikabura with apocalyptic force. Not to be outdone, Super Saiyan God Vegeta unleashed his ultimate Spirit Bomb. His muscles tensed and veins bulged as he compressed the immense energy in his hands, which transformed into a dazzling crimson wave of power. As he propelled the red energy wave with a force like a thunderclap, the air along its path was torn apart, emitting piercing explosive sounds. Meanwhile, Super Saiyan God Trunks revealed his own ultimate technique, the Divine Pulse Star Collapse. He raised both hands, unleashing a simple energy wave, but with the enhancement of divine power, its might was amplified hundreds of times. Just as the trio's formidable attacks were on the brink of colliding with the fearsome vortex, Kane suddenly appeared behind Gogeta and his companions without warning. She delicately raised her jade hand, and the power of time surged forth from within her, swiftly enveloping the energy unleashed by the three formidable techniques, intricately merging them into one. In the blink of an eye, the once dispersed energies coalesced into a singular, colossal wave of energy. This energy wave stood erect between heaven and earth like a titanic pillar, emanating an unparalleled and terrifying aura, reminiscent of an awakened primordial beast. Its gaping maw roaring ferociously as it charged toward Mechikabura. Upon witnessing this, Mechikabura narrowed his eyes slightly, a barely perceptible gravity flashing in his gaze. Clearly, he sensed a threat from this move, a peril that far surpassed the danger posed by any previous attack he had encountered. Nevertheless, he exhibited no sign of fear. With a cold snort, he continued to channel dark energy into the swirling vortex. The vortex, now infused with even greater malevolence, spun wildly, expanding its scale as if intent on devouring the imposing energy wave entirely. In the instant the energy wave collided with the massive vortex at lightning speed, time seemed to freeze, enveloping the entire dark magic realm in a chilling silence. Yet, this momentary tranquility lasted but a fraction of a second before shattering like fragile glass. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted, shaking the very foundations of existence. The sound resonated like the roars of 1,000 ferocious beasts and the crack of countless bolts of lightning striking the earth, its force beyond imagination. Mechikabura's fortress was not spared from such a cataclysmic blast. With a thunderous roar, the entire structure collapsed, akin to a house of cards losing its support. Bricks and debris scattering like torrential rain, dust clouding the sky. The devastation extended far beyond the castle itself, as the surrounding land buckled under the weight of the shockwave. Deep, unfathomable fissures marred the ground, rapidly spreading like ravenous jaws eager to consume everything in their path. The distant mountains, overwhelmed by the tremors, crumbled, their peaks toppling, triggering a cascade of landslides and mudflows. In an instant, the entire dark magic realm was plunged into chaos and destruction akin to an apocalyptic nightmare. When the explosion subsided, Vegeta and Gogeta reverted from their fusion, the two incarnations of Son Goku and Vegeta from different timelines collapsing to the ground, unconscious. Trunks, having transformed into a Super Saiyan god, returned to his normal state, his arms hanging limply, blood dripping as he cast a blurred glance at Whis and the Supreme Kai of Time before collapsing, succumbing to unconsciousness. Little did they know, they had unwittingly spared Mechikabura's life from the brink of death. In fact, he too had sustained considerable damage from the earlier explosion, though he chose to conceal it. Walker fell from the void. As the energy waves of the three converged, he had already slipped into the void, intending to launch a surprise attack. But he did not anticipate such a widespread explosion. Kane was also in a precarious situation to withstand the recent explosive shock. He had expended most of his temporal power and had reverted to his younger form. "Kane, do you believe you can still stop me?" he taunted. "They cannot. And as for this individual esteemed by the angels, he certainly cannot." With that, he declared, "Now perish." Combining the powers of darkness and time, he unleashed his ultimate move. Damn it! Full power destructive spiral cannon. Walker gritted his teeth and unleashed all his energy to execute this attack. However, an unexpected event occurred next. The sky of the demon realm suddenly illuminated, and another vortex appeared. Unlike the one previously unleashed by Mechikabura, this one was purple, radiating a white halo. A figure slowly emerged. Upon seeing this individual, the pupils of the three narrowed sharply. With a wave of his hand, the energy that Mechikabura and Walker were about to unleash vanished into the void. "Walker, Kane, and the Time Patrol warriors from various timelines, you have all performed admirably. Now, let me take over." The High Priest offered a commendation before turning, pointing to unleash a destructive beam of light that pierced through Mechikabura's body. He had intended to defend, but the disparity was insurmountable, rendering his efforts futile. "How can this be? Were you not bound by the rules? Why break them?" Mechikabura gazed incredulously at the High Priest, whose powers of time were gradually healing his injuries. The High Priest cast a dismissive glance at him. "Though I prefer not to engage in lengthy discourse with you, to ensure your demise is comprehensible, allow me to clarify. I am not the one from your timeline, but rather, I hail from the future." With that, the High Priest gently clenched his right hand, and an irresistible force twisted Mechikabura's body into a grotesque form. A flick of his finger summoned flames composed entirely of pure energy, which enveloped him, swiftly reducing him to ashes, even erasing his very soul. After completing this, he turned to Walker and, without a word, stepped into the vortex, vanishing. Thus, the Demon King Mechikabura met his end in such a manner. Walker, watching the direction in which the High Priest disappeared, clenched his fists, realizing his own weakness. Acquisition successful, gained one advancement opportunity. Walker was momentarily taken aback, then cursed inwardly. The enemy was dead, and now this opportunity arrived. What good was it now? Nevertheless, despite his grievances, upon reading the description of the acquisition, he could not help but exclaim its worth. Chapter 111. Return of the Universe's Mightiest Warrior after the High Priest eliminated Mechikabura. The remaining demons did not launch an attack against them, having fled upon the High Priest's arrival, knowing full well they stood no chance. Kane utilized his temporal power to bring everyone back to the time nest. Within the time nest, Walker produced several Senza beans for them to consume, instantly revitalizing them. "What are your plans next?" Kane inquired, gazing at Walker. "I must return to the primary timeline," Walker replied. "I see, that makes sense. As there are matters awaiting your attention there," Kane responded. What matters?" Kane chuckled softly, then said, "Would you like me to escort you back?" Walker shook his head. "No need, I possess this." As he spoke, he raised his hand to reveal a ring. Kane gasped, astonished by the sight. "I never expected you would have such an item. Is that not the time ring? It doesn't seem particularly remarkable." "The time ring? Who told you that this is a time ring?" "The ring you hold is known as the time travel ring, which is entirely different. This ring not only allows one to traverse the past and the future, but also enables travel to various parallel timelines. Even if you alter the outcomes in a parallel timeline, it will not create new branches. That is the true marvel of this ring. Upon hearing Kane's explanation, Walker realized the ring's extraordinary capabilities. He had initially thought it was merely an ordinary time ring, but its functions were far more impressive. As they conversed, the time-traveling Sun Wukong and Vegeta approached. "Are you planning to return?" Sun Wukong asked. "Yes, indeed. By the way, would you two like to accompany me?" Walker invited. Sun Wukong laughed and replied, "Never mind. I've been away for quite some time. My family must be missing me, and I have also made a promise to Shenron." He gestured to himself, then turned to Vegeta. "However, Vegeta, you might want to go. Aren't you curious about how the Saiyans in that timeline have evolved? This is an opportunity." To his surprise, Vegeta shook his head. "Kakarot, since you have stated that your family must be missing you after your prolonged absence, mine must also be longing for me. Therefore, I shall return with you." Walker was taken aback by Vegeta's response. It seemed he had fully integrated into Earth, embracing it as his true home. "Very well, since you are both resolute in your decision, I shall see you back." Just as he was about to activate the ring, Kane interjected, "There is no need for such trouble. Provide me with the spatial coordinates, and I will send them back. It is also time for you to depart." "All right." He handed over the coordinates recorded on the ring to Kane. Kane summoned her temporal powers, and after a search, she finally located the coordinates. A wave of curiosity washed over her. Strange, it appears to be a sealed, independent timeline. No wonder it was so challenging to locate. Moreover, there seems to be an unknown force suppressing this timeline. Though puzzled, it was not her concern. She then used her powers to send the time-traveling Sun Wukong and Vegeta back. "Farewell, Walker. Until we meet again, another version of myself and Vegeta. I hope we have the opportunity to cross paths once more." With a flash of light, the two vanished. Now that they have departed, it is time for me to take my leave as well. "Farewell, esteemed members of the Time Patrol." He waved goodbye to the Time Patrol team and vanished in a burst of light. Once Walker had disappeared, the Time Bird flew onto Kane's shoulder, chirping a few notes. Is it true? Indeed, it has been born, the Time Bird." As Kane stood in astonishment, a wave of joy washed over him. The Time Bird called out a few more times before soaring away, prompting Kane to hastily follow. Meanwhile, Time Patrol and Wukong resumed their duties of maintaining the fabric of time and space. In the main timeline, upon the planet Cyril, the self-proclaimed ultra-blue Vegeta faced off against Granola. The atmosphere crackled with an invisible tempest of battle between the two. Vegeta was the first to strike, stomping the ground with such force that it fractured, sending a barrage of debris hurtling toward Granola like cannon fire. Granola merely scoffed at such a trivial assault. With a surge of formidable energy, he obliterated the incoming fragments. In that instant, Vegeta appeared before him, his right fist imbued with a torrent of energy, aimed directly at Granola's face. The speed of this punch was unparalleled, compressing the air into a shrill whistle. Granola swiftly dodged to the side, simultaneously unleashing a kick with his left leg, sharp as a battle axe and shimmering with golden light, aimed at Vegeta's midsection. Reacting with remarkable agility, Vegeta deflected the fierce blow with his left arm. The collision created a tumult of energy, sending shockwaves rippling outward, causing nearby mountains to tremble precariously. Yet, Vegeta had underestimated his opponent. He was sent hurtling thousands of kilometers away by that kick. Granola reappeared, delivering another strike that knocked Vegeta onto the surface of a lake, leaving his arms slightly numb from the impact. As Vegeta skated across the lake, Granola materialized again, bringing both fists crashing down upon his right cheek. However, Vegeta was not idle. He struck the lake's surface with one hand and, twisting his body, landed a kick to Granola's neck. The two warriors flew in opposite directions, Vegeta plunging into the depths of the lake while Granola smashed into a mountain, becoming entombed in the rubble. Simultaneously, both warriors erupted with energy, engaging in a fierce melee. Meanwhile, beside the unconscious Wukong, a figure materialized, none other than Walker. "No way, the ring. I just returned, and I'm already expected to fight," he muttered, rolling his eyes as he retrieved a Senza bean from his system space and offered it to Wukong. As Wukong ingested the bean, he slowly regained consciousness and, upon seeing Walker, his face lit up with joy, promptly enveloping him in a bear hug, for it had been quite some time since their last encounter. All right. Enough with the sentimentality. You're giving me goosebumps," Walker chuckled. I'm just really glad to see you. By the way, Walker, you truly are something of an anomaly. Wukong replied. Hey, are you calling me a freak? Walker retorted, feigning indignation. My apologies, that wasn't my intention. I meant to say your power has grown astonishingly fast. Truly remarkable. I have also mastered a new form, yet when I hugged you earlier, I sensed profound depths within you. Walker patted his shoulder with a smile. Enough already. Your strength is impressive as well. By the way, are you engaged in battle with that fellow named Granola? Walker inquired. How did you know? Wukong asked, his face a mask of surprise, pondering how Walker could possibly be aware of events he had not witnessed, as though he possessed the gift of foresight. Walker rolled his eyes internally, fully aware of the situation, having been an avid reader of comics himself. Regardless of how he came to know, that individual had acquired such formidable combat prowess by sacrificing his lifespan, a truly regrettable exchange. The more years he burned away, the stronger he became. Yet, ultimately, it was all a misunderstanding. Sacrificing lifespan. Misunderstanding? Walker, why do you speak in ways I cannot comprehend? Goku, adorned with 3 question marks above his head, was utterly perplexed. Do not worry, you will understand in due time. Just stay here and watch. I shall confront this universe's strongest. With that, he vanished in an instant. Chapter 112, Jace. Advancing again, Granola's gaze was piercing, fixated on Vegeta, as he recognized the latter's vulnerabilities. Just as he prepared to launch a fierce strike at this critical point, a figure materialized, interposing himself firmly between the two, effectively halting the oncoming tempest of force. Walker. Vegeta could not help but exclaim in surprise. Granola furrowed his brow, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes as he demanded, Who are you to meddle in my affairs? Walker stood tall, proclaiming with pride, I am also a Saiyan. Granola, have you not yet realized? You have been manipulated by that group, led by Sita. However, Granola remained unfazed, a smirk of disdain curling at the corner of his mouth as he coldly retorted, And even if I have been used, so what? I now possess unparalleled strength. Why should I fear them? Once I have dealt with you, they shall be next. Recognizing the futility of further discourse, Walker decided that actions would speak louder than words. He resolutely turned to Vegeta, urging, Vegeta, step aside and rest for now. I will handle this. Allow me to confront this individual. Before Vegeta could respond, Walker unleashed his full power, instantly transforming into the ultimate Super Saiyan form. A dazzling purple-silver radiance enveloped him, a testament to the minuscule portion of God of Destruction's power he possessed, his aura surging like a tumultuous ocean wave. Walker understood well that this opponent had sacrificed 150 years of his lifespan to ascend to the pinnacle of the universe beneath the gods, and his strength was not to be underestimated. However, this transformation was not merely a change in form, but a release of potential, distinct from Gohan's. The combat power Walker displayed now soared to an impressive 178 trillion, a testament to his relentless training under Mechikabura, which had allowed him to reach such heights. Yet, Granola, who had not yet unleashed his full capabilities, boasted an astonishing combat power of 196 trillion. Recalling his past experiences in the Dark Demon realm, Walker had once felt a sense of confusion while facing Mechikabura, who wielded both the powers of darkness and time. Yet, at this moment, he was free from such uncertainty. With a thunderous roar, he exclaimed, "Ha!" In an instant, Walker and Granola transformed into 2 resplendent shooting stars, hurtling towards each other with breathtaking speed. Their velocity was so astonishing that it tore through the surrounding air, creating a lengthy vacuum trail in their wake. Just as they were on the brink of a cataclysmic clash, Walker, without a moment's hesitation, swung his fist, hardened like steel, directly towards the approaching Granola. Unfazed by the imminent threat, Granola retaliated with a thunderous punch of his own, his arm slicing through the air with equal ferocity. At the moment their fists collided, time itself seemed to pause, followed by an unparalleled surge of energy that erupted explosively from the point of contact. This wave of energy surged forth like a cataclysmic tide, wreaking havoc in all directions with destructive force. Underneath this earth-shattering energy, the once lush and vibrant forest was obliterated in the blink of an eye. The vast expanse of ground beneath them was not spared either, as it was torn apart by deep, intersecting chasms. From these crevices, molten lava erupted like a fire-breathing dragon, soaring skyward, rendering the scene reminiscent of an apocalyptic event. The 2 combatants instantly ascended to a height of 10,000 meters, engaging in an intense aerial battle. Meanwhile, Alec and his group had acquired the Dragon Balls, with Alec preparing to make a wish. As he did so, the sky darkened, prompting both Walker and Granola to pause their fierce confrontation. After they ceased fighting, a spacecraft approached from afar, carrying a Namekian named Manit. "Cut it out, omitter. You always meddle unnecessarily," the elderly Manit said, leaning on his cane as he ambled down slowly. "Do not attempt to stop me, Manit. I intend to put an end to this," Granola retorted, anger evident in his voice. However, Manit merely shook his head and revealed a shocking truth that left Granola in disbelief. Walker, uninterested in Manit's explanations, knew full well what was happening. He exchanged brief greetings with Goku and Beta before disappearing in an instant. After Manit recounted the events of the past, the sky regained its former brightness. With a thunderous roar, a brilliant light cleaved through the heavens, and from a distance, a colossal mushroom cloud resembling the end of days slowly ascended. Reaching high into the sky, Vegeta, Goku, and Granola felt two immensely powerful energies emanating from afar almost simultaneously. They exchanged startled glances, particularly taken aback by one energy source that was exponentially stronger than the combined might of the three of them. Such a level of power was beyond imagination. I suspect that the sudden darkness in the sky was a sign that Alec and the others successfully summoned the dragon. Granola lamented, his face etched with regret. "Damn it. It's all my fault for mentioning it." However, at this juncture, no amount of self-reproach would prove beneficial. Without hesitation, Sun Wukong and Vegeta soared towards the source of the battle's tumult with astonishing speed. Meanwhile, Granola carefully placed Monet in a relatively safe location, ensuring he would not be caught in the crossfire of the fierce conflict before he too took to the skies towards the battlefield. Upon arrival, a multitude of various weapons suddenly materialized around Jas, including razor-sharp axes, shimmering short swords, agile shurikens, and formidable spears, among others. These weapons, as if imbued with life, whirled around Jas with great velocity, each enveloped in a dense aura, clearly manipulated by Jas's formidable energy. With a swift motion of his arm, Jas unleashed these weapons like arrows released from a bow, sending them hurtling towards Walker with a fearsome velocity and a piercing sound. A troublesome predicament indeed. Walker concentrated energy into his sword, cleaving at the incoming barrage. Although these weapons were remarkably resilient, Walker's assault was not to be underestimated, and soon, they began to shatter under the force of his strikes. "Quite impressive, but you are no match for me," Jas declared, launching a highly dense energy sphere. Slightly smaller than a soccer ball, Walker sensed a tremendous surge of energy emanating from it. He braced himself and unleashed the star destruction wave infused with divine power. Boom. Zzz. The two forces collided, intertwining in a clash even more intense than his previous battle with Granola. The explosion illuminated the entirety of Cyril's sky, its brilliance visible even within the Milky Way, as if time itself had come to a standstill, showcasing the sheer terror of the unleashed energy. In the wake of the explosive shockwave, both combatants were propelled away. Jas emerged relatively unscathed, having shielded himself with a protective barrier, bolstered by the strength he had gained after making a wish. In contrast, Walker, despite his own considerable strength, found himself at a distinct disadvantage. He crashed into a colossal mountain, which crumbled instantaneously, burying him beneath its ruins. Moments later, Walker burst forth from the debris, realizing that a direct confrontation was unwise. His body ached, every bone feeling as if it had shattered, the pain excruciating. Swiftly consuming a senza bean to restore himself to peak condition activated his Saiyan heritage, boosting his power level to 227 trillion. From his recent skirmish with Jas, he noted the latter's power level at 246 trillion, which was still on the rise. With a deep exhale, Walker resolved to proceed as necessary. "System, I wish to advance." Advancement confirmed, processing in progress. As the system's voice faded, an extraordinary brilliance erupted from Walker, rivaling the light of the previous explosion. Amidst this radiance, the silver-white fur on his body, tinged with purple, transformed into black, while his hair retained its silver-white hue with a hint of purple. Surrounded by flickering black and purple lightning, a robust tail swayed from side to side. The system's notification signaled to Walker that he had successfully advanced to the Super 6 form. At the moment of his transformation, the aura emanating from him altered the trajectory of the hero star, and his vast energy reverberated across other universes. proving even more terrifying than his Super 4 or Super 5 forms. Walker sensed an indescribable power within him, feeling as though he could effortlessly overpower dozens of his Super 5 selves. Uncertain of his strength, he utilized the system to gauge it, and was taken aback to discover that his battle power had soared to an astounding 280 quintillion. He could not fathom the magnitude of his increase. It was simply beyond comprehension. Chapter 113. A single finger, a new crisis on Earth. Such immense battle power nearly overwhelmed Walker with exhilaration. But a distant energy projectile abruptly interrupted his thoughts. With a flick of his finger, he effortlessly obliterated the energy blast. Jas, witnessing this spectacle, underwent a transformation into the first stage of awakening, with his battle power skyrocketing to 38 quintillion. Meanwhile, Goku, Vegeta, and Granola, upon their arrival, were nearly struck down by the overwhelming aura emanating from Walker. It was so formidable that they struggled to articulate it. Jas, now visibly thinner and appearing increasingly aged, felt the surge of energy coursing through him. With a fierce roar, Jas' muscles tensed, veins bulging, as an immense force erupted from within, coalescing rapidly in his hands. In the blink of an eye, a colossal battle axe, gleaming with a chilling light, materialized in his grasp. The axe loomed like a small mountain, its razor-sharp blade capable of cleaving planets, exuding an aura of terrifying power. With a mighty swing, Jas unleashed the axe towards Walker with the force of a rampaging stallion. Standing resolutely, Walker observed as the massive axe, imbued with apocalyptic might, hurtled toward him. Yet he remained unperturbed, merely lifting his gaze with an expression devoid of fear. As the axe neared his body, he calmly raised his right hand and extended a single finger. Upon the collision of his finger with the axe, a thunderous sound erupted, akin to a lightning strike splitting the sky. In an astonishing turn of events, the seemingly indestructible battle axe shattered into countless fragments, which, infused with tremendous energy, scattered in all directions. The energy shards carved deep gorges into the ground, severing nearby trees and enveloping the area in a cloud of dust. Meanwhile, Walker stood immovably in place, unscathed and without a single mark upon him. "Is that all you've got, Jas?" Walker's lips curled into a smirk, laced with derision. Infuriated, Jas let out a low growl, channeling all his strength once more to forge a new weapon. This time, a massive longsword appeared in his hands, its broad blade shimmering with radiant brilliance. The blade surged with a powerful energy, and in an instant, crescent-shaped razor-sharp edges shot forth towards Walker in overwhelming numbers. These crescent blades moved with an astonishing swiftness, akin to lightning streaking across the night sky. They sliced through the air, producing a piercing, shrill whistle. And the resultant wind pressure distorted the surrounding space, as if it might tear apart at any moment. Confronted with this relentless assault, Walker remained unflustered. Without a change in expression, he swung his left hand, and in a heartbeat, an immensely potent gust of air erupted from his palm. This torrent swept through like a tempest, colliding violently with the oncoming crescent blades. A series of sharp detonations resonated as the previously unstoppable blades shattered upon encountering the airflow, dissipating into countless sparkling fragments in the air. In disbelief, Jas erupted with fury, entering a second phase of combat. In this state, he appeared even more gaunt, resembling a mere skeleton, evoking a sense of the undead. His combat power now reached 50 G. "I want you dead," he declared. "Want me dead? Huh. You are not worthy." As Jas began to gather energy for his ultimate move, Walker stepped forward, covering the distance to Jas in an instant, as if the very fabric of space had compressed. This was pure speed, swifter than teleportation. Jas's pupils constricted as he prepared to strike. A finger pressed against his forehead. Farewell. At the moment he channeled his energy into Jas's mind, it surged like molten lava, and then, akin to a watermelon, it exploded, not as gruesome as one might envision. The energy then coursed through Jas's entire being, obliterating his body into irretrievable fragments. After vanquishing Jas, Walker gazed into the distance and, with a casual flick, sent several streams of energy hurtling away, which subsequently erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, claiming the lives of Alec and his companions hiding afar. Once Walker returned to his usual demeanor, Sun Wukong and the others cautiously approached. To be candid, they had hesitated to draw near after witnessing Walker's earlier display. Nearby a great mountain in the southern region of the earth, A diminutive man and a slender figure stared at the 7 Dragon Balls laid upon the ground. The man in the black suit remarked, "Isn't this merely a fabrication of the older generation? Does it truly possess any efficacy?" The shorter man, eyes glinting with excitement as he gazed at the Dragon Balls, replied with a smile, "How about we test its worth? After all, we stand to lose nothing." "Very well, I shall commence. Please stand back a bit." "No problem. Go ahead." Aside from their physical differences, the sole commonality between these two was the emblem adorning their cuffs and collars. The suited man retrieved a slip of paper from his pocket, reading aloud the inscription inscribed upon it. "Arise, Shenron. Please grant my wish." He proclaimed it aloud. Yet the Dragon Balls lay still and unresponsive. Just as he was about to assert that this was undoubtedly a sham, the sky darkened rapidly, and the 7 Dragon Balls emanated a brilliant golden light, shooting upward in a radiant column, coalescing into a colossal dragon. "Gatherers of the 7 Dragon Balls, speak forth your desires, for I shall grant any wish you hold dear." The man in the suit, overwhelmed by fear, collapsed to the ground, while a diminutive figure approached with an air of calmness. Standing beneath the dragon, he articulated his wish, "Please revive Cell." Though the short man outwardly appeared composed, internally he was fraught with anxiety, uncertain if Cell could truly be brought back to life. What motivated him to resurrect Cell, you might wonder? It stemmed from the long-ago Cell games, where he had witnessed Cell's formidable might on television. As one of the surviving members of that organization, he felt compelled to restore its former glory and harness Cell's power to dominate the Earth. The dragon's eyes glimmered with a crimson light, and in the next moment, Cell materialized. Still dazed, Cell recalled that following the Tournament of Power, he had not been revived. Instead, Frieza had been granted a special reprieve. Reflecting on this left him unsatisfied, yet he was bound by the immutable laws of existence and could do nothing but return to Hell when the time came. "Now, declare your second wish," the dragon commanded. To everyone's surprise, the short man shook his head and replied, "I have no further wishes." Recognizing the finality in his words, the dragon dissipated and the 7 Dragon Balls soared into the sky, transforming into streaks of light that scattered in all directions. "Oh my, it truly is Cell. I cannot express how delighted I am to see you." Once the dragon vanished, Cell realized that he had been resurrected by another. This thought elicited a smile from him. However, upon noticing the short man, Cell furrowed his brow in confusion. He did not recognize this individual. Why, then, would he seek to revive him? "My apologies for my earlier exuberance. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ida Shizu, one of the surviving members of the Red Ribbon Army. I have admired your imposing figure from afar on television." Ida Shizu composed himself, trying to temper his excitement. "Ah, so you hail from the Red Ribbon Army. What, pray tell, do you intend to achieve by reviving me?" Though he feigned ignorance, Cell understood well the intentions behind the resurrection, either to manipulate him for world domination or to utilize him as a means to that end. Regardless of the motive, Cell was resolute in his refusal to be controlled or exploited. "While I am grateful for your revival, I must confess, I do not intend to heed anyone's command." With that, he unleashed 2 beams from his fingertips, piercing the heads of both men. "Goku, Gohan, and Vegeta, prepare yourselves. I, Cell, have returned for vengeance. Ha ha ha." After the Tournament of Power concluded and he returned to Hell, he had diligently trained and mastered a new transformation. He was confident that, once he unleashed this form, Goku and his allies would stand no chance against him. Chapter 114. A duel once more, and it is you who shall perish in Satan City. Sunlight streamed through the windows, illuminating Gohan's warm abode. At that moment, Gohan was beaming with joy as he playfully lifted the adorable Pan high into the air. She giggled with delight, her cherubic face flushed like a ripe apple, and her melodious laughter echoed throughout the room, clearly reveling in the merriment. Just then, Videl, adorned in an apron, slowly emerged from the kitchen. She gently called out to the playful father and daughter, "My dears, it's time for dinner." Upon hearing her mother's voice, Little Fong suddenly seemed to possess superhuman abilities, swiftly breaking free from Gohan's warm grasp and gracefully flying to Biddy Lee's side. Biddy Lee, accustomed to her daughter's antics, merely smiled as she tenderly picked up Little Fong. The harmonious family of 3 then made their way to the dining table, ready to indulge in a delightful lunch. However, just then, a series of urgent knocks on the door abruptly shattered the tranquility. Gohan furrowed his brow, pondering. Who could it be? As he contemplated, he sensed that the person standing outside was Tian Tian. Tian, what brings you here? With a heart full of curiosity, Gohan quickly approached and opened the door. Upon seeing Gohan, Tian wasted no time and bluntly exclaimed, Gohan, it's bad news. A great calamity has occurred. Cell has been revived. Gohan stood there in shock, his expression one of disbelief, mouth agape as he struggled to comprehend the gravity of the situation. What did you say? Cell has been revived? Yes, Tian continued. Just a few minutes ago, remnants of the Red Ribbon Army, which Mr. Goku had thoroughly defeated and eradicated, somehow gathered the Dragon Balls and used Shenron's power to resurrect Cell. As Gohan absorbed this alarming news, he nodded in understanding, recalling how the sky had suddenly darkened moments prior, and he had speculated whether some fortunate soul had successfully collected the Dragon Balls to make a wish. Little did he know, it was all orchestrated by the Red Ribbon Army. Without delay, Gohan pressed on. Then, where is Cell now? Tian quickly replied. According to the latest intelligence, he is currently active in the mountainous region. With this precise information, Gohan turned to Biddy Lee, his gaze softening as he spoke gently. Biddy Lee, I may need to step out to handle this matter, but I'll return for dinner. Biddy Lee smiled slightly, her voice imbued with warmth. Don't worry. I'll hold down the fort here. Just go and come back quickly. Her eyes radiated unwavering trust and support for Gohan. Gohan understood the immense responsibility he bore in safeguarding the Earth, especially since his father, Goku, and Uncle Vegeta were away for various reasons. Thus, the formidable and noble task of protecting this land and ensuring the safety of all humanity now rested solely on his shoulders. With this in mind, Gohan turned to Tian and asked, Why don't you stay and join us for dinner? I'll resolve this situation and be back in no time. Although Tian yearned to stay and savor a delicious meal, for some reason, witnessing the tender interaction between Gohan and Biddy Lee felt like a heavy stone pressing down on his heart. The dog food is of little consequence, and furthermore, those beings from the mech star do not require marriage for reproduction. They are simply not of age yet. Thus, he shook his head in refusal of Gohan's invitation, stating that he would remain vigilant in the temple, closely monitoring the developments of the situation. He then soared towards the temple. Gohan, like a flash of lightning, sped towards the mountain range that Tian had just mentioned. This mountain range was not unfamiliar to Gohan. Despite the passage of time, he still vividly remembered its location. After all, in his youth, he had endured a profound experience where he was ruthlessly abandoned by Uncle Piccolo in this desolate mountain, forced to survive alone. As Gohan took flight, Piccolo, Krillin, and Tien, who were at a distance, felt the powerful aura emanating from Gohan's movement. Their hearts tightened with an ominous premonition that something significant was about to unfold. Without a moment's hesitation, they immediately set off, racing towards Gohan's direction. Each face bore a grave expression, filled with urgency and curiosity, eager to uncover what was transpiring. Meanwhile, deep within the mountains, Cell was slowly ascending into the sky. Before him, a dazzling energy orb began to coalesce in the palm of his right hand. As the energy continued to gather, the surrounding air seemed ignited, crackling with energy. Cell's gaze was cold and frenzied as he calculated inwardly. Once this energy orb was unleashed, it would surely cause the world to tremble, bringing unprecedented disaster and terror to all. However, just as Cell was on the verge of completing the critical energy accumulation, a voice thundered in his ear like a clap of thunder. Hey, Cell, what on earth are you doing? Stop this at once. Turning towards the voice, he saw none other than Gohan. Gohan, it has been so long. I never expected you would find your way here. It seems to be the hand of fate. Cell's shrill and maniacal laughter echoed through the air, his face contorted with rage as he bellowed. It is fate that I shall slay you with my own hands to cleanse the humiliation I have endured. Accompanied by his derisive laughter, the surrounding air quivered in response. Yet, Gohan stood firm, unwavering and unafraid, coldly retorting, No matter your schemes, you shall not prevail. I am no longer the same person who participated in the tournament of power. His words brimmed with confidence and formidable might. Upon hearing this, Cell scoffed derisively, mocking. Oh really? Heh, I am just like you. But unlike you, the power within me far surpasses that of all of you combined. No, it is vastly beyond your existence. Akin to mere ants, I shall wield this invincible power to eradicate every soul that dares to oppose me. Not even the highest destroyer will be spared. In the face of such arrogant provocation, Gohan exhibited no sign of retreat. Instead, he advanced a step forward and declared, let us dispense with the trivialities. In the past, I succeeded in vanquishing you, and at this very moment, I can once again consign you to the depths of despair. Ultimately, it is you who will meet your demise at my hands." With that, a radiant light enveloped him, and he swiftly transformed into his beastly form, his muscles swelling and exuding an aura that instilled dread. Observing this spectacle, Cell not only remained unfazed but laughed maniacally, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, this is perfect. Let us see who will emerge victorious." Immediately, he unleashed his own energy, his body gradually shrouded in a resplendent platinum glow, completing his transformation into his platinum form in an instant. In that moment, two cataclysmic forces collided violently in the air, heralding the onset of an epic confrontation. With a thunderous boom, a formidable and tempestuous shockwave surged forth like a raging tsunami, sweeping in all directions. The magnitude of this force was staggering. Wherever it passed, boulders and trees were uprooted and shattered in an instant. A nearby mountain, unable to withstand such a terrifying impact, erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, sending countless fragments soaring like raindrops, shrouding the sky in dust and debris. Two figures darted through the chaos with lightning speed, engaging in a fierce exchange of blows that numbered over 100 in mere moments. With each clash, a deafening roar resonated, causing the very heavens to tremble. As time wore on, the intensity of the battle escalated. The two warriors, in unison, executed the Prince's combat technique, and a dazzling array of colors erupted in the sky, reminiscent of a magnificent fireworks display. The lights intertwined and collided, producing a series of breathtaking explosions. To the uninitiated observer from afar, it might have seemed as though a grand fireworks celebration was underway. Suddenly, a shadow shot upwards like a shooting star. It was Cell, racing towards greater heights with blinding speed. Once he had created sufficient distance from his adversary, he dove downwards like a meteor plummeting from the heavens, propelled by an unparalleled force aimed squarely at Gohan. At that moment, Cell's fist was enveloped in a vibrant green energy, radiating like a blazing emerald sun. Confronted by Cell's ferocious advance, Gohan firmly planted his feet, adjusted his stance, and launched a counterpunch. The impact reverberated with a deafening thud, akin to the collision of two celestial bodies. Where their fists met, ripples of visible energy cascaded outward, rapidly expanding in all directions. In that instant, the sheer magnitude of their powers rendered the surrounding air a vacuum, creating an eerie silence. Gohan and Cell were simultaneously blasted away for several dozen kilometers before stabilizing their forms. Compared to the tournament of power, you have indeed made significant progress. Yet in my eyes, it remains insignificant. Oh, Cell, consumed by rage, unleashed his full power form. In a flash, he seized the opportunity to strike, moving with a speed as swift as a wraith. The moment he appeared before Gohan, he raised his right fist to deliver a crushing blow. Gohan, quick to react, could only counter with a fist of his own, mere inches apart. The instant their fists collided, the world seemed to fall silent, followed by a deafening explosion. A brilliant light erupted at the point of impact, blinding in its intensity. Within this radiance, a torrent of energy surged outward like a mighty tide, obliterating everything in its path. The ground was forcibly stripped away, rocks and soil hurled skyward, forming a colossal cloud of dust. As the force surged back toward Gohan, he felt an overwhelming power radiating from the impact, coursing through his arm and spreading throughout his body, propelling him uncontrollably backward. In midair, he struggled to regain his balance, his feet igniting with sparks as they scraped against the air before he managed to halt his retreat. Cell, too, was pushed back several paces by the recoil, each step sending ripples through the fabric of space. "Son Gohan, you shall surely perish at my hands," Cell bellowed, charging at Gohan once more. This time, he unleashed a flurry of fierce attacks, his fists raining down like a torrential storm. Gohan activated his full power form as well. Up to this point, both combatants still concealed their true strengths. Gohan moved with agility, dodging and weaving, while Cell's ferocious blows failed to land even once. Moreover, amid this intense exchange, Gohan, with his keen insight and exceptional combat prowess, discerned a minute flaw in Cell's technique. As Cell swung his fist again, Gohan's eyes flickered, seizing the moment to deftly sidestep. His elbow struck with the precision of an indomitable war axe, infused with the force of a thunderclap, crashing into Cell's ribs with astonishing speed and might. Taken by surprise by this sudden and fierce onslaught, Cell had no time to effectively evade, gritting his teeth to withstand the blow. A sharp crack echoed, reminiscent of a solid object fracturing. Cell's body quivered involuntarily, clearly injured, yet still capable of enduring. Cell seized the brief opening following Gohan's strike, swiftly extending his left arm like an iron clamp, tightening it around Gohan's neck. Then he raised his right arm high, elbow poised like a hammer, and brought it crashing down onto Gohan's back. In that instant, Gohan felt a surge of impending danger bearing down upon him. Gohan unleashed an overwhelming force, breaking free from Cell's grasp. His body spun like a top, and with a powerful kick, he struck Cell squarely on the chin. The impact sent Cell's head soaring as if struck by a cannonball, causing him to stagger backward, struggling to regain his balance. However, Gohan would not afford his adversary a moment's respite. He surged forward, pursuing his advantage like a swift and agile swallow, executing a series of acrobatic flips in midair. Like a meteor ablaze with fierce flames, he descended from the heavens, propelled by unmatched momentum and destructive power. With both fists clenched, Gohan unleashed a devastating blow. Imbued with immense strength, aimed directly at the crown of Cell's head. A glint of ferocity flashed in Cell's eyes as he stomped the ground, summoning a powerful energy that enveloped him like a golden armor. Gohan's fist struck this energy barrier, resulting in a cacophony of thunderous sounds and sparks flying in all directions. "Excellent, Son Gohan," Cell proclaimed, "now witness my true power." With a fierce shout, his silver aura transformed into a platinum hue, his silver skin morphing into a brilliant platinum sheen, marking the emergence of his new form, known as Platinum Cell. This surge of power darkened the skies, unleashing thunder and lightning, heralding a cataclysmic phenomenon. Streaks of lightning crashed down from the clouds, creating scorched craters upon the earth. Suddenly, Cell opened his mouth wide, energy rapidly coalescing within, and with a swift motion, he unleashed a devastating energy blast. "You are not the only one who has concealed true strength," he taunted. Gohan, in response, activated his divine transformation, commonly referred to as the divine beast form. In an instant, as their attacks converged, Gohan unleashed an energy wave of his own. Super Magic Flash. The two energy waves collided midair, and in that moment, the world was engulfed in blinding light. The platinum and blue-purple energies intertwined and clashed, producing a deafening roar akin to thousands of bombs detonating simultaneously. At the center of this cataclysmic clash formed a colossal energy vortex, voraciously consuming everything in its vicinity. A tempest arose, sweeping debris and dust into a massive whirlwind that reached toward the heavens. Amidst this fierce exchange of energy, Gohan gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, as he continuously channeled energy into his blue-purple attack, gradually overpowering Cell's energy wave. Cell, undeterred, funneled his energy into the confrontation, his gaze fixated on Gohan, filled with lethal intent. As time passed, Gohan let out a mighty roar, amplifying his internal energy, causing the blue-purple energy wave to surge in power. Like a colossal beast awakening, it broke through the barrier of platinum energy and surged towards Cell. Cell's eyes widened in terror. He could not evade the oncoming force and could only watch helplessly as Gohan's energy wave consumed him. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed through the air as Cell's form was completely engulfed, the immense energy obliterating the core within him, scattering it into countless particles that dissipated into the atmosphere. Little did Cell anticipate that shortly after his resurrection, he would meet his demise once more. Realizing a profound truth, regardless of the side, one must never engage in a clash with the members of the Sun family. Chapter 116. A call for help from Universe 11. After the fierce battle between Gohan and Cell came to a close, a considerable time elapsed before several figures could be seen hastily approaching from the distant horizon. It was Piccolo and the others. They had arrived in the vicinity earlier, but the intense energy fluctuations had rendered it difficult for them to approach, forcing them to await the conclusion of the conflict. What on earth transpired? Piccolo inquired first, his tone imbued with curiosity and concern. The others echoed his sentiments, clamoring with questions. Indeed, Gohan, who were you fighting? What was that overwhelming energy? And why did it feel so familiar? Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Gohan began to elucidate the events that had transpired. Upon hearing that his adversary was, in fact, Cell, gasps of disbelief escaped the lips of his companions, their expressions reflecting shock. They were astonished to learn that remnants of the Red Ribbon Army had resurrected Cell. Had it not been for Gohan's intervention, they would have stood no chance against him. It is no wonder the battle was so fierce, Tianjin Shinhan murmured, surveying the ravaged surroundings, astonished by the magnitude of power displayed by both sides. Gohan shook his head ruefully, gazing at the desolate land before him, and with a wry smile remarked, "Alas, this has become troublesome. It seems we must once again implore Shenron to restore this environment." With a clearer understanding of the situation, the group collectively exhaled in relief. Ultimately, they bid each other farewell, parting ways in different directions, while Gohan soared towards West City, intent on utilizing Bulma's Dragon Radar to expedite the search for the scattered Dragon Balls, aiming to summon Shenron to restore the devastated landscape. Meanwhile, in the cosmos, on planet Cyril, the formidable Saiyans, Goku, Vegeta, and Walker, were gathered around an immense dining table, indulging in a lavish feast. The table was laden with an array of exquisite dishes, emanating tantalizing aromas. They feasted heartily, reveling in the delightful flavors, occasionally voicing their satisfaction with delighted exclamations. Indeed, the cuisine of planet Cyril was exceptional. Its distinctive cooking methods and seasoning techniques imparted a unique texture and flavor to the delectable offerings. Beside them, Monet and Granola watched in stupefied awe as the three Saiyans devoured their meal with voracious enthusiasm. They could scarcely believe their eyes at the prodigious appetites of the Saiyans. As the mountain of food diminished at an astonishing rate, as if their insatiable stomachs could never be filled. Just as they were savoring their feast, a familiar voice resonated in their minds. It was the voice of King Kai. He recounted the events transpiring on Earth. After listening to the North Kai's narrative, Walker could not help but give a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Gohan has truly become more formidable." Sun Wukong grinned widely, nodding in agreement. He then reminisced about past events, stating, "Indeed, I recall when Gohan successfully mastered the divine energy. I engaged him in an intense battle in the realm of the Destroyer. Vegeta, you are well aware of this." His astounding power at that time was truly astonishing. Upon hearing this, Vegeta slightly inclined his head, a rare glimmer of admiration gracing his features as he slowly replied, "Indeed, Gohan has chosen a path distinctly different from ours. He has merged his already impressive strength with divine power, creating an entirely new and formidable force. It is truly unpredictable how far he may ascend in the future." As the conversation drew to a close, the Saiyans finished off the remaining food on the table. Satisfied, they set down their utensils and gently patted their slightly distended bellies, coincidentally letting out a loud belch. "Granola, would you care to join us?" Sun Wukong asked with a warm smile, extending an invitation to Granola. Granola was taken aback, perplexed by Sun Wukong's intentions. Not long ago, they had been adversaries. Although misunderstandings had been cleared, who could guarantee they would not become enemies again in the future? "No, thank you for your kindness. I have decided to use the power of the Dragon Balls to restore this ravaged planet to its former vitality and prosperity," Granola replied resolutely. "Indeed, after using the Dragon Balls this time, I will seal them away immediately. From now on, this planet shall no longer depend on the power of the Dragon Balls." Manit added in agreement. Sun Wukong nodded, indicating his understanding. "In that case, I respect your choice. However, should there come a day when you wish to spar with us or exchange insights, Earth will always welcome you. Perhaps, but I believe that when we meet next, victory shall be mine," Granola responded defiantly, his eyes gleaming with confidence. Hearing this, the gathered individuals exchanged glances before erupting into laughter. Just as Sun Wukong took a deep breath, preparing to execute instant transmission back to Earth, a figure appeared before him like a wraith. "Mr. Whis, what brings you here?" Sun Wukong exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment. Whis rarely acted alone, and his presence was indeed surprising. With a serious demeanor, Whis looked at Sun Wukong and said softly, "A critical situation has arisen. Universe 11 has sent us a distress signal." What has happened?" Sun Wukong inquired urgently. However, Whis gently shook his head, indicating that he too was unaware of the details. "Currently, I am not fully aware of the specifics, but Lord Beerus has already taken the initiative to proceed. It is now imperative for the three of you to venture into Universe 11 for reconnaissance. Perhaps your efforts will prove beneficial." With that, Whis' gaze swept over Son Goku, Vegeta, and Vox in succession. "Understood," Son Goku replied solemnly, nodding to indicate his comprehension of the situation. Standing nearby, Vox and Vegeta expressed no dissent, seemingly confident about the challenges that lay ahead. Whis then pointed his staff, and a brilliant beam of light suddenly descended from the heavens, enveloping the four of them in an instant. Under the astonished gazes of Monate and Granola, the light surged forth like a mighty dragon, whisking the four away at breathtaking speed until they vanished without a trace. Gazing at the empty sky, Monate felt a surge of anxiety. Although he was uncertain of the events transpiring, it was evident that the matter was of utmost urgency. He fervently hoped for their safe and successful journey, especially for Son Goku, whose ties of friendship made him particularly anxious. Granola, on the other hand, appeared relatively composed. He fixed his gaze on the direction where Son Goku and the others had disappeared, a slight smile of confidence gracing his lips as he remarked, "Rest assured, they will be fine. After all, that Saiyan named Vox has displayed power beyond my expectations. With him present, this crisis shall surely be resolved." Chapter 117. The Malevolent Jiren, Part 1. Within the realm of the gods of destruction, the atmosphere was thick with tension. "Hey, Whis, what on earth is going on? Speak up. What cataclysmic event has transpired?" Beerus shouted in exasperation. Almost half an hour had elapsed since his arrival, yet Whis remained silent. His lips sealed as if he had transformed into a mute statue. "Indeed, Whis, if you continue to remain taciturn, we shall remain in the dark about the situation," echoed Kampa, the god of destruction from Universe 6, his expression mirroring confusion. Time ticked away, and after several minutes, as the two gods of destruction began to lose their patience, Whis finally parted his lips to speak. "Alas, the situation is dire. Jiren has fallen under the control of a mysterious crystal, completely losing his self-awareness. He has become a rampaging beast, wreaking havoc on everything around him. Thus far, several star systems have suffered his merciless destruction. It's utterly horrifying." At this juncture, Whis paused momentarily, inhaling deeply before continuing. "Currently, Toppo is doing everything in his power to engage in a fierce battle with the frenzied Jiren, but I fear Toppo cannot endure for much longer. Thus, in a moment of desperation, I extend to you an urgent call for assistance, hoping that together we can subdue the controlled Jiren once and for all." Beerus' eyes, resembling the profound depths of the starry sky, narrowed slightly, revealing a hint of confusion and astonishment. He never anticipated that one as formidable as Jiren could be subdued. This revelation was indeed unexpected. Meanwhile, Kampa displayed an expression of utter disbelief on his plump face, his eyes widening as his mouth gaped open enough to fit an egg. In a flustered outburst, he exclaimed, Hey, what on earth are you up to, Waymate? Do you truly wish for me to meet my demise in vain? Are you not aware of the sheer terror of Jiren's power?" In response to Kampa's inquiry, Waymate replied slowly, "I am well aware of the magnitude of Jiren's strength, especially now that he is under the influence of that mysterious crystal, which has significantly amplified his power. However, I also understand that both of you have already touched upon a higher realm, have you not?" Upon hearing Waymate's words, the previously vocal Kampa fell silent. He exchanged a glance with Beerus, both enveloped in a brief moment of contemplation. Although they could not yet seamlessly and perfectly enter that state like the angels, it was undeniable that they stood merely a step away from that great threshold. It is somewhat ironic that even a mere mortal like Goku had managed to attain that state, while they, as gods of destruction, found it so arduous to step into it. "Very well, I shall accompany you on this venture, but I cannot boldly assert that I will be able to subdue Jiren." Beerus mused, furrowing his brow. After a moment of contemplation, he ultimately nodded in agreement to lend his assistance. Upon hearing Beerus' affirmation, Waymate let out a sigh of relief and promptly responded, "I fully comprehend. It is vital to note that the current Jiren is not to be compared to his former self. His power has escalated tremendously. Furthermore, he has spent a considerable time cultivating in a specially crafted, mysterious space. And what complicates matters further is that the Jiren controlled by the crystal has gained even greater strength. This reality leaves Waymate feeling quite apprehensive, as he harbors no absolute confidence in successfully subduing Jiren. Thus, the three gods of destruction set forth from the realm of destruction. Despite Kampa's reluctance, he felt compelled to follow, as Beerus had chosen to go. In truth, Kampa's decision to accompany them stemmed not only from a sense of obligation to Beerus, but also from a deep-seated desire to witness firsthand the calamity that had befallen the once mighty Jiren. transforming him into his current state. In the vastness of the galaxy, where stars twinkle amidst the infinite expanse, a mysterious planet is embroiled in a breathtaking battle. Destruction, destruction, destruction. Transformed into the mode of a god of destruction, Torpo unleashed a furious roar, his hands moving with the swiftness of lightning as he launched several energy orbs that shimmered with a terrifying radiance. Each orb was imbued with the cataclysmic power capable of obliterating the very heavens and earth, streaking across the sky like meteors toward the menacing figure of Jillian, manipulated by the malevolent crystal. At this moment, Jillian exuded an aura of dread, his already formidable presence intensified by the dark influence of the evil crystal. A strange and inscrutable black symbol had inexplicably emerged at the center of his forehead, reminiscent of a curse mark from the abyss of hell. As the destructive energy orbs hurtled toward him, Jillian merely raised his hand slightly, seemingly dismissively swatting them away. Yet, these seemingly casual gestures unleashed unimaginable force. With a series of thunderous booms, the oncoming energy orbs were instantly shattered into countless fragments, dissipating into the air without inflicting even the slightest scratch upon Jillian. How could this be so effortlessly? Torpo's eyes widened in disbelief as he witnessed the unfolding spectacle. Just as he momentarily lost focus in astonishment, Jillian unexpectedly appeared before him in the blink of an eye, swiftly delivering a devastating punch to Torpo's abdomen. Struck with immense force, Torpo felt darkness envelop him as his body involuntarily flew backward, his mouth agape in a silent scream of agony. As he crashed heavily to the ground, he curled into a fetal position, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, the god of destruction form he had assumed dissipating due to the grievous blow. A single punch, so simple yet imbued with unfathomable power, made Torpo feel as though his bones were being dismantled, excruciating pain radiating through every limb, rendering him immobile. Torpo, is your god of destruction form merely at this level? How disappointing. Jillian's deep voice resonated, his consciousness still intact despite being controlled by the crystal. Torpo's face turned as pale as parchment, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead as he strained to force out a few words from his throat. Jillian, please, awaken quickly. However, the response he received was Jillian's maniacal laughter. Awaken? Ha ha ha. I have always been utterly awake. Jillian laughed with abandon, stretching his limbs, each movement exuding a formidable pressure that caused the surrounding space to tremble. Indeed, Jillian was fully conscious. It was merely that the sinister crystal had unleashed the dark desires long hidden within him, completely seizing control of his body and mind. At this moment, Jillian was no longer the warrior who had once staunchly upheld justice and belief. With a gaze filled with contempt and disdain, he fixed his eyes on Torpo and sneered. You lot prattle incessantly about unity, friendship, and justice, but to me, it is nothing more than a grand joke. After a pause, he continued to mock. Cease your incessant exhortations for me to relinquish the past and forge ahead into the future. How facile your words are. Those indelible memories cannot simply be cast aside at will. This burden of recollection clings to my spirit like a heavy shackle, never allowing me a moment's respite. Alas, it is time for our farewell, Torpo. I shall gather my energy, preparing to unleash it upon you, as three figures emerge. Behold, the three deities of destruction have arrived. As I gaze upon the present state of Jiren, I cannot help but sigh. Why put yourself through such torment? Perhaps that individual has already perished. Jiren, observing the trio of deities, lets out a derisive snort. Deities of destruction, indeed, let me witness your prowess. I am now devoid of fear. Chapter 118, The Malevolent Jiren, Part 2. What exactly is that crystal? It emanates such a bizarre and sinister aura. This is the first time I have encountered an object of such malevolence. Beerus fixates on the crystal embedded in Jiren's chest, its mysterious glow causing him to furrow his brow in concern. This crystal seems to harbor boundless dark power. Even a mere glance instills an inexplicable unease. Beerus contemplates. Who could have crafted such a thing? Its existence poses an immense threat to the very fabric of time and space. Kompas also knits his brow. But unlike Beerus, his concern stems not from the crystal, but from the overwhelming strength exhibited by Jiren. Although the two have yet to engage in battle, the sheer magnitude of energy radiating from Jiren has already made Kompas acutely aware that this confrontation will be exceptionally arduous. This fellow has reached an astonishing level of power. It seems we are in for a tough time. Suddenly, a brilliant flash streaks across the sky, akin to a meteor plummeting rapidly, and as the dazzling light fades, four figures gradually materialize. Whis. Beerus instantly recognizes the foremost figure as Whis, and his previously agitated heart finds a moment of calm. As his gaze sweeps over Goku, Vegeta, and the bystander, Walker, the purpose of Whis' arrival becomes clear to him. As deities of destruction, they are strictly prohibited from engaging directly in battle. Should this transgression reach the ears of the Omni King, the consequences would be unfathomable. Thus, Whis evidently seeks to leverage the strength of Goku and the others to navigate this precarious situation. However, in truth, Whis does not possess the omniscience and vast capabilities of the Grand Minister. He brought these three here merely with the hope of trial and error, to see if they could offer some assistance. Unexpectedly, it appears that the trio he summoned may indeed prove useful. At this moment, Jiren has also taken notice of the newcomers. He initially furrows his brow in scrutiny before speaking. Goku, Vegeta, and who is that? Ah, I remember now. It's Walker, correct? When the name Jiren was mentioned, the atmosphere shifted as Goku paused momentarily, seemingly struggling to recall the implications of that name. Jiren's demeanor was unmistakably altered, a grimace forming on his lips that signaled a profound malevolence. Hey Goku, since you recognize us, hurry and extricate yourself from that malevolent force. Goku shouted, yet such words bore little novelty, rendered a rather insipid exhortation. In response to Goku's entreaty, Jiren remained unfazed, a chilling smile creeping upon his face. In an instant, he lunged forward with blinding speed, unleashing a torrent of fierce attacks. The rapidity of his strikes was akin to lightning, leaving Goku in a whirlwind of confusion. Aware of the imminent danger, Goku steeled himself, and in a split second, discerned the nature of Jiren's onslaught, deftly evading a punch with a narrow sidestep. Nevertheless, the ferocity of Jiren's fists left a faint white mark across Goku's cheek, a testament to the power behind the blow. In that fleeting moment of evasion, Goku retaliated without hesitation, clenching his right fist and channeling his energy to deliver a powerful strike aimed at Jiren's chest, targeting the crystal within, his key to liberating Jiren. Jiren pivoted, his left hand acting as a shield against Goku's formidable punch, seizing Goku's fist and effortlessly tossing him aside like a mere chick. Energy surged within Jiren's right palm, erupting forth like a volcanic blast aimed squarely at Goku. Just as this force was about to connect, Vegeta emerged from behind Jiren, launching a kick toward him. At the moment Vegeta was about to strike, an uncanny event unfolded. The crystal on Jiren's chest flickered ominously, and Vegeta, as if possessed by some sinister spirit, began to unleash a flurry of strikes upon himself, staggering backward. He felt an irresistible, enigmatic force constricting his body, manipulating his every move. Thus, he found himself attacking as if a puppet on strings. Boom. Jiren's energy ultimately collided with Goku, yet as the dust settled, Goku had managed to activate a protective barrier just in time, emerging unscathed. Vegeta transformed into Super Blue 4, and the strange energy enveloping him dissipated with his transformation. He called out to Goku, "Stop with the useless chatter, Kakarot. He is no longer the Jiren we once knew. We must unleash our true capabilities to combat him." Goku nodded, acknowledging his previous remarks had indeed been superfluous. In response, he too transformed into the Super Blue 4 form, while Walker observed the unfolding battle alongside Beerus, refraining from intervention, eager to study the developments further. After all, such a situation had never arisen in the previous world of anime, and the sinister crystal embedded in his chest indeed exuded an aura of malevolence. Previously, upon consulting the system, he discovered that this crystal, aptly named the Evil Crystal, was easily memorable, much like the wicked energy it contained. Apart from its name, everything else was shrouded in mystery, reminiscent of the time before the system was upgraded when he examined the Demon Realm key. With a swift motion, Sun Wukong teleported in front of Jiren, delivering a flurry of punches, each strike blending into a torrent of shadows. Vegeta joined the fray, launching a fierce assault on Jiren, and thus, the three engaged in a fierce battle. The air crackled with vibrant energy as explosions erupted incessantly, leaving the planet in a state of devastation within mere moments. A formidable and malevolent energy surged from Jiren. "Ahaha, I shall annihilate you all." He cackled madly as he clapped his hands together, conjuring an enormous red fireball of energy. Super high energy slash. Indeed, this technique was a more potent version of one he had employed during the Tournament of Power. Vegeta and Sun Wukong simultaneously amplified their energy, reaching full power, resembling two ferocious tigers poised to strike. They unleashed their unique techniques, the ultimate flash and the Kamehameha, which intertwined like two colossal dragons, roaring as they merged into a massive beam of energy that collided with the gigantic fireball. The chaotic and vast energies clashed like surging tides, creating a tempest capable of obliterating everything in its path, as if threatening to rend the very fabric of the universe. Boom! The colossal explosion resonated like a super bomb, echoing from the planet into the cosmos. Even in the vastness of space, invisible shockwaves rippled outwards, their terrifying power leaving onlookers in awe. In the wake of the explosion, the planet resembled a fragile egg, effortlessly cleaved in two by unseen titanic hands. As the brilliance of the explosion faded and the dust settled, a protective membrane dissipated from a large boulder, revealing Jiren and Skaith, while Vegeta and Sun Wukong appeared somewhat disheveled, having sustained minor injuries. These wounds were not severe. The recent expenditure of energy and stamina had merely left them slightly breathless. Chapter 119, The Malevolent Jiren, Part 2, You are nothing but mediocre. With such feeble abilities, how do you dare to impede my progress? Truly foolish. Jiren's cold and disdainful words echoed in the air, piercing like a sharp blade into the hearts of Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Sun Wukong fixed his gaze on Jiren, murmuring under his breath, how could this guy's temperament have become so vile? Nonetheless, his resolve showed no signs of wavering. Vegeta exclaimed, Jiren, I must concede your strength. But do not underestimate us Saiyans. With a fierce roar, Vegeta unleashed a powerful aura, his body radiating dazzling light as he entered his Ultra Instinct mode. Among a distant group, the likes of Whis and Kampa exchanged astonished glances. They were astonished to find that the energy radiating from Vegeta bore a striking resemblance to that of the god of destruction, Beerus. Although there were certain similarities, a fundamental distinction existed between the two. Meanwhile, Goku was not idle. He took a deep breath, then abruptly opened his eyes, causing a faint silver aura to envelop his body. In the next moment, Goku successfully unleashed the Ultra Instinct technique. Witnessing such formidable power from both Goku and Vegeta, Jiren's lips curled into a subtle smirk, revealing a trace of cold amusement. Ah, excellent, excellent. Now this is becoming interesting. Come, let me see what you are truly capable of. Before his words had fully dissipated, Jiren surged forward like a shooting star, diving towards Goku and Vegeta with both hands extended, unleashing a fierce gale aimed directly at the two. Bang, bang, bang. The three of them, Jiren, Vegeta, and Goku, moved like phantoms across the battlefield, their forms intertwining in a dizzying display of speed. Each clash of fists and feet erupted in thunderous roars, as if threatening to rend the very fabric of space itself. The intensity of the battle was breathtaking, quickening the pulse of all who beheld it. In the distance, Whis turned his head slightly towards the side, casting a questioning glance at Walker. Why do you not intervene? Walker, sensing Whis's gaze, responded with a slight smile. I feel it is unnecessary for me to act. Whis scrutinized Walker thoughtfully, secretly astonished, as he clearly perceived that Walker's strength had significantly increased, rivaling even that of a novice angel. Within the hierarchy of angels, a specific and rigid classification system existed, encompassing 4 tiers: novice angels, intermediate angels, advanced angels, and special angels. As for Whis himself, he was one of the advanced angels at the pinnacle of this hierarchy, alongside those angels from Universe 11 and Universe 6 who shared his rank. The Grand Minister, on the other hand, was classified as a special angel. Notably, throughout numerous epochs, the Grand Minister had become the sole surviving entity among the 2 special angels. However, the identity of the other special angel remained a mystery, even to Whis. He had merely overheard the Grand Minister mention it in his youth, but the specifics remained shrouded in enigma. Even if they were outmatched, they could still fuse. Walker smiled gently. Oh, is that so? Now that you mention it, I am quite curious to see how their fusion would manifest, as I have yet to witness it. Whis displayed an expression of intrigue. There will be an opportunity. Though Walker and Whis engaged in conversation, their gazes remained fixed on the crystal embedded in Jiren's chest. A resounding explosion reverberated through the cosmos as the 3 combatants collided onto another planet. What's the matter? Are you 2 out of energy? Jiren stood atop a massive rock, looking down at Goku and Vegeta with disdain. Damn it, my energy is depleting too rapidly. It was likely the previous encounter with Jiren that had drained a considerable amount of energy. Kakarot, how much longer can you sustain yourself? Perhaps only 10 minutes. Upon hearing this, Vegeta's expression darkened. He was in a similar predicament, and such a brief span would hardly suffice to vanquish him. Up to this moment, Jiren still retained a significant level of power, and that crystal had bestowed upon him an immense augmentation. Resolutely, Vegeta clenched and then relaxed his fist, turning to Goku. Kakarot, let us merge using the fusion technique. Are you certain? Did you not express a strong aversion to merging with me? Vegeta's face darkened. Indeed, I loathe the idea of merging with you, but we have no other option. Moreover, it seems that fellow, Whis, will not intervene. So we must unite to subdue Jiren. Enough of this idle chatter, otherwise, I may change my mind. The two distanced themselves, preparing to perform the fusion dance. Fusion. How intriguing. Let me witness the magnitude of the waves you will create in your merged form. Jiren, now brimming with arrogance, declared, as radiant light enveloped them. Once it dissipated, an overwhelming energy surged forth, shaking the very fabric of Universe 11 and causing rifts to appear. Gogeta emerged. His hair a striking combination of purple and silver, with blue fur, embodying the form of Ultra Instinct Gogeta. In the exalted realm of the King's palace, the four attendants accompanying the two kings and the two grand priests turned their gaze toward a particular direction. They were astonished that the energy fusion of these two had reached such heights, equivalent to a preliminary stage. If that individual were to witness his descendants' prowess, he would surely be elated, remarked the future grand priest casually. The grand priest of the current timeline fell silent upon hearing the mention of that individual. He was the ancestor of the Saiyans and the first mortal to ascend to godhood in a true sense. In Universe 11, Jiren's expression shifted, and suddenly he erupted into laughter. Ha ha, just like that, just like that. Uttering cryptic words, his entire being ignited with a sinister crimson aura, and the crystal emitted waves of brilliance, shedding his garments to reveal his ultimate form. The system assessed the battle power of the two. Jiren's power now stood at 320 trillion, while Ultra Instinct Gogeta's was at 350 trillion. It is worth noting that Gogeta had yet to unleash his full power or exhibit any explosive ki. Had he done so, his battle power would undoubtedly surpass 350 trillion. Gogeta was the first to initiate the assault. However, instead of charging directly at Jiren, he assumed a stance, continuously gathering formidable energy in both palms. Clearly, Gogeta aimed to secure victory with this strike. Jiren, who had always exuded confidence, no longer wore a boastful expression. He could distinctly sense the overwhelming energy radiating from Gogeta. If he did not channel all his power for a counterattack, he would likely struggle to withstand this thunderous blow. Realizing this, Jiren dared not delay any longer. He swiftly raised both hands, exerting every ounce of energy within him. In an instant, the surging energy surged forth like a raging tide, converging at an astonishing pace towards the center of his hands. The amassed energy gradually coalesced into a blazing sphere of flames. Within mere breaths, the energy orb, shaped by the flames, had fully formed, and Goku's attack was finally ready. A thunderous roar erupted from Jiren's lips, ultimate final spark. This fierce shout seemed capable of rending the very fabric of the universe, instilling terror in all who heard it. With his cry, a colossal fireball was hurled from his hands, resembling a blazing star, radiating an endless heat and aura of destruction, igniting the very air around it into a sea of flames. Almost simultaneously, Goku, undeterred, raised his voice in a fierce shout, 100 times ultimate Kamehameha. With a swift motion, he unleashed a dazzling beam of energy, erupting forth like a roaring dragon. Its claws extended towards the massive fireball, illuminating the horizon with its brilliance. Its formidable presence rendering it nearly impossible to gaze upon directly. In the next moment, the two forces of unparalleled might collided like two meteors. The instant they clashed produced a blinding flash of lightning, accompanied by a deafening roar that seemed to shake the very heavens and earth. Powerful shockwaves emanated from the point of their confrontation, surging forth like tumultuous ocean waves in every direction. Wherever these waves traveled, mountains crumbled, the earth split apart, and rivers reversed their flow. In that moment, all of creation appeared diminutive and fragile before the cataclysmic forces unleashed. Both sides intensified their energy output, causing their attacks to swell with greater vigor. After a tense standoff lasting several seconds, Goku ultimately gained the upper hand. The energy wave pierced through the fiery energy sphere, colliding with Jiren, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that obliterated the fragile planet. The terrifying detonation left Goku, slightly drained, unable to defend himself in time. and he was caught in the explosion's aftermath, spewing blood and instantly reverting from his fused state. There was no time for escape. Once engulfed by the explosion, their demise was inevitable. Fortunately, at that critical moment, Whis arrived and utilized instant transmission to rescue them. While Jiren wailed in agony as the explosion consumed him, the crystal was emitting energy to shield him, but even its formidable power could not withstand the dual explosions. Ultimately, as the explosion subsided, Jiren fell into a state of unconsciousness, lying quietly in the void, his body now devoid of any unscathed area. With a flash, Whis appeared, his staff touching the crystal, using angelic power to detach it from Jiren's body. He then sealed it with his divine energy, preparing to present it to the Grand Priest. However, in the next moment, the crystal shattered, losing all its luster. Whis furrowed his brow, sensing an ominous aura emanating from the crystal. With a flourish of his staff, he restored Jiren's injuries and brought him back to where Beerus and the others awaited. Chapter 120. The God of Destruction, Black Goku, Glondo's Return. Despite his impatience, the God of Destruction, Vermouth, adeptly caught Jiren. He meticulously examined Jiren's wounds, only to discover that Whis had completely healed him. Vermouth raised his gaze, offering a profound look of gratitude towards Whis. After expressing his thanks, Vermouth couldn't help but sigh internally. Had Margarita been present, Whis's assistance might not have been necessary at all. Regrettably, she was absent, along with the angels from Universe 6 and several other universes. The reasons behind this peculiar circumstance left even the gods of destruction perplexed and utterly bewildered. Suddenly, a figure flashed into view. Walker arrived with Goku and Vegeta before the assembled group. "Thank you so much, Walker," Goku said breathlessly, expressing his gratitude. "You could have shown up a bit earlier." Vegeta chimed in, equally out of breath yet unabashedly voicing his complaints to Walker. In response to their reproaches, Walker appeared indifferent, even laughing heartily. "Look at how exhausted you two are. But fret not, you're both safe now. Besides, if you had truly encountered misfortune, I could simply gather the Super Dragon Balls and resurrect you." Walker glanced at Jiren, noticing the absence of the crystal from his chest. His gaze shifted towards Whis, who, sensing Walker's attention, waved his staff. In a flash of light, the shattered remnants of the crystal materialized. "It shattered after I extracted it from Jiren. I had hoped to show it to the Grand Minister, but this unexpected outcome is rather unfortunate," Whis remarked, a hint of regret in his voice. As Walker examined the fragments of the crystal, his eyes suddenly narrowed. While scanning with his system, he discovered a symbol resembling coordinates. "System, record this," he commanded. "Recording complete. When time permits, I shall investigate the significance of these coordinates. Since the crystal embedded in Jiren is now destroyed, we shall take our leave," Beerus declared. The God of Destruction, Vermouth, nodded in agreement, reiterating his heartfelt thanks. With a radiant flash from Whis's staff, the group vanished. Vermouth instructed Topo to carry Jiren back to the realm of the gods of destruction. In the realm of the seventh universe's gods of destruction, a brilliant beam of light descended from the heavens. As the brilliance gradually subsided, Whis and his entourage slowly materialized. The moment they touched down, Goku eagerly patted his rumbling stomach, casting a pitiful glance at Whis as he inquired, "Oh dear, Mr. Whis, now that we've returned, do you have any delectable treats? I'm so hungry I could faint." Whis shook his head and replied with a hint of resignation, "I'm afraid, Goku, there's hardly anything left to eat. The delicious food capsules that Bulma provided last time have long been devoured." Upon hearing this, Goku's expression instantly turned as grim as a bitter melon. Yet his clever mind began to race, and soon, a brilliant idea sparked in his eyes. Excitedly, he exclaimed to Whis, "Hey, Mr. Whis, since you can contact Bulma, why not reach out to her and ask her to prepare a feast for us? Just think of it, my mouth is already watering." Whis, maintaining a serious demeanor, replied, "That will not do, Goku. The communication device I provided her is not merely for fulfilling your gluttonous whims." However, just as Goku's disappointment mounted, Whis suddenly shifted his tone, a faint smile gracing his lips as he added, "But, just this once, I shall make an exception." Without further ado, Whis initiated the communication. Within mere seconds, he successfully connected with Bulma. He succinctly explained the current situation, and without hesitation, Bulma nodded in agreement, assuring him that it was no trouble at all. After concluding the call and setting the communication device aside, Kampa, who had been unable to contain his eagerness, chimed in. "Since you are heading to Earth to enjoy a delectable feast, might you kindly take me along?" As he spoke, Kampa's eyes sparkled with avarice. envisioning the bountiful spread awaiting him. In truth, had Beerus been present, Kampa might have curbed his enthusiasm, feeling reluctant to make such a request. However, with Beerus absent, Kampa seized this rare opportunity, determined to indulge in a sumptuous meal. Weiss and Beerus, well aware of Kampa's intentions, exchanged knowing glances but voiced no objections. After all, they were old acquaintances, and a trip to Earth for culinary delights promised to be a delightful affair. Thus, the group set off for Earth. In another realm, in a mysterious and shadowy place, a figure strikingly similar to Goku emerged, clad in attire reminiscent of a destroyer. The intricate designs on his garments seemed to emanate boundless power. More striking still was his hair, a vivid crimson, reminiscent of burning flames, instilling a sense of dread. "You dare present me with a shattered crystal? Do you have nothing to say in response to this?" The man, resembling Goku, slightly tilted his head, casting a displeased and questioning glance at the pale youth standing beside him. Were Walker present, he would undoubtedly recognize both the youth and the strikingly similar figure before him. Originally, this character, who bears an uncanny resemblance to Sun Wukong, is none other than Black Wukong. However, unlike other incarnations of Black Wukong, he has successfully inherited the esteemed position of the God of Destruction and now stands as Black Wukong, the God of Destruction. The other young man is none other than Grando, who had previously departed from the demon realm. When confronted by Black Wukong's inquiries, Grando merely smiled faintly, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly as he softly replied, "No worries, the required energy is more than sufficient. We simply need to pass it on to Has." Though his voice was subdued, it exuded an irresistible confidence and composure. "I hope it is indeed as you say. Oh, I almost forgot to ask. They shouldn't be able to detect that coordinate, right?" The latter part of his statement revealed a hint of urgency in Black Wukong's tone. Grando appeared unbothered, responding with assurance, "Rest assured, unless the High Priest takes matters into his own hands, their abilities will never uncover the truth. Moreover, now that the crystal has shattered, even if they were to acquire it, it would be of no consequence. They will not present it to the High Priest for examination." Upon hearing such a definitive response, Black Wukong still harbored some skepticism. "Are you truly so confident?" In the face of Black Wukong's doubt, Grando calmly nodded, affirming his unwavering certainty. Seeing this, Black Wukong ceased his inquiries and declared with a hearty voice, "Very well, there is no time to waste. I shall depart at once. This plan of mine is destined for great success." With that, he lightly waved his arm, and the previously tranquil void before him suddenly split open, revealing a vast chasm. Without hesitation, Black Wukong stepped inside, vanishing from sight in an instant. Once Black Wukong had completely departed, the calm demeanor on Grando's face abruptly vanished, replaced by a shadowy expression. He muttered through gritted teeth, "Walker, just you wait. It won't be long before we meet again, and when that time comes, it will herald your doom." In his eyes flickered a hauntingly deep and dark power, as if capable of consuming all light and vitality. Chapter 121. Stunned. Is it time to exchange a few moves? 3 days had passed since their return to Earth. On this day, the sky over the Arctic suddenly trembled, as a spaceship descended slowly. A contingent of soldiers emerged, standing in formation, exuding an air of authority, followed by a young man and a one-eyed middle-aged man. And then came Frisia. The middle-aged man surveyed the surroundings and respectfully addressed Frisia. "Lord Frisia, is this planet the Earth where Vegeta resides?" "Indeed, and I suspect they have already sensed our presence. They will likely arrive shortly." Just moments after he spoke, his gaze turned forward, and indeed, Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Walker appeared. "Vegeta, he resembles King Vegeta perfectly. Truly, he is his son, humph." The mere thought of King Vegeta's past actions against them ignited his fury. Vegeta raised an eyebrow, as he did not recognize the middle-aged man. "Do you know me? Are you also a Saiyan?" "Certainly, I recognize you. As the saying goes, a father's debt is repaid by his son. What your father has done to me shall be settled by you," the middle-aged man, Paragus, said through gritted teeth. Indeed, these two are none other than the father and son duo, Broly. "It seems there is little more to discuss, Kakarot, Walker. Since you have sought me out, best refrain from intervening for now." The two men nodded in agreement. The battle was on the verge of commencing. How peculiar. Where did that previous Broly go? Walker pondered, for it was that very Broly he had vanquished, subsequently imprisoning Mears in the galactic jail. Could it be that Moro had slain him? Moreover, the narrative seemed convoluted. This version of Broly should not have appeared at this moment. After mulling it over for a while without clarity, he decided to abandon the thought and instead observe the differences between this Broly and the other. Broly charged directly towards Vegeta, delivering a straightforward punch. The impact resonated with a dull thud as their fists collided, both figures swiftly passing each other. In mere seconds, they exchanged no less than 100 blows. I see, but alas, you have yet to fully mature, thus I shall not indulge you any longer. Vegeta growled, transforming into a Super Saiyan. Instantly, he overpowered Broly, forcing him into a series of retreats. What is that? Paragus questioned in both confusion and shock. Having never witnessed a Saiyan of such caliber, Frieza shot him a sidelong glance. Oh, you are unaware? That is a Super Saiyan. Nanny, a Super Saiyan? How is that possible? Aren't they the legendary warriors? Why can Vegeta transform? Upon hearing the term Super Saiyan, Paragus weakly knelt to the ground. No matter how formidable his son, how could he stand against a Super Saiyan? Could it be that Broly cannot transform? Frieza, intrigued, contemplated the situation. Initially, he had invited these two due to sensing the latent energy within Broly, which he believed could be harnessed. Paragus shook his head. Broly cannot transform. But before he could finish his sentence, a furious roar echoed from a distance. To everyone's astonishment, Broly had managed to subdue Vegeta, turning the tables as Vegeta found himself on the receiving end of the blows. Frieza observed the duel intently, especially fixating on Broly. Suddenly, a thought struck him. His eyes narrowed slightly, and a smirk crept along his lips as an idea formed. Say, Paragus, do you think Broly could become even stronger? Paragus hesitated. Broly can indeed grow stronger, yet he lacks control over that power. If it were to erupt, it would only lead to his own demise. Oh, I see. Frieza remarked nonchalantly before he swiftly unleashed a finger beam that pierced through Paragus's heart. The scene of Paragus's demise did not escape the notice of Son Wukong and Walker. As Wukong moved to intervene, Walker restrained him. There is no need to save him. He merely sees his son as a tool for vengeance. And besides, this presents an opportunity to witness the true extent of this fellow's power. Very well then. Since Walker has said this, what more can he possibly add? At this moment, Frieza adopted a different demeanor, calling out to Broly amidst the battle. Broly, your father has unfortunately succumbed to the energy waves during the recent skirmish. In the midst of combat, Broly glanced back. Upon witnessing the lifeless Paragus lying there, his pupils dilated, his heart raced, and he let out a primal roar while clutching his head. An overwhelming surge of energy erupted from him, and he transformed into his Super Saiyan form. How formidable! It seems I must not underestimate him, yet I am not so easily subdued either. Vegeta instantly transformed into his Super Saiyan Blue form, and without pause, entered the full power of Super Saiyan Blue. Broly bellowed, charging at Vegeta. In the distance, Walker raised an eyebrow, realizing it was indeed different from what he had anticipated. Broly's combat power in Super Saiyan form had reached an astonishing 52 trillion, continuously escalating, while Vegeta's full power in Super Saiyan Blue was at 45 trillion. The reason for such power in full Super Saiyan Blue was attributed to the rigorous training and torment he endured in a realm akin to the hyperbolic time chamber, crafted by the Grand Minister, which had honed his abilities to this level. Just a few days prior, had he encountered that individual named Jace again, he would have been confident in his ability to obliterate him. Bang, bang, bang. A series of intense clashes erupted in the air, each collision producing a thunderous roar that caused the earth to tremble. I will destroy you. Broly's aura blazed fiercely, his hair turned green, and he grew approximately 3 meters taller, achieving his full power state. Walker observed Broly's combat power escalating to 92 trillion, continuing to rise until it ultimately peaked at 109 trillion, completely overwhelming Vegeta, who found himself on the defensive. At this moment, Broly had lost all semblance of consciousness, dominated by the relentless tide of energy within him, transforming into a frenzied beast, devoid of reason and intent only on a savage assault. I have warned you. I am not a soft target to be manipulated. With this ferocious declaration, Vegeta irradiated brilliance, once again transforming and unleashing Super Saiyan Blue 4, instantly soaring his combat power to 124 trillion, far surpassing Broly. In an instant, a flash of blue light appeared as Vegeta teleported before Broly, subsequently unleashing a devastating punch with unrestrained force. This punch was swifter than lightning and more ferocious than thunder, its magnitude so tremendous that Broly could not mount any effective defense. With a resounding thud, Vegeta's fist landed squarely on Broly's face. Struck with such force, Broly was propelled backward like a cannonball, soaring thousands of meters away in the blink of an eye, while Vegeta, with a swift motion, transformed into a streak of light and pursued him. As Vegeta approached Broly, he suddenly unleashed a devastating knee strike, which forcefully collided with Broly's abdomen. The immense impact elicited a pained gasp from Broly, causing turmoil within his stomach that almost led to immediate regurgitation. Dazed and bewildered, Broly's once vacant eyes gradually regained a flicker of awareness. Before he could fully recover, Vegeta swiftly raised both hands, clenched into fists, and descended upon him with the force of a mountain crashing down upon an egg. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, Broly plummeted to the ground like a falling star. Ultimately, he crashed heavily onto the glacial terrain, the point of impact enveloped in a cloud of dust and shards of ice. The once impenetrable glacial surface fractured under the sheer force, creating a bottomless pit surrounded by countless splintered ice fragments. Just as Vegeta prepared to unleash a devastating explosive attack to finish him off, Walker intervened. In a flash, Goku teleported to rescue Broly from the icy depths. Enough, Vegeta. He is not a villain, merely a pawn in a larger game. Vegeta snorted dismissively, shaking off Walker's hand and returning to Goku's side. Walker slowly descended near Frieza. Frieza, I am aware of your intentions, regrettably. We Saiyans shall no longer serve as your instruments. His gaze was icy and resolute. Filthy monkey, dare to repeat that. Frieza's expression darkened, his tone frigid. What is the matter? Do you wish to exchange blows? Very well, I shall oblige, but do not think that your mastery of the black form makes you formidable. I am no longer the same. Frieza maintained his usual demeanor, yet internally, he was astounded. How did this individual know of his mastery over the black form? Humph. For now, I shall spare you wretched apes. We shall see what the future holds. With that, he soared towards his ship suspended in the atmosphere, departing from Earth. Walker chuckled softly, returning to Goku's side and glancing at the unconscious Broly, contemplating the addition of another ally to their ranks. Chapter 122, Goten on the Brink of Death. The Legend of the Super Saiyan. Please, do not kill Broly. He is a kind-hearted soul. A small spaceship descended, from which emerged a man and woman, the latter being the one who spoke. This man and woman were none other than Zarbin and Remo from the former Frieza force. We did not kill him. We merely subdued him to prevent another rampage, Walker explained. Thank you. We are immensely grateful for your mercy. Broly is a pitiful figure, manipulated by his father and Frieza. Otherwise, he would not have acted in such a manner. Zarbin bowed in gratitude to Walker and his companions. Acquisition successful. 1000 Exa battle power. Walker waved off the thanks nonchalantly, his eyes gleaming with curiosity as he inquired. I assume you have severed ties with the Frieza force? If so, what are your plans next? Do you intend to wander the cosmos with Broly? Surprisingly, Zarbin and Remo had not considered this question. Noticing their silence, Walker smiled warmly. Let us settle here on Earth for the time being. After all, this is for your own good. Although Broly has showcased formidable power, his demeanor is entirely indifferent. It is unlikely he would protect you, and it would be fortunate if he refrains from causing you harm. Sai and Remo exchanged glances. And ultimately, it was the elder Remo who spoke. We are in your debt. Thank you very much. No worries. It's time for us to take our leave. Remo hurried towards the spaceship, eager to pilot it. There's no need for such formality. Simply hold on to me when the time comes. Walker hoisted Broly onto his back, while Sai and Remo grasped the hem of Walker's garment. In the next instant, he activated instant transmission and vanished, but not before uttering a phrase. See you at Capsule Corp, Goku and Vegeta. Vegeta raised an eyebrow. What is Walker up to? Although this Saiyan possesses immense potential and talent, keeping such a volatile presence nearby is perilous. Vegeta, don't be so quick to judge. Walker undoubtedly has his motives. Now let us depart. Vegeta huffed, placing a hand on Goku's shoulder, and together they disappeared via instant transmission. At Capsule Corp, Walker explained to Bulma his desire for her to construct a house that could fit within a space capsule. His intention was to provide Broly and the others with a cave to reside in. With a house that could be stored in a capsule, relocating and settling down would be far more convenient, and they would not want for sustenance. Understanding Walker's needs, Bulma agreed to assist him, largely because he had once saved her in the future, ensuring that future Trunks would not lose his mother. Upon arriving at Capsule Corp, Bulma instructed a robot to escort Broly to a room for rest. In a flash, Goku and Vegeta materialized. "So, where's Walker?" Vegeta inquired. "He is resting, but I suspect he will awaken shortly. Let us go check on him." Just as Walker prepared to leave, his ring emitted a faint glow. "It seems I shall not be joining you after all. You may go ahead. I anticipate I will be absent for a while. So please ensure you teach Broly how to control his energy. He will undoubtedly become a valuable ally." Only the echo of his words remained in the air as Walker vanished. Walker has disappeared again. He is truly busy. I wonder how much stronger he will become by the time he returns. Goku and Vegeta were acutely aware that they needed to double their training efforts to avoid falling too far behind Walker. Time and space, or rather, the new timeline. 2.5 years had passed since the last incident in the Demon Realm. Upon his return, Goku had spent less than a day before departing with Shinron. Meanwhile, after a brief visit to Capsule Corp, Vegeta had journeyed to King Kai's realm for training. On this day, 3 unexpected guests arrived on Earth. Inside Capsule Corp, Goten inquired, "As far as we know, the Saiyans should have been annihilated by Frieza. How have you managed to survive?" A taller, slender Saiyan smiled in response. "It seems there has been a misunderstanding. I am of a different lineage than those Saiyans. They are referred to as the new Saiyans, while we are known as the old Saiyans." Observing the bewilderment of the 2 young new Saiyans before him, this old Saiyan felt compelled to elucidate the matter. To put it simply, long ago, a schism emerged within the Saiyan race, leading to the division into 2 factions, the new and the old. The old Saiyans departed from their home planet to pursue an independent development. Their visit to Earth stems from a lack of worthy adversaries, as they have become virtually invincible. Upon hearing of the surviving Saiyans on Earth, they decided to come. Subsequently, for reasons unknown, Goten and Trunks, along with 3 old Saiyans, found themselves in a desolate area where a battle ensued. What transpired next was utterly unexpected. Goten was pierced through the chest, teetering on the brink of death. This unfortunate fate befell him merely because he uttered the word surrender. In the eyes of the old Saiyans, the weak had no right to survive, especially those who chose to surrender. At that moment, Trunks grasped that the ideologies of these old Saiyans were fundamentally different from theirs. Meanwhile, Gohan was hurrying towards their location. Sensing Goten's energy waning, Nask sneered, finding the situation rather dull, as he had anticipated a more entertaining encounter. "Well, since it has come to this, let us ensure his complete disappearance." Just as he prepared to eliminate Goten, a figure suddenly appeared and seized his hand. "Hey, Trunks, quickly take Goten to the temple. The deity should be able to heal him," the figure urged. Trunks turned towards the speaker and, upon recognizing him, exclaimed, "Why, you are Mr. Walker." Indeed, the individual was Walker, who had been observing this timeline from the shadows for some time. "Very well, Mr. Walker, I entrust this to you," Trunks replied, hoisting Goten and flying toward the temple with all his might. "Oh dear, the new Saiyans have fled. Should we hunt them down?" A female Saiyan remarked with a gleam of excitement. A more robust Saiyan shook his head in response. "There's no need. They are not our quarry, and besides, Nask hasn't he commanded us to engage." "All right then, but the energy emanating from this newly appeared new Saiyan is quite formidable. I find myself eager for a confrontation." The female Saiyan expressed with palpable enthusiasm. Nask regarded Walker, who returned the gaze. This was a development entirely unforeseen by Walker. The so-called old Saiyans, or ancient Saiyans, had transformed, their hair now a striking shade of purple. Were it not for the absence of divine energy, Walker might have mistaken them for self-transcendence. Moreover, upon assessing their battle power through his system, he discovered an astonishing level of 44 trillion. A question arose: had the suppression of this timeline dissipated? Even when Goku and Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan 5, they had never reached such heights of power. "You are quite formidable. It appears I have indeed come to the right place," Nask said, cracking his knuckles, brimming with anticipation. "Before we commence, allow me to pose a question. Such excessive chatter. Given that you will provide me with entertainment shortly, feel free to inquire," Nask remarked with a smirk. "Your arrival on Earth must not solely be to seek formidable opponents. Surely, there are other motives at play." Walker sensed that matters were not as straightforward, hence the inquiry. "Ah, it appears your perception is quite astute. Indeed, our purpose here extends beyond merely seeking powerful adversaries. We are also in pursuit of the legendary Super Saiyan." Walker could distinctly observe the excitement and combative fervor sparkling in Nask's eyes upon mentioning the fabled Super Saiyan. However, Walker found himself puzzled. What exactly was going on? Were they perhaps searching for Broly? No, that seemed implausible, as this timeline appeared devoid of Broly's existence. You newcomers among the Saiyans are truly bothersome. Take, for instance, that fellow I nearly dispatched earlier. His transformation was not that of a Super Saiyan. The true Super Saiyan emerges only under the illumination of a specific lunar radiance. Nazca expressed, his impatience becoming evident. Walker took a moment to gather his thoughts, gaining some clarity. Although he remained uncertain, this understanding sufficed. He transformed into the Super Saiyan 4 form, his battle power surpassing that of his opponent by a factor of 2. The enhancements from 3 days of relentless training, coupled with system-acquired boosts, contributed to this surge. You truly are a formidable warrior. It has been ages since I felt such exhilarating fervor. Nazca exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with admiration. The battle was poised to commence. Chapter 123. Intense Combat. Gohan's Evolution, Part 1. In a flash, Walker moved like the wind, akin to lightning, unhesitatingly launching the first offensive with his Phantom Fist technique. In an instant, his figure split into dozens of indistinguishable shadows, racing towards Nazca from all directions with overwhelming force. Faced with such a fierce onslaught, Nazca merely smirked disdainfully, a derisive smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he uttered for contemptuous words, merely a trifling skill. He then unfurled his arms, resembling a great rock taking flight, and with a low growl, an immensely powerful surge of energy erupted from him, akin to a volcanic explosion, radiating outward with ferocious intensity. This formidable energy flow swept forth like a tempestuous tornado, obliterating all in its path with unstoppable might. Walker's once substantial phantoms dissipated like mere bubbles under the onslaught of this terrifying force. In that very moment, as he successfully countered Walker's attack, a glint of cold light flashed in Nazca's eyes. He swiftly lifted a robust leg, executing a lightning-quick horizontal sweep aimed at Walker's head. The wind from the strike howled past, producing a sharp, piercing sound that sent shivers down one's spine. However, Walker was no ordinary foe. His reflexes were remarkably swift. In the blink of an eye, he accurately grasped Nazca's sweeping ankle, thwarting the attack with precision. Immediately, Walker executed a swift turn, seizing Nazca's ankle with both hands, and delivered a clean and decisive shoulder throw, hurling Nazca through the air as if he were a mere sack. Despite being airborne, Nazca remained composed, deftly maneuvering his hands to unleash 2 formidable energy waves that roared forth like colossal dragons, claws bared, plunging toward the ground. The earth trembled violently with 2 resounding crashes, dust swirling and debris scattering. The ground was violently shattered, creating 2 immense craters, from which thick smoke billowed and flames erupted, presenting a breathtakingly terrifying sight. However, Walker was not among the chaos. In that fleeting moment, Nazca sensed a formidable force approaching. His keen instincts prompted him to pivot without hesitation. Yet, before he could fully discern the identity of the newcomer, a thunderous impact resounded as a tremendous blow struck him with the force of a tempest. The weight of this power sent Nazca soaring like a cannonball, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. After a considerable interval, a dull thud echoed from afar. Nazca had been propelled over 10,000 meters away. Once a bustling city, that area had long since succumbed to desolation. Emerging from the rubble, Nazca was dust-covered and tattered. Yet his eyes sparkled with excitement and fervor. He stretched his limbs and erupted into laughter. This is precisely the thrill I seek. No sooner had he spoken than he surged forward with a burst of energy, propelling himself back toward his earlier direction. As Nazca hurtled toward him at lightning speed, Walker remained undeterred, meeting him head-on. In an instant, the 2 engaged in a breathtaking melee, exchanging blows infused with boundless strength and lethal intent. As their fierce confrontation escalated, the surrounding air seemed to boil with tension. The potent auras they generated clashed and compressed, ultimately invoking a tempest of gale-force winds. The howling winds uprooted trees and threatened to topple buildings. Nearby, the female Saiyan, Gribby, could scarcely contain her excitement. Clenching her fists, her eyes ablaze with a fiery desire for combat, she murmured, "I can hardly bear to watch. I yearn to join the fray." "Calm down, Gribby," admonished Buchia, gently patting her shoulder in an attempt to placate her. "This battle belongs to Nazca. We agreed not to interfere, no matter who is fighting." Yet, Gribby struggled to suppress her inner turmoil, responding anxiously, "I know, but I crave battle so fiercely. Don't you feel the same?" Upon hearing this, Buchia fell silent, for, as Gribby had articulated, He too harbored a strong desire to partake in the fierce conflict. On the battlefield, Nazg and Walker were locked in an intense struggle, each refusing to yield. Observing this, Glibby couldn't help but grit her teeth, indignantly exclaiming, "Oh dear! How is it that they have yet to unveil their true prowess after all this time? Such a tiresome display." Just then, Glibby and Buccia simultaneously turned their gazes toward another direction, where a powerful surge of energy was rapidly approaching. Hee, Buccia, I bet it's the reinforcements from the new Scions arriving. You mustn't steal my thunder. I am positively itching for a grand battle. Glibby's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she instinctively licked her lips, as if envisioning the thrilling confrontation that lay ahead. Buccia nodded slightly, indicating her agreement. With a swift whoosh, a dark figure descended like lightning nearby. Upon landing, the figure glanced skyward, its gaze locking onto the two combatants engaged in fierce conflict. It was Gohan, who squinted his eyes, intensely focusing on the distant silhouette. After a moment of effortful recognition, he finally discerned the identity of the individual. It was none other than Mr. Walker. Consequently, the person he was facing, could it be one of the three ancient Scions mentioned by Goten? With this thought, a wave of concern washed over Gohan. He quickly scanned his surroundings, attempting to locate Trunks and Goten, but to no avail. In that moment, Gohan's brow furrowed tightly as he pondered anxiously. Where could they have gone? Why are they nowhere to be found? This uncertainty only heightened his anxiety. Just as Gohan was consumed by worry, a melodious voice suddenly reached his ears. "Hey, look at your skills. They seem quite impressive. I'm feeling a bit restless myself. How about you join me for a spar?" No sooner had the words left her mouth than Glibby appeared before Gohan. Faced with Glibby's challenge, Gohan initially fell silent, seemingly weighing his options. After a few moments, he finally nodded slightly, signifying his acceptance of the duel. However, just as both parties were about to engage, Gohan suddenly inquired, "What have you done with my brother?" Upon hearing this, Glibby's face betrayed a hint of confusion, as she was evidently unfamiliar with the brother Gohan mentioned. Yet, after a moment's scrutiny of Gohan's features, she seemed to have an epiphany and clapped her hands, exclaiming, "Oh, now I understand. The brother you speak of must be that new Scion who nearly fell victim to Nazg. In my opinion, he should still be clinging to life, though he has been taken to another location by the other new Scion. As for where exactly, I'm not quite sure." At these words, Gohan's expression darkened, for it implied that his brother was on the brink of death. "Damn it, you wretched scoundrels. I will not let you go unpunished." Enraged, he transformed into a Super Saiyan at full power. "Ah, indeed, this is it. You new Scions are quite fascinating, always able to surprise me. Well then, I shan't hold back any longer. Drink up, Gribby." Upon enhancing her energy, she transformed, her appearance resembling that of Nazg, with purple hair, the only distinction being a slight pink at the tips. Meanwhile, in the distant skies, Walker and Nazg sense the unfolding events below. It appears that Gohan is aware that Goten is on the verge of death, prompting him to transform to full power. However, this does not reflect your true strength. As the mightiest individual, you have the potential to grow even stronger. Let these ancient Scions witness your prowess. Although he is uncertain of the extent to which this timeline's Gohan can ascend, he knows that Gohan's potential remains formidable across any timeline. It merely depends on how it manifests. You new Scions have concealed yourselves remarkably well, possessing such power, yet shunning combat, residing on this planet in seclusion. Truly, it is a disgrace to our warrior race, the Scions. Nazg harbored a sense of disappointment towards these new Scions. A warrior race, exists solely to seek battle. Combat is fundamental to our being. Chapter 124, Fierce Battle, Gohan's Evolution, Part 2. Forgive me, but we are distinctly different from you. We fight to protect others or ourselves, to safeguard what we hold dear. To put it plainly, we fight for the sake of preservation. As Walker uttered these words, he felt a surge of commanding presence. How laughable. If that is the case, I shall make you confront reality. Nazg swept his leg, forcing Walker back. Gathering energy swiftly, he let out a fierce roar, unleashing an overwhelming force. Amidst a blinding purple radiance, he revealed his new form, his body adorned with a light purple hue. This should be the Super Saiyan 4 transformation of these ancient Scions. Upon assessing his combat power, it reached an impressive 125 trillion. It is high time you revealed your true strength. Nazg flexed his muscles, casting a provocative gaze at Walker. Walker took a deep breath. Feeling the energy within him surge wildly, a brilliant light radiating from his body as it began to transform. His muscles expanded, veins bulged, and an immense aura emanated from him. He transformed into Super Saiyan 5 at full power, surpassing Nazgûl with a combat power soaring to 130 trillion. Seeing his opponent complete the transformation, Nazgûl felt a surge of delight and chose to take the initiative. He stomped the ground with tremendous force, creating visible depressions in the air barrier beneath him. Then, like a meteor engulfed in violet flames, he charged towards Walker with astonishing speed. Clenching his fists, he concentrated a terrifying energy wave, unleashing a piercing howl as he aimed directly at Walker's face. Yet, in the face of this ferocious onslaught, Walker remained composed and unruffled, a subtle smile gracing his lips, exuding an air of confidence. As the formidable fist of Nazgûl was about to strike him, Walker merely leaned slightly to the side, narrowly evading the thunderous blow. In a fluid motion, he swiftly raised his knee, delivering a fierce thrust aimed at Nazgûl's abdomen. Nazgûl's reflexes were equally swift. Almost instantaneously as Walker launched his knee strike, he decisively retracted his fist and rapidly crossed his arms in front of him to deflect Walker's sudden attack. A resounding crash echoed through the air as their forces collided, reminiscent of two colossal bombs detonating, unleashing a tremendous shockwave and cacophony. Visible ripples of energy surged forth like tumultuous waves, radiating rapidly in all directions, causing the very void to shudder in their wake. This overwhelming energy even impacted nearby asteroids, causing them to sway violently, with some veering off their original trajectories. After a brief yet intense exchange, both combatants, akin to two bolts of lightning, swiftly distanced themselves from one another, leading to a breathtaking duel of energy waves. Walker assumed a stance, slightly crouching to lower his center of gravity, while his left hand slowly rose, beginning to amass energy. As the surging essence continuously coalesced into his left hand, his palm became enveloped in a dazzling radiance. 20-fold destruction spiral cannon. Walker bellowed, thrusting his left hand forward, transforming the silvery energy into a robust wave that raced toward Nazgûl with astonishing speed. Faced with this onslaught, Nazgûl displayed no sign of fear. Instead, he inhaled deeply, swiftly bringing his hands together to fervently gather his own energy. A brilliant purple glow shimmering atop his palms in an instant. As Walker's silvery energy wave approached, Nazgûl unhesitatingly propelled his hands forward. Atomic shockwave. With a deep, resonant boom, a colossal purple energy wave erupted from his palms, charging directly toward the silvery wave launched by Walker. In that fleeting moment, the two energy waves collided midair, and the world transformed. The brilliance was blinding, as if two meteors had violently crashed together, erupting in a dazzling display of radiant light. The intensity of this luminescence illuminated a significant portion of the Earth. The starkly contrasting energies interwove, collided, compressed, and fused, akin to two unparalleled masters engaged in a life-and-death struggle, neither yielding. Gradually, at the point of their convergence, a massive energy storm began to silently form, spiraling faster and expanding in scale, with the energy density at the storm's core reaching an extraordinarily terrifying level. The incessant crackling of explosions reverberated in the air, resembling the simultaneous detonation of countless bombs or the mighty hammer of Thor striking the earth with ferocity. The tempestuous energy wreaked havoc within the storm, relentlessly assaulting the surrounding space, as if intent on tearing the very fabric of this world asunder. It could be said that the entire planet was affected. On the ground, the intensity of the battle was palpable. They are truly fierce in their combat. I cannot lag behind, Gribby declared with a smile. In a flash, she vanished from her position, reappearing above Gohan, her right fist enveloped in a pale purple aura and descending upon him with the force of a landslide. Gohan's gaze sharpened. He swiftly raised his left arm, and with a thunderous clash, their fists collided, generating a powerful shockwave that rippled outward. As Gribby's strike missed its mark, she utilized the recoil to perform a somersault in midair, her legs scissoring toward Gohan's waist. With a nimble leap, Gohan evaded the fierce attack, stabilizing himself in the air. His right fist clenched tightly, energy coalescing furiously at his fingertips. With a mighty shout, he unleashed a punch, the wind from his strike howling like a cannonball hurtling towards Gribby. Sensing the force of his blow, Gribby sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the punch that grazed her body and struck a distant boulder, shattering it into dust. The exchange between them escalated, the the battle intensifying to a fever pitch. Suddenly, Gribby began to dance her hands, rapidly gathering energy before her chest, as the pale purple flames surged into her palms, forming an immense orb of energy. "Overload sphere," she cried, hoisting the energy sphere high before hurling it at Gohan with a roar. As it flew, the orb expanded, its destructive power sufficient to obliterate a small planet. Gohan's expression turned grave upon witnessing this. He grounded himself, adopting the stance of the Kamehameha, energy gathering like a torrent between his hands. Taking a deep breath, he thrust his arms forward with determination, releasing a blue-white energy wave that surged forth like a roaring beast, clashing against the pale purple sphere. The two colossal energies met in midair, unleashing a blinding brilliance that rendered it impossible to gaze upon. Their collision sparked a violent spatial tempest, with the energies at the eye of the storm compressing and distorting, producing a deafening roar. This spectacle rivaled that of Walker and Nazki. In the midst of their standoff, Gohan suddenly intensified his output, the veins on his forehead bulging as the aura around him blazed with renewed fervor. The Kamehameha wave began to inch forward, gradually overpowering the energy sphere. Gribby, refusing to yield, felt her eyes transform to a blood-red hue, her pale purple hair standing on end, and her aura surging to its zenith as she fiercely resisted Gohan's energy wave. Ultimately, with a cataclysmic roar, the energy wave and the energy sphere annihilated each other, resulting in an even more formidable explosion. The force of the blast sent both Gohan and Gribby hurtling backward. Gohan executed a series of somersaults in the air before stabilizing his form, while Gribby collided with several mountains, skidding across the ground and carving a profound chasm before coming to a halt. Indeed, it was this exhilarating sensation, power surging forth continuously. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he burst into hearty laughter. Gribby had also transformed into Super Saiyan 4, her appearance differing from that of Nazku, with a slightly pinkish hue and stripes adorning her cheeks, exuding an aura that felt somewhat sinister. "New Saiyans, let us commence our second round." Gribby propelled herself towards Gohan with astonishing speed. Chapter 125, The Fierce Battle. Gohan's Evolution, Part 2. Gribby's velocity was so remarkable that she left behind purple afterimages in the air. Such swiftness. Gohan concentrated intently. Gribby's fist, imbued with the power to obliterate planets, was aimed directly at Gohan's head. Gohan crossed his arms to block the blow. A thunderous roar erupted, akin to a bolt from the blue, as the overwhelming impact suddenly unleashed, radiating outwards from the epicenter of their fierce clash. In an instant, the ground trembled violently, reminiscent of a catastrophic earthquake, and a vast crater materialized, as if the earth had opened a monstrous maw, intent on swallowing everything whole. The surrounding hard rocks, succumbing to this terrifying force, crumbled into fine powder, scattering with the wind. Gribby, acting swiftly, used the momentum of the shockwave to retreat rapidly, her figure resembling a specter. Upon landing, her feet scraped against the ground with tremendous force, carving deep ruts into the solid earth until she barely steadied herself 100 meters away. Once stabilized, Gribby revealed a smile again, her aura suddenly boiling over, a pale purple flame of energy surging skyward. In that moment, she resembled a ferocious beast, radiating unparalleled might, darting towards Gohan like a released arrow. As she charged at Gohan, her fists danced like the wind, unleashing a flurry of rapid punches that descended upon him like a torrential storm. Yet, in the face of Gribby's fierce onslaught, Gohan remained unperturbed, deftly evading left and right, each movement perfectly timed to dodge her fists. His hands moved like two agile serpents, skillfully weaving through the barrage of punches, effortlessly deflecting the seemingly ferocious attacks. Moreover, he seized opportunities to counterattack, catching Gribby off guard. Thus, the two engaged in a relentless exchange of swift and intense offensive and defensive maneuvers. In an instant, the air was filled with the howling of fists and the surge of energy, the very space around them seeming to distort from the intensity of their battle. Finally, after a breathtaking contest, Gohan spotted a fleeting opening and unleashed a powerful punch, landing squarely on Gribby's abdomen. Gribby, struck hard, involuntarily let out a muffled groan, her body slightly bending as anguish etched across her face. Yet, being a seasoned warrior, her reflexes were lightning fast. Just as Gohan believed he had gained the upper hand, Gribby suddenly lifted her head and, summoning all her strength, delivered a fierce headbutt to Gohan's chin. The impact was tremendous, catching Gohan off guard and sending him hurtling backward. However, Gohan quickly adjusted his posture midair, landing gracefully on the ground. Standing several paces apart, Gohan and Glibby locked eyes, their fighting spirit intensifying, as if two raging infernos were poised to ignite the very fabric of reality. Glibby initiated an energy wave attack, crossing her arms over her chest to swiftly gather energy. A pale purple luminescence coalesced, and in an instant, a robust energy wave shot forth. With a battle cry, the laser-like wave surged toward Gohan. Super Magic Flash. Accompanying her shout, Gohan thrust his hands forward, unleashing a formidable silver energy wave that roared toward Glibby. In that fleeting moment, the two energy waves collided like two colossal dragons meeting in midair, resulting in a thunderous explosion. A blinding light erupted where they met, akin to a sun bursting in the sky. The tremendous force radiated outward with overwhelming might, distorting the very fabric of the void as it swept across the landscape. In an instant, the entire sky was illuminated as brightly as day, while the mountains below, faced with this terrifying shockwave, crumbled like fragile sand sculptures. Debris scattering in all directions amid the swirling dust. Both Gohan and Glibby exerted every ounce of their strength to maintain their energy waves. Their faces grew increasingly grave from the exertion, veins bulging on their foreheads, sweat pouring down like rain. Nevertheless, neither was willing to yield a single step, resolutely clenching their teeth in defiance. As they stalemated, Gohan's eyes suddenly widened, and with a fierce roar, he unleashed a surge of power, propelling his silver energy wave forward by a small but significant distance. Glibby, taken aback for a moment, quickly regained her composure and coldly scoffed, refusing to be outdone. She unleashed all the energy hidden within her, causing her pale purple wave to swell dramatically, effortlessly pushing back against Gohan's advance. Thus commenced a breathtaking tug-of-war between the two, their energy waves intertwining and colliding in midair. Each contact ignited a series of dazzling explosions that illuminated the surroundings, the brilliance rivaling that of a star eternally ablaze. As time wore on, both warriors found their stamina waning. Yet, they understood that any retreat in this clash of energy waves would lead to a perilous disadvantage. Suddenly, a glimmer of determination flashed in Son Gohan's eyes as he elevated his Super Saiyan 5 powers to their zenith. The silvery aura surrounding him swelled exponentially, an overwhelming force continuously infusing the energy wave. Feeling the sudden surge of Gohan's power, Glibby was taken aback, yet she had no intention of retreating. She summoned every ounce of energy within her, her pale purple aura intensifying, resembling a blazing flame. With a thunderous roar, the energy wave finally erupted, unleashing a colossal tempest of energy that scattered the clouds in the sky into oblivion. Both Son Gohan and Glibby were engulfed by the energy storm, their bodies uncontrollably hurled in different directions. After a moment of chaos, Gohan emerged first from the tempest, his attire tattered, yet his gaze unwavering. Upon closer inspection, one could discern his labored breathing, his energy beginning to wane. Glibby soon followed, appearing somewhat disheveled, but still exuding an undiminished presence. What is the matter, new Saiyan? Is this truly your utmost capability? I must admit, I find this rather disappointing. I'm not finished playing yet. Glibby licked her lips, the flames of battle burning even brighter in her eyes. Gohan cast his gaze down at his hands, beginning to doubt himself. He questioned within, is this truly all my strength? If so, I cannot protect anyone. Just as Gohan succumbed to self-doubt, Glibby swiftly approached and delivered a kick to his abdomen. Gohan winced in pain, blood spewing from his mouth as he rolled across the ground. Daring to lose focus while battling me? You want to protect anyone like this? After I kill you, I'll take care of your brother, and you can both keep each other company. Glibby's words dripped with mockery and provocation, and it was the latter part of her statement that jolted Gohan back to reality. No, my father always said that as long as I am willing, I am the strongest. I will not allow you to harm my brother. With a primal roar, Gohan began to gather energy, an immense power surging within him. This formidable energy radiated from Earth into the cosmos, where Walker and Nazg had already engaged in battle on another planet, feeling this monumental force as well. A brilliant light erupted, and when it subsided, Son Gohan appeared, his hair standing straight up, devoid of eyebrows, now a deep crimson hue. Even his tail transformed to match. Stripped of his eyebrows, Gohan's expression took on a fierce demeanor. "Ah, so this is your true power. How exhilarating," Gribby exclaimed, unleashing all her latent energy to maximum capacity. In an instant, she darted toward Gohan like a bolt of lightning. Upon her arrival before him, Gohan delivered a powerful punch to her face, sending her flying backwards in shock. "This is impossible," she gasped, astonished that despite her explosive speed, he had effortlessly tracked and struck her. Chapter 126. The unexpected warrior emerges in the realm of the Supreme Kai. Two deities engaged in a leisurely conversation when, without warning, they sensed a powerful surge of energy. "Master Ancestor, this overwhelming energy appears to be emanating from the direction of Earth," the god of destruction, Jebet, exclaimed in astonishment. Before he could finish his sentence, he hurriedly approached the crystal ball. With wide eyes, he fixated on the images within, and indeed, his suspicions were confirmed. Inside the crystal ball, the familiar figure of Gohan appeared, yet he was undergoing an extraordinary transformation unseen before, fiercely battling an enigmatic adversary. The clash between them was intense, with neither side yielding ground. What on earth is happening? How could such a sudden upheaval occur on Earth? Moreover, what kind of power has brought about this new form in Gohan? Jebet pondered, filled with uncertainty. At that moment, no one could provide him with answers. Reluctantly, he turned to the Elder Supreme Kai beside him, hoping for some guidance from the wise elder. The Elder Supreme Kai gazed into the distant horizon where a spherical object floated, contemplatively remarking, "It appears the situation is dire. We must act swiftly. Summon Vegeta." Given the magnitude of the turmoil on Earth, it is imperative that he is informed. Understood. Jebet did not hesitate and promptly soared toward the spherical object. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at its vicinity and, without a moment's hesitation, leaped inside. Mere seconds passed before a brilliant flash of light erupted, and both Vegeta and Jebet emerged from within the sphere. "What is happening?" Vegeta inquired, perplexed, as he looked at the Elder Supreme Kai. "I am unsure. Only that a fierce battle is unfolding on Earth, and Gohan seems to have entered a new form," the Elder Supreme Kai replied, shaking his head. As Vegeta observed the scene depicted in the crystal ball, he witnessed Gohan, devoid of eyebrows, engaged in combat with Gribby. "Very well, take me back," Vegeta declared, placing a hand on Jebet's shoulder, and they instantaneously transported back to Earth. Jebet subsequently returned to the Supreme Kai realm. In the midst of his fierce struggle against Gribby, Gohan sensed a familiar and powerful energy signature. A surge of joy filled his heart. It was the presence of Uncle Vegeta. Just then, Gribby shouted, "Hey, don't lose focus during a fight." Before her words could fade, she swiftly launched an attack, resembling a bolt of lightning, aiming a scorpion tail kick directly at Gohan's head. Reacting with remarkable speed, Gohan raised his arm to block the fierce strike. Not only that, he seized Gribby's ankle with a firm grip, then unleashed a devastating blow with his left hand, striking Gribby like a hammer. A dull thud resonated as Gribby was sent reeling, blood spewing from her mouth. Gohan's relentless assault did not cease. He unleashed a flurry of punches, each imbued with immense power, striking Gribby with formidable force. In an instant, Gribby found herself writhing in agony, her cries echoing in the air. Yet, peculiarly, despite the anguish etched across her face, there lingered an inexplicable thrill and joy in her expression. Even more astonishingly, as Gohan's fists continued to rain down upon her, the sounds emanating from her lips grew increasingly bizarre. She exclaimed, "What an exhilarating sensation! I am on the brink of ecstasy. Grant me more of your strength." Her voice took on a tone reminiscent of breathy moans. Observing this, Gohan furrowed his brow, feeling an unsettling chill creep over him. With a sudden surge of determination, Gohan hurled Gribby high into the sky, swiftly adopting a stance, his hands clasped firmly at his waist. He bellowed, "Kamehameha!" In that moment, a blinding silver beam of energy erupted from his hands, shooting forth like lightning towards the airborne Gribby. This energy wave, rife with terrifying power, tore through the air, producing a shrill, piercing howl as it advanced. Strangely, Gribby displayed no signs of panic as she gazed upon the colossal wave barreling toward her. Instead, a smile graced her lips. She made no attempt to defend herself or evade this lethal strike. Rather, she opened her arms wide, as if to embrace the very essence of nature itself. The silver energy beam collided violently with Gribby, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that reverberated throughout the realm. The entire space trembled as though the apocalypse had descended. An unparalleled shockwave radiated from the epicenter, obliterating everything in its path. Even the previously stable void was marred by grotesque fissures, resembling a shattered mirror in its terrifying visage. Gohan, what on earth transpired? Please clarify. At that moment, Vegeta rushed in with lightning speed, calling out to Gohan. Gohan turned to the smoke-laden sky, took a deep breath, and began recounting all he knew to Vegeta. Has Walker returned as well? Vegeta's eyes widened with evident astonishment upon hearing the latest news. After a moment of swift contemplation, he managed to piece together the sequence of events. Meanwhile, the smoke in the sky gradually dissipated. Despite enduring such a fierce explosion, Gribby remained alive, albeit grievously injured. In the face of her harrowing wounds, she exhibited not a trace of pain. Rather, her blood-soaked visage began to reveal an indescribable blend of excitement and joy. Oh, it has arrived. Indeed, it is this extraordinary sensation. I can distinctly feel an inexhaustible surge of energy surging forth with wild intensity. Ha ha, accompanied by Gribby's almost maniacal laughter. A dazzling and resplendent light suddenly erupted. Under this brilliant radiance, Gribby's form began to undergo a remarkable transformation. She successfully evolved into an entirely new state. Her once thick and voluminous hair from her Super Saiyan 4 phase now vanished. In its place, her hair, eyebrows, irises, and that lengthy tail all transformed into a vibrant emerald hue, shimmering with a mysterious and alluring glow. Ah, this power is truly exquisite. It is the formidable strength I have gained after transcending my own limits. The sensation of being a Saiyan is beyond imagination. At this moment, Gribby was wholly immersed in the overwhelming joy bestowed by this newfound power, her beautiful visage radiating deep ecstasy. Meanwhile, in the distance, Buchia, who had been observing, could not conceal a trace of envy upon witnessing Gribby's astonishing and powerful transformation. Once again, she has evolved. That detestable creature, though he cursed under his breath in indignation. A closer look at Gohan revealed his expression remained utterly unchanged, as if the unfolding events held no sway over his inner thoughts. Yet, when Gohan intended to make a move, he was halted by Vegeta. Let me gauge this one's strength. You just watch, he stated, transforming into Super Saiyan 5 without waiting for Gohan's consent. Ah, a change of players? Well, as long as it brings me joy, Gribby remarked with an indifferent expression. Vegeta responded with a thumbs-down gesture before launching towards her. Chapter 127. The Legend Emerges, An Unexpected Warrior, Part 2, Boom. With a thunderous roar, two figures, as swift as lightning, collided with the ferocity of celestial bodies. In an instant, light exploded and energy surged forth, as if the very air around them had been torn asunder. Yet, this was merely a fleeting skirmish. Almost immediately, both combatants swiftly separated and then charged at each other once more like famished predators. This cycle repeated several times, each impact generating a violent shockwave that reverberated throughout the battlefield. After these intense exchanges, Vegeta finally gained a preliminary understanding of the strength possessed by this female Saiyan. New Saiyan, cease your timid probing and reveal your true power. Otherwise, do not blame me for my ruthlessness, as I shall obliterate everyone connected to you. Gribby, standing opposite him, issued a piercing taunt, her lips curling into a chillingly bloodthirsty smile. In response to Gribby's audacious provocation, Vegeta's gaze remained as tranquil as still water, betraying no hint of disturbance. Having heard such words countless times before, he was well aware that this was merely a tactic employed by his adversaries to provoke him. Yet, even if she refrained from using such base methods, Vegeta would undoubtedly hold nothing back. He would unleash his true power to vanquish this arrogant foe. With a deep breath, Vegeta tensed every muscle in his body, an overwhelming aura erupting from within him. In the next moment, he shouted fiercely, instantly entering a state of explosive energy, elevating his combat prowess to its maximum capacity. In a flash, Vegeta transformed into a streak of light, hurtling towards Gleeby with fervor. Gleeby, eyes gleaming with excitement, met him head-on without hesitation. A resounding clash ensued as their fists collided, unleashing a formidable wave of energy. Their figures danced like lightning, intertwining at incredible speeds. In the blink of an eye, they descended from the skies into a dense forest, where the wind of their punches howled, toppling trees and sending leaves swirling through the air. Soon, their battle shifted from the forest to the depths of the ocean, where the water surged violently, forming colossal whirlpools. Numerous marine creatures fled in terror as they burst forth from the ocean floor, rising to the very edge of the atmosphere. The surrounding air seemed ignited, ablaze with brilliant flames. On the ground, Gohan had intended to revert from his transformation and rest. However, plans often falter in the face of unforeseen events. Busia suddenly soared through the air, landing not far from Gohan, locking his gaze onto him. Since Gliebe has switched opponents, it is now your turn to fight me. At that moment, Busia was consumed by a fierce competitive spirit, spurred on by Gliebe's successful evolution to a higher form. Without hesitation, he transformed into Super 4. As dazzling light enveloped him, Busia's physique changed noticeably. He grew slightly taller, his muscles expanding, rendering him more robust. Surprisingly, his new form was adorned in an unappealing shade of brownish tan. Despite the less than aesthetic appearance, his power was unquestionable. Faced with his adversary, Gohan could only sigh in resignation, muttering to himself, "Alas, not even a moment to catch my breath." Nevertheless, he quickly adjusted his stance, preparing for battle. Observing Gohan's readiness, Busia's lips curled into a sinister smile as he exclaimed, "Now that's more like it. Brace yourself." Before the words had fully escaped his lips, he lunged at Gohan like a high-speed projectile. Gohan, wide-eyed, retaliated with a powerful kick. Thud! Busia crossed his arms to block the strike. Yet the force sent him hurtling thousands of meters away before he could regain his footing. Shaking his numbed arms, he muttered, not even a hint of resistance. "I must push him harder." As Busia contemplated, Gohan had already arrived before him, delivering a powerful kick that struck his chin and sent him flying. Swiftly advancing, Gohan unleashed a barrage of punches, each blow resonating with immense force. The final kick landed squarely on Busia's abdomen, producing a sharp crack reminiscent of bone fracturing as he soared away. On a distant planet within the boundless cosmos, Nazc, engaged in a fierce clash with Walker, had transcended his previous Super Saiyan 4 form. Under Walker's relentless onslaught, he had astonishingly broken through his limits, ascending to Super Saiyan 5. With a mighty roar, Nazc unleashed his signature attack, Wrathful Dragon Tornado. Instantly, a surging pillar of energy erupted from his hands, resembling a roaring dragon as it surged toward Walker. Unyielding in the face of such ferocity, Walker responded with equal fervor, shouting, "Destruction Spiral Cannon." A violent wave of energy surged forth, embodying a cataclysmic force that met the incoming energy pillar head-on. A deafening roar erupted as the two formidable torrents of energy collided, emitting blinding brilliance akin to the collision of two stars. Amidst this cataclysmic upheaval, a radiant sphere, dazzling like the sun, suddenly materialized in the void. Enormous energy ripples rapidly spread across the spatial plane, tearing everything in their path to shreds. The planet was utterly incapable of withstanding such a terrifying clash of energy beams, resulting in a catastrophic explosion. However, for the immensely powerful Nazc and Walker, the planet's demise posed no genuine threat. At the moment of the explosion, they instinctively conjured an indomitable shield around themselves, absorbing the shockwave's impact. With a swift motion, the two warriors collided again like lightning, their speed rivaling the tempest. Each encounter ignited a series of awe-inspiring explosions and shockwaves that caused the surrounding space to tremble. Acquisition successful. Gained 10 trillion combat power. Acquisition successful. Gained inheritance opportunity. Note: this inheritance requires visiting the ancient Saiyan race. Intriguing. In a fleeting moment of distraction for Walker, Nazc's fist came crashing toward him. Walker tilted his head slightly, narrowly avoiding the blow, and countered with a knee to Nazc's chest. Nazc managed to block the attack with one arm, but as he prepared for his next move, both he and Walker instinctively turned to gaze at the distant moon, as did several other Saiyans engaged in battle on Earth. Detection of an impending special beam. Host may absorb this special light. Walker felt a jolt of surprise. How peculiar it was that the system prompted him to absorb it, indicating that this light was extraordinary. Suddenly, the moon emitted a unique ripple, which spread outwards, releasing an overwhelmingly intense light that illuminated the entire universe. Bathed in the moon's extraordinary luminescence, Walker sensed a transformation within his bloodline, though he could not quite articulate the nature of this change. Suddenly, Walker swiftly retreated. He sensed something unusual, potentially life-threatening, a primal instinct kicking in. The radiance was fleeting. As it vanished, the 4 Saiyans on Earth remained unchanged, except for Nazc, who was engaged in combat with Walker. What the hell? The Monkey King? Walker exclaimed upon his first glimpse of the opponent. It was no wonder he reacted this way. From behind, the figure bore an uncanny resemblance to the Monkey King, yet the frontal visage was starkly different. Upon transforming, Nazgul's body was enveloped in gray hair. His ears pointed, and peculiar patterns adorned his cheeks and forehead. Nazgul, inspecting his form and hands, erupted into a frenzied laughter. I can't believe it's me. This is simply marvelous. With a low growl, Nazgul unleashed an immense aura, causing the cosmos to tremble, a testament to the colossal energy he had unleashed, which even affected the realm of the Kaishin. On Earth, Glibby and Butchia displayed expressions of excitement. Since it was neither of them, it could only be Nazgul. Meanwhile, Vegeta and Gohan wore grave expressions, as the aura was profoundly bottomless. With a look of satisfaction, Nazgul addressed Walker. Hey, I intend to tear you to shreds. I hope you understand. Just as he was about to strike, a rift appeared in the void, and a young man with blue hair and a severed arm emerged from it. Upon seeing him, Walker blurted out, Son Gohan. Indeed, the newcomer was Son Gohan, though not the one from the current Earth. Chapter 128. The rumor, growing stronger in battle. Son Gohan gazed at Walker with suspicion, pondering, who is this person? How does he know my name? In his timeline, all the individuals he recognized had perished. Walker, acutely aware of Gohan's unusual demeanor, furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the one-armed Gohan before him. Suddenly, Gohan turned, pointing directly at Nazgul, declaring, Your presence poses an immense threat to this timeline. I shall obliterate you. No sooner had he spoken than a brilliant blue light erupted. Following that, a formidable and overwhelming aura spread outwards like a surging tidal wave. As the dazzling blue light gradually faded, the one-armed Gohan underwent a remarkable transformation. Blue hair now adorned his body, rendering him akin to a ferocious beast. Oh, this is fantastic, truly splendid. Nazgul exclaimed, excitement flickering in his eyes, clapping his hands in delight, a satisfied smile gracing his face. However, Walker, standing aside, fell into contemplation. He fixed his gaze on the fully transformed Gohan, striving to sense his aura, yet to no avail. Moreover, the powerful presence emanating from Gohan was not divine energy. What is happening here? How has another Son Gohan appeared? Jebbet stared wide-eyed at the crystal ball, his expression a blend of astonishment and disbelief. His mouth agape, as if his jaw might unhinge and drop to the ground. Beside him, the Elder Supreme Kai observed the one-armed Gohan with a contemplative gaze, lost in thought regarding the unfolding scene. Ancestor, ancestor, Jebbet called out repeatedly, his voice escalating in urgency, yet the Elder Supreme Kai remained ensnared in his reverie, unresponsive. Eventually, Jebbet gently prodded the Elder Supreme Kai, who seemed to awaken from a dreamlike state. Oh, my apologies, dear child, for causing you concern, the Elder Supreme Kai said, a gentle smile gracing his face, soothing Jebbet's rising anxiety. Pray tell, ancestor, what troubles you? Jebbet inquired, worry etched across his features, his gaze fixed intently on the Elder Supreme Kai, fearful of missing any subtle shift in his demeanor. With a soft sigh, the Elder Supreme Kai began to speak. It is nothing of great consequence, merely a recollection from my days as a novice Supreme Kai, when I encountered a certain legend. Intrigued, Jebbet leaned in eagerly. What legend? Ancestor, please, share it with me. The Elder Supreme Kai's weathered eyes remained transfixed on the crystal ball, which reflected Gohan's resolute silhouette. He began, his voice resonating as though traversing the vast expanses of time. In ancient lore, it is said that beyond our Supreme Kais exist 7 other enigmatic and formidable deities. Allegedly, the entirety of the universe was forged by their collective will. We, the Supreme Kais, were chosen by one of these exalted beings to oversee this boundless cosmos in their stead. At this juncture, the Elder Supreme Kai paused, seemingly lost in the hazy mists of distant memories. He continued, whenever the universe faces dire threats and calamities, a mysterious force emerges to thwart all malevolence. It appears that this one-armed Gohan may very well be the incarnation of that enigmatic power. As the Elder Supreme Kai finished speaking, Jebbet stood in stunned silence, his eyes wide with disbelief, his mind a tumultuous whirlpool of confusion. 7 deities? They were merely elevated administrators? Such revelations crashed upon his consciousness like a relentless tide, rendering him momentarily incapable of processing or accepting the enormity of this truth. The Elder Supreme Kai smiled faintly, recalling his own reaction to the legend long ago. However, his expression shifted to one of gravity as he pondered if the deities, once confined to myth, were on the verge of manifesting. On a distant planet within the universe, Gohan unleashed a powerful, forceful punch akin to a heavy cannonball aimed directly at Nask. With ease, Nask deflected the blow. In the instant their fists collided, an overwhelming force erupted within Nazgûl's form, as if it sought to tear his very being asunder. Yet Nask stood resolutely like an indomitable mountain, unwavering and steadfast. Haha, this technique is quite intriguing, he remarked, a hint of a mocking smile gracing his lips. Is that so? Nask had already discerned the application of this maneuver and retaliated with the same technique against the one-armed Gohan. In the face of this unexpected counterattack, Gohan reacted swiftly, retreating several paces. Nonetheless, he still felt a tremendous force, though it did not inflict any substantial harm. Gradually, a faint radiance began to emanate from Gohan's fist, intensifying as he unleashed a powerful punch. This blow surged through the air like a bolt of lightning, embodying unparalleled momentum and force as it hurtled toward Nask. The sharp intensity of the punch sliced through the surrounding atmosphere, producing a piercing whistle, as if the very fabric of space quivered in response. Excellent, Nask exclaimed, laughter echoing as he unhesitatingly launched his own fist to meet the challenge. However, just as their fists were about to collide, Nask's expression shifted dramatically. He realized that Gohan's punch was far swifter than he had anticipated. Before he could react further, a thunderous impact resounded as Gohan's formidable fist struck Nask squarely in the face, while Nask's fist still lingered a short distance away from Gohan. Delicious. Blood trickled from Nask's lips as he slowly extended his crimson tongue, savoring the thrill and taste of his own blood. Suddenly, two sharp sounds pierced the air, and Gohan and Nask vanished like bolts of lightning, moving with such extraordinary speed that even shadows could not capture their movements. In an instant, the air was filled with the deep sounds of their clashes. Boom, boom, boom. Waves of force radiated outward, rippling through the atmosphere. The velocity of their combat was astonishing. After each fierce collision, they would instantly disappear, only to reappear a moment later, seemingly miles away. As time progressed, this breathtaking conflict persisted. Gradually, Gohan became acutely aware of something unusual about Nask. Ha! A manic laughter erupted from Nask. Energy surged forth from within him, ceaselessly pouring out. As long as he continued to fight, he would grow increasingly powerful. Nask's countenance tightened, and he threw his head back, unleashing a deafening roar. A torrent of energy erupted forth, akin to a cataclysmic force, cascading with boundless might. The entire planet trembled under the weight of this terrifying power, and even the vast cosmos resonated with a thunderous echo. Subsequently, a wave of formidable energy radiated outward from Nask, its intensity surging and overwhelming, as if it sought to consume everything in its vicinity. In the face of this unparalleled and formidable power, everything appears diminutive and fragile. Gohan gazes intently at him. The overwhelming flames dissipate, and Nask feels himself stepping into an entirely new realm. Chapter 129. It is his turn to embrace a new form. In an instant, without any forewarning, Nask materializes before Gohan, his speed astonishingly swift, leaving no time for reaction. With a sudden and forceful motion, Nask raises his foot, accompanied by a fierce gust and tremendous strength, aiming directly at Gohan's head. A dull thud resonates in the air. Gohan's reflexes are remarkably quick. In the face of such a ferocious assault, he swiftly raises his arm in defense. Although he manages to block Nask's kick, the overwhelming force transmits through his arm, causing a tingling sensation to spread throughout his body. The sheer impact propels Gohan backward uncontrollably, sliding for an entire mile, leaving a deep trench in the ground, before he finally stabilizes himself. However, before Gohan can catch his breath, Nask launches another attack. He darts forward with lightning speed, his palm crashing violently against Gohan's face. The force is immense, pinning Gohan to the ground and dragging him forward for several thousand meters, the earth beneath them carved with a long, deep scar, dust swirling around them. When Nask finally halts, he unhesitatingly tosses Gohan high into the air, his palm gathering a tempest of wild energy, flickering and dancing like flames. In the blink of an eye, an extraordinarily potent wave of energy erupts from his palm, hurtling directly towards Gohan suspended in the air. At this critical juncture, Gohan displays an extraordinary instinct for combat. Almost simultaneously, he unleashes his ultimate technique, the Magic Flash. A dazzling beam of light shoots forth from Gohan's hand, colliding head-on with Nask's powerful energy wave. In an instant, a deafening roar reverberates across the heavens. Boom! The sound echoes like a cataclysm, resonating through the skies. The two terrifying energies clash with such ferocity that neither can gain the upper hand. Within mere seconds, they succumb to the immense pressure of their confrontation, resulting in a violent explosion. The explosion radiates a brilliant light, reminiscent of splendid fireworks, breathtaking yet fraught with peril. As the light expands, a colossal oval sphere begins to form, completely enveloping both Gohan and Nazg. The potent energy emanating from this sphere distorts the surrounding air. The ground beneath them buckles under the immense strain, gradually sinking to create an unfathomable pit. With a sudden rush, the two burst forth from the sphere. You are unlike any adversaries I have faced before. You warrant my utmost effort. Gohan exhales deeply, as if expelling all impurities and fatigue from within him. He suddenly elevated his energy, and a dazzling blue aura erupted around him. This aura resembled a surging blue wave, ascending with astonishing speed, swiftly expanding to several dozen meters in height. Yet, after merely a few breaths, the colossal blue flame receded as rapidly as a tide. Once the aura had completely dissipated, Gohan appeared rejuvenated, exuding vitality and brilliance. On the other side, Walker was monitoring Gohan's combat power through the system, and he was taken aback to see it had soared to 540 trillion. Meanwhile, Nazg, who stood in opposition to Gohan, possessed a combat power of 488 trillion. Although Gohan's power seemed to surpass his opponent's at first glance, both he and Walker understood that Nazg had yet to unleash his full strength. Not bad. You've certainly grown stronger, Nazg remarked with a slight smirk. Since that's the case, I shall no longer hold back. Allow me to demonstrate my true prowess. Do try not to be frightened into submission. He bellowed, his muscles tensing as an overwhelming aura suddenly erupted from him. With a thunderous roar, Nazg released an immense hidden energy. This force surged forth like a tidal wave, and wherever it passed, the very void could not withstand such terrifying pressure, fracturing into shocking cracks. Furthermore, this unparalleled energy incited a series of cosmic disturbances, howling winds, flashes of lightning, and rolling dark clouds, casting the entire world into a chaos reminiscent of the apocalypse. Amidst Nazg's deafening roar, which seemed capable of tearing the heavens apart, he radiated a blinding light. This light was resplendent and searing, akin to a blazing sun suddenly rising, making it difficult to gaze upon. As the brilliance gradually faded, Nazg appeared transformed, his form exhibiting a profound and mysterious aura, reminiscent of an unfathomable abyss, instilling a sense of terror in those who beheld him. Walker checked Nazg's combat power once more, revealing a staggering 1,000 trillion. Such extraordinary power far exceeded Walker's expectations. Even the Demon King Mechacapper's combat power had not reached such terrifying heights. Who would have thought you could attain such an unfathomable level? Gohan's gaze remained as tranquil as still water, unwavering and devoid of any hint of trepidation in the face of his opponent's formidable strength. Nazg, intrigued, observed Gohan with a slight smile, gently applauding him. Impressive, impressive. To remain so composed and fearless in the face of my full power, you truly possess remarkable courage. However, he abruptly shifted his tone, his voice chillingly cold as he remarked, regrettably, battles are never merely games that can be swayed by mere courage. In the end, all that awaits you is death. Upon hearing Nazg's frigid and merciless words, Gohan did not exhibit the slightest inclination to retreat. Instead, he involuntarily let out a scoff. For him, perhaps death was not the most terrifying prospect, but rather a profound liberation. After all, the burdensome pressure and responsibilities he had shouldered for so long had rendered him utterly weary, and death might indeed offer a sense of relief and release. Just as Nazg was about to strike, an unexpected scene unfolded. Gohan actively relinquished his formidable transformation. Nazg was momentarily taken aback, only to be enveloped by an uncontrollable fury. Hey, what on earth are you doing? Is this how it ends? Utterly dull. Transform back into that formidable form at once, or I shall take your life immediately. Nazg bellowed at Gohan, his murderous words seemingly igniting the very air around them. Yet, in the face of Nazg's fierce threat, Gohan merely shook his head slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips. He then raised a finger towards Walker in the distance and calmly stated, "It is now his turn to take the stage." After uttering this, Gohan seemed to whisper softly to someone, murmuring, "I never imagined that this was your true reason for choosing me. So go ahead." No sooner had he spoken than Gohan's body began to tremble violently, as if something within him were desperately struggling to break free. A burst of light erupted from Gohan's form, shooting forth towards Walker like a meteor. Upon seeing the rapidly approaching light, Walker was momentarily stunned. In his daze, Gohan's voice resonated. Do not worry. This destructive energy will only benefit you and bring no harm, so feel free to absorb it. Nazg stood like a statue, his gaze icy and unwavering as he observed the unfolding scene, devoid of any intention to intervene. A hint of a mocking smile curled at the corners of his lips. As he pondered, let me see what new tricks these new Saiyans can conjure, and whether they can provide me with an unprecedented thrill. Walker's brow subtly arched, a flicker of uncertainty flashing in his eyes. The term destructive energy evoked thoughts of the energy wielded by the god of destruction. It appeared he bore no ill intent towards me. Thus, I might as well absorb this mysterious energy and delve into its secrets. Walker silently contemplated, gradually relaxing his tense body. However, the moment the destructive energy surged into him like a torrential flood, Walker's expression shifted dramatically. His body began to tremble uncontrollably, veins bulging on his forehead like serpentine earthworms. His eyes, bloodshot and fierce, emitted deep, resonant growls akin to those of a furious beast. This tempestuous energy surged within Walker, rampaging like an unbridled stallion, seemingly possessing boundless destructive power. Each jolt felt like a hammer striking, intent on tearing his body asunder, only to reshape it anew. This was not supposed to happen. Was it truly him? Yet why this turmoil? Upon arriving in this unfamiliar dimension, Gohan had keenly sensed that energy within him was desperately seeking a specific target, this very person before him. However, the scene unfolding diverged drastically from his initial expectations. When this energy had first entered him, it had never provoked such a situation. Walker pounded the ground with his fists, causing fissures to erupt. With each relentless strike, the cracks widened. Just as he was about to plummet, a dazzling light suddenly erupted. Walker let out a deafening roar, and as the radiance gradually faded, he found himself calmed. His Super Saiyan 5 form remained unchanged, yet he felt undeniably different. Congratulations, host, on achieving a new form, which can be utilized in conjunction with divine power. Upon hearing the system's notification, Walker finally comprehended what was different. Henceforth, he would call this form destruction Super 5. Chapter 130, Slaughter and Invitation, Part 1. In the profound depths of the boundless universe exists a unique space, isolated from the outside world. Within this realm resides a group of individuals clad in coarse animal hides, each adorned with a tail. At this moment, they are gathered together, joyously feasting on a colossal, unidentified creature. Their manner of consumption is exceedingly primitive, tearing into raw flesh with their hands, their mouths stained with blood, presenting a grotesque image reminiscent of savage carnivores. On a towering peak that pierces the clouds, an elderly man with white hair stands silently. He grips a wooden staff, his body slightly bent forward, his gaze deep and distant, peering into the far-off horizon. Suddenly, a middle-aged man clad in vibrant red animal hide appeared beside the elder like a specter. In a hushed tone, he said, "Elder Chief, Nazg has successfully transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan." Upon hearing this news, the elder's body shuddered slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. He coughed gently a few times before slowly speaking. "So, it is true." Cough, cough. Observing the elder's incessant coughing, the middle-aged man, filled with concern, asked anxiously, "Elder, are you all right? Do you need to rest for a moment?" The elder waved his hand, signaling that he was fine. He let out a deep sigh and continued, "It's nothing. As you know, this old ailment has persisted for quite some time, so there's no need for excessive worry. Now, let us proceed." As Nazg completed his transformation, as foretold by prophecy, it seemed inevitable that he would meet his demise at the hands of that individual. However, the middle-aged man appeared somewhat hesitant. Furrowing his brow, he voiced his uncertainty. "But if we allow Nazg to perish, will we not lose a formidable fighting force for our entire clan? This could have detrimental effects on our survival in the future." The elder patted his head with a sigh. "All we can do is adhere to the prophecies of our ancestors. But when did you become so indecisive? Enough of this. Let's go." The elder turned and leapt from the mountaintop, and the middle-aged man sighed before following suit. Buzz. Two beams of light flashed and vanished. At that moment, Nazg's eyes glimmered with a terrifying bloodlust as he fixed his gaze upon Walker. Walker quickly glanced at his combat power index, astonished to discover that, by merely absorbing the recent mysterious energy, his combat prowess had surged to an astonishing 684 trillion. Such an extraordinary increase was beyond comprehension. Yet, What puzzled Walker even more was the origin of this formidable energy. During its absorption, he distinctly sensed a faint glimmer of autonomous consciousness within it. This revelation cast a shadow over his thoughts, yet there was evidently no time to ponder these matters further. Just as Walker's mind wandered, Nazc, resembling a ferocious beast, launched his attack. However, his target was not Walker himself, but the defenseless one-armed Gohan nearby. As Nazc's powerful fist, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, hurtled towards him, Gohan despaired and closed his eyes, silently awaiting his fate. Yet, as seconds ticked by, the anticipated agony did not arrive. Gohan slowly opened his eyes in confusion, only to behold the towering figure of Walker before him. In a pivotal moment, Walker had stepped forward to intercept Nazc's lethal blow. He cannot die yet. I have many questions I wish to pose to him, Walker stated calmly, his gaze firmly fixed on Nazc. Do as you wish. I merely wish to avoid the nuisance of those weaklings interfering here, Nazc scoffed dismissively, showing no concern for Walker's intervention. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, Nazc unleashed another punch, this time with even greater speed and power, akin to a lightning bolt cleaving through the sky, aimed directly at Walker's head. Bang! Surprisingly, Walker effortlessly blocked the tremendous force of this strike. In an instant, he pivoted his body and executed a swift kick, the speed of which resembled that of a razor-sharp blade, sweeping horizontally towards Nazc's abdomen. With a muffled thud, Walker's kick landed squarely on Nazc. However, Nazc remained as immovable as a mountain. Undeterred by this display, Walker pressed on with unyielding ferocity, launching a relentless barrage of attacks, each as relentless as raindrops, directed at Nazc. In an instant, the arena was filled with the resounding echoes of fierce collisions, an unrelenting symphony of combat. Despite Walker's attacks, which came with the ferocity of a tempest, Nazc remained unperturbed, adeptly countering each strike, whether it be a punch or a kick, effortlessly neutralizing the force behind them without retreating even a single step. Suddenly, a smirk crept onto Nazc's lips, revealing a hint of disdain as he taunted, "Hey, is that all the power you possess? Pathetically weak, resembling a mere child at play." Upon hearing these words, Walker did not falter. Clenching his fists, a deep growl emanated from his throat as a torrent of ferocious energy surged from within him, pulsating wildly. With the eruption of this energy, Walker's physique underwent a remarkable transformation. His muscles swelled and veins bulged, exuding an unparalleled aura of dominance. In that moment, Walker had transcended his limits, entering the fabled state of boundary breaking. His combat prowess escalated exponentially, surpassing the monumental threshold of 1000 G, soaring to an astonishing 1024 G. This formidable presence surged forth like a tidal wave, charging directly at Nazc. Feeling the overwhelming pressure of this formidable force, Nazc could no longer maintain his previous composure. He instinctively retreated several steps, a grave expression replacing his earlier nonchalance. Clearly, the terrifying power unleashed by Walker commanded his respect. Excellent. This is the spine-chilling sensation I have been waiting for. Nazc cackled madly, releasing a fierce energy of his own, though still unable to surpass Walker's might. With a whoosh, the two nearly vanished simultaneously, followed by a thunderous roar that echoed through the sky, rippling shockwaves visibly radiating outwards. Meanwhile, on Earth, Gribby and Bucky stood obediently, resembling well-behaved children. Enough of this nonsense. Return swiftly. How long have you been out? Have you grown wings? The middle-aged man clad in red beast hide spoke with an air of authority. No, it's not like that, Elder. We merely wish to. Gribby attempted to explain, but was cut off by the Elder. What I seek is not an explanation but action. Remember, if I and the clan leader return to the tribe before this matter is resolved, and do not find you too, do not blame me for the consequences. At the mention of punishment, Gribby and Bucky shivered involuntarily, their expressions shifting as they hastily nodded in agreement. Although Gohan and Vegeta were oblivious to their intentions, they remained on high alert, watching the old man and the middle-aged figure closely. The Elder regarded Gohan and Vegeta with what he perceived as a benevolent smile. I harbor no ill will towards you. I am merely seeking the one who battled Nazc. It appears he is not on this planet, which I did not foresee. However, it is of no consequence. I shall await his return on this very sphere. Leaving those words behind, the Grand Elder turned and departed, closely followed by his imposing presence. As they passed before Gribby and Bucky, he cast a fierce glare upon them, rendering the two silent with trepidation, for within the clan. It was widely acknowledged that the Grand Elder's wrath, particularly concerning punishment, was formidable. Once the Grand Elder and the clan leader disappeared from their sight, Gribby and Bukia exchanged a glance and resolved to heed the Grand Elder's directive to return to the clan, leaving Nasky to fend for himself. Without hesitation, they set forth towards the area where the spacecraft had previously landed, knowing that their return necessitated the use of the vessel, as they were neither the clan leader nor the Grand Elder. Chapter 131, Slaughter and Invitation, Part 2. On that distant planet, Walker crouched slightly, his leg muscles taut as if forged from steel. In an instant, he unleashed his legs with explosive force, propelling himself towards Nasky with astonishing speed, akin to a cannonball shot forth. His figure darted through the air like a bolt of lightning, leaving behind a blurred trace, while a powerful gust of wind surged in his wake, seemingly tearing the very air apart. In the face of Walker's ferocious charge, Nasky stood unyielding, firmly planted in place. He raised his robust arms high, his bulging muscles resembling small hills, brimming with untold strength. Clenching his fist, which was as large as a cooking pot, he unleashed a thunderous blow towards Walker, accompanied by the roaring wind, akin to a mountain crashing down upon an egg. Nevertheless, Walker exhibited extraordinary agility and reflexes while airborne. Just as Nasky's fist was about to connect, he adeptly sidestepped, evading the colossal strike with ease. Nasky's fist merely grazed Walker's garments, sending a corner of fabric fluttering in the air. Utilizing the momentum of his body's rotation, Walker retaliated with an incredibly fierce punch directed squarely at Nasky's face. The force of this blow was overwhelming, slicing through the air with a sound akin to a sonic boom. Had it struck true, it would have surely shattered Nasky's prominent nose into fragments. Nasky abruptly tilted his head back, narrowly avoiding the impact as Walker's fist brushed past his nose. In a swift motion, he extended his left hand, seizing Walker's wrist and yanking him closer. Simultaneously, he lifted his right fist once more, resembling a heavy hammer, and brought it crashing down upon Walker's abdomen. Walker sensed an immense power approaching. In a split second, he pushed off Nasky's chest with his feet, using the reaction force to break free from Nasky's grip and leap back several meters. After a brief pause, they surged towards each other once more, like two ignited meteors racing through the sky. In an instant, the air erupted with an even more ferocious and intense exchange of blows and kicks. Walker's figure became a blur in the air, his angles of attack astoundingly cunning, and his speed left spectators breathless. At times, he would suddenly lower his stance, delivering a swift kick aimed directly at Nask's leg. At other moments, he would quickly sidestep, unleashing a powerful fist strike to Nask's ribs. Each move embodied an overwhelming force, intent on utterly dismantling the adversary before him. Yet, Nask, with his unmatched physical prowess and exquisite combat skills, retaliated fiercely against Walker's onslaught, unwavering in his resolve. Nask's fists resembled formidable cannonballs, each swing carrying a terrifying might akin to a tidal wave. Whenever his fists collided with Walker's strikes, a profoundly thunderous sound echoed, reminiscent of a sudden clap of thunder resonating through the heavens, deafening in its intensity. As this breathtaking confrontation of fists and feet unfolded, Walker abruptly teleported above Nask. Raising his arms high, he concentrated energy in his palms, forming an enormous energy sphere, its diameter spanning dozens of meters. The sphere shimmered with a searing white light, warping the surrounding space as it manifested. With a mighty roar, Walker hurled the energy sphere toward Nask with the force of an artillery shell. Nask, upon hearing the commotion, looked up, and at that moment, the energy sphere descended like a meteor from the heavens, hurtling towards him with cataclysmic intent. In the face of such a fierce assault, Nask remained composed, his feet firmly anchored in the air as steady as a mountain. He inhaled deeply, as if to draw in all the air around him. Accompanying his breath, a surge of powerful energy flowed from within him, rapidly converging in his palms. Gradually, a faint red glow began to emanate from his hands, initially subtle, yet growing increasingly radiant as the energy intensified. At last, under Nask's command, an enormous energy sphere materialized in his palm, its deep, vibrant red hue resembling a heart ablaze, exuding an incredibly fierce and violent aura. He too unleashed his energy sphere. The two energy spheres, one forged by Walker and the other by Nask, swiftly approached one another in midair, like lightning striking with blinding speed. When they finally collided, time seemed to freeze. followed by a tremendous explosion that reverberated with an ear-splitting roar, as if the very sky were being torn asunder. Simultaneously, an intensely powerful wave of energy radiated from the point of impact, spreading wildly in all directions like a tempestuous sea. The once dense and heavy clouds around them crumbled under this overwhelming force, dissipating in an instant to form a colossal circular void. Within the tempestuous turmoil, both Walker and Nazg found themselves unable to escape the overwhelming energy fluctuations that engulfed them. They were hurled backward like kites severed from their strings. Utterly at the mercy of the force, Walker tumbled several times before regaining his composure, feeling the tumult of energy surging violently within him. Meanwhile, Nazg's condition was equally dire. His body trembled uncontrollably, and the once resolute expression on his face now betrayed a flicker of unmasked agony. Yet, in an instant, he suppressed this pain with sheer willpower. After a brief but frantic adjustment, both combatants charged toward each other once more, their conflict escalating to an unprecedented fervor, marked by a reckless abandon. Walker's fighting style had grown increasingly ferocious. His punches were delivered with astonishing speed, each strike imbued with a formidable force that caused the very air around them to quiver. In response to such a ferocious onslaught, Nazg retaliated with his own powerful fists, each collision between their blows resonating with a sharp, crackling sound reminiscent of firecrackers exploding, sending chills down the spine. This was a visceral contest of life and death, a raw clash of bone against bone. Thus, they exchanged blows with unwavering determination, engaging in a breathtaking battle suspended in midair. Their forms shifted rapidly, soaring upward like comets piercing the heavens, plummeting downward with the force of falling stars, darting to the left like lightning streaking across the sky, and evading to the right as if swept by a tempest through the woods. The intensity of the scene reached a fever pitch, their silhouettes intertwining in a mesmerizing dance that defied distinction. Each attack was accompanied by an immense force and astonishing velocity, while each defense became a daunting yet crucial endeavor. As the combat raged on, the energy fluctuations in the sky intensified, rendering the surrounding space increasingly unstable, with subtle rifts appearing intermittently, shimmering with an otherworldly glow. Suddenly, Walker executed a familiar maneuver, launching himself high into the air. However, this time it differed from before. He spun midair, aligning his legs together like a colossal drill, and descended fiercely toward Nazg's head. This technique, a product of Walker's rigorous training, bore similarities to the electric dragon drill, albeit refined and bestowed with the melodious name Celestial Meteor Strike, drawing upon the immense power of his descent. Augmented by his own energy, a force capable of obliterating a planet. Feeling the tremendous pressure above him, Nazg raised his hands in preparation to absorb Walker's impending strike. With a resounding crash, Walker's legs collided forcefully against Nazg's outstretched arms. The overwhelming impact sent Nazg hurtling toward the ground, akin to a cannonball in flight. As his body plummeted, it rubbed violently against the air, producing a hissing sound, while his garments ignited, emitting plumes of black smoke. Walker, harnessing this recoil, soared once more into the heights. Just as Nazg was on the brink of hitting the ground, his descent abruptly halted. He stood firmly on the earth, hands pressed down, and an overwhelming energy erupted from within him, radiating outward. This force flattened everything in its vicinity, creating a vast circular pit. Gradually, Nazg lifted his gaze toward Walker in the sky, his eyes brimming with a fierce intent to kill. "You have thoroughly provoked me," Nazg roared, and his body began to transform. His muscles swelled rapidly, the patterns on his skin shimmering with light. Chapter 132, Slaughter and Invitation, Part 2. Nazg's roar echoed as the latent energy within him surged forth, flooding every cell in his body like a volcanic eruption. In the blink of an eye, his skin and hair were engulfed in a fiery crimson hue. Even his eyes turned a blood red, exuding a chilling, murderous intent. "I am the legendary Super Saiyan, invincible." Nazg's voice had grown hoarse, akin to a beast on the brink of madness. Without a moment's hesitation, Nazg unleashed his attack with the speed of a released arrow. He swung his iron fist, as unyielding as rock, imbued with a terrifying power capable of tearing through the void, and struck fiercely toward Walker's face. The punch sliced through the air, creating a howling gust that rippled the surrounding space like a tranquil lake disturbed by a massive stone, sending visible waves cascading outward. Faced with such a thunderous onslaught, Walker exhibited no signs of panic. He merely shifted his body slightly, evading the lethal blow with a speed that was nothing short of extraordinary. In that same instant, his right hand clenched into a fist, resembling a bolt of lightning streaking across the sky, delivering an unrelenting and devastating strike to Nazgul's abdomen. A resounding thud echoed, akin to thunder on a clear day, as the punch landed squarely on Nazgul's midsection, its power utterly unfathomable. Despite the crushing impact, Nazgul's body merely bent slightly before swiftly regaining its posture. Yet, the immense force compelled him to emit a low, muffled groan. However, Nazgul was not one to be easily repelled. Utilizing the force from Walker's strike, he pivoted, transforming his left leg into an immensely powerful battle axe. Accompanied by a sharp, whistling wind, he swung with the might of thunder toward Walker. In an instant, Walker exhibited remarkable agility, swiftly crossing his arms before his chest. A thunderous boom echoed, reverberating through the entire space, as Nazgul's formidable kick collided with Walker's arms, producing a sound reminiscent of a violent metallic clash. This astonishing force, akin to a tidal wave crashing upon the shore, propelled Walker backward for thousands of miles. In the wake of his retreat, a profound and alarming rift in energy materialized in the void, resembling a serpentine dragon coiling in the air, lingering ominously. However, Walker, endowed with exceptional prowess, quickly regained his composure. With a sudden burst of energy, he propelled himself forward, resembling an arrow released from a bow, charging toward Nazgul with an unstoppable momentum and fierce determination. He unleashed a series of ferocious punches, each imbued with subtle yet undeniable destructive energy. In response to Walker's onslaught, Nazgul retaliated, launching his own fists in counterattack. In a fleeting moment, their fists collided like meteors racing through the night sky, each impact erupting into a dazzling display of sparks. These brilliant sparks scattered through the air, flickering erratically, creating a breathtaking spectacle reminiscent of a grand fireworks display. After an intense exchange of blows, the two combatants swiftly distanced themselves, each adjusting their breath and locking their gaze upon one another, preparing to harness their strength for an impending clash of titanic energy. Walker took a deep breath, gradually raising his hands. As he did, the natural energy within the planet seemed to be drawn toward him by a mysterious force, surging like a tide into his palms. This energy coalesced into two fearsome thunderous spears, pulsating with an intimidating aura. The long spears, shimmering with blue lightning, resembled the divine artifacts wielded by deities. Brimming with boundless power, Nazgul's expression grew grave, his focus unwavering as he fixated on the thunderous spears in Walker's grasp, an intense sense of danger flooding his mind. With a fierce roar, Nazgul tensed every muscle, channeling all of his latent energy without reservation. He compressed this power, ultimately unleashing a colossal super tornado, several meters in diameter. Imbued with cataclysmic force, accompanied by Nazgul's thunderous bellow, the super tornado surged toward Walker, ripping through the air with a piercing, shrill sound. Unfazed by the oncoming threat, Walker shouted, "Huh?" and with a powerful sweep of his arm, hurled the thunderous spear with great force. Two bolts of lightning cleaved through the sky, striking the earth as they collided head-on with the approaching super tornado. At last, the thunderous spear met the super tornado in a climactic clash. Boom! A deafening roar reverberated through the air, as if the entire world had come to a standstill in that singular moment. The blue lightning clashed violently with the crimson energy waves, erupting in an awe-inspiring shockwave that surged forth like a cosmic tempest, expanding with an unstoppable force in all directions. As this terrifying energy wave spread, the seemingly solid fabric of space was effortlessly torn apart, revealing gaping voids as dark as ink, like insatiable maws devouring everything in their vicinity. Within these fissures, strange and mysterious lights flickered intermittently, as if whispering tales of the perilous and unknown realms they connected to. The air was filled with the jarring sound of crackling electricity, sending shivers down one's spine. Amidst this heart-stopping clash, time appeared to lose its rhythm, dragging each second into an agonizing eternity. Suddenly, a sharp cracking sound pierced the chaos. The thunder gun had pierced the super fury tornado. Nazgul's eyes widened in disbelief. Yet before he could react, two resplendent bolts of blue lightning shot forth, mercilessly piercing through his chest. The tremendous impact and penetrating force resulted in a critical blow, as the ferocious blue lightning surged within him like a torrent breaking through a dam. This force rampaged through his insides, wreaking havoc upon his organs, turning his world upside down. Nazgul gasped, blood erupting from his mouth in a crimson arc, cascading to the ground like a rain of scarlet. Despite the grievous injury, his eyes burned with an unyielding defiance. How could he accept such a fate? He was a legendary Super Saiyan, yet here he was, on the brink of death. But no matter how much he resisted, death was his inevitable conclusion. If only I had exerted a bit more divine power, Walker sighed, relieved that he had ultimately slain him. He glanced over to Gohan, only to find his aura had diminished significantly. Hey, Gohan, what's wrong? Walker pulled out a Senzu bean, intending to offer it, but Gohan halted him. No need. The Senzu bean cannot save me. I was already a dying man, sustained only by the energy of destruction. Otherwise, I would not have lasted this long. Living has become a torment for me. In my timeline, my father, mother, Uncle Vegeta, Aunt Bulma, Master Piccolo, and everyone else perished in a catastrophe. It is time for me to reunite with them. Gohan's voice grew increasingly faint, his eyes slowly closing, revealing a serene smile of liberation. Walker sighed, lamenting the profound solitude of Gohan. He swiftly transported Gohan back to Earth. Mr. Walker. Walker. Both Gohan and Vegeta exclaimed simultaneously. Is that me? Gohan pointed at the one-armed Gohan, who, aside from the missing arm, bore an uncanny resemblance. Walker, what is the meaning of this? What has become of that legendary Super Saiyan? Vegeta inquired with a flurry of questions. As Walker gently set down the one-armed Gohan and prepared to recount his battle with Nask, an elderly voice interrupted him. Ah, young friend, we have finally awaited your arrival. The village chief and the elder appeared. Walker squinted, astonished that he could not sense their energy. Who might you be? He asked, forming a hypothesis due to their peculiar attire. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Jorhul, and this is Saboy beside me. I trust you have already deduced our origins. We hail from the ancient Saiyan tribe. The elder spoke with a warm and friendly smile. Oh, and what brings you to seek me? While he posed the question, he already harbored some suspicions, likely linked to the item the system had detected. I wish to invite you to our clan. There exists something that rightfully belongs to you, and only you can claim it. Once you obtain this item, our ancient Saiyan tribe shall heed your command. Indeed, Walker's assumptions were confirmed. It was a matter of inheritance. However, it appeared that the elder and the middle-aged man were unaware of this. Walker, you cannot possibly believe his words. Vegeta interjected, patting him on the shoulder. Rest assured, I shall remain discerning, Walker replied with a smile directed at Vegeta. Turning back to the elder, he continued, I am willing to accompany you. However, you must be aware of the actions of the 3 young ones in your clan. I hope to receive an explanation upon my return. Naturally, Jorhul nodded. Then turned to Vegeta. Vegeta, please find a suitable place to enter Gohan, and I shall explain what transpired upon my return. Very well, Vegeta agreed, though Gohan felt a twinge of unease. Jorhul tapped his cane on the ground, and a portal emerged. Let us proceed. Jorhul gestured invitingly. Walker stepped into the portal, followed by the other 2, and in an instant, they vanished. Chapter 133. The inheritance is obtained, one punch to death in the land of the ancient Saiyan tribe. Atop towering peaks, Walker, Jorhul, and Saboy materialized. Walker furrowed his brow, sensing the air was markedly different here. Follow me, the chief instructed. Ah, elder. Please attend to the matters concerning those 2 young ones. Understood, the elder replied as he turned to depart. Walker followed the chief, taking careful steps along the winding mountain path. Upon reaching a midpoint, the chief abruptly veered into a narrow trail, obscured by dense foliage, without guidance. One might struggle to discern its existence. After continuing along the path for some time, the 2 men halted before a stone wall that appeared as smooth as a mirror, seemingly sculpted by the hands of nature itself. The chieftain raised his right hand high and gently tapped on the wall a few times, infusing it with a surge of energy. At that moment, the previously silent stone began to emit crackling sounds, reminiscent of a slumbering giant awakening from its long dormancy. Accompanied by this cacophony, the ground trembled slightly, gradually splitting apart to reveal a descending passageway before them. This passage was deep and dark, stretching into an abyss. Yet to Walker and the chieftain, the obscurity was as clear as day, and they ventured into the depths of the tunnel. As time passed, approximately 10 minutes later, they finally came to a halt. Before them stood a solemn and majestic altar, constructed from ancient stones, each one exuding the aura of time's passage. Moss crept between the crevices, resembling mysterious runes left by the hands of time. The altar was circular, measuring several meters in diameter, surrounded by intricate carvings. At its center lay a hollow, as if it had once embraced countless offerings and prayers. Though now empty, It still radiated a weighty aura that could almost render the air itself dense. Is this the one? Indeed. All you need to do is let your blood drop into it. Walker approached the ancient altar, narrowing his eyes as he gazed at its solemn presence. Taking a deep breath, he extended his hands, first grasping his right wrist with his left, then, without hesitation, he made a swift cut. In an instant, a crimson line appeared on his right hand, and the rich red blood fell like scattered pearls, 1 drop, 2 drops cascading into the center of the altar. The moment the blood met the altar, it began to tremble violently, as if a long-dormant beast had suddenly awakened. Soon after, a faint white light blossomed from the altar's center, spreading rapidly across its surface with astonishing speed. This white glow enveloped Walker like a delicate veil, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from his spot, completely consumed by the radiant light. When Walker opened his eyes once more, he found himself in a completely unfamiliar white space. There was no distinction between up and down, and the surroundings were an endless expanse of pristine whiteness, evoking a sense of inexplicable vastness and solitude. At that moment, a voice, aged and resonant, suddenly echoed, "Welcome, heir." This voice seemed to traverse the corridors of time, resonating with a sense of antiquity, devoid of emotional fluctuations, as if it were a preordained program. Simultaneously, the system's voice in Walker's mind chimed in perfectly. "Do you wish to utilize your inheritance opportunity?" Without a moment's hesitation, Walker silently affirmed in his heart, "Use it." The aged voice continued, "I surmise that your heart is presently filled with myriad uncertainties, yet time is of the essence, and I cannot elucidate each matter for you. At this moment, you must immediately embrace this legacy, for in the future, all enigmas will be resolved. Furthermore, should you encounter those who profess to be the 7 deities during your journey ahead, remember to show them no mercy, for they hail from beyond our realm." However, just as the voice intended to elaborate on the 7 deities, it suddenly became ensnared in an interference, emitting a jarring static noise. Subsequently, the voice ceased abruptly, leaving Walker alone in that pristine white space, enveloped in contemplation. In a fleeting instant, without forewarning, a dazzling white light streaked across the void like a meteor, rushing into Walker's body with astonishing velocity. Immediately thereafter, a voice resonated in his mind. "Inheritance progress 10304560701000. As the announcement continued, Walker could distinctly perceive a formidable power surging into him. When the inheritance progress finally stabilized at 100, the destructive energy he had previously absorbed began to stir, swiftly converging towards the newly influxed energy, culminating in a seamless amalgamation in the blink of an eye. In that moment, Walker felt his entire being brimming with an overwhelming energy. Every fiber of his muscles and every bone was infused with unprecedented strength. Yet, apart from this sudden surge of power, no other notable transformations occurred. Walker's eyes widened in disbelief as he inwardly pondered, "Is this truly the end? How could it be so effortless? I had anticipated enduring, excruciating torment akin to my initial experience with the destructive energy." At that instant, the entire white space trembled as if struck by a violent earthquake, shaking violently with cracking sounds resonating around him. Walker felt the world spin chaotically, and the surrounding scene blurred into obscurity. Once tranquility returned, he found himself no longer within that white expanse. "Ah, judging by your expression, you must have successfully obtained the inheritance. How does it differ from your expectations?" The clan leader approached, wearing a knowing smile, his piercing gaze fixed on Walker. "It is indeed unlike what I envisioned. Now that you have received the inheritance, you are the master of our clan. Here, I shall pay my respects to the master. Let us forego the title of master. Young master sounds far more pleasant." He felt a shiver at the thought of being addressed as master by a burly man, though he could accept it from a woman. "Understood, young master. What are your plans moving forward?" the clan leader inquired. As Walker contemplated, the ring emitted a faint glow. "I must depart from this realm now. Please manage your race well. I believe there will come a time when you will emerge. Ah, by the way, if you venture to Earth, kindly convey my regards to Vegeta and the others, mentioning that I have returned to my own timeline. Should the opportunity arise, do consider training them." "I understand, young master. I wish you a safe journey and look forward to our next meeting." The clan leader bowed, and in an instant, Walker vanished before his eyes. In the primary universe, Goku and his son, Vegeta and his son, along with Gohan, Piccolo, and the likes of Hit, Jiren, and Toph were jointly confronting a formidable foe, a colossal creature adorned with a gem-like object on its chest. This gigantic monster unleashed a torrent of violet energy waves that ravaged the ground. A series of explosions sent the warriors flying, and even Jiren found himself at a loss against the sheer might of this energy wave. "Ha! I am the strongest. I shall annihilate you all." The dual-toned, frenzied voice erupted from the monster's maw. High above, a man observed the chaos wrought by the massive beast, a slight smirk curling at the corners of his lips. "Kamailan, exert yourself. The seed of the universe is nearly complete." As Kamailan wreaked havoc, a figure suddenly materialized before him. Die? In his frenzy, he paid no heed to the identity of his adversary, launching a mountainous fist toward the figure before him. Walker transformed into his limit-breaking Super Saiyan 4 form, his battle power now soaring to an impressive 6,500, a result of the enhancements gained from his heritage. In contrast, the enlarged Kamailan, possessing the seed of the universe, boasted a battle power of 6,000. It could be asserted that Walker's true strength had reached a level surpassing that of any god, rendering Goku, Vegeta, and Jiren unable to match him. This disparity was not due to the seed of the universe being of little consequence, but rather because Kamailan, as a fused warrior, had reached his ultimate limit. Walker unleashed a punch, which resonated like the clash of two steel plates, a crisp sound echoing through the air. A fissure appeared at the center of Kamailan's body, spreading across him until, with a crack, he shattered into fragments. Once inconceivable, the prospect of such overwhelming power was now a reality. Indeed, times had changed. After Kamailan's disappearance, the gem-like seed of the universe fell to the ground. Just as Walker bent to retrieve it, a radiant cube emitting a spectrum of colors brushed past him, crashing to the earth and creating a square-shaped crater. The seed of the universe, seemingly drawn by some unseen force, soared skyward and landed in the hands of none other than Hertz. Chapter 134. Want to escape? Did you ask me first? It was so close. Hertz gazed at the partially formed seed of the universe in his grasp, letting out a soft sigh. He then tucked the half-finished artifact into his bosom and lifted his gaze to fixate on Walker in the distance. You seem somewhat familiar. I feel as though I have encountered you before." Hertz furrowed his brow, striving to piece together fragments of memory. Suddenly, a spark lit in his eyes as realization dawned upon him. "Ah, I remember now. Ah, so you are the fabled Walker," he remarked, a tone of casual derision lacing his words. "I've heard whispers that you shall become my greatest obstacle. Yet, you appear rather unremarkable. Acquisition successful. Gaining 5 million units of battle power." The extent to which Walker absorbed this surge of power could only be described as negligible, for his current strength was indeed formidable. Standing confidently upon the ground, Walker called out unabashedly, "Hey, surrender that cosmic seed in your possession without resistance. Do not compel me to take it by force." While the system had previously collected a fragment of a cosmic seed, relying on such a method to gather a complete one seemed an insurmountable task. Thus, upon witnessing the cosmic seed before him, he was resolute in seizing this rare opportunity for himself. Hertz threw back his head and burst into hearty laughter. "Ha! You wish to claim the cosmic seed? We shall see if you possess the requisite skill. I happen to have 2 of your old acquaintances here, who have been yearning for you." With a mocking expression, Hertz began to retreat slowly. As he withdrew, 2 figures emerged from the shadows. Upon closer inspection, they were none other than Black Goku and Grando. How tenaciously resilient. Like a cockroach, Walker mused, furrowing his brow. He was all too familiar with Black Goku. In his recollection, this adversary had invariably met his demise at Walker's hands. Yet, unexpectedly, here he was again. What astonished Walker even further was that Black Goku had now inherited the title of God of Destruction. Nevertheless, Walker maintained his composure, believing that this shift would not significantly alter the dynamics of the encounter. Black Goku gazed at Walker with an expression as unreadable as an unfathomable abyss. His eyes cold and lifeless. He spoke with an eerie calmness. "So, you are the one who killed me in the main timeline, the future timeline, and even the parallel timelines?" In response to Black Goku's inquiry, a smirk curled at the corners of Walker's mouth as he replied nonchalantly, "Indeed, it was I." "What? Do you wish to follow in their footsteps and perish at my hands as well?" The words dripped with provocation. "How amusing." Black Goku chuckled. "Though I am uncertain of the means by which you dispatched them, I assure you, I am not like those fools. The only one who will meet their end at my hands shall be you." He slightly turned his head, casting a frigid glance at Grondo beside him. If I happened to inadvertently kill him later, you would not take offense, would you? His tone exuded confidence and certainty. Grondo, faced with such brazen claims, merely smiled faintly and offered no reply. However, Black Goku interpreted this silence as tacit approval. Walker utilized the system to assess the combat prowess of his opponent, initially anticipating a level of obscurity akin to that of Beerus. To his surprise, however, he discovered a combat power of 12,000. What could this possibly mean? Just as Walker was engulfed in confusion and sought to delve deeper into contemplation, an explosive surge of dark purple energy erupted from Black Goku. This energy coiled around him like a frenzied serpent, leaving minute cracks in the very fabric of the void as it passed. A cruel smile slowly crept upon Black Goku's lips, reminiscent of a demon emerging from the depths of hell. In an instant, he transformed into a streak of black lightning, traversing space at an unimaginable speed to stand before Walker, clenching his right fist, accompanied by a howling gale and an overwhelming aura of terror. He unleashed a devastating blow aimed squarely at Walker. Faced with such ferocious onslaught, Walker transformed into his full-power Super Saiyan form, raising his arm to absorb the impact of this formidable punch. In that moment, visible ripples of energy radiated outward in all directions. With a combat power of 15,000, it was no surprise that he could withstand the force of the strike. Humph, is that all the strength you possess? Walker scoffed with a mocking smile. He bent his legs slightly, resembling a poised cheetah ready to pounce, and then abruptly raised his knee, launching a fierce strike toward Black Goku's abdomen. Black Goku reacted with exceptional speed, his body swaying like willow fluff in the wind as he deftly evaded Walker's attack. His left leg then descended in a lightning-like arc, crashing down with thunderous force toward Walker's shoulder. A resounding boom echoed as Walker's knee collided with Black Goku's leg, erupting in a dazzling display of sparks. The sound of their clash reverberating through the air, deafening in its intensity. In an instant, both figures flickered like phantoms, leaving trails of afterimages as they danced through the air, accompanied by the sound of whistling winds, thrusting their fierce battle into a frenzied climax. In the blink of an eye, they had ascended from the ground to the skies. Walker, seizing a prime opportunity, swiftly retreated, momentarily distancing himself from Black Goku. He then clasped his hands in front of his chest, beginning to gather energy. An unmatched aura gradually emanated from him, and a brilliant sphere of white light gradually appeared between his hands, its energy intensifying to the point where the surrounding space began to warp violently, as if it might be torn apart at any moment. Star Destruction Wave, Walker bellowed, unleashing a powerful roar. With a vigorous thrust of his arms, the immense and terrifying white energy wave surged forth like a frenzied dragon, hurtling toward Black Goku with cataclysmic force. The colossal wave, brimming with destructive might, advanced relentlessly towards its target. As he traversed the space, the air was violently torn apart, emitting a shrill, piercing wail. Confronted with such formidable force, the previously carefree smile of Black Wukong vanished in an instant, replaced by an expression of grave concern. His hands moved swiftly, conjuring a protective shield. When Walker's energy wave struck him, they were locked in a momentary stalemate, before erupting into an explosion of blinding brilliance that engulfed everything in their vicinity. Once the radiance dissipated, Black Wukong appeared somewhat disheveled, his garments tattered and his breath uneven. A fiercer glint ignited in his eyes, and he suddenly raised his hands high, summoning a massive sphere of dark purple energy above his head. Dark Destruction Ball, Black Wukong roared, hurling the energy sphere towards Walker. Walker, gazing at the colossal energy sphere hurtling towards him, felt no fear. Taking a deep breath, he surged forth with renewed vigor, propelling himself towards the sphere. Just as he was about to make contact, he executed a swift teleportation, appearing behind Black Wukong. Black Wukong was taken aback, unable to turn in time as Walker's right fist came crashing down upon his back. This strike contained the full extent of Walker's strength, sending Black Wukong plummeting to the ground like a cannonball. The earth was violently struck, creating a vast crater, with Black Wukong lying at the bottom, spewing forth dark purple blood. However, he was not completely vanquished. Struggling, he rose from the depths of the pit, his gaze fixed intently on Walker in the air. His body began to shimmer with an unusual glow as he attempted to open a portal to escape, realizing that he could not overpower his opponent. Despite his destructive capabilities, he was no match for Walker. In Walker's mind, the coordinates recorded by the system flickered, and he immediately grasped their significance. Planning to flee? Did you consult me first? In a flash, he lunged towards Black Wukong once more. The latter, increasingly anxious as he saw Walker charging at him, hastened the process of opening the portal. Just as the portal was about to materialize, Walker arrived, denying Black Wukong any chance of escape. He conjured 2 spears of thunder, infused with an insatiable intent to kill, and thrust them into Black Wukong's chest and abdomen. Black Wukong's eyes widened in terror as he attempted to evade, but it was too late. With a sickening sound, the spears pierced cleanly through his torso. Subsequently, Walker unleashed an energy wave that obliterated Black Wukong's head, causing his headless body to collapse slowly. I knew that fool couldn't slay you, but I didn't expect your growth to be so rapid, Grondo remarked, observing Walker with a smile. Enough with the idle chatter. It is now your turn. Indeed, but I am not like that previous fool. While speaking, he produced a crystal that was unmistakably the same as the one previously seen on Jiren. Grondo placed the crystal against his chest, and with a resonating hum, it fused into his skin. If one could observe his internal structure, they would find the crystal intricately connected to his heart. Ah! With a resounding roar, Grondo fell silent. His demeanor unchanged, yet the energy radiating from him was drastically different. Chapter 135, A Final Resolution, The Arrival of Black Vegeta. Hey, where did you acquire that crystal? Walker squinted, speaking impulsively. Grondo's lips curled into a faint, enigmatic smile as he replied, As for this crystal, if you wish to know, it depends on whether you possess the capability. Before his words had fully dissipated, Grondo's figure darted forward like a bolt of lightning, swiftly appearing before Walker. In an instant, Grondo swung his right arm, unleashing a formidable uppercut aimed directly at Walker's chin. Surprisingly, Walker did not flinch. He braced himself and took the blow squarely on his jaw. The impact resonated with a thunderous crash, akin to 2 meteors colliding in the sky. Yet, Walker remained steadfast, as immovable as a mountain, while Grondo staggered back several steps from the recoil of his own strike. However, Grondo was undeterred. He quickly regained his footing, raising both hands high. Energy began to coalesce in his palms, and in the blink of an eye, 2 basketball-sized purple energy orbs took shape. The surfaces of the spheres crackled with electric sparks, echoing the ferocity of thunderous roars, rampaging wildly. With a slight bend of his legs and a powerful push off the ground, Walker propelled himself towards Grondo. Noticing this, Grondo let out a cold snort, exerting force with both hands to hurl the 2 energy orbs towards the oncoming Walker. The spheres spun rapidly, gaining speed as they distorted the surrounding space with their immense gravitational pull. Unwavering, Walker met the 2 orbs head-on with a punch. The ensuing explosion reverberated like a cataclysm, the 2 energy orbs detonating in a blinding flash reminiscent of a supernova, momentarily engulfing Walker's figure. Yet, in the aftermath, a brilliant white light pierced through the center of the explosion, and Walker emerged unscathed, his aura intensifying, his fists enveloped in fiery energy as if he were a deity of battle. It's my turn, Walker bellowed, his form flickering in the air as he appeared before Grondo, unleashing a flurry of punches upon him. Each strike bore the weight of countless tons, creating deep dents upon Grondo's body, while dark energy flickered chaotically, like a candle flickering in the wind. Grondo, in agony, roared in fury, extending his arms wide and releasing his energy in an unrestrained torrent, generating a powerful energy storm that propelled Walker back several thousand meters. Subsequently, he clasped his hands together, gathering an even larger reservoir of energy before him, deep black in hue, imbued with enough power to obliterate the galaxy. Steadying himself, Walker prepared to unleash his technique, the Cosmic Stardust Fist. Taste this. Grondo thrust his hands forward, unleashing a wave of black energy akin to a rampaging prehistoric beast, clawing its way towards Walker. The collision of Walker's fist and the dark energy wave suspended time itself for a fleeting moment, before erupting into a cataclysmic explosion of energy. The brilliance surpassed that of the sun a millionfold, and the expanding ripples of energy sent celestial bodies in the universe teetering on the brink of destruction, with some being torn apart, scattering like meteoric fragments. Amidst this violent surge of energy, both Walker and Grondo were propelled backwards. While Walker bore only faint white marks upon his skin, Sustaining minimal injury, Grando fared differently. One of his arms hung limply at his side, his radiance dimmed significantly, and his breath became erratic. Notably, the malevolent crystal embedded in his chest had developed a small fissure. Coughing heavily, Grando expelled a mouthful of blood. Walker, regardless of the cost, I shall avenge my grandfather by killing you. Grando summoned his strength once more, this time sacrificing his own vitality to nourish the evil crystal, propelling his growth and power further. Gradually, his physique withered, his skin losing its pallor, turning waxy and wrinkled. Raising his hands high, he coalesced a colossal energy sphere, measuring several dozen meters in both length and width. This shall be my most formidable move, Dark Onslaught. Die, Walker! Grando bellowed, hurling the energy sphere, which warped the very fabric of space as it soared forth. Upon reaching the threshold of Super 5, Walker unleashed the Thunder Spear technique. However, this iteration of the Thunder Spear was slightly more substantial than its predecessors. The ensuing collision was even more intense. The entire Earth became enveloped in blinding light, within which the silhouettes of Walker and Grando flickered. Grando relentlessly poured forth his energy, striving to overwhelm his opponent. As time passed, Walker's Thunder Spear began to gain the upper hand, causing the energy sphere to gradually shrink. Noticing this, Grando's countenance paled, and in a frenzy, he channeled the remnants of his life force into the malevolent crystal, seeking to make a final stand. Yet, the evil crystal rejected his vitality. Grando let out a desperate roar. Walker's power was insurmountable. The Thunder Spear ultimately pierced through the resistance of the energy sphere, driving towards Grando, who was now unable to evade. The Thunder Spear impaled his chest, and the residual thunderous energy instantaneously reduced his body to ashes, dissipating into the air. With Grando's demise, the enmity between him and Walker was irrevocably severed. Walker descended slowly, gazing at the spot where Grando had vanished, his heart a tumult of emotions. Still perplexed by the nature of that malevolent crystal. At that moment, a dark fissure suddenly appeared in the sky, from which an even more sinister aura began to emanate. Walker lifted his gaze and beheld a figure slowly emerging from the rift. It was none other than Vegeta. However, his appearance was peculiar, clad in dark purple attire, with an ominous crystal adorning his chest. Black Vegeta exuded an aura of darkness, his cold gaze fixed on Walker. You truly are formidable. You have not disappointed me. Vegeta, have you fallen under the control of that crystal as well? Walker inquired. Vegeta did not respond immediately. Instead, he scrutinized Walker for several seconds. I am not Vegeta. You may refer to me as Black Vegeta. Defeat me, and I shall divulge the information you seek. A smirk spread across Black Vegeta's face. Walker exhaled, realizing that those ensnared by the malevolent crystal were indeed abnormal. As you wish. I hope you will not renege on your promise. I am not like those fools. The battle between Walker and Black Vegeta was on the verge of eruption. Chapter 136, Eradicating Black Vegeta, the avatar of the Crystal Master with a resounding crash. The two figures collided like meteors, the immense energy generated causing the very space around them to tremble. With a swift motion, Walker and Black Vegeta zipped past each other like lightning. In his Super Saiyan God form, Walker's speed was unparalleled, while Black Vegeta, transformed into Super Saiyan Rose, matched him stride for stride. Their fierce clash sent ripples through the Earth's atmosphere. Suddenly, Walker and Black Vegeta found themselves in a deep canyon, separated by a distance of 1,000 meters, glaring at one another. Time seemed to freeze at that instant. The world fell silent, save for the sound of their breaths echoing in the air. However, this standoff lasted but a few seconds before both vanished from their positions. To them, 1,000 meters was but a blink of an eye. When they reappeared, their fists collided with tremendous force. In that moment, a dazzling circular shockwave expanded outward at the speed of light, tearing apart everything in its path. The canyon walls crumbled like fragile cookies against the terrifying shockwave, instantly shattering into countless fragments. Yet, the shockwave showed no signs of abating. It surged outward with astonishing speed, annihilating everything in its wake. Trees and other objects were obliterated in an instant. Even cities 100 kilometers away were not spared, as glass shattered under the impact of the shockwave, scattering countless tiny shards across the ground. Too slow. At that moment, Black Vegeta's voice suddenly resonated behind Walker. In that fleeting instant, Black Vegeta had circled around Walker with astounding speed and, without hesitation, struck with a hand chop aimed directly at Walker's neck. Yet, in the face of this unexpected assault, Walker remained remarkably composed. He did not even turn his head. Instead, he merely flicked his tail, which whipped towards Black Vegeta like a steel whip. Bang! A resounding thud echoed through the air as Black Vegeta was propelled like a cannonball, hurtling towards a mountain peak thousands of meters away. His body collided with several mountains before finally coming to a gradual halt. Walker clasped his hands tightly. Destructive spiral cannon. With his exclamation, a torrent of silvery energy surged forth like a raging tide, sweeping directly ahead. However, just as this formidable energy was about to strike its target, a dark crimson light suddenly erupted from the swirling dust. Black Vegeta crossed his arms, fearlessly bracing himself against the energy wave. In an instant, the wave collided violently with his body, producing a deafening roar. The sheer force of the impact pushed Black Vegeta backward, his feet carving deep furrows into the ground like a plow. Yeah. Black Vegeta let out a furious roar, forcefully hurling the energy wave skyward. What was once a devastating attack now charged towards the heavens like a wild stallion. The deflected energy wave traveled at incredible speed, piercing the stratosphere in the blink of an eye, and shot into the vast cosmos. In the vacuum of space, the energy wave finally broke free from its constraints, erupting in a tremendous explosion. The power of the blast was immense, comparable to a small nuclear bomb, as it instantaneously released energy that formed a dazzling fireball, illuminating the cosmos. Seeing his attack nullified, Walker utilized instant transmission to appear before his adversary, his right fist imbued with powerful spiral energy, striking forcefully at Black Vegeta's crystal chest. Yet, Black Vegeta merely grinned maliciously, showing no intention to evade. Just as Walker's fist was about to make contact with the crystal, a dark crimson beam shot forth from it. The proximity was too close for Walker to react. He barely managed to tilt his head aside. The beam grazed his cheek, evaporating a massive hole several kilometers wide in the ocean 300 kilometers behind him. "Got you," Black Vegeta exclaimed, seizing the opportunity to swiftly grasp Walker's wrist. With a powerful shoulder throw, he slammed Walker deep into the mantle. A thunderous crash resonated as the ground trembled violently, reminiscent of rippling water, causing the entire earth to quake. Walker, now buried beneath the surface, ignited in silver flames, piercing through the layers of earth, his knee crashing against Black Vegeta's jaw. As his opponent's head recoiled, Walker brought his fists down onto Black Vegeta's back, striking him like a meteorite. Black Vegeta steadied himself before hitting the ground. As his feet met the earth, the continental plate groaned under the strain. He coalesced dark red energy into a sphere, dark star explosion. The energy sphere fragmented into hundreds of smaller orbs, bombarding Walker from all angles. Walker raised a spherical shield, but the energy spheres detonated one after another, each explosion powerful enough to level a city. The fiery blasts illuminated the night sky as if it were day, with shockwaves causing tremors equivalent to a magnitude 6 earthquake across the Pacific coast. When the dust settled, Walker's shield lay shattered, and his battle suit bore countless charred marks. Taking advantage of the moment, Black Vegeta surged forward, his fists and feet transforming into mere afterimages. Walker attempted to defend himself, yet a third of the strikes found their mark upon his body. The final uppercut sent him soaring into the ionosphere, where friction with the air ignited his entire form in a blaze of plasma flames. But the onslaught was far from over. Black Vegeta pursued him into the stratosphere. There, in the rarefied atmosphere, they engaged in a high-speed battle, exchanging blows thousands of times per second. The energy unleashed from their collisions distorted the very fabric of space for hundreds of miles, causing auroras to erupt globally. Just as Black Vegeta prepared to launch another attack, Walker suddenly altered his strategy. His tail swiftly ensnared Black Vegeta's ankle, and with a vigorous twist of his body, he spun like a high-velocity top. After completing a full rotation, Walker hurled Black Vegeta towards a distant planet. Like a meteor, Black Vegeta hurtled towards his target. In the midst of his flight, he swiftly adjusted his posture, concentrating energy in his hands, summoning a massive dark red energy blade that spanned thousands of miles. This formidable blade cleaved through space, silently splitting several planets in half. With a thunderous roar, Black Vegeta declared, "Cosmic Slash." As he shouted, the dark red energy blade descended upon Walker with cataclysmic force. Walker crossed his arms before his chest to withstand the blow, The collision between the energy blade and his arms produced an earth-shattering sound. Despite Walker's immense strength, the ferocity of Black Vegeta's attack was overwhelming, forcing him to retreat. His boots ground against the void, creating dazzling sparks of energy. Destruction form. Walker suddenly unleashed a furious roar, channeling not only the energy of his destruction form, but also the power bestowed upon him through his lineage. In an instant, the silver flames enveloping Walker expanded exponentially, resembling an ignited powder keg. This overwhelming energy swept forth like a tempest, shattering Black Vegeta's energy blade. Walker's figure flickered like lightning, appearing before Black Vegeta in an instant. His left fist, imbued with terrifying energy, struck towards the crystal embedded in Black Vegeta's chest like a cannonball. Universal Star Fist. The might of Walker's punch was astonishing, as if the very stars of the universe were summoned by his power. Black Vegeta, realizing the gravity of the situation, hastily raised his hands in an attempt to block the blow. However, the speed and strength of Walker's punch were unparalleled, breaching Black Vegeta's defenses in an instant. With a crisp crack, a fissure appeared on the surface of the malevolent crystal in Black Vegeta's grasp. A howl, more beast than man, escaped from his lips as the dark red energy within him erupted like a long-suppressed volcano. This surge of energy, akin to a roaring tsunami, violently cast both Walker and Black Vegeta away. Walker stabilized himself near Jupiter's orbit, observing as Black Vegeta's form began to mutate. Dark substances seeped from the crack in the crystal, swiftly enveloping him and forming a grotesque exoskeleton. You dare to wound the voice of the crystal Black Vegeta, transforming it into a cacophony of echoes. I shall ensure the entire solar system accompanies him to the grave. His energy index skyrocketed, causing the nearby asteroid belt to tremble. Walker's silvery hair stirred without a breeze. It seems I must resort to that technique. The two began to harness their ultimate energy simultaneously. Before them, a miniature galaxy projection materialized between Walker's hands, countless starlights converging like meteors, forming a brilliant silver river of stars. This celestial river was imbued with boundless light and power, as if it were the very heart of the cosmos. Meanwhile, Black Vegeta extracted dark matter from the crystal, coalescing it into a sphere of darkness, akin to a black fog that swiftly took shape in his grasp, devouring the very light around it. This dark sphere emanated a chilling aura, reminiscent of the universe's abyss. Divine retribution, Walker bellowed, as the silver river surged forth like a dazzling lightning bolt, slicing through the darkness towards Black Vegeta. Apocalypse, Black Vegeta responded with equal fervor, launching the black sphere like a dark meteor, infused with endless shadows, colliding thunderously with the silver river. The clash of these two ultimate energies resonated throughout the cosmos, producing earth-shattering reverberations. Their opposing forces eroded one another, generating a tempest of energy that swept across the solar system, tearing planets asunder and consuming stars, ripples echoing through space. In this heart-stopping standoff, Walker unexpectedly revealed a flaw. Observing this, Black Vegeta concentrated all his dark energy into a torrent, pressing relentlessly against the silver river, advancing towards Walker. Yet, a subtle smile crept upon Walker's lips. You have fallen into my trap. The apparent weakness had merely been a ruse to lure Black Vegeta in. In that moment, he shifted tactics, channeling all his energy to his fingertips, crafting a dazzling silver thread. Divine Finger of Annihilation, Walker uttered softly, as the silver thread, like a flash of lightning, pierced through the dark energy, striking true at the crystal's fracture. This technique was one of the ultimate killing moves passed down through generations. No. Black Vegeta's anguished cry echoed as the malevolent crystal shattered completely. Stripped of his energy source, he began to disintegrate, the dark matter receding like a receding tide. The aftermath of the final blow propelled him toward the sun, and just before he plunged into the corona, Walker heard his last curse. Darkness will never vanish. With the battle concluded, Walker felt his strength considerably diminished. Just as he prepared to revert from his transformation, an unsettling chill ran down his spine. He turned to behold a phantom. I have taken down all the pawns you set forth. I remember you well. When your world is besieged by darkness, that will be our day of reckoning and your demise. The apparition vanished, leaving Walker with a grave expression, particularly haunted by the words regarding the impending darkness, which inevitably reminded him of the recent events that had transpired. Lost in contemplation, Walker suddenly shook his head. What was there to fear? What to worry about? After all, he was a traverser endowed with a system, and regardless of what might come, he was confident in his ability to vanquish any adversary that crossed his path. Chapter 137. The mission time passed quietly, and 2 days had slipped away since the fierce battle against Black Vegeta. Within the regal palace of the Omni King, Walker and the High Priest emerged slowly from the dimensions beyond. Taking a deep breath, Walker turned to the High Priest, bowing deeply in gratitude. Thank you for your assistance, esteemed High Priest. A faint smile graced the High Priest's lips, revealing an enigmatic depth. He waved his hand dismissively, signaling Walker to refrain from such formalities. Seeing this, Walker felt a measure of relief. He understood that the High Priest preferred to eschew excessive decorum. After a brief exchange, Walker resolved not to delay any further. Utilizing his instantaneous movement ability, he returned to Earth with the swiftness of lightning. The High Priest stood silently, observing Walker's departing figure, yet beneath his composed exterior, turmoil brewed within. The current situation was decidedly unfavorable for them, the High Priest pondered. Although Black Vegeta had been defeated, the certainty of stronger foes emerging remained elusive. Walker, I hope you grow increasingly formidable, for only then can you confront the myriad crises that may arise in the future. Nevertheless, the High Priest recognized that as a deity, he must maintain neutrality and refrain from direct interference in the mortal realm. Despite his high hopes for Walker, he could only offer silent support from the shadows. How fortunate I am for the High Priest's assistance. Were it not for him, achieving such a flawless fusion of these two powers would have been exceedingly difficult. Not to mention mastering an entirely new transformation. He mused. Previously, he had attempted to merge these two formidable forces, yet the outcomes were consistently unsatisfactory, marred by an ever-present sense of repulsion. However, this time was starkly different. The two powers melded together with an innate harmony, devoid of any rejection, a true testament to perfection. He felt this newfound energy surge within him, akin to a torrential flood coursing through his veins. With this immense power, he successfully attained an unprecedented transformation. This metamorphosis was neither the might of Super Saiyan 5, nor the ferocity of Super Saiyan 6, nor was it the elusive realm of Ultra Instinct. Instead, it was a novel and unique existence, emanating an aura both mysterious and uncanny. This new form was designated as Dark Star by the system. Transformed, his hair cascaded into a profound shade of dark purple, reminiscent of the dark nebulae in the cosmos. Intricate black patterns resembling celestial clouds adorned his skin, akin to enigmatic designs in the night sky, while his irises swirled in a captivating silver gray, deep and alluring. As Walker reflected on the previous encounter with the High Priest in the alternate realm, suddenly, the time ring on his finger flickered with a faint light. In the next moment, before he could fully comprehend it, the soft glow erupted into a blinding radiance, and his figure vanished within that dazzling light. Walker suddenly shouted, his face filled with astonishment as he surveyed his surroundings. What am I doing here? He murmured to himself, scratching his head, his mind awash with confusion. The pervasive mist enveloped him, severely limiting his vision and sensory perception, rendering the distant scenery utterly indistinct. At that moment, an ancient voice resonated. Young man, you have returned. As the voice echoed, the fog around Walker dissipated as if gently parted by an invisible hand. Gradually, a colossal and venerable castle emerged before his eyes. The walls of the castle were adorned with creeping moss, exuding an air of decay, yet still radiating an imposing and solemn presence. What is this? Walker's eyes widened. He felt an uncanny familiarity with this place. Struggling to recollect, he finally remembered he had been here before. Come in, the aged voice called once more, as the castle's grand door creaked open slowly, emitting a dull groan. After a moment's hesitation, Walker resolved to enter and uncover the mystery within. He crossed the threshold and stepped into the castle's interior. The light was dim, illuminated only by a few flickering candles that barely brightened the surroundings. As he looked around, Walker noted the sparse furnishings, some worn-out tables and chairs, along with a few ancient portraits adorning the walls. What on earth is happening? Walker's questions multiplied, compelling him to venture deeper in search of clues. An elderly man, silver-haired yet vibrant, sat upon a raised platform. Indeed, the enigmatic figure who had appeared after Walker's previous departure. The old man's voice was deep and grave. Young man, your power is exceedingly unique, attracting the covetous gaze of dark forces. They are conspiring against you. And should they succeed, the universe will plunge into eternal darkness. Walker furrowed his brow. He was no naive child to heed mere words. Who are you to speak this? How can I trust you? The elder offered a warm smile. I understand your skepticism, yet it matters not. When the time comes, your disbelief will transform into acceptance. Here, take this. The elder tossed a crystal orb to Walker, who, upon catching it, noticed swirling nebulas within, a most peculiar sight. This will be of great assistance to you. Now go. Before Walker could utter a word, the elder waved his hand, and Walker vanished. After a considerable pause, the elder murmured to himself, You cannot escape. This is your destiny. With a flick of his wrist, the door closed, and the castle faded into the mist.